My head hurts. Xiao Ming struggled to open his eyes. What greeted him was not the familiar ceiling of his rented room, but an ancient wooden beam with a faint herbal scent lingering in the air. Where am I? Xiao Ming propped himself up, finding himself lying on a hardboard bed covered with a coarse cloth blanket and wearing a dusty gray ancient robe. He looked down at his hands, pale and slender, but not the calloused hands that had typed code for 3 years. No way. I transmigrated. As an avid reader of web novels, Xiao Ming instantly realized what was happening. He remembered working overtime until 3 a.m., falling asleep in his rented room. How did he wake up in a different place? Just then a flood of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. The original owner of this body was also named Xiao Ming, an outer disciple of the Qi sect. Yesterday, while training, he had insufficient spiritual energy and forcibly tried to break through to the second layer of Qi refining, resulting in Qi deviation and death. Exactly when this office worker from Earth took over his body. Qi sect. Second layer of Qi refining. Cultivation world. Xiao Ming rubbed his temples, his mouth twitching. Other people transmigrate as dragon lords or live in sons-in-law, but I end up as a loser who can't even reach the second layer. According to the original owner's memories, the Qi sect was a third-rate sect on the Xianyuan continent, with over 1,000 outer disciples and cutthroat competition. Every day they had to wake up before dawn to practice swords, meditate at night, and if they slacked off, senior brothers would scold and beat them, even having to fight for meals. A true involution concentration camp of the cultivation world. I'm done for. Xiao Ming lay back on the bed looking utterly hopeless. I was overworked coding in my last life, now I'm overworked cultivating. What a miserable fate. Just as he was complaining, a cold mechanical voice rang in his mind, detected host's strong willingness to slack off. Activation conditions met. Slacking system officially activated. System bound successfully. Host Xiao Ming. Current cultivation Qi refining layer 1 on the verge of collapse. Slacking point 0. Newbie gift pack issued. Lie down once cultivation directly rises to Qi refining layer 3. Xiao Ming sat up abruptly, eyes wide. A system and a slacking system. As a web novel enthusiast, he was no stranger to systems, but what was a slacking system? Lying down once could raise 2 layers of cultivation. System, are you serious? Just lying down increases cultivation. Xiao Ming asked tentatively in his mind. System promise absolutely true and effective. Slacking is justice, lying down is cultivation. The more you slack, the faster your cultivation rises. Complain about involution, reject the grind, and you can trigger extra slacking rewards. Xiao Ming froze for 3 seconds, then burst into laughter. Heaven never seals off all exits. I've had enough of grinding in my last life. In this life, I'm going to slack all the way. Without another word, he lay back on the bed, adjusted to the most comfortable position, closed his eyes, and silently chanted in his heart, lie down. I want to lie down. Detected host lying down. Newbie gift pack conditions met. Cultivation increasing. Qi refining layer 1, Qi refining layer 2. Qi refining layer 2, Qi refining layer 3. Increase complete. Current cultivation Qi refining layer 3. Slacking points 10. A warm surge of spiritual energy instantly flooded Xiao Ming's limbs and bones, filling his once collapsing dantian, making him warm all over and almost moan with comfort. Holy crap. It really went up. Xiao Ming opened his eyes, feeling the surging spiritual energy inside him, almost jumping up in excitement, but then thought, no, slacking is important, can't get excited. He lay back down feeling delighted. Qi refining layer 3. The original owner struggled and couldn't even reach layer 2, and I got to layer 3 just by sleeping. This slacking system is amazing. Just then the door burst open with a bang. A tall, thin young man in gray outer disciple robes walked and frowned at Xiao Ming lying on the bed and said, Xiao Ming, you've been unconscious for a whole day, why aren't you cultivating? If you fail today's training task, senior brother Zhang will punish you to chop wood again. This young man was the original owner's roommate, named Zhao, who a classic grind set, who only ate, slept, and cultivated. Xiao Ming turned over facing away from Zhao Hu and said lazily, cultivate. What cultivation? Isn't sleeping better? Zhao Hu was stunned as if he didn't recognize Xiao Ming. You. What did you say? Xiao Ming, did the Qi deviation damage your brain? Without cultivation, how can you improve your cultivation? Without improving, how can you become an inner disciple? Without becoming an inner disciple, how can you ascend to immortality? The string of how can made Xiao Ming's head ache. He waved his hand impatiently. Ascending to immortality is not as important as sleeping. If you want to grind, go grind yourself. Don't disturb my sleep. Having said that, he directly closed his eyes, ready to continue lying down. Zhao Hu's face turned green with rage, pointing at Xiao Ming. You're hopeless. Just slack off then. I see you're destined to be a waste outer disciple forever. Detected host being criticized for slacking triggered. Slacking reward obtained. Slacking Talisman X1 can be used to secretly slack off during cultivation without being discovered. Slacking points 5. Xiao Ming smirked, feeling ecstatic inside. Criticize me. Useless. The more I'm criticized, the happier I am. Ignoring the furious Xiao Hu, he continued sleeping, having already made up his mind from today on he Xiao Ming would be the most awesome slacker in the cultivation world. Xiao Hu was so furious that he stomped his feet, but there was nothing he could do. He could only glare fiercely at Xiao Ming, grabbed his sword from the corner, and slammed the door as he left, muttering hopeless, and a piece of mud that can't be plastered on the wall. The moment the door closed, Xiao Ming's eyes snapped open, his eyes full of triumph. Tisk, the resentment of this workaholic is heavier than my previous life's boss's KPI. He stroked his chin and summoned the newly acquired slacking talisman from his system space. The talisman was yellowed all over with a crooked drawing of a small figure sleeping on a desk, and next to it 3 scrawled small characters, slacking. Slacking talisman, a one-use item. When attached to the body, it shields cultivation aura, making the host appear to be diligently cultivating, to others allowing the host to slack off in the meantime. Duration 1 Shurchen 2 hours. While this is a divine artifact for slacking off, Xiao Ming's eyes lit up, and he immediately stuck the talisman on his waist. This way I don't have to actually cultivate, and won't be caught by my senior brother. Perfect. After doing all this, he lay back down on the bed, and continued his nap with a clear conscience. After all, for him, the first principle of slacking off was to get enough sleep. After an unknown amount of sleep, a rapid knocking sound came from the door, even louder than Xiao Hu's earlier commotion, making the door panel shake. Xiao Ming, open the door. A cold and authoritative female voice came from outside, not loud, but carrying an undeniable pressure. Xiao Ming yawned and sat up reluctantly. Who is it disturbing my sleep? So inconsiderate. He slowly walked to the door and pulled it open, about to complain, but when he saw the person outside, he swallowed his words. At the door stood a young girl wearing a moon-white inner disciple robe, a silver sword at her waist, her hair tied up with a jade hairpin, her features as delicate as a painting, but her face as cold as ice. A faint spiritual energy fluctuation emanated from her, indicating her cultivation was not low. Xiao Ming's mind instantly flashed with the original owner's memory, the inner sect senior sister of Qingyun's sect, Li Linger. Gifted with extraordinary talent, at only 16, she had already reached the early stage of foundation establishment, a genius nurtured by the sect, and the ultimate workaholic ceiling in the eyes of all outer disciples. It was said that she slept only 2 Shurchen 4 hours a day, spending the rest of her time either practicing swordsmanship or on her way to practice, and she had the least tolerance for lazy and slacking disciples. I'm doomed. I've walked right into the line of fire. Xiao Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously straightened his back, trying to look like, I'm very diligent. Li Linger's gaze fell on Xiao Ming, and she frowned slightly. She had just come from the outer sect steward, having heard that a disciple had fallen into a coma due to Qi deviation, and wanted to check on him. But upon entering, she saw that the other person was disheveled with messy hair and sleepy eyes, clearly having just woken up. Are you Xiao Ming? Li Linger's voice carried a hint of coldness. You had a Qi deviation yesterday, and today you were so lazy. Cultivation is no child's play. Xiao Ming thought to himself, cultivation is child's play, sleeping is the real business. But he dared not say it out loud, so he forced a smile and said, Senior sister, you misunderstand. I just finished cultivating and am resting now. As he spoke, he subtly straightened his waist so that Li Linger could see more clearly the slacking talisman on his waist. Sure enough, Li Linger's spiritual sense swept over Xiao Ming, sensing the faint but stable cultivation aura on him, actually the effect of the slacking talisman. Her expression softened slightly, but she still remained displeased. Cultivation requires perseverance. You cannot give up halfway. The outer sect assessment is coming soon. If you are still so lazy, you will be eliminated by the sect sooner or later. Xiao Ming rolled his eyes inwardly. Eliminated, so what? I have the system, I can ascend, even by lying flat. But he still said perfunctorily, yes, senior sister is right. I will definitely cultivate hard. Li Linger obviously didn't believe his lies. She snorted coldly. I see you have no intention of repenting. From today on, report to the martial arts training ground at the Chen hour, 7 to 9 a.m. every day. I will personally guide your cultivation. Xiao Ming's eyes instantly widened. What? Personally guide me? This was practically asking for his life. Letting the workaholic ceiling guide a slacker was like having the boss watch an office worker slack off. There was no way out. What? You don't want to? Li Linger raised an eyebrow, her eyes instantly sharpening, and the spiritual energy around her began to surge. Or do you think you understand cultivation better than I do? Xiao Ming felt the pressure from her and immediately chickened out. He didn't want to be beaten up by a foundation establishment expert right after transmigrating, so he braced himself and agreed. Willing. Of course. It's my honor to receive senior sister's guidance. Hope so. Li Linger nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. After 2 steps, she stopped and looked back coldly to add, tomorrow at Chen hour, if I don't see you at the training ground, you'll bear the consequences. With that, her figure flashed and disappeared at the end of the corridor. Xiao Ming watched the direction she disappeared, slumped on the threshold, wanting to cry, but without tears. I'm finished. Just got rid of Xiao Hu, the little workaholic. Now Li Linger, the big workaholic, comes. This life is impossible. Detected host forced to accept workaholic's guidance. Triggered slacking compensation obtained 3 lying flat candies. Taking one can cause a person to enter a state of deep relaxation for one shurchen unable to concentrate on cultivation. Slacking value 20. The system's voice sounded at the right moment. Xiao Ming's eyes lit up, and he instantly came back to life. Lying flat candies. This thing is great. He took out 3 pink candies from his system space, examining them in his palm. Tomorrow I'll let this workaholic senior sister taste the flavor of slacking off. He chuckled, pocketed the candies, and returned to bed to continue lying flat. Who cares about senior sister or assessments? First, get enough sleep. Early the next morning before dawn, Xiao Ming was awakened by a frantic knocking at the door. Xiao Ming, get up. The hour of Chun is almost here, and the senior sister is waiting in the training ground. Xiao, whose voice came from outside the door with a hint of schadenfreude. Xiao Ming rubbed his eyes, glanced at the gray sky outside the window, and cursed Li Ling 800 times in his heart. A workaholic is a workaholic, not letting people sleep in the early mornings so inhumane. He got up slowly, washed up, pocketed a slacking candy, and dawdled his way to the training ground. The training ground was located in the center of the outer sect area. At this time, many disciples were already practicing. Some practicing swords, some meditating. A scene of bustling activity. As Xiao Ming reached the entrance of the training ground, he saw Li Linger standing in the center of the field, dressed in white, holding a long sword, sitting in meditation with closed eyes. Spiritual energy swirled around her, forming a faint halo. Clearly, she had been cultivating for a long time. Senior sister. Xiao Ming walked over and called out reluctantly. Li Linger opened her eyes, her gaze falling on Xiao Ming, her brow slightly furrowed. You are a quarter-hour late. Traffic jam? I know, I met a snail on the road and chatted with it for a while. Xiao Ming made up an excuse on the spot. Li Linger's expression darkened instantly, glib tongue. It seems I need to teach you a lesson before you take cultivation seriously. She drew the long sword at her waist and pointed it at Xiao Ming. Today, we will start with basic sword techniques. Follow my moves. As soon as she finished speaking, her wrist flicked, and the long sword traced a graceful arc in the air with sharp sword aura and a faint whooshing sound. She performed the basic sword technique with fluid grace and formidable power. The surrounding disciples who were practicing stopped to watch, their eyes full of admiration and awe. Being personally instructed by Li Linger was a dream opportunity for many outer disciples. Only Xiao Ming looked pained, wailing in his heart, this is it, this is it. This isn't guidance, it's trying to kill me. He steeled himself, picked up a wooden sword from the ground, and began to follow Li Linger's movements. But he had never learned any basic sword techniques. His movements were stiff and full of mistakes, like a child just learning to walk. Li Linger's eyebrows furrowed tighter and tighter as she couldn't help scolding. Focus. Use your wrist, not your arm. Stand steady, don't wobble like a drunkard. Xiao Ming thought to himself, if I could take it seriously, would I still be a slacker? But on the surface, he could only pretend to work hard and continue mimicking. After practicing for less than half an hour, Xiao Ming was already sweaty and out of breath. He couldn't hold on any longer. His eyes darted as a plan formed in his mind. Senior sister, I'm a bit thirsty. Can I have a drink of water first? Xiao Ming stopped and said breathlessly. Li Linger glanced at him, though dissatisfied. She knew cultivation couldn't be rushed, so she nodded. Hurry up. Xiao Ming immediately ran to the stone table, picked up the water jug, pretended to drink, and while doing so took out the slacking candy from his pocket and quickly stuffed it into his mouth. The candy melted instantly in his mouth, a sweet taste spreading on his tongue. Then a gentle energy surged into his body, and Xiao Ming instantly felt completely relaxed. Even his eyelids started to droop. It works. Xiao Ming rejoiced inwardly, turned around, and returned to Li Ling. Senior sister, I'm ready. Let's continue. Li Linger nodded, raised her long sword again. This time be serious. If you make mistakes again, don't blame me. She then demonstrated the basic sword technique again. But barely 2 moves, in an intense wave of fatigue hit him. His eyelids felt as heavy as lead, and the long sword in his hand grew heavier and heavier, impossible to lift. What's going on? Li Linger frowned, shaking her head vigorously to dispel the fatigue. But the more she struggled, the stronger the fatigue became, until she could barely stand. The surrounding disciples also noticed something was wrong, and began to murmur, what's wrong with senior sister? She looks really uncomfortable. I don't know, she was fine just now. How did she suddenly lose her energy? Could it be overtraining? Xiao Ming stood to the side, barely suppressing his laughter, ecstatic inside. Let her be a workaholic. Let her force me to train. Now she knows the taste of slacking off. Li Linger gritted her teeth and tried to continue practicing, but as soon as she raised her hand, the long sword fell to the ground with a clang. She could no longer hold on, her body went limp, and she sat directly on the ground, her eyes glazed over, looking as if she was about to fall asleep any moment. Senior sister. Xiao Ming immediately ran over, pretending to be concerned. Are you alright? Are you too tired from training? Li Linger forced her eyes open, glanced at Xiao Ming, tried to say something, but was too overwhelmed by the strong drowsiness, and with a tilt of her head, she leaned directly on Xiao Ming and fell asleep. The surrounding disciples immediately erupted. Whoa. Senior sister actually fell asleep, and leaning on Xiao Ming. This is too crazy. What did Xiao Ming do? How did he make senior sister fall asleep? Xiao Ming felt the soft touch on his shoulder and thought to himself, wow, this slacking candy is too powerful. Even a foundation establishment workaholic can't withstand it. He carefully supported Li Ling, thinking, what do I do now? Wake her up. No, she'll definitely make trouble for me if she wakes up. How about, while she's asleep, I make a run for it? Just as he was about to sneak away, a majestic voice suddenly rang out, Xiao Ming. What are you doing? What are you doing? Xiao Ming's foot, which had just taken a step, froze, instantly, cold sweat trickling down his back. He turned his head stiffly and saw Zhang Li, the outer sect steward, standing at the entrance of the training ground, staring at him with a livid face. Zhang Li was known as the iron-faced judge of the outer sect, most strict about rules and never lenient with lazy disciples. The original owner of this body had been punished by him to chop firewood for 3 days just for slow cultivation progress. At this moment, Zhang Li's gaze cut like a knife into Xiao Ming, especially when he saw Li Ling sleeping soundly against his shoulder, the veins on his forehead bulging with anger. How dare you, Xiao Ming? Zhang Li strode over, shouting harshly. You dare to slack off in the training ground and cause the senior sister to collapse from exhaustion. Do you know your crime? The surrounding disciples instantly fell silent, all looking at Xiao Ming with schadenfreude, waiting to see him punished by Zhang Li. Zhao, who even squeezed to the front row, his grin stretching almost to his ears, thinking to himself, let you slack off, now you're caught. Xiao Ming's heart skipped a beat, but he forced himself to stay calm on the surface. His mind raced, thinking of how to talk his way out, and his hand unconsciously touched the slacking talisman at his waist when suddenly an idea struck him. Steward Zhang, please calm down. Xiao Ming immediately straightened his back, putting on a I am wronged, but I won't say it expression. You misunderstand. How would I dare to slack off? It was senior sister who insisted on personally guiding my practice, and she said she wanted to set an example by herself, accompanying me for a whole hour, and then she got so tired she fell asleep. As he spoke, he secretly activated this slacking talisman on his body. Instantly, a faint aura of cultivation emanated from him, and in Zhang Li's eyes he now appeared as if he had just undergone intense training, with his breathing slightly unsteady. Zhang Li was taken aback, his gaze falling on the beads of sweat on Xiao Ming's forehead. The sweat that Xiao Ming had actually worked up from sword practice earlier, and now it served its purpose perfectly. Then he looked at Li Ling's sleeping appearance, her breathing even indeed as if she had exhausted her energy. After all, Li Ling was known as a workaholic who would go all out to guide disciples, so it seemed plausible. Zhang Li's expression softened a bit, but he remained stern. Even so, you shouldn't have let the senior sister lean on you. What kind of behavior is that? Hurry up and help the senior sister to rest over there. Yes. Xiao Ming immediately replied, relieved inside, thinking to himself that this slacking talisman was truly a lifesaver. He carefully helped Li Ling to a stone bench by the training ground, and even took out his own coarse cloth coat from his robe and covered her with it. Not out of kindness, but mainly because he was afraid that if she woke up and saw her state, she would cause trouble for him. Zhang Li watched his actions, his eyes becoming slightly complicated, but he didn't pursue it further, just snorted coldly. Next time, mind your manners. Cultivate well, and don't let the senior sister's effort go to waste. Then he turned and left. Only when Zhang Li's figure disappeared from sight did Xiao Ming let out a sigh of relief and wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. That scared me to death, I almost got caught. Detected host cleverly defused the crisis, slacking off, while staying adaptable, triggering, clever slacking. Reward minor cultivation advancement, current realm Qi, refining 3rd layer midstage. Slacking points 30. The system notification sounded. Xiao Ming's eyes lit up, feeling the richer spiritual energy within his body, and he instantly felt that the previous danger was worth it. This wave was a huge profit. Xiao Ming thought happily, and just as he was about to find a place to slack off again, he heard a light snort from behind. He turned around and saw that Li Ling was already awake, frowning at the coarse cloth coat covering her, her eyes full of disdain. You're awake. Xiao Ming's heart tightened, and he immediately put on a well-behaved look. Senior sister, you were so absorbed in practice earlier that you got tired and fell asleep, so I helped you over here to rest. Li Ling stood up through the coat back to Xiao Ming, her eyes full of doubt. Why did I suddenly fall asleep just now? Her cultivation was stable, her energy abundant. She wouldn't tire even after a whole day of training, so how could she have fallen asleep just from guiding an outer disciple? Xiao Ming, feeling guilty, didn't dare meet her eyes, pretending to arrange the coat. Maybe you've been too busy lately, senior sister, and got tired. After all, you trained so hard every day, you should take a good rest. As he spoke, he secretly observed Li Ling's reaction, afraid she would see through him. Li Ling frowned, feeling something was off, but couldn't put her finger on it. She glanced at Xiao Ming and noticed that his spiritual energy seemed richer than in the morning, and he had actually reached the mid-stage of Qi, refining 3rd layer. You broke through? Li Ling asked in surprise. She had clearly seen Xiao Ming's sword practice earlier full of flaws. How could he suddenly break through? Xiao Ming was secretly pleased, but on the surface he pretended to be naive. I broke through. I don't know, maybe it was because I was cultivating with you, senior sister, and I broke through without even realizing it. At these words the surrounding disciples instantly erupted. Did I hear that right? Just cultivating with senior sister can make you break through. Xiao Ming is so lucky. He actually advanced just by leeching off senior sister's spiritual energy. I'm so jealous. I wish I had asked senior sister to guide me. Li Linger's mouth twitched looking at Xiao Ming's I know nothing, it's all luck expression, feeling inexplicably annoyed but unable to find a reason to refute. After all, Xiao Ming had indeed broken through, and judging by his appearance it really seemed as if he had broken through without realizing it. She took a deep breath, suppressed the strange feeling in her heart, and said coldly, since you've broken through you should cultivate even harder and not waste this opportunity. That's enough for today. Tomorrow at the Qin hour come to the training ground again. With that she turned and walked away, her steps slightly faster than usual, as if to hide something. Xiao Ming watched her back, chuckled and thought, you want me to cultivate hard? No way. But this feeling of leeching a breakthrough is really nice. Pocketing the benefits he had just gained, he happily slipped out of the training ground, found a secluded tree shade, and lay down to slack off again. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, warm on his body. Xiao Ming squinted comfortably, pondering in his mind what method should he use tomorrow to deal with this workaholic senior sister. Days drifted by and Xiao Ming was dragged to the martial arts arena every day by Li Linger for cultivation. He had figured out the pattern well enough. Each day, he carried a slacking candy, either lulling Li Linger into drowsiness mid-practice or feigning deep immersion in his own cultivation to slip away and slack off. Occasionally Li Linger caught him slacking, but he would launch into one of his masterful excuses, twisting logic until she was left sputtering in fury, and the matter always fizzled out. Through this so-called slacking-style cultivation, Xiao Ming's prowess rose steadily. In merely half a month he advanced from the mid-stage of Qi Condensation Layer 3 to its peak, standing but one step away from foundation establishment. Such speed was nothing short of miraculous among the outer sect disciples. Even Zhang Li regarded him with new respect and never again brought up punishing him to chop firewood. One morning, outer sect duty officer Zhang Li summoned all outer sect disciples and announced staggering news. The outer sect assessment scheduled for 3 months hence would be held early in merely 3 days' time. Those who passed would be promoted to inner sect disciples, those who failed would be cast out of the sect entirely. News of this sent the outer sect disciples into an uproar. How could this be so sudden? I'm not ready at all. We're done for. I'm only at Qi Condensation Layer 2 now. I'm definitely going to be eliminated. I heard the assessment difficulty has been increased. We must hunt demons in the beast forest at the rear of the mountain. It's far too dangerous. Panic swept through the crowd, yet Xiao Ming stood calmly at the periphery, letting out a lazy yawn. Eliminated. Expelled from the sect. None of it mattered to him. With the system backing him, even if cast out, he could continue his leisurely cultivation wherever he went. Zhao Hu hustled over, his face tight with anxiety. Xiao Ming stopped sleeping. The assessment has been moved up. We need to cultivate urgently. This assessment requires entering the beast forest, and the demons there are vicious. Without real strength, you won't survive. Xiao Ming rolled his eyes. Calm down. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will straighten itself. Even in the beast forest, there's no rule that says we must fight monsters. If we don't fight monsters, how do we pass the assessment? Zhao Hu asked, utterly perplexed. The requirement is to slay a demon at layer 4 of Qi Condensation or above and retrieve its demon core as proof. Xiao Ming stroked his chin, mulling it over. A demon at layer 4 of Qi Condensation. Against his current cultivation, a direct confrontation would be impossible, but with some slacking techniques, he might just pull it off with ease. Just then a cool, crystalline voice cut through the air. Xiao Ming, come here. Xiao Ming looked up to see Li Linger standing a short distance away, gesturing for him to come over. Grumbling inwardly about what she wanted now, he sauntered over at his leisurely pace. You've heard about the assessment, I assume? Li Linger asked, a trace of barely concealed worry flickering in her eyes. Though she couldn't stand his slacking ways, the past half-month of close quarters had shown her that his heart was fundamentally good. Moreover, his cultivation speed was astonishing. If he were expelled for failing, it would be a grievous waste. Xiao Ming nodded. I know. It's just hunting a demon in the beast forest. No big deal. No big deal. Li Linger furrowed her brow. The demons in that forest are no joke. A layer 4 demon can easily kill a normal layer 5 Qi Condensation cultivator. Don't let your guard down. She reached into her bosom and drew out a small jade vial, pressing it into Xiao Ming's palm. Inside are 3 explosive Qi pills. Taken in a dire moment, they can temporarily boost your cultivation by 1 layer. Keep them for emergencies. Xiao Ming paused, staring at the jade vial in his hand, and a strange warmth stirred in his chest. This top student, though always sharp and formidable, could be quite dependable when it counted. Thanks, senior sister, Xiao Ming said, stowing the vial and flashing a broad grin. Li Linger regarded his utterly carefree demeanor and shook her head with a sigh. The assessment is in 3 days. If you dare slack off or play tricks, even if you pass, I won't let you off. With that she turned and walked away, leaving Xiao Ming with her cold, resolute silhouette. Watching her depart, he rubbed his nose and thought to himself, won't let me off, huh? I'd better think carefully about how to slack off during the assessment. 3 days later, the outer sect assessment began in earnest. All outer sect disciples assembled at the martial arts arena. Zhongli stood upon the high platform and declared the rules. This assessment requires you to enter the beast forest at the rear of the mountain, slay a demon at layer 4 of Qi Condensation or above, and return with its demon core. That shall constitute a pass. The time limit is 1 hour. Anyone who fails to return within the allotted time will be deemed a failure. Hardly had his words faded when the disciples surged forward, jostling and shoving toward the beast forest, terrified of losing any advantage. Xiao Ming drifted along with the crowd at his own unhurried pace, calculating that 1 hour was more than enough time to find a spot and take a nap. As for demons, fate would decide. He had scarcely entered the beast forest when the sound of combat drifted from somewhere nearby. There Xiao, who stood facing off against a layer 4 green wolf demon with a broadsword in hand, his face etched with tension. The green wolf demon was massive in build, fangs bared, its emerald eyes locked dead onto Xiao, who ready to pounce at any moment. Xiao, who need any help? Xiao Ming called out, lazily leaning against a tree. Xiao, who glanced back and saw Xiao Ming, panic flashing across his face. Xiao Ming, stop just watching. This green wolf demon is far too powerful. Let's charge together. Xiao Ming waved his hand dismissively. No rush. Let me observe first. Scarcely had he finished speaking when the green wolf demon launched itself at Xiao, who with the speed of lightning. Xiao, who had no time to react and could only raise his broadsword in a feeble block. With a deafening clang, the blade was swatted aside, and the force sent Xiao, who stumbling backward until he crashed to the ground. The green wolf demon pressed its advantage, gaping jaws wide open, aiming to devour Xiao, who whole. Just then Xiao Ming moved. With deliberate slowness, he produced a slacking candy from his bosom and dangled it before the wolf demon. Hey big dog, you want a candy? It's sweet. The wolf demon froze, clearly unable to comprehend what this human was doing. Seizing the moment, Xiao Ming flicked his wrist, and the slacking candy sailed precisely into the wolf demon's mouth. Instinctively it swallowed. The next instant, as though all its vitality had been drained, its eyelids drooped, and it collapsed onto the ground, breathing in steady, even snores. Xiao, the hidden observers among the disciples. Xiao minged over and gave the slumbering wolf demon a lazy kick, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. Even better behaved than I expected. He crouched down, deftly extracted the wolf demon's core, and handed it to the dumbfounded Xiao Hu. Here you go. I'll go explore now. With that, he turned and strolled away, leaving Xiao Hu and a group of disciples petrified on the spot. This actually works. Just toss a candy and a demon falls asleep. What kind of monster is this Xiao Ming? Xiao Ming paid no mind to the whispers around him. With empty hands and a light heart, he continued wandering through the beast forest. His objective was clear: find a comfortable spot, take a nap, and return once the hour was up. As he ambled along, a fragrant aroma caught his attention. Following the scent, he found a layer 5 wild boar demon lying beneath a towering tree, gnawing enthusiastically on a pile of wild fruits. Xiao Ming's eyes lit up. Well, what a fine spot. Free fruits to boot. He strolled over, and with zero hesitation plucked a fruit, brushed it off, and popped it into his mouth. The wild boar demon glanced up at him, but seemed to take little notice, returning to its feast. Emboldened, Xiao Ming simply sat down beside it, munching on wild fruits and dozing off. The sun was warm, the breeze gentle, and with a demon serving as a reluctant bodyguard, what could be a more perfect setting for slacking off? Unknowingly, nearly an hour had already slipped away. Xiao Ming stretched and regarded the still gnawing wild boar demon, thinking, since I have to return and report anyway, I might as well take its demon core. Saves me the trouble of searching further. He rose to his feet and patted the wild boar demon on the head. Hey big piggy, lend me your demon core. The wild boar demon grunted discontentedly and lifted its head to glare at him. Xiao Ming produced his final slacking candy and waved it teasingly. Want it? If not, I'm taking it by force. The wild boar demon seemed threatened, just about to lash out, but its gaze fell upon the candy in Xiao Ming's hand. After a moment's hesitation, it shuffled over. Xiao Ming seized the opportunity and stuffed the candy into its mouth. The next instant, the wild boar demon collapsed onto the ground, fast asleep, just like the green wolf demon. Perfect. Xiao Ming retrieved the wild boar demon's core, tucked it into his bosom, and strolled leisurely out of the beast forest. By then, the martial arts arena was already bustling with returning disciples. Some held demon cores, high faces radiant with triumph. Others returned empty-handed, shoulders slumped in dejection. Zhongli stood atop the high platform, tallying the disciples who had passed. Xiao Ming had barely emerged from the beast forest when Zhongli's gaze fell upon him. Xiao Ming, where is your demon core? Zhongli asked, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. He was quite pleased with Xiao Ming's cultivation progress and wanted to see whether he could pass the assessment. Xiao Ming drew the wild boar demon's core from his bosom and handed it over. Here it is. Zhongli took the core, sensed the spiritual energy contained within, and his eyes widened in astonishment. A layer 5 wild boar demon core. You actually slew a wild boar demon. Wild boar demons at Layer 5 were among the most formidable creatures. Even inner sect disciples would find it no easy task to defeat one. Yet here was an outer sect disciple who had accomplished it. The surrounding disciples erupted into chaos, once more crowding around to get a closer look. Good heavens! Xiao Ming actually killed a wild boar demon. How on earth did he manage that? I saw him eating wild fruits and napping in the beast forest. This is absolutely absurd. You can slay demons just by slacking off. At that moment Li Linger approached as well. Seeing the wild boar demon core in Xiao Ming's hand, a flash of surprise crossed her eyes. You really slew a wild boar demon. Xiao Ming scratched his head, wearing an expression of utter innocence. Indeed. It came right to me, so I just took it. Li Linger looked at his utterly carefree countenance, as though he had done nothing and relied entirely on luck, and couldn't help but feel a faint smile tugging at her lips. She knew Xiao Ming was certainly not telling the whole truth, but seeing the demon core in his hand, she asked no further questions. Instead, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Not bad. You do have some skill after all. The news of his promotion to the inner sect sent the outer sect disciples into an uproar, half from envy of Xiao Ming's extraordinary fortune, half from curiosity over what manner of cunning strategy he had employed to effortlessly defeat a Qi-tempering level 5 demon beast. Only Zhao, who remained rooted to the spot clutching the azure wolf demon core that Xiao Ming had gifted him, still struggling to grasp the absurdity. A demon beast he had battled with all his might was nothing more than a casual feat for Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming paid no mind to the surrounding astonishment and followed Zhang Li to the inner sect to complete the registration procedures. The moment he arrived at the inner sect quarters, he was taken aback. Unlike the shabby wooden huts of the outer sect, the inner sect disciples resided in exquisite courtyard homes, and the spiritual energy here was more than twice as dense. Impressive, truly impressive. This environment is perfect for my purposes. Xiao Ming stroked his chin, already scheming in his heart about how to transform this chamber into his private haven of leisure. Just then a familiar crisp and cold voice rang out, "Xiao Ming, come with me." He turned to find Li Linger standing beneath the nearby colonnade, a wooden plaque in hand, her expression as cool and impassive as ever. A pang of unease struck his heart. "Senior sister, I've just been promoted to the inner sect. Must the guidance begin so swiftly?" "This is not guidance." Li Linger extended the wooden plaque. "The sect master has decreed, as a newly admitted inner sect disciple, with shallow cultivation, you require supervision. From this day forward you shall reside in the chamber adjacent to mine, so that I may oversee your training at any time." Xiao Ming stared at the inscription on the plaque, "Spirit Stream Courtyard Room C," and nearly leapt from shock. Adjacent? Senior sister, this seems rather improper. The proprieties between men and women. A cultivator places the pursuit of the Tao above all worldly conventions. Li Linger raised an eyebrow, her gaze carrying a hint of veiled threat. "Or do you harbor some guilty secret you fear I might uncover?" "What secret could I possibly have?" Xiao Ming steeled himself and accepted the plaque, though inwardly he wailed, "It's over, it's over." Just as he had escaped the grinding pressures of the outer sect, only to stumble headlong into the clutches of the inner sect's most relentless cultivators. There is no respite in this life. Host has been forced into the hard-working dweller cohabitation mode. Compensation triggered, awarded a pair of anti-drill earplugs which block all sounds urging cultivation, and one slacking pillow which accelerates spiritual energy absorption while held, enabling cultivation even while lying idle. 50 slack points awarded. The system's announcement fell upon his ears like rain after a long drought, and Xiao Ming's eyes instantly lit up. Anti-drill earplugs. A slacking pillow. These were treasures crafted expressly for his ambitions. He promptly followed Li Linger to Spirit Stream Courtyard. The two residences stood side by side, separated only by a bamboo fence. Li Linger's courtyard was immaculate. Cultivation manuals neatly arranged on a stone table, several long swords propped in the corner, every detail speaking of a dedicated cultivator's standard configuration. Xiao Ming's room C, by contrast, was nearly barren, a single bed and a lone table perfectly suited to his ambitions. Beginning tomorrow, rise at dawn for sword practice, meditate during the morning hours, study techniques at noon, engage in combat drills by mid-afternoon. Li Linger stepped into Xiao Ming's chamber and began drafting a rigorous training schedule with the rapid cadence of incantation. Xiao Ming silently retrieved the anti-drill earplugs and inserted them. Instantly, Li Linger's voice dissolved into a muffled drone as though filtered through thick cotton. He flashed her a picture of obedience, nodding vigorously. "Yes, yes, senior sister speaks wisely. I shall follow your instructions faithfully." Li Linger regarded him with satisfaction, nodded, and turned to depart, pausing only to add sternly, "Rest well tonight. No tardiness tomorrow." The moment Li Linger left, Xiao Ming removed the earplugs, collapsed onto his bed, and clutched the newly acquired slacking pillow. Its softness pressed against him, and a gentle stream of spiritual energy flowed into his body even before he closed his eyes, more comfortable than formal meditation. Truly a divine artifact. Xiao Ming smiled contentedly and closed his eyes, already plotting dawn practice. Never existed. He would sleep until high noon. The following morning, barely a hint of light gracing the horizon, Li Linger appeared precisely on schedule at the gate of Xiao Ming's courtyard. She drew her sword, its blade cleaving the morning tranquility. "Xiao Ming, rise and practice your sword," she called repeatedly, but no sound emerged the courtyard. Li Linger furrowed her brows and pushed the door open directly. Inside, she found Xiao Ming fast asleep, hugging the pillow, a trail of drool at the corner of his mouth, murmuring in his dreams, "Don't disturb me." 5 more minutes. "Xiao Ming." Li Linger's voice rose in anger as she strode forward and yanked away his blanket. "It is past the 3rd watch of Mao, and you are still asleep. Have you been treating my words as wind?" Shocked by the cold air, Xiao Ming shivered and blinked his drowsy eyes. Seeing Li Linger in full fury, he instantly regained most of his senses. He reached frantically for the anti-drill earplugs beside his pillow, but Li Linger snatched them away before he could grasp them. "What are these?" Li Linger examined the earplugs in her hand, her expression clouded with suspicion. Nothing at all." Xiao Ming snatched them back quickly and concealed them behind his back. "Merely ordinary earplugs. They disturbed me last night while I slept." Li Linger remained half-doubting, but said nothing further, instead tossing her sword toward him. "Hurry up and practice. Today you will drill the 3rd form of the Green Profound Basic Sword Manual. You shall not eat until you master it." Xiao Ming stared at the sword in his hand, utterly despondent. He dragged himself to his feet and followed Li Linger into the courtyard to practice. Armed with prior experience, he deliberately moved with exaggerated sloppiness riddled with flaws, while secretly activating the slacking pillow's spiritual energy in his heart. Who needed to practice sword forms when merely holding the pillow would boost his cultivation? Li Linger watched his perfunctory performance, her temples throbbing with frustration. She tempered her patience and patiently corrected his movements, guiding his stance hand by hand. Yet Xiao Ming either forgot the forms or lost his footing. After half an hour, he had not mastered even the 1st form. "Are you not learning with any seriousness at all?" Li Linger finally lost her temper and wrenched the sword from his hands. "This Green Profound Basic Sword Manual is within the grasp of any outer sect disciple, yet you, a future Foundation establishment inner sect cultivator, cannot execute it." Xiao Ming scratched his head with an expression of innocent bewilderment. "Senior sister, you cannot blame me. I am simply naturally unskilled with swords. How about we try another method of cultivation, perhaps one that involves lying down, cultivating while lying down." Li Linger let out an exasperated laugh. "I fear you have abandoned yourself to idleness beyond recovery. You shall not leave this courtyard until you have mastered the 3rd form today." With that, she turned and returned to her own courtyard, leaving Xiao Ming alone to ponder how to deceive his way out of the situation. Xiao Ming gazed at the sword in his hand and sighed, mulling over how to talk his way free. Just then he spotted a small squirrel climbing along Li Linger's courtyard wall, happily gnawing on a pine cone. His eyes lit up and a plan took shape. Xiao Ming crept quietly toward the wall and beckoned the squirrel. "Little one, come here. I have something delicious for you." The squirrel regarded him warily, but seeing no ill intent, it hesitated before leaping down. Xiao Ming drew a wild fruit from his robes and offered it to the squirrel. While it busied itself devouring the fruit, he swiftly slipped the anti-drill earplugs onto its ears and hoisted it onto his shoulder. Having completed his scheme, he called out deliberately loudly, "Senior sister, I have mastered the form. Come and see." Li Linger heard his voice and immediately approached, her gaze laced with skepticism. "You have truly mastered it. Demonstrate it for me." Xiao Ming nodded, picked up his sword, and pretended to begin practicing. The squirrel upon his shoulder, however, suddenly let out a piercing chirp. Li Linger instinctively frowned and opened her mouth to speak, but before she could utter a word, the squirrel leapt from Xiao Ming's shoulder onto hers and shoved the anti-drill earplugs firmly into her ears. Instantly, all sounds around her grew muffled. Li Linger hesitated, instinctively reaching to remove the earplugs, but the squirrel clung to her hair with its tiny paws and continued its persistent chirping. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ming swung his sword in a chaotic flurry of movements, even more sloppy than before, yet deliberately spoke in slow, enunciated tones. "Senior sister, look. The 3rd form. Is it not impeccable?" Unable to hear his words, Li Linger could only watch him brandishing the sword. Something felt profoundly wrong, but the earplugs muffled her ability to reprimand him effectively. Finally, she could only gesture helplessly for him to stop. Xiao Ming suppressed his triumphant grin, halted his movements, lifted the squirrel from his shoulder, and stealthily retrieved the earplugs. "Senior sister, how was my performance?" he asked deliberately. Li Linger removed the earplugs, her expression remaining cold, though a trace of resignation now lingered in her eyes. "Barely. Passable. That is all for today. Continue tomorrow." With that, she turned and departed, her footsteps quickening as though to conceal her earlier embarrassment. Xiao Ming watched her retreating figure and laughed until his sides ached. "Huh. Even the most relentless cultivator can be bested. This little squirrel is my ultimate slacking accomplice." Since entering cohabitation mode, Xiao Ming's life within the inner sect had devolved into a daily game between a dedicated cultivator and a master slacker. Li Linger rose with the dawn each day without fail to practice swordplay, meditate, and study cultivation techniques. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming relied on his slacking cushion and anti-striving earplugs, sleeping through the day and absorbing spiritual energy while hugging his pillow at night. Remarkably, his cultivation advanced steadily, reaching the early stage of the 5th layer of Qi Condensation in just a few days. Such a pace made even Li Linger question everything. Who, after all, was the true striver here? That noon, Xiao Ming lay sprawled on a recliner in the courtyard, basking in the sun, with his slacking cushion tucked against his chest and a stalk of foxtail grass dangling lazily from his lips. Suddenly a discordant voice rang out. "Is that you?" Xiao Ming, the one who stumbled into the inner sect on pure luck. Xiao Ming opened his eyes to see a youth in white inner sect robes standing at the courtyard gate. Tall and upright, his gaze haughty, radiating the spiritual energy fluctuation of late-stage 5th layer Qi Condensation. Behind him trailed 2 other disciples, their eyes dripping with disdain. Xiao Ming recognized him at once. Zhou Hao, an inner sect disciple renowned for his relentless cultivation diligence, one of the premier strivers among the inner disciples. Rumor had it he coveted becoming Li Linger's disciple and harbored particular hostility toward any male disciple who drew near her. "What do you want?" Xiao Ming asked lazily, not bothering to shift his body. Zhou Hao strode into the courtyard, sizing Xiao Ming up from head to toe, a mocking smirk curling his lips. "As I suspected, a completely good-for-nothing slacker. You've already breached the inner sect, and still you loaf around. I heard you swindled a boar demon's core through trickery during the outer sect examinations. Truly disgraceful for an inner sect disciple." Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow. "Does my shame concern you? Or are you simply bored and seeking relevance by bothering me?" "You?" Zhou Hao's face darkened. "All sharp words and no substance. I see. You're too cowardly to admit you're a waste of space. If you have any courage, compete against me. Should you lose, pack your things and leave Lingxi Courtyard forever. Never dare approach Senior Sister Li again." Hearing the commotion surrounding inner sect, disciples gradually gathered, eager for spectacle. Some recognized Zhou Hao and whispered among themselves. "It's Zhou Hao. He's an inner sect genius at late-stage 5th layer Qi Condensation. Xiao Ming stands no chance. Who asked for this?" Xiao Ming took over the Lingxi Courtyard residence and spends all his time with Senior Sister Li. Zhou Hao has been resentful ever since. This should be entertaining. A slacker versus a top striver. Let's see how badly he gets beaten. Xiao Ming sat up and stretched. "Fine, let's compete. But what happens if I win?" Zhou Hao sneered. "You win? Don't make me laugh. If by some miracle you actually defeat me, I'll bow to you as my master and serve you tea day and night." "Those are your words," Xiao Ming grinned, rising from his recliner. "What kind of contest? Live combat?" Zhou Hao drew his longsword, pointing it at Xiao Ming. "The sparring ground. Non-lethal strikes only." Xiao Ming nodded. "Agreed. Though I have no sword. A real waste. Can't even equip himself." One of Zhou Hao's followers scoffed, tossing a wooden practice sword at Xiao Ming's feet. "Use this. Wouldn't want people saying we bullied you." Xiao Ming caught the wooden sword, gave it a casual test swing, and offered a dismissive smile. "Lead the way." The group made their way to the inner sect sparring ground. Word spread quickly, and more disciples converged to watch. Even Li Linger was drawn from her residence, standing at the edge of the crowd, with a complicated expression fixed on Xiao Ming. She knew Zhou Hao's strength. Late-stage 5th layer Qi Condensation with exquisite swordsmanship. Though Xiao Ming had reached the early stage of the 5th layer, his combat experience was virtually non-existent. He stood no match for Zhou Hao. Yet something about Xiao Ming's unbothered demeanor made her feel inexplicably that this would not be so simple. "Xiao Ming, ready. I won't hold back." Zhou Hao gripped his longsword, his gaze sharp as he channeled spiritual energy around him, fully prepared. Xiao Ming stood in place, wooden sword in hand, and drawled lazily, "Ready enough. You may strike first." Zhou Hao snorted, sparing him no further words. His foot stamped the ground, and he shot forward like an arrow, his longsword carrying lethal sword intent straight for Xiao Ming's chest. The speed of his charge drew involuntary gasps from the surrounding disciples. Li Linger frowned, instinctively stepping forward to intervene, but then she saw Xiao Ming move. Rather than dodging, he advanced directly into the sword's path, wildly swinging his wooden blade in what appeared to be chaotic disarray, yet precisely parried Zhou Hao's strike. Clang! The swords collided, and Zhou Hao felt a strange force surge up his arm, his wrist going numb. His longsword nearly slipped from his grasp. Staring at Xiao Ming in disbelief, he managed to. Xiao Ming grinned. "Take your time. We're just getting started." He suddenly spun and took off running, circling the sparring ground, while shouting, "Come catch me. If you catch me, I'll let you hit me once." Zhou Hao's face turned green with fury. "Coward. Have the decency to stand and fight." He pursued immediately, but Xiao Ming maintained a frustratingly consistent pace, fast enough to stay ahead, slow enough to exhaust him. The more Zhou Hao chased, the more frantic he became, his spiritual energy depleting rapidly and his breathing growing ragged. Surrounding disciples watched in bewilderment. What strategy is this? Run when you can't win. Xiao Ming is incredibly cunning, using this method to drain Zhou Hao's spiritual energy. There's more to this slacker than meets the eye. He actually knows how to play dirty. Li Linger watched the two figures chasing each other across the arena, her lip twitching slightly. She finally understood. Xiao Ming had never intended to fight head-on. He was deploying a war of attrition to exhaust Zhou Hao. Sure enough, after nearly half an incense stick of running, Zhou Hao could endure no longer. He halted gasping and pointed a trembling finger at Xiao Ming. You have the nerve to stop and fight me like a man. Xiao Ming also stopped panting. All right, I'm too tired. I forfeit, okay? Zhou Hao blinked in confusion. You forfeit? Yes, Xiao Ming nodded earnestly. You're far too skilled. I cannot defeat you. I concede. With that, he dropped his wooden sword and turned to leave. Zhou Hao was momentarily stunned. He had been preparing for this entire time, never even unleashing his full strength, and now his opponent was throwing in the towel. How was he supposed to save face? Stop! Zhou Hao roared. I don't want your forfeit. I want you to fight me properly. Xiao Ming turned back, wearing an expression of innocent perplexity. But I truly can't beat you. Fighting recklessly would only lead to injury. Cultivation is precious. Why punish yourself over pride? As he spoke, he subtly activated his system. System detected host provoking opponent into a rage through deliberate slacking. Triggering infuriating slacker, reward cultivation advanced to mid-stage 5th layer of Qi Condensation. Obtained slacker shield. Blocks 1 attack below 6th layer Qi Condensation. Slacker points 80. Internally, Xiao Ming was jubilant, though outwardly, he maintained his picture of harmless innocence. Zhou Hao, seeing that smug expression, felt his blood pressure spike. Unable to contain himself any longer, he summoned his remaining spiritual energy and charged at Xiao Ming, his long sword aimed straight for his back. I see you're looking for death. This strike concentrated all of Zhou Hao's power, its speed rivaling lightning. Surrounding disciples gasped, and Li Linger's expression shifted. She was about to intervene when Xiao Ming suddenly turned and grinned at Zhou Hao. Finally lost your temper. Xiao Ming raised his hand and activated the slacker shield. A pale blue barrier instantly enveloped his body. Clang! Zhou Hao's sword struck the barrier with a thunderous crash, sword energy scattering in all directions. The rebound force sent Zhou Hao stumbling backward repeatedly before he crashed to the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood. Xiao Ming dispelled the shield and walked over to Zhou Hao, crouching down to pat his shoulder. I told you not to force it when you're outmatched. You refused to listen. Now look at you, hurt. Cultivation is what matters most. Try not to push yourself so hard, would you? Zhou Hao stared up at him, his eyes filled with unwillingness and despair before his vision went black, and he fainted outright. The surrounding disciples erupted into chaos. No way. Xiao Ming won. This is insane. He won just by running around. Slacking can be this effective. I've learned something new today. Li Linger approached Xiao Ming, regarding him with a mixture of emotions. Did you plan this all along? Xiao Ming scratched his head, feigning innocence. Not at all. I was just going for a jog. I didn't expect him to crack so easily and faint. Li Linger shook her head helplessly at his act, yet inexplicably felt that perhaps this slacker wasn't entirely unpleasant after all. Just then an authoritative voice resounded through the crowd. Excellent. Excellent use of strategy. Xiao Ming, you impress me. Xiao Ming turned toward the voice and saw at the entrance of the martial arena an old man in a cyan Taoist robe. His hair and beard were white, yet his eyes were piercing and bright, and an unfathomable surge of spiritual energy emanated from him. It was Xuanji Zi, the sect master of the Qingxian sect. Seeing this, the surrounding disciples immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, sect master. Xiao Ming also cupped his hands in salute, but inwardly, he wondered why had the old sect master suddenly come here. He wouldn't be trying to drag me into becoming a grinder, would he? Xuanji Zi walked up to Xiao Ming with a smile, looking him up and down, his eyes full of admiration. Not bad, not bad. To have such a mindset at such a young age, defeating the strong, while remaining neither arrogant nor impatient. You are truly fine material. Xiao Ming's heart skipped a beat. Mindset. I call this slacking off, not having a good mindset. He was about to explain, but Xuanji Zi patted him on the shoulder. I saw the whole match just now. Although you did not confront him head-on, you used cleverness to break brute force and drained your opponent's spirit. That composure and cunning are far better than those disciples who only know how to fight recklessly. Xiao Ming. So in the sect master's eyes, slacking off counts as composure and cunning. What a massive misunderstanding. System notification detected that the host's slacking behavior has been appreciated by the higher-ups, triggering the accidental slacking reward. Cultivation improved to the late-stage 5th level of Qi refining. Obtained 1 lie-down and win talisman, which can trigger the effect opponent automatically blunders at a critical moment. Slacking points 100. The system's chime made Xiao Ming beam with joy instantly. Whatever the misunderstanding, as long as there was a reward, it was fine. Standing nearby, Li Linger watched Xuanji Zi showering Xiao Ming with praise, and a trace of surprise flickered in her eyes. She had always thought Xiao Ming was simply a complete slacker, but the sect master's words just now made her want to take another look at him. Could his slacking off actually be a special cultivation method? Xuanji Zi turned to Li Linger and said with a smile, Linger, you have a good eye. This Xiao Ming is indeed a promising talent. Take him under your wing in the days ahead. Perhaps he will bring the sect a surprise. Li Linger quickly bowed. Yes, sect master. But she muttered inwardly, take him under my wing. I'm afraid I'll be led astray by him instead. Xuanji Zi then looked at Xiao Ming, his tone turning serious. 3 days from now will be the inner sect grand competition. Sign up for it as well. Perform well. If you can achieve a good ranking, I will personally teach you a high-grade cultivation technique. Xiao Ming's eyes flew wide in shock. The inner sect grand competition. And I have to sign up. Isn't this forcing me to join the grind? He was about to refuse when he saw Xuanji Zi's expectant gaze. Li Linger beside him also signaled with her eyes for him to agree. Left with no choice, Xiao Ming steeled himself and nodded. All right, I'll try. Good. That's the spirit. Xuanji Zi nodded with satisfaction and turned to leave the martial arena. After the sect master left, Xiao Ming's face immediately fell, and he wailed at Li Linger. Senior sister, you set me up. What kind of place is the inner sect grand competition? It's a gathering place for grinders. If I go, won't I just be cannon fodder? Li Linger rolled her eyes at him. The sect master personally named you. Would you dare refuse? Besides, with your abilities, you might not necessarily lose. After the earlier match, she had already gained some recognition for Xiao Ming's slacker tactics. Xiao Ming sighed and calculated inwardly. The inner sect grand competition. Looks like I'll have to use my ultimate slacking weapon again. For the next 3 days, Xiao Ming fully activated his slacking preparation mode. While everyone else went into secluded cultivation and studied cultivation techniques, he spent every day hugging a slacking pillow and sunbathing, or going to the back mountain to pick wild fruit, or chatting with demon beasts, living even more carefree than usual. Li Linger watched him and was so angry that she gnashed her teeth, but she was helpless. She tried to explain advanced sword techniques to Xiao Ming, but he fell asleep while listening. She wanted to spar with him, but Xiao Ming simply pulled out a lie-flat candy, making her grow drowsy as she practiced. In the end, Li Linger gave up too and could only let him slack off. Soon the inner sect grand competition arrived. The inner sect martial arena was decorated with extra solemnity. On the high platform sat sect master Xuanji Zi and several elders. Below the stage, inner sect disciples packed the area, and even outer sect disciples squeezed into the corners to watch the excitement. The grand competition rules were simple: draw lots to form groups, fight in pairs. The winner advanced, the loser was eliminated, and the top 3 would ultimately be decided to receive generous rewards. Holding his draw result, Xiao Ming saw the name on it, and the corner of his mouth twitched. His first opponent was actually Wang Lei, the veteran grinder among inner sect disciples at the early stage of the 6th level of Qi refining. It's over. I'm going to be out in the first round. Xiao Ming wailed inwardly, yet he could see the disciples around him all looking at him with sympathetic eyes. Xiao Ming is so unlucky, he drew Wang Lei in the first round. Wang Lei is a top 3 expert of the inner sect. Oh, Xiao Ming definitely can't beat him. Looks like Xiao Ming is going to be stopped in the first round this time. Li Linger came to Xiao Ming's side and handed him a pill. This is a Qi gathering pill. It can temporarily boost your spiritual energy. Take it. If you really can't win, concede. Don't force yourself. Xiao Ming took the pill, feeling warm inside. Thanks, senior sister. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Although he said that he was already planning how to use the lie down and win talisman. Before long, the first round began. Xiao Ming and Wang Lei stepped onto the martial stage. Wang Lei looked at Xiao Ming with undisguised contempt. Xiao Ming, I advise you to take the initiative and concede, so you don't get hurt by me later and lose face. Xiao Ming grinned. Conceding is no fun. How about we play a game? If you can touch the corner of my robe, I'll count it as a loss. Wang Lei was taken aback for a moment, then sneered. Arrogant. Since you're looking for death, don't blame me for being rude. The instant his words landed, Wang Lei moved. His body moved like lightning, his long sword bearing fierce sword aura as it thrust straight at Xiao Ming's face. The strength of the 6th level of Qi refining was indeed extraordinary. His sword aura was more than twice as strong as Zhou Hao's, and the surrounding disciples could not help exclaiming in shock. Xiao Ming, however, was not flustered in the least. He had already activated the lie down and win talisman, and his body instinctively dodged to the side, perfectly avoiding Wang Lei's attack. Wang Lei was stunned, never expecting Xiao Ming to dodge. He immediately adjusted his offensive, sweeping his longsword towards Xiao Ming's waist. But Xiao Ming seemed to have eyes on the back of his head and easily dodged once again. For the next half shurchen, a bizarre scene played out on the martial stage. Wang Lei chased Xiao Ming with his longsword, his techniques fierce, yet he could not even touch the corner of Xiao Ming's robe. Xiao Ming, like a nimble monkey, dodged left and right across the stage, occasionally making faces at Wang Lei. Stop running. If you've got guts, come fight me head on. Wang Lei roared in fury, his spiritual energy draining more and more, and his breathing turning rapid. Xiao Ming shouted while running, who would fight you head on? You can't beat me anyway, so why are you chasing me? System notification: the host has been detected using slacking methods to toy with the opponent. Triggered the dramatic slacking reward slacking points 50. The lie down and win talisman's effect has been extended by half a shurchen. Xiao Ming was overjoyed and ran even more cheerfully. The disciples below the stage watched in disbelief. This Xiao Ming is way too good at dodging. Wang Lei is going to be angered to death, haha. This isn't a contest at all. It's a monkey show. On the high platform, Xuanji Zi watched the scene. Far from being angry, he smiled even more joyfully. Good. What agility and grace. Xiao Ming's body movement has a hint of the Taoist conception of Wu Wei, acting without forced effort. The elders beside him nodded one after another. The sect master is right. This child Xiao Ming seems to be making a scene, but in reality he is hiding profound mystery. Standing below the stage, Li Linger watched Xiao Ming leaping up and down on the martial stage, and the corners of her mouth could not help curving upward. She realized that she seemed to be more and more fond of watching Xiao Ming slack off. After another half shurchen, Wang Lei could no longer hold on. His legs went weak, he collapsed onto the martial stage, and he said breathlessly, I concede. Xiao Ming immediately stopped, walked over to Wang Lei, and patted him on the shoulder. Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier? Why must you make things so hard for yourself? Remember, grinders never come to a good end. Slacking off is the true way. With that, he turned and walked off the martial stage, leaving Wang Lei on the stage wanting to cry, but unable to shed a tear. In the first round, Xiao Ming advanced with ease by toying with his opponent. In the following rounds, Xiao Ming repeated the same trick. Against an opponent at the 5th level of Qi refining, he used the lie down and win talisman to dodge until the opponent conceded. Against an opponent at the 6th level, he pulled out the slacker shield, and while withstanding the attacks, used the mockery art to enrage the opponent into a breakdown. And so Xiao Ming slacked his way all the way into the finals. His opponent in the finals was none other than Lin Xun, the #1 genius among the inner sect disciples at the early stage of the 7th level of Qi refining. The finals of the inner sect tournament drew the gaze of everyone. On one side stood Xiao Ming, the darkest horse who had stumbled his way through sheer mediocrity. On the other stood Lin Xun, the unrivaled genius of the inner sect and the ultimate embodiment of relentless cultivation. One who slacked to the extreme, the other who pushed himself to the extreme. This clash was hailed by all as the most absurd final in the history of cultivation. On the martial stage, Xiao Ming and Lin Xun stood facing each other. Lin Xun, robed in pristine white brocade, bore a handsome countenance and eyes sharp as blades. Waves of dense spiritual energy radiated from him, and the oppressive pressure of the 7th level of Qi refining forced the surrounding disciples to stagger back several steps. He regarded Xiao Ming with icy contempt. Xiao Ming reaching the finals was nothing but luck. Today I will teach you that slacking is a crooked path. Only diligent, bitter cultivation is the true way. Xiao Ming scratched his head with an innocent look. Don't say that. How is slacking not the true way? Look at me, I never cultivate diligently, yet here I am in the finals. So effortless. Arrogant. Lin Xun's face darkened. Today I'll make you see that luck runs out eventually. As his words fell, Lin Xun moved. He did not draw his sword. Instead, he formed seals with both hands, causing his spiritual energy to surge wildly into a colossal vortex. It's the high-level technique, spiritual energy vortex, from the Azure Profound art. Lin Xun has already mastered this move to perfection. The disciples below exclaimed in shock. Li Linger's expression changed, and she watched Xiao Ming with deep concern. The Azure Profound art was the core cultivation method of the Azure Profound sect, and the spiritual energy vortex was devastatingly powerful, capable of devouring an opponent's spiritual energy. Disciples below the 6th level of Qi refining had virtually no defense against it. Xiao Ming felt the oppressive wave of spiritual energy head-on, and his heart skipped a beat. He could tell that Lin Xun's strength was a cut above all previous opponents. The lying flat talisman and slacking shield would likely be useless now. Just then the system's voice rang out, detected host facing the ultimate cultivator. Triggering the ultimate slacking quest, defeat Lin Xun and prove the true essence of slacking. Quest reward: break through to foundation establishment. Acquire soul of slacking, passive skill immune to all cultivation pressure. Xiao Ming's eyes lit up. Break through to foundation establishment. And a passive skill. This reward is simply too sweet. He perked up, instantly grinned at Lin Xun, and said, since you're so eager to compete, I'll play with you. With that, Xiao Ming stopped evading and instead strode toward the spiritual energy vortex. He formed no seals, employed no spiritual energy, and simply raised his hand to gesture at the vortex. What is he doing? Is he trying to catch the vortex with his bare hands? The disciples below cried out in shock. Lin Xun was startled for a moment, then sneered, overestimating himself. But the next second something bizarre occurred. Xiao Ming's outstretched hand seemed to possess a strange magic. The savage spiritual energy vortex gradually calmed, and its energy flowed obediently through his palm and into his body. Impossible. Lin Xun's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. His spiritual energy vortex had been absorbed by Xiao Ming. Not only Lin Shun but the disciples below and the sect master and elders on the high platform were also dumbfounded. Xuanjizi suddenly rose to his feet, his eyes full of shock. This is the highest realm of drawing qi into the body. To be able to manipulate another's spiritual energy at will. Xiao Ming, who exactly is this kid? Only Xiao Ming knew that this was not drawing qi into the body at all, but the doing of his system. The moment he extended his hand, the system had automatically activated the preview effect of Soul of Slacking, granting him immunity to the vortex's pressure and allowing him to absorb his opponent's spiritual energy. Feeling the spiritual energy surging into his body, Xiao Ming's cultivation instantly soared from the late 5th level of qi refining to the peak of the 6th level, a mere step away from foundation establishment. He looked at the utterly stunned Lin Shun and said with a smile, "So Cultivator, your spiritual energy tastes pretty good." Lin Shun snapped back to reality, his face twisting with fury. "You cheated. If you've got guts, fight me head on." He drew the long sword at his waist, pouring spiritual energy into the blade as it began to hum with a resonant ring. With a momentum that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth, he thrust straight at Xiao Ming's chest. This strike, condensed with all of Lin Shen's power, was his ultimate move. Azure Profound One Sword. Xiao Ming's eye sharpened. He no longer dared to be careless. He channeled the spiritual energy he had just absorbed and simultaneously activated the slacking shield, charging at the incoming sword. Clang! A thunderous crash erupted as sword qi scattered in all directions, and even the martial stage trembled. Xiao Ming was blasted backward several steps, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. However, the slacking shield had absorbed most of the attack, leaving him far from severely injured. Lin Shen fared no better. He had never imagined Xiao Ming could block his ultimate move. His wrist went numb, and the sword nearly slipped from his grasp. "Impossible. You're only at the 5th level of qi refining. How could you possibly block my Azure Profound One Sword?" Lin Shen roared, his eyes wild with frenzy. Xiao Ming wiped the blood from his lips and flashed a grin. "Because I am the god of slacking." In an instant, he summoned all the spiritual energy within him, fused it with the system-rewarded Soul of Slacking, and shouted at Lin Shen, "Cultivator, wake up. Cultivation isn't about endless competition, it's about happiness. Look at yourself spending every waking moment cultivating like a machine. Is that even living?" The shout seemed to carry a strange power. Lin Shen's body jolted violently. The madness in his eyes slowly faded, replaced by confusion. Detected host has enlightened the obsessive cultivator with the philosophy of slacking, triggering the ultimate slacking reward break through to foundation establishment. Soul of Slacking officially activated. Slacking value 500. A surge of mighty spiritual energy erupted from Xiao Ming's body, and the oppressive pressure of foundation establishment rippled outward, silencing the entire arena. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within him, Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction. Finally, foundation establishment. Not easy. As for Lin Shun, under Xiao Ming's soul interrogation, he had fallen completely into a daze. Staring at his own hands, he murmured to himself, just what am I cultivating so desperately for?" Suddenly, he dropped his sword, crouched down, and burst into tears. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have competed so obsessively. I haven't had a proper sleep in so long." The entire arena fell silent. Everyone looked at Lin Shun weeping on the ground, then at Xiao Ming standing smugly on the stage, utterly bewildered. In the finals of the Inner Sect tournament, Xiao Ming had defeated the Inner Sect's top genius by simply talking some sense into him. This storyline is just too absurd. On the high platform, Xuanjizi watched the scene, first stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent. A fine Soul of Slacking indeed. Xiao Ming, you win. You haven't just won the match, you've won the way itself." The disciples below finally snapped out of their daze, and thunderous applause erupted. "Xiao Ming, amazing. God of Slacking. Xiao Ming is the god of slacking. From now on, I'm slacking too." Standing below the stage, Li Linger watched the radiant Xiao Ming above, a swirl of complex emotions in her eyes. Surprise, reassurance, and a faint, barely noticeable hint of affection. Xiao Ming watched the cheering disciples below, and his heart bloomed with joy. "Looks like my path of slacking is about to set the entire cultivation world on fire." At that moment, Xuanjizi rose and announced to all the disciples, "The Inner Sect tournament is over. First place, Xiao Ming. From this day forth, Xiao Ming is promoted to core disciple and shall reside in Tranquil Heart Court. I will personally teach him advanced cultivation techniques." Xiao Ming was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. A core disciple, and he gets to live in Tranquil Heart Court. This slacking life just keeps getting better. But before he could savor the joy, Xuanjizi added, "Also, Linger, you shall move to Tranquil Heart Court as well to cultivate together with Xiao Ming and keep each other motivated." Xiao Ming, Li Linger, all the disciples. What kind of divine arrangement was this? The obsessive senior disciple and the god of slacking were about to begin their core disciple cohabitation era. It seemed that the slacking legend of the Azure Profound sect had only just begun. The moment Xuanjizi's voice fell, the martial arts arena erupted into chaos, the disciples' murmurs nearly lifting the roof off. Holy crap. The sect leader's arrangement is just too absurd. Making senior sister Li and Xiao Ming live together. They're forcing a ship. The grind queen and the slacking god cohabitating. It's thrilling to think about. We're doomed. Jingxin Garden is going to become a mixed battlefield of slacking and grinding. Xiao Ming stood on the stage, the corner of his mouth twitching worse than a cramp. He was quite satisfied with the perks of being a core disciple, but the added condition of living with Li Linger looked like nothing but a sweet trap. This wasn't about mutual encouragement, it was clearly about letting the grind queen supervise his slacking around the clock. Li Linger's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes darting away, not daring to meet the eyes of the disciples around her. She could only steel herself and bow to Xuanjizi. Yes, sect leader. Inside, however, she was wailing, great, now even my sword practice will be affected by Xiao Ming's slacking aura. Xuanjizi watched the two with a knowing smile, stroking his beard. Young people need to spend time together to grow together. Alright, the great competition is over. Everyone dismissed. Xiao Ming Linger, follow me to receive your rewards. Following Xuanjizi to the sect leader's grand hall, Xiao Ming received the core disciple token and the key to Jingxin Garden, as he had wished, along with a high-grade cultivation art, the carefree art Xiaoyaoju. Xuanjizi specifically reminded him, the carefree art emphasizes going with the flow, which perfectly matches your nature. Cultivate it diligently, and you will achieve great things in the future. Clutching the art, Xiao Ming's heart bloomed with joy. Going with the flow. Isn't that just the official way of saying slacking off? The sect leader really understands me. Li Linger also received a Qi accumulating jade pendant that could hasten spiritual energy absorption, a compensation for her accompanying and being tricked into training. Leaving the grand hall, the two walked side by side toward Jingxin Garden. Along the way, Li Linger kept her head lowered in silence, the tips of her ears still red. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming was delightedly plotting how to renovate Jingxin Garden, completely oblivious to the oddity of the person beside him. Senior sister, do you think Jingxin Garden has a courtyard? Better yet, a big tree would be great for me to sunbathe under. Oh, and the rooms have to be big. I need to put a recliner and a small table for snacking. And if there's a well, even better. I can chill wild fruits in summer. Li Linger listened to his series of slacking plans and couldn't help rolling her eyes. Xiao Ming, can't you act a little more like a core disciple? Jingxin Garden is for cultivation, not your slacking outpost. Why can't a place for cultivation also be for slacking off? Xiao Ming said with unshakable confidence. The sect leader himself said the carefree art requires going with the flow. What I'm doing is flow-based slacking, which is the true essence of the art. Li Linger was left speechless by his reasoning and could only quicken her pace forward. Soon the two arrived at Jingxin Garden. Pushing open the gate, Xiao Ming's eyes lit up instantly. This place was even better than he had imagined. The courtyard was spacious with two lush old locust trees that provided perfect shade for a recliner underneath. In a corner stood an ancient well, and beside it grew several medicinal herbs. The main building had 3 rooms, 2 side chambers, and a central reception hall. Exquisitely furnished with spiritual energy, so rich, it was almost unreal. Perfect. This is a slacker's paradise tailor-made for me. Xiao Ming dropped his belongings, dashed to the locust tree, spun around twice, and wished he could lie down right then and there. Li Linger watched his look of sheer amazement, shook her head helplessly, and chose the left side chamber. She had just stepped into her room when she heard cheers from outside. Peeking out, she saw Xiao Ming hauling the deluxe slacking recliner he had just exchanged from the system toward the tree, humming a tune that was completely out of tune. Hopeless. Li Linger pressed her hand to her forehead, turned, and began organizing her own room. Her room was simple. Besides a bed and a desk, there was only a sword rack in the corner with her sword resting on it, a typical grind queen style. In the days that followed, Jingxin Garden completely became Xiao Ming's slacking base. Every morning, Li Linger rose before dawn to practice her sword, the sword aura slicing through the morning tranquility. Xiao Ming, on the other hand, slept until noon, clutching his slacking pillow, and the first thing he did upon waking was to fish chilled wild fruits out of the well. At noon, Li Linger studied cultivation arts in her room, occasionally disturbed by the sound of Xiao Ming's snacking outside the window. Xiao Ming lay on the recliner munching snacks while basking in the sun, occasionally complaining to passing birds. In the afternoon, Li Linger would go to the back mountain to train her combat skills. Xiao Ming would find a shady spot, either chatting with demon beasts or staring blankly at the clouds, euphemistically calling it, sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. One afternoon, as Xiao Ming lay on the recliner, nibbling wild fruit, he suddenly heard footsteps in the courtyard. He looked up and saw Li Linger walking in, carrying a long sword, her face gloomy, her clothes covered in dust. What's wrong, senior sister? Bullied by a demon beast? Xiao Ming asked casually. Li Linger tossed her sword on the ground, sat on a stone stool, and said with a hint of grievance, I went to the back mountain to challenge a black bear demon at the 7th level of Qi refining, and I lost. Xiao Ming was stunned for a moment, then laughed. A black bear demon? That thing's got thick skin and tough flesh. It's normal that you can't beat it. Besides, losing is losing. What's the big deal? Why get so upset over it? What do you know? Li Linger suddenly raised her head, her eyes slightly red. I've been called a genius since I was a child. Ooh, I've never lost so miserably. If I can't even beat a black bear demon, how can I become the sect's hope? How can I ascend to immortality? Seeing her aggrieved, yet stubborn expression, Xiao Ming dropped his joking demeanor. He walked over to Li Linger and handed her a wild fruit. Try it. Just chilled, it's very sweet. Li Linger hesitated for a moment, took the fruit, and took a bite. The cool, sweet flavor spread across her tongue, and the grievance in her heart seemed to dissipate a little. Xiao Ming sat down beside her and said slowly, Senior sister, have you ever thought about why you must win? Cultivation is about making yourself stronger, not about competing with others. Look at that black bear demon. It sleeps and eats all day, lives more freely than anyone, and it's doing just fine. But I'm a cultivator. I can't muddle through life like a demon beast. Li Linger retorted. Who says it's muddling through? Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow. Slacking off isn't giving up, but it's about living more comfortably. You train so desperately every day, even meditating while eating. Have you ever truly been happy? Li Linger froze. She had been instilled with the idea of becoming the strongest since childhood. Every day was nothing but cultivation, and she had never once thought about what happiness was. Looking at Xiao Ming's carefree demeanor, she felt a stir in her heart for the first time. Seeing her expression, Xiao Ming knew his words were taking effect. He struck while the iron was hot. Come on, I'll take you somewhere to show you what real cultivation is. With that, he took Li Linger's hand and ran toward the back mountain. Li Linger was pulled along, a warm sensation spread from her palm, and her cheeks instantly flushed. She thought about pulling away, but somehow, almost inexplicably, she followed Xiao Ming and ran with him. Xiao Ming pulled Li Linger along all the way to the deep back mountain, finally stopping at a meadow carpeted with wildflowers. A clear stream ran through the grassland, its waters crystal clear and bottomless, while several lazy demonic beasts lay sprawled nearby, dozing in the warm sunlight. Where is this? Li Linger gazed at the scene before her, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. She had visited this place countless times before, always for the purpose of hunting demonic beasts, yet she had never once noticed how peacefully serene it was. This is my secret base, a sanctuary for giving up on life. Xiao Ming released her hand and strolled toward the stream, bending to cup a handful of water in his palms. He took a sip and smiled. How about it? Much more comfortable than the cultivation chamber, isn't it? Li Linger watched the leisurely demonic beasts around her, listening to the gentle babble of the flowing stream. The unrest and irritation within her heart truly began to dissipate. She nodded and walked over to sit on the meadow, feeling the soft breeze brush against her cheeks. For the first time, she realized that time spent away from cultivation could be so utterly delightful. Xiao Ming sat down beside her and pulled out a collection of snacks from his robe, placing them between the two of them. Try these. I exchanged my slack-off points for these carefree fruits. They're said to lift one's spirits. Li Linger hesitated for a moment, then picked up a carefree fruit and popped it into her mouth. The flesh was soft and delicate, sweet, yet not cloying. A faint current of spiritual energy surged into her body, and she felt every muscle relax. Delicious, Li Linger blurted out, an unexpected smile blooming across her face. Xiao Ming's heart gave a sudden thud as he looked at her. The overachiever actually looked quite pretty when she smiled. He quickly averted his gaze and busied himself with the snacks, masking his embarrassment. The two of them simply sat on the meadow, munching on snacks and watching the demonic beasts bask in the sun, exchanging occasional words. The atmosphere between them was unusually harmonious. Xiao Ming, why are you so fond of slacking off? Li Linger suddenly asked. Xiao Ming paused, then laughed. Because I've already hustled enough in my past life. He did not elaborate on the matter of transmigration, merely explaining simply that he had worked himself to exhaustion day after day in his previous life, and therefore wished to live more leisurely in this one. Li Linger fell silent. She could understand Xiao Ming's sentiments. From a young age, she had lived under the weight of others' expectations, cultivating with relentless fervor every single day. Was that not also a form of hustling? Actually, I've thought about slacking off too, Li Linger murmured softly. Sometimes after practicing swordsmanship until my arms go numb, I want to set down my sword and sleep soundly, but I cannot. Why can't you? Xiao Ming interrupted her. Who decreed that a prodigy must always grind endlessly? You are Li Linger, not someone else's hope, and certainly not a tool of the sect. Do as your heart desires, and pay no mind to others' judgments. Li Linger met Xiao Ming's earnest gaze, and for the first time she felt a profound sense of being truly understood. She nodded, the corners of her lips curving upward. Just then a young fox demon strolled over lazily and nuzzled against Li Linger's leg. Li Linger froze, instinctively reaching out to push it away, but she caught Xiao Ming shaking his head at her. Don't be afraid. It's very gentle, Xiao Ming said. Li Linger hesitated for a moment, then extended her hand and gently stroked the fox demon's head. The creature's eyes narrowed in contentment, emitting a soft purring sound. A delighted smile broke across Li Linger's face. This was her first time interacting so closely with a demonic beast, and she realized they were not nearly as terrifying as she had always imagined. For the rest of that afternoon, Li Linger completely set aside her identity as the overachiever and joined Xiao Ming in lounging about. She fed snacks to the little fox demon, drank by the stream alongside a young deer demon, and even lay on the meadow staring blankly at the clouds drifting overhead. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden afterglow spilled across the meadow, gilding everything in warm light. Time to head back, Xiao Ming said, rising to his feet and brushing grass clippings from his robes. Li Linger also stood looking at Xiao Ming with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Today? Thank you. Thank me for what? For showing me how to slack off. Then you owe me a proper meal. Li Linger nodded with a smile. All right. When we return, I'll cook some fasting pills for you. Xiao Ming's face instantly darkened. No way, senior sister. The fasting pills you cook could blow up a cauldron. I'd like to stay alive for a few more years. Li Linger burst into laughter and chased after him, striking at him playfully. Xiao Ming, you're asking for it. The two of them returned to the tranquil mined courtyard, chatting and laughing all the way. Beneath the locust tree in the courtyard, the setting sun's last rays fell perfectly upon the lounge chair, casting a warm and lovely glow. From that day forward, Li Linger changed. She no longer rose before dawn each day to practice her swordsmanship, occasionally allowing herself to sleep in. She no longer devoted every waking moment to cultivation, sometimes following Xiao Ming to the back mountain to idle away the hours. Smiles appeared more frequently on her face, and her eyes grew brighter and more lively. The disciples of Qingxian sect soon discovered that their overachieving senior sister had somehow been corrupted by Xiao Ming, the deity of slackening off. Some spotted Li Linger feeding demonic beasts alongside Xiao Ming in the back mountain. Others saw her seated beneath the locust tree, snacking on treats Xiao Ming had given her. Most astonishingly, some even claimed Li Linger had learned to make sarcastic remarks under Xiao Ming's influence. It's all over. The overachiever of Qingxian sect is being wiped out. Is this the magic of letting go? Even Senior Sister Li can't resist it. I think this is wonderful. Senior Sister Li looks so much happier now than before. Unfazed by the disciples' gossip, Li Linger paid them no mind. She had discovered that one could live happily without being an overachiever. And Xiao Ming, watching Li Linger grow increasingly down to earth, felt an inexplicable joy stir within his heart. He knew that he was not only changing Li Linger but slowly transforming this hyper-competitive cultivation world. What he did not know, however, was that a crisis was quietly approaching. That night, Xiao Ming was fast asleep in his room, hugging his slacking-off pillow, when a series of frantic knocks startled him awake. Xiao Ming, open the door quickly. Something's happened. Li Linger's anxious voice came from outside. Xiao Ming was instantly alert, scrambling to his feet and flinging the door open. What's wrong? What happened? Li Linger's face was ashen as she panted. The Black Fiend sect has arrived. They've surrounded Qingxian sect and demand that the sect master hand you over. Aisha sect. The drowsiness Xiao Ming had felt upon just waking instantly scattered. His hand still gripping the door frame froze. What do they want with me? I don't even have a grudge against them. Li Linger stomped her foot in anxious agitation. The hem of her skirt was still spotted with undried dew, clearly from running all the way here. Who knows? Their sect master is standing outside the mountain gate, shouting that you stole the Haisha sect's spirit-gathering herb. He's giving us half a shurchen to hand you over. Otherwise he'll raise Qingxian sect to the ground. Xiao Ming blinked, his face blank. Spirit-gathering herb. What is that? I don't even know which way the Haisha sect's gate opens. Why would I steal their herb? Even as he spoke, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from beyond the mountain gate, shaking the locust leaves in Jingxin courtyard loose until they rained down. Zuanjizi, don't hide in there playing dead. Hand over that brat Xiao Ming at once, or today will be the day Qingxian sect is annihilated. The instant the voice fell, the entire Qingxian sect erupted into an uproar. Disciples charged out of their quarters, holding magical artifacts, their panicked gazes fixed toward the mountain gate. The once peaceful sect was instantly enshrouded in an oppressive tension. Li Linger drew her sword, her face grave. The Haisha sect is not weak. Their sect master is at mid-foundation establishment, and they have 3 elders at early foundation establishment. Our sect has few who can truly fight. This is a real mess. Xiao Ming, by contrast, was not flustered. He yawned and rubbed his eyes. Panic. When soldiers come, a general will block them. When floodwater comes, earth will hold it back. Besides, they're after me. Worst case, I go out and talk to them. Maybe it's all just a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Li Linger glared at him. The Haisha sect is notorious for being brutish and overbearing. Since when do they listen to talk of misunderstanding? They're deliberately picking a quarrel. Maybe they want to seize the chance to swallow up our Qingxian sect. Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow but did not answer. He turned around, went back into his room, dug out the loosest robe he could find, and slipped it on. After patting the slacking-off pillow tucked in his arms, he slowly sauntered out. Come on, let's go see the fun. I haven't seen our sect under siege before anyway. Might as well take a look at the excitement. Li Linger watched his utterly slacker-like demeanor, torn between annoyance and helplessness. She could only trail behind him, sword in hand. Yet an inexplicable sense of security rose in her heart. Every time Xiao Ming was this calm, he somehow seemed able to turn danger into safety. When the two reached the mountain gate, Xuanjizi was already standing atop the wall, with several elders, his face overcast, as he stared downward. Outside the mountain gate, a dense dark mass of Haisha sect disciples stood bristling with weapons and hostility. At their head was a burly man with a thick beard, none other than the Haisha sect master, Imo Tianxiong. Xuanjizi, half a shurchen is nearly up. What is your decision? Imo Tianxiong crossed his arms, glaring fiercely at Xuanjizi on the wall. Hand over Xiao Ming and pay us 100,000 spirit stones in compensation, and we'll let the matter drop. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Xuanjizi's brows were tightly knitted. He was just about to speak when an indolent voice came from behind him. Hey, I say, Big Beard. Are you looking for me? Everyone looked toward the voice. Xiao Ming ambled leisurely to the edge of the wall, craning his neck to peer down, his face still carrying the drowsiness of just waking up. There was not the slightest hint of tension about being cornered. The Qingxian sect disciples on the wall were dumbfounded. At a time like this, the god of slacking was still so composed. Imo Tianxiong was taken aback too, clearly not expecting Xiao Ming to step forward voluntarily, nor to look so completely unafraid of him. His gaze hardened. Bratso, you're Xiao Ming. If you know what's good for you, come down and surrender at once. Otherwise, when I storm the mountain gate, I'll cut you into 10,000 pieces. Surrender. Xiao Ming let out a derisive laugh, leaned against the wall railing, and picked at his ear. I haven't offended you, so why should I surrender? And you claim I stole your spirit-gathering herb. Do you have evidence? Bring it out, and let me see. Evidence. Imo Tianxiong's expression stiffened, then he gave a cold snort. My Haisha sect people saw you with their own eyes picking the spirit-gathering herb on the back mountain. That is evidence. Back mountain. Which back mountain? Xiao Ming tilted his head, looking baffled. I go to the back mountain every day to slack off. How have I never seen any spirit-gathering herb? Besides, even if there were one, why would I pick it? It's not even edible, and it's not even as sweet as wild fruit. At that, the Qingxian sect disciples on the wall could not help smothering their laughter, and the tense atmosphere eased at once. Even Xuanjizi's mouth twitched, despite himself. This Xiao Ming never forgot to slack off no matter where he went. Imo Tianxiong was utterly infuriated by Xiao Ming's attitude, his face flushed crimson. Brat, you dare toy with me? Then I'll have to show you a thing or two, so you know how formidable the Haisha sect can be. As he spoke, he drew the saber from his waist and poured spiritual power into it. The blade instantly exuded a dense, black, baleful aura. Xuanjizi, I'll give you one last chance. Will you hand him over or not? Xuanjizi was about to refuse when Xiao Ming suddenly cut in. Don't, sect master, don't refuse so quickly. He turned to Imo Tianxiong and said lazily, Big Beard, I can see life hasn't been easy for you either. Bringing all these people to block the gate must have worn you out, right? So I don't mind going with you, but you have to agree to a few conditions. Oh, let's hear them. Imo Tianxiong narrowed his eyes, assuming Xiao Ming was scared. Xiao Ming raised a finger and began counting slowly. First, after I leave, you can't make things hard for the people of Qingxian sect. After all, this has nothing to do with them. Second, you have to have good food ready on the road. I'm a picky eater. I won't take big pills. I want fresh wild fruit and roast meat. Third, once I reach your Haisha sect, you have to find me a comfortable place to stay. It should have a reclining chair, a courtyard, and plenty of sunshine. You also have to allow me to slack off every day and not force me to cultivate. Everyone on the wall was dumbfounded. These weren't surrender terms at all. They were the terms for turning Haisha sect into his slacking off base. Li Linger tugged at Xiao Ming's sleeve and hissed, have you lost your mind? Going with them is too dangerous. Xiao Ming patted her hand, signaling her to relax, then looked back at Imo Tianxiong. How about it? Those 3 conditions aren't hard, are they? Agree to them, and I'll go with you. Imo Tianxiong trembled with rage. He had lived for so long, yet this was the first time he had ever seen someone being threatened make such outrageous demands. He roared, Brat, you're asking for death. Before the words faded, he leaped into the air and charged at the wall, great saber in hand. Black, baleful aura blanketed the area like a storm cloud, a truly terrifying presence. The disciples of Qingxian sect on the city wall turned pale, and Xuanjizi and several elders immediately struck out several beams of spiritual light, shooting toward Imo Tianxiong. Bang! The spiritual light collided with the broadsword, sending shockwaves rippling outward and causing the city wall to shake violently. Imo Tianxiong was knocked back several steps and landed heavily, his eyes even more ferocious. So you refuse the courtesy wine and insist on the punishment instead? Imo Tianxiong roared. All hands advance. Flatten Qingxian sect. The Black Fiend sect disciples responded in unison, raising their weapons as they charged toward the sect gates, the clash of arms imminent. Li Linger gripped her sword tightly, ready for combat, when she suddenly spotted Xiao Ming reach into his robes and hurl something downward. It was a palm-sized yellow banner that expanded upon impact, emitting a soft glow to form a protective barrier that halted the leading Black Fiend sect disciples. Is this a defensive formation flag? Xuanjizi paused in surprise. He had never seen Xiao Ming possess such an artifact before. Xiao Ming clapped his hands together, pride evident in his tone. This is the lazy defense banner redeemed with my laissez-faire points. It defends automatically. No need to exert yourself to activate it. Quite handy, wouldn't you say? Mo Tianxiong's expression darkened as he regarded the barrier. Boy, you truly think this sorry little banner can stop the Black Fiend sect? He raised his blade once more and slashed at the protective dome. A thunderous clang echoed as the barrier shuddered violently, yet held firm. Xiao Ming let out a yawn, his impatience clear. I ask you, Big Beard, aren't you tiresome? Violence is so exhausting. Why not sit down, share a cup of tea, and discuss the meaning of life? Mo Tianxiong was thoroughly provoked by Xiao Ming's carefree attitude. He relentlessly swung his blade at the barrier, black, killing energy crashing against the spiritual glow again and again, yet unable to break through. Just then Xiao Ming's eyes lit up as though inspired. He called out to Mo Tianxiong. Hey, Big Beard, let me ask you. Does your Black Fiend sect make disciples cultivate for 10 hours every day without exception? Mo Tianxiong hesitated, uncertain of Xiao Ming's intentions, but scoffed coldly. Every disciple of the Black Fiend sect is valiant and diligent. Of course we train hard. Unlike your Qingxian sect, which breeds nothing but lazy, good-for-nothings like you. Tisk, how pitiful. Xiao Ming shook his head. 10 hours of cultivation every day with not even a moment to slack off. What's the point of living? If I were you, I would have quit long ago. What nonsense are you spouting? Mo Tianxiong bellowed. I speak no lies. Xiao Ming spread his hands. Look at me. I sleep when I wish, play when I please, and never force myself to train desperately, yet my cultivation still advances. And look at you. Exhausting yourself to death daily, yet you're hardly superior to me. As he spoke, he deliberately revealed his cultivation base, Qi refining 6th stage. Though far below Mo Tianxiong's mid-foundation establishment realm, it was remarkably impressive for someone who spent his days in idleness. Mo Tianxiong's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected Xiao Ming so young to possess such considerable cultivation, especially someone who showed no signs of diligent training. Noticing his confusion, Xiao Ming continued his temptation. In truth, embracing idleness can also lead to strength. Would you believe that? If you abandon your attack on Qingxian sect, I will teach you the secret of laying low. I guarantee you'll no longer exhaust yourself and your cultivation will steadily advance. Mo Tianxiong's expression shifted uncertainly. Deep inside, he felt genuine fatigue. Though the Black Fiend sect appeared dominant, years of resource conflicts had claimed many disciples' lives, and the pressure bore heavily upon him. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, a spark of temptation flickered within his heart. On the city wall, both Xianjizi and Li Linger stood dumbfounded. Who would have guessed Xiao Ming intended to turn the Black Fiend sect's sect master? This approach to idleness was simply beyond comprehension. Just as Mo Tianxiong wavered, a voice rang out from behind him. Sect master, do not listen to this boy's nonsense. He is merely stalling for time. Attack now and destroy Qingxian sect. The speaker was the Black Fiend sect's second elder, an elderly man with a pointed face and simian features. Mo Tianxiong's gaze hardened. Just as he was about to order the attack to resume, Xiao Ming suddenly called out, "Wait, I have one more thing to show you." He retrieved a red fruit from his robes and tossed it toward Mo Tianxiong. Taste this. It's called a laissez-faire fruit. It relieves fatigue and boosts cultivation, far more effective than your grueling daily training. Mo Tianxiong instinctively caught the fruit. After a moment's hesitation, he brought it to his lips and took a bite. The flesh melted upon contact and a wave of cool spiritual energy spread through his entire body. All traces of battle fatigue vanished instantly, and he even felt his cultivation base loosen slightly. His eyes flared with astonishment. This fruit truly possesses miraculous effects. Xiao Ming smiled. Naturally, there are many benefits to embracing idleness. So have you made your decision? Will you continue this bloodshed or learn the art of laying low from me? Mo Tianxiong looked at the fruit in his hand, then at the effortlessly relaxed Xiao Ming on the city wall, and finally recalled his own disciples' grueling daily cultivation. His internal scales tipped irrevocably. He took a deep breath and shouted toward Xiao Ming. Boy, are you speaking truly? Can embracing idleness truly lead to strength? Absolutely. Xiao Ming patted his chest proudly. I, Xiao Ming, never deceive others, especially on matters of idleness. Mo Tianxiong fell silent for a moment, then suddenly lowered his broadsword. Addressing the Black Fiend sect disciples behind him, he commanded, "All hands listen well, withdraw." Sect master, the second elder urged urgently. We cannot simply retreat like this. Silence. Mo Tianxiong shot him a stern glare. I have my own plans. Though bewildered, the Black Fiend sect disciples obediently sheathed their weapons and retreated alongside Mo Tianxiong. Mo Tianxiong looked up at Xiao Ming on the city wall and spoke gravely. Boy, I will trust you this once. In 3 days I shall return. Should you dare deceive me, I will flatten Qingxian sect to the ground. With that, he led his sect members away and soon disappeared into the mountain forests. Only after the Black Fiend sect had completely vanished did the Qingxian sect disciples on the wall come to their senses, each one staring at Xiao Ming in utter disbelief. Had it really been resolved? This easily? Li Linger approached, Xiao Ming, her expression filled with astonishment. You actually repelled the Black Fiend sect using the art of idleness. Xiao Ming stretched and yawned. What else could I do? Fighting is such a hassle and so exhausting. Look at this. Far more convenient, wouldn't you agree? Xianjizi regarded Xiao Ming with complex emotions, then offered a wry smile. Xiao Ming, your mastery of idleness grows ever more unfathomable. This time we owe you a great debt. Without you, Qingxian sect would surely have suffered greatly. It was nothing. Xiao Ming waved his hand casually. But sect master, since the crisis has passed, may I return to my sleep? I was awakened earlier and haven't had enough rest. The crowd fell silent. Watching Xiao Ming turn and walk away, the disciples of Qingxian sect shared a single thought. The master of idleness truly lived up to his reputation, even in repelling enemies with such unconventional methods. What Xiao Ming did not yet realize was that his counterintuitive approach had not only driven back the Black Fiend sect, but had also inadvertently spread the legend of idleness into Black Fiend sect's territory. A laissez-faire storm was quietly brewing, one that would soon sweep through the entire cultivation world. The news that the Haisha sect had withdrawn its troops spread through Qingxian sect as if it had sprouted wings. Disciples watched Xiao Ming's leisurely figure heading back to Jingxin court to catch up on sleep, and the shock in their eyes turned into genuine admiration. This was no mere god of lying flat, he was plainly the lying flat war god. Even a domineering sect like the Haisha sect could be persuaded to retreat with just a few words. Such a skill was likely unmatched in the entire cultivation world. When Li Linger followed Xiao Ming back to the courtyard, he had already flopped onto the recliner and was snoring into his slacker pillow. Sunlight filtered through the locust leaves and spilled across his face, tranquil and serene, as if he had not been the one who had just driven off the enemy. Hey Xiao Ming, aren't you worried at all? Li Linger crouched beside him and poked his arm. Mo Tianxiong said he would come back in 3 days. If he finds out you tricked him, he is bound to attack the mountain again. Xiao Ming groggily opened his eyes, yawned, and mumbled, why would I trick him? What I taught him is the true secret of lying flat, far more reliable than his days of endless fighting and killing. With that, he rolled over and fell back into a dead sleep. Li Linger watched his utterly defenseless posture, shook her head helplessly, and yet quietly let out a breath of relief. After spending these days slacking off with Xiao Ming, she seemed to have caught a bit of his lying flat aura. She even found the thought of Mo Tianxiong's arrival in 3 days no longer so frightening. Over the next 3 days, Qingxian sect returned to its usual calm, except that the disciples now looked at Xiao Ming with a little more awe. Some secretly imitated him by sunbathing on the back mountain, only to be dragged back by their masters and punished by copying cultivation manuals. Others tried chatting with demon beasts and were nearly chased down by a furious wild boar demon. Only Li Linger had managed to grasp a little of the true art of lying flat. She no longer practiced swordsmanship before dawn. Instead, she slept every day until the Chun hour, ate breakfast, then followed Xiao Ming to the back mountain to sit for half a shurchen feeding little foxes and listening to the babbling brook before going back to cultivate. Her efficiency was actually higher than before. In the blink of an eye, the 3rd day arrived. Just after noon, sounds arose from beyond the mountain gate. The disciples craned their necks toward the gate and saw Mo Tianxiong walking in alone without any attendants, hands clasped behind his back and a complicated expression on his face. Zuanjizi had prepared in advance and waited in the great hall with the elders, but Mo Tianxiong bypassed the great hall and headed straight for Jingxin court. He was going directly to Xiao Ming. At that moment, Xiao Ming was lying on the recliner chewing a chilled wild fruit while staring blankly at the clouds. He muttered to himself, that cloud looks like a chicken leg, that one looks like a recliner. Tisk, even the clouds today know how to lie flat. Xiao Ming. Mo Tianxiong's voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Ming was so startled that his hand twitched and the wild fruit fell to the ground. He looked up and saw Mo Tianxiong standing at the entrance of the courtyard. The face beneath the bushy beard was tightly drawn, and his eyes held a complicated mix of expectation and vigilance. Oh, Big Beard, you're here. Xiao Ming picked up the wild fruit, brushed off the dust, and resumed chewing. You're quite punctual and much better behaved than when you blocked the gate last time. Li Linger had just come out of her room. The instant she saw Mo Tianxiong, her hand closed around her sword, but Xiao Ming waved his hand to stop her. Mo Tianxiong stepped into the courtyard. His gaze swept over the recliner beneath the locust tree, then shifted to the chilled wild fruits by the well, a hint of curiosity rising in his eyes. Boy, is this the so-called lying flat you spoke of? Just lying around and sunbathing. What else? Xiao Ming pointed to the stone bench nearby. Have a seat. Don't just stand there, it's tiring. The first essential principle of lying flat is if you can sit, don't stand. If you can lie down, don't sit. Do whatever feels most comfortable. Mo Tianxiong hesitated for a moment, but still sat down, his back ramrod straight. Clearly he had not yet adapted to the relaxed feeling of lying flat. What exactly is the secret of lying flat you mentioned last time? Mo Tianxiong got straight to the point, staring intently at Xiao Ming. That lying flat fruit was indeed useful, but a fruit alone can hardly be called a secret, can it? Of course it can't. Xiao Ming swallowed the wild fruit, wiped his mouth, and said slowly, the core of lying flat is not truly being lazy, it is anti-involution. Think about it. Why does your Haisha sect force the disciples to cultivate for 10 shurchen every day? Isn't it because you're afraid of being outshone by other sects? You compete and scramble endlessly, and in the end the disciples are half dead from exhaustion, while your sect isn't even much stronger. Instead, everyone is wound tight, and none of it is any fun. Mo Tianxiong was momentarily stunned. Those words had hit the very core of his thoughts. For years, in order to contend for resources with the surrounding sects, he had forced his disciples to train day and night. Quite a few had died in cultivation or battle, and he himself was exhausted from living that way, yet he had always believed that the strong ought to be like this, and had never once doubted the pattern. Then, how should anti-involution be practiced? Mo Tianxiong's tone unconsciously softened, even carrying a note of seeking guidance. Xiao Ming's eyes lit up, his interest piqued. He sat up straight and began to lecture. It's simple. 3 steps. First, lower your expectations. Stop always thinking, I must win, I must be the strongest. Cultivation is already a path that defies heaven. It cannot be rushed. It's like this wild fruit. When ripe it is naturally sweet. If you pick it too early, all you get is an astringent mouthful. He pointed at the fruits by the well, and went on, second, learn the art of slacking off cultivation. Cultivation is not ascetic suffering. There is no need to make things hard for yourself. Rest when you are tired, play when you are annoyed, and train when your mood is good. Efficiency will be even higher. Look at Senior Sister Li. In the past, she practiced swordsmanship until midnight every night and made slow progress. Now she slacks off for half a shurchen every day, and instead her cultivation has broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Li Linger froze. Instinctively, she looked inward at her dantian, and found that her spiritual power was indeed much more abundant than before. Even the bottleneck at the 7th layer of Qi refinement that had long kept her stuck had actually loosened. She looked at Xiao Ming in astonishment. This guy's words really did seem to make sense. Mo Tianxiong was shocked as well. He knew that Li Linger was a genius of Qingxin sect, and had been stuck at the 7th layer of Qi refinement for a long time. He had never imagined that slacking off could help her break through. This completely turned his understanding upside down. Then, what is the third? Mo Tianxiong leaned forward, his eyes filled with urgency. Xiao Ming grinned and reached out to pat his shoulder. Third, and the most important point, accept your own imperfections. Don't always think about being the world's best. It is good enough to be a Mr. Good enough. Look at me. My cultivation is not top tier, and I am not a formidable fighter, but I live comfortably, and no one in the sect dares to bully me. Isn't that better than being the toil-worn sect master who never rests? Mo Tianxiong fell silent. Xiao Ming's words were like a hammer smashing the obsession he had clung to for years. He looked at Xiao Ming's carefree expression, then thought of the exhausted faces of his own disciples. An unprecedented weariness suddenly welled up in his heart. But, if I stop pushing the disciples to train, what if the Haisha sect is bullied by other sects? Mo Tianxiong was still a little hesitant. What is there to fear? Xiao Ming gave a derisive laugh. If someone really comes to bully you, use the counter-persuasion technique I taught you. If that fails, just run. As long as the Green Mountain remains, there is no shortage of firewood. A person who lies flat knows best the importance of leaving a way out. The words sounded unreliable, yet Mo Tianxiong inexplicably thought they made sense. He was silent for a long time. Then he suddenly rose and clasped his fists to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, hearing these words from you today is worth more than 10 years of bitter cultivation. I, Mo Tianxiong, acknowledge you as a friend. From now on, the Haisha sect will never cause trouble for the Qingxian sect again. Xiao Ming waved a hand. Don't say that. I don't want to be friends with you. It takes too much brain power. Just don't come and disturb my lying flat. Mo Tianxiong was taken aback, then burst into loud laughter. It was the first time in many years he had laughed so freely. He glanced at the recliner under the locust tree, then at the wild fruits by the well, and suddenly said, Xiao Ming, this recliner of yours. Could you let me sit on it for a while? I want to try what it feels like to sunbathe too. Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow and shifted over. Sit then, but don't squash my pillow. It is my treasure. Mo Tianxiong sat down, cautiously leaned back against the recliner, just as Xiao Ming had done, and closed his eyes. The warm sunlight fell upon his face, and a gentle breeze passed by carrying the fresh fragrance of locust leaves. The nerves that had been taut for years finally relaxed. He even felt this was more comfortable than a cultivation breakthrough. Li Linger stood to one side, watching the once ferocious sect master of the Haisha sect now lying on the recliner and sunbathing like a child. She could not help but laugh out loud. She suddenly felt that Xiao Ming's lying flat really could change many things. Just then the gate of Jingxin court was pushed open. Zuanjizi and several elders walked in. Seeing Mo Tianxiong lying on the recliner, they all froze. This was utterly unlike the swords-drawn confrontation they had imagined. Hearing the noise, Mo Tianxiong opened his eyes and cupped his fists towards Xuanjizi. Sect Master Xuanjizi, I was rather rude before. I hope you will forgive me. From today on, the Qingxian sect and the Haisha sect will be allies. If any outside enemy attacks, the Haisha sect will surely come to your aid. Xuanjizi was utterly bewildered. He turned to Xiao Ming, his eyes full of confusion. How in such a short time had even the sect master of the Haisha sect been won over by his lying flat? Xiao Ming grinned at Xuanjizi and spread his hands. See, I told you lying flat can solve every problem. Didn't I tell you the truth? Xuanjizi looked at Xiao Ming, then at the relaxed Mo Tianxiong, and suddenly felt that perhaps Xiao Ming's way of lying flat really was a different kind of cultivation path. In the meantime, Xiao Ming had already closed his eyes again and resumed muttering, "The sunlight is so lovely today, it is perfect for an afternoon nap." And so a crisis was completely dissolved in this lecture on lying flat, unexpectedly forging an alliance between the Qingxian sect and the Haisha sect. What Xiao Ming did not know was that his latest display had already quietly spread to the ears of other sects. A storm of lying flat was spreading through the cultivation world. News that the Qingxian sect and Haisha sect had turned from enemies to allies spread like ripples across the pond, sending shockwaves through the surrounding cultivation sects. At first, many refused to believe it. How could the Haisha sect, notorious for its brutality, suddenly submit to the Qingxian sect? It was not until cultivators witnessed Mo Tianxiong personally leading Haisha sect disciples to deliver 3 carts of spiritual herbs as restitution, and then standing guard at the entrance of Jingxin courtyard waiting until Xiao Ming had woken before daring to speak, that everyone was thoroughly astonished. Did you hear? Sect Master Mo Tianxiong of Haisha sect has become Xiao Ming's disciple of laziness. Disciple? I heard Mo Tianxiong is the one begging Xiao Ming to teach him the art of doing nothing, offering all sorts of treasures as tuition. Even the Haisha sect has been tamed by this philosophy. There must be something profound about Xiao Ming's way of laziness. The rumors grew ever more fantastical, and the once negligible Qingxian sect suddenly became the focal point of the cultivation world. Within days, sects began arriving at their doorsteps unannounced, not to provoke, but bearing lavish gifts, seeking an audience with Xiao Ming to learn the secrets of his laid-back philosophy. That early morning, Xiao Ming had not yet finished his sleep when the commotion in the courtyard woke him. Clutching his fishing pillow, he pushed open the door with a vexed expression, only to find Xuanzi standing beneath the locust tree alongside 3 nobly dressed cultivators, with several chests brimming with spiritually potent treasures piled nearby. Xiao Ming, you're awake. Xuanzi hurried forward, lowering his voice. These 3 are elders from the Luyun sect who have come specifically to pay their respects. Xiao Ming rubbed his eyes, glanced at the 3 cultivators, and let out a yawn. Respects? For what? I'm hardly going to teach them how to cultivate. The lead elder of the Luyun sect stepped forward eagerly, his face plastered with a flattering smile. Elder Xiao Ming, your reputation precedes you. We have heard that you resolved the crisis through the way of lying low and even subdued the Haisha sect. We have come to seek your guidance. These humble gifts are but a token. Please accept them. He gestured toward the nearby chests inside, which lay heaps of spirit stones, pills, and several fine magical artifacts. Xiao Ming glanced at them with zero interest. I have no use for such things. You may return. The way of laziness only guides those with destiny. Certainly not everyone can learn it. At these words, the Luyun sect elders froze. In their decades of life, they had never encountered anyone so unmoved by such treasures, nor one who rejected them so decisively. The second elder quickly spoke up. Elder Xiao Ming, you jest. Our Luyun sect disciples have been cultivating far too fiercely lately, and many have suffered Qi deviation. Please have mercy and guide us on how to embrace laziness. Save our disciples. Qi deviation. Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow. That is because they pushed themselves too hard. What does that concern me? Xuanzi quickly tugged at Xiao Ming's sleeve and whispered, Xiao Ming, at least give them some face. They represent neighboring sects. Don't make things too awkward. Xiao Ming rolled his eyes and reluctantly made his way to the stone bench, sitting down with his legs crossed. Very well. You may listen, but I have my conditions. The Luyun sect elders' eyes brightened, and they nodded eagerly. Please speak, Elder Xiao Ming. We will surely obey. First, Xiao Ming held up one finger and said slowly, to learn laziness, you must first lower your status. No more elders or sect masters. Here there are only 2 types of people, those who slack off, and those who grind. The grinders need not apply. The 3 elders exchanged glances and hurriedly insisted, we are not grinders. We sincerely wish to embrace laziness. Second, Xiao Ming held up another finger. Learning laziness comes at a price. I do not want your treasures. I want laziness points. Each day you must run errands for me, fetch water, sit in the sun, tend the spirit beasts. That is your tuition. Run errands. Sit in the sun. The Luyun sect elders were dumbfounded. They were elders of a major sect. How could they possibly do such menial tasks? Yet recalling the example of the Haisha sect, they gritted their teeth. No problem. As long as we can learn the secret, these trivial matters are nothing. Third, Xiao Ming raised his final finger, his expression growing serious. Laziness does not mean abandonment. If you study this path yet neglect your sect's affairs, do not say, I did not warn you. And once you begin, you cannot quit halfway. Otherwise I will send Mo Tianxiong to have a little chat with your sect. Though his words carried a hint of threat, the Luyun sect elders were not intimidated at all. In fact, they felt even more reassured. Even Mo Tianxiong obeyed him, which meant this path of laziness must be genuine. Excellent, excellent. We agree to all conditions. The lead elder eagerly accepted, afraid Xiao Ming might change his mind. Xiao Ming nodded with satisfaction and pointed toward the ancient well in the courtyard. Very well. Today's task: draw water from the well, then go to the back mountain and pick a basket of wild fruit. Bring it back and wash it for me. Remember, no spiritual energy. Use your bare hands. This is the first lesson of laziness. Experience the slow life. The Luyun sect elders exchanged glances. Though puzzled, they complied obediently. 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, having lowered their status, rolled up their sleeves, drew water by hand, and gathered wild fruit, their foreheads glistening with sweat, yet not daring to complain in the slightest. Li Linger stood at the doorway watching the absurd scene unfold and could not help but burst into laughter. She walked over to Xiao Ming's side and handed him a chilled wild fruit. You're actually going to teach them? Why not? Xiao Ming took a bite of the fruit. Free labor at my doorstep. Why refuse? Besides, with more sects embracing laziness, the cultivation world will be less cutthroat, and I can enjoy my peaceful idling in greater comfort. Li Linger shook her head in exasperation, yet found his reasoning quite sound. Since beginning to practice laziness, not only had her cultivation advanced, but her mood had also lightened considerably, and the bottleneck that had troubled her for so long showed signs of breaking through. Before long, the Luyun sect elders returned, each carrying a basket of wild fruit, panting heavily. Xiao Ming gestured toward the stone table. Set them there, wash them properly, then come sit in the sun. The 3 elders hurried to obey, then sat formally on the stone stools, mimicking Xiao Ming's posture and closing their eyes to bask in the sunlight. At first they felt awkward, but after a while, feeling the warmth of the sun seep into their bones and the fatigue gradually dissipate, they genuinely began to feel comfortable. How does it feel? Xiao Ming asked. Far more pleasant than locking myself in a practice chamber, isn't it? The lead elder opened his eyes, his expression deeply moved. Indeed, it is comfortable. No wonder Mo Tianxiong has grown so devoted. This path of laziness is truly wondrous. Xiao Ming smiled faintly, but said nothing. He knew these people had merely just begun to experience laziness and found it novel. Whether they could persist remained uncertain. But as long as one person persisted, they could influence an entire sect. Over time, the hyper-competitive culture permeating the cultivation world would gradually change. In the following days, more and more sects sent representatives to the Qingxian sect, seeking Xiao Ming to learn the way of laziness. Xiao Ming did not refuse them, merely establishing the same 3 rules: lower your status, pay your laziness points, and never quit halfway. In no time, Jingxin courtyard of the Qingxian sect became the ultimate sanctuary for the lazy across the cultivation world. Every day, elders and disciples from various sects came here to draw water, gather wild fruit, and bask in the sun. The once desolate courtyard grew bustling and lively. Some puzzled asked Xiao Ming why he accepted so many disciples. He merely replied lazily, more people means livelier company, and having others work for me means I can laze about with greater peace of mind. Only Li Linger understood that beneath Xiao Ming's seemingly idle exterior lay a determined effort to reshape this hyper-competitive cultivation world. He did not wish to see others lose themselves in the rat race as he had in his past life, nor did he want cultivators to sacrifice the original purpose of their cultivation in their pursuit of power. That evening, Xiao Ming reclined in his lounge chair, watching the disciples from various sects busily working in the courtyard below, a faint smile playing on his lips. The sunset cast a gentle warmth across his face. Just then, Li Linger approached him quietly and whispered, Xiao Ming, I seem to have broken through to the 7th layer of Qi Condensation. Xiao Ming opened his eyes and looked at her. He noticed her aura had grown considerably more profound, and her eyes shone with newfound vitality. He smiled. Congratulations. It seems my way of laziness is quite effective. Li Linger's cheeks flushed slightly, and she murmured softly, thank you, Xiao Ming. If not for you, I might still be grinding myself to exhaustion, never knowing that cultivation could be this effortless. Xiao Ming waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. I'm simply doing what I enjoy. The two sat side by side beneath the locust tree, watching the sunset descend. The afterglow spilled across the courtyard, illuminating the busy cultivators, painting the scene with warmth and tranquility. Xiao Ming knew this was only the beginning. His philosophy of laziness would touch more and more people, and a storm of laziness sweeping across the entire cultivation world had only just begun to unfold. Xiao Ming knew this was only the beginning. His philosophy of laziness would touch more and more people, and a storm of laziness sweeping across the entire cultivation world had only just begun to unfold. Xiao Ming knew this was only the beginning. His philosophy of laziness would touch more and more people, and a storm of laziness sweeping across the entire cultivation world had only just begun to unfold. The lying flat training class at Jingxin Garden was in full swing. Cultivators from nearby sects gathered here every day to draw water, pick wild fruits, and bask in the sun. At the edge of the cultivation world once defined by relentless competitive pressure, a rare and precious ease had finally begun to emerge. Yet this ease was soon shattered by a powerful surge of the hustling king's aura. That afternoon, Xiao Ming was lying on a recliner instructing the disciples of Luyun's sect on how to properly space out, when a furious roar suddenly sounded from the direction of the mountain gate, shaking the entire Qingxian sect. Absurd. Absolutely absurd. How can the cultivation world tolerate such heretical nonsense? Before his voice faded, a streak of golden light tore through the mountain gate and landed squarely in the open ground of Jingxin Garden. As the dust settled, an old man in an apricot-yellow Taoist robe with white hair and beard stood with his hands behind his back. He radiated the dense spiritual power of late-stage foundation establishment, his piercing gaze sweeping over the cultivators loitering in the courtyard with undisguised contempt. "It's Venerable Xianyang of Zhengyang sect," someone cried out in recognition. Zhengyang sect was a long-established power in the cultivation world. Its motto was cultivate with bitter diligence and sever all illusions, and it had always been the hustling king among hustling kings, looking down on any opportunistic or shortcut approach to cultivation. Seeing Qingxian sect in such an irresponsible and idle state, he naturally could not tolerate it. Venerable Xianyang's gaze finally settled on Xiao Ming, his brows knitted tightly. "So you are the Xiao Ming spreading the way of lying flat." Xiao Ming lazily raised his eyelids, too lazy even to sit up. "That's me. What about it? You've interrupted my sunbathing. How dare you?" Venerable Xianyang flew into a rage. His spiritual power erupted instantly, and an invisible pressure enveloped the entire courtyard. The cultivators who had been slacking off turned pale and retreated. Cultivation is a matter of defying heaven. Diligence must be the path and hardship the boat. Yet you encourage everyone to be lazy and cunning. You are corrupting the very spirit of the cultivation world. Today I will carry out justice in heaven's name and destroy your heretical path. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Xiao Ming, golden's spiritual power condensing in his palm with terrifying force. Li Linger instantly drew her sword and stepped in front of Xiao Ming, her expression grave. "Venerable Xianyang, this is Qingxian sect. Do not act recklessly. A mere little girl dares to block me." Venerable Xianyang snorted coldly. With a tremor of spiritual power, Li Linger was forced back several steps, her blood and qi surging. Xiao Ming finally sat up, frowning at Venerable Xianyang. "Tell me, old coot, are you sick? I'm lying flat on my own. What business is it of yours?" Still talking back. Venerable Xianyang's gaze turned colder. "The disciples of my Xingyang sect rise to cultivate at the yin hour and rest only at the Z hour, training day and night without pause. Only then can they achieve anything. Look at these people, loafing around all day. They are the shame of the cultivation world. Oh, up at the yin hour and resting at the Z hour." Xiao Ming sneered. "Then the disciples of your sect probably don't live past 50, do they? Hustling like that every day, their bodies fall apart long before they reach enlightenment. What's the point of cultivating? You might as well go straight to reincarnation." These words struck a nerve in Zhengyang sect. Although its disciples advanced quickly in cultivation, most of them depleted their bodies and lived far shorter lives than cultivators of the same rank. It was simply something they had never been willing to admit. Venerable Xianyang's face flushed crimson in an instant. "Utter nonsense. Today I will make you understand what the true Tao of cultivation really is." With that, he suddenly struck out with his palm, golden spiritual power transforming into a giant hand that slammed toward Xiao Ming. Master Xuanji and the elders of Qingxian sect turned pale. They wanted to intervene, but were so suppressed by Venerable Xianyang's spiritual power that they could not move. Just then Xiao Ming suddenly shouted, "Mo Tianxiong, if you don't act now, you won't get any lying flat fruit next time." The moment the words left his mouth, a dark figure vaulted over the courtyard wall. It was Mo Tianxiong. He had been coming to Qingxian sect every day to mooch some lying flat time, and had long treated the place as a second home. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, he let out a furious roar, summoned his great saber, and blocked Venerable Xianyang's attack. Boom! Golden and black spiritual power collided, sending shockwaves in all directions and scattering locust leaves across the courtyard. Mo Tianxiong staggered back several steps, his face pale. Clearly no match for Venerable Xianyang. "Mo Tianxiong, even you have been led astray by this brat." Venerable Xianyang's eyes were icy. "The Haisha sect is growing more and more pathetic. Cut the nonsense." Mo Tianxiong gritted his teeth. "Xiao Ming's way of lying flat is 100 times better than your rotten hustling king's way. As long as I'm here, you won't touch a single hair on his head." Venerable Xianyang snorted coldly, ignored Mo Tianxiong, and attacked Xiao Ming once more. This time he was in earnest. His spiritual power turned even more ferocious, and the golden giant palm nearly covered the entire Jingxin garden. Xiao Ming, however, remained perfectly calm. He leisurely pulled something from his robe, the lazy person's defense banner he had used previously to send the Haisha sect packing. He tossed it casually into the air, and the banner instantly expanded, conjuring a light barrier around himself and Li Ling. Boom. The golden giant palms slammed into the barrier. It trembled violently, but it did not shatter. Venerable Xian Yang's pupils contracted. What kind of magic artifact is this? Made exclusively for lazy people? You wouldn't understand. Xiao Ming leaned back in his recliner and took a leisurely bite of a wild fruit. Look, old coot, you fought and made your scene. That's about enough. If you're really that restless, why not sit down and bask in the sun? It's far more comfortable than fighting and killing. You dare provoke me still? Completely enraged, Venerable Xian Yang formed hand seals, and golden spiritual power coalesced into a long sword that stabbed toward the barrier. Just then a chorus of voices rose one after another in the courtyard. Venerable Xian Yang, please show mercy. The way of lying flat really works. My cultivation bottleneck has loosened. Don't destroy our sacred place of lying flat. It turned out that the cultivators who had previously learned to lie flat under Xiao Ming now stepped forward on their own. Although they feared Venerable Xian Yang's imposing aura, they still stood in front of the barrier. During this time, by slacking off with Xiao Ming, not only had their bodies felt better, but they had actually broken through in cultivation. They had long regarded the way of lying flat as their lifeline. Venerable Xian Yang looked at these deluded and unrepentant cultivators and trembled with fury. You are simply beyond saving. Watching the scene, Xiao Ming curved his lips into a faint smile. Old coot, see that? Everyone loves lying flat. Only you still cling to that antiquated hustling king's way. You think you are acting for the good of the cultivation world, but in truth you simply don't want to admit you're wrong. Venerable Xian Yang was stunned. Seeing the sincere eyes of those cultivators, doubt arose in his heart for the first time. He had always believed that diligence can compensate for inadequacy. But seeing these cultivators become radiant from lying flat, and recalling the exhausted faces of his own sect's disciples, he suddenly felt that perhaps he had truly been wrong. Just as he lost himself in thought, Xiao Ming suddenly tossed a red fruit that landed squarely in his hand. Try this, a lying flat fruit. After eating it, you'll know what true relaxation is. Venerable Xian Yang hesitated for a long time, but in the end, unable to resist his curiosity, he took a bite. The flesh melted the moment it touched his tongue, and a cool current of spiritual energy instantly spread through his body. The nerves that had been taut with anger relaxed at once, and even the hidden injuries of many years faintly showed signs of easing. He stared at the fruit in his hand, disbelief flooding his eyes. This fruit actually has such miraculous effects. It's not just the fruit. The benefits of lying flat are many. Xiao Ming smiled. You train so desperately every day. Have you ever asked yourself what it's for? Is it to become stronger, or just to avoid being outdone by others? Venerable Xian Yang fell silent. From childhood, he had been taught to cultivate diligently, and to make Xinjiang's sect the #1 sect in the cultivation world. He had never once asked what he himself truly wanted. He had lived for over 100 years cultivating and fighting every day, never once feeling as relaxed as he did at this moment. Venerable Xian Yang opened his mouth, suddenly feeling unspeakably weary. I think I really was wrong. Seeing his attitude soften, Xiao Ming pressed on while the iron was hot. It's enough that you can recognize and correct your mistake. Come sit here. I'll teach you how to bask in the sun. The way of lying flat knows no age limits. Anyone can learn it. Venerable Xian Yang hesitated briefly, then finally walked over and sat down on a stone bench. He imitated Xiao Ming, closed his eyes, and let the warm sunlight wash over him. Unconsciously, a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, the cultivators in the courtyard cheered. Mo Tianxiong let out a sigh of relief, then sidled over and sat beside them, basking in the sun as well. Li Linger walked over to Xiao Ming and said with a smile, I never imagined you could convince even Venerable Xian Yang. Xiao Ming shrugged. I didn't convince him. He figured it out himself. After all, who can resist the joy of lying flat? Under the setting sun in Jingxin Garden, the once supreme, hustling king Venerable Xian Yang was now basking in the sun alongside a crowd of lying flat people. The scene was absurd yet perfectly harmonious. Xiao Ming knew that with the fall of Xinjiang's sect, his way of lying flat was finally about to sweep across the entire cultivation world. And an even greater storm was quietly brewing. The top-tier sects of the cultivation world had already taken notice of this unconventional god of lying flat. The news that the leader of the Xinjiang sect, Xianyang Jinren, had cast aside the rat race and embraced the slacker's way, tore through the cultivation world like a gale. Even the most seasoned rat race champion sect had defected to the lying flat camp. Now no one dared question Xiao Ming's way of lying flat any longer. In fact, it stirred restless ambition in even more cultivators. Day after day, the foot of Qingxian sect's mountain gate was thronged with seekers of mastery. Yet Xiao Ming had grown even lazier than ever before. No matter how many people gathered outside, he stayed put in his little corner of the tranquil heart court, sunning himself by day and feeding spirit beasts, leaving even the lying flat training class in the charge of immortality and Xianyang Jinren under the elegant excuse of true knowledge springs from practice. One afternoon as Xiao Ming dozed in his recliner, the slacking off pillow in his arms suddenly turned warm, and a system prompt echoed in his mind. A high-level cultivator's aura has been detected approaching. Cultivation golden core stage. Danger level low. Suggestion host should continue lying flat, no need to pay any mind. Xiao Ming jolted awake in an instant. Golden core stage. That was top-tier combat power in the cultivation world, stronger than Xianyang Jinren and immortality combined. Why would such a figure suddenly come to Qingxian's sect? He had barely sat up when a figure in a blue robe materialized in the courtyard as silently as a phantom, startling no one. The newcomer wore a face as flawless as polished jade, with a bearing both refined and gentle. A jade pendant carved with the two characters, Tianyan, hung at his waist. His spiritual energy was carefully held inward, yet it exuded an oppressive depth that defied measure. Someone from the Tianyan sect. Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow. He had seen the Tianyan sect's emblem in ancient texts. The most elite sect in the cultivation world, whose disciples were all heaven-blessed prodigies, their gazes perpetually fixed toward the sky. Why would they come looking for him? The blue-robed cultivator offered a slight bow with clasped hands, his tone composed. I am Su Qingxian of the Tianyan sect. Greetings, young friend Xiao Ming. There was no arrogance, no disdain. Only a touch of courtesy which caught Xiao Ming a little off guard. He sprawled lazily back into his recliner. What do you want with me? I've no interest in hustling at your Tianyan sect. Su Qingxian smiled, his gaze drifting over the recliner, the ancient well, and the pair. Immortality and Xianyang Jinren, huddled together in a patch of sunlight, curiosity shimmering in his eyes. Young friend, you jest. I came not to recruit, but simply because I heard that your way of lying flat overturns all convention. I was eager to see it for myself. See what exactly? Xiao Ming hugged the pillow, eyeing him warily. My way of lying flat is nothing more than doing whatever feels comfortable. There's nothing to see. Su Qingxian walked to a stone bench and sat down without a trace of haughtiness. Young friend, you are too modest. From what I understand, Qingxian sect was once a minor sect of no repute, yet through your single-handed efforts you subdued the Haisha sect and the Zhenyang sect one after another, and even moved surrounding sects to emulate lying flat. That is hardly something the word comfort can explain. He paused, his gaze resting on Xiao Ming with a glimmer of inquiry. Furthermore, I hear that you have never cultivated painstakingly, yet your cultivation base improves steadily. You can even win the conviction of foundation establishment cultivators while still at the Qi refining stage. Surely there is hidden profundity behind this. Xiao Ming's heart tensed. This Su Qingxian was indeed no ordinary man. He had seen through the incongruity with a single glance. Maintaining his calm exterior, he fished out a wild fruit and tossed it over. Peel it yourself if you want to eat. And stop asking so many questions. I was simply born to lie flat. My cultivation advances fast because it's in my nature. No use being envious. Su Qingxian caught the fruit, but refrained from eating. Instead, he said softly, Young friend, do you know that there has never been a precedent in the cultivation world of growing stronger through lying flat? If such a talent truly existed, the major sects would have scrambled to take you in as a disciple. You would never have been content to linger at Qingxian sect. These words hit the mark precisely, leaving Xiao Ming momentarily speechless. Just then the system's voice sounded again. The host need not hide anything. This person bears no ill will. Sharing some information is advisable as it will help expand the influence of lying flat. Xiao Ming exhaled in relief. Since the system had said so, he no longer felt like keeping up the act. He leaned back in his recliner and looked at Su Qingxian. Fine. Since you're this curious, I'll tell you. I do have a secret, but you might not believe it. Pray tell. Su Qingxian's eyes brightened, his body edging forward slightly. I have a lying flat system, Xiao Ming said bluntly. As long as I lie flat, I earn lying flat points, which I can exchange for elixirs, magical artifacts, and even cultivation breakthroughs. On the other hand, if I start hustling, the system punishes me and makes me miserable all over. Su Qingxian was dumbfounded. He had lived for centuries and witnessed myriad wonders, yet never in his life had he heard of such a thing as a system. He knitted his brow. A system? What is that? It's something that lets me grow stronger while lying down. Xiao Ming couldn't explain it clearly, so he simply gave up. Just think of it as a heavenly cheat code made specifically to counter the rat race. Su Qingxian fell silent, examining Xiao Ming's earnest countenance. It did not look like a lie. He suddenly recalled the celestial anomaly recorded in the Tianyan sect's ancient manuscripts. Once every millennium, a person who breaks all conventions emerges in the cultivation world, and that person's existence alone transforms the entire structure of the realm. Could Xiao Ming be this anomaly? So your so-called way of lying flat actually relies on this system? Su Qingxian asked. Not exactly. Xiao Ming shook his head. The system is only a supplement. The true way of lying flat is to help everyone understand that cultivation is not a road with only hustling on it. Your Tianyan sect disciples are all gifted beyond measure, but cultivating 12 hours a day. Are they truly happy? Su Qingxian was struck speechless. He recalled the disciples of Tianyin sect indoctrinated from the very moment they joined with the creed of the strong are supreme, pushing themselves to their absolute limits day and night, mocked if they showed even a hint of laxity. They were indeed formidable, yet they lived like machines never graced by a single genuine smile. Young friend speaks with reason. Su Qingxian sighed. Though the Tianyin sect ranks as a pinnacle sect, we too remain trapped in the ruthless grind of involution. In recent years, the mounting pressure on our disciples has driven many to thoughts of retreat. Xiao Ming's eyes gleamed. Well then, why not have your Tianyin sect try lying flat too? I guarantee your disciples will feel reinvigorated, and their cultivation will advance even faster. Su Qingxian smiled. You are quite forthright, young friend. Yet this matter carries too much weight for a hasty decision. I must return and report to our sect master first. He rose, saluted Xiao Ming with clasped hands, and said, Today's talk with you has been most enriching. The Tianyin sect will not interfere with your way of lying flat, and should you ever need anything, we are willing to lend our aid. Xiao Ming waved a hand. No aid needed. Just don't disturb my lying flat. Su Qingxian smiled once more, turned and dissolved into a streak of azure radiance that vanished from the courtyard. Only after he was gone did Mo Tianxiong sidle up, concern written across his face. Xiao Ming, the Tianyin sect, is a titan of the cultivation world. Now that you've confessed your system to him, could that spell danger? Relax. Xiao Ming lay back in his recliner. That fellow didn't seem like a bad sort. And even if he wanted to seize my system, he couldn't. Xian Yangzhenren nodded in agreement. Su Qingxian has a stellar reputation in the cultivation world and has always honored his promises. He shouldn't go back on his word. Xiao Ming said nothing more, closing his eyes to resume his nap. He knew that Su Qingxuan's arrival meant his way of lying flat had already garnered the attention of the highest echelons of the cultivation world. This was both an opportunity and a challenge. Once the Tianyin sect joined the Lying Flat Alliance, the entire cultivation world would be transformed from its very roots. Yet Xiao Ming remained blissfully unaware that 1,000 miles away in the Tianyin sect, a debate over whether to champion the way of lying flat had already quietly unfolded. Just as Xiao Ming was in the depths of sleep, the slacking off pillow in his arms grew scorching hot once more, and the system's prompt chime detected numerous cultivator auras approaching from the Tianyin sect. Count 50. Cultivation Foundation Establishment to Golden Core Stage. Danger Level None. Note the host is about to encounter the grandest, lying flat promotion opportunity yet. Xiao Ming snapped his eyes open, the corners of his mouth curling upward. The Tianyin sect people had arrived even faster than he had expected. The lying flat storm that had swept through the cultivation world was finally about to reach its climax. Before the system's alert had even faded, a synchronized chorus of footsteps resounded beyond the gates of Qingxian sect. There was no clamor, yet an aura of supreme sect dominance pervaded the air, as though time itself had grown still. Bao Ming slowly rose from his lounge chair, stretched lazily, and called out to the courtyard entrance, "Stop lingering at the gate, and come in. This humble courtyard is small, yet there remains room enough for your handful of souls." Before his words had settled, a solemn voice echoed from beyond the threshold. "Young friend Bao Ming, your spirit is truly uninhibited. No wonder you've become the catalyst behind this trend of relinquishing ambition." With that voice, a procession of cultivators clad in azure robes swept into view, their leader an elderly man with snow-white hair and a gaunt visage, his gaze fathomable ancient jade, hanging at his waist, bearing the same token as Su Qingxian, yet exuding something far more primal, radiating the formidable spiritual energy of a late-stage golden core cultivator. This was Ling Shuzi, patriarch of Tianyin sect. Trailing in his wake were Su Qingxuan, several elders of Tianyin sect, and dozens of core disciples, each radiating an exceptional bearing, yet all fixated with thinly veiled curiosity upon the courtyard's lounge chair's ancient well and Bao Ming's languid figure. Zuanjizi arrived hastily upon hearing the news, and upon catching sight of Ling Shuzi, immediately stepped forward with reverent greetings, his expression tinged with apprehension, for this figure stood at the apex of the cultivation world, and Qingxian sect had never before welcomed such exalted company. Yet Ling Shuzi paid him no mind, his gaze fixed directly upon Bao Ming. With a slight nod he said, "I am Ling Shuzi. Long have I heard of your reputation, young friend." "Oh, so you're the patriarch of Tianyin sect." Bao Ming nodded, gesturing toward a nearby stone stool. "Sit, make yourself comfortable. Though I only have stone stools to offer, not the jade chairs your sect treasures, so bear with what we have." Had anyone else uttered such words, Tianyin sect disciples would have immediately condemned the disrespect. Yet now not a single soul dared to speak. All were eager to witness what manner of person could so captivate Su Qingxian and persuade Xian Yangzhenren to abandon his relentless striving for the Tao of arrangement itself. Ling Shuzi took his seat without offense, then spoke plainly. "Young friend Su Qingxian has shared your story with this old man. I have come today for two reasons. First, to witness this Tao of arrangement, with my own eyes. Second, to inquire whether you might be willing to spread this path throughout the entire cultivation world. Spread it. Bao Ming raised an eyebrow. I lack the inclination for such endeavors. My sole desire is to arrange dead in peace and tranquility. Ling Shuzi smiled. Your words missed the mark, young friend. This trend of arrangement has taken root, yet it persists only on the fringes of our cultivation world. If we can persuade the major sects to embrace this path, we might ease the pervasive burnout across the cultivation realm while establishing your Tao of arrangement as the definitive new standard. You would become the guiding light of this age. Would that not carry far greater purpose than mere solitary withdrawal? Bao Ming stroked his chin in contemplation. There was merit to Ling Shuzi's argument. If the entire cultivation world embraced this way of life, no one would disturb his peace, and he might accumulate substantial arrangement points to exchange for finer things. His eyes brightened. Very well, I'll agree to promote it, on certain conditions. First, during the promotion, all sects must follow my arrangements without exception. Even Tianyan's sect will accompany me in basking under the sun and tending to spirit beasts. Second, I shall not manage operational details, only deliver instruction. Your Tianyan sect will handle venue's personnel and provisions. Third, upon successful promotion, each sect must pay me their arrangement tribute, not spirit stones or pills, but fine wild fruits and comfortable reclining chairs. These three conditions, seemingly extravagant, perfectly captured Bao Ming's essential nature. Ling Shuzi paused briefly before erupting into laughter. Excellent. It shall be as you wish, young friend. Nearby Xianyang Zhenren and Mo Tianxiong's eyes lit up. They stepped forward eagerly. We too wish to assist. Zhenyang sect and Haisha sect pledged their full support to the Arrangement Grand Assembly. Bao Ming nodded with satisfaction. Then let us host the first Cultivation World Arrangement Grand Assembly, here at Qingxian sect. We shall invite all sects to witness firsthand how profoundly satisfying this path can be. Upon hearing the announcement, the entire cultivation world erupted into fervor. With Tianyan sect leading and Zhenyang sect and Haisha sect lending their support to host this arrangement gathering at Qingxian sect, the very notion seemed the most extraordinary occurrence in a millennium of cultivation history. Each major sect responded differently. Some, consumed by curiosity, immediately registered their participation. Others wavered between skepticism and interest, sending disciples to investigate. A few established orthodox sects dismissed the whole affair as absurd folly, yet even they couldn't resist the temptation to witness what this gathering might accomplish. Within merely 3 days, Qingxian sect transformed entirely into the venue for this grand assembly. The former training grounds received soft grass mats and were filled with reclining chairs. The back mountain became a designated relaxation zone with rest stations along the streams and meadows. Even beyond the sect's main gate, iced wild fruits and tea were set out for attending cultivators to enjoy. On the day of the grand assembly, crowds swarmed beyond Qingxian sect's outer gates, with cultivators arriving ceaselessly from all directions. Clad in diverse sect attire, each bore the same curiosity, eager to witness what this paradigm-shifting arrangement gathering might truly entail. Bao Ming, serving as the assembly's chief speaker, appeared only after the sun had climbed high, moving at his characteristic leisurely pace. Wearing loose outer robes and clutching a relaxation cushion, he ascended to the central platform, yawned, and remarked, "It seems everyone has arrived. Let us begin." The cultivators below fell instantly silent, their gazes fixing upon him in unison. Clearing his throat, Bao Ming spoke deliberately. "To begin, I must make clear arrangement is neither idleness nor surrender, but rather a far more elevated path of cultivation. What drives your relentless cultivation day after day? The pursuit of greater power, the desire to triumph over others. But even if you attain the pinnacle of the world, what then? You will still eat, still sleep, still face your troubles." He paused briefly before continuing, gesturing toward the assembled cultivators. "I understand many consider my words mere nonsense. Very well then. Today I shall not lecture. Instead, I invite you to experience it firsthand. Listen to my instructions, set aside your weapons, remove your robes, find a comfortable place to recline and bask beneath the sun." An uproar erupted among those below. What? Reclining beneath the sun? Does this qualify as cultivation? Preposterous. We have come to learn the Tao of arrangement, not to idle away our time. Agreed. I consider Bao Ming nothing but a charlatan. Many cultivators wore expressions of disdain, some already turning to depart. At that moment, Ling Shuzi rose suddenly, removed his cultivation robes, and reclined upon a grass mat, closing his eyes to absorb the sunlight. Su Qingxuan, Xianyang Zhenren, and Mo Tianxiong followed suit in turn, and even Zuanjizi hesitated briefly before joining them on the ground. Witnessing these figures lead by example, the cultivators below fell momentarily speechless. After a brief hesitation, one cautiously set down his weapon and located a grass mat to recline upon. Though initially uncomfortable as warmth from the sun permeated his body and a gentle breeze carried the scent of fresh grass, the accumulated exhaustion from days of cultivation began to dissipate, leaving him thoroughly at ease. This is quite comfortable, actually. Indeed, far more pleasant than sitting in meditation chambers. My tense nerves have relaxed, and my spiritual energy flows with considerably greater ease. The sunlight over the martial arts arena was just right, warm breezes carrying the scent of fresh grass brushing across faces that had finally relaxed. The cultivators of the cultivation world who had been poised for battle now lay sprawled upon the grass cushions, their eyes languidly fixed upon the drifting clouds on the horizon, even their breaths growing calm and measured. Occasionally someone would savor the lies flat fruit nestled in their arms, the sweet and sour juice sliding down their throat, seemingly smoothing out the stagnation in their spiritual energy as well. Any lingering doubts that had occupied their minds had long been burned away by the sun. Xiao Ming reclined against his newly acquired super loafing lounge chair. Crafted from some unknown material, it yielded like sinking into clouds, with an automatic lumbar support that molded itself to his spine, eliminating even the minor inconvenience of adjusting one's position while basking in the sun. He bit into the lustrous lies flat fruit, its clear sweetness detonating across his tongue. The system's reward of unlimited supply proved reliable. As soon as he finished one, another appeared in the fruit basket beside him, the ultimate dream for any advocate of the laid-back lifestyle. Playing tricks and conjuring illusions. A bunch of good-for-nothings with no ambition. A cold, harsh rebuke suddenly shattered the tranquility like a stone thrown into a still lake. All eyes turned toward the entrance of the martial arts arena, where a group of cultivators clad in purple-black attire stood. At their head was a middle-aged man with a sinister countenance, a sword at his waist gleaming with chilling light, his surrounding spiritual energy radiating an unmistakable oppressive pressure. He was the patriarch of the ZG sect, known throughout the cultivation world as the most competitive sect, Purple Fiend True Person. Behind him marched the disciples of the ZG sect, each standing tall, with sharp eyes, unconsciously adopting cultivation stances, even while stationed outside the arena, filled with lounge chairs, their disciplined posture starkly out of place against the languid atmosphere within. Purple Fiend True Person's gaze swept across the cultivators sprawled across the ground, his eyes brimming with contempt. The path of cultivation demands swimming against the current, burning the midnight oil. Only then can one break through realms and achieve the great Tao. Yet you lot choose to bask in the sun and idle away your time here, bringing utter shame upon all cultivators. His voice, amplified by spiritual energy, reverberated through the air and made the eardrums of many recently relaxed cultivators ache. Some frowned, yet dared not speak out due to the ZG sect's formidable strength. Renowned throughout the cultivation world for its grueling training regimen, where disciples practiced no less than 12 hours daily, and even recited cultivation techniques, while eating, making them one of the most powerful sects that no one wished to provoke. Xuanjizi instantly sat upright, his expression tense as he glanced toward Xiao Ming, while Lingshuzi also opened his eyes with a slightly grave look. He had anticipated that established sects would resist, but never imagined Purple Fiend True Person would storm in and disrupt everything. Purple Fiend True Person paid no mind to the crowd's reactions and strode directly toward Xiao Ming on the raised platform, his footsteps carrying a heavy oppressive aura. Xiao Ming, is it? Let me see whether your so-called way of lying flat can withstand the ascetic cultivation power of my ZG sect. As he spoke, his right hand gripped firmly, and the sword at his waist hummed as it left its scabbard, its blade shimmering with purple-black murderous intent, aimed straight at Xiao Ming's face. The sword strike was ferocious, carrying the terrifying spiritual power of the late Golden Core stage. Clearly moved by genuine rage, he sought to expose Xiao Ming's deception on the spot. A wave of gasps erupted from the crowd below, with many cultivators instinctively attempting to rise and evade the attack, and even Lingshuzi prepared to intervene. Yet Xiao Ming remained reclined in his lounge chair, not even lifting his eyelids. He lazily spat out the fruit pit from his mouth and remarked carelessly, "What's the rush? Can't even enjoy the sun in peace." A competitive king indeed. Even picking fights is done in such a hurry. Before his words faded, a thought crossed his mind, and a system prompt echoed within. Would you like to activate domain of lying flat? Activate. The very next instant, a barely visible pale golden radiance spread silently from the center of Xiao Ming's lounge chair, instantly enveloping the entire martial arts arena. Wherever the radiance passed, the air seemed to thicken. The once fierce sword intent immediately slowed upon touching the glow, as if submerged in viscous honey, losing the greater part of its power. Purple Fiend True Person's expression shifted. The spiritual energy around him suddenly grew sluggish, his normally smooth-running cultivation technique stuttering, and even his hand gripping the sword hilt felt heavier. He gazed in disbelief at his sword. Though merely a few zhang away from Xiao Ming, it felt as though separated by thousands of rivers and mountains, unable to advance even an inch. What sorcery is this? Purple Fiend True Person roared, channeling his full spiritual energy to break free from this bizarre constraint, yet the harder he strained the heavier his body became, as if countless invisible hands were pulling him down, urging him simply to lie down and rest. Don't waste your effort. Xiao Ming yawned, his voice carrying throughout the arena via the domain. Within my lying flat domain, the more anxious you become, the less effective you are. The more you struggle, the more uncomfortable it feels. The harder you try to exert yourself, the more disobedient your spiritual energy grows. Why not? Try relaxing instead. Naturally, Purple Fiend True Person refused to admit defeat. He clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, yet his body grew increasingly unresponsive. The situation was even worse for the ZG sect disciples behind him. Their once upright postures gradually slumped, sharpness in their eyes replaced by exhaustion, and one after another couldn't suppress yawns before their legs gave way, and they collapsed onto the grass. Sectmaster. I'm so tired. A young disciple murmured instinctively, lying down as sunlight washed over him instantly, dispelling the fatigue from days of arduous cultivation. It seems not lying down is actually quite nice. Once the first one fell, the second followed. The ZG sect disciples, already suffocating under the relentless pressure of their sect's competitive culture, saw their long-suppressed exhaustion erupt under the influence of the lying flat domain. One by one they abandoned resistance, collapsing onto the ground to savor a rare moment of ease. Watching his disciples fall one by one around him, and feeling his own spiritual energy growing increasingly sluggish within, the ferocity on Purple Fiend True Person's face slowly faded, replaced by an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Having lived for hundreds of years, he had never experienced anything like this. Desiring to rage, yet lacking the strength, wanting to act, yet too lazy even to move a finger. He staggered backward several steps before his legs finally gave way, and he crashed down onto the grass cushion. Warm sunlight bathed his once tense face, and the anxiety he'd carried for days over his sect's rankings quietly eased in that very moment. Gazing at the drifting clouds overhead, he suddenly wondered what all his relentless struggle over the years had been for. Even if ZG sect became the #1 sect, what would he truly gain? Nothing but the constant pressure of cultivation and sect affairs weighing him down day after day. Perhaps there really is no need to exhaust myself so. Purple Fiend True Person murmured to himself, the hostility in his eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by a bewildered yet relieved peace. He unconsciously picked up a lie-flat fruit nearby, took a bite, and the sweet and sour flavor bloomed on his tongue as his tensed nerves finally relaxed completely. Witnessing this scene, the cultivators below erupted into absolute excitement. Heavens! Purple Fiend True Person has actually lied down too. This lying flat domain is incredibly powerful. Even the competitive kings of ZG sect can't withstand it. So this is the true power of the lying flat way. It's not about being lazy. It's a realm that can tame even the most competitive souls. A flicker of astonishment crossed Ling Shuzi's eyes. He rose to his feet and bowed to Xiao Ming. Young friend Zhao's lying flat way lives up to its reputation. After witnessing it today, this old man is thoroughly convinced. True Person Xinyang and Mo Tianxiong also rose, their faces alight with excitement. Even the most obstinate ZG sect had been assimilated. This gathering of lying flat had truly succeeded. Xiao Ming looked out at the crowd, now completely relaxed, including those cultivators who had previously sneered, all lying on the grass with expressions of pure enjoyment, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The system prompt sounded once more, detected that the competitive ZG sect has acknowledged the lying flat way. Lying flat influence has reached a new height. Rewarding host with lying flat barrier, defends against all forms of competitive attacks. Lying flat value 100, unlocking the title Lord of Lying Flat. Lord of Lying Flat title effect within the cultivation world. All cultivators who acknowledge the lying flat way will feel fondness toward the host. Additionally, while in a lying flat state, the host's spiritual energy recovery speed increases tenfold. Xiao Ming's heart swelled with joy. This time around, not only had he resolved the crisis, but he'd also gained so many rewards. It was an incredible windfall. He rose and walked onto the raised platform, addressing the assembled cultivators in a clear voice. It seems everyone has already grasped the true essence of lying flat. The path of cultivation is not limited to relentless competition alone. Learning to relax and embrace the art of lying flat is what allows one to journey further. From this day forward, the lying flat way shall officially become the new trend throughout the cultivation world. Thunderous applause erupted from below, with cheers rising one after another. Even the disciples of ZG's sect joined in the clapping, their eyes brimming with approval. This gathering of lying flat drew to a close with the assimilation of the most competitive sect, and the news spread throughout the entire cultivation world, completely upending everyone's understanding. Sects that had previously harbored doubts began sending representatives to Qingxian sect to learn, while even those established competitive kings were forced to reconsider the lying flat way. Xiao Ming's name echoed throughout the cultivation world, and he was respectfully honored as the Lord of Lying Flat. Meanwhile, Qingxian sect transformed from an insignificant small sect into the lying flat sacred ground of the cultivation world, with cultivators arriving endlessly each day, seeking the lying flat mind method. Standing atop the peak of Qingxian sect, Xiao Ming leaned back in his super loafing lounge chair, watching the steady stream of cultivators below. In his hand, he idly tossed a lies flat fruit, contentment radiating from within him. No cultivation required no monsters to defeat. Merely lying flat was sufficient to achieve greatness. Indeed, in this cultivation world, the art of lying flat proved most satisfying. The moment Xuanjizi's voice fell, 3 auras, distinct yet equally profound, arrived from beyond the mountain gate. They did not deliberately unleash their oppressive might, yet they naturally carried the bearing of top-tier sects. Even the drifting clouds among the peaks seemed startled and paused for a long moment. Xiao Ming still refused to move from his super loafing recliner. Upon hearing this, he only lazily raised his eyelids. The 3 top sects. They came quite fast. Let them wait. I'll finish this slacking fruit first. With that, he leisurely took the last bite of the fruit, the clear sweet juice swirling on the tip of his tongue, and even the spiritual energy around his body stretched and relaxed along with him. Xuanjizi stood to the side, so anxious that his palms turned sweaty. Those were the 3 most supreme sects in the cultivation world, and their sect masters had come in person. For an ordinary sect, even a single audience required 3 days of fasting and bathing, but Xiao Ming of all people insisted on finishing his fruit first. He did not dare urge him, so he could only watch helplessly as Xiao Ming wiped his hands with deliberate slowness, leaned back in his recliner, and dozed for a while. Only when the warm sunlight high above had thoroughly bathed his body did he stretch and slowly rise. All right, let them in. Oh, and bring out my newly acquired cloud pattern cushion. The stone stools are too hard, sitting on them for too long would be uncomfortable. Xuanjizi quickly acknowledged, turned around, and ordered his disciples to prepare it. Just as he reached the courtyard gate, he saw 3 figures already standing there. The one in front was an old man in a bright yellow Taoist robe, his face majestic and a vermilion mark between his brows. None other than Xuanyangzi, the sect master of Taiching Palace. On the left was a woman in purple, noble and graceful, with a faint fragrance of flowers lingering about her. Hua Yurong, the valley master of Baiwa Valley. On the right stood a burly man in black, broad-shouldered, and imposing, with eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Lei Xiaoyan, the hall master of Jinglei Hall. These 3 figures all stood at the apex of the cultivation world's pyramid. Any one of them appearing alone would shake an entire sect, and now they had arrived together. Even Xuanjizi, accustomed to grand occasions, could not help tightening up inside. He hurried forward to greet them. I did not know the 3 sect masters were gracing us with your presence. I have failed to welcome you from afar. Please forgive me. Xuanyangzi waved his hand, and his gaze passed over Xuanjizi to look straight at Xiao Ming in the courtyard, eyes filled with a hint of puzzlement and curiosity. Young friend, Xiao, no need for such formalities. We came today specifically to seek advice from the Lord of Slacking. The 3 filed in one after another. When their eyes landed on Xiao Ming, they could not help but freeze for a moment. The young man before them wore a loose, plain-colored robe, his hair casually tied at the back of his head, his face still bearing the lazy look of someone who had just woken up. He had none of the overbearing dignity of a cultivation world powerhouse. Instead, he resembled the idle young master of an ordinary household. Yet it was precisely this appearance that had stirred a slacking storm across the entire cultivation world. Xiao Ming pointed at the cloud pattern cushion that had just been brought over, and said casually, sit down. Don't just stand there. My courtyard is small, but it is more than enough to host the 3 of you. Lei Xiaotian had the most impatient temperament. Right after sitting down, he said bluntly, young friend, Xiao, my Jinglei Hall disciples undergo bitter cultivation every day. But lately many of them have heard about the way of slacking, and their minds are all in chaos. They have even lost all drive to cultivate. I came today to ask, what is the real trick behind your way of slacking that has driven so many people in the cultivation world crazy? His words carried a somewhat accusing tone, and his voice was quite forceful. Hua Yurong, seated to the side, frowned slightly, but said nothing. Lei Xiaotian had always been like this, preferring directness. What was more, Jinglei Hall was renowned precisely for bitter cultivation, so he was surely anxious now that his disciples had suddenly been swept up by the trend of slacking. Xiao Ming, however, did not mind in the least. He picked up a slacking fruit and handed it over. Have a fruit first. Don't rush. Do you think the disciples' minds are in chaos because the way of slacking is bad, or because they were already tired to begin with? Lei Xiaotian was taken aback. Instinctively, he accepted the fruit and took a bite. The sweet and sour taste immediately dispersed the frustration in his heart. He froze again, momentarily at a loss for words. Xuanyangzi saw this, smiled faintly, and took over the conversation. Young friend, Xiao speaks with good reason. Recently, quite a few elders of Taiching Palace have reported that our disciples' cultivation efficiency has declined. Yet I have noticed that those disciples who tried slacking despite spending less time cultivating now circulate their spiritual energy far more smoothly than before. A few disciples who had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time even broke through during their relaxed state. Exactly. Xiao Ming leaned back in his chair and said slowly, you all believe that cultivation is a matter of competing with time and effort, but the true way of cultivation is gradual progress. Going beyond the proper limit is no different from falling short. Like a tightly stretched bowstring, if pulled too taut it will eventually snap. Loosen it once in a while and it can shoot even farther. Slacking is not asking them to abandon cultivation, it is teaching them to balance work and rest and discover the rhythm that suits them best. A flicker of approval passed through Hua Yurong's eyes. She gently nodded. Young friend Xiao speaks very truly. The disciples of Baiwa Valley have always valued a calm state of mind, but recently they too have unavoidably fallen into fierce internal competition. In order to raise their cultivation, many disciples have forcibly accelerated the growth of spirit plants only to damage their own foundations. I came today precisely to invite young friend Xiao to Baiwa Valley and speak to the disciples about the way of slacking. At these words, Zuanyangzi and Lei Xiaodian immediately turned to Xiao Ming, their eyes filled with anticipation. Since even Baiwa Valley was extending an invitation, they naturally did not want to be left behind. Xiao Ming stroked his chin and began calculating in his mind. The three top sects taking the initiative to come to his door. This was a golden opportunity to expand the influence of slacking. Moreover, he might even collect quite a few slacking offerings along the way. After all, these three sects had rich foundations, and the gifts they sent were bound to be better than those from any other sect. However, he had no intention of running around and exhausting himself. It is not impossible for me to go to your sects and teach, Xiao Ming said, changing his tone. But I have conditions. First, I will not go to your sects. If I am to teach, it will be at Qingxian sect. You just need to bring your disciples over. That saves me from running back and forth. Second, every lecture must come with one slacking treasure from each of your sects. For instance, Taiching Palace's warm jade recliner, Baiwa Valley's mind-calming incense, or Jinglei Hall's sound-silencing stone. In short, they must be comfortable and practical things that let me slack in peace. Third, he paused, then added, during the lectures, all the disciples from your three sects must obey my arrangements. No one gets special treatment. If it is time to sunbathe, they sunbathe. If it is time to slack off, they slack off. Anyone who dares to violate the rules should not blame me for throwing him out of Qingxian sect. These three conditions were still imbued with the thick atmosphere of slacking, yet they made the eyes of the three sect masters light up. They had originally thought Xiao Ming would ask for something excessive. They never expected that these comfortable conditions would be for them simply beneath mention. Lei Xiaodian was the first to give his verdict. Fine. We will do as you say. Is it only about bringing disciples over? My Jinglei Hall has plenty of them. I will send someone to deliver the sound silencing stone right away. I guarantee that no matter how long you lie down, it will be perfectly quiet. Zuanyangzi also smiled and nodded. The warm jade recliner of Taiching Palace is crafted from 1,000-year warm jade. Once you sit on it, it will automatically nourish your spiritual energy, truly suitable for young friend Xiao. I will send 10 of them as soon as I return. Hua Yurong smiled gently. The mind-calming incense of Baiwa Valley can soothe the heart, quiet the spirit, and bring peace to one's state of mind. Perfect for using while slacking. I will instruct my disciples to prepare 100 boxes and send them to Qingxian sect tomorrow. Xiao Ming nodded with satisfaction. These three really knew what they were doing. Just as he was about to open his mouth and agree, a system notification suddenly rang in his mind, detected the three top sects have recognized the way of slacking. Hidden quest slacking popularization plan triggered. Quest requirement: within 1 month make all the disciples of the three sects master the essence of slacking. Quest reward: all domain slacking aura covering the entire Qingxian sect. Anyone who enters will automatically enter a relaxed state. Slacking points 500. Unlock the title Holy Lord of Slacking. Xiao Ming's eyes lit up. This reward was far too generous. He said at once, all right, since all three of you agree, then starting tomorrow bring your disciples to Qingxian sect and report in. I will teach them in separate batches, and I guarantee they will all comprehend the true meaning of slacking. The three sect masters were overjoyed and hurriedly rose to thank him. They had originally feared that Xiao Ming might refuse, but they had never expected such smooth success. For a moment, they felt even deeper admiration for this lord of slacking. After seeing off the three sect masters, Zuanjizi approached his face full of excitement. Young friend, Xiao, this time, our Qingxian sect is truly famous. The three top sects have all come to ask you for teachings. From now on, our Qingxian sect will be the holy land of slacking in the cultivation world. Xiao Ming smiled, leaned back into his recliner, watched the drifting clouds in the sky, and felt extremely pleased with himself. The participation of the three top sects meant that the way of slacking would soon be thoroughly spread across the cultivation world. That way he could settle in peacefully as the lord of slacking, with no one left to disturb his sunbathing and loafing. At that moment, a clamor suddenly rose from outside the courtyard gate. A disciple rushed in, his face full of panic. Young friend Xiao, sect master Zhangjizi, something bad has happened. A group of cultivators has come claiming to be from the Wanfa sect. They want to challenge you and expose the true nature of your way of slacking. Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow and a faint amused smile curled at the corner of his mouth. It seems the involution kings of the cultivation world have yet to truly admit defeat. But that's fine. I can use them to test the newly acquired lying flat barrier and earn another wave of slacking points on the side. He slowly rose to his feet and stretched. Come on, let's go see. I want to know just how deep these Wanfa sect cultivators' obsession with involution can go. As Xiao Ming approached the gates of Qingxian sect, he found a dense crowd of cultivators blocking the entrance. They all wore white cultivation robes embroidered with intricate magical patterns, jade tokens inscribed with the words Wanfa hanging at their waists, and an unmistakable air of superiority in their brows and eyes. These were disciples of Wanfa sect renowned for its rigorous laws and tireless cultivation. At their head stood a handsome young cultivator with cold aloof eyes. His spiritual energy fluctuation was steady and profound. He had already reached the late stage of foundation establishment, far surpassing his peers. Noticing Xiao Ming approaching, he stepped forward, his tone dripping with undisguised contempt. So you're the so-called Lord of Slacking, Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming crossed his arms and cast a lazy glance at him. What else would I be? Looking for me? If nothing, move along. You're blocking my sunlight. How dare you? A disciple behind Li Muron immediately shouted in anger. This is our senior brother Li Muron, a genius rarely seen in 100 years of the cultivation world, and you dare be so rude. Li Muron raised his hand to halt his disciples and fixed his blade-like gaze upon Xiao Ming. I don't care what tricks you've used to deceive the other sects. Wanfa sect has no faith in such a path of slacking. The path of cultivation demands only steadfast steps and diligent practice before one can reach the pinnacle. Your crooked path will only lead others astray. As soon as he finished, his fellow disciples eagerly chimed in. Senior brother is right. Slacking is nothing but laziness. It doesn't deserve to be called a Tao. Our Wanfa sect disciples rise at dawn to cultivate and rest only at midnight. We have never been the least lax. This is what a true cultivator should look like. Today we've come to expose you so all within the cultivation world may see your true colors. Xianjizi stood behind Xiao Ming, his expression rather grim. Though Wanfa sect was not among the top 3 great sects, it was renowned for its strict discipline and solid cultivation. Li Muron was the cream of the young generation, with many disciples from other sects regarding him as a role model. Being publicly berated by so many could well tarnish the reputation of the path of slacking. Yet Xiao Ming remained as leisurely as ever, even letting out a yawn. So what? Are you here to compete over who cultivates longer or who can grind harder? Naturally, we shall compete in cultivation prowess. Li Muron's gaze turned sharp. I heard you haven't even reached foundation establishment, yet you dare call yourself Lord of Slacking. Today I challenge you with my late-stage foundation establishment cultivation. If you lose, you will publicly admit that the path of slacking is a crooked heresy and withdraw from the cultivation world. At these words, the surrounding onlookers erupted in shock. Li Muron was at the late stage of foundation establishment, while Xiao Ming hadn't even reached the first stage. This was simply a massacre waiting to happen. Many pitied Xiao Ming. Even Lei Xiaoyan, who had just been sent away, had somehow returned unseen. He furrowed his brow and said, Li Muron bullying someone weaker than you. What kind of skill is that? But Li Muron dismissed him carelessly. Rank by cultivation is the rule of the cultivation world. Since he dares to proclaim himself Lord of Slacking, he must possess the strength to back it up. If he can't even defeat me, why should anyone believe his twisted doctrines? Watching Xiao Ming's self-righteous demeanor, he found it almost amusing. He shook his head and said slowly, very well. I accept, but I have one condition. If I win, your Wanfa sect must obediently follow my lead. All your disciples will come to Qingxian sect to learn the art of slacking, and from then on your daily cultivation time shall not exceed 2 hours. The rest must be spent sunbathing and loafing. Arrogant. Li Muron laughed in fury. You? Fine. I accept. If you lose, you must fulfill your promise. Publicly seal your cultivation and never leave Qingxian sect again. Agreed. Xiao Ming replied casually, as though he were merely settling some trivial matter. The two moved to an open clearing beside the mountain gate, and the surrounding cultivators formed a circle around them. Lei Xiaotian stood to the side, his brows deeply furrowed, murmuring to Xian Yangzi beside him. Young friend Xiao is being far too impulsive. That brat Li Muron is not to be underestimated. Xian Yangzi, however, shook his head, his gaze profound. Be patient. Since young friend Xiao dared to accept, he surely has his methods. Don't forget, he even bested true person Zisha. On the field, Li Muron had already summoned his sword. The blade gleamed with chilling cold light, and as spiritual energy poured into it, layers upon layers of magical patterns emerged across its surface. This was Wanfa sect's signature sword art. 10,000 methods returned to origin. His eyes narrowed, and with a sweep of his sword, countless streams of sword energy shot towards Xiao Ming like rain. Each strike carried the power of late foundation establishment, enough to severely wound an ordinary cultivator at a single hit. Watch out! A chorus of warnings rose from the crowd. Yet Xiao Ming simply stood his ground, and with a thought activated the lying flat barrier granted by his system. In an instant, a pale blue aura spread outward from him, engulfing the entire clearing. Where the aura reached, even the air seemed to grow lethargic. The fierce sword energy slammed into the barrier, instantly drained of all its vigor. Their speed plummeted, and they fell limply to the ground, unable even to scratch the earth. Li Muron's face contorted in shock. What manner of barrier is this? Refusing to believe it, he leaped into the air and slashed his sword downward with all his might, unleashing a colossal wave of sword energy meant to annihilate all before him. Yet even this strike failed to rouse the slightest ripple upon contact with the lying flat barrier. It was as if a stone had been cast into the vast ocean, instantly dissolved and swallowed without a trace. Impossible! Li Muron cried out in disbelief. He felt his spiritual power blocked by an invisible wall, sluggish and uncooperative. His once fluid sword techniques grew awkward and halting. Even raising his arm felt like an effort. Xiao Ming stood in the center of the barrier, even finding a stone to sit upon. He casually picked up a slacking fruit and took a bite. I told you, on my turf grinding accomplishes nothing. The harder you struggle, the worse it feels. Why not try relaxing instead? Gritting his teeth, Li Muron summoned his spiritual power once more, but his body grew progressively heavier, his eyelids drooping. His fellow Wanfa disciples fared no better. One by one they collapsed to the ground, their previously tense nerves fully relaxing, some even falling asleep and murmuring, so comfortable. Don't want to cultivate anymore. Witnessing this scene, despair welled up within Li Muron's heart. From childhood to adulthood, he had never felt so utterly powerless. His years of bitter cultivation proved so fragile before this barrier. Watching Xiao Ming leisurely munch on fruit, he suddenly wondered whether the hard cultivation he had clung to all his life was truly wrong. At that moment his legs gave way, and he could no longer support himself, crashing down onto his knees with a heavy thud. His spiritual energy fell into complete disarray, and he could no longer stand. Seeing this, Xiao Ming rose and walked over to him. Now do you concede? Li Muron raised his head, his eyes brimming with unwillingness, yet tinged with confusion. Looking at Xiao Ming, he finally lowered his gaze and slowly spoke. I concede. Good, now you concede. Xiao Ming clapped his hands. Remember your promise. Tomorrow have your Wanfa disciples report to Qingxian sect. I'll personally teach you all how to slack. The surrounding cultivators erupted into thunderous cheers. Even Lei Xiaodian breathed a sigh of relief and laughed heartily. Excellent. Truly worthy of the Lord of Slacking. Now let's see who dares say the path of slacking is a crooked heresy again. Just then a system notification sounded within Xiao Ming's mind, successfully crushed the Wanfa sect provocation. The influence of slacking has greatly increased. The effect of the lying flat barrier has strengthened. Slacking value 30000. Progress of the slacking popularization plan increased by 30. Xiao Ming's heart swelled with satisfaction. This wasn't just a victory in the contest. It was an enormous profit in slacking value. Simply a windfall. He was just about to turn and return to the courtyard to continue sunbathing when Xian Jizi hurried over his face, bearing an expression both excited and peculiar. Young friend Xiao, bad news. The hidden sects of the cultivation world have sent representatives. They say they wish to invite you to their sect for a doctrinal debate. Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow. The hidden sects? Those ancient relics who never leave seclusion have come as well. It seems his path of slacking is about to sweep across the entire cultivation world. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he stretched lazily. Let's go and see. I'd like to see whether these hidden ancients can withstand my path of slacking. The visitors from the hidden sects arrived without a sound. There was no grand procession, no deliberately released pressure, just a gust of wind sweeping past the mountain gate of Qingxian sect. By the time Xiao Ming followed Zuanjizi to the front of the main hall, 3 figures were already standing quietly inside. The one at the head was an old man in a gray robe with white hair and beard, yet a ruddy complexion. Not a sliver of spiritual energy leaked from his body, yet the moment he stood there he seemed to become one with heaven and earth, and even the air itself grew still with him. At his side was a middle-aged Taoist nun in plain robes, her features calm, a string of wooden prayer beads in her hand. As her fingertips stirred faintly, it was as if the rhythm of heaven and earth turned with them. The last one was a young man in black, cold-faced, his gaze as still as an ancient well, as though nothing in the mortal world could ever enter his sight. These 3. Zuanjizi had just begun to ask when the gray-robed elder slowly lifted his eyes and fixed them on Xiao Ming. In an aged yet clear voice carrying a power that could pierce the heart, he said, I am Tianjizi from Xiantian Valley. This is Master Wuchen of Jingxi Nunnery, and this is Mo Chun of Moying Pavilion. As his words fell, Zuanjizi's face changed dramatically. Xiantian Valley, Jingxi Nunnery, and Moying Pavilion. These 3 hidden sects were true living fossils of the cultivation world. They stayed in seclusion for ages and only emerged when the cultivation world faced a great catastrophe. In ordinary times, even the 3 greatest sects could hardly catch a trace of them. Yet now they had come knocking at the door uninvited. Xiao Ming, however, showed little reaction. He merely scratched his head and sized up the 3 hidden sects. Sounds quite formidable. What brings you here? If you've come to learn the way of lying flat, you're welcome. If you've come to pick a fight, don't waste your energy. Several workaholic hotshots have already fallen. If anyone else had said this, the hidden sect people would have long since called it rude. But Tianjizi merely smiled lightly, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Young friend Xiao is quite forthright. We came today not to make trouble, but because we heard that a way of lying flat has arisen in the cultivation world, overturning 1,000 years of cultivation tradition. We have come to see it for ourselves. Master Wuchen also spoke, her voice gentle, yet carrying an unshakable firmness. The way of cultivation lies in defying heaven, practicing austerities, and aiding the world. From ancient times to now, it has always been so. This so-called lying flat of yours appears to give cultivators rest, but in truth, it indulges laziness. If this continues, the cultivation world will only decline day by day. This path is by no means the righteous path. Mo Chun was curt and cold, a deviant path. It should be abandoned. As soon as the 3 spoke, their rejection of the way of lying flat was made clear, and the atmosphere in the hall instantly became heavy. Standing beside them, Xuanjizi barely dared to breathe. These 3 hidden masters had unfathomable cultivation. If they truly made a move, the entire Qingxian sect might not be able to hold out. Xiao Ming, though, was still in a leisurely mood. He walked to a stone bench in the hall, sat down casually, picked up a lying flat fruit, and offered it. Have a fruit first. Don't jump to conclusions. You say cultivation means defying heaven, but before defying heaven, you should first follow your heart right. Your hidden sects have been in seclusion for 1,000 years. What exactly do you seek? Longevity, or saving the world? Tianjizi took the fruit, but did not eat it, only held it in his hand. We cultivate to seek the great Tao, and to protect the peace of the cultivation world. This is the responsibility of us cultivators. Duty. Xiao Ming laughed. Then, after all your seclusion, the cultivation world still churns with cutthroat competition, and cultivators still fall into Qi deviation as often as before. What have you actually protected? Yet my way of lying flat has allowed many cultivators to let go of their obsessions, break through bottlenecks, and even dissolve the conflicts among sects. Isn't that protecting the peace of the cultivation world? These words struck the vital point. Tianjizi and the other 2 were all stunned. Having lived in seclusion for so many years, they indeed knew very little about the current state of the cultivation world. They had only heard that the way of lying flat overturned tradition, never knowing that it could have such effects. Master Wuchen frowned slightly, but allowing cultivators to slack off is ultimately no long-term solution. If foreign enemies come, and all the cultivators are used to lying flat, who will repel them? Who said lying flat is the same as slacking off? Xiao Ming's smile faded, and his tone grew serious. I have never said to give up cultivation. Only that everyone should change their approach. Think of a bow. Keep it taut forever, and it will snap. Loosen it from time to time, and it can shoot its most powerful arrow when needed. Those who truly understand the way of lying flat may seem relaxed, but they are actually calm in heart, and their spiritual energy flows smoothly. When the time truly comes to act, they will only be stronger than before. As he spoke, he shifted his mind and activated the lying flat domain. A faint golden glow spread silently, enveloping the whole hall. In an instant, Tianjizi and the other 2 felt the spiritual energy around them become incomparably gentle. Their taut states of mind relaxed at once, and the fatigue of days of travel, along with their resistance to the way of lying flat, dissipated by more than half. A flash of surprise flickered in Tianjizi's eyes. Subconsciously, he began to circulate his cultivation method, only to find his spiritual energy flowing several times faster than before. Even the bottleneck that had held him at the late golden core stage for years now faintly showed signs of loosening. He turned sharply to Xiao Ming, his eyes full of shock. This. What is this? This is the power of the lying flat domain, Xiao Ming said with a smile. It can make you put down your obsessions and feel your truest self. Now tell me, is the way of lying flat actually a heterodox path? Mo Chen's eyes finally stirred. Feeling the smooth flow of spiritual energy inside his body, the coldness on his face gradually faded. Master Wuchen's hand, which had been holding the prayer beads, stopped. A faint smile curled at her lips. This old nun understands now. So the way is not only one. We were fixated on ascetic cultivation and forgot that the essence of cultivation is cultivating the heart. Tianjizi let out a long sigh, raised the lying flat fruit in his hand to his mouth, and took a bite. The sweet flavor dissolved on his tongue, and his mind settled into complete peace. He looked at Xiao Ming and said with a solemn clasped hand salute, "Young friend Xiao is absolutely right. It is we who have been trapped by our old ways. Only after today's meeting do I realize that the way of lying flat is truly the way of following the heart. I am deeply impressed." Seeing that the 3 hidden masters all acknowledged the way of lying flat, the stone in Xuanjizi's heart finally came down, and a delighted smile spread across his face. Xiao Ming also breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak, a system notification suddenly rang in his mind. It has been detected that the 3 hidden sects have acknowledged the way of lying flat. The lying flat popularization plan has been successfully completed. Rewards for the host: all domain lying flat halo, lying flat points 100, and title unlocked, Saint Lord of Lying Flat. All domain lying flat halo effect permanently covers Qingxian sect. All cultivators within its range automatically enter a relaxed state. Cultivation efficiency increases by 50 and mental stability increases by 100. Saint Lord of Lying Flat, title effect: the approval of the host among all cultivators in the cultivation world reaches its peak. The host can mobilize the power of all sects that acknowledge the way of lying flat. Moreover, while in the lying flat state, the host is immune to all mental attacks and interference with the mind. Xiao Ming's eyes lit up. This reward was simply heaven-defying. With the all-domain lying flat halo, Qingxian sect had completely become the holy land of lying flat, and the title of Saint Lord of Lying Flat gave him absolute prestige across the cultivation world. Just then a burst of noise came from outside the hall. Su Qingxian rushed in, excitement written all over his face. Young friend Xiao, something huge is happening. Every major and minor sect in the cultivation world has sent people here, saying they want to elect you as the paramount sovereign of the cultivation world to lead the entire cultivation world. Xiao Ming stood there stunned. Paramount sovereign of the cultivation world. That was too sudden. Tianjizi and the other two exchanged glances and nodded one after another. Young friend Xiao has resolved the cutthroat competition of the cultivation world through the way of lying flat and benefited countless cultivators. Such accomplishments are worthy of the position of paramount sovereign. Xiao Ming stroked his chin and began to weigh the idea. Becoming the paramount sovereign sounded impressive, but would it be a nuisance? If he had to handle all kinds of sect affairs, wouldn't it interfere with his lying flat? But on second thought, if he became the paramount sovereign, the entire cultivation world would have to listen to him. He could promote lying flat for everyone, and no one would dare disturb him while he sunbathed and slacked off. He would even receive a steady stream of lying flat tributes. At that thought, a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. I can be the paramount sovereign, but I have one condition. All affairs are handled by you. I am only responsible for lying flat and slacking off. If you agree, I'll take the position. If not, go find someone else. Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a beat, then burst into laughter. Tianjizi smiled and nodded. Very well, Saint Lord Xiao. From now on, just focus on lying flat in peace. Leave the affairs of the cultivation world to us. When the news got out, the entire cultivation world erupted. Xiao Ming, as the Saint Lord of Lying Flat, became the first paramount sovereign of Lying Flat in the history of the cultivation world, and Qingxian sect became the central holy land of the cultivation world. At the summit of Qingxian sect, Xiao Ming leaned back in the super slacking recliner, bathed in warm sunlight, idly toying with a lying flat fruit, thoroughly pleased with himself. It seemed that becoming a god by lying flat in the cultivation world was not so hard after all. Just then the system notification sounded again. It has been detected that the host has become the paramount sovereign of the cultivation world, triggering the ultimate quest, Myriad Worlds Lying Flat Plan. Quest requirements: spread the way of lying flat to other worlds. Quest reward: Myriad Worlds Lying Flat Authority. One can activate the lying flat domain in any world and unlock the system's ultimate form. Xiao Ming arched an eyebrow and a knowing, amused smile crept across his lips. Lying flat in Myriad Worlds. That sounded even more interesting. The system's ultimate quest slammed down just as Xiao Ming bit into a slack fruit. The sweet and sour juice nearly went down his windpipe. He coughed twice and muttered at the air in bewilderment. Myriad Worlds slacking. Can't a person even lie flat in peace anymore? As soon as the words left his mouth, a wave of warmth spread through his palm. A pale gold token materialized out of thin air, the Myriad Worlds slacking activator issued by the system. The token was engraved with twisted patterns and faint streams of light shimmered along them. At his touch, he could feel the spiritual energy fluctuations of countless different worlds, like a half-open door waiting for him to push it open. Zuanjizi happened to arrive carrying freshly picked iced wild fruit. Seeing Xiao Ming staring blankly at the token in his palm, he leaned in curiously. Saint Lord Xiao, what sort of treasure is that? It looks like a cross-realm artifact. Sort of. Xiao Ming toyed with the token, sounding resigned. The system gave me a task, to spread the way of slacking to other worlds. And I've only just become the supreme sovereign. I haven't even enjoyed a few days of leisure, and now I have to go stir up trouble somewhere else. Zuanjizi's eyes lit up. Promoting it across all worlds. This is an incredible stroke of fortune. If other worlds recognize the way of slacking, wouldn't Saint Lord Xiao's reputation resound throughout all heavens? Xiao Ming rolled his eyes. What reputation? All I want is to slack in peace. As he said this, the token suddenly vibrated violently, its pale gold light blazing outward and projecting a light screen in midair. The screen did not reveal the fantasy world he had imagined, but a hall covered in runic patterns. In the center sat a man in silver armor, his expression cold and stern, radiating a razor-sharp aura, nothing short of a nascent soul powerhouse from the cultivation world. Is this a cultivator from another world? Zhuangzi instinctively took a step back, his expression wary. The silver-armored man in the light screen seemed to sense the disturbance. His gaze locked onto Xiao Ming, and his voice pierced through the screen with metallic coldness. I am Ling Xiao, enforcer of the divine realm. I just sensed a cross-realm fluctuation. Could it be that low-dimensional cultivators like you have been spying on the divine realm? Divine realm. Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow, running straight into a higher-dimensional world at the very start. He lounged lazily on his recliner and waved at the light screen. Don't be so angry. I'm not here to spy. I'm here to deliver a blessing to your divine realm, the way of slacking. Care to learn a little? The way of slacking. Ling Xiao frowned, contempt flooding his eyes. Cultivators of the divine realm take defying heaven and challenging the Tao as their mission, cultivating relentlessly day after day to charge at higher realms. Yet you people dare to take slacking as your way. Utterly absurd. That sounded familiar. Xiao Ming yawned. Another involution king. Tell me, doesn't the divine realm ever feel tired? Cultivating like a spinning top all day, every day. Even if you become a god, what's the point? How dare you? Ling Xiao roared, silver armor crackling with arcs of lightning. The divine realm has stern laws. Only the strong can stand. The slothful are eliminated. Are you low-dimensional ants worthy of questioning the divine realm's Tao? Before his words died away, a bolt of lightning shot out from the light screen, carrying the divine realm's unique pressure straight at Xiao Ming's face. Zhuangzi's face changed dramatically. He moved to block, but Xiao Ming simply raised his hand and waved. The all-domain slacking aura activated instantly, cloaking the light screen in a pale gold glow. The fierce bolt of lightning hit the aura, and as if stripped of all power, dropped weakly to the ground, without even harming a blade of grass. On the other side of the light screen, Ling Xiao's pupils contracted. What power is this? How can it dissolve my divine lightning? I told you, the power of slacking. Xiao Ming tossed the token in his hand. Seems like involution is pretty serious in your divine realm. Good thing my way of slacking is the perfect cure for all kinds of involution kings. Want to give it a try? Let your divine realm people relax a little too. Don't stay strung like a taut bowstring every day. Ling Xiao's face turned livid. Clearly he was unwilling to accept this, but the eerie power he had just seen compelled caution. He was silent for a moment, then his voice turned cold again. If what you say is true, then prove it. In 3 days I will open a cross-realm passage and bring a divine realm involution king to challenge you. If you can make him acknowledge the way of slacking, I'll allow you to step into the divine realm. If not, we cut all ties from now on. And should you dare spy on the divine realm again, you will be slain without mercy. With that, the light screen vanished abruptly, and the token returned to calm except for a faint divine pattern on its surface. Clearly a cross-realm mark left by Ling Xiao. Zhuangzi heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Saint Lord Xiao, that divine realm enforcer, has such a powerful presence. The challenge in 3 days. What's there to fear? Xiao Ming toyed with the token, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Send 1 involution king, and I'll assimilate 1. This is a great chance to test just how deep the waters of myriad worlds slacking are. Over the next 3 days, the Qingxian sect became thoroughly lively. When the 3 great top sects and the hidden hermit sects learned that Xiao Ming was about to face a challenge from the divine realm, they all sent people bearing slacking gifts. The Taiching Palace sent a heart-calming jade pillow that could block divine pressure. The Baiwa Valley contributed worry-dispelling incense to soothe divine thoughts. The Xintian Valley went so far as to offer a lying-flat jade bed carved from Millennium Warm Jade. And even the Wanfa sect joined in, with a batch of carefully cultivated spirit-soothing fruits. Plainly they had fully acknowledged Xiao Ming as the slacking Saint Lord. Xiao Ming piled the treasures in the center of the martial ground, then stretched out on his super deluxe slacking recliner, soaking up the sun while mulling over a countermeasure. An involution king from the divine realm would certainly be far more troublesome than one from the cultivation world. An ordinary slacking domain might not be enough. He needed a new trick. As he was pondering, the system notification suddenly sounded, detected that the host is about to face an otherworldly involution king. Temporary skill, myriad worlds slacking projection unlocked. It can project scenes of slacking from any world before the target's eyes, intensifying the infectious power of slacking. Xiao Ming's eyes brightened. What a great skill. 3 days later, a spatial rift suddenly split open above the Qingxian sect. Golden divine light illuminated the land as Ling Xiao stepped out with a young man in a golden robe. The young man had handsome features, but his eyes burned with a stubborn, sharp intensity. Divine essence surged around him, even more formidable than Ling Xiao's. This is Jin Yao, ranked first on the divine realm's ascetic cultivation ranking. In 1,000 years he rose from a mortal to a divine general without the slightest lapse of diligence. Ling Xiao introduced him with a hint of provocation. If even he cannot accept the way of slacking, you should just concede. Jin Yao looked at Xiao Ming with utter contempt. So you're the one who wants me to accept some way of slacking. Since birth I have cultivated every hour of the day without a moment's pause, and only thus have I been able to stand in the divine realm. The slothful are nothing but trash. Xiao Ming rose, dusted himself off, and said, don't jump to conclusions. Take a look at this first. He raised his hand and activated the myriad worlds slacking projection. Endless images materialized in the middle of the martial ground. Cultivators in one world lay on clouds soaking up sunlight, while their spiritual energy flowed on its own. Powerhouses in another world slept against tree stumps, while their realms steadily advanced. In yet another world, a divine king simply cast aside ascetic cultivation, fishing and drinking tea each day, only to see his godhood grow even more stable. These images carried a powerful, infectious charm. As Jin Yao watched, his gaze gradually shifted. He had never seen cultivation done this way. Those cultivators had not trained bitterly at all, yet many were stronger than people in the divine realm. That composed, carefree state quietly loosened a tense corner buried deep in his heart. This? Impossible. Jin Yao shook his head violently, trying to drive away the images. Without bitter cultivation, how can there be power? These are all false. False or not, you'll know once you try. Xiao Ming activated the slacking domain and channeled the all-domain slacking aura into it. A pale gold glow instantly wrapped around Jin Yao. Jin Yao only felt the divine essence around him suddenly soften. His tightly drawn divine sense relaxed at once, and the exhaustion of 1,000 years of bitter cultivation rushed over him like a tide. He instinctively stepped back, but Xiao Ming pressed a slack fruit into his mouth. The sweet and sour flavor burst on his tongue, and an unprecedented sense of ease swept through his body. Jin Yao froze, then sat down of his own accord. Looking at the drifting clouds above, the obsession of must cultivate bitterly gradually faded from his mind. 1,000 years. I don't think I've ever truly looked at the sky. Jin Yao murmured to himself, the stubbornness in his eyes giving way to a mix of bewilderment and release. Every day I cultivated. Every day I chased. Yet I forgot why I was cultivating. Standing nearby, Ling Zhao's face completely changed. He had not expected that the most stubborn involution king in the divine realm could actually be influenced. Seeing this, Xiao Ming knew it was settled. He leaned back in his recliner and raised an eyebrow at Ling Zhao. How about it? Now do you believe in the power of slacking? When are you going to take us to the divine realm and let your people have a taste of it too? Ling Zhao was silent for a long time, then finally sighed and cupped his hands toward Xiao Ming. What Saint Lord Xiao said is not false. I truly was a frog at the bottom of a well. In 3 days I will open a stable cross-realm passage and welcome Saint Lord Xiao to the divine realm. A system notification rang out at the perfect moment. Successfully reformed the divine realm involution king. Step 1 of the myriad worlds slacking plan is complete. Reward divine realm slacking pass. Unlocked god tier slacking privilege. Slacking points 500000. Xiao Ming was elated inside. Having just settled matters in the cultivation world, he was about to go cause trouble in the divine realm. This slacking path was becoming more and more interesting. He watched the spatial rift slowly closing overhead and stretched. Alright, see you in 3 days. Oh, and have the divine realm prepare some good food. Don't just stockpile cultivation resources. I'm not interested in those. Ling Zhao's mouth twitched, but in the end he nodded. Watching Ling Zhao's departing back, Xuanjizi leaned in, eyes brimming with anticipation. Saint Lord Xiao, are we really going to the divine realm? Of course. Xiao Ming smiled. Since we're going to slack across all worlds, we'll start with the divine realm. Don't worry. Once we get there, I'll make them all know who the true master of slacking is. The instant the inter-realm passage opened, golden divine radiance tore through the clouds, and Xiao Ming stepped leisurely into the divine realm on the cloud-patterned step mat, specially prepared by Xuanjizi. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he sensed a completely different kind of spiritual energy. No, it should be called divine essence, thick, yet taut with oppressive pressure, as if the very air carried a silent urgency to cultivate faster. So this is Terrace. Xiao Ming scanned his surroundings. The floating island's vegetation was sparse, and the stone platforms still bore dried traces of divine essence clearly abandoned long ago. But as the settings had described, a faint, elusive law of relaxation lingered in the air here, making it far more laid-back than the rest of the divine realm. Ling Zhao followed behind his face, still stern. You may remain here for 3 days. If after 3 days you have not demonstrated the value of the way of slacking, you must return to the cultivation world. Don't worry, it won't take 3 days. Xiao Ming waved a hand, then turned to the cultivation world disciples behind him and ordered, bring everything out and set it up the way I said. The moment he finished speaking, Taiching Palace's warm jade recliner, Baiwa Valley's carefree incense, and Xintian Valley's lie-flat jade bed were carried onto Uni Terrace one after another. Some disciples even hauled over a huge tub of iced slacker fruit. In less than half an hour, the once desolate floating island had become a cozy slacker base. A pale gold island-wide slacking aura spread outward, merging with Uni Terrace's law of relaxation and even the divine essence around them softened. Ling Xiao watched this, his brow furrowing even more tightly, but he said nothing more. He turned and vanished into a beam of golden light. He needed to return and report to the Divine King, and he also wanted to see what waves this so-called way of slacking could truly stir up. Saint Sovereign Xiao, where do we go next? Zhuangzi rubbed his hands, his eyes filled with anticipation. First to the Fanzhen market. Xiao Ming lay back in the supreme slacking recliner, bit into a slacker fruit, and said the low-ranking divine cultivators are the most exhausted and also the most likely to have an epiphany. We'll start with them. Fanzhen market was located on a floating continent in the lower layer of the divine realm. Though called a market, it was more like a crowded cultivation concentration camp. On both sides of the street sat simple meditation cushions. Countless mortal god realm cultivators in coarse divine robes sat cross-legged, brows knitted, desperately refining the thin divine essence, their breathing quick and strained. If someone stopped to catch their breath, a patrolling thunder punishment envoy would immediately lock onto them, and a thin bolt of divine lightning would strike down, forcing them to bury their heads in cultivation again. This place is even more intense than the Wanfa sect, Zhuangzi said, clicking his tongue. The moment Xiao Ming stepped inside, he drew the attention of many cultivators. They sized up Xiao Ming and his group with curiosity. After all, in a place where everyone was bitterly cultivating, the sudden appearance of a group in loose robes with languid expressions was far too conspicuous. Stop! Loitering is forbidden here. Cultivate now! A cold shout rang out. A thunder punishment envoy holding a silver recorder strode over. The red light in the recorder swept across Xiao Ming. An outsider. According to Divine Realm rules, anyone entering the market must complete 6 hours of divine essence refining each day or face thunder punishment. With that, he raised his hand to strike down a divine thunderbolt, but Xiao Ming simply raised his hand and waved it. The slacking domain expanded silently, enveloping the thunder punishment envoy in a pale gold glow. The envoy's whole body stiffened. The divine thunderbolt he had gathered scattered in an instant, and the recorder in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. As if all his strength had been drained, he could not help sitting down on a stone block by the roadside. What's going on? The thunder punishment envoy was completely stunned. He only felt his body loosening, the tense nerves of the past few days suddenly easing, and he even wanted to yawn. The surrounding mortal god realm cultivators at once broke into an uproar, stopping their cultivation to stare in shock. The thunder punishment envoy was their nightmare, and an outsider had actually made him slack off. Xiao Ming seized the opportunity, stepped forward, picked up a slacker fruit, and handed it to a pale-faced young cultivator whose divine essence was clearly depleted. Eat a fruit and rest for a while. Cultivation shouldn't be done like this. The more anxious you are, the more useless it is. The cultivator hesitated, glanced at the thunder punishment envoy on the ground, then took the fruit and took a bite. The refreshingly sweet taste instantly dispelled the bitterness in his mouth. His withered divine essence showed faint signs of recovery, and his tense heart relaxed. This fruit. His eyes lit up, and he could not help taking another big bite. Where there was one, there was a second. Seeing this, the surrounding cultivators flocked over. The disciples behind Xiao Ming immediately understood and distributed the slacker fruit and carefree incense they had brought. For a time, the market was filled with the crisp, refreshing scent of carefree incense. More and more cultivators stopped their bitter cultivation, sitting or lying down to enjoy relaxation they had not known for a long time. So we can recover stamina without desperately refining divine essence. This fragrance is so comfortable. I feel my taut divine sense loosening. I used to think that as soon as I stopped I would be eliminated, but now I realize that resting a little leaves me even more refreshed. Murmurs gradually rose, shattering the suffocating atmosphere. At that moment, a middle-aged cultivator in a black divine robe stepped forward. He was the market's cultivation supervisor, responsible for monitoring the cultivator's progress. Outrageous! He bellowed, divine essence surging around him. The rules of the divine realm cannot be broken as you please. All of you get up and cultivate, or I will report you to the Thunder Punishment Hall and have every one of you thrown into the purgatory cultivation grounds. But in response, there was only a sea of languid eyes. A young cultivator who had just eaten a slacker fruit muttered, I've cultivated for so long, without a single breakthrough. I might as well rest and feel comfortable. You. The middle-aged cultivator shook with rage and raised his hand, ready to release divine essence to suppress them. But Xiao Ming unhurriedly stepped forward and activated the myriad world slacking projection. Instantly, images from the cultivation world appeared above the market in Qingxian sect's training ground. Countless cultivators lay on straw mats basking in the sun, while spiritual energy circulated on its own. True person Xinyang leaned back in a recliner eating fruit while breaking through a bottleneck. Even true person Zisha, once the ultimate king of involution, was fishing leisurely under a tree, refreshed and at ease. These images clearly unfolded before all the cultivators' eyes, forming a dramatic contrast with the bitter cultivation scene in the market. The middle-aged cultivator's hand froze in midair, his eyes filled with shock. He had never seen cultivation done this way. Those cultivators were clearly slacking off, yet they were more at ease than many ascetics he had seen, and their realms seemed even more stable. This is impossible. He muttered, his worldview suffering a tremendous shock. Xiao Ming took the opportunity to speak, his voice spreading across the market through the slacking domain. You kill yourselves with cultivation every day to pass assessments and avoid punishment, but in the end, all you gain is exhaustion and divine essence depletion. Slacking is not giving up. It is letting you find the essence of cultivation again, not for assessments, not to avoid elimination, but to become stronger and freer. Just like the people in these images. Once they relax, their divine essence flows more smoothly, their minds are calmer, and their cultivation efficiency is higher. Try it. Let go of your obsession, soak in the sun, eat a fruit, and see if you really get eliminated. As his voice faded, a bold cultivator stood up first, walked to an empty spot by the roadside, lay down, closed his eyes, and basked in the sun. Moments later, he shouted in delight, "It really works. My divine essence is recovering on its own, faster than bitter cultivation." With him taking the lead, more and more cultivators joined in. The middle-aged cultivator watched the scene before him, his expression shifting through uncertainty. In the end, he let out a long sigh, set down the divine essence in his hand, and sat on the stone steps by the roadside, his eyes filled with relief. Xiao Ming watched this, a smile lifting the corners of his mouth. Just then, a system notification sounded. Successfully promoted the way of slacking at Fanten Market. Gained the first batch of Divine Realm followers. Reward Divine Grade Slacker Fruit. Rapidly restores depleted Divine Essence. Slack points. 1-0. Unlock permission. Divine Realm Slacking Supply Station. Divine Realm Slacking Supply Station can be established in any region of the Divine Realm, supplying an unlimited amount of slacker fruit and carefree incense, continuously expanding the influence of slacking. Xiao Ming's eyes brightened. He had just been about to order his disciples to set up a supply station when a rush of hurried footsteps came from the distance. A group of cultivators in red robes strode over. At their head was none other than Fairy Holing of the ascetic hall. Her gaze was icy and violent. Divine essence blazed around her. It was clear she had come straight for them. "How dare you, you reckless wretches, spreading heretical ways in the divine realm and disrupting the order of cultivation." Fairy Holing's voice was seething with rage. "Today, on behalf of Divine King Xiang, I will purge this place and suppress every last one of you slacking scoundrels." The surrounding mortal god realm cultivators tensed up at once, all eyes turning to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, however, still lounged lazily in his recliner and waved at Fairy Holing. "No rush, Fairy. Have a fruit first and settle your anger. Otherwise, with such hot anger, you might hurt your divine essence." Fairy Holing shook with fury. She raised her hand and condensed a blazing divine flame, sending it directly at Xiao Ming. Thus began the first head-on confrontation between the way of slacking and the core forces of the divine realm's grind-obsessed elite. Blazing divine fire wreathed in violent divine essence carved a blinding crimson streak across the sky, hurtling straight toward Xiao Ming's face. The temperature alone was enough to melt ordinary divine metal. The surrounding mortal god realm cultivators retreated in terror, the air itself warping and writhing under the searing heat. Zuanjizi's expression shifted in alarm. He was just about to channel his spiritual energy and step forward to block the assault when Xiao Ming raised a hand and pressed him back. The young man rose lazily from his recliner, not even sparing a glance at the incoming divine fire. He casually scooped up a divine-level lying flat fruit, pale golden light glimmering at his fingertips, and flicked it lightly toward the blaze. The divine-level lying flat fruit traced a graceful arc through the air. The instant it met the divine fire, no explosion followed as expected. Instead, it dissolved into a gentle golden mist which, like a close-woven silken gauze, utterly enveloped the raging flames. The once fierce flames instantly lost their edge. Crackling sparks fizzled out one by one until only a curl of warm smoke lingered, rising unhurriedly into the sky. Dead silence reigned across the square. Huoling Xianzi's pupils abruptly contracted, the cold disdain on her face giving way to raw shock. "Impossible. My incinerating heaven divine fire can sear even Star Lord realm cultivators. How could a mere fruit dispel it?" She refused to believe it. Her hands blurred through hand seals as divine essence churned violently around her. A pair of blazing fire wings unfurled at her back, and countless slender lances of divine fire surged toward Xiao Ming like a storm of arrows. This onslaught was several times more ferocious than the previous one. She was clearly gripped by genuine fury. Xiao Ming, however, remained utterly at ease. With a single thought, the might of his all-domain lying flat aura spread forth to its fullest extent. A pale golden radiance instantly bathed the entire mortal god market. The moment the fiery arrow storm touched the halo's boundary, its speed plummeted as though someone had pressed a slow-motion key. The bolts drifted featherlight to the ground, failing to leave even a scratch on the stone tiles. "I told you, grinding is useless here." Xiao Ming sank back into his chair with a yawn. "Huoling Xianzi, don't you ever tire of burning through your divine essence like this day after day? Look at the fire wings behind you. They're already beginning to dim. Keep this up, and you'll harm your very origin. Horling Xianzi's body stiffened, her gaze unconsciously falling upon her wings. Sure enough, after years of relentless high-intensity cultivation compounded by the all-out attack, she had just unleashed. The tips of her once dazzling fire wings had indeed taken on a sickly ashen pallor. Her heart sank. It was a portent of divine essence overdraw, yet she had always taken pride in her indefatigable asceticism, and had never paid attention to such details. The surrounding mortal god realm cultivators finally regained their senses, and hushed discussions broke out. So even Horling Xianzi can overdraw her divine essence. She trains for so long, every day. Even an immortal would crack under that strain. Saint Lord Xiao is right. Grinding like that forever is bound to end badly. The comments pierced Horling Xianzi's ears like needles. As the senior disciple of the Crimson Sun Divine King, she had always been the paragon of ascetic cultivation throughout the divine realm. Yet now she was being questioned by a band of lowly cultivators and accused of an unstable foundation by an outsider. How could she possibly swallow this insult? Silence. Horling Xianzi thundered, her divine essence surging once more. What would you common mortals know of the great Tao? Without 1,000 temperings and 100 refinements, you are unworthy of being called divine cultivators. Today I shall show you the true strength of the ascetic path. So saying, she suddenly raised her hand, condensing a massive fireball in her palm. The divine essence rippling from it was several times more terrifying than before. She was clearly about to use her trump card. Yet just as the fireball was about to take shape, a dizzying vertigo suddenly claimed her. The divine essence within her body, like a kite with its strings severed, collapsed into chaos in an instant. With a thunderous boom, the fireball detonated, blasting her back several steps and drawing a thin trickle of golden divine blood from the corner of her mouth. Xianzi. The ascetic hall disciples behind her rushed forward in alarm to support her. Clutching her chest, Horling Xianzi stared blankly, her eyes laden with incredulity. She had clearly still possessed strength. Why had she lost control so abruptly? Just then Xiao Ming's voice reached her again, carrying a faint amused smile. I told you. A string strung too taut is bound to snap. You've cultivated for 1,000 years, never granting yourself a moment's reprieve. Your divine essence has long since accumulated 1,000 hidden wounds. You've simply been suppressing them by brute force. Xiao Ming rose, walked up to her, and handed her a divine-level lying flat fruit. Have a taste. Perhaps it will ease those hidden injuries. Don't fixate so relentlessly on ascetic cultivation. Easing up once in a while is not a bad thing. Horling Xianzi looked at the glossy fruit, then at the hopeful eyes of the surrounding cultivators, then thought of the divine essence that had spiraled out of control moments earlier. She wavered. She had lived for a millennium, never once doubting the path of asceticism. But Xiao Ming's methods today and her own body's alarming response both whispered the same truth. The path she had walked so stubbornly might have been wrong all along. At last, with trembling fingers, she accepted the lying flat fruit and took a small bite. A refreshing sweetness dissolved upon her tongue, and a gentle warmth slid down her throat, suffusing every limb and joint. The hidden wounds buried deep within her divine essence began to close at this moment, the previously turbulent divine essence smoothing into a serene current. Even the dizziness that had assailed her a moment ago vanished entirely. This, Horling Xianzi's eyes flew wide. Feeling a blessed ease she had never known within her body, the cold mask of her face shattered, completely replaced by shock and bewilderment. How can it feel this good? Feeling good is exactly right, Xiao Ming replied with a smile. Lying flat isn't about giving up cultivation, or it's about learning to reconcile with yourself. Cultivate when cultivation is due and rest when rest is due. That is the true great Tao. Just then the system notification chime detected that Horling Xianzi, core member of the Divine Realm's Grinding King faction, has preliminarily endorsed the way of lying flat. Lying flat influence across the Divine Realm has surged. Reward: divine level reclining jade bed rapidly repairs hidden divine essence wounds. Lying flat value 0. Unlocked advanced Divine Realm lying flat domain can affect Star Lord Realm cultivators. A swell of joy rose in Xiao Ming's heart. This windfall had far surpassed his expectations. Meanwhile, Horling Xianzi remained rooted in place, gazing at the fruit in her hand, then at the relaxed cultivators around her. It suddenly occurred to her that the great Tao she had always pursued had never been true freedom. She took a long, deep breath, then bowed solemnly to Xiao Ming. Saint Lord Xiao, I was far too obstinate before mistaking stubborn obsession for the great Tao. For what happened today, I am thoroughly convinced. This scene ignited the mortal god market like wildfire. When Horling Xianzi of the ascetic hall herself had submitted, who was left to challenge the way of lying flat? The cultivators erupted into cheers, swarming around Xiao Ming, begging to be taught the way of lying flat. But at that moment, a majestic, commanding voice descended from the heavens, carrying an unassailable pressure. How audacious! Horling, a disciple of the ascetic hall, and you dare bow to these crooked and wicked teachings? The crowd looked up to see a rift tear open across the sky. An ancient figure draped in a crimson flame robe stepped out slowly, dreadful divine essence wreathing his body, the very air warping and twisting from his heat. It was the master of the ascetic hall, the Crimson Sun Divine King. Huoling Xianzi's face changed, and she quickly straightened up. Master. The Crimson Sun Divine King, however, didn't so much as glance at her. His blazing eyes locked onto Xiao Ming. Outsider, you dare spread crooked teachings in the divine realm and beguile my disciple. Today you will learn the laws of this realm. As the words left his mouth, he flicked his sleeve, and a colossal flame palm descended from the heavens, bearing world-shattering momentum, hurtling straight for Xiao Ming. That might was over 100 times greater than Huoling Xianzi's. The entire mortal god market trembled, and the low-ranking cultivators scattered in terror, their breathing turning labored under the oppressive weight. Xiao Ming's eyes cooled sharply. He knew a true heavyweight had arrived. Drawing a deep breath, he activated the advanced lying flat domain and poured the power of the divine-level lying flat fruit into it. The pale golden halo surged skyward in an instant, rushing forth to meet the descending flame palm. With that clash, the ultimate showdown between the way of lying flat and the divine realm's supreme grinding king was set in motion. When Qi God King's flaming palm descended, the entire mortal god market seemed to have been thrown into a furnace. Blazing waves of heat sent roadside cultivation cushions flying, fine cracks split the ground, and even the air sizzled with a burnt smell. The mortal god realm cultivators were so terrified that they curled up on the ground, not daring to look up. Such was the god king's majesty, enough to crush every low-ranking divine cultivator. Xuanjizi's face was deathly pale. He clutched his horsetail whisk tightly, not even daring to muster his spiritual energy. Ling Xiao had appeared on a distant rooftop without anyone noticing. Frowning at the scene, he had long acknowledged the way of lying flat, but he knew how terrifying Qi God King was, and his heart clenched for Xiao Ming. Facing the world-destroying flaming palm, Xiao Ming still stood where he was without retreating half a step. His gaze sharpened as he sank his entire mind into the lying flat domain. The enhanced pale golden glow instantly expanded several-fold, like an enormous unfolded shield forcibly stopping the flaming palm's descent. Boom. The instant the two collided, a tremendous shockwave radiated outward. Buildings on the edge of the market collapsed with a roar, and dust filled the air. Yet the soft-looking golden glow remained as motionless as a rock. The flaming palm blazed violently above it, but could not descend even a hair's breadth. Qi God King's pupils constricted, and for the first time shock appeared on his face. What kind of domain is this? How can it block my heaven-scorching palm? He had lived for tens of thousands of years and fought countless battles, yet he had never seen such bizarre power. No violent divine essence, no fierce laws, only softness that overcame hardness and stopped his full-force strike. I told you don't understand the power of lying flat. Xiao Ming's voice came through the glow, calm and unhurried. You have cultivated for tens of thousands of years without ever stopping. On the surface your realm is profound, but in truth your divine essence has long solidified and your mind has been imprisoned by the word austerity. You cannot even manage the most basic relaxation. A person like that, no matter how strong, is merely a puppet bound by rules. Insolent. Qi God King roared in fury. Divine essence surged wildly around him as the flaming palm swelled again, shifting from crimson to deep violet, its temperature rising several-fold, warping even the surrounding space. I cultivated bitterly for 10,000 years to attain the God King position. How dare a low-dimensional ant like you judge me? Today I will reduce you to ashes. The violet flaming palm pressed down on the lying flat domain with a destructive aura inch by inch. The golden glow fluctuated violently, fine ripples spreading across its surface as if it could shatter at any moment. Xiao Ming frowned slightly. He could sense the domain enduring tremendous pressure. Qi God King's power was indeed far beyond any opponent he had encountered before. He took a deep breath, and with a thought summoned the divine-grade lie-flat jade bed rewarded by the system. The moment the jade bed landed, it emitted a soft white glow that merged with the golden radiance of the lying flat domain. In an instant the domain's defensive power surged. The glow that had nearly broken stabilized once more, even lifting the violet flaming palm half an inch upward. He still has such a treasure. Qi God King's eyes darkened. He could feel that the power radiating from the jade bed could soothe his restless divine essence, causing an inexplicable weariness to well up from the depths of his heart. The weariness accumulated over tens of thousands of years of bitter cultivation, forcibly suppressed for far too long. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ming activated the myriad world lying flat projection and cast a brand new image into the sky. In the image there was no leisurely cultivation realm to be seen, only a mist-shrouded valley. Within the valley, a white-haired elder lay on a stone bed, resting with his eyes closed while divine essence circulated on its own, and his realm steadily improved, without him even realizing it. And that elder's face bore an astonishing 70% resemblance to Qi God King's. That is Xiang God King's pupils constricted, his eyes filled with disbelief. That is you from another world, Xiao Ming said slowly. In that world, he did not choose endless bitter cultivation. Instead, he balanced toil with rest. Despite appearing idle, he broke through to the God King realm earlier than you, and his state of mind was far more complete. Look at him, then look at yourself. You gained power but lost ease. You became a God King, yet you became a slave to bitter cultivation. These words struck Xiang God King's heart like a heavy hammer. He looked at the carefree himself in the image, then thought of his own tens of thousands of years of unrelenting tension. For the first time, a crack appeared in the defenses of his heart. He suddenly realized that the great Tao he had been pursuing had deviated from its course from the very beginning. The power of the violet flaming palm gradually weakened, its color slowly faded, and finally it dispersed into a wisp of smoke. The divine essence around Xiang God King gradually quieted, and the flame robe on his body darkened considerably. He looked at Xiao Ming with a complicated gaze, reluctance, confusion, and a faint, barely perceptible longing. Did I do wrong? He murmured, his voice carrying unprecedented fatigue. Seeing this, Xiao Ming knew the time had come. He withdrew the lying flat domain, walked to Xiang God King, and offered a divine-grade lying flat fruit. Have a taste. Let go of your obsession. Consider it a vacation you give yourself after tens of thousands of years of bitter cultivation. Xiang God King hesitated for a long time, but ultimately accepted the lying flat fruit. When the refreshingly sweet taste spread across his tongue, an unprecedented sense of relief flooded his body. The hidden injuries and exhaustion accumulated over tens of thousands of years quietly dissolved at that moment. He closed his eyes, savoring a long-lost feeling of ease, and a smile unconsciously tugged at the corner of his mouth. Just then, the system notification sounded, and Xiao Ming's mind detected that Xiang God King, the God Realm's ultimate workaholic, has acknowledged the way of lying flat. The influence of lying flat now covers the upper echelon of the God Realm, and the completion progress of the Myriad World Lying Flat plan has increased by 50. Reward God King grade lying flat domain can affect cultivators at the God King realm lying flat points 100, and the title All Heavens Lying Flat Emissary unlocked. All Heavens Lying Flat Emissary title effect: you can freely travel through all unlocked worlds. When the lying flat domain is activated in any world, your power is amplified tenfold, and you gain the natural goodwill of that world's cultivators. Xiao Ming was overjoyed. This reward was more than enough to establish his foothold in the God realm. Xiang God King opened his eyes, glanced at the lying flat fruit in his hand, then at the cheering cultivators around him, and revealed a relieved smile. Saint Lord Xiao, this old man is convinced. As soon as his words faded, two imposing voices suddenly came from the sky. One fierce, one gentle, yet both filled with shock. Xiang, you too have acknowledged this way of lying flat. The crowd looked up and saw two figures descending from the heavens. None other than Zhangquang God King of the War Power Pavilion and Tianji God King of the Promotion Bureau. The simultaneous appearance of the two God Kings was clearly because they had sensed the change in Xiang God King's state of mind and had come to see for themselves. Looking at the two God Kings who had appeared without warning, Xiao Ming curled the corner of his mouth in an amused smile. He had just dealt with one top-tier workaholic, and now two more had arrived. It seemed that promoting lying flat in the God realm would require a little more effort. Still, it didn't matter. For everyone who came, he would assimilate them. After all, he was the man destined to become the Lord of lying flat across the myriad worlds. God King Zhangquang landed surrounded by wild battle intent. The stone slabs beneath his feet cracked instantly. His tiger eyes bulged as he stared at God King Xiang, his voice carrying an incredulous fury. Xiang, you are the master of the Hall of Austere Cultivation, the benchmark of the God Realm's path of involution, yet you bow to this heterodox way. You have utterly disgraced the face of God Kings. Nearby, God King Tianji appeared far more composed. Clad in a plain Taoist robe, and holding a folding fan, his eyes nonetheless held a sharp, appraising glint. Young friend Xiao, being recognized by Xiang is enough to show that your Tao of lying flat is indeed extraordinary. But the God realm has operated for 1,000 years, relying entirely on the power of involution. If everyone lies flat, the laws of the God realm may well collapse. How do you explain this? The two, one with hardness, one with softness, both pointed directly at the hidden dangers of the Tao of lying flat. Clearly, they had come bearing doubts. The surrounding cultivators fell silent at once. Even God King Xiang looked hesitant. Though he had acknowledged the value of lying flat, he too feared the collapse of the laws God King Tianji had spoken of. Xiao Ming, however, still appeared completely at ease. Leaning back on his divine jade lying flat bed, he casually tossed a lying flat fruit to God King Zhangquang. Don't be so quick to flare up. Eat a fruit and calm down. As for the collapse of laws, that is because you have bound involution and survival too tightly. God King Zhangquang swatted the lying flat fruit aside and roared, I, God King Zhangquang, have never once been lax. 100 life and death battles each day are what keep my combat power at its peak. How could I ever eat this slothful thing of yours? With that he suddenly hurled a punch at Xiao Ming. The fist wind carried the power to tear space itself, even more explosive than God King Qian's flame palm. It was a pure overwhelming of force, the ultimate embodiment of his millennium of training through battle. Xiao Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. With a thought, his God King level lying flat domain unfolded instantly. A pale golden halo enveloped God King Zhangquan. The heavy powerful punch slowed abruptly as it touched the halo. The wild battle intent around his fist dispersed bit by bit like flames extinguished by warm water. God King Zhangquan's expression changed drastically. He felt as if all his strength had struck cotton. The boiling battle intent in his chest cooled in an instant, and a lazy feeling, "I don't want to fight anymore," even arose within him. He stared at his own fist in disbelief. Was this still the iron fist that had dominated the god realm? "How can this be?" he murmured. For the first time the pride at the bottom of his heart was shaken. A flicker of surprise passed through God King Tianji's eyes. He lightly shook his folding fan. "An interesting domain. But young friend, Xiao, combat power is the foundation of the god realm. If one loses the will to fight, like Zhangquan, who will defend the god realm when foreign enemies come." "Defend?" Xiao Ming laughed. "Look at God King Zhangquan. His combat power seems diminished now, but in truth his battle intent was so violent that it has long damaged his origin. Like a blade unsheathed for too many years, it is sharp, but easily broken. Only by being returned to the sheath from time to time for maintenance can it last longer." With that, Xiao Ming activated the myriad world lying flat projection. Another scene appeared in the air. In a war-torn world, soldiers did not fight day and night. Instead, they balanced work and rest, conserving their strength during downtime and unleashing greater force in battle. In the end, they repelled the foreign invaders at the minimal cost. At the end of the scene, the war god of that world leaned against a city wall drinking wine, yet his eyes remained as sharp as an eagle's. "Do you see?" Xiao Ming pointed at the image. "Lying flat is not losing combat power. It is making combat power more controllable and more sustainable. When it is time to act, strike with thunderbolt force. When it is time to rest, relax completely. This is the true way of the strong." God King Zhangquan looked at the image, his gaze gradually softening. He recalled how over the years he had forcibly suppressed exhaustion to maintain combat power and had nearly lost control in battle more than once. Had it not been for his divine essence propping him up, he would have fallen long ago. The state of the war god in the image was exactly the sustained peak he had dreamed of, yet he had always believed that only endless battle could achieve it. At that moment, God King Qiang stepped forward, picked up the lying flat fruit from the ground, and handed it to him. "Zhangquan, try it. My hidden injuries of tens of thousands of years have all been alleviated by this fruit." God King Zhangquan hesitated for a moment, then finally took the fruit and took a bite. The sweet, refreshing taste instantly dispelled the metallic taste of blood in his mouth. His tightly drawn muscles gradually relaxed, and even the old wounds from years of battle began to ache faintly, yet carried a strange and soothing relief. His eyes lit up, and he involuntarily took another bite. Seeing this, God King Tianji closed his folding fan, his expression turning serious. "Young friend Xiao, even if combat power can be preserved, what is to be done about the god realm's advancement system? Without the pressure of assessments, how can cultivators break through their realms?" "Assessments?" Xiao Ming sneered. "Your advancement system is nothing more than using elimination to force cultivators into involution." He raised his hand and tapped. The projection switched to scenes of advancement in the cultivation world. Cultivators relaxed their state of mind, while lying flat, spiritual energy circulating on its own. Many broke through bottlenecks while sunbathing, and some even comprehended laws in their sleep. Without the pressure of assessments or the threat of elimination, everyone advanced smoothly. The essence of advancement is the simultaneous elevation of one's mental state and strength, not something achieved by external coercion. Xiao Ming spoke seriously. "The rules you established appear to drive progress, but they actually distort the essence of cultivation. It is like putting a yoke on a horse. It may seem to run faster, yet it has long lost the meaning of running." God King Tianji fell silent. He watched the cultivators advancing freely in the image, then thought of the mortal god cultivators in the god realm who had been driven to despair by assessments. For the first time, a crack appeared in the rule system within his heart. He had been making rules for 1,000 years, and no one had ever questioned him. But Xiao Ming's words were like a key opening a door he had never thought of. Seeing this, Xiao Ming handed him a lying flat fruit. "Have a taste. Lay down your rules and feel the most authentic state of cultivation." God King Tianji hesitated for a long time, then finally accepted the fruit. As the sweet flavor melted on his tongue, he felt the taut string in his mind suddenly loosen. The exhaustion from years of rule-making dissipated in an instant. Even the bottleneck that had kept him at the God King realm for years faintly began to stir. "So, beyond the rules there is such a world," he murmured to himself, his eyes filled with relief. Just then the system notification boom detected that all 3 God Kings of the God realm have acknowledged the Tao of lying flat. The myriad world lying flat plan has reached 100 completion. Reward myriad world lying flat authority granted. The ultimate form of the system has been unlocked. Henceforth you may freely traverse all heavens, open the lying flat domain in any world, and your lying flat value knows no upper limit. The ultimate form of the system has been activated, unlocked the all heavens lying flat altar, which can gather the lying flat power of all worlds. The host may forever maintain the peak lying flat state within the altar, immune to all magical arts with an eternal state of mind. Xiao Ming was ecstatic inside. This meant he had truly achieved myriad world lying flat freedom. The three god kings exchanged glances, then all bowed to Xiao Ming. Holy Lord Xiao, we are willing to uphold you as the supreme ruler of the god realm, to promote the Tao of lying flat, and to reshape the order of the god realm. The surrounding cultivators instantly erupted in thunderous cheers, their voices resounding through the entire god realm. Standing on the divine jade lying flat bed, Xiao Ming looked at the three god kings before him and the cheering cultivators, and a comfortable smile curled at the corner of his mouth. From a lying flat disciple of Qingxian sect to the supreme ruler of the cultivation world, and then to the guide of the god realm, he had ultimately reached the pinnacle of all heavens by lying flat. At that moment, the all heavens lying flat altar slowly emerged behind him, golden light enveloping the entire god realm. Xiao Ming leaned against the super slacking lounge chair before the altar, casually picked up a fusion lying flat fruit from all heavens and took a bite. Next, which world should I go and see? He murmured to himself, his eyes full of anticipation. After all, the myriad worlds are so vast. Every king of involution should get to taste the sweetness of lying flat. The golden light of the myriad heavens slacking altar had not yet faded when the myriad worlds slacking token at Xiao Ming's fingertips suddenly trembled violently. An icy mechanical voice pierced through space, ringing directly in his mind, warning. The technological civilization, Interstellar Federation, has exceeded the critical threshold of its involution index. A civilization survival crisis has been triggered. Matching slacking energy detected, requesting support. Technological world. Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow, and the bite of fusion slacking fruit he had just taken nearly fell out of his mouth. He toyed with the scorching token, curiosity brimming in his eyes. The cultivation world relied on spiritual energy, the divine realm on divine essence, but surely the technological world couldn't cultivate by grinding code. Seeing this, Qi, the divine king, hurried over. Holy Lord Xiao, has something new happened? A technological world called the Interstellar Federation has overdone involution and is on the verge of collapse. They've asked me to save the day. Xiao Ming rose unhurriedly, brushing the fruit crumbs off his clothes. Perfect timing. Leave the affairs of the divine realm to you all. I'll go to the technological world and watch the excitement. The three divine kings exchanged glances and quickly assented. Rest assured, Holy Lord Xiao, we will do our utmost to promote the way of slacking until you return. Xiao Ming nodded. With a flick of his mind, he activated the myriad world's lying flat authority. The token instantly burst with dazzling white light, enveloping his figure and disappearing from the divine realm. When he opened his eyes again, harsh mechanical roars filled his ears. Metal towers soared into the clouds before him. All manner of aircraft darted across the sky. Pedestrians hurried along the ground, deep exhaustion etched on every face. Yet their eyes remained fixed on the holographic screens at their wrists, as if even their breath were racing against time. This place is even more caught up in the grind than the divine realm. Xiao Ming clicked his tongue. The instant he landed, an intangible grind Qi wrapped around him, and even his breathing felt rushed. The token at his wrist automatically brought up a holographic display with basic information about the Interstellar Federation, a star-faring civilization built on technology, where the entire populace worshipped efficiency above all. From birth, every citizen was enrolled in the involution rating system, with strict quantitative standards for study work and even rest time. Those whose ratings lagged were forcibly sent to high-efficiency reform camps. Over the past century, more than 10 billion people had suffered mental breakdowns or physical collapse due to excessive involution, and the foundations of the civilization were teetering on the brink of ruin. Wow, even rest has to be quantified. This bunch of grind lords is pretty ruthless. Just as Xiao Ming was marveling at this, a robot in a silver uniform blocked his way, its electronic eyes flashing red. Outsider detected. You are not connected to the involution rating system. Proceed to the rating center at once to register. Exceeding the time limit will incur an inefficiency penalty. With that, the robot extended a mechanical arm to grab Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming raised his hand and flicked it. The divine king-ranked slacking domains silently unfolded. The moment the pale gold halo enveloped the robot, its electronic eyes stuttered, its once fluid mechanical movements slowed, and finally, it collapsed to the ground with a clang, its screen flashing repeatedly. System overload. Requesting sleep. Pedestrians around him stopped in their tracks, staring in shock. After all, involution surveillance robots were the Federation's most precise equipment and had never malfunctioned. Could this outsider actually have driven one to go on strike? What kind of technology is that? It can put a surveillance robot to sleep. He looks so relaxed. He actually dares to ignore his holographic screen. Doesn't he fear the rating system will label him a low-efficiency person? Murmurs rose and fell. Many people secretly slowed their steps, their eyes filled with curiosity and longing. In a world where even breathing was counted against efficiency, Xiao Ming's leisurely air was like a light from another world. Taking the chance, Xiao Ming stepped forward and waved at the crowd. Everyone stop for a moment and take a rest. You run like this every day? What exactly are you chasing? A young man in a white lab coat and thick-framed glasses stepped forward hesitantly. We are keeping up our rating progress. If I don't finish 3 project reports today, my rating will drop, and I'll be sent to a reform camp. As he spoke, his eyes kept darting to the screen on his wrist, his tone carrying an anxiety he could hardly conceal. But even if you finish, what then? Xiao Ming pressed. When I finish, my rating advances, I get more resources, and then I go on completing even more projects. The young man's voice grew softer as he spoke, a flicker of bewilderment surfacing in his eyes. I don't know either. It feels like I've been chasing progress since the day I was born, never once stopping. The people around nodded in unison, the same bewilderment appearing on their faces. They had been swept forward by the involution system, yet never once had they asked why they were running. Seeing this, Xiao Ming activated the myriad worlds slacking projection. Images of the cultivation world and the divine realm materialized in midair. Cultivators lying on grassy fields soaking in the sun, divine practitioners reclining on jade beds restoring their spirits. No frantic rhythm, no quantified assessments. Everyone was at ease and relaxed, yet still progressed imperceptibly. These images were like a stone thrown into still water, instantly stirring 1,000 ripples. An even greater commotion erupted from the crowd. So there are worlds like this. You can survive without chasing progress. They look so comfortable. I wish I could lie in the sun too. I haven't had a good night's sleep in 3 years. If only I could rest for a single day. Emotions spread like a tide. More and more people stopped putting down the devices in their hands, the exhaustion in their eyes replaced by longing. Just then the piercing sound of alarms came from afar. A team of soldiers in black battle armor marched quickly toward them, led by a cold-faced middle-aged man, the words, "Involution Executive," standing out sharply on his shoulder insignia. Audacious outsider. How dare you disrupt Federation order and beguile the people into idleness? The middle-aged man bellowed, raising his hand to signal the soldiers forward. Surrender at once, or you will be executed on the spot for the crime of endangering civilization. The soldiers raised their energy rifles' muzzles aimed at Xiao Ming. Tension pervaded the air. The crowd stumbled back in fear, yet no one was willing to leave. They wanted to see whether this outsider who had brought leisure could shatter the suffocating world of involution. Xiao Ming, however, remained just as carefree as ever. He pulled a fusion slacking fruit from his robes and shook it at the middle-aged man. No need to rush into violence. Have a fruit first. This place of yours is far too caught up in the grind. If you don't stop to rest soon, never mind the survival of civilization. You yourselves will collapse first. The middle-aged man's face turned livid, and he thundered, "Open fire." The energy rifles emitted a blinding glare, and countless beams of energy shot toward Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming's gaze hardened. With a single thought, he drove the divine king rank slacking domain to its absolute limit. The pale gold halo expanded violently in an instant. When the energy beams touched it, their speed dropped sharply, and in the end they fell to the ground like fireflies without causing even the slightest ripple. The middle-aged man's pupils contracted sharply. Shock surfaced on his face for the first time. That's impossible. Why would energy weapons fail? Xiao Ming smiled as he walked over and held out the slacking fruit. Nothing is impossible. Before the power of slacking, the swiftest pace and the mightiest efficiency are all futile. Taste it. Perhaps you'll discover that besides involution, there is another side to the world. The middle-aged man looked at the fruit with its strange luster, then at the expectant gazes around him, and then thought of the Federation's increasingly grave crisis. He hesitated. He had headed the Involution Enforcement Department for years and knew better than anyone that this civilization had long been overwhelmed. Yet he had always believed that only stricter involution could save everything. In the end, he took the slacking fruit with trembling hands. As the refreshingly sweet flavor melted on his tongue, an unprecedented wave of relaxation washed over his body. Nerves tensed for years suddenly loosened, and even the world before his eyes seemed to grow clearer. His eyes flew wide. The sternness on his face crumbled, completely replaced by shock and relief. Just then a system prompt echoed in Xiao Ming's mind. The core grind lord of the technological world has preliminarily acknowledged the way of slacking. The myriad world slacking plan has triggered a new branch line. Reward, Tech Edition Slacking Halo, can interfere with the involution system. Slacking value 2000000. Unlock Technological World Traversal Access. Xiao Ming rejoiced inwardly. It seemed the promotion of slacking in the technological world was going more smoothly than he had imagined. The middle-aged man looked at the slacking fruit in his hand, then at the crowd yearning for release, and suddenly made an astonishing decision. He raised his hand and pressed the communicator on his wrist, his voice filled with unprecedented conviction. By my order, all involution enforcement departments are to suspend operations immediately. From this day forward, citizens may arrange their own time freely. We will implement the slacking schedule. The moment the news broke, the entire Interstellar Federation erupted. The long-suppressed people cheered and set down their work. Some lay on the ground to bask in the sun, others took out entertainment devices they had not touched in years. In that instant, the entire civilization shed the heavy shackles of involution. Xiao Ming leaned against a metal railing to one side, watching the scene, a comfortable smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that whether in the cultivation world, the divine realm, or the technological world, the ultimate dream of every grind lord was in the end simply to lie flat and slack off. Just then the myriad world slacking token trembled once more. An even more ancient aura came through, as if from an even more mysterious world. Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow, his eyes full of anticipation. In the next world, what kind of grind lord would be waiting for him to save? The ancient aura radiating from the token grew ever denser, sharp with the chill of clashing blades and heavy with a millennium of accumulated depth. Xiao Ming had barely put away his smile when an archaic force wrapped around him. The metallic metropolis before his eyes instantly dissolved, giving way to rolling green mountains and scattered ancient buildings. In the air hung the faint scent of sandalwood and the unique blood-and-chi vigor of martial practitioners. Is this the ancient martial world? Xiao Ming surveyed his surroundings. Beneath his feet lay a path paved with bluestone slabs with all manner of sabers and swords planted along the roadside. On the training ground beyond, countless disciples in fitted martial robes were throwing punches and kicks. Their movements were fierce and powerful, yet carried a nearly paranoid tension. Cold sweat beaded on every forehead, every gaze was locked onto each stance, and even their breathing was disciplined to the rhythm of their strikes, as if taking one extra breath would be taken for slackness. Another gathering place of involution kings. Xiao Ming clicked his tongue. He had just taken 2 steps forward when 2 disciples with long sabers at their waists blocked his path. Their eyes were as sharp as blades as they looked Xiao Ming up and down. Outsider, this is the territory of the Jinwu Pavilion. Those who are not disciples of this sect may not enter. Leave at once. Jinwu Pavilion. Xiao Ming stroked his chin, and the token timely projected a message, a top-tier sect of the ancient martial world renowned for ultimate ascetic cultivation. It held to the creed: in the way of martial arts, one does not attain success without obsession unto madness. Disciples were required to complete 1,000 punches and 100 sword cuts each day. At the least sign of laziness, they would have their martial arts crippled and be expelled from the sect. Over the past century, many disciples had fallen into Qi deviation because of their excessive pursuit of extremes. The overall strength of the ancient martial world had fallen rather than risen, yet no one dared break this 1,000-year-old rule of bitter cultivation. Interesting, using self-destructive cultivation as the sect's heritage. Xiao Ming smiled. Just as he was about to speak, a shrill scream came from the training ground. A young disciple, his strength exhausted, had begun trembling as he swung his sword. The instructor beside him immediately strode over, kicked him to the ground, and barked, useless. You can't even hold out after 800 sword cuts. The Jinwu Pavilion has no room for slackers. If you don't finish 1,000 today, you'll be sent to the back mountains confinement room to reflect on your mistakes. The boy's face was deathly pale, but he dared not argue. He struggled to his feet and went on swinging his sword, his arm twitching from excessive strain, his eyes filled with fear and despair. Seeing this, the disciples around him trained even more desperately, not daring to let their breathing fall out of rhythm, as if the boy's fate were a warning of what awaited them. Xiao Ming frowned and was about to step forward when an old but forceful voice suddenly arrived. Since you are not a disciple of this sect, why are you spying here? In the center of the training ground, an old man in a dark black robe walked slowly over. His hair and beard were snow white, yet his back was ramrod straight, and his entire body exuded a restrained aura. Every step made the ground tremble faintly. Clearly a supreme expert of the ancient martial world. Behind him followed several elders with equally deep auras, their eyes wary and appraising. Jinwu Pavilion Master Ling Song. The token automatically identified the man. Xiao Ming understood, and with a smile he cupped his hands. I am Xiao Ming from another world. Having heard that the martial arts of the ancient martial world flourish, I came to pay a visit. I had only just arrived when I saw your disciples training so diligently, and I grew a little curious. The martial way has always required 1,000 temperings and 100 refinements. Where does this talk of being diligent come from? Ling Song's eyes darkened, his tone carrying unshakable certainty. Our Jinwu Pavilion has been passed down for 1,000 years precisely because of this perseverance, and that is how we have remained the foremost sect of the ancient martial world. Since you do not understand the martial way, you should not make reckless judgments. I may not understand ancient martial arts, but I do understand the human heart. Xiao Ming shook his head. Look at these disciples of yours. Every one of them wears a deathly expression and disordered qi. They seem to be working hard, but in reality they have long since damaged their very foundations. If you keep going on like this, let alone passing down the tradition, you may not even be able to produce a single successor. How dare you? The elder beside him roared. The affairs of the Jinwu Pavilion are not for an outsider like you to question. Unless you give us a satisfactory explanation today, don't even think of leaving. With that, the elder sprang into the air and threw a punch at Xiao Ming. The fist wind was keen and tore through the air, clearly the result of decades immersed in martial cultivation. The surrounding disciples cried out in shock. Even Ling Song did not stop it. He too wanted to see exactly what gave this sudden outsider the confidence to question the Jinwu Pavilion's heritage. Facing the incoming fist, Xiao Ming remained rooted to the spot. With a single thought, a divine king-level, slacking domain quietly expanded around him. The instant the faint golden glow enveloped the elder, he felt the force in his fist suddenly drain away. His fierce momentum collapsed at once, and his entire body seemed to strike a mound of cotton. He staggered backward several steps, his face full of shock. This? What kind of sorcery is this? The elder stared at his own fist in disbelief. That power had clearly been condensed to its utmost, only to vanish into thin air the moment it touched the other man. Ling Song's expression also turned grave. He could sense that Xiao Ming carried not a trace of martial aura, and yet he possessed a bizarre power that could dissolve all fierce and dominant force. He stepped forward and cupped his fists. You certainly have something extraordinary about you. But the martial way prizes ferocity and ceaseless advancement. If one is as slack as you, how can martial arts break through? And how can the ancient martial world continue to exist? The essence of martial arts is to strengthen the body and guard the original heart, not self-destructive involution. Xiao Ming smiled and raised a hand, activating the 10,000 world slacking projection. In the sky appeared images of cultivators from the cultivation world using softness to conquer hardness, and of divine kings in the divine realm balancing toil with rest. The final frame fixed on a branch world of ancient martial arts. Their martial artists practiced boxing in the morning and sipped tea in the afternoon. They looked unhurried, yet their forms were steeped in the way of nature, and their realms were far beyond the disciples of the Jinwu Pavilion. Look at them, Xiao Ming said, pointing at the images. Without forced repetition of 1,000 sword cuts, without the threat of having their martial arts abolished, they still push the martial way to its peak. Because they understand that the true martial way is to reconcile with yourself, not to make yourself the enemy. Like flowing water, it looks soft, yet it can bore through stone. If you force it to stop, it will only dry up and wither. Ling Song looked at the martial artists moving serenely in the images, and his eyes gradually softened. He recalled the Jinwu Pavilion's troubles. In recent years, disciples were growing more numerous, yet fewer and fewer could truly break through. Many geniuses had even fallen into Qi deviation because of excessive ascetic suffering. He had always believed the disciples were simply not working hard enough, but he had never considered that the problem lay in the philosophy passed down by the tradition itself. At this moment, the young disciple who had just been kicked down suddenly spoke. His voice trembled, but it was firm. Pavilion Master, this disciple wants to try that kind of cultivation method. Even training until late into the night, this disciple's hand can barely hold a sword steady, yet I still cannot meet the requirements. The young man's words were like a fuse, igniting the feelings of the other disciples. More and more disciples stopped practicing and turned to look at Ling Song, their eyes full of longing. Pavilion Master, we want to try it too. Training like this every day really is too painful. Ling Song looked at the eager eyes of the disciples, then at the projection in the air. Finally, he gave a long sigh, cupped his fists toward Xiao Ming, and said, perhaps what you said. Perhaps I was truly wrong. But the Jinwu Pavilion has been passed down for 1,000 years, and we have long grown used to this bitter discipline. How can we possibly change? Easy. Xiao Ming smiled and handed over a fused slacking fruit. Start by relaxing. Let your disciples stop their high-intensity training, bask in the sun, taste some fruit, and first soothe their tense state of mind. The martial way demands cultivation of both inner and outer. If the heart is not calm, no matter how fierce the moves, they are only hollow shells. Ling Song hesitated for a moment, then accepted the slacking fruit and took a bite. The refreshing sweetness instantly dispelled the bitterness in his mouth. The nerves that had been strained for days by sect affairs suddenly relaxed, and even the bottleneck that had blocked his martial peak for years showed faint signs of loosening. His eyes lit up, and a long missing relaxed smile appeared on his face. So under relaxation one can reap such rewards. With that, he turned to the disciples and announced, I order that all training tasks be suspended today. Everyone follow me. Together. Let's slack off. The disciples burst into cheers at once. They threw down their swords and sabers. Some lay on the grass basking in the sun, some gathered in circles to share the food they had brought. The atmosphere of the entire training ground instantly shifted from suffocating tension to relaxed delight. Just then a system notification sounded, detected a top-tier sect of the ancient martial world recognizes the way of slacking. Side quest of the 10,000 world slacking plan complete. Reward ancient martial slacking mind art. Confuse the martial way with the way of relaxation slacking points 300 and unlocked traversal authority across the entire ancient martial world. Xiao Ming's heart leaped with joy. Before he could speak, the token suddenly erupted with unprecedented dazzling light. A grand voice resounded through all the heavens. Detected the way of slacking has covered the 4 core worlds: cultivation, divine, technological, and ancient martial. The all heavens slacking altar has been upgraded to the 10,000 world slacking temple. Host Xiao Ming is now officially promoted to master of slacking across 10,000 worlds. As the light faded, a faint golden divine halo appeared around Xiao Ming's body, and the token in his hand turned into a plain ancient crown that slowly descended onto his head. Behind him, images of the 4 worlds emerged. Countless cultivators, divine practitioners, technological practitioners, and martial artists bowed to him in salute and shouted in unison, "Hail, Master of Slacking." Xiao Ming stood in place, watching the scene before him, the corner of his mouth curling in a pleased smile. From a slacking disciple of the Qingxian sect to the master of slacking governing 10,000 worlds, he had finally ascended to the summit of all heavens by the most lying flat means of all. He leaned back into the supreme slacking recliner that had appeared out of nowhere, picked up a slacking fruit condensed from the essence of 10,000 worlds, and took a bite. His eyes were full of languor and contentment. From now on, no matter which world's evolution kings they are, they'll all have to sit still and listen while I teach them the principles of slacking. He murmured to himself, sunlight falling on him warm and comfortable. After all, in all the heavens and 10,000 worlds, this is ultimately the world of slackers. As the golden light of the myriad worlds slacking divine temple enveloped the heavens, the crown atop Xiao Ming's head slowly merged into his divine sense, while a gentle force flowing through all worlds surged throughout his body. When he opened his eyes, what lay before him was no longer the martial arena of the ancient martial world, but a palace suspended in the cracks between the myriad worlds. White jade steps, cloudstone walls, and a ceiling adorned with strange crystals from various worlds that refracted a lazy, soft glow. At the center of the hall stood the myriad world's supreme recliner, crafted from the warm jade of the cultivation world, divine patterns of the divine realm, alloys of the tech world, and sandalwood of the ancient martial world. On a nearby stone table were piled fused slacking fruits gathered from the essence of all heavens. Now this is what I call a true holy land of slacking. Xiao Ming sank comfortably into the recliner, picked up a slacking fruit, and had just taken a bite when projections of the 4 major worlds appeared within the hall. In the Qingxian sect of the cultivation world, true man, Xianyang was leaning back in a recliner listening to disciples' reports. On the uni terrace of the divine realm, the 3 divine kings were leading divine cultivators in sunbathing. In the interstellar federation of the tech world, citizens were enjoying a leisurely picnic on the lawn, and in the Zhenwu pavilion of the ancient martial world pavilion, Master Ling Song was leading his disciples in practicing the slacking heart technique, their movements relaxed and free with none of their former tension. Looks like I don't need to worry about them. They've truly mastered the way of slacking. Xiao Ming smiled and shook his head. Just as he was about to close his eyes for a nap, the sound of soft footsteps suddenly came from outside the hall. Turning around, he saw 3 figures approaching at a leisurely pace. None other than Xian Jizi from the cultivation world, Ling Xiao from the divine realm, and the involution executive from the tech world. The 3 walked into the center of the hall, bowed to Xiao Ming, and said, "We pay our respects to the Lord of Slacking. Rise, no need to be so formal." Xiao Ming waved his hand and gestured to the stone benches beside him. Said, "Have some fruit. There are no other rules here. Just don't mention words like cultivation missions or assessments in front of me. They give me a headache." The 3 exchanged glances and sat down. Xian Jizi was the first to speak. "Sovereign Xiao, now that the way of slacking has been implemented across the 4 major worlds, cultivators have calmer minds and advance even faster. Quite a few who had been stuck at bottlenecks have made breakthroughs. However, some small worlds have heard of your reputation and sent envoys to ask for the promotion of the way of slacking. What do you think?" "Small worlds?" Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow, idly toying with the slacking fruit in his hand. "Which worlds?" Ling Xiao took over the conversation. "They are all low-dimensional small worlds. There's the spirit domain, which cultivates through emotions, the agricultural god realm, which is based on farming, and some small tech worlds that have just entered the interstellar age. Every one of them is severely trapped in involution, and they all hope you can come save the day." Xiao Ming Yan turned over and kept lying down. "Why should I save the day? How troublesome." "Send them the myriad worlds slacking token and pass along a directive. If they want to slack, they can learn it themselves by following the example of the 4 major worlds. If they really can't handle it, then they can come find me. I've just become the Lord of all worlds, and I haven't even enjoyed a few days of peace yet. I'm not going to go to all that trouble." Had anyone else said this, they would surely have been accused of indolence, but the 3 all nodded in agreement. After all, this Lord of Slacking had always solved problems by lying flat. Just as they were speaking, a burst of rapid energy fluctuations suddenly came from outside the hall. A bedraggled figure stumbled in. It was an emotion cultivator from the spirit domain. His body was shrouded in violent red mist, and his eyes were crimson, clearly on the verge of Qi deviation from having suppressed his emotions far too much. Lord of Slacking, save me. The cultivator fell to his knees, his voice trembling with tears. Our spirit domain cultivates using emotions as a guide, but the elders say that only extreme emotions lead to breakthrough, forcing us to immerse ourselves day and night in joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Many disciples are on the verge of collapse, just like me. Please save us. Xiao Ming frowned slightly, about to activate his slacking domain, but then thought it too troublesome. He simply raised his hand and flicked his finger. A fused slacking fruit flew toward the cultivator. The fruit landed in his hand, instantly transforming into a gentle golden light that merged into his body. In an instant, the violent red mist dissipated. The cultivator's whole body relaxed, his eyes cleared, and an expression of disbelief spread across his face. My emotions have actually calmed down. Even my bottleneck has loosened, Xiao Ming said lazily. It's like flowing water. The harder you block it, the more violently it rebounds. As for you forcing yourselves into extreme emotions, isn't that just the spirit domain version of involution? Go back and tell your elders, either learn to slack like the 4 major worlds, or wait for the entire spirit domain to collapse. The cultivator repeatedly kowtowed in thanks and left overjoyed. Xianjizi watched this scene and couldn't help laughing. Sovereign Xiao, that casual flick of your finger is far more effective than all our running around. Otherwise, how do you think I became the Lord of all worlds? Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow and was about to say something else when another commotion came from outside the hall. This time an old man from the agricultural god realm, carrying heavy ears of grain on his back, ran in panting. Lord of Slacking, we in the agricultural god realm are always obsessed with 10,000 gene per move, forcing cultivators to speed ripen spirit grain day and night. As a result, the land is nearly barren and the grain is getting worse and worse. You must show us a way out. Xiao Ming glanced at the grain ears on the old man's back and casually waved his hand. A golden light fell onto the grain. The withered ears instantly became plump and full, radiating dense spiritual energy. Farming is about adapting to local conditions and following the seasons, not relying on brute force to force ripening. Stop the ripening methods when you go back, Xiao Ming said leisurely. Let the land rest, and let the cultivators rest too. Sow when it's time to sow and harvest when it's time to harvest. That is the true way of the agricultural god. If you really don't understand, go to the tech world and learn about ecological farming. Combine that with slacking, and I guarantee your spirit grain will be 10 times better than before. The old man held the grain ears, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. He made a deep bow to Xiao Ming, and then turned and left. Over the following days, people from all kinds of small worlds came in an endless stream. Xiao Ming remained on his recliner the entire time, either tossing a slacking fruit or offering a few words of guidance. He never rose from his seat, yet he effortlessly resolved one involution crisis after another across the worlds. The envoys from the 3 major worlds were dumbfounded. Xianjizi couldn't help sighing. I used to think that being a supreme ruler meant handling 1,000 affairs a day, but I never imagined Sovereign Xiao could command all worlds simply by lying flat. This is the true great way. Hearing this, Xiao Ming opened his eyes and smiled. What great way? It's just that I've come to understand something. Whether cultivating immortality, becoming a god, or ruling the myriad worlds isn't the ultimate goal, simply to live freely. If being a supreme ruler still means exhausting myself to death, then I'd rather go back to being a slacking disciple. As soon as the words left his mouth, the myriad worlds' slacking divine temple suddenly lit up with a gentle light, and a system notification echoed across the heavens. Host has comprehended the true essence of the great way of slacking. The law of slacking in the myriad worlds is now completely stable. From now on, there will be no involution in the heavens. All worlds will automatically generate a slacking balance mechanism, which operates on its own without the host's intervention. Xiao Ming's eyes lit up, and he completely relaxed. He stretched his arms and legs, leaned back in the recliner, and watched the shifting lights of the myriad worlds outside the hall, a contented smile curling at the corners of his mouth. From then on, there were no more involution kings in the myriad worlds, only beings cultivating freely. And the Lord of Slacking of all worlds finally lived the laid-back life of basking in the sun, eating fruit, and occasionally giving a few pointers to small worlds. Occasionally, the leaders of the 4 major worlds would come to visit the temple. Xiao Ming would simply tell them to find a place to sit while he continued lying on the recliner, listening to their reports of amusing events in their worlds, and from time to time offering a comment. Not bad, keep slacking. One day, as Xiao Ming was squinting in the sun, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. It came from the Qingxian sect in the cultivation world where he had once been. Under the old locust tree where he used to lie, a young disciple had somehow appeared, copying his old posture by leaning against the trunk, basking in the sun, and muttering, "I heard that our Lord of Slacking became a supreme ruler by lying down like this back then. Let me try too." Xiao Ming looked at the projection and couldn't help laughing out loud. It turned out that the way of slacking had long since planted the freest seeds throughout the myriad worlds. And he, the Lord of Slacking of all worlds, could finally let go of everything and peacefully within this temple bask in the sunlight from all heavens, eat the sweetest slacking fruits, and savor the most delightful eternity that belonged to him. Xiao Ming was sound asleep on the reclining chair in the myriad worlds temple. The sweet fragrance of the slacking fruit and the gentle warmth of the myriad heavens sunlight lingered at the tip of his nose, and even his divine sense exuded an air of languor. Suddenly a harsh buzzing sound erupted outside the temple, like countless laws colliding with fierce violence. The energies of the myriad heavens which had been flowing serenely were thrown into chaos in an instant, and even the crystals within the temple began to flicker erratically. Who dares to disturb my sweet dream? Xiao Ming turned over in irritation, eyes still shut, and waved a hand intending to shut out the irksome clamor with his god-king level slacking domain. This time, however, his domain had barely taken shape when a strange monstrous force slammed into it, sending tremors through it. Ripples quivered across the pale golden aura, yet the domain still failed to fully seal off that surging wave. Interesting. Xiao Ming finally opened his eyes, sat up, and looked outside the temple. In the crevice between the heavens, a jet-black rift was torn open. Twisted energy flowed along its rim. Neither the spiritual power of the cultivation realm nor the divine essence of the divine realm. Instead, it carried an extreme taut sensation, as if every wisp of energy were being squeezed and smashed together, exuding a suffocating aura of involution. A figure stepped out of the rift at a leisurely pace, clad in a dark gold robe. Countless thin ribbons of light wound around his body, each revolving at breakneck speed like an unending gear. He was handsome, yet his face was utterly devoid of expression. His gaze was sharp as a blade, and as it swept over the temple, even the indolent air itself seemed to be carved apart. So you are the Lord of Slacking of the myriad worlds. His voice was mechanically cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. I am the extreme involution venerable of the Involution King Origin Realm, and I have come to challenge you. The Involution King Origin Realm. Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow. The myriad worlds slacking token automatically projected information. A world born from the source of the law of involution, where no possibility of relaxation existed, and where every living being took extreme involution as the very meaning of survival. The extreme involution venerable was the supreme being of this world, the incarnation of the law of involution itself. No need for a duel. I am busy. Xiao Ming yawned and lay back down on the chair. If you have come to learn slacking, I can give you a fruit. If you have come to stir up trouble, go back now. Don't delay my sunbathing. Insolent. The ribbons of light around the extreme involution venerable abruptly accelerated. The temperature inside the temple soared in an instant, and the air grew thick and oppressive. The way of slacking is nothing but a crooked heterodox path that throws the order of all heavens into disarray. Were it not for slackers like you, the myriad worlds should have been ceaselessly transcending through extreme involution, reaching ever higher dimensions. Today I will abolish your law of slacking and drag every world back to the right track. As he spoke, he raised his hand and swept it down, sending countless high-speed ribbons of light shooting toward Xiao Ming. Those ribbons of light carried enough force to tear space itself. Everywhere they passed, the temple's white jade floor was marked with fine, dense fractures. Clearly, he was far more formidable than any involution king they had faced before. Xiao Ming's gaze sharpened. He no longer dared to be careless. With a flick of his thought, the power of the myriad world's slacking temple was instantly activated. The crystals above burst with dazzling radiance, and a golden barrier rose to blanket the entire temple, blocking the ribbons of light. The ribbons of light crashed against the barrier with tremendous impacts, yet they could not advance an inch. Is this all you have to rely on? The extreme involution venerable's eyes darkened, and the involution aura around him swelled once more. It seems that unless I show you real strength, you will never understand the true power of involution. He suddenly raised his hand, and a black orb condensed in his palm. Within it, countless energies were frantically compressing and spiraling, radiating an aura of world-destroying terror. This was the core power of the Involution King Origin Realm, the ultimate involution bomb capable of compressing all energy to its limit and then detonating it in a single burst. Looking at the orb, Xiao Ming finally sat up straight. He could sense that the power within that orb outmatched the sky-scorching palm of the Crimson Sun God King and the iron fist of the battle-mad God King combined. If it detonated, the entire myriad world's temple could be destroyed. It seems I really have to play with you a little. Xiao Ming sighed and slowly stood up. As he moved, the law of slacking across the myriad heavens began to churn. The gentle spiritual power of the cultivation realm, the mellow divine essence of the divine realm, the stable energy of the technological realm, and the reserved blood energy of the ancient martial realm poured into his body in an endless stream, forming a golden pillar of light that connected all the heavens. This is the extreme involution venerable's pupils violently shrank. He could feel that the golden pillar carried no trace of violent force, yet it possessed a strange energy capable of dissolving all involution, and the power inside his body started to turn sluggish. This is the ultimate strength of slacking, using the freedom of the myriad heavens to smash extreme involution. Xiao Ming said softly. He raised his hand toward the black orb and slowly pushed out a palm. The instant the golden pillar and the black orb collided, there was no explosion as expected. Instead, it was like warm water merging into ice. The madly churning energy within the black orb gradually slowed, and the twisted laws became serene. The extreme involution venerable's face changed drastically. He desperately urged his involution power, trying to keep the orb alive, but the harder he pushed, the faster his energy drained away. He watched the orb gradually shed its darkness and become soft, his eyes flooded with disbelief. His proud ultimate involution power was before this seemingly lazy strength so fragile that it could not withstand a single blow. Impossible. Involution is the only path of progress for the myriad heavens. How could it be dissolved by slacking? The extreme involution venerable roared, the ribbons of light around him flickering wild bursts, as if they were about to burn his very origin. Xiao Ming shook his head. Progress does not come from grinding others down, but from balance. A seed needs sunlight and rain, and it also needs time to settle. Forcing it to ripen will only make it wither. Your so-called extreme involution is only overdrawing the foundation of the world. It looks like progress, but in reality it is heading toward destruction. As he spoke, he raised a finger and tapped the air. The dissolved orb turned into countless gentle motes of light that scattered around the extreme involution venerable. The motes of light merged into his body. The taut aura around him gradually loosened, and the racing ribbons of light slowed down. For the first time, an expression other than coldness appeared on his face. Bewilderment. Was I wrong? The extreme involution venerable murmured to himself, thinking of the scene in the Involution King origin realm. All living beings were locked in unending involution, without rest or relaxation. Though each individual was powerful, there was not the slightest trace of vitality. The whole world exuded a dead stillness. Seeing this, Xiao Ming handed him a fused slacking fruit. Try it. Feel the freedom that comes from the myriad heavens. Perhaps you will understand that besides involution, the world has other sides. The extreme involution venerable hesitated for a long moment, but in the end, he took the slacking fruit and bit into it. The crisp sweetness instantly dispelled the tension inside him. A relaxation he had never known swept over his body, and he could not help closing his eyes, savoring the long-lost comfort. Just then, a system chime echoed through the heavens, detected the supreme sovereign of the Involution King origin realm has recognized the way of slacking. The law of slacking across all worlds has reached complete perfection. Reward heart of myriad worlds balance. It can permanently maintain the equilibrium between slacking and progress throughout all heavens and unlock the privilege to traverse the Involution King origin realm. As the chime faded, the dark gold robe around the extreme involution venerable dissolved, transforming into a loose, plain-colored garment. His once piercing gaze also became peaceful. He bowed to Xiao Ming, his tone carrying unprecedented reverence. Thank you for your guidance, Lord of Slacking. I was too entrenched in my own ways. From today onward, the Involution King origin realm is willing to promote the way of slacking and seek balance together with the myriad worlds. Xiao Ming smiled and nodded, watching the venerable turn and leave. The black rift slowly sealed, and the energy of the myriad heavens regained its calm. He lay back down on the reclining chair and heaved a long sigh of relief. Finally, I can get a good night's sleep. Yet the moment he closed his eyes, a loud commotion erupted outside the temple. The leaders of the four great worlds rushed in, faces filled with anxiety. Saint Lord Xiao, something bad has happened. Cultivators from the Involution King origin realm are flooding into all the worlds, saying they want to learn the way of slacking. Every realm is now crowded with people. Xiao Ming. He opened his eyes, looked at the people before him, and gave a helpless smile. It seemed that even as the Lord of Slacking of the myriad worlds, attaining complete idleness was not going to be easy. But it was all right. No matter how many came, he only needed to keep lying there, tossing out slacking fruits and explaining the principles of slacking. After all, he was a man who had attained godhood through slacking. Slacking was his ultimate Tao. The sunlight spilled across him again, and Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling into a relaxed smile. The clamor of the myriad heavens became his finest lullaby. And this legend of slacking was still continuing, without end, without pause. While the leaders of the four great worlds were running around in a panic, Xiao Ming was leisurely biting into a lying flat fruit, watching the cultivators from the Involution King origin realm flood into the hall. They wore uniform dark golden battle suits, walked with an urgent rhythm, their eyes still retaining a tautness of always needing to roll, yet unable to resist, curiously taking in the lazy scene inside the temple. Just like a group of involution refugees who had stumbled into a comfort zone. What's there to panic about? Xiao Ming swallowed the pulp and pointed to the floating plaza outside the temple. Clean up that area, set out reclining chairs and fruit, and let them stay by themselves. Involution kings. Once they've tasted the sweetness of lying flat, they'll catch on faster than anyone. Xuanjizi and the others did as they were told, albeit skeptically. But the moment the reclining chairs were set up, the cultivators from the Involution King origin realm were at a loss. Some stood beside the chairs at a complete loss as to how to sit down, as some managed to sit, but kept their backs ramrod straight, unsure where to put their hands. And one impatient type jumped up after barely a few minutes, instinctively looking for something to do, only to find everyone around lazily lounging and awkwardly remain standing. See, I told you so. Xiao Ming shook his head with a smile and waved his hand, spreading his God King level lying flat domain across the entire plaza. Beneath the pale golden glow, the cultivators stiffened for a moment, then their taut muscles gradually relaxed and their rapid breathing slowed. A young cultivator couldn't help but yawn, hesitantly leaned back against a reclining chair, and his eyes instantly lit up. So this is what it's like not to be tense all the time. How comfortable. Once the first one cracked, the rest followed suit and relaxed. In less than half an hour, the initially reserved Involution Kings had completely let loose. Some munched on lying flat fruits with relish, some simply lay on the reclining chairs basking in the sun, and others huddled together discussing how to lie more comfortably. Even their speech slowed down, no longer carrying the old urgency. Ling Tsang watched in amazement. I never imagined these cultivators from the Involution King origin realm could change so quickly. That's because they've been rolling for so long that they're already exhausted. It's like a bowstring that's been taut for 10,000 years. Once you loosen it a little, it never wants to be tightened again. Just as he finished speaking, the venerable Jijuan arrived with several elders of the Involution King origin realm. Seeing the disciples completely lying flat on the plaza, the elders' expressions changed. They were about to scold them, but the venerable Jijuan stopped them. He walked up to Xiao Ming and handed him a pitch-black fruit. This is our origin realm's involution fruit. Eating it accelerates energy circulation, but eating too much will damage one's origin. Today I've come to ask, how can it become like the lying flat fruit, able to assist cultivation while also putting people at ease, eh? Xiao Ming took the involution fruit, and golden light shimmered on his fingertips. The lying flat law of all heavens slowly began to circulate. The tense aura on the black fruit gradually dissipated, replaced by a soft luster, and it truly became somewhat similar to the lying flat fruit. Here, try it. Xiao Ming handed the fruit back. The venerable Jijuan took a bite, and his eyes instantly lit up. The sweet and refreshing taste carried a faint energy that neither made one tense nor failed to nourish the origin. It was 100 times better than the previous involution fruit. This is the way of balance, the venerable Jijuan exclaimed. Sort of. Xiao Ming leaned back into his reclining chair. Lying flat isn't giving up entirely, it's finding a rhythm that suits you. The cultivators of your origin realm aren't incapable of rolling. They just roll too hard and forget to relax. From now on, let them spend half their time cultivating and half lying flat. I guarantee they'll progress faster than before. The venerable Jijuan suddenly saw the light and immediately decided to implement a new rule of half rolling, half lying flat in the Involution King origin realm. When word spread, cultivators across the myriad worlds of the heavens were amused. Even the most extreme Involution King origin realm had begun lying flat. The heavens truly had no place left for involution. No one knew who first suggested it, but there was a proposal to hold a feast of lying flat across the heavens at the Myriad Worlds Temple to celebrate the perfection of the lying flat law. As soon as the news came out, the four great worlds and the Involution King origin realm responded one after another. Within just a few days, the floating plaza outside the temple was piled high with lying flat goods. From every world, the cultivation world sent 1,000-year-old ice-brewed fruit wine. The divine realm offered backrests crafted from 10,000-year warm jade. The technological world brought levitating recliners with automatic temperature control. The ancient martial world presented calming sandalwood, and even the Involution King origin realm delivered their improved leisure involution fruits. On the day of the banquet, cultivators from all heavens gathered in the plaza. There were no complicated rituals, no hierarchy. Everyone simply sat wherever they pleased. Some lay down drinking wine, some leaned back chatting, and some simply slept in the sun. The blazing sun god king and the war frenzy god king got together, arguing over which recliner is more comfortable. Pavilion Master Ling Song exchanged views with an executive from the Interstellar Federation on how to help disciples progress more at ease. The venerable Jijuan, holding an improved fruit, asked Xuanjizi for advice on the heart method of lying flat. Xiao Ming sat on the supreme recliner of all worlds, watching the lively yet lazy scene before him, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He casually picked up a cup of fruit wine from the cultivation world and took a sip. The clear, sweet aroma mixed with the breath of all heavens made his whole body feel wonderful. Just then a system notification suddenly sounded, But it no longer had the mechanical feel of before. Instead, it carried a gentle tone, detected that all beings across the heavens are enjoying the joy of lying flat. The lying flat law has been promoted to the Tao of ease across the heavens. Host Xiao Ming has become the Tao ancestor of ease, coexisting with all heavens at ease with all laws. As the notification sound faded, the golden divine halo around Xiao Ming turned into countless specks of light that merged into every corner of the heavens. He could clearly sense that cultivators in every world were brimming with ease and joy, and even the laws of heaven and earth had become softer. From then on, he was no longer just the Lord of lying flat, but the Tao ancestor who governed the ease of all heavens. Without needing to deliberately exert power, the way of lying flat had already fused into every corner of the heavens. The banquet gradually drew to a close, and cultivators left in twos and threes, all wearing satisfied smiles. The venerable Jijuan walked up to Xiao Ming and bowed deeply. Thank you, Tao ancestor, for allowing us to understand the true meaning of ease. In the future, the Involution King Origin Realm will surely guard this ease together with all the heavens. Xiao Ming waved his hand and said with a smile, go on, enjoy the ease that belongs to you. Remember, no matter what cultivation realm you reach, living comfortably is the most important thing. The venerable Jijuan nodded and left, and the plaza gradually returned to calm. Xiao Ming lay on the recliner watching the stars drift across the sky and feeling the carefree atmosphere of all heavens, and slowly closed his eyes. No more Involution Kings to disturb him, no more laws to bind him. Only the warm sunlight, sweet fruit, and an eternal stretch of carefree time that belonged to him. From then on, the myriad worlds of the heavens were free from the torment of involution, leaving only beings cultivating in ease, and this Tao ancestor, who had risen from lying flat, finally merged wholly into the heavens and became ease itself. Occasionally someone would ask about his whereabouts, and the answer would always be, in some sun-drenched corner lying around and basking in the sun. Xiao Ming had slept on the lounge chair in the Temple of Myriad Worlds for an unknown span of time. When he awoke, the sunlight of the heavens was still warm, and the carefree fruits on the stone table retained their fresh, sweet fragrance. He stretched lazily and let his divine sense sweep across the heavens. He found every world immersed in a carefree atmosphere. The cultivation disciples meditating among the woods, resting against trees whenever fatigue set in, the divine cultivators fishing among the clouds unfazed by empty lines, the people of the technological realm planting flowers and grass aboard interstellar space stations no longer obsessed with efficiency. The martial artists of the ancient martial realm practicing their forms with newfound ease, and even the frantic Origin realm had established sprawling carefree parks where cultivators lounged on lawns free from the tension that once defined them. That's more like it. Xiao Ming smiled with satisfaction and reached for a carefree fruit when his divine sense suddenly caught an unusual aura from the Qingxian sect in the cultivation realm beneath the old locust tree where he used to lounge. A youth in azure robes stood with a furrowed brow, staring vacantly at the empty chair before him. The boy was Lin Xiaojuan, the newest disciple of Qingxian sect, raised on tales of Xiao Ming's carefree legend. Yet he stubbornly refused to follow the conventional path. While all other disciples reveled in their freedom, he rose at dawn, without fail to practice his fists, studied cultivation techniques at noon, and sat in meditation for 2 hours each evening. Even gazing at the spot where Xiao Ming once reclined, he mused, they say carelessness can lead to the Tao ancestor. But something tells me if I don't push myself, my heart won't be at peace. One day, watching his fellow disciples sprawl beneath the trees basking in sunlight, he couldn't help but approach them. Don't you want to improve, even a little? Practice one more sword form, comprehend one more layer of inner method. The senior brother, mouthful of fruit, rolled his eyes. Improve. The Tao ancestor himself said comfort is what matters most. Besides, for all your relentless grinding, you're not significantly stronger than us. Lin Xiaojuan's face flushed, though he refused to yield. This isn't about grinding, it's about effort. Someday I'll surpass all of you through hard work and become as strong as the Tao ancestor. When these words reached Xiao Ming's ears while he was sipping fruit wine sent from the cultivation realm, he nearly choked. Good heavens! Has the carefree era of the heavens lasted so long that a new drilling king is about to emerge? Just then Zuanjizi arrived to deliver freshly picked carefree fruits. Hearing this, he chuckled. This child is quite amusing. In today's cultivation realm, someone so diligent is truly a rare sight. A rarity. That's perfect entertainment. Xiao Ming's eyes lit up. With a thought, he shaped a wisp of divine sense into a faint glow and sent it drifting toward Qingxian sect. Lin Xiaowan was practicing his fists before the old locust tree when he suddenly felt a lightness on his shoulder. A carefree fruit glowing with golden light landed in his palm. He froze, looking up to see a hazy figure materializing in the air, its voice lazy, yet carrying an inexplicable authority. Young one, working so hard. Do you wish to become a drilling king? Who are you? Lin Xiaowan retreated a step, warily, fists clenched. Who I am matters not. What matters is, does your practice actually yield results? Xiao Ming's voice carried amusement. You've trained your fists for 3 months. Could you defeat that senior brother basking in the sun beside you? Lin Xiaowan blushed. Truth be told, he couldn't win. That senior brother appeared to spend each day soaking up sunlight, yet his mental state remained serene and his spiritual energy flowed smoothly. When he occasionally struck, his techniques were 100 times more solid than Lin's. But he doesn't work as hard as I do. Lin Xiaowan protested. Effort isn't about mindless practice. Xiao Ming's tone softened. Like the carefree fruit in your hand. You must savor it slowly to taste its sweetness. Swallow it whole, and you'll discern nothing. Cultivation is the same. Blind repetition is useless. You must learn to relax, and let your mindset keep pace with your progress. You're like a bow drawn too tight now. Keep straining like this, and it will eventually snap. As he spoke, Xiao Ming's divine sense transformed into a warm current that merged into Lin Xiaojuan's body. Instantly, his previously tense spiritual energy softened, and the exhaustion accumulated from days of relentless training began to dissipate. He instinctively leaned against the old locust tree and took a bite of the carefree fruit. Its refreshing sweetness melted across his tongue, and his entire being relaxed. It does feel much more comfortable, Lin Xiaowan murmured to himself, gazing at the fruit in his palm with growing confusion. But I don't want to just drift along. I want to grow stronger. Who told you that drifting along prevents strength? Xiao Ming laughed. I too once lounged beneath this very tree, yet I still became the Tao ancestor. Carefree living doesn't mean giving up. It means finding your own rhythm. If you enjoy practicing fists, then practice. But don't force yourself. Rest when weary, sleep when tired. Let cultivation become part of life rather than a burden. Lin Xiaowan nodded with partial understanding and took another bite of the carefree fruit. This time, instead of hurriedly rising to practice his fists, he leaned against the tree and watched the clouds drift across the sky. For the first time, he felt that perhaps not pushing oneself to the limit wasn't so bad after all. Xiao Ming retracted his divine sense and couldn't help but smile. This young one has real potential. Zhuangjizi also smiled. With your guidance, he will surely come to understand the true meaning of the path of ease. In the days that followed, Xiao Ming occasionally kept watch over Lin Xiaowan. He watched as the young man gradually transformed. He still rose early to practice his fists, but no longer drove himself to exhaustion. He still studied cultivation techniques, but would bask in the afternoon sun to relax his mind. When encountering bottlenecks, instead of relentlessly forcing breakthroughs, he would take walks behind the mountain, and occasionally, mimicking his fellow disciples, would lie beneath the old locust tree gnawing on carefree fruits. Before long, Lin Xiaowan actually broke through his bottleneck, his cultivation surpassing that of many fellow disciples. Standing beneath the old locust tree, he held the spiritual energy he had just broken through with, and paid his respects to the heavens. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. I have finally understood. Cultivating with ease is truly the fastest path. Xiao Ming watched this scene, a contented smile playing on his lips. Just then, the system notification sounded once more, this time, tinged with lighthearted amusement, detected a new drilling king in the heavens, has comprehended the path of ease. The laws of heavenly ease grow more perfect. Reward wish-granting ease talisman allows the holder to enter a relaxed state, at any time increasing cultivation efficiency by 100-fold. Excellent, excellent. Another who understands. Xiao Ming stored away the talisman paper, reclined back onto his chair, and picked up a carefree fruit. As he took his first bite, his divine sense swept toward the frantic origin realm, and their venerable Ji-Wan was leading his disciples in improving the Neijuan fruit. This time they had actually cultivated a new variety called the sweet-sour ease fruit, which provided energy, while inducing relaxation, becoming the most popular snack across all heavens. Looks like no matter which world, as long as one grasps the principle of ease, new possibilities emerge. Xiao Ming shook his head with a smile, closed his eyes, and let the sunlight of the heavens wash over him. There were no challenges from drilling kings, no crises of the laws. Only the occasional little oddity, waiting for his guidance. The days of this Tao ancestor of ease were more comfortable than ever before. Occasionally he would transform into a faint glow to wander through the various realms, listening to disciples chatter beneath the old locust tree in the cultivation realm, watching celestial kings fish from the cloud leisure terrace in the divine realm, observing people picnicking on lawns in the technological realm, and observing martial artists practice their forms at the training grounds in the ancient martial realm. At every place he visited, he could feel that sincere sense of ease and relaxation. One day, while taking a stroll in the carefree park of the frantic origin realm, Xiao Ming encountered a young cultivator who had just learned to relax. The young cultivator tugged at his robe and asked curiously, Senior, do you know the Tao ancestor of ease? I've heard he became the supreme one through mere laziness. Is it true? Xiao Ming crouched down and chuckled, ruffling his hair. It is true. But remember, this drifting along is not the goal. Ease and freedom are. Whether in cultivation or in life, as long as you live comfortably and happily, that is the finest Tao. The young cultivator nodded with partial understanding and bounced off to play with his companions. Xiao Ming watched his retreating figure rose to his feet, and gazed at the starry expanse above, an eternal smile gracing his lips. Across the myriad heavens and worlds, ease and freedom reigned supreme. And he, the Tao ancestor who had risen from carefree living, would forever guard this freedom, basking in the warmest sunlight, savoring the sweetest fruits, and living the most comfortable existence through the endless river of time. Xiao Ming had just taken a seat in the lying flat park of the Wanwang origin realm when Venerable Qi hurried over, an unusual panic on his face. Tao ancestor, something has happened. A low-dimensional world we have just made contact with has suddenly refused to adopt the way of lying flat. They even say they want to attain the Tao through extreme involution, and they have driven back the envoys we sent. Oh, is that so? Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow, pausing mid-bite on the sweet and sour ease fruit. A low-dimensional minor world. What is it called? They call themselves the Qinxiu realm, a cultivation world that was formed not long ago. Everyone there believes that diligence can compensate for inadequacy and treats idleness as the gravest taboo. They even refine spiritual energy while eating. It is even more extreme than the Wanwang origin realm back in the day. Venerable Qi frowned, his tone laced with disbelief. When our envoy spoke to them about the way of lying flat, they labeled him a heretic and nearly crippled him under their realm lord's command. A bit interesting. Just in time for me to stretch my limbs. Xiao Ming rose from the recliner and stretched. Since becoming the Tao ancestor of ease, he had never encountered a world that actively refused to lie flat. He had to go see just how extreme the Qinxiu realm's involution really was. With a single thought, the two instantly crossed the void and appeared above the Qinxiu realm. The moment they landed, they were engulfed by a thick aura of involution. On the ground, not a single spot was left idle. All the cultivators sat cross-legged with hands forming seals. Even children clutched cultivation manuals and pored over them with intense earnestness, their eyes burning with the urge not to fall behind. Countless enormous steels hovered in the air, inscribed with maxims such as 1 day of diligent cultivation is worth 10 years of lying flat, and the slothful will never make something of themselves. Even the wind seemed to carry a nagging call to cultivate. This place is even more suffocating than the Wanwang origin realm was back in my day. Venerable Qi could not help frowning. The two had barely walked 2 steps when a squad of silver-armored Qinxiu guards blocked their way. Their leader stared with piercing eyes and barked, "Who are you? Why are you loitering here? Find a place to cultivate immediately or be charged with the crime of sloth." "We want to see your realm lord," Xiao Ming said casually. He was just about to release his lying flat domain when another thought struck him. Perhaps he did not need to intervene by force. If they tasted the bitterness of involution for themselves, they would better understand the benefits of lying flat. The Qinxiu guards escorted the two to the central hall of the Qinxiu realm. The hall was devoid of ornate decorations, filled instead with densely packed meditation cushions. An old man in a golden Taoist robe sat with closed eyes in meditation, spiritual energy churning urgently around him, his breathing rhythm deliberately controlled. He was none other than Yin Lai, the realm lord of the Qinxiu realm. "Outsiders, why have you intruded into my Qinxiu realm?" Yin Lai opened his eyes, his gaze bearing unshakable authority. "If you have come to preach heresy, leave now, or I will not be gentle." "Heresy?" Xiao Ming smiled. "Realm lord, do you truly think your Qinxiu realm can last?" He raised his hand and swept it across the air, projecting the realm's current state into the center of the hall. The cultivators were all pale and exhausted. Many had suffered disordered spiritual energy from overcultivation. Some young disciples were even vomiting blood while clenching their teeth and continuing to cultivate. The realm's spiritual energy was growing thinner and thinner, clearly overdrawn, and even the laws of heaven and earth had begun to show faint cracks. Yin Lai's expression stiffened, but he still refused to yield. Cultivation has always required a price. The hardship of today is for the strength of tomorrow. Once all my realm's cultivators break through, we will naturally mend the cracks in heaven and earth. But look at them. Can they truly hold on until that day of strength arrives? Xiao Ming pointed to a youth in the projection who was vomiting blood. He is only 15 and his origin is already damaged. If he keeps practicing like this, within 3 years, he will fall into Qi deviation. Is this what you call diligent cultivation? It is nothing but trading life for a fleeting illusion of progress. Yin Lai fell silent, and a flicker of doubt passed through his eyes. He looked at the disciples in the projection, knowing clearly that Xiao Ming was speaking the truth. But he had believed in the way of diligent cultivation for 1,000 years and could not give it up so easily. Just then a disturbance broke out outside the hall. A Qinxiu guard ran in, his face pale. "Realm Lord, something terrible has happened. In the Eastern training ground, overcultivation and excessive consumption of spiritual energy have triggered a violent spiritual surge. Many disciples are already injured." Yin Lai suddenly rose to his feet, his expression changing completely. He hurried to the training ground and saw disorderly spiritual energy filling the sky. Many cultivators lay on the ground groaning in pain, and the once solid earth had split open with huge fissures on the verge of collapse. "Quickly, everyone stop cultivating and circulate your heart methods to stabilize your spiritual energy." Yin Lai shouted. But the cultivators were already overdrawn and incapable of gathering their spiritual energy. Helpless, they could only watch the spiritual surge grow more violent. Xiao Ming saw this and no longer hesitated. He raised his hand and swept it through the air. The divine king-grade lying flat domain unfolded instantly, enveloping the entire training ground in a faint golden glow. The turbulent spiritual energy immediately softened. The pain of the wounded cultivators gradually faded, and their tightly drawn expressions slowly relaxed. This, Yin Lai stared in shock. He could sense that this power did not forcibly suppress spiritual energy, yet it restored all to calm. Far more effective by 100-fold than his diligent cultivation heart method. Xiao Ming walked up to him and handed him a sweet and sour ease fruit. Try it. Sometimes stepping back is more effective than charging ahead. Your way of diligent cultivation is not wrong in itself. The fault is in its extreme excess. You have forgotten to leave heaven and earth and cultivators a little room to breathe. Yin Lai hesitated for a long time, then finally took the fruit and bit into it. The fresh, sweet taste instantly drove away the bitterness in his mouth. The nerves that had been tense for days suddenly relaxed, and even the bottleneck that had held him at the position of Realm Lord for years showed faint signs of loosening. So, this is the power of ease. Yin Lai murmured, looking at the training ground that had grown calm. Finally, he let go completely. I was wrong. I have been wrong all along. He bowed to Xiao Ming with unprecedented respect. Thank you for your guidance, Tao Ancestor. From now on, the Qinxiu realm is willing to practice the way of lying flat, and together with all the heavens and myriad worlds seek the balance of ease. As his words fell, a system notification echoed through the heavens, detected that the Qinxiu realm has acknowledged the way of ease. A new chapter has been added to the laws of ease across the myriad heavens. Reward, Heaven-Earth Buffer Talisman, which can repair the cracks in heaven and earth caused by excessive involution and unlock traversal access to the Qinxiu realm. Xiao Ming nodded with a smile as he watched Yin Lai begin arranging for disciples to rest and unwind. The once grim Qinxiu realm gradually came back to life. Venerable Ji, one could not help but sigh. The Tao Ancestors' approach is truly superior. You defused this crisis without a single soldier or blade. It is not that I am superior. They simply needed a way to step down gracefully. Xiao Ming leaned against a stone platform and picked up an ease fruit. Involution is like a flood, blocking it will not work. Only by channeling it and letting it find balance with ease can it truly last. As the sun set, the cultivators of the Qinxiu realm for the first time set down the tensions in their hearts, lay on the grass and basked in the sunlight. Long missing smiles appeared on their faces. Xiao Ming watched this scene, a carefree smile curling at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that no matter which world it was in the end, no one could resist the temptation of lying flat. And he, the Tao Ancestor of Ease, would continue to carry this wisdom of lying flat as he wandered through all the heavens and worlds, so that every involution king could find a path of ease that belonged to them. As for what the next world might bring, Xiao Ming did not care. After all, to him, the most comfortable thing in the world was to carry a heart that knew how to lie flat, to see the scenery of all heavens, and to taste every sweetness along the way. Just as Xiao Ming returned from the diligent cultivation realm to the myriad world's divine hall, he caught a familiar, elegant fragrance. Not the sweetness of a slacking fruit, nor the mellow scent of divine sandalwood, but the unique aroma of Qingling grass from the cultivation world, carrying the warmth of his memories of first entering the Qingxian sect. Strange who would bring Qingling grass here. He followed the fragrance out of the hall, and saw a figure in plain white standing by the jade steps of the floating square. The woman wore the standard Taoist robe of the Qingxian sect, her long hair loosely tied up with a wooden hairpin, and faint flowing cloud patterns embroidered on her cuffs. She was none other than Li Ling'er, the senior sister of the Qingxian sect from back then. She carried more composure than before, with gentle spiritual power flowing around her, clearly having broken through to the nascent soul realm. Yet the cool yet tender temperament in her eyes remained exactly the same as in his memories. Seeing Xiao Ming approach, Li Ling'er turned around, a subtle sparkle glimmering in her eyes. She bowed slightly and said, "Junior brother, it's been a long time." "Senior sister." Xiao Ming was taken aback, then smiled and walked forward. "Why have you come to the myriad world's divine hall? Is everything well at the Qingxian sect?" "Thanks to you, the sect is doing very well now." Li Ling'er smiled softly and handed over a bamboo basket lined with Qingling grass, containing a few wild fruits still bearing dew. "Elder Xuanjizi said you have become the lord of myriad worlds, so I thought I would come and see. These are the wild fruits from the back mountain that you loved to eat back then, just picked still fresh." Xiao Ming took the bamboo basket, his fingertips touching the cool wild fruits, and instantly recalled his days at the Qingxian sect. He used to love lying lazily under the old locust tree, and every time Li Ling'er finished sword practice, she would pick a basket of wild fruits for him, saying, "Don't be so lazy," while her eyes were full of indulgence. "I didn't expect senior sister to still remember." Xiao Ming picked up a fruit and took a bite. The refreshingly sweet taste was exactly the same as back then, and even the golden aura in the divine hall seemed to soften a bit. Li Linger looked at him, a trace of amusement flashing in her eyes. Back then you always said cultivation was too tiring and you wanted to slack off for a lifetime. Who would have thought you would end up as the Lord of Myriad Worlds and even found the Tao of slacking? Speaking of which, the entire sect is now learning your carefree cultivation method. Of course, take a look at who created this Tao. Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow with a smile, inviting her to sit on the reclining chair. By the way, how did you break through to the nascent soul stage? I remember you were stuck at the late golden core stage for a long time. It was all thanks to your inspiration. Li Linger adjusted her sleeves, her tone carrying a hint of relief. I used to always strive to be the most qualified senior sister, pushing myself to cultivate day and night, but that only left me stuck at a bottleneck. Later I listened to your Tao of slacking and tried to relax my mind. Unexpectedly, not long after, I broke through naturally. The two talked about the Qingxian sect of the past and the changes in the various worlds today. Occasionally Li Linger would mention amusing anecdotes from the sect, how a junior brother tired from sword practice lay flat, like Xiao Ming, how an elder studying the slacker's heart method had instead broken through years of shackles. Xiao Ming listened with great interest while the flowing lights of the myriad worlds outside the hall became the perfect backdrop. As they were talking, Venerable Extreme Roller arrived with disciples from the origin realm of Roller Kings, bringing newly cultivated leisure fruits. Seeing Li Ling, he could not help but ask curiously, Tao ancestor, who is this? This is my senior sister Li Linger from the Qingxian sect in the cultivation world. Xiao Ming introduced, then turned to Li Linger and said, this is Venerable Extreme Roller from the origin realm of Roller Kings. He used to be a top-tier Roller King, but now he has also become an enthusiast of slacking. Venerable Extreme Roller quickly greeted her, and Li Linger returned the greeting warmly. Her gaze fell upon the cultivators from different worlds in the square. Some wore uniforms from the technological realm, some were clad in ancient martial arts attire, and some bore divine patterns from the divine realm. Yet all lay freely on reclining chairs with no barriers between them. I never expected the myriad worlds to be so harmonious. Li Linger sighed softly. I used to think that everything outside the cultivation world was alien, but now it seems that people from every world yearn for a sense of ease. Naturally, Xiao Ming said with a smile. Whether it's cultivation or becoming a god, isn't this comfort what everyone ultimately seeks? By the way, senior sister, since you're here, stay for a few more days. I'll take you around the various worlds and show you my slacking kingdom. Li Linger nodded in agreement. In the following days, Xiao Ming took her traveling through the myriad worlds. Under the old locust tree in the cultivation world, they watched junior brothers basking in the sun, while practicing boxing at the cloud leisure terrace in the divine realm. They fished with the three divine kings. On the interstellar lawn of the technological realm, they watched people picnicking and chatting. In the martial arena of the ancient martial realm, they watched Pavilion Master Lingsong practice the stretching slacker's heart method. At each place, Li Linger observed carefully, occasionally picking up the cultivator's slacking gear to examine, her eyes filled with curiosity. When they reached the slacking park in the origin realm of Roller Kings, seeing former Roller Kings lying on the lawn munching on fruits, she could not help but laugh. I never imagined that even the most extreme Roller Kings could become this carefree. It's not that they've changed, Xiao Ming said. It's that they've finally found the way they were always meant to be. Xiao Ming handed her a leisure fruit. Just like you and me back then. We used to be bound by what we should do. Only later did we realize that living according to one's heart is the most comfortable way. Li Linger took the fruit, took a bite, and the sweet taste melted on her tongue as she looked up at Xiao Ming. The setting sun streamed through the gaps between worlds, casting a faint golden glow upon him, yet the laziness and sincerity in his eyes were still exactly like that of the junior brother who used to lie under the old locust tree. At that moment, a system notification suddenly sounded with warmth. Detected host reunion with an old friend. The myriad world's leisure law has integrated emotional warmth. Reward, nostalgia, leisure talisman. You can recall past beautiful moments at any time, and mental stability has been permanently increased. Xiao Ming was startled for a moment, then smiled. It turned out that the Tao of slacking was not just about relaxation, but also about cherishing the past and being at peace with the present. As night fell, the two returned to the myriad world's divine hall. Li Linger looked at the flowing lights of myriad worlds on the hall's ceiling and said softly, Junior brother, I should go back to the Qingxian sect now. There are matters to handle at the sect, but I will come to visit you often in the future. All right. Xiao Ming nodded and escorted her to the entrance of the hall. When you go back, tell Zuanjizi and the others to come and visit when they have time. Don't stay in the cultivation world all the time. The outside world is really interesting. Li Linger smiled and agreed, then turned and stepped into the teleportation passage. Before her figure disappeared, she looked back, waved at Xiao Ming, her eyes full of laughter. Xiao Ming stood in place watching the passage close, still holding a wild fruit Li Linger had brought. He took a bite. The sweetness remained, but his heart felt a little warmer. So being the Lord of Myriad Worlds did not require maintaining a dignified air at all times, nor dealing with countless affairs every day. With old friends to remember, Myriad Worlds to explore, fruits to eat, and sunshine to bask in. This was the best slacking life. He lay back on the supreme recliner of myriad worlds, gazing at the starry sky, a contented smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps in the future more old friends would visit and more interesting things would happen, but it didn't matter. He would keep living this way in the most comfortable posture, guarding this ease, waiting for every beautiful encounter. After Li Linger left, Xiao Ming laid out the Qingling herbs she had brought beside his reclining chair and placed the wild fruit on the stone table. Even the air in the divine hall seemed to carry a faint trace of the old days of Qingxian sect. He had just leaned back in his chair and half closed his eyes when a beam of golden light streaked over from the cultivation realm and landed in the hall. It was Xianyang Jinren carrying a jar of freshly brewed fruit wine. "Saint Lord Xiao, I heard little Linger came to see you, so I hurried over with some good wine." Xianyang Jinren chuckled and shook the wine jar, his eyes full of familiar ease. "The whole Qingxian sect still remembers your kindness. This jar of ease brew was made together by every disciple in the sect, specially sent for you to taste." Xiao Ming's eyes lit up. He rose and took the jar. "Senior brother Xuanyang, you understand me after all. Perfect timing. The wild fruit senior sister brought is still here, and it will go just right with the wine." The two of them sat on the jade steps, one holding the wine jar, and the other holding a wild fruit, idly chatting, just as they had back then beneath the old locust tree in Qingxian sect. Xianyang Jinren brought up the latest news from the sect. "Ever since we began practicing the way of ease, not a single cultivator has suffered Qi deviation. Even neighboring sects have come to learn from us. The entire cultivation realm is almost becoming a holy land of ease." "That's more like it." Xiao Ming took a sip of fruit wine. The sweet, clear fragrance blended with the taste of wild fruit and relaxed his whole body. Cultivation should be carefree in the first place. All that relentless competition back then was nothing but making trouble for ourselves. Just as he was speaking, another commotion came from outside the hall. This time, it was God King Qiyang and God King Zhanquang from the divine realm. Each carried a jade box containing respectively the cloud heart tea and warm sun honey of the divine realm. "Saint Lord Xiao, we heard there is fine wine from the cultivation realm. The two of us had to come and join the fun." God King Zhanquang strode in with a thunderous laugh, his usual cold solemnity replaced by a smile that reached his eyes. "This warm sun honey was just gathered in the divine realm. Paired with the fruit wine, it is sweet without being cloying." God King Qiyang nodded with a smile. "Cloud heart tea calms the spirit, after drinking it basking in the sun, is all the more pleasant. I specifically brought some for you to try." Before long, the executive officer from the technological realm pavilion, Master Lingsong from the ancient martial realm, and Venerable Jijuan from the origin realm of involution kings all arrived one after another, each bearing the finest specialties of their respective worlds. A thermostatic cup from the technological realm, heart-calming incense from the ancient martial realm, and ease fruits from the origin realm of involution kings. The entire floating plaza was piled high with them. The once quiet and desolate myriad worlds divine hall suddenly became lively. There was no hierarchy, no estrangement between realms. Everyone sat casually on the ground, some drinking wine, some savoring tea, some nibbling fruit, and chatting. Laughter drifted through every seam of the myriad heavens. In those days I was still cultivating bitterly in the divine realm. I never dared to imagine that one day I would sit here drinking wine in such ease with people from other worlds. God King Qiyang sighed, holding the thermostatic cup from the technological realm, his eyes filled with emotion. Pavilion Master Lingsong echoed with a smile. "I used to believe that the martial arts of the ancient martial realm were the most orthodox. But looking back now, whether it is cultivation, godhood, or technology, what everyone ultimately pursues is this very ease." Xiao Ming leaned back in his recliner, watched the bustling scene before him, and a satisfied smile rose at the corners of his lips. He casually picked up an ease fruit brought by Venerable Jijuan and took a bite. The sweet, fresh flavor carried the breath of the myriad heavens, suffusing his body with comfort. Just then a familiar voice came from outside the hall, tinged with pleasant surprise. "I didn't expect it to be so lively here. It seems I've arrived just in time." Everyone looked up and saw Li Linger approaching with a food box, followed by several Qingxian sect disciples carrying freshly made pastries in their hands. "Senior sister, why have you come back?" Xiao Ming was startled. Li Linger smiled as she walked over and set the food box on the stone table. "The moment I returned to the sect, I heard that senior brother Xianyang and the leaders of every great world had brought you gifts. Knowing it must be lively here, I brought the disciples along to make some pastries and join the fun." As the food box opened, an aroma immediately spread through the air. The Qingxian sect's signature osmanthus cakes, mung bean crisps, and fruit cakes, made with ease fruit, all exquisite and tempting. "Wonderful. With wine, tea, and pastries, this is what true festivity looks like." God King Zhanquang laughed heartily, grabbed an osmanthus cake, and stuffed it into his mouth. His eyes lit up at once. "Delicious. It suits my taste even better than the divine delicacies of the divine realm." Everyone present took a pastry and tasted it, praising it without end. Li Linger sat down beside Xiao Ming and handed him a piece of fruit cake. "This was made with the wild fruit you loved most in those days, and ease fruit. Try it and see whether it tastes good." Xiao Ming took the fruit cake and bit into it. A familiar flavor unfolded on his tongue, carrying the memories of Qingxian's sect and the ease of the myriad heavens warming his heart. Delicious, even better than before. Xiao Ming smiled and nodded. The night deepened, yet everyone remained reluctant to leave their spirits still high. Xianyang Jinren suggested, why don't we hold a myriad heavens fire banquet here at the myriad world's divine hall? Let each world contribute a signature dish and make it a grand celebration. Great. Everyone responded in unison. In the following days, all heavens and myriad worlds were abuzz with preparations. Disciples from the cultivation realm gathered fresh wild fruit and spirit vegetables. Divine cultivators from the divine realm brewed new divine wine. The people of the technological realm developed new cooking equipment. Martial artists from the ancient martial realm prepared specialty ingredients. Cultivators from the origin realm of involution kings perfected the ease fruit and realm Lord Yenlai of the diligent cultivation realm arrived with his disciples, bringing that world's signature kanji. On the day of the banquet, the floating plaza of the myriad world's divine hall was covered with delicacies from every world's spirit vegetable hot pot, from the cultivation realm, cloud heart honey brew, from the divine realm, interstellar barbecue, from the technological realm, medicinal soup, from the ancient martial realm, an ease fruit platter, from the origin realm of involution kings, and wellness kanji, from the diligent cultivation realm, a dazzling array with fragrant aromas wafting everywhere. Cultivators from all the heavens gathered together, tasting delicacies and exchanging amusing stories from their respective worlds. Now and then someone would rise to perform. Disciples from the cultivation realm played bamboo flutes. Divine cultivators sang divine hymns. Martial artists from the ancient martial realm demonstrated flowing fist forms, and the people of the technological realm exhibited fascinating light and shadow displays. The entire plaza was immersed in a joyful and harmonious atmosphere. Xiao Ming sat in his recliner with Li Linger and the leaders of the great worlds around him, a glass of fruit wine in his hand. Looking at the warm, vibrant scene before him, his heart was full of tenderness and contentment. He suddenly understood that the so-called Lord of the myriad worlds was not a solitary figure towering high above, but a guide who could lead all beings across the heavens to enjoy ease together and feel the warmth of everyday life together. A system notification echoed across the heavens, carrying unprecedented warmth. Detected that all beings across the myriad heavens are sharing ease and fire warmth. The law of ease across the myriad heavens is now fully perfected. Host Xiao Ming has become the Tao ancestor of fire across the myriad heavens, sharing joy with all beings and rejoicing with heaven and earth. As the notification faded, the golden light around Xiao Ming scattered into countless points of radiance that merged into every corner of the heavens. He could clearly feel that the cultivators of every world were filled with happiness and contentment, and even the laws of heaven and earth had become gentler. The banquet gradually drew to a close. Cultivators left in twos and threes, all carrying reluctant smiles. Li Linger walked to Xiao Ming's side and whispered, "Little junior brother, the heavens are truly wonderful now." Xiao Ming smiled and nodded, looking at the stars filling the sky, his eyes full of tenderness. Yes, this is what the heavens should be, at their very best. From then on, the myriad world's divine hall became a sacred gathering place for all beings under the heavens. From time to time, people from various worlds would hasten there, bringing the finest treasures of their own realms to drink, chat, and bask in the sun with Xiao Ming. And this Tao ancestor of fire across the myriad heavens too completely immersed himself in that liveliness and ease, living a carefree life of wine and tea, old companions by his side, and the warm fire of countless worlds. Occasionally he would take Li Linger and the leaders of the great worlds to travel through the heavens, viewing the peach blossoms in the cultivation realm, admiring the seas of clouds in the divine realm, strolling through the interstellar parks of the technological realm, and tasting the local snacks of the ancient martial realm. Wherever they went, they could feel that ease and happiness welling up from the heart. This was the great age of all heavens that Xiao Ming had created with the way of ease. No involution, no strife, only ease, only the warm breath of ordinary life, and only the most beautiful times belonging to all living beings. The lingering warmth of the all heavens fireworks banquet had not yet faded. On the floating plaza of the myriad world's divine temple, the fresh fragrance of spirit vegetables and the mellow aroma of divine wine still lingered. As always, Xiao Ming lay on the sun-warmed recliner, idly toying with a constant temperature orb brought back from the tech realm. The faint light swirling within the orb reflected the lazy smile in his eyes. "Ancestor Xiao, I finally caught you." A hearty voice broke the afternoon stillness. The executive of the tech realm swooped over on a hovering board, holding a palm-sized metal box. "At the banquet last time you said you like cold drinks, so we specially improved the micro-refrigerator. This little gadget can keep spirit wine at the most palatable temperature without taking up any space. I've brought it for you to try." Xiao Ming sat up, took the metal box, and weighed it in his hand. It was light. When he opened the lid, a wave of cool air rushed over his face. He smiled and gave the wine jar beside him a shake. "Perfect. The carefree brew left by senior brother Xianyang hasn't been finished yet. Now I'm in for a real treat. As the two were speaking, a whooshing sound came from afar. Pavilion Master Lingsong walked over carrying an antique bamboo chair, its surface engraved with faint cloud patterns and exuding a gentle woody aura. I heard you spend every day lying on that recliner to sun yourself. This is made from century-old sunken wood from the ancient martial realm. Sitting on it calms the mind and nourishes the spirit. Far more comfortable than your stone chair. Xiao Ming's eyes brightened. He rose and switched to the new chair, and as soon as he sat down he couldn't help exclaiming, "It truly is comfortable." Pavilion Master Lingsong, you've been most thoughtful. Before his voice faded, venerable Jijuan from the Wanwang origin realm drifted over leisurely, a glistening white fruit pinched between his fingers. This is a newly cultivated leisure fruit. Eating it clears away all distracting thoughts, perfect for a lying-flat Dao ancestor like you. Now the cultivators in our realm are all learning to slow down. Instead of obsessing over their cultivation progress, they're breaking through even faster. Xiao Ming took the fruit and took a bite. The sweet juice slid down his throat, rinsing away every trace of fatigue. He nodded with a smile. That's right. Cultivation should be taken step by step. There's no rushing it. While they were chatting, a burst of cheerful footsteps sounded from afar. Li Linger, along with several disciples of the Qingxian sect, hurried over with food boxes, her face bright with delight. Little junior brother, we found a patch of wild raspberries behind the mountain and made some wild berry custard. Come and try it. When the food box was opened, agate-like wild berry custard gave off a sweet and sour fragrance. Xiao Ming picked up a small spoon and took a mouthful. The cool, sweet taste melted on his tongue, carrying the freshness of the mountain wilderness. Delicious. Even more to my liking than the fruitcake from last time. Li Linger's eyes curved into crescents. I'm glad you like it. We still have plenty of wild berries. I'll brew a jar of wild berry wine for you later. In the days that followed, the feedings from the myriad worlds never stopped. God King Qiyang from the divine realm sent a cloud-patterned canopy that automatically adjusted light, so Xiao Ming could bask in the sun without being dazzled. God King Zhan Kuang brought a magical beast pelt from the divine realm and made a soft cushion for the recliner. Realm Lord Yanlai of the diligent cultivation realm even carried over a jar of nourishing porridge, saying it tonified yin and fortified yang, making it ideal for a lazy and idle Dao ancestor like Xiao Ming. The myriad world's divine temple grew more and more cluttered. The stone table was piled high with specialties from every region. Rare treasures from various worlds were arranged along the walls, and even the corners of the floating plaza had been planted with spirit herbs and flowers by cultivators from the cultivation realm. The once cold temple had fully turned into a carefree dwelling, brimming with the breath of life. One day, as Xiao Ming was dozing on the recliner, true man Xianyang came rushing over in high spirits. Ancestor Xiao, the peach blossoms in the cultivation realm are blooming all over the mountains. How about we take everyone out to admire them? Sounds good. Xiao Ming perked up, instantly stood up and dusted off his clothes. It's been a long time since I went back to the cultivation realm for a visit. Once the news spread, the leaders of the myriad worlds responded one after another. God King Qiyang brought a newly brewed bottle of Cloudheart honey wine. Pavilion Master Lingsong prepared signature tea snacks from the ancient martial realm, and the executive of the tech realm even dispatched a floating sightseeing vessel that could carry everyone through the air to enjoy the views. The group set out in high spirits and headed for the cultivation realm. No sooner had they arrived at the foot of Qingxian Mountain than they saw peach blossoms in full bloom across the hills. Pink petals floated down with the wind like a sky filled with snow. The disciples of Qingxian sect had long been waiting at the foot of the mountain. Seeing Xiao Ming and the others, they came forward one after another to pay their respects, faces full of joy. Ancestor Xiao. A few young disciples timidly gathered around, holding freshly picked peach blossoms. These are blossoms we picked for you to wear. Xiao Ming smiled and accepted the blossoms, letting the disciples tuck the branches into his lapel, his eyes full of tenderness. Everyone then walked along the mountain path, admiring the peach blossoms and chatting about everyday things. True man Xianyang pointed to the old locust tree in the distance. That old locust tree is still there. Back in the day, you loved to slack off and take naps under it. Who would have thought you'd become the Dao ancestor of the myriad heavens now? Xiao Ming looked in the direction he indicated. The old locust tree was lush and leafy. Sunlight slipped through the gaps between the leaves, casting mottled shadows just as it had in those days long past. How time flies. Still, it's good that you are all still here. When they reached the mountainside, Li Linger suggested, how about we picnic right here in the peach blossom grove? I brought freshly made peach blossom cakes and the wild berry wine that senior brother Xianyang brewed. Great. Everyone agreed readily. In no time, the stone table was laden with all sorts of delicacies. Peach blossom cakes, wild berry custard, cloudheart honey wine, interstellar dried fruit from the tech realm, and medicinal pastries from the ancient martial realm. A truly dazzling spread. Everyone sat together, savoring the food and admiring the peach blossoms. Every now and then someone would pick up a bamboo flute and play a tune. The melodious notes echoed through the peach grove, drawing spirit birds from the mountains to alight on branches and sing in harmony. God King Qi took a sip of wild berry wine and looked out over the sea of blossoms, unable to keep from sighing. In the divine realm, I used to think that only arduous cultivation could reveal one's divine nature. Only now do I understand that moments like this are the most precious. God King Zhangquang nodded in agreement. Right? My mind was once filled with battles and campaigns. I never had the heart to admire peach blossoms or nibble on pastries. Now this feels far more wonderful than being a god king. Xiao Ming leaned against the old locust tree, watching the scene before him, a contented smile tugging at his lips. He picked up a falling peach blossom petal and brought it to his nose. In its faint fragrance was the freedom and warmth of the myriad worlds. At that moment, a commotion broke out in the distance. A crowd of cultivators from different worlds arrived together. Disciples of the cultivation realm, citizens of the tech realm, and warriors of the ancient martial realm, each carrying food they had brought. Expectation shone on their faces. We heard Ancestor Xiao is having a picnic in the peach blossom grove, so we've come to join in the fun. Welcome, welcome. Xiao Ming waved with a smile. The more the merrier. Let's enjoy the blossoms together. More and more people streamed in, and the peach grove promptly turned into a scene of joyous bustle. Some played the zither, some sang, and some shared amusing tales from their own worlds. Laughter and cheerful voices echoed through the mountain. As the sun set, the evening glow painted half the sky scarlet, and the peach blossoms were bathed in a soft, warm halo. Still reluctant to leave, true man Xianyang proposed, "How about we hold an all-heavens leisure gathering, once a month, taking turns to visit each world? Today we admire peach blossoms in the cultivation realm. Tomorrow we watch the sea of clouds in the divine realm. The day after we wander through the interstellar park in the tech realm. What do you say?" Yes, everyone responded in unison, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Xiao Ming looked at the smiling faces around him and felt warmth in his heart. He knew that this journey of ease set in motion by the way of lying flat would never come to an end. From then on, the myriad worlds would no longer be divided by cold boundaries. There would only be the warm breath of everyday life, old friends who never parted, and endless freedom and joy. As night deepened, the crowd gradually dispersed. Li Linger walked over to Xiao Ming's side and said softly, "Little junior brother, this kind of life is truly wonderful." Xiao Ming nodded, gazing up at the vast starry sky, his eyes filled with tenderness. Yes, and this kind of life has only just begun. Moonlight spilled into the peach blossom grove, casting the shadows of the two figures and illuminating this great land of the heavens full of ease and warmth. And this fireworks Tao, ancestor of the myriad heavens, would continue to carry that original heart, walking alongside all beings on the way of lying flat, savoring the most carefree life that belonged to them. After the agreement for the all-heavens leisure gathering was struck, no more than 3 days later, the divine realm sent an envoy to announce that the cloud-perched terrace above the sea of clouds was ready, awaiting the company to come and admire the views over tea. Xiao Ming, too lazy to bother with itineraries, was glad to hear the divine realm had made arrangements. He immediately grabbed his lounge chair, and with Li Linger and Xianyang stepped onto the clouds and headed for the divine realm. As soon as they reached the southern heavenly gate, Divine King Qi and Divine King Zhangquang were already waiting there, followed by several divine attendants holding tea trays. The steam rising from the trays carried a clear, crisp tea fragrance that could be smelled from afar. "Tao ancestor Xiao, you're finally here." Divine King Qi smiled as he stepped forward, leading everyone deeper into the sea of clouds. This cloud-perched terrace is built atop the cloud sea of the ninth heaven. On ordinary days, only the divine venerables may visit. Today, it is specially open for the leisure gathering, and I guarantee you'll be thoroughly delighted. Walking up the jade-paved steps, they had clouds surging like cotton beneath their feet, while rosy dawn light coiled around them like ribbons. Occasionally, a crane swept past, leaving behind a string of crisp calls. At the top of the terrace, a pavilion built of white jade stood quietly. Inside were several stone tables already set with tea, ware, and refreshments. Precisely the osmanthus cakes of Qingxian sect that everyone had praised at the previous all-heavens fireworks banquet. How thoughtful. Xiao Ming smiled and sat down. As he picked up his teacup, the distant sea of clouds suddenly churned. A seven-colored radiance broke through the clouds, and then the entire sea, like an overturned palette, was instantly dyed in interwoven gold and crimson. A spectacle unique to the divine realm, called Cloud Sea Sunset. How beautiful! Li Linger couldn't help exclaiming. She reached out to touch the rosy light before her, and her fingertips passed through the glow, leaving behind a trail of tiny scattered specks of light. Xianyang held his teacup, gazing at the marvel before him, and sighed. "I used to think only of breaking through realms and ascending to the divine realm. Now that I'm actually here, I realize that scenery like this is far more soothing than cultivation." Divine King Zhangquang picked up an osmanthus cake and took a big bite. "Exactly. I used to believe that only defeating opponents made one formidable. Now I understand that being able to peacefully eat a piece of cake and enjoy a view is better than anything." As they were talking, a sound of tearing through the air came from afar. The executive officer of the technological realm, accompanied by several researchers, arrived on a small flying craft, which carried a half-person tall metal box. "Sorry for being late." The executive officer smiled, jumped off the craft, and opened the metal box. Inside was an exquisitely designed light and shadow recorder. "This is our latest invention. It can record the scene before us and simulate realistic tactile sensations, so we can watch it anytime after returning." As he spoke, he pressed a switch, and the recorder instantly projected the earlier Cloud Sea sunset, so lifelike that one felt one could reach out and touch it. Xiao Ming reached out with interest to touch the light projection, and a faint warmth gathered at his fingertips, just like touching the real glow. Not bad, far more convenient than painting it. The group marveled around the recorder. Pavilion Master Lingsong and Venerable Jijuan arrived soon after. The former brought the clear wind zither from the ancient martial realm, and the latter carried a plate of newly cultivated forget sorrow fruits. Pavilion Master Lingsong sat by the pavilion and plucked the zither strings. The melodious music drifted across the sea of clouds, mingling with the crane's calls, and filled the heart with ease. Venerable Jijuan distributed the forget sorrow fruits to everyone. "This fruit is even better than the previous carefree fruit. Eating it lets one temporarily forget all worries and wholeheartedly enjoy the beauty before you." Xiao Ming took a bite, and a delicate sweetness melted on his tongue. The lazy comfort of recent days seemed infinitely magnified. Even his breathing became lighter. The group spent an entire day at Cloud Perch Terrace, from admiring the sunset to watching the stars, until moonlight spread across the sea of clouds. Only then did they reluctantly disperse. As they left, Divine King Qi smiled and said, "For the next leisure gathering, let's go to the interstellar park in the technological realm. I hear you can see billions of stars there, even more spectacular than the starry sky of the divine realm." Xiao Ming naturally had no objection. Wherever they went, it was just another place for him to laze about and bask in the sun. Before they knew it, the appointed day arrived. The group gathered at the Myriad Realms Divine Hall and followed the executive officer toward the technological realm. Unlike the spirit-chi-laden aura of the cultivation realm and the radiant skies of the divine realm, the technological realm was filled with towering metal buildings that scraped the clouds. Various aircraft shuttled through the air, and people on the streets wore lightweight clothes while holding all manner of novel devices. Everything exuded a futuristic atmosphere. "The interstellar park is just ahead." The executive officer pointed to a massive transparent structure hovering in midair and introduced it with a smile. "This park is built in low Earth orbit. Inside, it simulates the starry environments of various galaxies, and you can observe asteroid belts up close. It's absolutely breathtaking." Stepping into the interstellar park, everyone was instantly stunned. Above them stretched a brilliant river of stars, countless stars twinkling in the darkness. In the distance, an asteroid belt drifted slowly past like a silver ribbon. The staff of the technological realm manipulated the equipment, making the stars slowly rotate before the group as if they were deep in the universe. "Is this the power of technology? Truly incredible." Xianyang Jinren gazed at the river of stars, admiration filling his eyes. Having lived for over 1,000 years, this was the first time he had felt the vastness of the starry sky at such close range. Li Linger tugged at Xiao Ming's sleeve and pointed to a planet glowing blue in the distance. "Junior brother, look at that planet. It's like a blue gem." Xiao Ming followed her gaze. That blue planet shone brilliantly in the river of stars. Its surface was covered with vast oceans, and green land masses could be faintly seen. "It is indeed beautiful, far more lovely than the lakes of the cultivation realm." Divine King Zhan Kuang, even more excited, pulled the executive officer aside to ask about the principles behind the various devices, looking eager to try them out. Pavilion Master Lingsong, meanwhile, sat on a viewing chair nearby, gazing at the river of stars. His fingers unconsciously tapped the armrest in rhythm, as if composing a new fist technique. Venerable Jijuan held up a star fruit unique to the interstellar park and handed it to Xiao Ming. "This fruit has absorbed the power of stars. Eating it nourishes the spirit. Though not as potent as spirit fruits, it has a distinctive flavor." Xiao Ming took the fruit and bit into it. A light sweetness laced with a hint of coolness seemed to carry the breath of the starry river into his belly, leaving him refreshed all over. Leaning back in the viewing chair, he looked at the dazzling river of stars before him, surrounded by the laughter and chatter of the company. It suddenly struck him that such leisurely days were far more pleasant than being some Tao ancestor. Just then, the executive officer of the technological realm sidled up and said mysteriously, "Tao ancestor, Xiao, we recently discovered a new realm at the edge of the interstellar region. Its environment is quite peculiar. It has neither spiritual energy nor technological artifacts, yet it contains a special energy that relaxes both body and mind. Would you like to visit at the next leisure gathering?" Xiao Ming's eyes lit up. A new realm meant a new place to laze around. Of course he had to go. "Sure, let's see what kind of place it is." Hearing about the new realm, the others were also intrigued and voiced their approval. After returning from the technological realm, Xiao Ming resumed his idle life at the Myriad Realms Divine Hall, as usual occasionally receiving leaders from across the heavens who came bearing local specialties. His days passed leisurely and carefree. One day, as he was lying on his lounge chair basking in the sun, Li Ling suddenly ran over holding a slip of paper. Junior brother, this message just came through the realm passage. They say the newly discovered realm is called Qinghuan realm. It has vast grasslands and lakes and a kind of plant that makes pleasant sounds, perfect for sightseeing. Xiao Ming took the slip, glanced at it casually, and nodded with a smile. Sounds nice. Let's go there for the next leisure gathering. Li Linger sat down beside him, picked up a wild fruit, and handed it to him. Junior brother, do you think we'll always be able to live like this? Going wherever we want with so many friends to keep us company and endless delicious food to eat. Xiao Ming took a bite of the wild fruit and looked at the clouds drifting in the distance, tenderness filling his eyes. Yes, as long as everyone enjoys this kind of life, we'll keep on like this forever. After all, his philosophy of idle living was originally meant to let all beings across the heavens enjoy such a free and comfortable life. And this unfinished journey of leisure across the heavens was merely the most ordinary, yet most precious fragment of this carefree life. Next, everyone began to look forward to the leisure gathering in Qinghuan realm. Xiao Ming, for his part, had long been ready. With his lounge chair in tow, he would head to the new realm and continue to enjoy the most comfortable, blissful idling as the Tao ancestor of all heaven's fireworks. The anticipation for Qinghuan realm took root in the hearts of the heavenly leaders like a honey-soaked seed. Within a few days, the executive of the tech realm sent word that the dimensional passage had been stably opened with a temporary teleportation platform specially erected at the entrance to facilitate travel for all. Xiao Ming had never been one to rise early. It was not until the sun had climbed high that Li Linger coaxed him up, and he slowly made his way to the teleportation platform, carrying his ever-present reclining chair. Xianyang Jinren had already been waiting there holding a jar of newly brewed peach blossom wine. Seeing him arrive, he teased with a smile, Tao ancestor Zhao's art of doing nothing grows more refined by the day. Even keeping an appointment requires the sun to bake your back. There's no real hurry. Whether I go early or late, I'll still be soaking up the sun. Why bother rushing? Xiao Ming smiled as he took the wine jar and gave it a gentle shake, the delicate fragrance of peach blossoms lingering at his nose. Though this wine of yours, senior brother, smells even more alluring than the last brew. As they spoke, Divine King Qi Yang, War Maniac Divine King, and others arrived one by one, each carrying their own provisions. Lord Lingsong brought a portable bamboo cot. Venerable Jijuan carried a pouch of freshly ripened leisure fruits, and even the usually ostentatious Divine King Qi Yang carried only a small box of Yunxin tea, clearly having carved the essence of leisurely wandering into his very bones. As the tech realm executive pressed the teleportation button, a soft white light enveloped everyone, and in an instant the scenery before them transformed completely. There was none of the spiritual mist swirling through the cultivation realm, nor the radiant glow of the divine realm, nor the cold metallic light of the tech realm. The world of Qinghuan realm exuded a pure, unadorned simplicity. Soft green grass lay beneath their feet, and rolling grasslands stretched into the distance like an endless green carpet reaching toward the horizon where heaven met earth. A crystal-clear lake nestled in the heart of the grassland, its waters so transparent that smooth stones on the bottom were plainly visible. A gentle breeze stirred the surface into rippling light, while unidentified plants along the shore swayed and whispered softly like tender murmurs. This place is simply too comfortable. Li Linger could not help but sigh, brushing her hand across the nearby grass blades and collecting a few glistening drops of dew on her fingertips. It feels even more at peace than the rear mountains of Qingxian's sect. Xiao Ming had long since found a sunny patch of grass, set down his reclining chair, and sank into it with contentment, eyes half closed, as he savored the warm sunlight and the breeze carrying the fresh scent of grass, letting out a satisfied sigh. Worth every moment of waiting. This place was practically tailor-made for doing nothing. Everyone else likewise scattered, searching for their own favored spots to settle in. Divine Kings Qi Yang and Zhan Kuang rushed to the lakeshore, kicking off their shoes to wade into the shallow water, the cool currents washing over their ankles, drawing out delighted sighs from both. Lord Lingsong found a flat stone by the lake, spread out his bamboo mat, and leisurely prepared his Yunxin tea. Meanwhile, Xianyang Jinren sat beside Xiao Ming with his wine jar in hand, idly chewing on a blade of grass, as he gazed out at the distant grasslands in quiet reverie. Venerable Jijuan was the true connoisseur of comfort. He distributed leisure fruits from his pouch to everyone before finding his own perfect spot beneath a crooked tree, leaning against the trunk with eyes closed and humming a tuneless melody, radiating pure contentment. Tao ancestor Xiao listened to this sound. Li Linger suddenly tugged at Xiao Ming's sleeve, pointing toward the plants near the lake. This is the wind-singing grass unique to Qinghuan realm. When the breeze passes through it, it produces a sound like singing. Xiao Ming leaned in to listen closely. The sound of the wind-singing grass was soft and melodious, weaving together with the lapping of lake water and distant birdsong into a natural symphony that intoxicated both body and spirit. He accepted the peach blossom wine from Xianyang Jinren and took a sip, the sweet fragrance mingling with the scent of fresh grass warming him from tongue to heart. I used to believe that only by cultivating to the extreme could one grasp the great Tao. Now I understand. The great Tao resides in this wind, in this grass, in this effortless leisure available to all. Xian gazed at the scene before him, his voice heavy with emotion. If I had understood this principle sooner, I need not have suffered through years of grinding cultivation. Indeed. Divine King Qi emerged from the lake, water dripping from his trousers. He took a leisure fruit from Venerable Jijuan and bit into it with relish. Back in the divine realm, my every thought was consumed by consolidating my divine position and expanding my domain. I never had the time to bask in the sun like this. Now, not having to scheme or compete, I feel an unexpected sense of peace in my heart. Divine King Zhan Kuang nodded in agreement, turning over a smooth river stone he had collected from the lakeshore. I used to think only victory made a warrior strong. Now I know that waiting peacefully by the lake brings far more joy than defeating 10 opponents. Xiao Ming listened to everyone's reflections, a quiet smile playing on his lips. He had long known that the so-called way of doing nothing was never about giving up. It was about freeing everyone from the chains of must grow stronger, allowing them to reclaim their most authentic freedom. Just as now, with no divisions between realms and no hierarchy of high and low, they were simply a group of ordinary people savoring the moment. That was how all the heavens should be. Look, what's that? Just then Li Linger's eyes lit up as she pointed toward the distance. Everyone followed her gaze to see a herd of pure white creatures emerging from the grassland. Their bodies resembled deer, but bore a pair of crystalline antlers, and as their hooves trod upon the grass, they left behind a trail of faint luminescence. These were the spirit deer, unique to Qinhuan realm. They seemed unafraid of humans approaching the lakeshore to drink, occasionally lifting their heads to look over with eyes both clear and gentle. How adorable! Li Linger could not resist stepping forward. The spirit deer did not flee, instead it nuzzled her palm, drawing laughter from her. Xian smiled and proposed, "Why don't we hold a picnic by this lake? With such beautiful scenery, a little wine and some food would be wonderful." Excellent. Everyone chimed in agreement. They set to work at once. Divine Kings Qi and Zhan Kuang went fishing in the clear lake, where fish swam with vigor. Using no magical arts, they caught several plump fish with their bare hands. Lord Lingsong gathered dry branches by the lake and built a fire. Li Linger and Venerable Jijuan picked wild fruits from the grassland together. Xiao Ming and Xian tended the fire and opened the wine jar, letting its fragrance slowly unfold. Soon the aroma of grilled fish filled the air. Divine King Qi Yang's fish was crispy on the outside and tender within, sprinkled with spices brought from the divine realm that made everyone's mouths water. Divine King Zhan Kuang's fish carried a wilder char, smoky and rich. Lord Lingsong also prepared a refreshing salad from the lake's wild vegetables, light and palate cleansing. Everyone sat around the fire, feasting on grilled fish and drinking peach blossom wine, occasionally offering wild fruits to the spirit deer. Their laughter carried far on the breeze. As the sunset painted the grassland and lake in gold, the spirit deer trotted back into the depths of the grassland, leaving behind trails of delicate luminescence. I never expected Qinhuan realm to be so wonderful. We must visit many more times. Li Linger leaned against Xiao Ming, gazing at the setting sun in the distance, her voice full of reluctance to leave. Xiao Ming nodded and plucked a stalk of wind-singing grass, placing it to his lips and blowing gently. The untuned melody carried on the wind, charming in its own simple way. We can come whenever we wish. The dimensional passage is now open, so it is convenient at any time. As night deepened, the grassland became dotted with stars more brilliant than even the starry sky of the divine realm. Everyone lay on the grass, gazing at the starry expanse, chatting idly. Lord Lingsong plucked the strings of his portable Qingfeng zither, its melodious notes echoing across the grassland and intertwining with the gentle rustling of the wind-singing grass, a tenderness that could intoxicatingly make one lose all awareness. Tao ancestor Xiao, Divine King Qi suddenly spoke, his tone serious. "I once thought your way of doing nothing was absurd. Now I understand. You have shown the heavens the most comfortable path." Divine King Zhan Kuang agreed. "Indeed, our days now are 100 times more joyful than before. Whatever may come, nothing will ever delay our leisurely gatherings." Xiao Ming smiled, but said nothing. He knew that the peace and contentment in everyone's hearts was the greatest validation of his way of doing nothing. Late into the night, everyone lay in their own reclining chairs or bamboo cots, gradually drifting into dreams accompanied by the sound of wind and music. Xiao Ming also closed his eyes, feeling the tranquility and warmth of Qinhuan realm, a smile never leaving his lips. He knew that this leisurely journey through the heavens had barely begun. Countless places like Qinhuan realm awaited exploration, and countless moments of freedom awaited enjoyment. And he, the Tao ancestor of worldly warmth among the heavens, needed only to bring his reclining chair and follow along with everyone, continuing on the path of doing nothing to savor the purest delight and comfort belonging to all beings in the heavens. The starry skies of Qinghuan realm had yet to be fully appreciated, yet everyone was already plotting their next leisurely outing. But before the appointed day even arrived, the divine temple of 10,000 realms had already come alive. Lord Yanlai of the Qinxin realm arrived with his disciples, pushing 2 carts overflowing with nourishing kanji, insisting that his newly brewed 4 seasons nourishing elixir must be tasted by Xiao Ming. Shortly after, Elder Lingsong of the Guwu realm presented a soft quilt woven from 1,000-year silk, remarking that the grassland nights were cold, and it would prove perfectly useful on their next excursion. Xiao Ming simply arranged all these gifts across the temple square. To the left piled the temperature regulators from the tech realm, to the right sat the cloud heart tea from the divine realm, while stone tables bore Qingxian sect's pastries. Even beside his recliner hung an array of distinctive trinkets from every world, transforming the space into a veritable pan-realms provision shop. That morning, as Xiao Ming was just roused from slumber by the sunlight, Taoist Xianyang came sprinting over, clutching a communication talisman, his face etched with rare excitement. Dao ancestor Xiao, momentous news. The Valley of Forgetful Sorrows to the east of the cultivation realm has blossomed. The drunken spring breeze flowers within are in full bloom. Legend says their fragrance can intoxicatingly drown one in the radiance of spring, surpassing even the enchanting grasses of Qinghuan realm. Oh! Xiao Ming sat up and casually plucked a leisure fruit gifted by venerable Jijuan. Flowers merely bloom and fade. Must we rush so urgently? How could we not rush? Taoist Xianyang stamped his foot in agitation. The drunken spring breeze opens but once every 300 years. The last bloom occurred when I first joined Qingxian sect. If we miss this one, we shall wait another 3 centuries. Hardly had he finished speaking when Li Linger arrived, carrying a food box, her face mirroring the same exuberance. Junior brother senior Xianyang speaks the truth. Sect disciples have already scouted the valley. Hillsides and valleys alike are carpeted in drunken spring breeze, and even the stream waters carry a fragrant bouquet. It is breathtaking. Seeing both insist so earnestly, Xiao Ming's interest was piqued. Since lounging about was his preferred pastime regardless of destination, why not witness this rare bloom that appeared once every 300 years? He hoisted his recliner onto his shoulder. Very well, let us proceed to the Valley of Forgetful Sorrows. Once the news spread, the leaders of the myriad realms proved even more eager than he was. Divine Sovereign Qi Yang directly transported the cloud perch platform from the divine realm to the temporary transit node, while Divine Sovereign Zhan Kuang shouldered a cask of freshly brewed celestial wine straight toward the cultivation realm. Even the executive of the tech realm arrived with photonic recording devices, insisting on capturing the phenomenon to produce footage shared across all heavens. By the time Xiao Ming ambled to the outskirts of the valley, the entrance was already teeming with visitors. Cultivators from the mortal realm had erected pavilions for tea outside. Divine attendants busied themselves arranging tables and chairs, and researchers from the tech realm calibrated their instruments. The atmosphere bustled like a grand festival. Dao ancestor Xiao has arrived. Someone cried out, and the crowd promptly parted to form a passage. As Xiao Ming strolled inward through the valley mouth, he was immediately enveloped by a rich, intoxicating floral fragrance. All around, the drunken spring breeze blossoms were at their zenith. Layers of pink and white petals resembled clouds descending from the heavens to rest within the valley. A gentle breeze swept through, sending petals drifting skyward, while the very air grew warm and sweetly fragrant. Truly magnificent, Xiao Ming murmured in admiration. He located a meadow blanketed in blooms, set down his recliner, and promptly collapsed into it. Petals rested lightly upon his lapels, and the fragrance seeped into his senses until his entire body grew languid, his thoughts slowing to a tranquil drift. Li Linger crouched beside him, catching a falling petal in her palm, her eyes brimming with delight. Junior brother, behold these flowers. They surpass even the peach blossoms of Qingxian's sect in beauty. Indeed stunning, Xiao Ming agreed. He accepted a wine gourd offered by Taoist Xianyang and took a modest sip. The mingling of floral and liquor aromas induced a gentle, pleasant intoxication. The others similarly found their resting places. Divine Sovereigns Qi Yang and Zhan Kuang sat by the stream, drinking and admiring the scenery. Elder Lingsong brewed tea beneath the flowering trees, his zither music harmonizing with the scent to soothe the soul. Meanwhile, venerable Jijuan lay upon a soft quilt, a blade of grass dangling from his lips, gazing up at the drifting petals with profound contentment. Just then the tech realm executive suddenly gasped. Behold, what is that? Following his gaze, all looked toward the valley's depths. Clouds suddenly churned overhead, revealing a prismatic aura before countless petals were swept skyward, cascading down in a dazzling floral rain that drifted slowly into the basin below. It is the rain of flowers reflecting clouds. Taoist Xianyang rose with palpable excitement. A wondrous spectacle said to manifest only when the drunken spring breeze reaches its peak. This marks my first encounter with it. The petal rain settled upon their shoulders and faces, carrying a faint, soothing warmth. Li Linger reached out to catch the falling blossoms, spinning and laughing as her skirt flared, resembling a butterfly dancing among the blooms. Leaning back in his recliner, Xiao Ming watched the floral cascade, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. In that moment, he felt such tranquility surpassed any breakthrough attained through cultivation. "Shall we host a floral morning feast here?" Li Linger suddenly proposed. "Let every realm bring its signature delicacies so we may revel splendidly beneath this petal rain." Agreed. The crowd echoed enthusiastically. Action ensued immediately. Cultivators gathered fresh petals to craft floral cakes, divine attendants brewed new celestial wine infused with blossom essence, technology researchers formulated refreshing petal-based libations, and martial artists from the ancient martial realm prepared aromatic specialty dishes. Soon the valley was laden with an array of exquisite fare. Peach blossom cakes from the cultivation realm, petal brew from the divine realm, floral dew elixir from the tech realm, and medicinal soups from the ancient martial realm. A dazzling display filled the air with irresistible fragrance. Gathering together, they savored the delicacies while watching the petal rain dance overhead. Occasional performers rose to showcase their talents, and their laughter echoed throughout the entire valley. In days of yore when I still underwent grueling cultivation in the Qinshin realm, sleeping but 2 hours each night, I never dared envision a time I could leisurely admire blossoms and sip wine as I do now. Lord Yenlai sighed, holding a floral cake, his eyes heavy with nostalgia. Venerable Jijuan chuckled in agreement. I once believed strength could only be forged through ceaseless training. Now I understand that true power lies in relinquishing obsession and savoring the beauty of the present moment. Xiao Ming reclined, watching the lively scene with a warm glow in his chest. He plucked a petal and brought it to his nose, inhaling deeply. The fragrance carried the essence of all heavens, bringing profound comfort to his entire being. Just then a system notification resonated gently within his mind, softer than ever before. Detected: all beings across the heavens are immersed in carefree leisure. The philosophy of effortless ease has taken deep root, and cosmic harmony has reached its zenith. Host Xiao Ming, you have unlocked the ultimate state of leisurely wandering through years, enabling unrestricted travel across the myriad heavens. As the chime faded, the golden radiance surrounding Xiao Ming dissolved into countless shimmering motes, dispersing throughout all realms. He could distinctly sense that the aura of every world had grown gentler, and the minds of all beings had become infinitely more serene. The floral rain gradually ceased and night deepened, yet the gathering refused to dissipate. Taoist Xian Yang suggested, "Might we not assemble here monthly until the drunken spring breeze withers entirely?" Agreed. The crowd responded in unison. Xiao Ming smiled and nodded, gazing up at the star-strewn sky, his eyes brimming with tenderness. He knew this liberating journey born from embracing leisure would never truly conclude. Henceforth he would accompany his companions, traversing the 10,000 realms to witness extraordinary sights and savor exquisite cuisine, basking in the most blissful years their existence would ever know. Moonlight spilled across the valley of forgetful sorrows, illuminating their silhouettes, and this boundless realm suffused with floral perfume and tranquil reverie. And this Tao ancestor of heavenly hearth fires would continue carrying his recliner, forging ahead along the path of effortless repose, penning the warmest and most unhindered tales for all beings across the heavens. After the flower morning feast in Wanyu Valley dispersed, the blooming season of the drunken spring wind flowers continued, with countless pink and white petals still drifting in the wind, transforming the valley into a gentle sea of fragrance. Xiao Ming simply relocated the temporary headquarters of the 10,000 Realms Divine Temple to the valley. Each day he lounged on a recliner beneath the flowering trees, basking in the sunshine and listening to the rustling wind. Occasionally he would accept flower cakes offered by Li Linger or share a pot of peach blossom wine with Taoist Xianyang, living a life more carefree than the idle clouds in the heavens. That afternoon Xiao Ming dozed with his eyes half closed when a faint footstep sound suddenly reached his ears. He opened his eyes to see Venerable Jijuan approaching with a bamboo basket lined with soft brocade containing several translucent green fruits emitting a subtle spiritual aura. "Tao ancestor Xiao, do try this." Venerable Jijuan presented the basket before him with a hint of pride. "These are the newly cultivated leisure heart fruits from our origin realm of hustlers. They surpass the previous leisure fruits. Not only do they calm the spirit, but they also allow one to perceive the tranquil essence between heaven and earth. Paired with the floral fragrance of Wanyu Valley, they are perfect." Xiao Ming picked up a leisure heart fruit, feeling its smooth warmth in his palm. Taking a bite, the sweet juice spread across his tongue with a refreshing coolness that instantly dispelled the afternoon drowsiness. "Quite good, even more to my taste than the star fruits last time." As they conversed, a hearty laugh echoed from the distance. Warfury God King strode forward carrying a jar of wine, with Crimson Sun God King following behind holding a jade box. "Tao ancestor Xiao, Venerable Jijuan, we finally found you." Warfury God King set the wine jar down and opened the jade box with a smile, revealing several crystal-clear cloud heart fruits. These cloud heart fruits have just ripened in the divine realm. They say eating them together with leisure heart fruits lets one savor the essence of all the heavens. I came specially to share them with you. Crimson Sun God King also nodded with a smile. Fortunately, I have also newly brewed flowing cloud wine. It pairs exquisitely with these fruits. Shortly thereafter, Pavilion Master Lingsong and the Technology Realm Executive also arrived upon hearing the news. Pavilion Master Lingsong brought the soothing mind tea from the ancient martial world brewed with mountain spring water, its fragrance clear and crisp. The Technology Realm Executive carried a compact light shadow projector capable of simulating landscapes from various worlds, allowing everyone to behold the scenery of all heavens while remaining in Wanyu Valley. They gathered beneath the flowering trees, sampling the fruits and wine, while watching scenes flow across the projector. The blazing peach blossoms of the cultivation realm, the surging cloud seas of the divine realm, the glittering star rivers of the technology realm, and the vast grasslands of the Qinghuan realm. Spectacular visions unfolded before their eyes, drawing frequent exclamations of wonder from the group. Speaking of which, I wonder how those spiritual deer we saw in the Qinghuan realm are doing now. Li Linger suddenly spoke, nostalgia in her eyes. Those little ones were so gentle. They even nuzzled my palm. Taoist Xianyang chuckled in reply. Want to see them? That is easy. When the drunken spring wind flowers fade, we shall simply visit the Qinghuan realm again. The realm passage is open. Wherever we wish to go, we may go. Actually, I would like to visit the interstellar park of the technology realm again. Crimson Sun God King gazed at the star river in the projection, his tone brimming with longing. I did not get to see enough of those meteorite belts last time. I heard the night sky there is even more beautiful. War Fury God King also chimed in. I would like to try the flying vehicles of the technology realm. Last time I saw the executive riding a hoverboard. It seemed even more convenient than divine arts. Everyone eagerly discussed their next leisurely outing, the atmosphere lively and heartwarming. Xiao Ming leaned back on his recliner, listening to the joyful laughter of his companions, watching petals drift down before him, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. He suddenly felt that such days were precisely what he desired. No conflicts, no relentless striving, only the companionship of friends and the freedom to savor life's quiet pleasures. Just then a commotion suddenly echoed from the valley entrance. Everyone looked up to see a group of cultivators from various realms arriving together. Disciples from the cultivation realm, citizens from the technology realm, warriors from the ancient martial world, and divine attendants from the divine realm. They carried food and local specialties, their faces alight with expectant smiles. Dao Ancestor Xiao, we heard you were gathering in Wanyu Valley and came specifically to join the festivities, shouted the lead disciple from the cultivation realm, holding a basket of freshly picked wild fruits. Welcome, welcome. Xiao Ming waved with a smile. More people makes it livelier. Let us enjoy the scenery and drink together. Soon the space beneath the flowering trees filled with guests. Everyone settled casually upon the grass, some drinking, others sipping tea, a few admiring the projected landscapes, and some weaving flower petals into garlands to wear upon their heads. Laughter and cheerful voices echoed throughout the entire valley. A young girl from the technology realm ran up to Xiao Ming and handed him a small metal ornament shaped like a bird with outstretched wings, exquisitely lifelike. Dao Ancestor Xiao, this is my carefree bird, a gift for you. It spins with the wind, just like a real little bird. Xiao Ming took the ornament and placed it in his palm. With a gentle breath, the bird's wings began to spin, emitting a soft humming sound, utterly adorable. Thank you, it is truly beautiful. The little girl's eyes curved into crescents with delight. You are most welcome. Dao Ancestor Xiao, the path of letting go that you pioneered is wonderful. People in our technology realm no longer strive relentlessly. We each have time every day to pursue what we love. It brings us such joy. A warmth spread through Xiao Ming's heart, and he nodded. He understood. The meaning of his philosophy of letting go was not to make all beings abandon effort, but to help them break free from their chains and rediscover their authentic joy. As the sunset painted Wanyu Valley in golden light, dyeing the mountainside of drunken spring wind blossoms, with amber rays, the gathering still showed no sign of ending. Taoist Xianyang proposed, why do we not reside in this valley for a few days until the drunken spring wind flowers have fully faded? Excellent. Everyone chimed in agreement. Over the following days, Wanyu Valley thoroughly transformed into a joyful gathering place for all realms. By day they admired the sea of flowers, savored delicacies, and shared amusing tales. By night, they gathered around campfires listening to Pavilion Master Lingsong play the zither, watching light and shadow performances from the technology realm, and occasionally hearing someone sing ballads from their respective worlds. The melodies carried upon the floral fragrance lingered long within the valley. Each day Xiao Ming continued to lounge upon his recliner, savoring this rare and precious leisure. Gazing at the beings before him and the smiles upon their faces, he suddenly understood. The so-called Tao Ancestor is not a ruler perched aloft and above, but a guide who brings happiness to all living beings. That morning as Xiao Ming awoke, he noticed the petals had fallen more sparsely than usual. He knew the blooming season of the drunken spring wind was drawing to a close. Yet he felt no regret, for he knew this leisurely journey would not end here. When the drunken spring wind flowers faded, there would still be the grasslands of the Qinghuan realm, the star rivers of the technology realm, and countless unknown dimensions awaiting their exploration. Li Linger approached him and offered a freshly made flower cake. Junior brother, though the drunken spring wind is nearly fading, we can still visit many wonderful places in the future, right? Xiao Ming accepted the flower cake and took a bite, the familiar sweetness melting upon his tongue. Gazing at the distant valley, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Indeed, our leisurely journey has only just begun. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the flowering branches, falling upon him, warm and deeply satisfying. And this Tao ancestor of mortal warmth across the heavens would continue onward with his recliner and his friends, treading the path of letting go, scattering this freedom and leisurely contentment across every corner of the myriad realms. The petals of the drunken spring breeze were finally beginning to grow sparse, and when they fell upon Xiao Ming's shoulder, they carried a gentle, almost parting softness. He lay as ever on the reclining chair beneath the blossoming tree, idly turning the carefree bird that the young girl from the tech realm had gifted him. Its metal wings revolved softly in the morning breeze, producing a faint humming buzz, adding a touch of delight that even the bird song in the woods could hardly match. Little junior brother, it's time to pack up. If you dawdle any longer, the war-crazed divine king will be hoisting his wine jar over to urge us on. Li Linger walked over with a cloth bag embroidered with drunken spring breeze blossoms filled with the petals and fruits she had gathered these past days, a touch of excitement dancing in her eyes. I hear the grasslands of the Qinghuan realm are in their prime season. Herds of spirit deer have gathered by the river to drink, and Master Xianyang has promised to take us to see the sunrise. Xiao Ming smiled and sat up casually, tucking the carefree bird into his robe. What's the hurry? It's not as if the realm passage is going to run away. That said, he still rose at a leisurely pace and brushed the flower petals from the hem of his garment. Not far away, venerable Jijuan stood fretting over the remaining Eason fruits in his bamboo basket, muttering to bring or not to bring as he stuffed them into his pockets, just like a child afraid of missing out on snacks. The war-crazed divine king had long since hefted his wine jar onto his shoulder and was arguing with the Crimson Sun divine king over whether to race horses or taste wine first once they reached the Qinghuan realm, his voice loud enough to startle the sparrows off the treetops. The master of the Lingsong pavilion, meanwhile, was unhurriedly packing away his tea set, and as his fingertip brushed across a celadone teacup, he still remembered to remind the tech realm executive, "You must make sure to set up the holographic projector properly. The grassland's starry sky is only truly enjoyable when viewed against the real scenery." Talking and laughing, everyone packed up and set off along the little path that led out of Wanyu Valley. Cultivators were already waiting at the valley entrance. Some had come to join in the excitement in the previous days, while others had arrived specially to see them off. The little girl from the tech realm who had given him the carefree bird ran over, tilted her face up, and asked Tao ancestor Xiao, "Will you come back to Wanyu Valley next time? When the drunken spring breeze blooms again next year, I'll make you an even bigger carefree bird." Xiao Ming gently ruffled her hair, warmth dancing in his eyes. "I'll definitely come. I'll be waiting for your new gift." The little girl nodded with great emphasis, then turned and waved at Li Ling. "Sister Linger, be sure to tell me more stories from the cultivation world next time." Li Linger smiled in agreement. Amid the farewell voices of the crowd, the group stepped onto the realm passage that led to the Qinghuan realm. The entrance to the passage glowed with a soft halo. As they stepped in, the sound of the wind instantly changed, sliding from the sweet freshness of Wanyu Valley into the bright grass-scented openness of the prairie. The moment they stepped out of the passage, the scene before them opened up dramatically. An endless prairie stretched like a green velvet carpet from beneath their feet all the way to the horizon, while distant snowy mountains wore crowns of glistening white, like scattered bits of silver along the edge of the carpet. A gentle breeze whispered through the grass, mingling with the crisp and pleasant calls of spirit deer in the distance. By heaven, this place is even more spectacular than what we saw in the projections. The war-crazed divine king's eyes lit up. Hoisting his wine jar, he strode toward the depths of the prairie. "I'll go see if there are any horses here. Today I must settle a contest with Crimson Sun." The Crimson Sun divine king laughed and followed. "Who's afraid of whom? Whoever loses will have to share all the treasured wine he has stored away." The two ran off one after the other, leaving everyone roaring with laughter. Master Xianyang gazed at the distant snow-capped mountains, stroking his beard. The spiritual energy of the Qinghuan realm is gentle and moist, ideal for regulating the breath and nourishing the spirit. In a little while we'll find a good spot, brew tea, savor wine, and take in the prairie scenery. The master of the Lingsong pavilion nodded in agreement and took his tea set out of his cloth bag. "I brought last year's pre-rain tea, which is just the thing to pair with the clear spring water on this grassland." Venerable Jijuan had already been captivated by the herd of spirit deer not far away. Tiptoeing over, he was careful not to startle the gentle creatures. Li Linger pulled Xiao Ming's sleeve and pointed at the clouds by the horizon. Little junior brother, look. Doesn't that cloud resemble the flour cake you ate last time? And that one looks exactly like the wine jar the war-crazed divine king carries on his shoulder. Xiao Ming followed her gaze. Drifting white clouds, each shaped differently, slowly transformed into new forms as the wind blew past. He simply found a patch of soft grass to sit on, and then lay back watching the blue sky and white clouds and listening to the laughter around him, feeling an ease that permeated his entire being. Before long, the war-crazed divine king and the Crimson Sun divine king returned with two magnificent wild horses in tow. Mani's flowing hooves powerful, clearly not ordinary beasts. Dao ancestor Xiao, come up and try it. This horse runs more exhilaratingly than any divine art. The war-crazed divine king said, patting the horse's back with an air of smug pride. Xiao Ming waved a hand. You go ahead and enjoy it, while I'll just soak up some sun here. Right now he had no desire to move at all. He only wanted to be a salted fish lying flat on this soft grassland. The others did not press him and went off in search of their own entertainment. Some galloped across the grassland on horseback, their laughter spreading in every direction with the drumbeat of hooves. Some surrounded the herd of spirit deer and cautiously fed them the fruits they had brought. The master of the Lingsong Pavilion and Master Xianyang found a place beside a stream and brewed tea. The aroma of tea mingling with the fragrance of grass was delightfully refreshing. The Tech Realm executive switched on the holographic projector. This time, rather than projecting scenery, it projected the figures of the group into the air against the backdrop of the prairie, like a living flowing scroll. This way our leisurely ramble will leave us something to remember it by, he said with a smile. As the sun set in the west, the grassland was bathed in a warm, orange-red glow. Everyone gathered around the campfire, roasting fish caught from the nearby stream, drinking the Crimson Sun Divine King's flowing cloud wine, and listening to the master of the Lingsong Pavilion play the zither. The zither notes drifted elegantly, merging with the crackle of the campfire and the faint cries of spirit deer in the distance, weaving the most enchanting of melodies. Come to think of it, the starry sky of the Qinghuan realm is probably different from the Tech realms, isn't it? Li Linger asked the Tech realm executive with great curiosity, taking a bite of the golden roasted fish. The executive nodded. Each has its own wonders. The sky of the Tech realm is a brilliant river of stars where countless planets can be seen in motion. The sky of the Qinghuan realm, it is said, reveals the tracks of the stars themselves, wrapped in an ethereal, elusive beauty. Once night falls, you'll understand when you see it. The war-crazed divine king took a sip of wine and declared, well then, we're not sleeping tonight. We'll stay up to watch the starry sky. Tomorrow we'll go to the foot of the snowy mountains and take a look. I heard there are hot springs there. Soaking in them makes the whole body feel wonderful. I'm all for it. Venerable Jijuan held up a Eason fruit, eyes glittering. There might even be exotic flowers and rare herbs at the foot of the snowy mountains. I can pick some to study and see if we can cultivate even more comfortable fruits. Everyone added their opinions, eagerly mapping out the upcoming itinerary. Xiao Ming leaned by the campfire, a stalk of grass in his hand, idly stirring the ground. He watched the lively scene before him and listened to his friends chatter, the smile at the corner of his lips never fading. He used to believe that the cultivation world was a place of the strong preying on the weak, that if you did not keep striving you would be eliminated. But since stepping onto the way of lying flat, he had realized that cultivation could be this leisurely too. No need to struggle desperately for higher realms, no need to scheme against others for resources. As long as good friends were beside him, beautiful scenery was there to admire and idle pleasures were there to enjoy. That was the finest kind of cultivation. The night grew deep, the campfire gradually shrank, and the wind over the grassland carried an edge of chill. Everyone looked up. The stars in the night sky were extraordinarily bright, like diamonds scattered across black velvet, strung into clear sweeping tracks, as if they could be touched with an outstretched hand. The Tech Realm executive switched on the holographic projector, overlapping the star river of the Tech Realm with the starry sky of the Qinghuan realm. Two utterly different kinds of splendor intertwined in a beauty so breathtaking that it stole one's breath away. Wow, so beautiful. Li Linger tilted her head, the vast starry sky mirrored in her eyes, her voice filled with awe. Xiao Ming too gazed at the stars, his heart perfectly still. He knew this was only the first stop on their idle journey across the heavens. Ahead lay the interstellar park of the Tech Realm, the deep mountain mysteries of the ancient martial realm, the cloud sea palaces of the divine realm. Countless sights waiting for them to see, countless delights waiting for them to experience. After we finish watching the stars, let's go soak in the hot springs at the foot of the mountain, Master Xianyang said with a smile. After that we'll taste the local delicacies of the Qinghuan realm. I've heard the milk wine here is especially sweet and fragrant. And I still want to ride a spirit deer. Li Linger raised her hand just like a child begging for candy. The war-crazed divine king thumped his chest. No problem. Tomorrow I'll pick out the gentlest one for you. Their laughter echoed across the grassland, warm and long beneath the light of the stars. Xiao Ming leaned back on the soft grass, gazing at the stars filling the sky. It suddenly occurred to him that the so-called attainment of godhood was perhaps never about standing at the summit of the heavens, but about being able to wander through this world with the people by one's side together, finding a freedom and joy all their own. He closed his eyes gently, a contented smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. The wind, the laughter, the zither, and even the turning of the stars gradually dissolved into the night. And this laid-back journey across the heavens was only just raising the curtain on a new beginning. When the starry vault of the Qinghuan realm blazed at its most dazzling, even the blades of grass upon the prairie were speckled with faint starlight. The campfire had burned down to a heap of warm crimson embers. Wrapped in thin blankets, the group lay upon the grassland, gazing at the wheeling tracks of stars overhead, their voices unconsciously dropping to hushed tones. So the stars truly do move, Li Linger murmured, nudging Xiao Ming with a fingertip that carried a trace of coolness. They're even more beautiful than the fireflies of Wanyu Valley. Xiao Ming opened his eyes and happened to catch sight of a meteor streaking silver-tailed across the night sky, falling behind the distant snow-capped mountain. He smiled, raising a hand to catch a blade of grass borne upon the wind. In a little while, let's go to the snow mountain. Perhaps we can pick up fragments from the fallen meteor. Then we'd better search extra carefully. Venerable Jijuan immediately perked up, sitting bolt upright and nearly striking the hollow projector suspended overhead. If we could turn meteor fragments into nourishment for cultivating spirit fruits, we might even grow fruits that glow. His words drew laughter from the whole company, and the once quiet atmosphere instantly turned lively. The war-mad God King slapped his thigh and sprang up. Stop waiting. We're heading to the snow mountain now. We'll catch the hot springs before dawn and take a look at those meteor fragments while we're at it. The Crimson Sun God King had long since stowed away his wine jar, and he chimed in at once. I'll fetch the horses. The night wind across this grassland is just right. Riding over will be a true delight. The Lingsong Pavilion master started packing up his tea set at a leisurely pace, a smile glinting in his eyes. You people are always in such a hurry. Well then, it's a fine opportunity to enjoy the Snow Mountain's night scenery. With that, the group set off at once, riding wild horses toward the Snow Mountain. Hooves pounded across the grassland, startling a few roosting night birds. The sound of their wings beating the air rang out exceptionally clear beneath the starry sky. Riding astride a white wild horse, Li Linger spread her arms wide in delight and shouted into the wind. So fast. I feel like I'm about to fly. Xiao Ming rode his horse behind her, watching the young woman's hair stream in the wind, a faint smile toying at the corners of his mouth. The night breeze carried the crisp, cold essence of the Snow Mountain, dissolving the day's sultry heat and leaving every breath fresh and clean. After roughly an hour, the Snow Mountain's silhouette grew ever more distinct. From afar, the pristine white snow shimmered with a pale blue luster beneath the starlight, while wisps of white mist curled up from the mountain's base. The faint sound of flowing spring water reached their ears. There's the hot spring. The war-mad God King's eyes lit up. Spurring his horse, he charged ahead, hooves pounding across a stretch of broken stones and kicking up fine sprays of snow. The others galloped close behind him. Only upon reaching the mountain's foot did they realize that these hot springs lay hidden within a grove of pines. Spring water gushed forth from the crevices of mountain rocks, gathering into several pools of varying sizes. Steam rose from the shimmering surfaces which mirrored the reflections of the starry sky. A scene of ethereal beauty, like a painted scroll of a celestial realm. A few unidentified flowers and herbs grew along the banks, blooming gorgeously even in the night, and exuding a faint, delicate fragrance. What a splendid place this is. Perfected. Xianyang stroked his beard in admiration, reaching out to test the water's temperature. Neither cold nor hot, just right for a soak. The group each selected a pool, slipped off their outer garments, and eased into the water. The warm spring water enveloped their bodies, dispelling in an instant the chill of the night, right, a profound comfort seeping even into the joints of their bones. The war-mad God King breathed a blissful sigh, leaning back against the pool's edge and nearly sliding into the water. This hot spring beats even the spirit springs of the divine realm. After this soak, my divine power already flows far more smoothly. The Crimson Sun God King smiled and handed him a flask of wine. Don't be so smug. When we're done soaking, let's go check that cave over there. There might be real meteor fragments inside. Xiao Ming leaned against a boulder on the pool's edge, eyes shut, savoring the serenity of the moment. Li Linger, lying prone at the water's edge, idly played with the reflection of starlight rippling on the surface. Then abruptly, she pointed toward a cave not far away. Look, there seems to be light coming from that cave. Everyone followed her pointed direction and sure enough spotted a faint glimmer leaking from a pitch-black cave set into the mountain wall, as if someone had ignited a lamp within. Could someone have arrived here before us? Venerable Jijuan poked his head forward, curious. I thought the Qinghuan realm barely had any cultivators. The war-mad God King suddenly perked up, rising abruptly from the pool. Go have a look and you'll know. Maybe it's a secret realm packed with treasures. Xiao Ming shook his head in exasperation, yet he rose as well, wrapped his outer robe around himself, and headed for the cave. The others fell in behind him. Upon reaching the cave entrance, they realized that the glow emanated from deep within the cavern, accompanied by an intermittent clinking sound, as if someone was chipping away at stone. Is someone inside? Li Linger tugged at Xiao Ming's sleeve, curiosity threading through her voice. Xiao Ming raised his hand, signaling the others to wait, and then proceeded quietly into the cave. The cave was not especially deep. After a mere dozen or so strides, the space opened up before him. There upon the open ground inside the cave, an old man in coarse-woven robes was crouched low, a stone hammer in hand, striking away at a glowing rock. Broken chunks of stone lay heaped all around him. At the sound of footsteps, the old man whipped his head around. At the sight of Xiao Ming and the others, a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. Then, returning to calm, he lowered his head and went on tapping at the stone. Who are you? How did you find this place? Elder, we came here to bathe in the hot springs of the snow mountain. We saw a light shining from the cave and decided to take a look. Xiao Ming answered with a smile, his gaze coming to rest upon the stone in the old man's hands. He recognized it at once as a meteor fragment, its surface suffused with a faint silver sheen. Are you chiseling a meteor fragment? The old man raised his head to look at him, then nodded. This stone is extremely hard. Only by splitting it open can I extract the star core inside, which happens to make a perfect wick for an oil lamp. The group was stunned by these words. They had not expected that this seemingly ordinary old man would treat precious meteor fragments like common everyday stones. The war-mad God King could not resist speaking up. Elder, these are meteor fragments. The star cores within hold the power of the stars themselves. Isn't it a colossal waste to use them as lamp wicks? The old man, however, waved his hand dismissively. Waste? These things are commonplace in the mountains, perfectly suited for providing light. You cultivators always make simple things complicated. Hearing this, Xiao Ming's eyes brightened. Observing the old man's unhurried composure, he suddenly sensed that the fellow was anything but ordinary. Perfected Xuanyang, likewise catching the hint in the old man's demeanor, inquired with a smile. Elder, you do not seem to be a mere cultivator. How shall we address you? Just call me Old Stone, the old man said. He set down his stone hammer, rose to his feet, and brushed the dust from his garments. I have lived at the foot of this snow mountain for several hundred years. All I care for is chipping stones and admiring the view. I have no other ambitions. The group exchanged glances, reading surprise in each other's eyes. To dwell in the Qinghuan realm for centuries and to remain so utterly unruffled, Old Stone's cultivation must be anything but shallow. He had merely chosen to conceal his aura. Curiosity brimming, Li Linger walked over to Old Stone, gazing at the meteor fragments on the ground. Old Stone, are oil lamps made from these star cores really so effective? Old Stone nodded with a smile. He picked up a stone lamp from beside him and placed a freshly chiseled star core inside. In an instant, a soft glow radiated from the wick, illuminating the entire cave so completely that even the dust floating in the air could be seen with perfect clarity. See, this light doesn't hurt the eyes, and it can ward off the cold, far handier than your spirit lamps. The group leaned in for a closer look and indeed found the star core lamp's glow exceptionally soft, carrying a subtle warmth that left the entire body steeped in ease. Venerable Jijuan's eyes sparkled. Old Stone, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. Would you be willing to teach me? I'd love to make a lamp like this myself. Old Stone agreed with a genial smile. It's quite simple. Once I finish chiseling this stone, I'll show you. Xiao Ming watched the harmonious scene within the cave, a smile lifting the corner of his lips. He realized that the Qinghuan realm was truly populated by all manner of intriguing people. Old Stone, for instance, possessed no mean cultivation, yet was content to live out his days splitting stones and lighting lamps at the foot of the snow mountain. That quiet equanimity dovetailed perfectly with Xiao Ming's own Tao of letting things be. At that very moment, the shrill cry of a spirit deer suddenly rang out beyond the cave, followed by a burst of hasty footsteps. The group stepped out of the cave and beheld several spirit deer fleeing deeper into the snow mountain, chased by a pack of black-robed cultivators clutching net pouches, clearly in the midst of hunting them down. Who are these people? How dare they hunt spirit deer in the Qinghuan realm? Li Linger frowned, displeasure plain in her tone. The war-mad God King was instantly incensed, rolling up his sleeves as though to storm over. Bullying spirit deer right before my eyes. You must be tired of living. Xiao Ming stopped him, his gaze turning icy. He could sense a sinister aura clinging to those black-robed cultivators. They were hardly righteous practitioners. They resembled rather heretical cultivators devoted solely to plundering resources. It seems the Qinghuan realm is not entirely tranquil after all. Perfected Xianyang sighed, a glint of sternness flashing in his eyes. Since these heretical cultivators dare to run rampant here, now is the perfect chance to teach them a lesson. Old Stone came out, as well, gazing after the retreating black-robed cultists with a furrowed brow. These people have been making trouble on the mountain constantly of late. Not only hunting spirit deer, but damaging the hot springs too. Truly detestable. Xiao Ming's eyes grew somber. He turned to the company and declared, let's go take them on. Since we've come to the Qinghuan realm, we won't allow these people to spoil our enjoyment. With those words, he took the lead, heading off in the direction the black-robed cultivators had gone. The rest fell in behind him, kindled anger smoldering in every pair of eyes. The previously tranquil Snow Mountain night had been thrown into sudden turmoil, and this chance encounter added a remarkable interlude to Xiao Ming and his companions' expedition in the Qinghuan realm. A black-robed cultivator left a trail of chaotic footprints in the snow, chasing relentlessly in the direction where the herd of spirit deer had fled. The leading evil cultivator had a curved blade glinting with dark light at his waist. A sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he raised his hand and conjured a black net which was about to envelop the fawn running at the very back. "Stop!" Divine King Zhan Kuang roared in fury. Divine power erupted beneath his feet, and he shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. His massive fist split the air as it smashed toward the evil cultivator's back. The evil cultivator sensed the fierce wind behind him. His expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly dodged to the side. The black net veered off course, grazed the fawn's hooves, and fell into the snow. He turned to look at Divine King Zhan Kuang, his eyes dark and sinister. "Who are you, some meddlesome nobody, to dare interfere in the affairs of my Haifeng stronghold?" "Haifeng stronghold? Never heard of it." Divine King Zhan Kuang let out a sneer and threw another punch. "You dare to hunt spirit deer in Qinghuan realm? Today I'll show you what your grandpa is made of." In an instant the two were locked in combat, fists and blade light intertwining while snow spray burst into the air. Seeing this, the other black-robed cultivators drew their weapons and closed in, only to be intercepted by Divine King Qi Yang and Pavilion Master Lingsong. Divine King Qi Yang tipped the wine jar in his hand, and the mellow flowing cloud wine turned into arrows of wine shooting precisely at the evil cultivator's wrists. Pavilion Master Lingsong meanwhile gathered energy at his fingertips as phantom zither strings materialized. After a few crisp notes, the weapons in the evil cultivator's hands all snapped apart. Xiao Ming stood not far away, sweeping his gaze over the battle, and did not make a move. These evil cultivators were not particularly strong to him, they were beneath notice. It was a perfect chance to let Divine King Zhan Kuang and the others stretch their muscles. He turned to Elder Shi beside him, and saw the old man staring at the tokens on the evil cultivator's waist, his brows tightly knitted. "Elder Shi, do you know these people?" Xiao Ming asked. Elder Shi sighed, his expression complicated. "These are evil cultivators from the surrounding domains, lurking on Haifeng Mountain and making a living by plundering resources and harming living beings. In the past, Qinghuan realm was isolated from the world, and they couldn't find an entrance. Now that the realm passage has opened, they've slipped through the cracks." Li Linger was furious to hear this, clenching her small fists. "These people are so wicked. Spirit deer are so gentle. How can they bear to hurt them?" Just as she finished speaking, an injured spirit deer limped over to Li Linger, brushed against the hem of her clothes, and looked up at her with pleading eyes. Li Linger crouched down with a pang of pity, gently stroking the wound on the spirit deer's leg. She turned to Xiao Ming. "Junior brother, save it quickly." Xiao Ming nodded, gathered a wisp of gentle spiritual energy at his fingertip, and lightly covered the wound with it. The warm spiritual energy seeped in slowly, and the wound healed at a visible pace. Soon the spirit deer was able to stand and move. It nudged Xiao Ming with its head, as if thanking him, then ran back to the herd of deer nearby. Meanwhile, the battle had long since been decided. The evil cultivators of Haifeng's stronghold were utterly routed, lying in the snow one after another, and wailing. Their leader in particular had been struck in the chest by Divine King Zhan Kuang's fist. He spat out a mouthful of black blood and collapsed, unable to move. "Talk. What other evil have you done in Qinghuan realm?" Divine King Zhan Kuang pressed his foot on the evil cultivator's chest, his voice ferocious. The evil cultivator's face was ashen, but he still refused to give in. We only came to hunt spirit deer. We had no other purpose. You still dare to lie." Elder Shi suddenly spoke, stepping forward to glare at the evil cultivator. "A few days ago, the hot spring at the foot of the snow mountains was polluted. Was that your doing?" The evil cultivator's gaze wavered, and he did not dare meet Elder Shi's eyes. Seeing this, Divine King Zhan Kuang pressed down harder with his foot, and the evil cultivator cried out in pain. I'll talk. We polluted the hot spring. We wanted to take this place for ourselves and turn it into a base." Hearing this, everyone grew even angrier. Venerable Xianyang stroked his beard, his eyes icy. "Qinghuan realm has always been a land of pure spiritual beauty. It will not tolerate defilement by evil beings like you. Today I spare your lives. If any of you dares to set foot in Qinghuan realm again, I will cut you down without mercy." The evil cultivators nodded frantically, struggled to their feet, and fled in a panic out of the snow mountains, vanishing in an instant. Divine King Zhan Kuang looked at their retreating backs and spat. "What rotten luck. A perfectly good hot spring trip ruined by these scoundrels." "It's fine." Xiao Ming shook his head with a smile. "This conveniently clears out the hidden dangers in Qinghuan realm, so we can come back more at ease in the future." Elder Shi walked over to Xiao Ming, gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you, Dao ancestors, for lending your aid. If not for you, the spirit deer of Qinghuan realm would surely have suffered a great calamity. You're too kind, Elder Shi." Xiao Ming waved his hand. We came here for leisure, and we can't stand by while evil cultivators do wrong. By the way, you've lived in seclusion here for many years. You must know Qinghuan realm very well. Elder Shi nodded, a trace of reminiscence on his face. I was originally a cultivator of the ancient era. Tired of the conflicts in the cultivation world, I sought out this Qinghuan realm and went into seclusion. Here spiritual energy is abundant, and the creatures are gentle. It is a rare pure land. Hearing this, everyone was rather astonished. A cultivator from the ancient era. His cultivation must surely be unfathomable. Who would have thought he would be living in seclusion at the foot of these snowy mountains, spending his days carving stone and lighting lamps? No wonder Elder Shi appears so unassuming. He is actually a hidden senior. Venerable Xianyang clasped his hands toward Elder Shi in salute, his tone respectful. Elder Shi waved his hand with a smile. That is all in the past. Now I am just an old man who enjoys peace and quiet. As for you, you were able to found the way of lying flat and free cultivators across the heavens from the rat race. That state of mind is somewhat similar to mine back then. A flicker of interest passed through Xiao Ming's eyes. Oh, Elder Shi, did you also suffer the pain of the rat race back then? It was more than just suffering. Elder Shi sighed, walked to the edge of the hot spring, and sat down. The cultivation world of the ancient era was even more cutthroat than it is now. In order to fight over resources, it was not uncommon for fellow disciples to turn on each other and for masters and disciples to fall out. I chose to live in seclusion here back then precisely because I did not want to take part in those disputes. Everyone sat around Elder Shi listening to him recount the old tales of the ancient era. It turned out that Elder Shi had also been a remarkably gifted cultivator in his day. He reached the spirit transformation stage at a young age, but because he detested the deceit and scheming of the cultivation world, he gave up further cultivation and sought out Qinghuan realm, a paradise beyond the world where he had lived for several hundred years. In truth, lying flat is not giving up. It is recognizing what you truly want. Elder Shi looked at Xiao Ming, admiration in his eyes. That you can make cultivators across the heavens understand this truth is more meaningful than those Tao ancestors who pursue supreme realms. Xiao Ming felt a stir in his heart. If Elder Shi's words struck precisely the chord in his heart. He had founded the way of lying flat precisely to help people cast off their shackles and find true happiness, not to be bound by realms and resources. Elder Shi is right. Li Linger nodded with a smile. Back in the sect, I had to get up early every day to cultivate and compete with my fellow disciples. The pressure was enormous. Now, following Junior Brother, I cultivate when I want and play when I want. Instead, I feel more at peace, and my cultivation has improved quite a bit without my even noticing. Everyone chimed in, talking about their own rat race experiences in the past. In contrast to their present lives, they all felt that their current days had far more flavor. Elder Shi looked at everyone, a gratified smile spreading across his face. It seems my Qinghuan realm has welcomed a group of kindred spirits. In that case, I will serve as your guide and show you the most beautiful places in Qinghuan realm. Really? Wonderful. Li Linger clapped her hands excitedly. I want to see the lake in Qinghuan realm. I heard the water there is so clear that you can see fish swimming below the surface. No problem. Elder Shi nodded, stood up, and walked toward the depths of the snow mountains. The lake in Qinghuan realm is called Jinghu Lake. It lies on the other side of the snow mountains. Not only is the water clear, it can also mirror a person's state of mind. Quite miraculous. Everyone followed Elder Shi along the snowy trail. The sky was already growing light. The morning sun rose from behind the snowy peaks, casting golden rays over the snow that gleamed with dazzling brilliance. The mist above the hot spring gradually faded under the sunlight, revealing the smooth, multicolored pebbles on the pool floor. A truly lovely scene. After they had walked for about an hour, the view before them suddenly changed. On the other side of the snowy mountains lay a vast green lake. The water was as clear as a mirror, reflecting the blue sky, the white clouds, and the distant snowy peaks, making it impossible to tell where the sky ended and the water began. Wildflowers of every hue covered the lakeshore, butterflies danced among the blooms, and now and then a fish leaped out of the water, splashing ring upon ring of ripples. This is Jinghu Lake, Elder Shi said with a smile. Try looking into the lake, and you may see what your heart desires most. Full of curiosity, everyone walked to the shore and looked down into the water. Li Linger was the first to cry out. Wow! I see Junior Brother and everyone else together with me in Wanyu Valley admiring flowers. Divine King Zhan Kuang craned his neck to look and scratched his head. How is it that I see myself drinking with Qi Yang, and even winning several jars of wine from him? Divine King Qi Yang shot him a glare, then looked into the lake and burst out laughing. I see myself at the interstellar park in the technological realm, riding a flying vehicle and watching the starry sky. One by one the others looked into the lake, and each saw the scene they most longed for in their hearts. Some heartwarming, some amusing, some full of yearning. Xiao Ming walked to the shore and looked down into the lake. The lake's surface was calm and still, and gradually a scene appeared within it. He was reclining in a chair with Li Linger, Venerable Xianyang Divine, King Zhan Kuang, and the others gathered around him, together with Elder Shi and the spirit deer of Qinghuan realm. Everyone was laughing and frolicking as sunlight poured over them warm and carefree. Looking at that image, Xiao Ming's lips curved into a contented smile. He knew this was the life he desired most. No strife, no rat race, only friends at his side and leisurely ease. Elder Shi walked over to Xiao Ming and looked at the scene on the lake, his eyes smiling. It seems that what Dao ancestor Xiao longs for most is this simple happiness. Xiao Ming nodded and turned to the others, his eyes full of tenderness. Yes, having so many friends by my side, enjoying beautiful scenery and sharing joy together. That is the life I want most. The morning sun climbed higher, sprinkling golden light across Jinghu Lake in shimmering ripples. Everyone stood at the shore gazing at the desires reflected on the lake, happy smiles on their faces. And this leisurely outing in Qinghuan realm, enriched by Elder Shi's presence, gained another warm memory and continued onward toward even more delightful adventures. Morning light over Mirror Lake was gentle enough to melt ice and snow. Gazing at the wishes reflected upon its surface, everyone breathed in warmth. Li Linger crouched by the lakeside, reaching out to touch her reflection in the water. The moment her fingertips brushed the surface, ripples spread outward, dissolving the image into scattered golden light. How magical! It shattered the instant I touched it. She puckered her lips and withdrew her hand, only to see the lake quickly calm once more. This time it reflected an unlikely vision, herself clutching a large basket of flour cakes, stuffing them into Xiao Ming's hands, which made her laugh aloud before anyone else could. Elder Shi sat upon a blue stone by the lake, his eyes brimming with amusement. Mirror Lake understands the human heart best. Whatever fills your heart, it shall reflect. It seems what Miss Linger cherishes most remains those close to her. Naturally, Li Linger darted over to Xiao Ming and tugged at his arm. Junior brother Zhao's flour cakes are the most delicious. I ought to save extra portions for him. Xiao Ming shook his head with a helpless smile, about to speak, when Venerable Jijuan suddenly let out an astonished cry and pointed at his own reflection in the lake. Look, I've cultivated glowing fruit. The tree is bursting with them. Everyone gathered around and indeed saw upon the lake's surface an orchard reflected in full. Every fruit on the trees shining with a soft luminous white glow resembling countless tiny lanterns hung from branch to branch. Divine King Zhan Kuang clapped Venerable Jijuan on the shoulder and laughed. Well done, old one. That wish is delightfully practical. When we return, I'll help you source meteorite fragments as fertilizer. Your dream shall surely come true. Venerable Jijuan's eyes lit up at once, and he immediately seized Divine King Zhan Kuang to discuss the details of spirit fruit cultivation. The two crouched by the lakeside, chattering away as though they had found a kindred topic. Master Xianyang and Pavilion Master Lingsong stood aside, each gazing at their own reflections upon the lake, sharing a knowing smile. Xianyang's reflection showed a pot of warm wine alongside scattered petals, while Lingsong's revealed an ancient zither beneath a curtain of moonlight, each capturing the essence of their deepest contentment. Let us be going. The morning mist over Mirror Lake is about to lift. If we tarry further, we shall miss the finest views on Cloud Stack. Elder Shi rose, brushing snowflakes from his robes, and made for a narrow path beside the lake. The group hurried to follow, proceeding along the pebbled trail that traced the lakeshore. The path wound sinuously Mirror Lake's crystal-clear waters on one side and sheer cliff faces on the other. Emerald vines draped across the rock walls, and the occasional colorful bird alighted upon them, chirping cheerfully as though welcoming the travelers. After roughly half an hour's walk, a wooden walkway suddenly appeared ahead, suspended midway up the mountainside and connecting two peaks. Lanterns of every hue hung along both sides of the walkway. A gentle breeze stirred them into a soft swaying, producing delicate rustling sounds. Far beyond, swirling clouds and mist wreathed the entire structure, making it seem as though one walked through an immortal realm. Is this Cloud Stack? It's absolutely breathtaking. Li Linger bounded onto the walkway with excitement, throwing her arms wide to feel the clouds curling around her. I feel as though I'm walking among the heavens. Xiao Ming stepped onto the walkway, the wooden planks emitting a soft creak beneath his feet. Mist coiled about him, carrying a faint dampness, while distant peaks emerged and vanished through the haze like inkwash paintings brought to life. He looked up and saw at the far end of the walkway a small pavilion, and within it seated a familiar figure. Isn't that the sovereign of Qinghuan realm? Master Xianyang narrowed his eyes and studied the figure for a moment, his tone betraying surprise. Following his gaze, everyone looked toward the pavilion and saw a woman in white robes seated within, her long hair cascading to her waist, her bearing gentle and graceful. She was indeed the sovereign of Qinghuan realm, the same figure they had encountered at the realm passage before. How did the sovereign come to be here? Li Linger asked curiously. Elder Shi chuckled. The sovereign of Qinghuan knew you were arriving and waited for you here specifically. She often enjoys tea and the view from Cloud Stack. Consider her a regular. As he spoke, the group had already reached the exterior of the pavilion. Hearing their footsteps, the sovereign of Qinghuan turned and offered everyone a gentle smile. Ancestor Xiao, esteemed fellow cultivators, it has been too long. You are too kind, sovereign. Xiao Ming returned the gesture with a respectful salute. I never expected to encounter you here. I heard you drove away the demonic cultivators from the snow mountain, and came specifically to express my gratitude, the sovereign replied. She rose and gestured toward the stone table set within the pavilion. I have prepared some fine tea. Would you care to sit and converse? Everyone readily agreed, and took their seats inside the pavilion. The sovereign of Qinghuan personally poured tea for each of them. The liquor was crystal clear and fragrant. One sip revealed a sweet, delicate flavor blooming upon the tongue, carrying a faint floral note that brought comfort to every corner of the body. Thank you all for removing the threat to Qinghuan realm. The sovereign's eyes shone with gratitude. Those demonic cultivators had been holed up nearby, a persistent danger to our realm. Had you not intervened, the consequences would have been dire. You need not be so formal, sovereign. We merely acted on instinct. Xiao Ming waved his hand dismissively. Besides, we have grown to appreciate the tranquility of Qinghuan realm ourselves. It stands to reason that we would not wish to see that peace disturbed. The sovereign of Qinghuan nodded with a smile. It appears we are kindred spirits. I have long heard of Ancestor Zhao's philosophy of letting things be, and I hold it in high esteem. Qinghuan realm remains peaceful precisely because its cultivators like yourself shun conflict, and simply wish to live in quiet contentment. In that case, the cultivators of Qinghuan realm might as well be fellow layabout brothers. Divine King Zhan Kuang laughed, lifting his teacup and draining it in one gulp. If I had known the people here would suit my palate so well, I would have come visiting long ago. Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere within the pavilion grew ever warmer and more intimate. The sovereign of Qinghuan proceeded to recount the customs and legends of her realm, from the tales of Mirror Lake to the origins of Cloud Stack, and onward to the spirit deer roaming the grasslands. Everyone listened with keen interest. By the way, sovereign, Li Linger asked curiously, I've heard there is a place called the Spring of Forgetful Sorrow in Qinghuan realm, one that can make a person forget their troubles. Is it true? The sovereign of Qinghuan nodded. Indeed, such a spring exists located on the other side of Cloud Stack. However, its waters cannot truly erase one's worries. They merely calm the mind, and allow one to temporarily set aside the attachments that weigh upon it. Might we go and see it? Li Linger looked at the sovereign with eager expectation. Of course. The sovereign rose with a smile. I shall gladly guide you there, and show you the scenery beyond Cloud Stack as well. The group followed the sovereign of Qinghuan, continuing along Cloud Stack. The mist gradually thinned, and the scenery ahead grew ever clearer. On the other side of Cloud Stack lay an ocean of blooming flowers in every hue, competing for the sunlight, and releasing their rich fragrance in full display. At the heart of this floral sea rested a small spring, its waters welling up from below to form a shallow pool. The water was so clear that one could see straight to the bottom, shimmering with a faint blue radiance. This is the Spring of Forgetful Sorrow. The sovereign pointed to the pool. You may each try a sip and experience its effect for yourselves. One by one, the group approached the spring and drank. The sweet water flowed down their throats and instantly transformed into a warm current that spread through their entire bodies. All traces of lingering irritation vanished without a shadow, leaving behind only peace and tranquility. This feels wonderful. Li Linger closed her eyes, a satisfied smile gracing her features. I feel as though all my worries have simply disappeared. Xiao Ming too felt the spring's miraculous effect. Gazing at the flower sea and the spring before him, he suddenly realized that Qinghuan realm was like one vast valley of forgetfulness, a place where one could leave the conflicts of the outside world behind and rediscover the peace within. Just then a melodious flute sound drifted from the distance. Looking up, the group saw a young man in cyan robes seated upon a stone in the midst of the flowers, a flute in hand, playing a gentle tune. The melody was haunting and graceful, threaded with a faint undertone of melancholy, yet radiating an air of effortless freedom, blending seamlessly with the surrounding scenery. Isn't that? Li Linger gazed at the youth's silhouette, finding it strangely familiar. The sovereign of Qinghuan smiled and explained. He is a cultivator of Qinghuan realm named Qing Di. Born with a love for music, he often plays his flute here. His melodies have a soothing power. Even the spirit deer gather around him. Everyone stood quietly amidst the flower sea, listening to the distant lingering notes of the flute. Sunlight washed over their shoulders, floral fragrance lingered at their nostrils, and the melody echoed in their ears, wrapping them in a dreamlike reverie. Xiao Ming leaned against the pavilion pillar, gazing upon the scene before him with a tender smile. He knew that this leisurely excursion through Qinghuan realm had added another unforgettable chapter to his memories. And his philosophy of embracing simplicity would continue carried forward through these treasured moments, bringing ease and joy to ever more souls. The sound of Qingdi's flute drifted on the wind, settling into every corner of the sea of flowers. Even the butterflies upon the branches paused their wings as if enchanted by the melodious tune. The crowd stood quietly by the Spring of Forgetful Sorrow, only slowly coming back to themselves after the final note faded into the air. This flute music is too enchanting. Li Linger's eyes sparkled as she tugged at Xiao Ming's sleeve, pulling him toward Qingdi. Let's go greet him. Xiao Ming nodded with a smile, and the group made their way toward the young man in the sea of flowers. Hearing the footsteps, Qingdi paused his playing and turned to look. He appeared to be around 16 or 17, his features delicate, with a clear-eyed innocence only a youth could possess. Seeing the group, he rose with a touch of shyness and offered a respectful salute. "Friends, please forgive my intrusion. Rather, we are the ones who have disturbed your playing." Xiao Ming replied with a smile, his gaze drawn to the flute in the boy's hands. A blade of jade-green stone, as if carved from precious jade, its surface shimmering with a faint aura of spiritual energy. "Your flute playing is extraordinary. It brings such peace to the heart." A blush crept across Qingdi's face as he scratched his head in embarrassment. "I only play because I enjoy it. I never imagined I'd disturb you all." "Not at all, not at all." The war god strode forward and patted Qingdi on the shoulder, his laughter booming. "Young man, your playing is splendid. You ought to perform more often for everyone. We have nothing better to do today. Why not play another piece for us?" Qingdi hesitated for a moment before glancing toward Lord Qinghwan. The Lord smiled and nodded. "Since the dear friends here enjoy it, do play another. Let them savor the refined elegance of our Qinghwan realm." With the Lord's permission, Qingdi no longer hesitated, raising the flute to his lips once more. A melodious tune once again filled the air, lighter and brighter than before, like a mountain stream in spring brimming with lively vitality as it flowed through the sea of flowers. Li Linger swayed gently to the melody, and even Venerable Ji-Wan momentarily forgot his spirit fruit, nodding along with his eyes half closed. When the piece concluded, everyone burst into applause. Pavilion Master Lingsong studied Qingdi with admiration in his eyes. "Your flute carries spiritual energy that soothes the heart, a rare gift indeed. Would you be interested in learning the zither from me? The harmony of zither and flute might yield a truly unique artistry." Qingdi's eyes lit up, and he bowed deeply to Pavilion Master Lingsong. "Really? I've always adored the ancient zither, but had no one to teach me." "Of course." Lingsong nodded with a smile. "After we stay a few more days in Qinghwan realm, I shall teach you some techniques." Overjoyed, Qingdi kept thanking them profusely. Watching his elated demeanor, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Lord Qinghwan gazed at the harmonious scene before him, his eyes full of warmth. "Truly today is a blessed day. We've not only met esteemed friends, but also secured a fine teacher for Qingdi. Shall I prepare a modest banquet in Qinghwan Hall, and invite you all as a token of gratitude for rid the realm of those evil cultivators?" "You are too kind, my lord." Xianyang Jinren accepted with a smile. "In that case, we shall gladly accept." Everyone followed Lord Qinghwan toward Qinghwan Hall. Along the way, Qingdi trailed beside Pavilion Master Lingsong, chattering endlessly about the zither. Lingsong patiently answered each question, occasionally offering guidance on flute technique. The two struck up a particularly congenial conversation. Qinghwan Hall stood at the heart of the realm, a palace of rustic elegance lacking the extravagance of typical cultivation world architecture, yet exuding an aura of tranquil serenity. Strange blossoms and rare herbs flourished outside the hall, while within simple furnishings maintained an air of refined grace. Wooden tables and chairs were arranged at the center, already laden with exquisite dishes and fine tea. Once everyone was seated, Lord Qinghwan poured wine personally. "This is Qinghwan's signature forgetful sorrow wine, brewed from the waters of Mirror Lake and the nectar of the flower sea. Light and sweet, it relaxes the mind. Please taste it." Xiao Ming lifted his cup and took a sip. The wine tasted sweet upon entry, carrying a faint floral fragrance. As it slid down his throat, a gentle warmth spread through his body, leaving him thoroughly refreshed and his spirit remarkably at peace. Fine wine, he couldn't help but praise. Even sweeter than Master Xuanyang's peach blossom wine. Xianyang Jinren shook his head with a laugh. "You've forgotten old favorites for new pleasures. But this forgetful sorrow wine is indeed excellent. I shall have to ask the Lord to share its brewing method." Lord Qinghwan agreed with a smile. "With pleasure. Should Master Xianyang wish for the recipe, it is his any time." Everyone savored the wine alongside Qinghwan's specialty dishes. The cuisine, mostly prepared from spiritual herbs and beasts of the realm, possessed a fresh delicacy, imbued with a faint trace of spiritual energy, giving each bite a truly distinctive flavor. War God, dining enthusiastically, tipped the wine jar straight into his mouth, drawing hearty laughter from all present. During the feast, Lord Qinghwan spoke of his realm's past. Qinghwan realm had once been a fragile domain on the verge of collapse. Only through the previous lord's lifetime expenditure of his cultivation was it stabilized, its barriers erected to seal it off from the world and preserve its tranquility. It was only after Xiao Ming opened the dimensional passage that Qinghwan reconnected with the outside world. "In truth, I initially feared outside cultivators would disrupt our peace." Lord Qinghwan looked at Xiao Ming, gratitude shining in his eyes. "But since you arrived, I've realized there are so many in the outside world who also cherish quietude and shun conflict. Your Tao ancestor Zhao's philosophy of letting things take their natural course has deeply inspired me." Xiao Ming set down his cup. "You flatter me, my lord. I simply believe that cultivation ought to follow one's heart, unconstrained by rigid doctrines." The fact that Qinghuan has preserved such tranquility is what makes it most precious. Well said. Elder Shi raised his cup towards Xiao Ming. Come, let us toast our ancestor Xiao. May his path of effortless transcendence spread throughout the heavens and all realms. Everyone raised their cups, the crystal clash of glass ringing through the hall. As the wine slid down their throats, warmth spread through every heart, and smiles graced every face. Mid-feast, Qingdi suddenly rose and bowed deeply to the group. Honored friends, I would like to play another piece for you all in gratitude for your kindness. Applause erupted as Qingdi lifted his flute, its melodious notes once again filling the air. This time the melody was gentle and languid, as if recounting the serenity and beauty of Qinghuan realm and offering blessings upon all present. The flute's echoes lingered within Qinghuan Hall, intertwining with the floral fragrance and bird songs beyond the windows, composing a scene of unparalleled beauty. As the banquet drew to a close, twilight had already settled. Lord Qinghuan arranged for everyone to rest in chambers near Qinghuan Hall, specially instructing the servants to prepare warm water and delicacies. Xiao Ming returned to his quarters, pushed open the window, and gazed at the night beyond. The nights in Qinghuan realm were exceptionally tranquil, broken only by occasional insect songs and the distant flute. Moonlight spilled across the ground like a layer of silver frost. Leaning against the windowsill, he recalled their days in Qinghuan. The valley of forgetful sorrow, the grassland's mirror lake, and cloud platform. Every landscape was unforgettable, every person they had met deeply kind. At that moment, a gentle knock came at the door. Xiao Ming opened it to find Li Linger standing there holding a freshly made flour cake. Junior brother, I baked these myself. Thought I'd bring you one. Xiao Ming took the cake and bit into it, the familiar sweetness blooming on his tongue. Looking at Li Linger, his eyes warm with a smile, he said, Thank you. It's delicious. Li Linger sat by the table with a smile, gazing at the moonlight beyond the window. Junior brother, where shall we go next? Qinghuan is wonderful, but I'm still eager to visit other realms. Meeting her expectant gaze, Xiao Ming's lips curved into a tender smile. Take your time. We have plenty of days ahead. In a few days we'll visit the Interstellar Park in the technology realm, then explore the hidden mountain sanctuaries of the ancient martial realm. Wherever you wish to go, we shall go. Li Linger clapped her hands excitedly. Wonderful. I also want to see the Cloud Sea Heavenly Palace in the Divine Realm. I've heard its clouds are as soft as cotton candy, walkable beneath our feet. It shall be so. Xiao Ming nodded, his eyes brimming with affection. They sat by the window chatting about their upcoming journey, laughter occasionally rising to echo through the quiet night. In a nearby chamber, War God and Crimson Yang God were competing over wine, while Venerable Ji Wan studied the meteor fragments obtained from Elder Shi. Pavilion Master Lingsong was teaching Qingdi to play the zither, and Xianyang Zhenren and Elder Shi shared drinks beneath the moon, recounting amusing tales from the past. The night in Qinghuan realm was serene and heartwarming. Xiao Ming knew this leisurely wandering across the heavens was far from over. Beyond lay more landscapes awaiting exploration, more adventures waiting to be experienced. And he would continue along this path of effortless transcendence with his companions by his side, finding his own freedom and joy. Morning mist still lingered in Qinghuan Hall when Xiao Ming was roused by the dawnbird song. Pushing open the window, he gazed out at morning light filtering through branches onto the bluestone path, casting a hazy warmth. In the distance, the elegant flute melodies of Qingdi's practice drifted on the breeze, adding refinement to the early morning. Little junior brother, time to depart. Li Linger's voice came from outside the door, brimming with excited anticipation. Divine King Zhan Kuang and the others are already packed, waiting only for you. Xiao Ming smiled and replied, then turned to tuck the free bird ornament into his robes before stepping through the door. In the courtyard, everyone was already equipped and ready. Divine King Zhan Kuang shouldered a wine jar. Divine King Qi Yang carried freshly brewed cloud streaming wine. Venerable Ji Wan's bamboo basket overflowed with spiritual fruit seeds gifted by Elder Shi, while Pavilion Master Lingsong held a zither case. Beside him, Qingdi embraced his newly learned Guqin, his eyes full of reluctance. Sect Master Qinghuan and Elder Shi waited at the courtyard entrance to see them off. Fellow Taoists, may your journey be safe. Sect Master Qinghuan presented a brocade box. Inside are forget worry flower seeds from Qinghuan realm. Once planted, they bloom into flowers that ease sorrow. May they accompany you in your leisure. Xiao Ming accepted the box and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Sect Master and Elder Shi, for your hospitality. When free, we shall surely visit Qinghuan realm again. Elder Shi nodded with a smile. You're always welcome. Qinghuan realm's doors stand eternally open to you. Qingdi stepped forward and bowed deeply to Pavilion Master Lingsong. Master, I will practice diligently. Next time you visit, I shall perform for you. Lingsong patted his shoulder. Good, I shall await your melodies. After bidding farewell, everyone stepped into the realm passage bound for the science domain. As light and shadow swirled, the crisp wind of Qinghuan gave way to the mechanical hum peculiar to the science domain. The moment they emerged, the vista transformed dramatically. Towering metallic structures pierced the clouds, while various anti-gravity vehicles zipped through the sky. Transparent tubes on the ground housed capsule trains hurtling past, and distant holographic displays broadcasted interstellar news. Every corner radiated the sleek allure of futuristic technology. Wow, this is the science domain. How magnificent. Li Lingner's eyes widened as she reached out to touch a nearby hologram, her fingers passing straight through drawing startled exclamations. Divine King Zhan Kuang, still shouldering his wine jar, eyed the floating vehicles with curiosity. Can this contraption truly surpass divine techniques in speed? I must test it. Hardly had he finished when a familiar figure approached, none other than the science domain's executive officer. Clad in silver-gray tech uniform and holding a palm-sized controller, he greeted them warmly. Ancestor Xiao, fellow Taoists, it's about time we met. I've prepared lodging and arranged an itinerary for the interstellar park. Wonderful. Li Lingner clapped excitedly. We must see the starry sky and ride the hoverboards. The executive officer nodded cheerfully. Leave it to me. First, let's drop your luggage at the interstellar and then I'll show you the domain's specialties. Following the officer, everyone boarded a hovering vehicle. It ascended smoothly, gliding between skyscrapers. Li Lingner pressed against the window, watching streets blur below, occasionally gasping in delight. Venerable Ji Wan fixed his gaze on mechanical plants outside, muttering, plants that absorb electric energy. If we could breed varieties that harness spiritual energy instead, it would save considerable effort. Soon they arrived at the Interstellar Inn, a circular structure suspended mid-air built entirely of transparent material. It offered starry vistas from its windows. After settling them in, the officer eagerly led the group to experience the domain's black technologies. Their first stop was the Hoverboard Experience Zone. He distributed silver hoverboards. This is the domain's most popular transport. Simply channel spiritual or mental energy to control direction and speed. Far more convenient than horseback riding. Divine King Zhan Kuang stepped onto his first, wobbling precariously before laughter erupted. Refusing to yield, he stabilized himself and circled the area, shouting joyfully, "This is thrilling. Much better than riding." Li Lingner mounted her board with Xiao Ming's assistance, rising slowly. Spreading her arms wide, she felt the wind whistle past her ears, a radiant smile breaking across her face. "Junior brother Xiao, look at me. I'm flying." Xiao Ming smiled and joined her on another board. Soon the sky above teemed with figures weaving through the air, laughter ringing out continuously. After prolonged play, everyone reluctantly disembarked. Next, the officer grinned. Let's sample the domain's specialty, nutrient energy meals. Delicious yet more restorative than spiritual fruits. Guided by him, they entered a holographic restaurant where seats materialized from light. The menu offered an array of delicacies, from simulated cultivation realm foods to unique interstellar dishes. Li Lingner ordered Starfield ice cream, which shimmered faintly when served, dissolving on the tongue with sweet fruit notes. Divine King Zhan Kuang savored meteorite barbecue, praising its tender texture and subtle cosmic energy infusion. Venerable Ji Wan delighted in energy fruit salad, analyzing ingredients while pondering cultivation possibilities. As dusk fell, the officer announced, "Now for the interstellar park. Night skies here are unmatched." They boarded capsule trains bound for the park. Leaving the city behind, the trains soared into space. Through windows, planets rotated slowly while stars glittered like diamonds on black velvet. Arriving at the park, all were stunned. Built atop an artificial planet with glass floors, it revealed swirling galaxies below. Distant asteroid belts gleamed chromatically under artificial lights, occasionally interrupted by meteor trails etching silver lines across the night. So beautiful. Li Lingner gazed upward, breathless. More majestic than Qinghuan's skies. Leaning on the transparent barrier, Xiao Ming watched the cosmic river unfold, satisfaction warming his features. From Forget Worry Valley to Qinghuan Domain, now the Science Domain. Each place offered unique wonders, every meeting bringing fresh delight. Observing companions' joyful expressions, he realized such leisurely roaming epitomized the ideal cultivation realm existence. Suddenly, melodious music echoed from a distant stage. Tonight's interstellar concert awaits, the officer suggested. Science domain music differs vastly from cultivation realms. They gladly followed toward the stage. As night deepened beneath brilliant constellations, a transcendent musical celebration began unfolding within the park. Beneath this celestial canopy, Xiao Ming's party embarked upon new adventures in the science domain. The night sky over the interstellar park resembled an overturned casket of diamonds, with countless stars adorning the ink-black canvas, and even the air carried the crisp chill of the cosmos. In the distance, the interstellar stage glowed with a soft blue light, where melodious electronic music intertwined with synthetic tones. Though lacking the gentle lilt of zither and flutes from the cultivation realms, it carried an expansive sense of journeying through star rivers, opening the heart to boundless wonder. This music possesses such enchantment. Real person Xinyang swirled his wine glass, stage lights dancing in his eyes. Though devoid of spiritual energy, it evokes the majestic surging of cloud seas. Truly intriguing. War Maniac God King had already found himself lounging on a transparent viewing platform, hands propped behind his head, gazing at the swirling galaxy above. Far gentler than the battle hymns of the divine realm. Perfect for reclining and listening to. As he spoke, he patted the empty seat beside him. Ancestor Xiao, come join me for some sunbathing. Oh wait, starlight bathing. Xiao Ming walked over with a smile, but no sooner had he taken his seat than Li Linger came running toward him, holding up a glowing interstellar cotton candy. Little junior brother, look at this. It's softer than clouds in the Qinghuan realm, and it changes colors too. The cotton candy radiated a pink-purple glow, shifting hues as Li Linger moved it. It dissolved on the tongue, carrying the faint aroma of nebulae. Xiao Ming took a bite, the sweetness tinged with coolness, as if he'd captured a stretch of the Milky Way in his mouth. Not bad. The flower cakes from Wanyu Valley lacked this cosmic essence. Naturally, the technology realm executive approached, holding a palm-sized holographic projector. With a light press, a virtual asteroid belt materialized before them. This simulates real interstellar data. Reach out and touch. It replicates the texture of actual meteors. Everyone curiously reached out, and their fingertips indeed felt the cold, hard sensation, as though they were truly touching meteorites from the cosmos. Venerable Extreme Roll's eyes lit up as he circled the virtual asteroid belt. Can this device simulate the growing environment for spiritual fruits? If I can precisely control temperature and spiritual energy, my Eason fruits might develop a starry flavor. The executive nodded with a smile. Of course. Our simulation cultivation pods in the technology realm are even more precise. I'll show you tomorrow. I guarantee you'll be amazed. Venerable Extreme Roll instantly perked up, pulling the executive aside to question him about the cultivation pods in detail. The two crouched together, engaged in an animated discussion, entirely neglecting the interstellar concert nearby. Lord Lingsong stood a short distance from the stage, watching the musical notes and light shadows flow through the air, his fingertips unconsciously tapping along to the rhythm. He had previously assumed the music of the technology realm was too cold, but now he discovered that melodies untainted by spiritual power could actually pierce straight to the heart, as if recounting the universe's vastness and tenderness. Does Lord Lingsong also find interest in this music? The Qinghuan realm lord appeared beside him, unexpectedly, amusement in his eyes. I used to think the technology realm was overly cold, but now I realize its liveliness holds its own charm. Lord Lingsong nodded. All things possess their own rhythm. The zither and flute carry the essence of mountains and rivers, while this technological music embodies the spirit of star rivers. Upon our return, I should attempt merging the two. Who knows what new melodies might emerge? The two exchanged smiles and stood quietly beneath the starlight, immersed in music that transcended dimensions. A refined experience indeed. As night deepened, the concert drew toward its conclusion. When the final piece began, virtual interstellar fireworks erupted above the stage, their multicolored brilliance illuminating everyone's faces and sending Li Linger into jubilant celebration. War Maniac God King produced his wine gourd and raised it toward the starry sky. This technology realm's nights prove far more captivating than I envisioned. Let us all raise a toast. Everyone lifted their glasses, and as the liquid chimed together, laughter and starlight wove through the air in an exceptionally warm embrace. The following morning, the group awoke to dawn light at the interstellar station. Opening their windows revealed a distant artificial planet, slowly rotating, while hover trains streaked through the sky like shooting stars. A technology realm morning brimming with vibrant energy. After consuming the technology realm's signature nutrient breakfast, a porridge that shifted form based on taste preferences, the executive led the group toward the core laboratory. Sited 100 meters underground, the laboratory was constructed from specialized alloys throughout. Its intelligent identification system scanned their credentials before the heavy metal doors slowly parted. Stepping inside, the group was immediately struck by what lay before them. Enormous transparent cultivation pods contained an array of extraordinary flora, some radiating luminescence, others swaying rhythmically to music. Nearby, mechanical arms precisely mixed nutrient solutions, while screens displayed complex data streams. Even more distant simulation pods replicated the spiritual vein environments of cultivation realms, where rare herbs thrived vigorously. Behold the simulation cultivation pod. The executive pointed to one of the massive transparent chambers. It can replicate environments from any realm. Temperature, humidity, and spiritual energy concentration are all precisely controlled. Even divine plants from the heavenly realm can be cultivated here. Venerable Extreme Roll's eyes widened in astonishment as he hurried toward the cultivation pod, clasping his hands with excitement upon seeing the thriving spiritual herbs within. This has been tailor-made for me. If I can bring this back to the origin realm of King of Rolls, I'll never have to worry about cultivating spiritual fruits again. The executive smiled. No problem at all. Our technology is always shared with friends. When you depart, I'll gift you a compact cultivation pod. It will certainly suffice. Overwhelmed with joy, Venerable Extreme Roll repeatedly thanked the executive, nearly deciding right then to stay behind and study the cultivation pods in depth. After departing the core laboratory, the group proceeded to experience the technology realm's virtual shuttle. Upon donning the specialized helmet, scenes transformed instantaneously before their eyes. They found themselves wandering through peach blossom forests of cultivation realms, then soaring through cloud sea palaces of the divine realm, and even hurtling across interstellar battlefields to experience the thrill of cosmic warfare. Li Linger reveled in the experience, chasing butterflies through virtual peach blossom groves and piloting fighter craft across interstellar battlefields, her laughter unrestrained. This is delightful, far more thrilling than sword riding. War Maniac God King showed particular enthusiasm for the virtual battlefield, engaging virtual foes in fierce combat for an extended period. Only when Xiao Ming retrieved him did he reluctantly agree to leave, still craving more. Truly exhilarating. Next time I shall conquer every opponent in this virtual arena. The group spent the entire day exploring the technology realm, from the core laboratory to the virtual experience center and the interstellar shopping street, with each destination offering fresh wonder and amusement. As sunset painted the horizon, they returned to the interstellar station with reluctant hearts. At dinner, everyone gathered around a holographic table, savoring the technology realm's interstellar hot pot. Its broth automatically adjusted temperature and spice levels to preference, while ingredients hailed from various planets across the cosmos. War Maniac God King dipped interstellar beast meat into the bubbling pot as he proclaimed, "The technology realm proves truly remarkable. With such entertainment and cuisine, it far surpasses the divine realm in enjoyment." "Then we shall remain a few days longer," Xiao Ming replied with a smile. "We have ample time, and this presents the perfect opportunity to explore all the fascinating sights the technology realm offers." All agreed, their eyes alight with anticipation. Beyond the window, the starry sky once again illuminated the technology realm's perpetually brilliant nights. Xiao Ming gazed toward the distant galactic river, a tender smile gracing his lips. He knew this journey through the myriad realms held countless surprises still in store, and the freedom and joy born from embracing leisure would continue to ripple through these starlit expanses. The morning light of the interstellar relay station carried a cold metallic quality, softened somewhat by the holographic projection of a simulated sunrise. Xiao Ming had just pushed open the window when he saw King Zhan Kuang hovering in midair on a floatboard, metal can in hand, shouting loudly, "Dao Ancestor Xiao, come down quickly. The executive officer says this is a combustion energy drink from the science and technology realm. It's even more invigorating than wine." Before he finished speaking, the float board suddenly swayed. King Zhan Kuang frantically struggled to steady himself, making Li Linger by the window laugh with her eyes curved in amusement. King Zhan Kuang remains as impulsive as ever. She held the freshly heated energy porridge and turned to Xiao Ming. "Junior brother, shall we visit the Interstellar Museum in the science and technology realm today? I heard they have rare treasures collected from various planets, and even fossils that can speak." Just as Xiao Ming nodded in agreement, Venerable Ji Wan came running over, clutching a cultivation pod half his height, his face alight with excitement. "Dao Ancestor Xiao, take a look at this small cultivation pod. I tested it last night, and it truly can simulate the environment of Wanyu Valley. The seeds of Eason fruit have already sprouted." Everyone gathered around to look. Inside the transparent cultivation pod, a tender green sprout was pushing through the soil, radiating vibrant vitality. The executive officer walked over with a smile. "This cultivation pod can also record growth data. When we return to the origin realm of Wan Wang, we can still cultivate precisely." Venerable Ji Wan couldn't stop grinning, eager to take the cultivation pod back and test it immediately. Only when Li Linger tugged him and urged him to go to the museum did he reluctantly hand the pod over to the station staff for safekeeping. The Interstellar Museum was housed in a spherical building. Upon entering, one could see a 10-meter-tall skeletal frame of an interstellar beast, with holographic projections on the skeleton simulating how it once roamed through the cosmos during its lifetime. Li Linger rose on her tiptoes to look up, her eyes full of wonder. This beast is so enormous. It's even more massive than the black tortoises in the cultivation realm. The museum's exhibits were diverse and fascinating. There were meteorite slices that emitted starlight, plant specimens from ancient planets, and models of interstellar spacecraft crafted from special materials. The most extraordinary exhibit was the voice print fossil. Simply speak to it, and you can hear the ancient interstellar sounds it has recorded. When King Zhan Kuang shouted, "Fine wine," at the fossil, a recording from centuries ago actually emerged, featuring an interstellar explorer's laughter and tales of drinking, causing everyone to burst into hearty laughter. When they reached the ancient martial world exhibition area pavilion, Master Ling Song paused. The area displayed replicas of weapons from the ancient martial world, ranging from bronze swords to dark iron blades, with holographic projections beside them showing ancient martial cultivators practicing their fist techniques. I never expected the science and technology realm would also collect items from the ancient martial world. He reached out to touch the sword shadow in the virtual projection, nostalgia in his eyes. "Back then, I once visited the ancient martial world. The martial arts heritage there possessed a certain ruggedness that surpassed the cultivation methods of the cultivation realm. Since Pavilion Master Lingsong is familiar with the ancient martial world, why don't we make that our next destination? Xiao Ming suggested with a smile. We can explore the deep mountain secret realm and taste the local specialties of the ancient martial world. Everyone enthusiastically agreed, and even Venerable Ji Yuan, who had been constantly thinking about the cultivation pod, nodded. I've heard the ancient martial world has the body-tempering spring that can strengthen spiritual roots. Perhaps it could help improve my spiritual fruit varieties. When they left the museum, dusk was approaching. The executive officer had prepared a farewell banquet for everyone, with the table filled with delicacies from the science and technology realm and fruit wine brewed from interstellar fruits. During the banquet, the executive officer handed over a palm-sized black box. Dao Ancestor Xiao, this is the 10,000 Realms communicator from the science and technology realm. It can connect across realms, so wherever you go you can reach me at any time. Xiao Ming took the communicator, feeling its cool surface emanating a faint blue light. Thank you very much. He bowed to the executive officer. I appreciate your hospitality during this visit to the science and technology realm. I will surely reciprocate in the future. You are too kind, Dao Ancestor. The executive officer waved his hand with a smile. To become friends with all of you is the greatest reward. When you come next time, I will take you to the nebula waterfall deep in the interstellar space. That is the true wonder of the science and technology realm. After the banquet, everyone returned to the interstellar relay station to pack their luggage. Li Linger stuffed the interstellar beast plushie she had bought at the museum into her cloth bag, muttering to herself, will there be swordsmen like those in martial arts novels in the ancient martial world? Could they walk on walls and roofs? King Zhang carried a wine jar on his shoulder and said carelessly, who cares about swordsmen? As long as there's good wine, that's all that matters. Xiao Ming watched everyone's joyful demeanor, and a smile played on his lips. He tucked the communicator into his robe and touched the free bird ornament in his pocket, feeling the familiar metallic texture beneath his fingertips. From Wanyu Valley to Qinghuan Realm and now to the science and technology realm, each journey had been filled with surprises. The upcoming trip to the ancient martial world would surely not disappoint either. The next morning, with the executive officer seeing them off, everyone stepped into the realm passage, heading toward the ancient martial world. As light and shadow flowed, the mechanical sounds near their ears gradually faded, replaced by the crisp chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves in the wind. The moment they stepped out of the passage, a rich scent of vegetation and herbs hit them. Before their eyes lay rolling green mountains shrouded in mist, with ancient trees towering skyward. A bluestone path wound its way toward the deep mountains, and faint sounds of martial practice drifted from afar, carrying an air of strength and vigor. This is the ancient martial world. It has more worldly atmosphere than I imagined. Taoist, Xianyang took a deep breath, admiration in his eyes. Although the spiritual energy is not as rich as in the cultivation realm, it possesses a certain mellowness. Before he finished speaking, two young men dressed in coarse cloth martial attire appeared at the end of the path, swords at their waists. Seeing the group, they immediately approached and bowed. May I ask if you are fellow Taoists from the outside world? Our master has been waiting for you for a long time. Everyone exchanged glances, surprised. Xiao Ming stepped forward and asked with a smile, may I ask who your master is? How did he know we would arrive? One of the young men answered with a smile, our master is Taoist Qing Song of the ancient martial world. Some days ago he sensed the disturbance in the realm passage and knew that honored guests were coming, so he specifically instructed us to wait here. Speaking of which, the young man gestured for them to follow. Please come with us. Our master has prepared clear tea at Qing Song Temple and is waiting to host you all. Everyone followed the young man along the bluestone path. The scenery along the way grew increasingly tranquil and secluded, with wildflowers blooming freely by the roadside. Occasionally squirrels darted across the trees, leaving behind a trail of crisp sounds. Li Linger pulled at Xiao Ming's sleeve and whispered, Junior brother, this looks just like a scene from a martial arts drama. How interesting. Xiao Ming nodded with a smile and looked up at the distant green mountains. Through the swirling clouds and mist, the flying eaves of the Taoist temple atop the mountain could be faintly seen, and the distant sounds of martial practice seemed to grow closer and closer. Thus began the secret journey into the ancient martial world. The moss-covered stone path wound into the mountains, its flagstones polished smooth by time. Ancient trees flanked the way, their branches lush and dense, while sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow upon the ground. As the mountain path climbed higher, the scent of grass and trees grew richer, faintly laced with the subtle fragrance of sandalwood. The sound of fist practice from afar became clearer, punches splitting the air with the resolute, vigorous force unique to ancient martial arts. Up ahead is the Qing Song Temple, said the young guide, raising a hand to point the way. Following his direction, the group saw atop the mist-shrouded peak an ancient Taoist temple built against the mountain. Its green tiles and vermilion walls with upturned eaves and soaring cornices exuded an air of transcendent elegance. On the open ground before the temple, more than a dozen disciples in close-fitting martial robes were practicing boxing. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, their punches roaring through the air, and the war god sovereign's eyes lit up at the sight. "What superb martial arts!" he blurted out in admiration. Hefting his wine jar, he moved forward to spar on the spot, only to be held back by the blazing sun divine sovereign. "Greet Taoist Qi Song first. Don't be rude." The war god sovereign curled his lips reluctant, but followed the others into the temple. Just as they reached the temple gate, an old man in a blue Taoist robe came out to welcome them. His beard and hair were snow white, yet his eyes were exceptionally clear and bright, and his whole demeanor carried a calm, restrained depth. "Honored friends have traveled from afar, and I have failed to welcome you in person. Please forgive me." Qi Song greeted everyone with a cupped fist salute, his tone warm, yet dignified. "You are too kind, Taoist," Xiao Ming replied with a smile and a returning salute. "It is we who are rude for visiting without notice and disturbing your quiet cultivation." Qi Song laughed and waved his hand, gesturing for the guests to enter. "Your presence in the ancient martial world is my honor. Tea has already been prepared inside. Please follow me." They followed Qi Song into the temple courtyard, where several sturdy green pines stood. Stone tables and benches were placed beneath the trees, and hot tea was already brewing on the tables, its fragrant steam curling up and refreshing the senses. After everyone was seated, an acolyte brought out freshly baked pinecone cakes, golden and soft, giving off a faint fragrant aroma. "I have long heard that Tao ancestor Xiao founded the Tao of lying flat, freeing countless cultivators across the heavens from the suffering of endless competition. I am truly full of admiration," said Qi Song. He raised his teacup toward Xiao Ming. "Although the ancient martial world dwells in a remote corner, we are still aware of the turmoil beyond. It is a rare fortune to meet a Tao ancestor with such a clear and open heart." Xiao Ming lifted his cup and replied with a smile. "You flatter me, Taoist. I simply believe that cultivation should follow the heart and need not be bound by realms. Yet the martial heritage of the ancient martial world, mighty and steadfast, holds a unique wisdom that I greatly admire." The two conversed merrily, moving from the Tao of lying flat to ancient martial traditions, from the situation across the heavens to the cultivation of the heart, finding more and more common ground with each exchange. Li Linger, meanwhile, was full of curiosity about everything in the temple. One moment, she ran over to watch the disciples practicing boxing. The next, she crowded beside the acolyte, bombarding him with questions, just like a curious child. The war god sovereign could no longer hold himself back. He cupped his fists toward Qi Song and said, "Taoist, I saw your disciples practicing just now, their techniques fierce and powerful. Would you allow me to exchange a few moves with one of them?" Qi Song nodded with a smile. "Since you are interested, of course you may. Let my humble disciple spar with you, stopping at first touch." The moment he finished speaking, a burly disciple stepped forward and saluted the war god sovereign. "Disciple Xiao Hu, I await your instruction." The two walked to the open ground before the temple. Xiao Hu took up his starting stance, both fists clenched, his momentum steady and imposing. The war god sovereign stretched his limbs and grinned. "Watch out." Before the words faded, he charged forward, his fist carrying divine power as it drove straight at Xiao Hu's chest. Xiao Hu's eyes sharpened. He dodged to the side and countered with a punch of his own, fierce and fierce. The two became locked in combat, in an instant, blow after blow landing with dull, heavy thuds. The war god sovereign's divine power was deep and his strike savage, while Xiao Hu, skilled in ancient martial arts, was agile and resourceful. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand. The others gathered around to watch, letting out exclamations of awe from time to time. Li Linger watched without blinking, her small hands clenched tight as she whispered a quiet cheer under her breath. The extreme role sovereign, meanwhile, muttered while watching, "If only these fist techniques could be used to loosen the soil, then cultivating spirit fruits might be a lot faster." After about half an hour, both fighters stepped back at the same time, panting heavily. Xiao Hu saluted the war god sovereign. "Your divine power is astounding, friend. I sincerely admire you." The war god sovereign burst into loud laughter. "You're not bad yourself, kid. Your moves have real strength, far better than those flashy styles in the divine realm." Qi Song watched them with a smile in his eyes. The essence of martial arts lies in exchange. A spar like this is a fine blessing. They returned to the courtyard, but no sooner had they sat down than an acolyte came hurrying over and whispered a few words into Qi Song's ear. The Taoist's brow furrowed slightly, then relaxed. He smiled at the group and said, "Perfect timing. There's something interesting I'd like to invite you all to see. The body-tempering spring in the back mountain has been showing frequent signs of anomaly lately. Strange flowers and herbs have grown around the springs, perhaps connected to your arrival." The body-tempering spring. The extreme role sovereign's eyes lit up and his spirit surged. "You mean the spring that can strengthen one's spiritual roots?" Qi Song nodded. "Exactly. This spring is a spiritual spring of the ancient martial world. It can temper the body and strengthen the sinews, greatly benefiting cultivation. With the spring's eye stirring so strangely recently, a treasure may be about to manifest." It would be wonderful if you all came along to see. Wonderful. Let's go quickly. The extreme role sovereign rose first, eager to fly to the back mountain at once. The group followed Qing Song along the path behind the temple, heading toward the back mountain. The mountain trail grew steeper, and the vegetation on both sides became thicker. Occasionally wild rabbits darted across the path. Mountain streams babbled softly, and the scenery was serene and secluded. After roughly an hour's walk, the view suddenly opened up. In a mountain valley, a spring's eye bubbled with rising steam. The water was crystal clear, revealing its bottom, and rippled with a faint golden glow. Around the spring grew a profusion of strange and colorful flowers and herbs. Some petals bore dewdrops, some stems and leaves gleamed with spiritual light, and a rich aura of spiritual energy filled the air. This is the body-tempering spring. Li Linger ran excitedly to the edge of the spring and squatted down to look at her reflection in the water. The water is so clear. It looks like golden light is flowing inside. Xiao Ming walked to the edge of the spring and sensed the mellow energy within the water. A trace of surprise flickered in his eyes. The energy of this spring was not spiritual energy, yet it carried a peculiar nourishing power that could penetrate muscle and sinew and strengthen the physical body. It was even more effective than ordinary spiritual springs in the cultivation world. Indeed, there is something unusual. Qing Song stroked his beard, his expression grave. The body-tempering spring was always spiritual before, but it has never manifested such strange phenomena. It seems the interconnected spiritual energy of the heavens has stirred the spring's originating power. The extreme role sovereign had already rushed to the flowers and herbs at the spring's side, carefully observing them while muttering, "The veins of this grass carry a body-tempering force. If I could nurture it into a spirit fruit, cultivators might be able to temper their bodies directly." At that moment, ripples suddenly spread across the body-tempering spring. The golden light in the water grew increasingly intense and slowly gathered into a golden figure of light. The figure gradually became distinct, transforming into the phantom of an old man clad in ancient martial robes. His gaze was majestic, and a powerful aura radiated from his entire being. Everyone was startled and stepped back, cautiously staring warily at the phantom. Qing Song, however, saluted the figure with deep reverence. "Your descendant Qing Song pays respects to the ancestor." The phantom slowly opened his eyes, sweeping his gaze across the crowd before finally resting on Xiao Ming. Approval shone in his eyes. "Unexpected that I should meet the Tao ancestor who created the Tao of lying flat. The entire order of the heavens has changed because of you. That is indeed rare." Xiao Ming saluted the phantom. "Senior flatters me. May I ask what guidance Senior wishes to impart?" The phantom smiled, his voice carrying a distant ancient quality. "I am the first world lord of the ancient martial world, and a wisp of my remnant soul resides within the body-tempering spring. The spring stirs today for two reasons: the interconnection of spiritual energy across the heavens, and my sensing that your Tao of lying flat resonates with the original heart of ancient martial arts. Thus I have come to meet you." With that, the phantom raised his hand and waved. A beam of golden light flew into Xiao Ming's hand and transformed into an ancient simple token. "This is the ancient martial token. Whoever holds it may freely enter and leave the secret realms of the ancient martial world. Though the heritage of the ancient martial world is mighty, it must also keep pace with the times. I hope you will fuse the true meaning of the Tao of lying flat into ancient martial arts so that this world may flourish with new vitality." Xiao Ming took the token, felt the ancient martial aura within it, and saluted the phantom. "Rest assured, Senior. I will not let you down." The phantom nodded with satisfaction, his figure gradually fading until it merged into the body-tempering spring. The water returned to calm, yet the golden glow still shimmered, even richer than before. Qing Song looked at the ancient martial token in Xiao Ming's hand, his eyes shining with emotion. "I never imagined the ancestor would appear in person and grant the token to the Tao ancestor. This is an honor for the entire ancient martial world." The others also stepped forward to offer congratulations, never expecting such a marvel from a simple trip to the body-tempering spring. Xiao Ming gripped the ancient martial token in his hand, gazed at the spring before him, and a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The journey through the secret realms of the ancient martial world had only just begun, and the Tao of lying flat was about to bloom with fresh brilliance upon this land. The golden light of the body-tempering spring gradually receded, yet it still swirled along the spring's depths like a handful of crushed stars hidden within. Xiao Ming held the ancient martial token in his hand. It felt warm and smooth to the touch, its surface carved with archaic patterns, faintly emanating an aura that connected it to the ancient martial world. "I never expected our ancestor to have made such arrangements." Taoist Qing Song looked at the calm spring, his voice full of emotion. "The ancient martial world has carried its heritage for 1,000 years. Though it has stayed faithful to the original heart of martial arts, it has gradually lost vitality by closing itself off from change. Now, with the blessing of Tao ancestor Zhao's Tao of letting go, it may truly gain new vitality." Xiao Ming smiled and shook his head. "You give me too much credit, Taoist. The Tao of letting go is after all about letting things take their natural course. The martial heritage of the ancient martial world is strong and steady, with just a little guidance cultivators can find balance in their training, no longer needing to rush after realm breakthroughs with such frantic ambition. As he was saying this, Venerable Qi Wan suddenly cried out in surprise and pointed at a spirit herb just sprouting by the spring. Look, this herb is absorbing the energy of the body-tempering spring. The leaves are all glowing gold. Everyone leaned in and saw that the spirit herb was verdant green with faint golden patterns along the edges of its leaves. It was growing before their eyes, and in the space of a breath it had already reached half a foot tall. Venerable Qi Wan's eyes lit up. He crouched down, carefully reached out to touch a leaf, and sensed the body-tempering power within it. Excellent. If I can extract the genes from this herb and nurture them into the Isin fruit, we might produce the body-tempering Isin fruit one that soothes the spirit and tempers the body. Seeing how excited he was, everyone couldn't help laughing. Li Linger crouched beside him and asked curiously, Venerable Qi Wan, when will you manage to grow it? I really want to know what a fruit that tempers the body tastes like. Soon. Very soon. Venerable Qi Wan promised, thumping his chest. Once we come back from the secret realm, I'll try it in a nurturing pod from the technological realm. I guarantee you'll get to taste it soon. Taoist Qing Song rose with a smile. Now that our ancestor has appeared and bestowed the token, it is time for us to go to the ancient martial secret realm. The secret realm is in the cave behind the body-tempering spring. It hides the inherited treasures of the ancient martial world and many unexplored wonders, but in the past with scarce spiritual energy few could go deep inside. Now with spiritual energy from all heavens supporting it, this is the perfect time to explore the secret realm. Hearing this, everyone rose and followed Taoist Qing Song to the cave behind the spring. The cave entrance was hidden behind vines. When they pushed the vines aside, a strong, ancient aura rushed toward them. The stone walls inside were covered with murals of ancient martial techniques. Though eroded by the years, they were still clearly visible, as if the force of fists and the shadows of swords might leap out of the rock at any moment. These murals record the martial techniques of the ancient martial world's first generation. Taoist Qing Song pointed at them and explained, each one holds the true meaning of martial arts. Whoever can understand them will gain a great advantage in cultivation. Pavilion Master Ling Song stopped before a mural of a sword technique, his gaze focused. In the mural, a cultivator held a long sword in an upright stance. The move looked simple, yet it radiated the spirit of someone ready to burn all bridges and stake everything. His fingertip unconsciously traced the path in the mural as he murmured, this move appears fierce, but hidden within is a gentle strength, like the Guqin's principle of combining firmness with softness. Xiao Ming was studying the murals as well and noticed that though these moves carried no spiritual energy, they paid extraordinary attention to the harmony between body and mind. They were completely different from the cultivation arts of the immortal cultivation world, yet they held their own wisdom. The ancient martial path treats the body as a vessel and the mind as its soul, which has much in common with the go-with-the-flow spirit of the Tao of letting go. The group admired the murals while walking deeper into the cave. The deeper they went, the thicker the spiritual energy became, and a faint fragrance of flowers lingered in the air. After roughly an hour, the space suddenly opened into a magnificent underground cavern. Glittering stalactites hung from the cavern roof, and dripping water gathered into a stream on the floor. Wherever the stream flowed, luminous moss grew, brightening the whole cavern like daylight. In the middle of the cavern stood a stone platform with an antique long sword resting on it. The scabbard was engraved with intricate patterns and suffused with a faint spiritual glow. A few spring pools were scattered around the stone platform, their steaming waters linked to the body-tempering spring. That is the inherited treasure of the ancient martial world, the Qing Song sword. Taoist Qing Song pointed at the long sword on the stone platform and spoke with reverence. This was the personal sword of the first realm lord. It contains the true martial intent of the ancient martial world and can recognize a master to guard and protect. Yet for centuries no one has been able to wake it. The battle-crazed god king's eyes glittered. He quickly stepped up to the stone platform and reached for the sword. Let me try. Maybe it will choose me as its master. Don't be reckless. Taoist Qing Song hastily stopped him. Acknowledgement by this sword is a matter of fate. If one forces it, it may cause backlash. The battle-crazed god king withdrew his hand, scratched his head, and said, fine, then who can wake it? Everyone gathered around the stone platform, gazes fixed on the Qing Song sword. Xiao Ming looked at the patterns on the scabbard and felt they faintly echoed the ancient martial token in his hand. He tried bringing the token close to the sword, and instantly the token gave off a beam of golden light, answering the patterns on the scabbard. The Qing Song sword hummed softly. The patterns on its scabbard flared, and a powerful martial aura radiated from the blade, sweeping through the entire cavern. Everyone took a step back, feeling the majesty and age within that aura. Then the scabbard slowly opened and an azure sword light shot skyward, illuminating the whole cavern. The sword light circled in the air and then landed before Xiao Ming. The hilt pointed toward him as if offering itself. This? Is it acknowledging a master? Daoist Qing Song's eyes went wide with shock. In all these centuries, no outsider has ever awakened the Qing Song sword. Dao ancestor Xiao truly is bound to the ancient martial world. Xiao Ming reached out and grasped the hilt. A warm current flowed from the sword into his body, instantly aligning with his state of mind. He could sense the true martial intent within the sword, firmness interwoven with gentleness, merging perfectly with the principle of doing as the heart wills from the Tao of letting go. This sword can even sense a person's state of mind. It is quite an extraordinary treasure. As soon as he finished speaking, the Qing Song sword let out a soft ring as if responding to him. The glow of the blade grew even brighter. It drew an azure arc in the air and landed in Xiao Ming's hand as obedient as if it were part of his arm. Everyone came forward to offer congratulations, not expecting such a wonder while exploring the secret realm. Li Ling'er squeezed up beside Xiao Ming and studied the Qing Song sword curiously. Junior brother, this sword is so beautiful. Can it be like the swords in martial arts novels, leaping out of its sheath on its own to fight monsters? Xiao Ming smiled and swung the sword gently. A soft sword aura swept out, grazed a nearby stalactite, and left only a shallow mark without cutting it. This sword is both firm and gentle and will not harm people lightly. It suits the martial heritage of the ancient martial world very well. At that moment, a slight tremor came from the depths of the cavern. The glowing moss on the ground flickered as if something were about to appear. Daoist Qing Song's expression changed slightly. Not good. The guardian beast of the secret realm may have been roused. Everyone immediately went on guard. The battle-crazed God King clenched his fists. The Crimson Sun God King called forth his wine jar, and Pavilion Master Ling Song gathered Qi at his fingertips, ready for the unexpected. Xiao Ming held the Qing Song sword, sensing a warning from within it, and looked into the depths of the cavern. In the darkness, a pair of emerald eyes slowly lit up, and then a huge stone beast walked out of the shadows. The beast was formed entirely of rock, shaped like a tiger, but with wings, and possessed a faint spiritual glow. It was the guardian beast of the ancient martial secret realm, the Stone-Winged Tiger. The Stone-Winged Tiger roared at them, the sound shaking the entire cavern. The battle-crazed God King could not help stepping forward and shouting, "Now that's what I call a beast. Just what I needed to stretch my limbs." And so an unexpected clash began within the secret realm. Xiao Ming, holding the Qing Song sword, faced the Stone-Winged Tiger with a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The journey into the ancient martial world's secret realm was proving more and more interesting. The roar of the Stone-Winged Tiger shook stalactites from the cave ceiling, causing them to fall in clumps. Its emerald-green beast eyes fixed menacingly on the group, while its rock-like scales gleamed with a cold hardness. Each flap of its wings stirred up gusts of fierce wind, sending fragments of stone crashing around. What a beast! That fellow looks thrilling enough. Wang Xinzhuang, far from being afraid, his eyes lit up with excitement, clenched his fists, and charged forward. Let this elder show you what he's made of. He leaped into the air, his fists wreathed in profound divine power, striking directly at the Stone-Winged Tiger's skull. The beast roared, tilting its head, and its hard rock horns slammed fiercely toward Wang Xinzhuang. With a dull thud, Wang Xinzhuang was knocked backward several steps, his feet carving two deep furrows into the ground, while the Stone-Winged Tiger's horns remained unscathed. Now this is interesting. Wang Xinzhuang wiped the corner of his mouth, his fighting spirit rising, and charged again. Seeing this, God King Qi Yang did not hesitate. He tilted his wine jar, and the rich Luyuan wine transformed into several wine arrows, shooting precisely toward the Stone-Winged Tiger's eyes. The Stone-Winged Tiger shook its head to dodge, then its wings slashed fiercely toward Qi Yang Shenwang. The gusts of wind they generated were like blades scraping the moss on the ground and causing it to curl up. Ling Song Gaju condensed strings with his fingertips, and a phantom of a guqin appeared before him. Several clear string notes pierced the air, transforming into invisible sharp blades that slashed toward the Stone-Winged Tiger's wings. The string notes struck the rocky wings, sparking, but only leaving shallow scratches. This beast's flesh and bones are extremely hard. Ordinary attacks can barely harm it. Ling Song Gaju frowned slightly, turning to look at Xiao Ming. We must find its weakness. Xiao Ming held the Qing Song sword, his gaze fixed intently on the Stone-Winged Tiger. Although this beast was composed of rock, he could sense the flow of its energy core within its body, located in the chest area. The scales there were slightly thinner than elsewhere, emitting a faint spiritual glow. Attack its chest. That's where the energy core is. The moment he finished speaking, Xiao Ming leaped into the air. The Qing Song sword traced a cyan arc in his hand, its sword energy carrying a force of both hardness and softness, piercing directly toward the Stone-Winged Tiger's chest. Sensing the danger, the Stone-Winged Tiger roared and swung its wings to block, but Xiao Ming sidestepped to avoid them. The sword blade struck precisely on the chest scales. With a crisp ringing sound, a crack appeared in the scales. The Stone-Winged Tiger roared in pain and turned to pounce toward Xiao Ming. You shall not harm Tao Ancestor Xiao. Seeing this, Li Linger summoned the jade pendant at her waist. A soft spiritual light formed a shield blocking in front of Xiao Ming. Xian Yangzhenren also raised his hand and summoned his fly whisk. The whisk threads transformed into chains wrapping around the stone-winged tiger's limbs, temporarily restricting its movement. Wang Xinzhuang seized the opportunity, leaping onto the stone-winged tiger's back. His fists hammered down on its skull. Big fellow, take this. As the fists landed, the stone-winged tiger's head tilted slightly, yet it still suffered no serious injury. Instead, it shook its head and flung Wang Xinzhuang off. Qi Yangxinwang stepped forward in time to catch Wang Xinzhuang. The two exchanged a glance and exerted force simultaneously. Qi Yangxinwang splashed the Luyan wine toward the stone-winged tiger, while Wang Xinzhuang summoned his divine power. A flame ignited from his fist and struck directly at the wine liquid. With a boom, the flame met the wine liquid instantly, igniting a massive fire that engulfed the stone-winged tiger. The beast roared in pain within the flames, its rocky scales glowing red-hot, and the light of its energy core dimmed somewhat. Xiao Ming seized the timing and leaped again. The Qingsong sword gathered his entire body's strength, and with one thrust, he aimed at the crack in the stone-winged tiger's chest scales. Squelch! The blade pierced through the scales and stabbed into the energy core. The stone-winged tiger let out a shrill roar, and its massive body crashed to the ground. The rocky scales covering it gradually shattered, transforming into specks of spiritual light that merged into the cave's air. After the spiritual light dispersed, a crystal-clear gemstone remained on the ground, emitting a faint green glow. This was precisely the stone-winged tiger's energy core. Ji Wanzun's quickly approached, picked up the gemstone, and his eyes brightened. This gemstone contains pure earth element energy. If used to cultivate spiritual fruits, it will surely make the roots of the fruits more stable. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Xinzhuang, rubbing his shoulder, walked over with a broad grin. This big fellow was really tough, but we almost didn't beat it. But this battle was truly exhilarating, much more interesting than fighting those soft-shelled shrimp in the divine realm. Qingsong Daozhong looked at the gemstone on the ground, then at the Qingsong sword in Xiao Ming's hand, his eyes full of admiration. Tao Ancestor Xiao not only awakened the Qingsong sword, but also led everyone to defeat the guardian beast. Indeed, he is destined with the ancient martial world. The energy core of this stone-winged tiger is a rare, earth spirit crystal, which greatly benefits both cultivation and the growth of spiritual plants. I shall gift it to all of you. Xiao Ming waved his hand with a smile. Thank you, Daozhong. This earth spirit crystal will be more useful to Venerable Ji Wan, so let's give it to him. Hearing this, Ji Wanzun couldn't stop grinning. He carefully placed the earth spirit crystal into his bamboo basket, as if he had obtained a treasure. After resting for a while, everyone continued exploring the secret realm. On the other side of the cave, there was another passage leading deeper. Walking along the passage for about a quarter of an hour, a spectacular scene appeared before their eyes again. It was an underground garden. The garden was filled with various exotic flowers and strange herbs. Some blossoms were as large as plates, some grass leaves could produce pleasant sounds, and the air was thick with a rich floral fragrance, making one feel refreshed and invigorated. In the center of the garden stood a small lake. The water was crystal clear, revealing the bottom, where pebbles emitted a spiritual glow. Occasionally, a few transparent small fish swam by carrying a faint aura of spiritual energy. This place is simply like a fairyland. Li Linger excitedly ran to the lakeside, crouched down, and looked at the small fish in the lake. These fish are so special, they're actually transparent. Xiao Ming walked to the lakeside, gazing at his reflection in the water, feeling the rich spiritual energy around him, and a smile played on his lips. This ancient martial secret realm indeed held many surprises. Not only were there inherited treasures, but also exotic flowers and herbs more fascinating than imagined. Qingsong Daozhong approached a bush of flowers and pointed to a purple blossom, introducing, "This is the calming heart flower, which can soothe the mind and ease inner demons during cultivation. Cultivators from the ancient martial world often come here to harvest it, but since the secret realm is difficult to open, few can reach this place." Ling Tsongaju plucked a calming heart flower, brought it to his nose to gently sniff. His expression relaxed. This flower's fragrance is clear and pure. Indeed, it can bring peace to the mind. If used to brew tea paired with a guqin, it would surely be a most elegant affair. Everyone strolled leisurely in the garden, occasionally picking a few exotic flowers and herbs. Venerable Ji Wan was especially busy and delighted, collecting flower seeds one moment and digging up medicinal herbs the next. His bamboo basket soon filled up. As the sun set, everyone reluctantly left the secret realm. Stepping out of the cave, the sky had grown dark and moonlight in the mountains fell upon the bluestone path, carrying a faint coolness. Qingsong Daozhong invited everyone back to Qingsong Temple and prepared a sumptuous banquet to celebrate the successful exploration of the secret realm. During the feast, everyone raised their cups in celebration, chatting about the adventures in the secret realm with laughter and cheerful voices echoing throughout the temple. Xiao Ming held the Qingsong sword in his hand, looked at the people before him, and a satisfied smile played on his lips. The journey through the ancient martial secret realm had come to a successful end, and the upcoming travels across the myriad heavens would hold even more surprises for them. The dinner at Qingsong Temple exuded the simplicity and warmth unique to the ancient martial realm. A stone table was laden with wild mountain delicacies and stir-fried spiritual vegetables, a pot of aged rice, wine steaming, its fragrance mingling with the scent of pine needles in a particularly refreshing manner. Taoist Qingsong personally poured wine for everyone, his eyes carrying reluctance. For this secret realm expedition, thank you all for your assistance. Not only did you awaken the Qingsong sword, but you also freed the ancient martial realm from the predicament of the guardian beasts. This kindness this poor Taoist will forever hold in his heart. Xiao Ming raised his cup to return the toast. Taoist, you are too kind. Having the opportunity to explore the ancient martial secret realm and witness the true essence of martial arts is also our blessing. The tranquility and purity of the ancient martial realm has given me deeper insight into the way of letting go. Both drank in one swallow, the rice wine smooth and mellow, leaving a faint sweetness upon the tongue. War Manic Heavenly King, unable to contain himself any longer, seized a golden roasted wild rabbit leg and devoured it greedily. Although the food of the ancient martial realm lacks spiritual energy enhancement, it carries a worldly warmth that divine cuisine never quite achieves. Truly satisfying. Red Sun Heavenly King shook his head with a smile, but still picked up his chopsticks to taste the spiritual vegetables. Indeed quite good. The simple cooking preserves the natural freshness of the ingredients, which is far more refined than my usual pairing of flowing cloud wine and roasted meat. Li Linger held a bowl of mushroom soup, sipping it in small mouthfuls while her gaze fixed on the moonlight through the window. Mountain moonlight streamed through the lattice and pooled on the ground, illuminating the green pines in the courtyard like a serene ink painting. Taoist, the nights in the ancient martial realm are truly quiet, more gentle than the starry skies of the technology realm. Taoist Qingsong nodded with a smile. The ancient martial realm has always valued tranquility as its foundation. If you all enjoy it, you're welcome to stay here anytime. The guest rooms within the temple will always be kept ready for you. Everyone thanked him earnestly, and the atmosphere at the gathering grew warm and harmonious. Master Ling Song of the pavilion picked up a bamboo flute, and with a gentle movement of his fingers a melodious tune began to rise. Though the flute lacked spiritual energy enhancement, it carried the strength and gentleness of the ancient martial realm, weaving together with the insect songs and moonlight beyond the window, bringing peace and comfort to all who listened. Master Ling Song's flute playing complements the martial Tao of the ancient martial realm perfectly, praised Taoist Qingsong, clapping his hands in admiration. If paired with the ringing of the Qingsong sword, it would surely become a masterpiece echoing through the ages. Hearing this, Xiao Ming reached out and grasped the Qingsong sword beside him. The blade seemed to sense his intent and emitted a clear resonant sound that harmonized with the flute's melody, soft yet firm like music from the heavens. Everyone listened in silence, their breathing growing lighter without conscious effort, afraid of disturbing such rare elegance. By the time the banquet dispersed, night had fallen deep. The mountain evening wind carried a chill as everyone returned to their rooms to rest and prepare for departure the following day. Xiao Ming stood by the window gazing at the green pines in the courtyard while absent-mindedly playing with the ancient martial token in his hand. The patterns on the token shimmered faintly under the moonlight, as if recounting 1,000 years of heritage from the ancient martial realm. "Little junior brother, you're still awake." Li Linger's voice came from outside the door, laced with drowsiness. Xiao Ming opened the door to find the girl clutching a cloth bundle, standing there with reluctant eyes. "We leave tomorrow, and I'm already somewhat sad to go. Taoist Qingsong is very kind, and those senior brothers who practice martial arts are all quite interesting." Xiao Ming chuckled and ruffled her hair. "It's all right, we can always return. The myriad realms are so vast. We can visit the technology realm to watch the starry sky, or come here to the ancient martial realm to listen to the pines. Wherever we wish to go, we can simply go." Li Linger nodded, a smile spreading across her face as she turned back to her guest room. Xiao Ming closed the door and gazed once more at the moonlight through the window. He understood that this journey through the realms wasn't merely about seeking enjoyment. It was to spread the Tao of letting go across all worlds, freeing more people from the shackles of endless competition so they could discover their own peace and happiness. At dawn the next morning, everyone had packed and was ready to depart. Taoist Qingsong and his disciples were already waiting outside the courtyard carrying several cloth bundles. These are the green pine tea and body tempering pills from the ancient martial realm. The tea calms the mind and the pills strengthen the body. It's a small token from this humble Taoist. Xiao Ming accepted the bundles and bowed deeply to Taoist Qingsong. "Thank you for your generous gifts, Taoist. I will never forget this kindness." "No need for such formalities." Taoist Qingsong waved his hand with a smile. "I hope that when we meet again, I can see your Tao of letting go spread throughout all the heavens, and that the ancient martial realm may flourish anew because of you." Everyone took turns bidding farewell to Taoist Qingsong and his disciples before setting out toward the next realm. Walking along the bluestone path downward, the Qingsong temple behind them gradually dissolved into the clouds and mist, with only the resonant temple bells continuing to echo through the mountains. Where to next? Li Lingyer skipped ahead, turning to ask with delight. I want to go to a realm full of delicious food. War Manic Heavenly King immediately chimed in enthusiastically. I agree, preferably with fine wine as well. Revered One of Extreme Competition stroked the bamboo basket in his arms, his eyes brimming with anticipation. I'd like to find a place with rich spiritual energy and attempt cultivating spirit fruits using those earth spirit crystals. Perhaps I could develop an entirely new variety. The group debated their next destination with lively chatter, while Xiao Ming listened with a smile, already forming a plan in his mind. He reached up and activated the interdimensional communicator from the technology realm. The communicator's screen flickered to life, displaying the executive officer's hologram. Dao Ancestor Xiao, have you already departed from the ancient martial realm? His voice carried a knowing smile as he shared that the nebula waterfall in the technology realm had recently shown unusual activity, with mysterious stones appearing within the falls that could purify spiritual energy. Nebula stones. Xiao Ming's eyes lit up with interest. That does sound intriguing. More than merely intriguing. The executive officer continued eagerly. Those nebula stones can accelerate spirit plant growth and cleanse impurities from cultivators' bodies. Perfect for Revered One of Extreme Competition's fruit cultivation. Moreover, the night view at the nebula waterfall is spectacular, even surpassing the starry sky at the interstellar park. Upon hearing this, Revered One of Extreme Competition immediately grew excited. Really? Then let's hurry to the technology realm. I want to see those nebula stones. Everyone agreed enthusiastically. They had not yet fully explored the wonders of the technology realm, and with such treasures as the nebula stones now available, they certainly could not afford to miss this opportunity. Xiao Ming nodded to the communicator. Very well, we are heading to the technology realm now. Please make the necessary preparations. No problem. I'll be waiting at the interstellar post. After the executive officer finished speaking, the connection ended. Following the realm passage's guidance, the group moved toward the technology realm. As light and shadow shifted around them, the crisp mountain breeze gradually transformed into the hum of machinery. Xiao Ming gripped the Qingsong sword in his hand, feeling its gentle energy, and a smile touched his lips. From the tranquil pine forests of the ancient martial realm to the brilliant star rivers of the technology realm, every journey brought new surprises. This aimless wandering across the heavens would continue onward, carrying freedom and joy to every corner of the myriad worlds. When the light of the realm passage faded, the familiar sound of machinery once again lingered in his ears. Stepping out of the passage, the dazzling sight of the technological realm burst into view. Maglev trains shuttled between skyscrapers, holographic advertisements shimmered with flowing light, several silver-white spaceships were docked in the distant interstellar port, and even the air carried a faint hint of energy. Finally back, said Extreme Roll Venerable, carrying a bamboo basket filled with spirit seeds, his steps light, as if he might take flight. Where's the nebula stone? Take us there quickly. The executive officer had long been waiting at the passage exit. Seeing them arrive, he smiled and stepped forward. Don't rush. Nebula Falls is in the western region of the technological realm. We'll take an interstellar shuttle and arrive in half an hour. As he spoke, he raised his hand and summoned a streamlined silver shuttle, its metallic sheen radiating an overwhelming sense of futurity. This thing is cooler than a hoverboard. War Mad God King circled the shuttle twice, then reached out and knocked on its hull, producing a dull metallic sound. Can we ride this into interstellar battle? The executive officer chuckled and shook his head. This is a sightseeing shuttle. Fast, but with no offensive capability. However, if you're interested, I'll take you to see a warship next time. Now that would be truly impressive. The group laughed and boarded the shuttle. The interior was simple and comfortable, with large windows offering a panoramic view. The shuttle slowly rose into the air and headed toward the western region. Li Lingyer pressed against the window, staring at the city speeding by below, occasionally exclaiming, "Look at that building that changes shape, and that flying robot. The technological realm is so fascinating." Xiao Ming sat nearby, his fingertips tracing the azure pine, sword at his waist. The blade glowed faintly beneath the lights, forming a striking contrast with the technological elements inside the cabin. Gazing at the city gradually receding outside the window, a sense of anticipation quietly rose in his heart. What exactly did the wondrous stone that could purify spiritual power look like? Half an hour later, the shuttle arrived at the western region. It landed on a spacious platform. As soon as they stepped out, the distant roar of rushing water reached their ears. Following the sound, the scene before them instantly stole their breath. Between the stretching mountain ranges, a colossal waterfall plunged down from the clouds. The water was not the usual transparent color, but shimmered with a faint purple glow, as if the Milky Way had been dissolved within it. Beneath the waterfall lay a vast lake, its surface rippling with light. Countless tiny specks of light floated and sank within the depths. These were the nebula stones the executive officer had mentioned. This is Nebula Falls, the executive officer said, pointing at the waterfall. The purple glow comes from the fusion of interstellar dust and water elements. The nebula stones are hidden at the bottom of the lake, only emerging between the 1st and 15th of each month. Extreme Roll Venerable could no longer contain himself. He hurried to the lakeside, crouched down, and peered at the nebula stones in the water. The stones were a translucent purple, their surfaces covered in fine patterns like condensed starry skies, emanating a faint purifying aura. Wonderful. The energy in these stones is more pure than I imagined. He set about to leap into the lake to scoop them up. Wait. The executive officer hastily grabbed him. There are energy vortexes at the lake bed. Diving in directly will get you swept away. I've already prepared diving pods that can safely reach the bottom. As he spoke, he summoned several spherical transparent diving pods. One by one the group entered the pods, which slowly sank into the lake. Through the transparent walls the scene at the lake bed was clearly visible. Countless nebula stones lay scattered in the sand and silt, like stars strewn across the night sky. Occasionally a few translucent interstellar fish swam past, carrying a faint luminescence. Extreme Roll Venerable's pod reached the lake bed first. He eagerly opened the hatch and carefully picked up a nebula stone. The stone felt cool in his hand, its surface patterns glowing softly. A stream of pure energy flowed through his fingertips and into his body, instantly dispelling the fatigue of the past days. Amazing. Using these stones to nurture spirit fruits will surely improve their quality several-fold. The others also picked up nebula stones. Holding one, Xiao Ming felt its purifying power. Not only could it cleanse spiritual energy, but it also soothed the mind, bearing a striking resemblance to the forgetful spring of Qinghuan realm. This stone would be perfect as a gift for cultivators across the heavens, helping them dispel the aggression accumulated during cultivation. War Mad God King played with the nebula stone in his hand, then his eyes suddenly lit up. This stone is so hard. Can it be used to forge weapons? If we made a fist-sized hammer, it would be so satisfying in battle. Qi Divine King smiled and shook his head. You're always thinking about fighting. Using this stone's purifying power to forge weapons would be a waste. Better to use it for brewing liquor. Who knows, it might produce a fine wine that purifies spiritual energy. The two bantered back and forth, debating the stone's best use, causing everyone to burst into laughter. When the diving pods surfaced, the setting sun was already low in the west. The evening glow painted the sky in shades of orange, reflecting upon Nebula Falls and adding a touch of warmth to the purple currents. The group sat on the grassy shore, sharing the nebula stones they had gathered. Extreme Roll Venerable carefully placed his into a specially crafted box, fearing even the slightest damage. Let's rest at the interstellar camp nearby tonight, the executive officer suggested. The camp offers a night view of the waterfall, and you can also enjoy the technological realm's open-air barbecue. It's quite a treat. Everyone agreed and followed him to the interstellar camp. The camp was perched on a slope not far from the waterfall. Rows of semicircular tents stood in neat arrangement, while holographic projections above the tents simulated a starry sky, making it feel as though one were floating in the cosmos. At dinner, the group sat around a bonfire enjoying the technological realm's signature barbecue. The grill was fully automated, precisely controlling the heat-producing meat that was crispy on the outside and tender inside, with a hint of exotic interstellar spices. War Mad God King opened a jar of Luyan wine and shared it with the others. The night view of Nebula Falls paired with fine wine, truly one of life's greatest joys. Xiao Ming held his cup and gazed at the distant Nebula Falls. In the night, the waterfall's purple glow grew even more intense, like a ribbon cascading from the galaxy. So beautiful, it was breathtaking. He turned to look at his companions. Li Linger was chatting with the executive officer about visiting the worship tomorrow. War Mad God King and Qi Divine King were competing in drinking, and Pavilion Master Ling Song held a nebula stone, rubbing it thoughtfully. What are you thinking about, Pavilion Master Ling Song? Xiao Ming asked curiously. Ling Song snapped back to reality, smiled, and raised the nebula stone in his hand. I was thinking, could this stone's purifying power be infused into the sound of a qin? If we inlaid it into a qin, the melodies it produced would soothe hearts and ease the suffering of cultivators trapped in endless striving. Xiao Ming's eyes brightened. That's a wonderful idea. The Tao of lying flat is at its core about helping everyone return to their true nature. With such qin music to aid it, perhaps more people could grasp its true meaning. The two exchanged a smile and raised their cups in a toast. Firelight flickered across their faces and laughter blended with the thunder of the waterfall, painting a warm and lively scene. Late into the night, the group retired to their tents. Xiao Ming lay on his bed, gazing at the simulated starfield on the tent ceiling, a satisfied smile curving his lips. From Forgetful Valley to Qinghuan realm, from the ancient martial realm to the technological realm, every journey was filled with wonder, every encounter warmed the heart. And this idle journey across the heavens would continue, carrying this sense of freedom and joy to countless unknown realms, letting the Tao of lying flat spread across all worlds. As the night deepened, the holographic starfield above the interstellar camp slowly wheeled, while the tense simulated starlight cascaded softly over the bedding. Xiao Ming had just closed his eyes when a faint tremor roused him. Not the trembling of the earth, but a wave of energy sweeping through the camp laced with a barely perceptible heat. He sat up in one motion, his fingertips brushing the green pine sword at his waist. The blade shivered faintly, as though answering the anomalous energy. He lifted the tent flap and peered out. Far off in the direction of the Nebula Falls, a faint crimson halo was beginning to glow, threading through the original violet streams, like embers of a sunset yet to fade. Something's wrong. Xiao Ming strode out of the tent and nearly collided with the Lingsong Pavilion Master, who had also been roused. The latter held a jade flute in hand, brows knit. That energy wave carries malice, nothing the tech realm should ever have. Before his words faded, a startled cry came from the other end of the camp. Venerable Jijuan, my spirit seeds. Why are they all glowing? The group rushed toward the voice. Inside Venerable Jijuan's bamboo basket, the spirit seeds that had lain silent were now shimmering, with soft light vine-like patterns twisting across their shells, as if answering the distant anomaly. The executive officer arrived in haste, his usual easy air gone. Bizarre. The Western Territory has never witnessed such a phenomenon. Let me contact the Interstellar Monitoring Station. He raised his wrist and activated his holographic terminal, but the screen erupted into a torrent of garbled code before the signal vanished entirely. Jammed. Linger leaned in and tapped the terminal screen. Could something be interfering with the tech realm's energy field? War-mad God King had already seized the war hammer at his waist, a glint of excitement sparking in his eyes. Whatever it is, it dares to spoil my drinking mood. I'll smash it flat. Crimson Sun God King caught his arm and said, exasperated, let's assess the situation before acting rashly. In that very moment, the crimson halo in the distance flared violently. A colossal shadow rose from behind the Nebula Falls like a sleeping behemoth stirring awake. The shadow swept across the lake, sending up great waves. When the violet water sprayed into the air, it froze into fine ice crystals that carried a bone-deep chill. What is that? Linger instinctively hid behind Xiao Ming, pointing at the shadow in alarm. The Lingsong Pavilion Master raised his jade flute before his lips, gaze sharpening. It resembles an otherworldly evil entity, but its aura is far more ferocious than ordinary evil beings, and it's laced with techno-energy fluctuations. Xiao Ming condensed a wisp of spiritual power on his fingertip and flicked it outward. The wisp transformed into a streak of radiance and shot into the distance. Yet just as the streak approached the shadow, it was scattered by an invisible force and dissolved into the air. It can devour spiritual power and disrupt tech signals. Troublesome. Roar. A muffled, thunderous roar erupted from the shadow, shaking the ground. In the next instant, countless tiny crimson specks detached from its body and swarmed toward the camp like a horde of flying insects. Watch out. Xiao Ming's sword flashed from its sheath, azure light blazing. A sweeping arc of sword energy slashed through the incoming specks, shredding them. But the shredded specks only split into finer particles that drifted on the air. Wherever they landed on the tents, they instantly burned tiny holes through the fabric. This thing corrodes matter. Crimson Sun God King raised his hand and summoned a shield of flames, golden fire enveloping the camp. The crimson particles sizzled on contact with the fire and withered into wisps of black smoke. Venerable Jijuan stamped his foot in agitation. My spirit seeds can't endure this thing's burning. He clutched the bamboo basket to his chest and channeled wood-type spiritual power through his fingertips, wrapping the basket in an emerald barrier. The executive officer's expression darkened. These must be erosion bugs. Legend says they appeared on the otherworldly battlefields, feeding on energy. They devour spiritual power and interfere with technological energy alike. I never thought they'd appear in the tech realm. Who cares what kind of bugs they are? I'll make short work of them. War-mad God King sprang into the air, and his war hammer expanded to enormous size as he brought it crashing down upon the oncoming bugs with the fury of thunder. But the swarm was overwhelming. For all the hammer wind's ferocity, it could only scatter a portion. The rest kept surging toward the camp. The Lingsong Pavilion Master began to play his jade flute, its crisp notes resounding through the air and coalescing into an invisible barrier. The bugs struck the barrier as though hitting an iron wall and dropped away one after another. The flute sound can crack their shells, but there are too many. I can't hold for long. Xiao Ming watched the colossal shadow still lurking in the distance, his eyes hardening. The root lies in that big one. Once we take it down, these little bugs will vanish on their own. He turned to the executive officer. Does the tech realm possess weapons that can counter such evil entities, like the battle cruiser you mentioned? The executive officer's eyes lit up. Right? The cruiser's main cannon can fire purification energy blasts specifically designed to suppress energy-based evil entities. But the cruiser is docked at the interstellar port half an hour from here, and with the signal jammed, I can't reach the port. Half an hour is too long. We'll hold it off. Find a way to bring the cruiser. The words had barely left Xiao Ming's mouth when the enormous shadow stirred and began its slow advance toward the camp. Wherever it passed, the violet lake froze solid. Crimson malevolence spread across the land, and even the technological energy in the air grew thin. I'll draw it off. Xiao Ming pushed off with his toes, his form becoming a streak of azure light, shooting toward the shadow. The green pine sword wove brilliant blossoms of sword light, and blade energy poured down upon the shadow like a cascading waterfall. Yet the instant his blade energy pierced the shadow, it vanished like a stone dropped into the sea, causing no harm at all. Instead, the shadow absorbed it, and the crimson halo around it blazed even brighter. Impressive. It can even absorb sword energy. Seeing this, Warmad God King charged in, as well, slamming his hammer into the shadow with a muffled boom. The shadow swayed as though provoked, then swung its massive claw toward Warmad God King. Watch out. Crimson Sun God King conjured a spear of fire and thrust its searing tip at the claw. The flames met the claw with a sizzling hiss. The crimson glow upon the claw dimmed somewhat, yet it did not retreat. Instead, it slapped the spear aside and lunged onward at Warmad God King. Seeing this, Xiao Ming vaulted into the air, dense spiritual power surging into his sword as its azure radiance swelled. Green pine sword art. Myriad trees welcome spring. Countless sword energies crystallized into emerald vines that coiled around the shadow's claw, seeking to restrain it. But the moment the vines touched it, the shadow's malevolence corroded them, and they withered at once. This thing's malevolence is too potent. Xiao Ming landed, breathing hard. His spiritual power drained at a terrifying pace, and the shadow's assault only intensified. Cracks had begun to spider across the flame shield around the camp, and sweat beaded on Crimson Sun God King's brow. Just as the group reached a deadlock, Venerable Jijuan suddenly shouted, "My spirit seeds." They seemed to be able to counter this evil. Everyone turned. The spirit seeds in the basket were flaring, even brighter vine-like patterns stretching out and reaching toward the incoming bugs. Wherever the vines touched an evil bug, the bug lost its glow in an instant and fell to the ground as ash. It really works. Li Lingner's eyes gleamed. Venerable Jijuan, can you make the vines grow even longer? Entangle the big one. Venerable Jijuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly channeled spiritual power into the spirit seeds. The vines grew at a visible pace, spilling from the bamboo basket and flying toward the distant shadow like green dragons. The vines coiled around the shadow's body, emerald light colliding with crimson malevolence in a storm of crackling energy. A pained roar tore from the shadow. The crimson halo around it dimmed sharply, and its movements turned sluggish. It's working. Seizing the moment, Xiao Ming leaped, pouring all his spiritual power into the green pine sword and hacking at the shadow's head. Clang. The blade struck as if against solid metal, producing a screeching sound. But this time a fissure split the shadow's body. Violet lake water gushed from the crack, mingling with the crimson malevolence, as if the creature were writhing in its final struggle. Push harder. Warmad God King charged forward, hammering the fissure. Crimson Sun God King's fire spear and the Lingsong Pavilion Master's jade flute sound waves all slammed into the crack at once. Boom! The shadow's body detonated, crimson malevolence bursting outward, only to be rapidly absorbed by Venerable Jijuan's spirit seed vines. Severed from their source, the tiny bugs dissipated into black smoke as well. The crimson halo over the nebula falls receded, restoring the falls to their original violet currents. Only the ripples lingering on the lake hinted at the storm that had just passed. Everyone exhaled in relief. Warmad God King wiped the sweat from his brow and grinned. What a rush. It's been ages since I fought this hard. Venerable Jijuan stared at the still glowing spirit seeds and let out a pained sigh. My seeds have been drained far too much. I'm afraid they'll need a long rest before I can cultivate them again. Just then a deep rumbling sound rolled in from afar. Several silver-white silhouettes tore across the night sky, heading toward the camp. The executive officer's eyes lit up. The battle cruisers. The port must have sensed the anomaly and come on its own initiative. The cruisers were several times larger than the sightseeing shuttles they had seen before. Their hulls bristled with cannons, and the cold gleam of their metal shells carried far more menace than the gentle sightseeing ships. The cruisers touched down on the open ground beside the camp. The hatch slid open, and several soldiers in silver uniforms stepped out. The lead soldier saluted the executive officer. Reporting, Executive Officer. The interstellar port detected an otherworldly invasion and dispatched cruisers to provide support. The executive officer nodded. The evil has already been dealt with. Thank you for your efforts. He turned to the group and smiled. It seems you won't have to wait until tomorrow. You can see the battle cruiser's might right now. Li Lingner's eyes sparkled, and she pulled at Xiao Ming's sleeve. Brother Xiao Ming, let's go see the cruisers, please. That evil spirit was so frightening. Seeing some formidable war machines will help calm our nerves. Warmad God King was already dashing toward the cruisers, yelling as he ran, "Wait for me. Let me see just how mighty this hunk of iron really is." The group boarded the cruiser. The interior was a marvel of technological design. A massive display showing an interstellar map and countless buttons gleaming with light. A soldier gestured to the main cannons mounted on either side of the hull. These are purification energy cannons. They fire concentrated purification beams designed specifically to counter energy-based evil entities. The side laser cannons can punch through interstellar meteors. Warmad God King ran his hand over the chilled gun barrel and clicked his tongue in wonder. This thing's tougher than my warhammer. If I used these in a fight, I'd land a hit every single time. Crimson Sun God King gazed at the star map on the screen pensive. The tech realm's reliance on such weapons to fight otherworldly evils is a stark contrast to the spiritual power of the cultivation world. If the two could be united, perhaps they would unleash even greater might. The Lingsong Pavilion Master walked to the porthole and looked out at the nebula falls, the jade flute spinning between his fingers. Spiritual power or technology, any method capable of safeguarding peace in its corner of the universe is a worthy one. As Xiao Ming said, lying flat is not about giving up. It's about staying true to one's heart and doing what must be done. Xiao Ming smiled and stepped to his side. The nebula falls had regained its nighttime serenity, violet light pouring down and reflecting off the cruiser's silver-white hull like two vastly different forces locked in a gentle embrace. He recalled the image of them fighting side by side moments ago, recalled how the spirit seeds and technological weapons had complemented one another, and suddenly realized that the so-called way of lying flat had never been about retreating into solitary ease. It was about carrying that self-possessed serenity and together with the people at his side facing every unknown challenge. All right, the executive officer said, struck by a sudden thought, and turned to the group. Since the evil entity has been dealt with, tonight's open-air barbecue at the camp can continue. What's more, the cruiser's soldiers say they have a treasured interstellar vintage, even more potent than flowing cloud wine. Care for a taste? Absolutely. Warmad God King was the first to raise his hand, eyes blazing. How could I miss out on good wine? The rest burst into laughter and filed out of the cruiser. The campfire was still crackling, the scent of roast meat drifting through the air, while the interstellar vintage suffused the night with a soul-warming fragrance. In the distance, the nebula falls cast a tender violet glow, and the battle cruisers stood as silent silhouettes in the night, like guardians watching over this land. Xiao Ming raised his cup, listening to the laughter around him, and a carefree smile touched the corner of his lips. This journey of lying flat through the heavens truly was full of surprises. Even the unexpected interludes after a battle fought side by side always brought more warmth and joy. The road ahead was long, with even more intriguing realms waiting for them, and more delightful adventures yet to unfold. After all, isn't the essence of lying flat simply this? To embrace whatever comes in the unknown journey, and to wander forward with ease and freedom. The bonfire crackled, sparks spiraling upward on the evening breeze, and mingling with the holographic star field above the tents into a dazzling spectacle that blurred the line between reality and illusion. Soldiers from the warship carried out several jars of azure-glowing interstellar brew. As soon as the clay seals were broken, a cool, mellow aroma flooded outward, richer than Luyun wine with an extra crisp interstellar touch. This is some fine wine. The Warmad God King snatched a jar, tilted his head back, and took a huge gulp. His eyes lit up at once. Even stronger than the Luyun wine we had before. Drinking it makes every bone in your body feel crisp and alive. The Crimson Sun God King also poured a cup, took a small sip, and nodded with a smile. Truly special. There's a faint trace of energy fluctuation in the wine, and drinking it actually soothes one's spiritual power. Quite suitable for cultivators. Venerable Ji-Wan cradled his cup, but didn't drink right away, staring fixedly at the grill beside them. On the fully automatic grill, strips of interstellar beast meat sizzled and glistened with oil. The golden crust gave off a toasty fragrance, and the rainbow-colored spices scattered on top sparkled in the firelight. If you don't flip this meat, soon it's going to burn. He reached out to adjust the grill's controls, but was stopped by the executive officer. Please be patient, Venerable. This grill has smart temperature control. It automatically adjusts the heat, guaranteeing every piece is crispy outside and tender inside. As he spoke, the executive officer pressed a button on his terminal. The grill slowly rotated, and the aroma of the meat grew even richer. Venerable Ji-Wan swallowed hard and muttered, technology is convenient, I suppose, but it takes away the joy of roasting meat with your own hands. Li Linger was holding a cup of the special brew and curiously questioning one of the soldiers about the warship. Sister, can that purification energy cannon really punch through a meteor? Next time you fire it, can you let me watch? The soldier laughed at her enthusiasm. Of course. During the next drill, I'll make sure you get a front row view. Xiao Ming and Pavilion Master Lingsong sat to one side, gazing at the distant nightscape of the nebula waterfall. The purple currents of light grew softer in the darkness, and droplets thrown up by the waterfall caught the starlight, like countless broken diamonds falling into the lake. That evil entity just now came out of nowhere. The KG realm has always been peaceful. How could an otherworldly evil suddenly appear? Pavilion Master Lingsong asked softly, tapping a jade flute against his fingers. Xiao Ming held his wine glass, gaze resting on the shimmering lake. Maybe it wasn't coincidence. Along the way, from the Qinghuan realm to the Guwu realm, and now here, we seem to keep running into surprises. Perhaps The barriers between the myriad heavens have developed cracks, giving these evil spirits an opening. If that's the case, we'll probably face more trouble ahead. Pavilion Master Lingsong frowned slightly. But with us here, there's no need to fear these evil spirits making trouble. After all, lying flat is fine in its place, but when it's time to act, we can't hesitate. The two exchanged a smile, clinked their glasses, and let the wine slip down their throats, bringing a faint warmth. Not far away, the War-Mad God King was competing with the Crimson Sun God King in a drinking contest. 1 cup for you, 1 jar for me. Both went red in the face, drawing bursts of laughter from the crowd. Venerable G1 finally got his hands on some perfectly cooked meat. He picked it up, carefully blew on it to cool it, and popped it into his mouth. Then stomped his feet from the heat, yet refused to spit it out. He looked endearingly silly. Li Linger ran over holding a skewer of roasted interstellar fruit and offered it to Xiao Ming. Brother Xiao Ming, try this. It's sweet and a little cool, really tasty. Xiao Ming took it and bit in. The fruit's fragrance mingled with a faint trace of energy spread across his tongue, refreshing and cutting through the grease. Just as everyone was enjoying themselves, the ground suddenly trembled faintly, as if something had awakened beneath the earth. Moments later, the holographic projection at the center of the camp glitched. The flowing starfield twisted into distorted light and shadows, emitting a crackle of electricity. What now? The War-Mad God King set down his wine jar and frowned in annoyance. We just finished dealing with that evil spirit. Can't a man get a decent drink around here? The executive officer's expression shifted. He raised his hand to activate his terminal, but the screen only showed garbled code. It's not an evil spirit. It feels like a spatial fluctuation. The moment he spoke, the light and shadows at the center of the camp swelled violently, forming a massive vortex. A powerful suction erupted, dragging tents and grills toward the center. Not good. It's a spatial rift. Xiao Ming rose swiftly, pulling Li Linger to his side, and summoned his green pine sword. Sword Qi gathered around the group into a barrier to resist the pull. Pavilion Master Lingsong played his jade flute, its sound waves transforming into an invisible wall that swept aside the debris, closing in. Yet the vortex's pull only grew stronger, and cracks began to appear in the barrier. Venerable G1 clutched his bamboo basket and shouted anxiously, "My spirit seeds. They must not come to harm." The War-Mad God King gripped his warhammer and tried to smash the vortex, but an invisible force repelled him. This isn't an ordinary spatial rift. It feels like someone is controlling it. The Crimson Sun God King summoned a flame shield to protect everyone. It's actively pulling us. Just as he spoke, the vortex erupted with blinding light, its suction suddenly intensifying several-fold. Everyone felt their bodies become weightless, as if seized by a colossal force, and sent flying toward the center of the vortex. Xiao Ming tried to gather his spiritual power to resist, only to find it thrown into chaos by the spatial fluctuations, utterly impossible to use. Everyone hold on to each other. Don't get swept apart. Xiao Ming shouted, reaching out to grab Pavilion Master Lingsong and Li Ling. The War-Mad God King seized the Crimson Sun God King, while Venerable G1 clung to his bamboo basket, cradling the spirit seeds in his arms. Light and shadow swirled around them, and the wind howled past their ears, like passing through a dimensional passage they had experienced before, only far more violent. Everything blurred before their eyes. They could only feel their bodies hurtling forward as the space around them warped and shifted, now scorching hot like a mountain of fire, now freezing cold like a land of bitter frost. After what seemed like an eternity, the suction vanished without warning. The group plummeted as if weightless and landed heavily on a patch of soft grass. The light and shadows faded, replaced by the fresh scent of vegetation that swept over them, displacing the smell of KG Realm's energy. Ow! My back! The War-Mad God King scrambled up, rubbing his spine and cursing. Which heartless bastard is behind this? They nearly rattled me apart. Everyone got to their feet, brushing bits of grass from their clothes and looking around. Before them stretched an endless forest. Towering ancient trees blotted out the sky, glowing vines coiled around the trunks, and the ground bloomed with all manner of exotic flowers and herbs. The air was thick with dense spiritual energy, even purer than that of the cultivation realm. From afar came clear birdsong and the murmur of flowing water. Occasionally a few snow-white beasts darted across the forest, cast wary glances at the group, and vanished into the undergrowth. Where is this? Li Linger looked around curiously. She reached out to touch a luminous flower beside her, and its petals instantly folded in on themselves, shyly shrinking into a ball. Venerable G1 set down his bamboo basket, checked the spirit seeds, and sighed in relief. Thank goodness the seeds are fine. But the spiritual energy here is incredibly rich, far stronger than in the KG realm. Using it to nurture spirit fruits would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. Xiao Ming walked to an ancient tree and touched its trunk. The bark was warm, faintly pulsing with spiritual power, and the patterns on the trunk looked like naturally formed runes, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. The spiritual energy here is pure, yet touched with an ancient flavor. It doesn't resemble any realm we visited before. Pavilion Master Lingsong tapped his jade flute, sending a sound wave rippling into the distance. A moment later he withdrew it and frowned. The forest is vast. The sound wave can't reach its edge. And I can sense a powerful aura deeper in. It bears no hostility, more like a guardian of this forest. The executive officer picked himself up, dusted off his clothes, and said helplessly, I really didn't arrange this one. The spatial vortex appeared out of nowhere, and I have no idea where it's carried us off to. My terminal still has no signal. I can't get in touch with the KG realm anymore. The war-mad God King stretched his limbs, a glint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Who cares where we are? There's spiritual energy, unknown things, and maybe even a fight or two. That's far more interesting than sitting in camp drinking. The Crimson Sun God King shook his head helplessly. Can't you ever hope for something good? We don't even know where we are yet. Let's figure out the situation first. Xiao Ming surveyed the area, his gaze settling on a faint glow deep among the trees. The glow looked like a curtain of light half hidden between the trunks, pulsing with a subtle energy fluctuation. There seems to be something over there. Let's go take a look. The group followed Xiao Ming toward the light. Pushing through layers of trees, the view suddenly opened up before them. In a clearing stood an ancient stele inscribed with archaic obscure characters that looked both naturally formed and deliberately carved. The beam of light emanated from the stele. These inscriptions, I feel like I've seen them somewhere before. Pavilion Master Lingsong walked up to the stele, studying the characters closely with a furrowed brow. They look like ancient cultivation realm script, but something is different, older, more obscure. Xiao Ming stepped in for a closer look. The characters coiled and twisted like tiny serpents, yet they seemed to follow some hidden pattern. He tried infusing the stele with spiritual power. It immediately began to glow faintly, and the characters slowly started to flow as though they had come alive. Careful! The Crimson Sun God King stepped back warily and summoned his flame shield. But the stele did not attack. Instead, a gentle radiance spread from it, shrouding the group. When the light faded, the inscriptions on the stele became clear. Pavilion Master Lingsong's eyes lit up. I can understand it now. It says, the Lingshu realm. The origin of the myriad spirits, the land where hearts return. The Lingshu realm. Li Linger repeated curiously. It sounds like a place brimming with spiritual energy. It has such a beautiful name. Venerable Ji Wan's eyes brightened. The origin of the myriad spirits. Does that mean there are lots of rare spirit herbs and fruits? I have to hurry and search around. Maybe I'll find cultivation materials even better than Nebula Stone. With that, he started to dash deeper into the forest, but Xiao Ming grabbed his arm. Hold on. Let's understand this place first. What else does the stele say? Xiao Ming asked. Pavilion Master Lingsong continued to interpret. It also says below that the Lingshu realm is divided into the outer region and the inner region. The outer region is an ordinary forest, while the inner region holds powerful spirit beasts and rare spiritual treasures, but it is also protected by restrictions. Only those with kind hearts who do not harm nature may enter. The final line is, those who return to the heart shall be sheltered by the myriad spirits. Those who return to the heart. Xiao Ming pondered. Could it mean those who hold fast to their original heart? That actually coincides with our Tao of lying flat. Just then a light footstep sounded from the forest, and a girl in a green dress stepped out from the thicket. Her skin was fair as snow, her hair reached her waist, and a luminous flower was pinned in her locks. Translucent wings stretched behind her like a spirit of the forest. Seeing the group, the girl's eyes showed a flicker of curiosity, but no fear. Instead, she gave a slight bow. Welcome to the Lingshu realm, guests from afar. The girl's voice was as crisp as a mountain spring in the forest, carrying a faint ripple of spiritual energy. The delicate wings behind her fluttered softly, stirring a breeze imbued with the fragrance of flowers. Everyone was taken aback. Zhan Kuang, Divine King, reigned in the murderous aura around him and scratched his head. Who are you? Do all inhabitants of the Lingshu realm look like you? The girl covered her mouth with a light laugh, a lively spark flashing in her eyes. I am the flower spirit envoy of the Lingshu realm, responsible for guiding guests who stray into this place. There are no humans here, only the spirit race that guards the forest. As she spoke, she walked to the stone stele and lightly touched the characters on it with her fingertip. The flowing runes instantly became docile, like a small beast seeing its master. Venerable Ji Wan's eyes brightened. He sidled up to the girl and stared curiously at her delicate wings. Spirit race. Then can you sense the spirit herbs in the forest? I'm looking for rare spirit seed cultivation materials. Do you know where to find them? The flower spirit envoy nodded with a smile. Every plant and tree in the Lingshu realm is in tune with my heart. The outer forest already has many century-old spirit herbs, but the rarest spiritual treasures lie deep in the inner region. However, the inner region is protected by the Wanling restriction. If one harbors greed or murderous intent, the restriction will backfire on them. Restriction? Perfect. Let me see just how powerful this restriction is. Zhan Kuang, Divine King, rubbed his fists eagerly and was about to charge into the depths of the forest when Qi Yang, Divine King, grabbed him. Don't always think about fighting and killing. Didn't you hear the flower spirit envoy say we should harbor goodwill? If the restriction really backfires, you'll be the one who ends up embarrassed. Xiao Ming stepped forward and gave a slight nod to the flower spirit envoy. Thank you for the warning, fairy. We didn't intend to intrude. We were teleported here by a sudden spatial vortex. Might you tell us, fairy, how to leave the Lingxi realm? The flower spirit envoy's smile dimmed slightly, and a trace of worry flickered in her eyes. A spatial vortex. Indeed, spatial fluctuations in the Lingxi realm have become increasingly frequent lately, as if some external force is interfering with the realm barrier. To leave, one must find the realm node. But that node sits in the Wanling Hall within the inner region, and only those who gain the recognition of the Wanling can approach it. Recognition of the Wanling. Pavilion Master Ling Tsong caressed his jade flute thoughtfully. Is that what the stone steel calls a heart returner? Exactly. The flower spirit envoy nodded. A heart returner must be free of greed and anger, living in harmony with nature in order to gain the protection of the Wanling. If you are willing, I can lead you to the inner region. But we may encounter the spirit beasts that guard the forest along the way. They are highly sensitive to unfamiliar auras. Li Linger tugged at Xiao Ming's sleeve, her eyes full of anticipation. Brother Xiao Ming, let's go. The Lingxi realm is so beautiful, we might even meet some interesting spirit beasts. Better than being trapped here. Venerable G1 was already too eager to wait. Clutching his bamboo basket, he urged, let's go, let's go. Hurry to the inner region. Maybe we'll find cultivation materials even better than nebulous stone. After a brief discussion, the group decided to follow the flower spirit envoy into the inner region. The flower spirit envoy led the way, her delicate wings shimmering with a faint light that illuminated the dim forest path ahead. Ancient trees towered overhead, their branches and leaves interwoven so tightly that the sky was completely hidden. Only scattered patches of light streamed through the gaps, falling onto the leaf-strewn ground like bits of scattered gold. The vegetation along the path seemed alive as the flower spirit envoy passed. The branches and leaves swayed gently, as if greeting her. Occasionally, a few small spirit beasts poked their heads out from the forest, watching the group with curious eyes. Seeing the flower spirit envoy nod reassuringly, they withdrew their heads and continued nibbling on the spirit herbs at their feet. The Lingxi realm is truly magical. Even the spirit beasts are this gentle. Li Linger couldn't help reaching out to touch a snow-white little beast resting on a tree trunk, but the creature seemed shy. It gave a leap and vanished into the thicket. The flower spirit envoy explained with a smile, the spirit beasts here live in symbiosis with the forest and have never seen cultivators from the outside world. That's why they're curious about you, but they bear no ill will. So long as you don't harm them, they won't attack on their own initiative. As they walked along, a low roar suddenly echoed from the woods ahead, and the ground trembled slightly, as if a large spirit beast were approaching. The flower spirit envoy's expression changed subtly, and she halted. It's the giantwood beast that guards this region. Its territorial instincts are strong. It must have sensed our unfamiliar auras. Just as the words left her mouth, a colossal figure burst out from the undergrowth. It was a monstrous beast covered in brownish scales, its bulk rivaling a small mountain. Two thick horns stood atop its head, wrapped in emerald vines, and its eyes, each like a brass bell, stared warily at the party while a low growl rumbled from its throat. Excellent. This big fellow looks like it can put up a fight. Zhan Kuang Divine King's eyes lit up. Tightening his grip on the war hammer, he started to charge forward, but the flower spirit envoy held him back. Don't. The giantwood beast is the guardian of the forest. You cannot harm it. Xiao Ming took a step forward, raising a hand to signal everyone to stay still, and spoke slowly to the beast. We bear no malice. We merely wish to travel to the inner region to seek the realm node. We are passing through and have no intention of profaning your territory. The giantwood beast seemed to understand his words, but the vigilance in its eyes did not waver. Instead, it stepped forward, and its enormous claws slammed into the ground, gouging out a deep pit. It stared at the green pine sword at Xiao Ming's waist, as if probing his aura. At that moment, Xiao Ming gathered a wisp of soft spiritual energy at his fingertip and flicked it gently. The energy scattered into a cluster of emerald specks that settled on the vines atop the giantwood beast's head. The instant the specks merged into the vines began to sway faintly, as if touched by goodwill. The ferocity in the giantwood beast's eyes gradually melted away. Its low growl turned into a soft whimper. It nodded at Xiao Ming, slowly backed off to one side, and opened the path leading deeper into the forest. Wow. Brother Xiao Ming, you're amazing. Li Linger clapped her hands excitedly. This giant beast actually listens to you. The flower spirit envoy also wore a look of surprise. I never expected you to communicate with the giantwood beast. It seems your aura is greatly favored by nature. Perhaps you truly can pass the Wanling restriction. The party continued onward. Along the way, they encountered several more guardian spirit beasts, but with Xiao Ming and the flower spirit envoy soothing them, they all passed through without trouble. Venerable G1 gathered spirit herbs as he walked, and his bamboo basket soon brimmed with all manner of exotic flowers and rare plants. He grinned from ear to ear. This Lingshu realm is simply a paradise for me. Using these spirit herbs to cultivate spirit seeds is sure to yield supreme spirit fruits. After roughly an hour of walking, the trees ahead gradually thinned and the sunlight grew brighter. Passing through a patch of blossoming flowers, the view suddenly opened up. A vast crystalline lake appeared before them, its waters so clear that they reflected the ancient trees on the shore and the drifting clouds above. In the middle of the lake sat a small isle upon which stood a primitive palace. Built of vines and jade, it exuded an ancient and sacred air. That is the Wanling Hall. The flower spirit envoy pointed at the palace at the lake's center. The realm node lies at the top of the Wanling Hall. The group approached the lakeshore and studied the still water, but found no boats of any kind. Zhan Kuang, Divine King, rolled up his sleeves. It's just a lake, isn't it? I'll swim over. He was about to dive in when the flower spirit envoy blocked him. This is Lingxin Lake. Its waters reflect the human heart. If you carry distracting thoughts, the lake will ensnare you. We can only cross using a boat woven from spirit leaves. As she spoke, she raised her hand in a light wave. Several huge spirit plants by the shore suddenly swayed, their leaves falling off one after another and gathering in midair to form a small boat. The hull radiated a faint green glow and settled gracefully upon the lake's surface. How marvelous! Li Linger marveled as she stepped aboard the spirit leaf boat. It remained perfectly steady without the slightest rocking. The others boarded in turn, and after the flower spirit envoy tapped the air with a fingertip, the boat drifted slowly toward the islet. The water was so clear that the fish and colorful pebbles at the bottom were visible. Now and then flower petals fell onto the surface, stirring rings of ripples. Leaning over the side, Li Linger stretched out a hand to touch the water. The moment her fingertip met the surface, her own beaming face appeared in the reflection, and a few tiny fish swam around her finger. This lake truly does reflect people's hearts. Li Linger shouted in excitement. Come on, all of you, try it. Everyone dipped their hands into the lake, and each reflected a different scene. Venerable Ji Wan's reflection was surrounded by mounds of spirit herbs and fruits. Zhan Kuang, Divine King's reflection, swung a hammer in battle. Qi Yang, Divine King's reflection, warmed wine and savored tea. Pavilion Master Ling San's reflection played a flute beneath the moon. And Xiao Ming's reflection was simply standing in the forest, his gaze quiet and warm, as if he had become one with nature. The flower spirit envoy looked at Xiao Ming's reflection, a flicker of understanding passing through her eyes. Indeed, you are the one most deserving of the title, Heart Returner. Not long after the spirit leaf boat reached the central isle, the group stepped ashore and headed toward the Wanling Hall. The palace gates stood wide open with no guards inside, only dense spiritual energy hanging thick in the air. The pillars within were carved with ancient runes, and the walls bore murals of the spirit race, living harmoniously with nature, radiating a serene atmosphere. At the top of the palace, a huge circular platform came into view. At its center swirled a vortex that emitted a soft radiance, the realm node. Beside the node loomed a massive statue of a woman clad in green, leaves holding a vine. Her gaze, tender and calm, faced forward as though she were guarding the node. That is the statue of the mother of the Wanling, the creator of the Lingshu realm. The flower spirit envoy bowed respectfully before it. Touch the realm node, and you may choose the realm you wish to travel to. But recently the node has been unstable, and it may send you somewhere at random. Xiao Ming walked to the node, sensing the spatial fluctuations within, then turned to the others. No matter where we're sent, so long as we're together, we'll find a way through. Ready? Everyone nodded. Zhan Kuang, Divine King, rubbed his hands eagerly. Whatever the next realm is, as long as it comes with a fight, I'm satisfied. Venerable Ji Wan hugged his bamboo basket and warned, be careful during the transfer. Don't crush my spirit herbs. Xiao Ming drew a deep breath and stretched out his hand toward the realm node. The next instant, the node burst into dazzling light, shrouding the party. The familiar sensation of being pulled through space washed over them, wind roared in their ears, and the world around them shifted endlessly. When the light finally faded, the group slammed heavily into the ground. Before them was no longer the ancient forest of the Lingshu realm, but a desolate desert. Sand filled the sky, the sun blazed overhead, and the air was thick with scorching heat. Undulating dunes stretched beyond sight, and only occasionally did a few enormous scorpions burst from the sand before quickly vanishing again. This is where Li Linger wiped the sweat from her brow and complained testily, forest one moment, desert the next. It's too hot. Venerable Ji Wan looked at the spirit herbs in his basket and sighed with heartache. My herbs. In this heat, they'll wither. Xiao Ming rose to his feet and studied the distant dunes with a faint frown. In the air beneath the heat, he detected a subtle trace of blood, as if something dangerous lurked nearby. Just then a distant dune collapsed, and a colossal black shape shot out from the sand, hurtling toward them. Look out! Xiao Ming swiftly summoned the green pine sword and placed himself before the others. The dark figure landed on the ground and revealed its true form. A sand crocodile, its frame equal in scale to the giantwood beast. It was armored head to tail and hardened scales, its jaws gaping to expose gleaming fangs, and its eyes burned with wild ferocity. Zhang Divine King was immediately inflamed with excitement. Gripping his warhammer, he shouted, "Nice. Just what I needed to stretch my limbs." He charged at the sand crocodile. Qi Divine King shook his head helplessly and followed to provide support. Xiao Ming looked at the desert and the fierce sand crocodile, yet a hint of a smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Whether it was the peace of the Lingshu realm or the danger of this desert, both came as unexpected delights on this journey of carefree idling through the heavens. After all, it is the unexplored path that holds excitement, and to go with the flow is the true essence of taking it easy. He tightened his grip on the green pine sword and walked toward the sand crocodile. The others fell in behind him, ready to face this new trial in the desert. The sand crocodile's colossal tail swept across, crashing toward the war god sovereign with a howling gust of wind. Instead of retreating, the war god sovereign stepped forward, spinning his warhammer in hand to meet the blow head-on. A muffled thud echoed as several cracks split the sandy ground beneath him. He staggered back 2 steps, yet a fiercer fighting spirit blazed in his eyes. "Not bad, you've got some real strength. Just enough to give me a proper fight." Seeing this, the blazing sun divine sovereign condensed golden flames at his fingertips, shaping them into a spear that thrust straight at the sand crocodile's throat. The beast reacted swiftly, jerking its head aside as the fiery spear scraped past its scales, leaving only a faint scorch mark. It threw its head back with a roaring bellow, then opened its maw wide and spat a torrent of water mixed with sand toward the two, carrying a bone-piercing chill. "Watch out. That water is corrosive." Xiao Ming leaped into the air, his green pine sword carving out a streak of azure light that split the water column in two. The splashing droplets hissed as they struck the sand, instantly raising plumes of white smoke and eating small pits into the gravel. The Lingsong Pavilion Master raised his jade flute, and crisp, clear sound waves turned into blades that lanced toward the sand crocodile's eyes. Stricken with pain, the beast thrashed its head violently, its massive body rolling across the sand and churning up a blinding storm of yellow dust. "Now!" Xiao Ming seized the moment, springing off the sand with the tip of his foot as dense spiritual energy gathered along his sword, its azure radiance surging. Green pine sword art, breaking illusion. The sword energy shot forth like a meteor, driving straight into the weakest gap between the scales on the sand crocodile's back. With a wet, tearing sound, the sword energy pierced through the scales. The sand crocodile let out a miserable shriek before its colossal body crashed to the ground. It twitched a few times, then fell still. As the sand slowly settled, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The war god sovereign wiped the dust from his face and grinned. "Now that was a fight. This big brute is way more interesting than those giant wood beasts from before." The extreme scroll venerable sidled up to the sand crocodile, poking at its scales with a frown. "The scales are tough enough, but there's barely any spiritual energy in them. Can't use them to nurture spirit seeds." He shook his head regretfully, then turned to scan the surrounding sand, hoping to find some drought-resistant spirit herbs. Li Linger crouched on the sand, gazing at the crocodile's corpse. How can such a fierce spirit beast live in this desert? It's far more terrifying than the ones in the spirit ruin realm. The flower spirit envoy had been transported here along with the others. She looked out at the boundless yellow sand, her face wary. "The atmosphere here is turbid, utterly devoid of natural vitality. I doubt this is a welcoming place." Xiao Ming climbed to the top of a dune and scanned the horizon. Yellow sand stretched endlessly in every direction, with only a faint, unusual silhouette on the distant skyline, as if some structure stood deep within the wasteland. "There's something over there," he said, pointing toward the distance. "Let's go take a look. Maybe we'll find water and a place to rest." After gathering themselves, the group set off toward the distant silhouette. The desert sun blazed overhead, and the sand beneath their feet was scorching hot. Before long, everyone was drenched in sweat. Li Linger's cheeks were flushed from the sun, and her steps grew slower. "It's so hot. I'm dying of thirst." Xiao Ming took a water skin from his storage pouch and handed it to her, then passed another to the others. "Drink sparingly. We don't know how much longer before we find a water source." The extreme scroll venerable took a sip of water and gazed at the withering spirit herbs in his hand, sighing with heartache. "If this sun keeps beating down, all my spirit herbs will be dried up. This godforsaken place doesn't even have a single decent plant." Just as everyone was about to reach their limit, the distant silhouette grew clearer. It was an ancient city. Its walls were built from massive black stones, their mottled surfaces engraved with faint, indistinct runes. The city gate had long since collapsed, leaving a pitch-black entrance gaping like a slumbering beast. An ancient city. The war god sovereign's eyes lit up, and he quickened his pace. "Maybe there's treasure inside, and something worth fighting." The blazing sun divine sovereign said helplessly, "Can you ever think of anything else? What if there's danger inside?" The group arrived at the city gate and looked up at the towering walls, their hearts filled with awe. Though the runes on the walls were worn, they still emanated a faint ripple of energy, as if guarding the slumbering city. Xiao Ming reached out and touched the wall. A chill seeped through his fingertips. The moment his fingers made contact, the runes flickered with a faint red light, then quickly dimmed again. This city is ancient, and the runes still retain their energy, the Lingsong Pavilion Master said, stroking his jade flute. Whoever built this place was no ordinary cultivator. The question is whether anything still remains inside. The flower spirit envoy stood at the entrance, brows furrowed. The aura within is complex, deathly stillness and a faint trace of sinister energy. Be careful once we go in. The group cautiously stepped into the ancient city. It was utterly desolate inside. The streets were covered in sand and rubble, and most of the buildings on either side had collapsed, leaving only broken walls and ruins. Occasionally a gust of wind blew through, stirring up dust and making a mournful sound, as if whispering of the city's past. It seems no one has been here in a very long time. Li Linger stayed close to Xiao Ming, glancing around warily. There aren't even any insects. Just then the extreme scroll venerable tripped and tumbled to the ground. When he got up, he found that what had tripped him was a stone slab carved with patterns. The designs resembled some kind of totem. Though covered in dust, their intricate lines were still visible. This slab seems unusual. He wiped away the dust and called out to the others. Xiao Ming and the rest gathered around. The Lingsong Pavilion Master studied the totem, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This is an ancient beast totem pattern representing the power of protection. I never thought I'd see one here. Just then the ground began to tremble slightly. From the far end of the street came a rustling sound, as if something was moving through the sand. The war god sovereign tightened his grip on his war hammer and stared into the distance. Something's coming. The group quickly retreated and turned to face the direction of the sound. Through the swirling dust, countless dark figures rapidly closed in. When their forms became clear, Li Linger couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The shadows were skeletons, some human-shaped, some resembling beasts. Thin black mist clung to their bones, and crimson light flickered in their eye sockets as they charged toward the group. Corpse puppets. The Lingsong Pavilion Master's expression shifted. These skeletons are controlled by sinister energy. They feel no pain and are hard to deal with. Corpse puppets, so what? Watch me smash them to bits. The war god sovereign charged forward and swung his war hammer, shattering the leading beast-shaped skeletons into fragments. But the broken bones landed on the ground and reassembled into smaller skeletons, which continued lunging at the group. Not good. They can reform. The blazing sun divine sovereign summoned his flames, sending a wave of golden fire sweeping toward the puppets and engulfing several of them. The corpse puppets sizzled within the flames as their black qi gradually dissipated and their bones turned to ash. Fire works against them, he shouted to the others. Xiao Ming moved with his sword, azure light flashing as his sword energy cut through the corpse puppets, cleaving them in two wherever it passed. He fought while observing his surroundings. These corpse puppets are controlled by the sinister energy in this city. If we can find the source, we can put an end to them. The flower spirit envoy's thin wings shimmered with light as green spiritual energy gathered at her fingertips and scattered toward the corpse puppets. Wherever the energy touched them, it seemed to meet their natural predator. The black qi was immediately dispelled, and the skeletons collapsed. My natural power can suppress the sinister energy, she called out, continuously releasing her spiritual energy to aid the others in battle. Though Li Linger was not powerful, she refused to back down. She took several talismans from her storage pouch, one she had learned to make during her time in the ancient martial world. They weren't very strong, but they could temporarily trap the corpse puppets. She hurled the talismans at the puppets. They exploded midair, forming webs of light that briefly bound the creatures in place. Working together, the group gradually gained the upper hand despite the sheer number of puppets. The extreme scroll venerable dodged the puppets' attacks, while still scavenging through the ruins, occasionally picking up a piece of spirit-charged gravel and gleefully tucking it into his robes. The battle lasted for half a shurchen before the corpse puppets along the street were finally wiped out. The group gasped for breath, staring at the ashes scattered across the ground with exhausted faces. The war god sovereign wiped the sweat from his brow and grumbled, "This city is really cursed. We barely stepped inside and already ran into that many corpse puppets. Who knows what else is waiting for us deeper in?" Xiao Ming walked to the end of the street and looked at a relatively intact palace ahead. Its doors were tightly shut, covered in complex runes, and the black qi was emanating from within. The source of the sinister energy should be in that palace, he said to the others. Let's go in and take a look. Maybe we'll find a way out of here and uncover the secrets of this ancient city. After resting for a moment and gathering themselves, the group headed toward the palace. The massive doors were heavy and ancient. Xiao Ming pushed against them, but they did not budge. The war god sovereign stepped forward and slammed his war hammer into the door. With a thunderous crash, a gap was torn open and black qi surged out from the crack, carrying a bone-chilling cold. Careful, Xiao Ming warned, his green pine sword already poised. The group exchanged glances, pushed the doors open, and made their way into the depths of the palace. The palace was pitch black inside, save for the runes on the walls that occasionally pulsed with red light, illuminating the path ahead. Black Qi filled the air thick with sinister energy, making everyone frown involuntarily. Before long a figure appeared ahead. It hovered in midair draped in a tattered black robe wreathed in dense black Qi. Its face was hidden, but an overwhelming oppressive aura pressed down on them. Finally, some living blood has walked right into my hands, the black-robed figure said, its voice hoarse and icy like two stones grinding together. Your vital essence will be perfect for breaking through this seal. The black-robed man finished speaking, and the black Qi around him surged violently, transforming into countless dark tendrils that lashed out at the group. Those tendrils were laced with a bone-biting chill. Wherever they passed, the air seemed to freeze, and the rubble on the ground was instantly eaten away into powder. Careful. This dark Qi is even more vicious than that of the corpse puppets. Xiao Ming reacted first. The green pine sword swept a trail of emerald light, and sword Qi poured down like a waterfall, slicing the oncoming tendrils apart. But the shredded black Qi soon gathered again into new tendrils, surging forward without end. The war-mad god king let out a thunderous roar. Lightning gathered on his warhammer as he struck toward the black-robed man Euphony, who plays with ghosts and shadows. I'll smash your bones to pieces. The warhammer howled through the air, only to strike an invisible barrier of black Qi just before reaching the black-robed man. With a muffled thump, the war-mad god king was thrown back several steps, his hands going numb. Useless. Your attacks can't harm me. The black-robed man gave a piercing laugh. The black tendrils suddenly shifted direction and shot toward Li Linger and the flower spirit envoy. The two were weaker and barely able to resist. Just as a tendril was about to coil around Li Linger's arm, the Crimson Sun God King summoned a flaming shield engulfing both women in golden flames. The tendrils hit the fire with a sizzling hiss and were scorched to ash in an instant. His dark Qi can devour spiritual power. Fighting head-on won't work. Pavilion Master Lingsong raised his jade flute to his lips, and a crisp, ethereal melody burst forth. The sound waves turned into blades of white light, piercing through the black Qi and slashing at the black-robed man's true body. Sensing the danger, the black-robed man sent his dark Qi churning into a thick barrier. The sound blade struck it, but were hard-blocked, unable to break through. Venerable Jijuan hugged his bamboo basket drenched in anxious sweat, when his eyes suddenly fell on the spirit herbs he had brought from the spirit ruin realm. His eyes lit up. He grabbed a handful of spirit herbs, gathered the life force of the herbs into a beam of green light, with would attribute spiritual power at his fingertips, and shot it at the black-robed man. Try this. The power of nature might just be able to restrain you. The green beam pierced through the black Qi and struck the black-robed man's barrier. Unexpectedly, the seemingly unbreakable barrier instantly rippled, and the black Qi began to dissipate at a visible speed. The black-robed man cried out in pain, clearly wounded by the life-giving force of the spirit herbs. Damn it. The aura of the spirit ruin realm. You've actually been to the spirit ruin realm. It works. Xiao Ming's eyes lit up, and he shouted to the others, everyone coordinate with Venerable Jijuan, and attack with life-bearing or purifying power. As his words fell, the Crimson Sun God King's spear of fire condensed once more. A wisp of pure Qi brought from Spirit Heart Lake merged into the golden flames as he thrust it at the black-robed man. Pavilion Master Lingsong's flute melody grew even more impassioned, and within the sound waves was the clear, cleansing power of jade weaving together with the green beam as they swept toward the black-robed man. Xiao Ming tapped his toes on the ground, his body turning into a streak of green light as he circled behind the black-robed man. The green pine sword gathered the natural spiritual energy of the spirit ruin realm and his own sword intent. In the green radiance, a faint emerald glow flickered. Green pine sword art. 10,000 trees greet spring. The sword Qi transformed into countless emerald vines that wrapped around the black-robed man, pressing the black Qi down hard. No, I can't fail like this. The black-robed man howled madly. The black Qi around him suddenly erupted, and he wrenched himself free from the vine's grip. With a wave of his sleeve, countless black runes flew out from his robe and gathered in the air into a huge evil formation. From within it came ghostly wails and wolfish howls, as if countless wronged souls were writhing inside. This is the evil gathering formation. It can absorb the surrounding dark Qi and amplify its power. Pavilion Master Lingsong's face changed drastically. We must stop him. The war-mad God King gritted his teeth and poured all his spiritual power into the warhammer. The warhammer instantly swelled several times in size, and carrying an earth-shattering momentum smashed toward the evil formation. I don't care what formation you've got. I'll shatter it. Boom. The warhammer crashed into the evil formation. The formation shuddered violently. Black runes shattered, but they quickly gathered again. A cold smile curled at the corner of the black-robed man's mouth. Too late. The evil gathering formation has already been activated. You are all going to die. At that moment, the translucent wings on the flower spirit envoy's back suddenly burst into dazzling light. She pressed her palms together and radiated dense natural power from her whole body, as if she had become the incarnation of the spirit ruin realm. May all spirits bless us. Purge this evil. She chanted softly. A colossal green light barrier spread outward from her and enveloped the entire palace. Wherever the barrier passed, the black Qi vanished instantly. The dark runes in the evil formation seemed to have met their bane and turned to ash one after another. The black-robed man let out a piercing shriek, his body twisting continuously within the barrier. Black Qi was drawn out of him, relentlessly revealing the withered frame beneath. It was actually an ancient decayed skeleton kept conscious only by a baleful red pearl flickering with sinister light. That's the evil pearl, his core. Xiao Ming's gaze sharpened. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped up and thrust the green pine sword straight at the evil pearl. With a wet squelch, the blade pierced through the evil pearl. Its red light dimmed in an instant, and the black-robed man's skeleton crashed to the ground completely still. With the black-robed man's destruction, the black Qi inside the palace gradually dispersed. The runes on the walls shifted from crimson to soft gold, and the oppressive pressure in the air vanished completely. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to the floor, their faces full of exhaustion. Finally over. Li Linger sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. That guy was really too tough. We almost lost. Venerable Jizhuan looked at the remaining spirit herbs in his bamboo basket and sighed with heartache. To deal with him, I used up most of my spirit herbs. Now I have to search for more nurturing materials all over again. Xiao Ming walked over to the skeleton and picked up the shattered evil pearl. A faint trace of dark Qi still clung to it, but its power was already gone. This black-robed man should have been an evil cultivator sealed here in ancient times, eking out a meager existence on the dark Qi of this ancient city. The spatial fluctuation earlier probably loosened the seal by accident, giving him a chance to break out. Pavilion Master Lingsong walked deeper into the palace and found a huge stone platform with runes carved on it similar to those at the city gate. This seems to be the energy core of the ancient city. As he reached out and touched the stone platform, the platform suddenly lit up with golden light, and the runes began to flow slowly, as if activated. The others gathered around. On the stone platform, a circular vortex gradually appeared, very similar to the boundary node of the spirit ruin realm, except its aura was much more stable. This is the ancient city's boundary node. The flower spirit envoy said delightedly. It seems that this ancient city was once a hub connecting all heavens. It was only later, after being polluted by evil cultivators, that it became what it is now. The war-mad God King rubbed his hands together in excitement. Great. We can finally leave this blasted desert. I wonder where we'll be sent this time. I hope it's a lively realm. Even better if it has strong opponents. The Crimson Sun God King shot him a glance. Can't you wish for something better? I'd rather go to a quiet place, rest for a few days, have some wine and relax. Li Linger tugged Xiao Ming's sleeve, her eyes full of anticipation. Brother Xiao Ming, no matter where we go, as long as we're all together, that's what matters. Besides, who knows? Maybe the next realm will have even more fun things. Xiao Ming looked at the others, and a gentle smile curled at the corner of his mouth. From the accidental teleport to the technological realm, to the adventures in the spirit ruin realm, to the hair-raising battle in this ancient city. Along the way there had been surprises and dangers, but also the bond of fighting shoulder to shoulder and the delight of the unexpected. Perhaps this was the true essence of the lying flat way, not deliberately chasing a destination, but accepting whatever came, and in the unknown journey still reaping the splendor that belonged to him. Everyone ready? Xiao Ming walked up to the boundary node and looked back at the group. They all nodded. Venerable Jizhuan carefully put away the remaining spirit herbs. The war-mad God King gripped his warhammer. The Crimson Sun God King straightened his robes. Pavilion Master Lingsong tucked his jade flute into his belt, and Li Linger took the flower spirit envoy's hand, her face filled with anticipation. Xiao Ming took a deep breath and reached out to touch the boundary node. Instantly, golden light enveloped everyone. The familiar sensation of spatial transit returned, and the sound of roaring wind rushed past their ears. This time there was no violent jolting. Instead, there was a gentle warmth, as if the passage itself was tenderly escorting them toward the next unknown realm. The light gradually faded, and everyone felt solid ground underfoot. When they opened their eyes, the sight before them stunned them all. An endless sea of flowers. In every direction, colorful blossoms vied to bloom. A gentle breeze carried a rich floral fragrance. Butterflies danced among the flowers, and the distant sky was a soft pink, as if stained with rouge. Wow, so beautiful! Li Linger exclaimed, unable to hold it in. She pulled her hand free from Xiao Ming's and ran toward the flower, reaching out to catch the fluttering butterflies. Venerable Jizhuan's eyes lit up, and he forgot all his earlier heartache in an instant. Clutching his bamboo basket, he charged into the flower sea. With so many rare flowers and herbs, I'll definitely find top-grade nurturing materials this time. The war-mad God King looked at the sea of flowers, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Why is it such a soft, gentle place? There's not even anything worth fighting. How boring. The Crimson Sun God King smiled and shook his head. Isn't this good? It's the perfect chance to rest for a few days and enjoy this rare scenery. Xiao Ming gazed at the resplendent sea of flowers, feeling the thick life force and gentle spiritual energy in the air, and warmth rose softly in his heart. He turned to look at Pavilion Master Lingsong beside him. The two exchanged a smile, seeing in each other's eyes both release and anticipation. The flower spirit envoy walked up to a giant flower and gently touched its petals, a look of surprise on her face. The natural power here is so abundant, even purer than the spirit ruin realm. And there isn't a trace of dark qi. This is truly a blessed land. Just then a soft song drifted over from the distant flower sea. The voice was crisp and beautiful, like music from heaven, drawing everyone toward where it came from. Xiao Ming knew that a new journey had begun, and hidden within this sea of flowers were surely new adventures and surprises. He followed the others deeper into the flower sea without the slightest anxiety in his heart. Only calm acceptance and eager anticipation for the unknown road ahead. After all, on the road of lying flat, there has never been a shortage of unexpected beauty. A gentle melody drifted upon the fragrance of blossoms, enchanting the group as they ventured deeper into the sea of flowers. Petals beneath their feet were soft as velvet, making no sound with each step. Colorful blooms layered upon layers, and crystalline dewdrops occasionally rolled from petal to petal, refracting the pink-tinged heavens. A sight so beautiful, it resembled an unreal dream. That singing voice is extraordinarily beautiful. Whose is it? Linger asked while glancing about, her eyes brimming with curiosity. The flower spirit envoy followed the melody with her spiritual sense. For a moment, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. A flower immortal. One truly resides here. Her aura is completely merged with this sea of flowers, as if born to guard this place. Before her words had fully settled, the flower clusters ahead suddenly parted to both sides, revealing a winding path of petals. Following the path, at the center of a nearby flower field, stood a pavilion woven from intertwined floral branches, beneath which sat a woman dressed in white. Her raven hair cascaded like a waterfall, adorned with a pale lavender floral hairpin. Her fingertips lightly traced the strings of the zither before her, the melody flowing from her lips. Sensing their approach, the woman ceased playing and turned her head. Her features were ethereally beautiful, her eyes and brows carrying a quiet gentleness, as though she had stepped forth from a painted scroll. "Welcome to the Hualing realm, travelers from afar." She spoke softly, her voice as melodic as her singing, carrying a faint ripple of spiritual energy. "You are the flower immortal." Elder G1, already captivated by the exotic blossoms surrounding the pavilion, drew near in wonder. These flowers radiate such potent spiritual energy, far more refined than those in Lingxi realm. They would surely produce immortal-grade spiritual seeds. The flower immortal smiled gently and tapped her finger. A pink bud instantaneously bloomed and drifted toward Elder G1. "If this friend desires them, please take them. The flora of Hualing realm is born for those fated to receive them." Overjoyed, Elder G1 carefully gathered the flowers, his face radiant with delight. Xiao Ming stepped forward and bowed slightly to the flower immortal. "Thank you for your welcome, fairy. We stumbled upon this place due to fluctuations in the realm node. Might I ask how we may depart from the Hualing realm?" The flower immortal plucked a string, producing a clear chime. "Leaving is not difficult. The realm node of Hualing realm lies within the Xinzong secret realm, deep in the flower sea. However, the secret realm is sealed by the power of the flower spirits, and only by passing the trial of the flower sea may one enter." "A trial? What manner of trial?" Linger asked eagerly, her bright eyes fixed on the flower immortal, waiting for her answer. "The trial of Hualing realm concerns not one's strength, but the purity of one's heart." The flower immortal rose to her feet and walked to the edge of the path, gently touching a white bloom. "The sea of flowers will reflect the deepest desires of the human heart. Only those who remain unswayed by temptation and hold fast to their true nature may pass. Should one be clouded by desire, they shall be trapped within the flower sea forever, becoming part of the flower spirits themselves." King Zhan Kuang furrowed his brows. "What's this talk of inner heart? Can't we simply fight our way in?" King Qiyang sighed and patted his shoulder. "Stop thinking only of battle. Did you not hear the fairy say the trial concerns neither strength nor martial prowess? Should you become trapped here, you would have much to regret." Pavilion Master Lingsong rubbed his jade flute, lost in thought. "Reflecting the true heart. This bears an uncanny resemblance to the spirit heart lake in Lingxi realm. It seems regardless of which realm, all value the principle of returning to one's true nature." The flower immortal nodded approvingly. "This friend speaks wisely. Where the heart truly lies is the path home. If you are prepared, I shall guide you to the trial grounds." The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The flower immortal led the way, and the others followed behind along the petal-strewn path deeper into the flower sea. The flora along the route grew ever more wondrous. Some blossoms opened with each footstep, while others chimed like crystal bells as though welcoming their arrival. Linger paused frequently to play with fluttering butterflies, her face alight with mirth. After roughly an hour's journey, the dense sea of flowers ahead suddenly thinned, revealing a circular clearing. At the center of the clearing stood a stone stele inscribed with the 4 great characters, Trial of the Heart, surrounded by 8 enormous blossoms, with tightly closed petals radiating an aura of mystery. This is where the trial takes place. The flower immortals stood beside the stele. Each of the 8 friends must stand before a blossom. The petals will respond to your true heart. If they fully open, you have passed. If they remain closed, you shall stay within the flower seed to meditate and cultivate until your attachments dissolve, then try once more. One by one they stepped forward. King Zhanquang was the first to take his place. The blossom before him trembled slightly, its petals parting a narrow gap, before quickly closing once more. He frowned and scratched his head. What's going on? Is my desire to fight simply too intense? Beside him, the blossom before King Qi Yang slowly unfurled layer after layer of petals, revealing golden stamens at its core. It seems my heart is still relatively pure, he said with a smile, shaking his head as he stepped aside to wait. Pavilion Master Lingsong and the Flower Spirit Envoy followed, both passing the trial easily as their petals opened completely. Li Linger stood before her blossom, her heart filled with the joy of adventuring alongside her companions, and the petals opened swiftly. She ran excitedly to Xiao Ming's side and tugged his sleeve. Brother Xiao Ming, I passed. You try now. Xiao Ming approached his blossom, closed his eyes, and emptied his thoughts. Within his heart there lay no fierce desires, only the calm acceptance of whatever fate brought and deep concern for those beside him. After a moment, the blossom before him slowly unfurled. Its petals were white as snow, emanating a delicate fragrance more resplendent than any of the others. A flicker of astonishment crossed the flower immortal's eyes. Your heart is pure and unstained. Rare indeed that you could awaken the primordial power of Hualing Realm. Only Elder Ji1 remained. Standing before his blossom, his mind raced with thoughts of various rare spiritual herbs and seeds, calculating how best to cultivate immortal-grade fruit. Yet the flower before him remained utterly motionless, its petals never budging. Elder Ji1 broke into a cold sweat. What's wrong? Why won't my flower open? Is it because I lack sincerity? Xiao Ming walked over to him and spoke softly. Elder Ji1, try releasing the obsessions within your heart. Consider what your original intention was when you first began cultivating spiritual seeds. Elder Ji1 paused, falling into deep thought. He had originally cultivated spiritual seeds simply because he loved the vitality of flora, savoring the process of watching seeds sprout and grow. But over time he had become increasingly obsessed with the grade of his specimens, forgetting the original joy. Realizing this, the obsessions within his heart gradually dissolved, and a look of relief graced his lips. Just then the blossom before him shuddered, its petals slowly unfolding until they opened completely. Elder Ji1 exhaled in relief and wiped the sweat from his brow. So that's it. I was too fixated on the result and had forgotten my true heart. The flower immortal smiled and nodded. Congratulations to all of you for passing the trial. Follow me. The gates of the Xianzong secret realm have opened for you. The group followed the flower immortal to the rear of the clearing. Before them appeared a luminous curtain composed of petals shimmering with faint spiritual light, a gateway to the secret realm. The flower immortal reached out and touched the curtain. It slowly parted, revealing the scenery within. Mist-shrouded flower fields, exotic flora everywhere, and in the distance a crystalline palace standing tall, the very heart of the Xianzong secret realm. The realm node resides on the top floor of the palace, the flower immortal told them. There are no dangers within the secret realm. You may explore freely, but remember, do not harm the flora within, for they are the life source of Hualing Realm. Stepping into the secret realm, they were instantly stunned by the scene before them. Mist-wrapped flower fields, crystal-clear streams, and flower spirits dancing through the air. They seemed to have entered a fairyland. Elder Ji1 could no longer contain himself, darting between the flower fields and collecting rare specimens in his bamboo basket until it overflowed. Li Linger chased the fluttering flower spirits alongside the flower spirit envoy, their laughter clear and melodious. Though King Zhanquang felt there were no battles to be fought here, he gradually relaxed in the face of such beauty, even reaching out to catch falling petals, a rare gentleness appearing on his face. Xiao Ming and Pavilion Master Lingsong walked to the edge of the stream, gazing at the crystal-clear water that reflected their figures alongside the surrounding flower sea and drifting mist. This Hualing Realm is indeed a fine place for calming the mind, Pavilion Master Lingsong murmured. Were I able to cultivate here for some time, I believe my state of mind would reach a higher level. Xiao Ming nodded. Indeed. But our journey is far from complete. Perhaps we may return here someday, when the opportunity arises. The two exchanged smiles and continued toward the distant palace. The flora along the way radiated rich spiritual energy, and with each breath a profound sense of tranquility washed through them. Occasionally a flower spirit would alight upon their shoulders as though greeting them with quiet goodwill. Before the palace the group reassembled. The palace was constructed from crystal and living floral branches radiating an aura of sacred purity. They entered the palace and climbed the crystal staircase to the top floor. At the center of the upper level stood a circular platform upon which hovered a swirling vortex composed of petals, the realm node of Hualing Realm. We've finally found the realm node. Li Linger clapped her hands in delight. I wonder what the next realm will be like. Will it be as beautiful as Hualing Realm? King Zhan Kuang scratched his head. I hope the next realm has formidable opponents. Being stuck in such a soft, tranquil place is making me restless. Xiao Ming looked at the group, a gentle smile playing upon his lips. No matter what the next realm holds, as long as we are together, we will always encounter wonderful experiences. Everyone ready? It's time to depart. The group nodded in unison and gathered around the realm node. Xiao Ming reached out and touched it. The petal vortex instantly erupted in dazzling light, enveloping them all. The familiar sensation of spatial transit surged through them. No longer did the wind howl in their ears. Instead, a faint floral fragrance surrounded them, as though Hualing Realm itself was seeing them off. The light gradually faded, and the group felt solid ground beneath their feet. Opening their eyes, everyone froze at the sight before them. A bustling city sprawled across their vision. Carriages and pedestrians filled the streets in endless streams, ancient-style buildings lined both sides, and the rich aroma of mortal life permeated the air, utterly different from the ethereal aura of Hualing Realm. Is this the mortal realm? Li Linger curiously scanned her surroundings, her eyes wide with wonder at the ordinary clothed pedestrians on the street. Elder Ji once spotted a flower shop along the street, his eyes lighting up. There are flowers here too. I wonder if they have any rare varieties. I must take a look. Xiao Ming gazed upon the vibrant cityscape, a smile gracing his lips. From the desolate ancient desert city to the brilliant Hualing Realm, and now to this mortal world brimming with earthly warmth. Every journey had been filled with surprises. He knew that new adventures awaited, and this carefree pilgrimage through the heavens would continue carrying them to ever more unknown lands where they would meet ever more fascinating people and stories. A vibrant burst of mortal world atmosphere swept over them. The vendors' cries, children's laughter, and merchants' calls interwove into a lively tapestry of street life. Flanking the bluestone-paved streets, wine flags fluttered in the breeze, while crisp storytelling voices drifted from tea houses. Steam rose from snack stalls, their tempting aromas making one's mouth water. Wow, it's so lively here. Li Linger's eyes widened with delight as she tugged at Xiao Ming's sleeve, glancing left and right. Look at that sugar painting. And there's even dough figurines. I've only ever seen them in ancient texts. I never thought I'd actually get to see them. Master Jijuan's attention was drawn to the flower shop at the street corner. He approached the entrance, scrutinizing the potted plants on display, and frowned slightly. The spiritual energy in these flowers is far too faint. They'll barely suffice as ordinary ornamentals, let alone cultivate spiritual seeds. Yet despite his words, he couldn't resist reaching out to touch the petals, his gaze carrying an innate warmth toward the flora. War God Zhan Kuang observed the common folk navigating the streets, most lacking any spiritual power. His expression registered clear boredom. This place is entirely mortals with not a single warrior in sight. Utterly dreary. No sooner had he spoken than an enticing aroma from a nearby snack stall arrested his attention. Sniffing the air, he ventured closer. What might this round delicacy be? It smells quite fragrant. The vendor, a sturdy middle-aged man with a genial smile, offered him a skewer. Sir, these are candied hawthorn. Their sweet-sour flavor is delightful. Do give them a try. War God Zhan Kuang accepted the offering and took a hearty bite. The sweet-sour juice burst across his tongue, his eyes lighting up. Exquisite. Another 10 skewers. Divine Lord Qi Yang sighed, and made his way to a tea-house table outside, ordering a pot of hot tea. As the warm liquid passed down his throat with its subtle sweetness, the weariness of travel began to fade. Perhaps it's not unpleasant to unwind in such a place once in a while. No battles, no bloodshed, just the quiet bustle of everyday life. There's a certain peace here. Walking side by side through the streets, Xiao Ming and Pavilion Master Ling Song observed the tapestry of mortal existence unfolding before them, their eyes reflecting a deep sense of tranquility. I never imagined there would exist such an unadulterated mortal realm among the myriad heavens. One untouched by spiritual energy conflicts, where ordinary folk concern themselves only with the simple necessities of life. Pavilion Master Ling Song murmured, his jade flute spinning gently between his fingers. A life like this. It does indeed stir a certain envy. Xiao Ming smiled and nodded in agreement. Every life carries its own charm, and isn't that precisely what our philosophy of embracing things as they are is about? Finding contentment and ease within whatever circumstances arise. Just then drums and gongs rang out from ahead, drawing the crowd toward the roadside. A child sprinted past, exclaiming with excitement, "The temple fair has begun. Come see the dragon lantern dance." Temple fair. Li Linger's face lit up as she tugged at everyone's sleeves, urging them forward. Let's go see too. It must be wonderful. It definitely will be. Through the press of bodies they reached the central square where a golden dragon lantern moved and danced. A dozen-odd burly men hoisted its length, maneuvering it with agility to the driving rhythm of drums. A jeweled ornament on the dragon's head caught the light, brilliantly drawing repeated cheers from the crowd. Stalls ringed the square, vendors with toys riddle lamps acrobats, and the scene buzzed with lively energy. Pavilion Master Jijuan was drawn to a flower seed vendor and crouched to examine the small packets, promptly engaging the merchant in bargaining. These seeds look ordinary, yet command such a high price. Lower it, and I'll purchase several more. The vendor, worn down by the persistent haggling, relented and reduced the price slightly. With evident delight, Jijuan tucked the seeds away. War God Zhangquang, clutching an enormous skewer of candied hawthorn, devoured pieces while watching street performers. When a juggler balanced on stilts and executed a flawless flip, he pounded the table enthusiastically. Bravo! Those skills are impressive. Would you care to spar with me? The performer waved his hands frantically in refusal, setting off roars of laughter from the onlookers. Li Linger pulled Xiao Ming toward the lantern riddle stall, her head tilted in concentration as she studied the puzzles inscribed upon the glowing papers. Round when painted, square when written, short in winter, long in summer. What could this be? She turned to Xiao Ming, her expression pleading for help. Xiao Ming smiled gently. Think about it. In summer the sun rises early and sets late, while winter is exactly the opposite. The sun. Li Linger's eyes lit up as she exclaimed the answer. The stall vendor, delighted, offered her a rabbit-shaped lantern. Such a clever girl. This lantern is yours. Pavilion Master Ling Song stood nearby watching the festive gathering, and his jade flute rose almost of its own accord to his lips. A clear, resonant melody began to drift through the air. The gentle, flowing notes wove seamlessly with the surrounding drumbeats, lending a refined, tonal quality to the temple fair. Gradually the crowd quieted, their gazes turning toward him with visible admiration. Suddenly a commotion erupted as several burly men in black stormed into the square, blades flashing, and bolted toward a nearby jewelry stall. Robbery! The vendor screamed in terror and lunged forward, only to be shoved aside. War God Zhangquang's expression hardened instantly. He dropped his candied hawthorn and charged toward the assailants. How dare you rob in broad daylight? Your lives are forfeit. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed an invisible wave of spiritual energy that sent the men crashing to the ground. They scrambled to their feet, but the aura radiating from War God Zhangquang terrified them so deeply that they turned to flee, only to find themselves blocked by the gathered townsfolk. Seize them. Don't let them escape, someone shouted, and the crowd surged forward, surrounding the robbers completely. The authorities arrived swiftly, taking the men into custody, and bowed to the assembled crowd. Thank you all for your bravery and assistance. The vendor approached War God Zhangquang with gratitude, offering a jade pendant. Thank you, hero, for stepping in. Please accept this modest gift as a token of my appreciation. War God Zhangquang waved dismissively. No need, no need. I despise bullies like that. The disturbance was quickly resolved, and the fair's festivities resumed. Li Linger bounded over to Xiao Ming, her lantern in hand. Brother Xiao Ming, War God Zhangquang was so impressive just now. He's like a real hero. War God Zhangquang puffed out his chest proudly. Naturally. When I step in, there's never a problem. Divine Lord Qiyang laughed and teased, stop flattering yourself. Who was it saying the mortal realm was boring just moments ago? War God Zhangquang scratched his head, sheepishly chuckling. As twilight deepened, every lantern in the square ignited, casting colorful light across the crowd's faces, warm and jubilant. Vendors began packing their stalls while most townsfolk drifted home, leaving only a few wanderers strolling through the streets. It's getting late. Let's find somewhere to rest, Xiao Ming suggested. The group agreed and followed him to an inn along the street. The cheerful attendant welcomed them and led the way to their rooms, which were spotless and carried a faint, pleasant scent of wood. After settling in, they gathered in a second-floor private room and ordered an array of mortal world specialties. The braised pork was rich without being greasy, the steamed fish tender and delicious, and the assorted side dishes were so exquisite it stirred the appetite. War God Zhangquang uncorked a pot of white liquor and poured himself a full cup. Mortal wine lacks spiritual energy, it has its own distinctive character. Come, let us drink. They clinked cups and drank the liquor, sliding down with a mellow fragrance. Moonlight streamed through the window into the room, while street lanterns thinned into the distance, broken only by occasional barking dogs that somehow deepened the night's tranquility. I never expected mortal life to be so delightful, Li Linger said between bites, her chopsticks held lightly between her teeth. Delicious food, entertaining games, and so many fascinating people. Pavilion Master Ling Song set down his cup and gazed at the moonlight beyond the window. Though ordinary, this life radiates such warmth and groundedness. Occasionally stepping away from cultivation conflicts to experience something like this can help settle the spirit. Xiao Ming nodded. Whether it's the spiritual strife of the cultivation world or the daily needs of mortal existence, both are simply ways of living. Isn't the essence of our carefree path to follow our hearts and find joy in whatever circumstances we encounter? The group exchanged knowing smiles and continued to savor their meal, recounting the amusing moments from the temple fair. Their laughter drifted through the window into the street, blending with the peaceful night to paint a scene of warmth and contentment. As night deepened, they retired to their rooms. Xiao Ming lay in bed, gazing at the moonlight through the window with a gentle smile. From the technological realm to the spirit ruins, from the desert's ancient city to the flower spirit domain, and now this mortal world. Each journey had brought unexpected wonders. He couldn't predict what the next realm might hold or what the future would bring, but he knew one thing for certain: as long as he had these companions by his side, this wandering journey through the heavens would never grow dull. And so their tale continued, each new chapter unfolding in the grand story of their adventures. The night deepened, and the streets outside the inn fell completely silent save for the lanterns swaying gently in the breeze, casting warm yellow shadows. Xiao Ming had just finished his evening ablutions and was about to extinguish the lamp to rest when a faint black shadow suddenly darted past the window so fast that it seemed like a mere illusion. A wisp of spiritual power gathered at his fingertips as he silently pressed his ear against the window paper, peering through the tiny crack. On the wall of the inn's rear courtyard stood two figures clad in black robes, their hoods concealing most of their faces except for a gruesome scar on the chin, the distinguishing mark of the soul-devouring sect disciples. Xiao Ming's heart grew cold. The soul-devouring sect had always survived by plundering others' spiritual power, their methods ruthless. He had crossed paths with them before in the Lingshu realm over a millennium spirit herb, but never imagined they would track him to the mortal realm. Instead of alerting the others immediately, he first wove a faint barrier of spiritual power around the room to prevent eavesdropping, then turned and knocked on the door of Sect Master Lingsong next door. "What is it?" Sect Master Lingsong opened the door, a jade flute already in his hand, a hint of wariness in his eyes. Having practiced sound attack arts for years, he was extremely sensitive to changes in the surrounding atmosphere and had long sensed something amiss. "The soul-devouring sect has arrived in the rear courtyard," Xiao Ming whispered. "We do not yet know their purpose, but judging by the numbers, there are at least 5 all at Golden Core midstage or higher." Sect Master Lingsong's fingertips moved, a faint blue light shimmering on his jade flute. "Should we awaken the others? Wait for now." Xiao Ming shook his head. "King Zhongquang's temper is short. If he learns these are old foes, he will likely rush out headfirst, thereby alerting the snakes. King Qi Yang is composed. Venerable G1 excels in plant-based formations, and Li Linger's spiritual arts, though weak, can detect fluctuations of spiritual energy. Let us first deliberate on a strategy, then notify them separately." The moment they reached an agreement, a loud crash echoed from downstairs, accompanied by the innkeeper's startled cries. Xiao Ming and Sect Master Lingsong exchanged a glance and immediately dashed downstairs toward the direction of King Zhongquang's room. Upon arrival, they found King Zhongquang's door split in half with chips scattered across the floor. He stood bare-chested, a cloth belt at his waist, gripping a massive axe infused with spiritual power as he glared savagely at the 3 robed figures before him. 2 disciples in black lay dead on the ground, their chests caved in, clearly having lost the breath of life. "Soul-devouring sect bastards, dare you come looking for trouble?" King Zhongquang roared, swinging his giant axe to unleash a golden wave of spiritual power straight at the lead black-robed figure. The black-robed leader clearly knew what he was doing. With a gentle shake of the Black Soul banner in his hand, countless tendrils of dark mist surged forth, blocking the spiritual slash. "King Zhongquang, long time no see." The black-robed leader's voice was raspy as if ground by sandpaper. "Last time in the Lingshu realm you escaped. This time in the mortal realm, where do you think you can run?" "Run? I've never known the meaning of the word dodge." King Zhongquang stepped forward, his spiritual power surging. "Last time I failed to wound you properly. This time, let us settle both old scores and new grudges." Just as the two were about to clash again, King Qi Yang and Venerable G1 arrived. King Qi Yang held a crimson longsword, its blade radiating scorching light. As soon as he appeared, the surrounding black mist was largely dispelled. Venerable G1, meanwhile, took a handful of flower seeds from his sleeve and casually scattered them on the ground. With a surge of spiritual power, thorny vines instantly sprouted, blocking the black-robed figure's retreat. "Brother Xiao Ming." Li Linger also ran over, her small face pale with fear, but she still summoned the strength to raise the rabbit-shaped lantern in her hand. Though its spiritual power was weak, it emitted a faint white light that illuminated the surrounding darkness. Are they the bad guys you mentioned?" Xiao Ming shielded Li Linger behind him, his gaze sweeping over the assembled black-robed figures. "The soul-devouring sect always acts according to profit. They would not have pursued us here without cause. What exactly do you want from us?" The black-robed leader sneered, drawing a black token from his robes. The token was carved with the character soul, surrounded by eerie patterns. "Our sect master has decreed that if you hand over the chaos spirit jade, this matter may be dropped today. Otherwise, the common folk of this mortal realm shall be buried with you." Chaos spirit jade. Xiao Ming frowned. It was a strange stone they had previously discovered in the ancient desert city, capable of absorbing the surrounding chaos chi. He never expected the soul-devouring sect to have noticed it. Moreover, the audacity to threaten mortal lives was despicable indeed. In your dreams, King Zhongquang could hold back, no longer swinging his giant axe again. We found that spirit jade through our own merits. Want to seize it? You'll have to get past me first. The black-robed leader wasted no more words. With a sweep of his soul banner, more dark mist poured out, transforming into grotesque soul beasts that pounced upon the group. Sect Master Lingsong immediately brought his jade flute to his lips. Clear melodious notes rang out, forming invisible sound waves that shattered the soul beasts one by one. Meanwhile, King Qiyang wielded his longsword, his figure like lightning. Each thrust carried scorching spiritual power aimed directly at the black-robed figure's vital points. Venerable Ji Wan, while maneuvering the vines to entangle the black-robed figures, shouted to Li Ling, "Little girl, use your lantern to reveal their weaknesses. These soul techniques are most vulnerable to pure spiritual power." Li Linger nodded, instantly channeling her spiritual power into the lantern. The white light grew more brilliant, forcing the black-robed figures to retreat and dissipating much of the dark mist. Xiao Ming, however, kept his eyes fixed on the black-robed leader. He could sense the other's cultivation at the early nascent soul stage, slightly higher than his own. But the opponent's soul arts relied heavily on the soul banner. If that banner were destroyed, the leader's strength would be greatly diminished. Secretly gathering his spiritual power, a faint blue light flickered at his fingertips. Seizing the moment when the black-robed leader's attention was diverted by King Zhongquang, he forcefully shot the spiritual energy outward. Puff! The blue light struck precisely the soul banner in the black-robed leader's hand. Instantly, a crack formed in the banner, and the dark mist became chaotic. The black-robed leader's expression changed. He never expected Xiao Ming to discern his weakness. Roaring in anger, he attempted to repair his soul banner, but King Zhongquang seized the opportunity, delivering a mighty axe blow to his shoulder. Blood instantly soaked through his black robes. Retreat. Knowing he would gain nothing today, the black-robed leader immediately shouted to the remaining disciples. The remaining black-robed figures, daring not to linger, turned to flee. However, they were ensnared by Venerable Ji Wan's vines, and ultimately dispatched one by one with a single sword strike from King Qiyang. Only the black-robed leader, relying on the last shred of his spiritual power, broke free from the vines, and transformed into a shadow that vanished into the night. King Zhongquang still wished to pursue, but Xiao Ming restrained him. "Do not chase. He is wounded and unlikely to return anytime soon. Moreover, we must protect the common folk in this, we cannot abandon our post." Only then did King Zhongquang halt, spitting resentfully. That bastard got away lucky. The innkeeper and his assistant, who had long been hiding behind the counter in terror, now cautiously emerged as the storm subsided. "Guests, are you all unharmed?" King Qiyang sheathed his long sword and offered the innkeeper a gentle smile. "Forgive our disturbance. We shall compensate you for any damages." The innkeeper hurriedly waved his hands. "No need, no need. You acted to protect us, we should be thanking you." The group returned to the second-floor private room. By now dawn was approaching, and a hint of pale white appeared outside the window. Li Linger sat in her chair, still trembling with residual fear, tightly clutching her lantern. "I never thought the soul-devouring sect members were so malicious, even resorting to threatening common people." Sect Master Lingsong took a sip of hot tea and spoke slowly. "The soul-devouring sect stops at nothing for power. Since they failed to obtain the Chaos Spirit Jade this time, they will surely return. We can no longer remain here. We must depart the mortal realm as soon as possible to avoid causing further trouble for its people." Xiao Ming nodded. "Indeed. We shall set out tomorrow. However, before we leave, we must first strengthen the defenses around this, and to prevent any retaliatory strikes from the soul-devouring sect." Venerable Ji Wan concurred. "I can plant certain warning flowers and herbs around the inn. Whenever spiritual fluctuations approach, they will issue an alarm." After finalizing their plans, everyone set to work. Venerable Ji Wan went to plant warning flora around the inn. King Qiyang assisted the innkeeper in repairing the damaged door. Sect Master Lingsong erected a soundwave barrier around the premises, and King Zhongquang stood guard to prevent any return attacks from the black-robed figures. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming stayed with Li Linger, comforting her frightened state of mind. By dawn, everything was in order. The area around the inn was filled with predictive plants, and a soundwave barrier enveloped the entire establishment. The group returned to their rooms, rested briefly for a few hours, then packed their belongings, preparing to depart the mortal realm. Upon leaving the inn, the owner and local residents came to see them off, pressing numerous provisions and local specialties into their hands. Li Linger looked at the people before her, her eyes growing slightly red. "The folks here are so kind. It's a pity we cannot stay longer." Xiao Ming patted her head, smiling. "If opportunity permits, we may return someday. Besides, our departure is also to protect them. That is the best gratitude we can offer." Bidding farewell to the locals, the group turned and made their way toward the teleportation array in the mortal realm. Sunlight bathed them, stretching their shadows long upon the ground. Although this journey through the mortal realm had encountered additional turmoil, due to the soul-devouring sect's appearance, it only strengthened their conviction that the path of letting go was not an escape, but rather moving forward according to one's heart, provided one's safeguards, companions, and original aspirations. Meanwhile, in the distant mountains and forests, the black-robed leader clutched his wound, his eyes dark with malice as he gazed in the direction of their departure. Xiao Ming, just wait. Next time we meet, I shall reduce your bones to ash. He drew a black communication talisman from his robes, crushed it, and a streak of black light shot skyward, heading towards the soul-devouring sect. A far greater crisis was quietly brewing. A far greater crisis was quietly brewing. The path out of the mortal realm proved far more winding than the group had anticipated. According to the intelligence they had gathered beforehand, the mortal realm's soul cross-realm teleportation array lay deep within the misty forest 100 li away. But when they reached the forest's edge, they discovered the signposts at the entrance had been maliciously destroyed, the once clear path swallowed by tangled vines, and a faint elusive scent of blood hanging in the air. Something's wrong. Xiao Ming halted, condensing a wisp of spiritual energy at his fingertip to probe the surroundings. The flow of spiritual energy in this forest is chaotic, as if someone has laid a formation here. Venerable Jijuan crouched down, brushing aside the fallen leaves underfoot. The moment his fingers met the soil, he frowned sharply. There's a residual soul arts aura in the earth. It's from the soul-devouring sect. They must have arrived here before us, deliberately wrecked the signposts, and set up traps. Hearing the words soul-devouring sect, the war-crazed god king instantly tightened his grip on his giant battle axe, a flash of fury passing through his eyes. These accursed wretches who never stop haunting us. Looks like we didn't hit them hard enough last time. Perfect chance to teach them another lesson. Don't be rash. The Crimson Sun God King pressed a hand on his shoulder, his gaze sweeping across the deep shadowy forest. The misty forest is already notorious for making travelers lose their way. Now that a formation has been layered over it, charging in blindly will only lead us into a trap. We need to locate the formation's eye first. Only by dismantling their traps can we approach the teleportation array. Meanwhile, Pavilion Master Lingsong produced a jade flute and began to play a soft melody. The clear melodious notes pierced through the mist among the trees. As the sound waves rippled outward, the surrounding trees trembled faintly, and a few withered yellow leaves drifted lazily to the ground. He tilted his head, listening intently for a moment, then spoke slowly. 300 paces to the east, there's a fluctuation of spiritual energy. That should be the first formation eye. But the soul arts aura there is the densest. I fear an ambush lies in wait. Li Linger clutched the rabbit-shaped flower lantern tightly in her hands. The white glow from the lantern had dimmed somewhat, yet it still strove valiantly to light the path ahead. Brother Xiao Ming, I can sense many fragmented soul shadows hidden in the mist. They seem to be watching us. It's so creepy. Xiao Ming patted her shoulder and spoke soothingly. Don't be afraid. We're all here. Try channeling your spiritual energy into the lantern and make the white light shine brighter. Pure spiritual energy can suppress the soul shadows, and it will also help us see the traps around us clearly. Li Linger nodded, drew a deep breath, and poured more spiritual energy into the lantern. As the white light flared abruptly, much of the surrounding mist was dispelled. The group could now see black runes faintly surfacing on the ground, linked together to form an enormous web. Step on them carelessly and a soul arts attack would almost certainly be triggered. Venerable Jijuan, we're counting on you. Xiao Ming turned to look at him. Your Floranwood formation art can counter soul arts. Can you find a way to break this formation? Venerable Jijuan drew a pouch of flower seeds from his sleeve and scattered them across the open ground ahead, infusing them with spiritual energy at the same time. The seeds sprouted with astonishing speed, growing into a patch of lush emerald clover, each leaf gleaming with a faint spiritual light. Wherever the clover spread, the black runes on the ground began to slowly fade, and the turbulent spiritual energy gradually settled into calm. This is demon-breaking grass, a herb specially designed to counter dark and evil arts. As Venerable Jijuan guided the clover deeper into the forest, he explained, but the formation laid by the soul-devouring sect is no simple matter. Demon-breaking grass can only suppress it temporarily. We must find all the formation eyes as soon as possible. Once they recover, we'll be in real trouble. The group followed the path carved out by the demon-breaking grass deeper into the woods. The fog thickened with every step, reducing visibility to less than 5 paces. Suddenly, an eerie laugh drifted out of the mist ahead. In the next instant, dozens of black soul shadows burst forth from the fog and lunged straight at Li Linger. They seemed especially wary of the lantern's white light, yet all the more desperate to destroy the soul source of illumination. Don't you dare harm her. The war-crazed god king charged forward first, his giant axe carving out a golden crescent of spiritual energy that instantly shattered the greater part of the soul shadows. Pavilion Master Lingsong immediately raised his jade flute to his lips, the sound waves condensing into invisible blades that cut down the remaining soul shadows one by one. But at that very moment, a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted from the west. Most of the demon-breaking grass that Venerable Jijuan had planted withered in an instant, and the black runes on the ground reignited with an even more blinding glow. Not good. Someone is breaking the suppression on the formation eyes. Venerable Jijuan's expression changed drastically. It's the soul-devouring sect. They've split into two groups. Xiao Ming made a decisive call, then we'll split into two groups as well. Pavilion Master Lingsong and I will head west to stop them from destroying the formation eyes. Crimson Sun God King and War-Crazed God King protect Li Linger. Venerable Jijuan, keep suppressing the traps with demon-breaking grass. We'll stay in contact through spiritual energy transmission and regroup as soon as we find the teleportation array. The group nodded and quickly split into two teams. Xiao Ming and Pavilion Master Lingsong raced westward. They hadn't gone far before they saw three black-robed men assaulting a colossal ancient tree. A faint spiritual glow emanated from the tree, marking it as one of the misty forest's natural formation eyes and the very anchor that kept the demon-breaking grass alive. Stop! Xiao Ming bellowed, blue light gathering at his fingertips as he shot it toward the black-robed figures. At the same moment, Pavilion Master Lingsong played his jade flute, the sound waves solidifying into a cyan blade of light that arced straight at the black-robed men. The three black-robed men clearly hadn't expected them to arrive so swiftly. They scrambled to turn around and defend, but their cultivation was only at the late golden core stage, nowhere near a match for Xiao Ming and Pavilion Master Lingsong. Within just a few exchanges, two of the black-robed men had their heart meridians shattered by the Pavilion Master's sound waves. The last one tried to flee, but a cord of spiritual energy whipped out by Xiao Ming snagged his ankle, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. Speak. How many people did your sect master dispatch? What's the condition of the teleportation array now? Xiao Ming stepped forward, his piercing gaze boring into the black-robed man on the ground. The black-robed man clenched his jaw and refused to say a word, yet a trace of black blood quietly seeped from the corner of his mouth. By the time Xiao Ming sensed something amiss, the man had already stopped breathing. He had swallowed the suicide poison pill reserved for death squad operatives long before. It seems the soul-devouring sect has truly gone all out this time. Pavilion Master Lingsong put away his jade flute, his expression turning grim. We need to reach the teleportation array at once. Should they have any trump cards left, we'll be in a tight spot. Without a moment's further delay, the two dashed toward the teleportation array. Along the way, they encountered several more waves of soul-devouring sect disciples, all suicide soldiers who had long since accepted their deaths. Though their strength was unimpressive, they were extraordinarily stubborn to shake off. When they finally reached the clearing where the teleportation array stood, the Crimson Sun God King and the War-Crazed God King were locked in fierce combat with a group of black-robed men. Venerable Jijuan, meanwhile, was shielding Li Ling, weaving a barrier of flora around the array to fend off Soul Art's attacks. The teleportation array in the clearing had already been destroyed by more than half. The crystals at the formation eyes lay shattered across the ground, and the once golden array inscriptions had turned dim and lifeless. The black-robed man at their head was none other than the early nascent soul stage leader who had escaped from the inn last time. He now clutched a black dagger stained with blood. Clearly he had just wounded someone. Xiao Ming, you're finally here. The war-crazed God King exhaled in relief at the sight of them. A gash so deep it exposed bone ran across his arm, blood streaming down the limb. This bastard caught me with a dirty trick, and now he's trying to destroy the teleportation array so we can never leave. The black-robed leader caught sight of Xiao Ming, a vicious gleam flashing through his eyes. Raising his dagger, he stabbed at the final formation eye of the teleportation array. Since you refuse to hand over the Chaos Spirit Jade, then we'll all remain trapped in this mortal realm. Let's see how you answer to your sect master for this. Dream on. Xiao Ming accelerated abruptly, spiritual energy surging violently around him as a blue shield of pure spiritual power materialized before the formation eye in the blink of an instant. The dagger struck the shield with a crisp ring. The impact sent the black-robed leader staggering back several steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Seizing the moment, Pavilion Master Lingsong played his jade flute, the sound waves transforming into countless fine needles that shot toward the black-robed leader. The Crimson Sun God King seized the opening, as well his crimson longsword blazing with scorching spiritual energy as he thrust straight at the enemy's chest. The black-robed leader tried to dodge, but the war-crazed God King's giant axe had already cut off his escape, leaving him no choice but to take the Crimson Sun God King's sword head-on. With a wet thud, the longsword impaled the black-robed man's chest. He stared down at the wound in disbelief, his dagger slipping from his grasp and clattering onto the ground. In his dying breath, he suddenly curled his lips into an eerie smile. You don't think you've won. The sect master has already sent an elder, waiting for you in the Heaven's Passage. You can't escape. As his voice faded, the black-robed leader's life faded with it, and he lay still. The group stared at his corpse, their expressions heavy. For the soul-devouring sect to dispatch even an elder, the allure of the Chaos Spirit Jade was clearly far greater than they had imagined. The journey through the heavens that lay ahead was bound to be anything but peaceful. Venerable Jijuan walked over to the teleportation array and examined it thoroughly. Frowning, he said, "3 of the array's formation eyes have shattered. We'll need to find new crystals to repair them. This will take at least half a day." What's more, with the ambush the black-robed man mentioned along the heavens passage, even after the array is repaired, we'll need to tread carefully when we leave. Let's focus on repairing the array first. Xiao Ming crouched down and picked up a fragment of the shattered formation eye crystal. There should be natural spirit crystals somewhere in the misty forest. We'll split up to search for them and gather back here in half an hour. Let's be as quick as we can. We don't need more surprises breeding trouble. The group immediately swung into action. Pavilion Master Lingsong and the Crimson Sun God King went deep into the forest to search for spirit crystals, while the war-crazed God King stood guard. Venerable Jijuan stayed by the teleportation array to cleanse the lingering soul arts aura. Xiao Ming meanwhile remained with Li Linger, helping her replenish her spiritual energy. She had consumed far too much while fending off the soul shadows, and her face had turned pale. "Brother Xiao Ming, where do we go next?" Li Linger leaned against a tree trunk and asked in a small voice. "That elder of the soul-devouring sect sounds really formidable. Can we defeat him?" Xiao Ming gently ruffled her hair and smiled. "Don't worry. We have so many companions here. Even if we run into an elder, we can put our heads together and find a way. As for where we go next, once we leave the mortal realm, we'll find a safe world to rest and recover. Along the way, we'll also figure out what secret the Chaos Spirit Jade truly holds. We can't just keep letting the soul-devouring sect chase us around endlessly." Li Linger and nodded, her eyes once again blazing with resolve. I'll cultivate diligently too. From now on, I won't just hide behind you all. I'll be able to fight alongside everyone." Half an hour later, Pavilion Master Lingsong and the Crimson Sun God King returned with the spirit crystals they had found. Venerable Jijuan immediately set to work repairing the teleportation array, embedding the crystals into the formation eyes and infusing them with spiritual energy to reactivate it. With a burst of golden light, the once dim array inscriptions blazed back to life, and the teleportation array finally resumed operation. "Good, let's go, quickly." Venerable Jijuan wiped the sweat from his brow. The array has only just been repaired and is unstable. It will last no more than half an hour. The group wasted no further time stepping into the array one after another. As the golden light enveloped their figures, Xiao Ming cast one final glance back at the misty forest. This forest that had once concealed deadly secrets had in the end failed to hold them back. But he knew all too well in his heart that this was not the end. The soul-devouring sect elders' ambush along the heavens passage, the secret behind the Chaos Spirit Jade, and the unknown realms that still lay ahead. This so-called easy journey across the heavens had clearly transformed from a quest for carefree ease into a trial to overcome crisis. Yet as long as his companions were still at his side, he had the confidence to press on no matter how thorn-ridden the road ahead might be. The golden light dispersed, and the teleportation array fell silent once more. At the other end of the heavens passage, a figure draped in a black robe stood amid the drifting clouds, a string of black soul beads clutched in his hand. A cold, sinister light flickered deep within his eyes as he waited silently for the arrival of Xiao Ming and his party. An even greater storm was about to break. The golden light of the teleportation array had yet to fully dissipate when a bone-chilling cold surged forth. Within the myriad heavens passage, clouds churned endlessly, obscuring the sky. The spatial energies that should have flowed steadily now violently convulsed like boiling water, while wisps of black soul chi coiled through the air, the unmistakable aura of the soul-devouring sect's sinister arts. "Watch out!" Xiao Ming had barely stepped out of the teleportation array when he sensed something amiss. Instantly, he shielded Li Linger behind him as a pale blue spiritual energy barrier formed around his body. The moment his words fell, a black soul whip lashed out from the clouds, whistling through the air as it tore straight toward War God Sovereign's back. War God Sovereign reacted with lightning speed, raising his giant axe to block. A sharp clang rang out as the soul whip coiled around the blade, black soul chi spreading along the axe in an attempt to erode his spiritual energy. A mere trick. War God Sovereign bellowed, golden spiritual energy erupting wildly as he dispelled the soul chi in an instant. With a mighty yank, he dragged the hidden figure out from the clouds. It was an old man clad in a deep black robe, gaunt of face with hollowed eyes. In his hand, he held a soul staff riddled with cracks, the soul-devouring sect elder mentioned by the black-robed leader before his death. His cultivation had already reached the late nascent soul stage, far stronger than any of them had anticipated. As expected of War God Sovereign, "You do possess some brutish strength," the elder sneered, tapping his soul staff lightly. The surrounding clouds instantly condensed into dozens of soul arrows, all shooting toward the group. "But what a pity. Today, all of you will die here in the myriad heavens passage. The Chaos Spirit Jade will in the end belong to my soul-devouring sect. Pavilion Master Ling Song raised his jade flute at once, and a clear melodious note pierced through the air. The sound wave materialized into an azure barrier deflecting the soul arrows. Yet the elder's soul arts were far more refined than the black-robed man's earlier. The soul arrows dissolved into black mist upon striking the barrier, seeping through its gaps and creeping toward Li Linger's garments. Use the demon-dispelling herb. Venerable Extreme Scroll barked, hastily scattering seeds on the ground. Unlike its sluggish growth in the misty forest this time, he poured most of his spiritual energy into the seeds. The demon-dispelling herb shot up to half a man's height in an instant, its leaves blazing with spiritual light that purified the invasive black mist and even spread toward the elder. Insufferable weeds. The elder frowned, waving his soul staff. A jet-black soul flame surged toward the demon-dispelling herb. But the demon-dispelling herb was inherently attuned to counter evil arts. The moment the soul flame touched its leaves, it sizzled and died out, only causing the herb's spiritual radiance to burn even brighter. Seizing the opportunity, Crimson Sun God King drew his crimson sword, its scorching spiritual energy transforming into a fiery dragon that lunged straight at the elder's face. Your opponent is me. Unhurried, the elder summoned thick black soul chi on his staff, condensing it into a soul shield that absorbed the fiery dragon's assault. The two clashed in an instant, shockwaves from their spiritual energy collision, sending the surrounding clouds into violent frenzy. War God Sovereign's hands itched at the sight. Hefting his giant axe, he moved to help, but Xiao Ming blocked him. Don't act rashly. He's deliberately draining our spiritual energy. Look at his soul arts. Every strike carries the effect of devouring spiritual energy. Once you're caught up in it, you'll only grow more passive. His words had just faded when Crimson Sun God King let out a muffled groan. The soul staff swept across his shoulder, black soul chi instantly wrapping around his arm and burrowing into his spiritual meridians. Crimson Sun God King turned pale, hurriedly circulating his spiritual energy to suppress the invasion. But the elder seized the opening and kicked him square in the chest, sending him staggering backward. Crimson Sun, War God Sovereign roared, unable to restrain himself any longer. His giant axe unleashed a golden spiritual energy slash aimed at the elder's back. The elder was forced to turn and defend, granting Crimson Sun God King a moment of respite. He swiftly popped a healing pill into his mouth, his complexion easing slightly. This cannot go on. Pavilion Master Ling Song blew on his jade flute, using sound waves to disrupt the elder's soul arts, and spoke to Xiao Ming. His soul arts rely on the soul staff as a medium. If we destroy it, his strength will drop by at least 3/10. But he guards it too closely. We won't get a chance to get near. Xiao Ming nodded, his gaze falling upon the chaos spirit jade in his arms. Since entering the myriad heavens passage, this once dormant strange stone had begun to grow faintly warm, its surface shimmering with a soft glow as if sensing something. Perhaps we can try the jade, he suddenly said, retrieving the chaos spirit jade. The moment it appeared, the elder's eyes blazed with fanatical greed. He wielded his soul staff with renewed urgency, his attacks growing ever fiercer. The chaos spirit jade. Give it to me. You want it? Then let's see if you have the skill to take it. Xiao Ming's eyes turned sharp, and he poured his spiritual energy into the jade. To his surprise, the jade absorbed his spiritual energy in an instant. The flowing light on its surface grew even more radiant, and a pale golden beam emanated from within, shooting toward the surrounding black soul chi. Up! The moment the golden light touched the soul chi, the elder let out a piercing scream. The black soul chi on his staff dispersed by half in an instant, and his face turned deathly pale. This is impossible. How could the chaos spirit jade possess the power to purify soul chi? Xiao Ming was equally stunned. He had merely intended to test the jade's reaction, never expecting such a miraculous effect. It seemed the secrets of this jade ran far deeper than they had imagined. It appears you won't be getting it today after all, Xiao Ming said, gripping the jade tightly as golden light surged once more and blasted toward the elder. The elder was scared out of his wits and turned to flee. But War God Sovereign had already sealed off his escape, swinging his giant axe to send a golden spiritual energy slash crashing into the elder's back. The elder spat out a mouthful of blood. With a clatter, the soul staff fell to the ground, where Venerable Extreme Scroll's demon-dispelling herb instantly ensnared it. A flash of spiritual light, and the staff crumbled to ash. With his staff lost, the elder's strength plummeted, his earlier arrogance gone entirely. He turned to beg for mercy, but Crimson Sun God King's crimson sword pierced through his heart. In his dying moments, he stared fixedly at the chaos spirit jade in Xiao Ming's hand, his eyes filled with reluctance and greed. The sect master will not forgive you. As the elder perished, the surrounding black soul chi gradually dispersed, and the spatial energies within the myriad heavens passage settled back into calm. The group finally let out sighs of relief and leaned against the stone walls to rest. Each of them bore wounds of varying severity, especially Crimson Sun God King, whose shoulder still carried a faint black mark despite the soul chi having been suppressed. This chaos spirit jade truly helped us immensely. Pavilion Master Lingsong looked at the jade in Xiao Ming's hand, curiosity brimming in his eyes. When we found it in the desert ancient city, it didn't react anything like this. Why does it suddenly possess purification power the moment it encounters soul arts? Xiao Ming was also puzzled. He studied the jade closely and noticed that the flowing light on its surface seemed brighter than before, with faint intricate patterns visible swirling within. Perhaps its power requires specific conditions to activate, he guessed. What we encountered before were ordinary spiritual energy attacks, but this time it was soul arts, which happened to trigger its purification ability. Venerable Extreme Scroll stepped forward and cautiously touched the jade, immediately withdrawing his hand. The chaos chi contained within is much denser than before, and there's also a trace of pure spiritual energy added, as though it absorbed and converted the soul chi from earlier. No matter what, we owe this victory to it. War God Sovereign clapped Xiao Ming on the shoulder and laughed heartily. With this treasure in hand, the next time we run into those soul-devouring sect scum, we'll beat them to a pulp. Li Linger also came closer, gazing at the jade with wonder. Brother Xiao Ming, this jade is amazing. Does this mean we don't have to be afraid of the soul-devouring sect anymore? Xiao Ming smiled and shook his head. We can't let our guard down. The soul-devouring sect has already sent an elder. Even more formidable foes are bound to come next. Besides, we still don't know all the jade's secrets. If other powers catch wind of it, we'll only land in deeper trouble. Everyone nodded in agreement, understanding Xiao Ming's reasoning. Across the myriad worlds, experts were as numerous as clouds, and a treasure like the Chaos Spirit Jade could only attract more covetous eyes. What they needed most now was to find a safe realm to recuperate, uncover the Jade's secrets, and enhance their own strength. It looks like there's a temporary rest stop up ahead. Crimson Sun God King suddenly spoke, pointing toward a patch of light ahead in the passage. I can sense stable spiritual energy fluctuations there. It should be a temporary rest stop, opened by other cultivators. Let's recover there before deciding where to go next. The group gathered their belongings and headed toward the light. The closer they drew, the more distinctly they felt the warm spiritual energy, and they could even faintly hear voices. When they arrived, they found it to be a temporary cave dwelling constructed with spiritual energy. Outside stood two cultivators in green Taoist robes resembling disciples of some sect. Which realm do you all hail from? One of the cultivators stepped forward to inquire, a hint of wariness in his eyes. After all, in the myriad heavens passage, strangers were always full of unknowns. Xiao Ming stepped forward with a warm smile. We've just come from the mortal realm, and were ambushed by the soul-devouring sect. We'd like to rest here temporarily. Would that be possible? At the mention of this soul-devouring sect, the two cultivators' expressions changed immediately, their eyes now tinged with sympathy. So you ran into those soul-devouring sect people. Please come in. Our sect also has a grudge against them. It's no small feat that you managed to escape with your lives. The group followed the cultivators inside and found numerous other cultivators within, hailing from various realms, most of them hiding from the soul-devouring sect's pursuit. At the center of the cave dwelling blazed a massive bonfire surrounded by several stone tables with the aroma of medicinal pills and food wafting through the air. Please have a seat. I'll fetch some healing pills and rations for you, one of the cultivators said warmly before heading toward the depths of the cave dwelling. The group settled around the stone table, finally able to rest in peace. Li Linger leaned against Xiao Ming and soon fell asleep, evidently exhausted from the previous battle. War God Sovereign and Crimson Sun God King discussed the recent battle, reviewing its lessons. Venerable Extreme Scroll studied the patterns on the jade, while Pavilion Master Lingsong leaned against the stone wall with closed eyes, restoring his spiritual energy. Xiao Ming looked at his companions, then at the Chaos Spirit Jade in his hand, resolve burning in his eyes. Though the road ahead remained fraught with the unknown and danger, as long as they were together, they could overcome even the greatest trials. This chaotic journey across the heavens might be even more lively than he had expected, but perhaps that was precisely what made it so full of unexpected experiences. Meanwhile, in the myriad heavens passage outside the cave dwelling, a black figure streaked silently by, racing toward the soul-devouring sect's lair. Clutched in his hand was a transmission talisman, its paper clearly inscribed. Xiao Ming and his group carry the Chaos Spirit Jade and have arrived at the temporary cave dwelling in the myriad heavens passage. Request the sect master to dispatch stronger forces. A new crisis was quietly brewing. The campfire in the temporary cave dwelling crackled softly, its warmth dispelling the chill of the myriad heavens passage. Xiao Ming had just accepted the healing pill offered by a green-robed cultivator when a familiar voice called out from behind him, tinged with surprise. Brother Xiao Ming, it really is you. He turned around and saw a handsome young man in a purple Taoist robe striding toward him, a jade pendant carved with the character Yun hanging at his waist. It was Lin Xingxuan, a disciple of the Yunyao sect whom he had met earlier in the Lingshu realm. The two had once explored an ancient ruin together before being separated by sect affairs. Unexpectedly, they were reunited here in a temporary cave dwelling along the myriad heavens passage. Brother Lin, why are you here? Xiao Ming rose to greet him, astonishment shining in his eyes. Lin Qingxian smiled and clapped him on the shoulder. Don't even mention it. Our sect discovered a soul-art altar near the myriad heavens passage and suspected it was a soul-devouring sect stronghold, so I was sent to investigate. But the moment I got close, I walked into their ambush and could only take shelter here for now. What about you, though? How did you come here from the mortal realm, and how did you end up in a conflict with the soul-devouring sect? Xiao Ming briefly recounted how they had been attacked in the mortal realm and had fought an elder at the myriad heavens passage. After listening, Lin Xingxuan's expression grew grave. It seems the soul-devouring sect has been quite busy lately. Not only did they set an ambush in the mortal realm, but they dared to move against you in the myriad heavens passage. By the way, is there something they're after on you? Otherwise, given the soul-devouring sect's nature, they wouldn't hound you so relentlessly. Xiao Ming hesitated for a moment, then took out the chaos spirit jade. The moment the jade appeared, many cultivators in the cave dwelling cast curious glances at it. Lin Xingxuan's pupils contracted sharply. He stared at the jade for a long time before speaking in a shocked voice. Could this be the legendary chaos spirit jade? Brother Lin, you recognize it? Xiao Ming's heart stirred. Until now, they had never known the jade's origin, but Lin Qingxian seemed to know something. Lin Qingxian nodded and lowered his voice. I've read about it in our sect's ancient records. The chaos spirit jade is a miraculous stone left over from the creation of heaven and earth. It can absorb primordial chaos qi and purify all dark and sinister forces, which makes it the perfect counter to the soul-devouring sect's soul arts. The ancient records also say that the jade hides a secret. If one finds its matching Hongmeng stone, it can open the gate to the chaos secret realm within, which lies an opportunity enough to let a cultivator break through their cultivation realm. At these words, not only Xiao Ming, but also Pavilion Master Ling Song and Divine King Qiang, who stood nearby, showed looks of astonishment. They had only known that the jade could purify soul qi. They never imagined it hid such a momentous secret. No wonder the soul-devouring sect was so persistent. Then where is the Hongmeng stone? Divine King Zhan Kuang could not help asking, his eyes blazing with excitement. The opportunity to break through his cultivation realm was an irresistible temptation to him. Lin Qingxian gave a bitter smile. The ancient text only says the Hongmeng stone is in the Starfall realm, but it does not record its exact location. Moreover, the Starfall realm is perpetually shrouded in meteor storms and extremely dangerous, very few cultivators dare to go there. Xiao Ming nodded thoughtfully and put the jade away. No wonder the soul-devouring sect refused to let go. They want to gather both the Chaos Spirit Jade and the Hongmeng Stone to open the Chaos Secret Realm. Just then a commotion suddenly broke out outside the cave dwelling. A green-robed cultivator rushed in panicked. Bad news. The soul-devouring sect has caught up, and they've brought quite a few experts with them. The cave dwelling is already surrounded. Everyone's face changed drastically. Xiao Ming stood up at once. Brother Lin, how strong is this cave dwelling's defense? Is there another exit? Lin Qingxian shook his head. The cave dwelling has only one main entrance. The defensive formation was set up hastily and won't hold against the soul-devouring sect's experts at all. We need to find a way to break out quickly. If we wait until they breach the formation, we'll be sitting ducks. Pavilion Master Lingsong walked to the entrance of the cave dwelling and peered through a gap. When he returned, his expression was solemn. There are at least 20 black-robed men outside. Their leader is a white-haired old man whose cultivation is probably at the early spirit transformation stage, far stronger than the elder we faced before. Spirit transformation stage. Divine King Qiang frowned. Among us, the highest cultivation is only mid-nascent soul stage. We're no match for him. A head-on fight definitely won't work. We need to think of a plan. Venerable Ji once suddenly spoke up. I just planted some warning flowers around the cave dwelling that can sense spiritual energy fluctuations. I found a spatial rift about 50 paces behind the cave dwelling. It's not large, but it's wide enough for us to slip through. However, I have no idea what lies on the other side. Wherever it leads, it's better than being surrounded by the soul-devouring sect. Divine King Zhan Kuang said at once. Let's move now before they break the formation. Xiao Ming nodded and made the decision on the spot. Brother Lin, will you come with us? Lin Qingxian answered without hesitation. Of course. I hold a grudge against the soul-devouring sect anyway, and I also know something about the Starfall realm. Perhaps I can help you find the Hongmeng stone. Without further delay, the group followed Venerable Ji, one who led the way toward the rear of the cave dwelling. They had not gone far when a thunderous boom rang out from the front. The cave dwelling's defensive formation had been broken. The white-haired old man's voice came through vicious and cold. Xiao Ming, stop hiding. Hand over the Chaos Spirit Jade obediently, and I might still grant you a quick death. Divine King Zhan Kuang could not help but want to turn back, but Xiao Ming held him down. Ignore him. Find the spatial rift first. Soon the group spotted the spatial rift Venerable Ji one had mentioned, a black fissure about half a meter wide. The space around it distorted and exuding a dangerous aura. Venerable Ji-Wan stepped forward and tossed an evil-repelling herb into the rift. After confirming nothing was amiss, he said, "We can go now. Hold on to one another tightly, and don't let the spatial currents scatter us." Li Linger clutched Xiao Ming's hand tightly. Pavilion Master Lingsong and Divine King Qi Yang guarded the flanks. Divine King Zhan Kuang took the rear, and Lin Qingxian stayed beside Venerable Ji-Wan. One by one they slipped into the spatial rift. The moment they entered the rift, a powerful pulling force seized them. Darkness surrounded them, and all they could hear was the howling of spatial currents. "Everyone steady. Don't let go," Xiao Ming shouted, pouring spiritual energy into his palms as he gripped Li Linger's and Pavilion Master Lingsong's hands. After what seemed like an eternity, a light suddenly appeared ahead. The group felt a flash of dizziness and then tumbled to the ground. When they came to their senses, they found themselves in a strange forest. The trees here were hundreds of feet tall with lush canopies, and the air was thick with rich spiritual energy, far richer than in the mortal realm or the Lingxi realm. "Where is this?" Li Linger rubbed her sore knee and looked around curiously. Lin Qingxian rose to his feet, swept his gaze across the surroundings, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "I know. This is the Qinglan realm. Our sect's ancient records describe it as a realm renowned for its dense spiritual energy, filled with rare spirit herbs and demon beasts, and it's very close to the Starfall realm." "The Qinglan realm." Xiao Ming was delighted. "Perfect. We can rest and recuperate here, gather some spirit herbs and resources, and prepare for the Starfall realm." Everyone nodded. After the jostling of the spatial rift and the soul-devouring sect's pursuit, they truly needed a good rest. Venerable Ji-Wan, unable to contain himself, dashed eagerly into the forest. Before long, he returned carrying several rare spirit herbs, his face brimming with excitement. "The quality of the spirit herbs here is incredible. They're even better than what I found in the Hualing realm." Divine King Zhan Kuang also rubbed his hands together eagerly. "Since there are demon beasts around, that gives me a chance to stretch my limbs and collect some demon cores to boost my strength." Pavilion Master Lingsong meanwhile walked beneath a great tree, closed his eyes, and felt the spiritual energy around him. He said slowly, "The spiritual energy here is very pure. It's suitable for cultivation. Let's first find a safe place to set up a temporary camp, then split into groups." Everyone divided their tasks and worked together. Divine King Zhan Kuang and Divine King Qi Yang went to survey the surroundings and find a safe campsite. Of Venerable Ji-Wan and Lin Qingxian went to gather spirit herbs and resources, as Xiao Ming stayed with Li Linger to cultivate nearby. She had consumed too much spiritual energy earlier and needed to recover as soon as possible. By dusk, the group had set up camp beside a lake. Divine King Zhan Kuang had also hunted down a first-order demon beast and roasted a large slab of meat, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. Lin Qingxuan, for his part, took several bottles of fine wine from his storage pouch and said with a smile, "This is Qingyun brew, a specialty of our Yumiao sect. It has no spiritual energy, but it tastes quite good. Everyone have a try." The group sat in a circle around the campfire, eating roasted meat, drinking wine, and discussing their plans for the days ahead. Li Linger leaned against Xiao Ming, nibbling at the roasted meat with a contented look on her face. "This place is wonderful. There's good food and such dense spiritual energy. It's so much more comfortable than the misty forest." Xiao Ming nodded with a smile. "Once we've rested and recovered, we'll head to the Starfall realm to find the Hongming stone. But the Starfall realm is dangerous, so we must all cultivate hard during this time and raise our strength, so we won't be caught unprepared when danger comes." Lin Qingxian added, "The meteor storms in the Starfall realm calm down once every 3 days, and that is the only time it can be entered. Moreover, there are many powerful demon beasts within, and even spies from the soul-devouring sect. We must be extremely cautious." Everyone voiced their agreement, and the atmosphere around the campfire gradually grew lighter. Though the road ahead remained full of danger, reuniting with an old friend and finding a new direction gave each of them renewed confidence. Late into the night, everyone returned to their tents to rest. Xiao Ming stood by the lake, gazing up at the stars in the night sky, the chaos spirit jade held in his hand. The jade gave off a faint glow in the darkness, as if responding to something. He knew that finding the Hongming stone and opening the chaos secret realm might bring even greater dangers, but as long as his companions were still by his side, he had the courage to keep going. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Qinglan realm, a white-clad figure stood there. It was the white-haired old man who had been hunting them. He stared in the direction where Xiao Ming and his companions had vanished, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. "Xiao Ming, even if you flee to the Qinglan realm, you won't escape my grasp. In the end, the chaos spirit jade belongs to my soul-devouring sect." With that, he turned and vanished into the night. A new chase was about to begin in the Qinglan realm. In the early morning of the Qinglan realm, a thin mist shrouded the lakeside camp, while crisp birdsong echoed through the woods. Xiao Ming rose early, sat cross-legged by the lake, and circulated his spiritual power to absorb the pure spiritual energy around him. The chaos spirit jade lay in his palm. As his spiritual power flowed, shimmering light flickered slowly across its surface. Occasionally a wisp of chaos chi seeped into his meridians, making his spiritual power increasingly condensed. Brother Xiao Ming, you're up early. Lin Qingxian walked over holding 2 freshly picked spirit fruits. These are Qingxi fruits unique to the Qinglan realm. They can quickly restore spiritual power. Try one. Xiao Ming took the fruit and bit into it. The sweet, refreshing juice spread across his mouth as a gentle surge of spiritual power flowed through his body. Thank you, Brother Lin. He smiled and nodded. You're looking well. Did your cultivation bear fruit last night? Indeed it did. Lin Qingxian sat down beside him. The spiritual energy of the Qinglan realm is even richer than I imagined. I've been stuck at the early nascent soul stage for half a year, but last night I faintly sensed signs of a breakthrough. By the way, God King Zhanquang and God King Qi Yang went deep into the forest at dawn to hunt demon beasts, saying they wanted to collect inner cores for body refinement. Venerable Jijuan has also gone to look for spirit herbs, and said he would refine some foundation-nourishing pills for Li Linger. As they were talking, Li Linger came out of her tent rubbing her eyes. Seeing them, she ran over with a smile. Brother Xiao Ming, Brother Lin, what are you talking about? We were talking about refining pills for you. Xiao Ming patted her head. Would you like to cultivate with me today? Your spirit arts favor purity, so cultivating in the Qinglan realm should bring you faster progress. Li Linger's eyes lit up, and she nodded vigorously. Yes, I want to get stronger quickly, so I can help everyone fight in the future. Over the following days, everyone cultivated peacefully in the Qinglan realm. God King Zhanquang went deep into the forest every day to hunt demon beasts. Under the effects of demon beast inner cores and healing pills, his wounds gradually healed, and his spiritual power grew more profound, showing faint signs of a breakthrough to the mid-nascent soul stage. God King Qiang meanwhile cultivated while studying his swordsmanship. Nourished by spiritual energy, his crimson longsword shone ever more brightly. Venerable Jijuan gathered a large number of rare spirit herbs. Not only did he refine pills for Li Linger, but he also prepared a bottle of spiritual power-boosting potion for each of the others. Pavilion Master Ling Tsang often played his jade flute in the woods, and with the support of the pure spiritual energy, his sound attack art grew even more powerful. Xiao Ming showed the most obvious progress. Nourished by the spiritual energy of the Qinglan realm, the chaos spirit jade would occasionally release a wisp of chaos chi that merged into his meridians. Though this chaos chi seemed faint, its tempering effect was extremely powerful. Not only did it make Xiao Ming's spiritual power far more refined than that of cultivators at the same level, it also gave him a new understanding of the Tao of lying flat. The so-called lying flat was not about running from everything, but about steadily improving oneself, while following one's heart, meeting all changes with an unchanging mind. One afternoon, while Xiao Ming was cultivating by the lake with Li Linger, he suddenly sensed an abnormal fluctuation of spiritual power. The fluctuation was extremely subtle. Had his spiritual power not been tempered by chaos chi into exceptional keenness, he would never have noticed it. Linger, stop cultivating and come with me. Xiao Ming immediately took Li Linger by the hand and headed toward the source of the spiritual power fluctuation. The two of them slipped quietly into the depths of the forest. Soon they saw a dark figure hiding behind a tree, clutching a message talisman, seemingly transmitting information to the outside world. The figure's attire and aura unmistakably marked him as a member of the soul-devouring sect. A spy from the soul-devouring sect. Li Linger whispered, her eyes full of vigilance. Xiao Ming motioned for her to stay quiet, quietly circled behind the spy, gathered a thread of spiritual power at his fingertip, and subdued him in one sudden motion. Speak. Who sent you? How long have you been here? He demanded harshly. The spy struggled, trying to resist, but Xiao Ming's spiritual power bound him firmly, leaving him completely unable to move. Seeing that he could not break free, a fierce glint flashed in the spy's eyes, and he tried to bite through the poison pill hidden in his teeth. But Xiao Ming was already on guard. He gripped the man's chin and stopped him cold. Don't think about killing yourself. Xiao Ming stared at him with piercing eyes. If you confess honestly, I may spare your life. But if you dare hide anything, I have plenty of ways to make you talk. The spy's face turned pale. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke. I was sent by the white-haired elder. He told me to keep an eye on your movements. The moment I discovered you were about to leave the Qinglan realm, I was to send him a message immediately. Where is the white-haired elder now? Xiao Ming pressed. He is waiting at the entrance to the Qinglan realm, and he brought quite a few disciples. He said he would wait until you finished cultivating and then make his move to seize the chaos spirit jade. The spy said in a trembling voice. Xiao Ming's heart tightened. He had not expected the white-haired elder to be so patient, guarding the entrance the entire time, waiting for them to walk right into the trap. Besides the white-haired elder, are there any other experts? And no, none. The white-haired elder said that with his early spirit transformation stage cultivation, he is more than enough to deal with you. There was no need to send anyone else. The spy answered hastily. After confirming that the man had not concealed anything, Xiao Ming knocked him unconscious, hid him in a nearby cave, and then returned to camp with Li Linger. When they returned to camp, God King Zhanquang and the others had also just come back. Xiao Ming recounted his encounter with the soul-devouring sect spy, and everyone's expression turned grim. That white-haired old ghost is certainly patient, actually waiting for us at the entrance all this time. God King Zhangquang snorted angrily. Why don't we go find him right now and fight it out with him? No. God King Qiyang objected immediately. The white-haired elder is after all at the early spirit transformation stage. Even if we join forces, we may not be his match. A head-on fight would only put us at a disadvantage. Brother Qiyang is right. Lin Qingxian nodded. Our current strength is still insufficient. It would be best to cultivate for a few more days, wait until everyone is fully prepared, and then find a way to leave the Qinglan realm. Pavilion Master Ling Song pondered for a moment and said, I have an idea. To the west of the Qinglan realm lies the Miwu Valley. It is shrouded in dense fog all year round, and its spatial fluctuations are chaotic, making it the perfect place to hide our traces. We can move to the Miwu Valley first and continue cultivating. Once the white-haired elder thinks we have left and lets down his guard, we can take the opportunity to leave the Qinglan realm through another exit and head to the Yunqing realm. Everyone agreed that this was a good idea. That evening they packed up their belongings and set out for the Miwu Valley. To avoid being discovered by the soul-devouring sect spies, they deliberately took a remote path. Along the way they were extremely cautious and avoided many demon beasts and cultivators. After 4 hours of travel, they finally arrived at the Miwu Valley. As expected, the valley was filled with thick fog. Of visibility was less than 3 paces, and the air carried a faint dampness. Venerable Jizhuan stepped forward first and planted warning flowers around the perimeter to prevent surprise attacks. The spatial fluctuations here really are chaotic. Even my spiritual power detection is affected. Xiao Ming sensed the surrounding environment and nodded with satisfaction. Let's set up camp here and continue cultivating. The others immediately set to work and quickly built a temporary camp. God King Zhangquang and God King Qiang stood guard, while Venerable Jizhuan arranged a grass and wood formation around the camp to further strengthen their defenses. In the following days, everyone cultivated peacefully in the Miwu Valley. Although the spatial fluctuations in the Miwu Valley were chaotic, they did not affect the absorption of spiritual energy. In fact, the spiritual energy here was even richer than by the lake. God King Zhangquang finally broke through to the mid-nascent soul stage. His spiritual power surged, and with each swing of his giant axe he could cleave through the surrounding fog. God King Qiang's swordsmanship also became ever more exquisite. His crimson longsword could leave an afterimage in the thick fog at a shocking speed. With the aid of pills and pure spiritual energy, Li Linger's spirit arts also improved considerably. The white light released by her flower lantern could not only illuminate the dense fog, but also form a protective barrier against demon beast attacks. Xiao Ming gained the most. Under the influence of the chaotic spatial fluctuations in the Miwu Valley, the Chaos Spirit Jade released more Chaos Qi than before. He took the opportunity to circulate his spiritual power and absorb all of that Chaos Qi. Not only did his spiritual power rise again, but he also faintly touched the barrier to the late nascent soul stage. One day while Xiao Ming was cultivating, he suddenly felt the Chaos Spirit Jade trembling violently, its flowing light becoming exceptionally brilliant. His heart stirred, and he opened his eyes at once. To his surprise, the jade was flashing toward the depths of the Miwu Valley. What's going on? Lin Qingxian and the others had also sensed the abnormality and gathered around. Xiao Ming held the jade, sensing the guidance emanating from it, and said thoughtfully, it seems to be guiding us to the depths of the Miwu Valley. Perhaps something there is connected to it. Could it be a trap? Li Linger asked, a little worried. It's possible. God King Qiang nodded. But it might also be that the jade has sensed the aura of the primordial stone. After all, the primordial stone and the Chaos Spirit Jade have always complemented each other. Perhaps they can sense one another. After a brief discussion, everyone decided to go to the depths of the Miwu Valley and find out what was there. God King Zhangquang and God King Qiyang took the lead. Pavilion Master Ling Song and Venerable Jizhuan guarded the flanks, while Xiao Ming walked in the middle, with Li Linger and Lin Xingxuan advancing cautiously toward the depths of the Miwu Valley. The deeper they went, the thicker the fog became, and the spatial fluctuations grew even more chaotic. Suddenly a faint light came from the fog ahead, and the Chaos Spirit Jade trembled even more violently. There's something up ahead. God King Zhangquang called out in a low voice, gripping his giant axe tightly. Everyone quickened their pace and walked toward the source of the light. Soon they saw a huge black boulder lying on the ground. Its surface was covered with intricate patterns, and it gave off a faint primordial aura. It was exactly the primordial stone they had been searching for. It really is the primordial stone, Lin Qingxian said excitedly. I never imagined we would find it deep in the Miwu Valley. Xiao Ming stepped forward and placed the Chaos Spirit Jade on the primordial stone. The two streams of light instantly intertwined, forming a dazzling pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. The thick fog around them was dispelled by the pillar, and the spatial fluctuations gradually calmed. Just then a violent fluctuation of spiritual power suddenly came from outside the Miwu Valley, and an aged voice called out in fury, Xiao Ming, So you really are here. Hand over the Chaos Spirit Jade and the Primordial Stone now. It was the white-haired elder. He had actually found them here. The instant the pillar of light tore through the mist, the white-haired elder's figure had already appeared at the valley mouth. His black robe flapped loudly in the turbulent currents as the oppressive aura of an early spirit transformation cultivator surged in like a tide, leaving everyone breathless. He stared at the overlapping Chaos Spirit Jade and Hongming Stone in Xiao Ming's hands, greed and madness burning in his eyes. Heaven is helping me. To think I would live to see the twin stones resonate. This time every opportunity in the Chaos Secret Realm belongs to my soul-devouring sect. The war-mad God King abruptly stepped forward, planting his giant axe on the ground as golden spiritual energy shot into the sky to barely withstand the oppressive pressure. Old fiend, don't even dream of it. The Spirit Jade and the Hongming Stone were ours first. Want to snatch them? You'll have to go through me. A mere mid-nascent soul-stage cultivator like you dares to spout nonsense in front of me. The white-haired elder sneered. He raised his right hand and black soul Qi condensed into a soul blade several zhang long, slashing down at the war-mad God King. Wherever the soul blade passed, the air hissed as it was corroded, and even the nearby trees withered on the spot. Watch out! Crimson Sun God King vaulted into the air, his crimson longsword blazing with fierce flames as it turned into a fiery dragon that charged at the soul blade. A thunderous boom rang out as the fiery dragon and the soul blade collided. Flame and soul chi gnawed at each other until both dissolved into nothing. Crimson Sun God King was sent staggering back 3 steps, a thread of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The gap between spirit transformation and nascent soul was ultimately too vast to cross. Seeing this, Xiao Ming immediately tucked the Chaos Spirit Jade and the Hongming Stone into his robes, condensing chaos-tempered spiritual energy at his fingertips. Don't fight him head-on. Use a formation to trap him. Venerable Extreme Scroll, how long can your Flora formation hold? Venerable Extreme Scroll had already produced flower seeds. As spiritual energy poured into them, countless vines burst from the ground and interwove into a green barrier in front of the group. At most a quarter of an hour, his soul chi can corrode plants and wood. My formation won't last much longer. That's enough. Pavilion Master Lingsong swiftly produced a jade flute. His fingertips slid rapidly over the finger holes, and the clear melodious notes suddenly turned fierce, transforming into countless azure blades that shot toward the white-haired elder. Lin Xingxuan, can your Yunmiao sect's binding formation coordinate with my sound waves? Lin Xingxian nodded at once, drew 7 cyan formation flags from his storage pouch, and tossed them outward with a wave. Yunmiao binding formation activate. The moment the formation flags landed, cyan light patterns spread outward, forming a huge light barrier that trapped the white-haired elder inside. My binding formation can only restrict his movement. We'll need everyone's attacks to weaken him. Li Linger also tightened her grip on the rabbit flower lantern, pouring all her spiritual energy into it. White light swelled violently, turning into a pure beam of light that shot toward the white-haired elder inside the barrier. Her spiritual energy was weak, but it carried a nature that countered soul arts. When the light beam struck the white-haired elder, black smoke rose from his robe, and a portion of his soul chi was dispersed. A swarm of ants dares to trap me with a formation. The white-haired elder bellowed, forming seals with both hands. Black soul chi poured wildly out of his body, transforming into countless soul crows that slammed against the barrier. Soul-devouring formation breaker. Clang, clang, clang. The soul crows crashed against the light barrier. The cyan light patterns flickered violently, and even the formation flags began to tremble slightly. Lin Xingxuan's face went pale as he hurriedly poured in more spiritual energy to sustain the formation. Hold on. His soul chi is being consumed at a tremendous rate. As long as we endure this wave of attacks, his strength will decline. Xiao Ming stared at the white-haired elder within the light barrier and noticed that every time he activated a soul art, a faint black mark flickered at his brow, a flaw left behind by overindulgence in soul arts. He immediately sent a voice transmission to the others. His weakness is at his brow. Pavilion Master Lingsong, use your sound waves to restrain his movements. Crimson Sun God King, your flames can burn soul chi. Attack his brow while you have the chance. Pavilion Master Lingsong immediately understood. The flute's pitch suddenly soared, and the sound waves condensed into a cyan light arrow aimed straight at the white-haired elder's eyes. Forced to dodge to the side, the white-haired elder instantly exposed the flaw at his brow. Seizing the opening, Crimson Sun God King leapt into the air. His crimson longsword's flames surged, turning into a streak of meteor as it thrust toward the elder's brow. You're asking for death. Sensing the danger, the white-haired elder hastily condensed soul chi into a shield over his brow. With a squelch, the longsword pierced the soul shield, only to be repelled an inch from his brow by an even stronger surge of soul chi. Though Crimson Sun God King did not land the blow, he still threw the white-haired elder's soul chi into momentary turmoil and the light barrier binding the elders stabilized a little as a result. Seizing the chance, the war-mad God King circled behind the white-haired elder and swung his great axe, sending a golden spiritual energy slash at the elder's black robe. The black robe split open with a huge gash revealing skin covered in black patterns, a bodily mutation caused by years of cultivating soul arts. The white-haired elder whipped back with a soul whip aimed at the war-mad God King, but Li Linger, who had already rushed over, blocked it with white light. The quarter of an hour is almost up. Venerable Extreme Scroll's voice came urgently. The green barrier was already covered with black corrosive marks, and the vines were withering one by one. Xiao Ming's heart tightened, and a thought struck him. The resonance power of the Chaos Spirit Jade and the Hongmeng Stone. He immediately took out the twin stones and formed hand seals guiding the two beams of light to intertwine once more. This time, instead of suppressing the resonance, he allowed the golden and black radiance to spread freely. Wherever the light passed, the white-haired elder's soul chi began to churn violently, as if torn by an invisible force. What kind of power is this? The white-haired elder's expression changed drastically. He could feel that the power of the twin stone's resonance not only suppressed soul arts, but was also constantly eroding his cultivation base. Impossible. The ancient records clearly said the twin stones would only point the way to the secret realm. How can they have such power? Xiao Ming had not expected the twin stone's resonance to have such a formidable effect either. Delighted, he immediately increased his spiritual energy output. Everyone now, attack with everything you've got. The others had long been ready. At Xiao Ming's words, they immediately hurled their strongest techniques at the white-haired elder. The War-Mad God King's golden spiritual energy, slash Crimson Sun God King's fiery dragon, Pavilion Master Lingsong's sonic blades, Lin Qingxuan's cyan formation light, and Li Linger's pure white light. 6 streams of power interwove into a dazzling rainbow of light that blasted toward the white-haired elder inside the barrier. No! The white-haired elder howled in despair, exhausting every bit of soul chi to condense a black protective shield. But under the suppression of the twin stone's resonance, his soul chi had long been too feeble. The shield shattered like glass the moment it touched the rainbow of light. The rainbow of light struck the white-haired elder in an instant, blasting him into the valley wall. He vomited a mouthful of black blood, and his black robe was scorched and charred. Retreat. Knowing the tide was turning against him, the white-haired elder dared not remain. He turned into a black shadow and fled toward the valley exit. Before leaving, he cast a venomous glare at Xiao Ming. I will repay today's humiliation 100-fold. The soul-devouring sect will not let you get away. The war-mad God King wanted to chase, but Xiao Ming stopped him. Don't pursue. Though he is injured, he still has the ability to escape, and we need time to recover. Only then did the group pause, letting out sighs of relief as they found places to sit down and regulate their breathing. Venerable Extreme Scroll's flora formation had completely dispersed, the vines reduced to a pile of black ash. Crimson Sun God King and the War-Mad God King bore fresh wounds, while Li Linger was even paler, clearly drained from overconsumption of spiritual energy. Leaning against the stone wall, Lin Qingxian wiped the sweat from his forehead. That was truly perilous. If the twin stone's resonance hadn't suppressed his soul chi, we would have stood no chance against him. Xiao Ming took out the Chaos Spirit Jade and the Hongmeng Stone. By now the twin stones had returned to calm, but their surface patterns had become clearer, and a faint connection could be seen between them. The secrets of these two stones are far greater than we imagined, he said softly. Just now during the resonance, I vaguely felt them guiding us in a direction. Perhaps the entrance to the Chaos Secret Realm. Really? Li Linger's eyes lit up, all fatigue instantly forgotten. Then when will we go to the Chaos Secret Realm? Are there lots of treasures inside? Xiao Ming smiled and nodded. Once we've recovered, we'll set out for the Chaos Secret Realm. But the Secret Realm is bound to be full of dangers, so we must be fully prepared. For the next 3 days, the group recuperated in the Mist Valley. Venerable Extreme Scroll used the spiritual herbs collected earlier to refine healing and spiritual recovery pills for everyone. The War-Mad God King and Crimson Sun God King took the opportunity to recover and consolidate their cultivation bases, particularly the War-Mad God King, who after breaking through to the mid-nascent soul stage had gained yet another new insight. Pavilion Master Lingsong studied the connection between sound waves and the twin stones, discovering that the flute's notes could faintly guide the resonance power of the twin stones. Lin Qingxian also combed through the Yunmiao sect's ancient records on the Chaos Secret Realm and told the others that the realm contained not only breakthrough opportunities, but also many ancient prohibitions, so they had to be extremely cautious. Xiao Ming meanwhile used the rest period to try refining the faint aura emitted by the twin stones. The chaos chi of the Chaos Spirit Jade made his spiritual energy even more condensed, while the Hongmeng aura of the Hongmeng Stone deepened his understanding of spatial power, allowing him to perform short-range teleportation, something utterly impossible before. By dusk of the 3rd day, the group had finally recovered to their peak condition. Holding the twin stones and sensing the guidance emanating from them, Xiao Ming said, "The chaos secret realm lies at the easternmost edge of the Qinglan realm. There is an ancient teleportation formation there that can only be activated by the resonance of the twin stones. Let's set out now and strive to arrive before dawn tomorrow." The group packed their belongings and headed toward the eastern part of the Qinglan realm. Along the way, they avoided many demonic beasts and cultivators and reached the valley where the teleportation formation lay without incident. At the center of the valley stood an ancient stone teleportation formation covered in moss. The recess at the formation's eye was just the right size to hold the Chaos Spirit Jade and the Hongming Stone. Xiao Ming placed the twin stones into the recess. As spiritual energy poured in, the twin stones resonated once more, and golden and black light spread along the formation lines. The previously dim teleportation formation gradually lit up, and signs of spatial distortion began to appear in the air. "The teleportation formation is about to activate. Everyone get on quickly," Xiao Ming shouted. The group immediately stepped onto the formation. The light grew brighter and brighter, enveloping their figures. Just as the teleportation formation was about to activate, a streak of black soul Qi shot over from the distance, aimed directly at the twin stones on the formation. It was the white-haired elder. He had not given up and had been secretly trailing them. "Don't even think about it." Pavilion Master Lingsong immediately played his jade flute, and the sound waves turned into a barrier that blocked the soul Qi. The teleportation formation's light reached its peak, and a spatial rift slowly opened, pulling everyone inside. Watching them vanish into the rift, the white-haired elder trembled with rage, but could do nothing. Staring at the now empty teleportation formation, a sinister light flickered in his eyes. "The Chaos Secret Realm, is it? I'd like to see whether you can come out of there alive." Meanwhile, at the other end of the teleportation formation, Xiao Ming and his companions were stepping out of the spatial rift. Before them stretched an unfamiliar world. The sky was a pale violet, the ground was covered with translucent crystals, and the air was saturated with spiritual energy, several times denser than in the Qinglan realm, tinged with a faint, elusive trace of chaos. "Is this the Chaos Secret Realm?" Li Linger looked around curiously and reached out to touch the crystals nearby. Such beautiful stones. They seemed to contain spiritual energy. Xiao Ming nodded, vigilance filling his eyes. "This is the Chaos Secret Realm, but don't let your guard down. According to the ancient records, the Secret Realm holds not only opportunities, but also guardian beasts left over from the ancient era, and they are extremely powerful. We must proceed with caution." The others nodded in unison and followed Xiao Ming toward the depths of the Secret Realm. Beneath the violet sky, their figures gradually faded into the distance, and an adventure of fortune and peril had only just begun. Beneath the violet sky of the Chaos Secret Realm, translucent crystals paved a winding path across the ground. With every step, the dense spiritual energy in the air seeped through one's pores, making even breathing feel smoother. Li Linger couldn't help crouching down, gently brushing a pale blue crystal with her fingertip. The crystal instantly glowed, and a thread of pure spiritual power flowed into her body through her finger, making her eyes brighten. "Brother Xiao Ming, these crystals release spiritual power on their own. They're even more useful than the spirit herbs of Qinglan realm. Don't get carried away. Take care, there may be danger." Xiao Ming pulled her to her feet, his gaze sweeping over the deep, dark canyon ahead. The secret realm was beautiful, yet every inch of it felt sinister and strange. No living creature could be seen along the way, and even the wind blowing over the crystals echoed with a hollow, ethereal sound. "Lin Qingxuan, where roughly are the guardian beasts recorded in your ancient texts?" Lin Qingxian took out a yellowed ancient volume and flipped through it quickly. "According to the records, there are 3 layers of guardians from the entrance to the core area. The first is the crystal-armored beast, which feeds on crystals, has a shell as hard as iron, and can manipulate crystals to attack. The second is the chaos butterfly, whose wings release hallucination powder and plunge people into illusions. The third, the ancient text only mentions a keeper of secrets, without specifying what it is." The moment his voice faded, a thunderous rumble suddenly echoed from the canyon ahead. The ground shook violently as countless crystals broke away from the cliffs on both sides and converged into a towering beast nearly 10 meters tall. A body made entirely of pale purple crystals, a pair of scarlet gems for eyes and limbs that left deep crystal prints in the earth. It was the crystal-armored beast. "Careful, here it comes." The war-crazed god king immediately raised his giant axe, golden spiritual power condensing along the blade. "This big brute looks tough and thick-skinned, perfect for testing the power of my new breakthrough." The crystal-armored beast threw back its head and let out a muffled roar. With a violent toss of its head, dozens of sharp crystals shot toward the group. Venerable Ji-Wan reacted the fastest. Pouring spiritual power into the ground, he instantly grew a thicket of thorny vines that blocked the crystals from all sides. Yet the crystals struck with overwhelming force, smashing the vines apart segment by segment. The defense was on the verge of being broken through. "Burn it with fire." The Crimson Sun God King leaped into the air, his crimson longsword blazing with fierce flames as he thrust toward the beast's eye. The flames landed on the crystal-armored beast's crystal shell with a sizzling hiss. To everyone's surprise, the crystalline armor began to melt, revealing the soft, pale pink body beneath. It's working. Xiao Ming's eyes lit up. He immediately channeled the chaos chi from the chaos spirit jade into his spiritual power, condensed it into a pale blue light blade, and slashed at the beast's melting shell. With a squelching sound, the light blade easily sliced through the beast's body. Pale purple fluid flowed from the wound. The crystal-armored beast let out an agonized roar and turned to flee. Trying to run. Not so fast. How could the war-crazed God King let that chance slip by? His giant axe swept out a golden spiritual power slash that struck straight into the beast's hind leg. The crystal-armored beast staggered and fell. Taking the opportunity, the Crimson Sun God King drove his sword through its skull. The scarlet jewel-like eyes instantly went dark, and the huge body gradually dissolved into a heap of scattered crystals. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The war-crazed God King picked up a core crystal dropped by the beast and hefted it. The spiritual power contained in this crystal is 10 times stronger than ordinary crystals, just right for body tempering. The Lingsong Pavilion Master, however, walked over to the beast's remains and examined them closely. Although its shell is hard, it fears fire and chaos chi. When we run into other guardian beasts ahead, perhaps we can also find ways to counter them. After resting for a while, the group went deeper into the secret realm. Passing through the canyon, they saw a sea of flowers ahead. Countless colorful butterflies danced among the blooms, scattering golden powder from their wings as they fluttered. These were chaos butterflies. Be careful of that powder. It's hallucination powder. Lin Qingxian warned at once. Taking several sachets from his storage pouch, he handed them out. These are mind clarity sachets specially made by Yunmiao sect. They can temporarily ward off illusions. The group put the sachets on and immediately felt a cool breath enter through their noses, dispelling the dizziness stirred up by the surrounding powder. But the chaos butterflies seemed to sense their resistance. They gathered together, their wings beating faster and faster, and the golden powder lashed against the group like a violent storm. It even began to condense into illusions. Some took the form of black-robed figures of the soul-devouring sect, others became the enemies each person feared most, all in an attempt to disturb their minds. Li Linger saw an illusion take the shape of a white-haired elder, and her face turned pale. She instinctively stepped back. Xiao Ming immediately grasped her hand and said soothingly, "Don't be afraid. They're all illusions. Look clearly at their true forms." The Lingsong Pavilion Master at once raised a jade flute and played. The clear, crisp notes carried a mind-purifying force and instantly shattered the illusions around them. Don't be fooled by the illusions. Focus your spiritual power on the chaos butterfly's wings. Their wings are the weak point. The war-crazed God King immediately unleashed a spiritual power slash. The golden light blade slashed through the wings of several chaos butterflies in an instant, and the moment their wings broke, the butterflies dissolved into golden powder. The Crimson Sun God King and Lin Qingxian also made their moves, fire and azure spiritual power intertwining, and quickly wiped out most of the chaos butterflies. The remaining butterflies saw the tide turning against them and flew deep into the flower sea, vanishing from sight. We've passed the second layer of guardians as well. Next is the core area. Xiao Ming looked at the mountain peak shrouded in purple mist at the far edge of the flower sea, faint anticipation stirring in his heart. The core of the chaos secret realm might very well be hidden on that peak. The group crossed the flower sea and arrived at the foot of the mountain, where they found an ancient stone gate. The gate was carved with intricate patterns extremely similar to those on the chaos spirit jade and the Hongming stone. Xiao Ming took out the 2 stones and placed them into the recess at the center of the stone gate. The stones instantly blazed with light, resonating with the patterns on the gate. The purple mist gradually parted, and the stone gate slowly opened. Behind the stone gate lay a steep flight of stone steps leading to the summit. The group climbed upward. The closer they came to the top, the denser the chaos chi in the air grew. When they reached the mountainside, a figure suddenly appeared ahead, clad in a white robe with a blurred face and a faint aura of chaos chi radiating from his body. It was the Keeper of Secrets mentioned in the ancient texts. Those who trespass into the chaos secret realm must pass my trial. The Keeper of Secrets' voice was flat and devoid of emotion. Answer 1 question. If you answer correctly, you may enter the core area. If you answer incorrectly, you will remain on these stone steps forever. The group exchanged glances. Xiao Ming stepped forward. May I ask what the question is? The Keeper of Secrets spoke slowly. Chaos gives birth to the 2 extremes. The 2 extremes evolve into the 4 symbols. The 4 symbols give rise to all things. What is the essence of chaos? The question seemed simple, yet it contained profound truth. The war-crazed God King frowned, clearly not understanding it. The Crimson Sun God King and Lin Qingxian both sank into thought. Li Linger looked utterly bewildered. Xiao Ming, however, was taken aback. His previous enlightenment regarding the way of letting be suddenly flashed through his mind. Wasn't the essence of chaos precisely unrestrained following one's heart? He took a deep breath and said slowly, the essence of chaos is freedom. It is not defined, not bound. It can transform into all things and return to the original source. Just as everything in this world can exist according to its own true nature. Hearing this, the chaos chi around the Keeper of Secrets rippled faintly, and a trace of a smile seemed to appear on his blurred face. Correct. Chaos has always been the way of freedom. That you can grasp this means you are fated to have a bond with the secret realm. As his words faded, the Keeper of Secrets figure dispersed, and the path forward on the stone steps opened completely. Everyone turned to Xiao Ming, their eyes filled with admiration. Even if they racked their brains, none of them could have answered that question. Brother Xiao Ming, you were truly incredible. Lin Qingxian praised him from the bottom of his heart. I never imagined your understanding of chaos would be so profound. Xiao Ming smiled and shook his head. Actually, I just thought of our way of letting be, and it happened to hit the mark. Alright, let's hurry up the mountain. The core area should be at the summit. The group quickened their pace and soon reached the top. There were no treasures on the summit as they had imagined, only a massive chaos crystal. At its center was a recess perfectly sized to hold the chaos spirit jade and the Hongming stone. Xiao Ming placed the two stones into the recess. Instantly, they merged with the chaos crystal, and a beam of purple light shot into the sky. A portal gradually emerged on the crystal's surface, the entrance to the core of the chaos secret realm. Is this the entrance to the core area? Li Linger leaned in curiously, reaching out to touch the portal, but Xiao Ming stopped her. Wait, we don't know what's in there. We have to be careful. Xiao Ming took out several crystals and handed them out. These are core crystals from the crystal-armored beast. If you're in danger, crush one, and it will release a spiritual power shield. Let's go in together. Whatever happens, don't get separated. The group nodded and followed Xiao Ming through the portal. The moment they crossed the portal, an even denser wave of chaos chi swept over them, and the scene before them sharpened. This was a vast open space. At its center floated a pale golden pearl surrounded by countless streams of chaos chi. The core prize of the chaos secret realm, the chaos pearl. Just as everyone thought they could take the chaos pearl without trouble, the space shook violently. A black figure darted out of the chaos chi and lunged at the pearl. Huh. Xiao Ming, thank you for helping me open the core area. This chaos pearl belongs to me now. It was the white-haired elder. He had actually followed them into the secret realm. When the white-haired elder's figure emerged within the chaotic chi, his black robe had already been stained by the secret realm's spiritual energy into a dark purple luster. The pressure of his early spirit transformation stage was even greater than before. Clearly, he had secretly absorbed a great deal of the chaotic chi from the secret realm. He extended his withered palm, black soul chi coiling around it, and reached directly for the chaos pearl floating in midair. His eyes burned with the madness of one determined to possess it. Old bastard, how dare you ambush us? Roared the war-crazy god king, swinging his giant axe to send a golden spiritual power slash straight at the white-haired elder's back. But his opponent was already prepared. With a backhanded motion, he formed a barrier of soul chi to block the attack, even using the recoil to accelerate. His fingertips had already touched the edge of the chaos pearl. Dream on. Xiao Ming's chaotic chi suddenly surged explosively. All the chaotic force he had refined in the secret realm burst forth, and his figure flashed before the white-haired elder in an instant. It was his first practical use of spatial power after understanding it. Though only a short-range teleport, it precisely blocked the elder's path. A pale blue light rippled in his palm as the chaos spirit jade flew out from his bosom, resonating with the chaos pearl. A pure light shield instantly enveloped the chaos pearl, protecting it. The white-haired elder's fingertips struck the light shield and were repelled, forcing him back several steps. His face twisted into a snarl. This damn jade again. Xiao Ming, do you really think such tricks can stop me? Today I'll not only take the chaos pearl, I'll also refine every last bit of your spiritual power into soul chi. He formed hand seals with both hands, and the body beneath his black robe began to swell. Black soul chi erupted like a volcano, staining the surrounding chaotic chi black. Soul-devouring demonization. Accompanied by a hoarse roar, countless cracks split open across the white-haired elder's skin, black blood seeping through the fissures. His aura grew increasingly ferocious. He was actually burning his own cultivation base to forcibly amplify his power, and at that moment his aura was infinitely close to the mid-spirit transformation stage. Everyone fall back. He's burning his cultivation. His techniques will only get more sinister, shouted the Crimson Sun God King. His crimson sword erupted into blazing flames, forming a wall of fire before him. Yet the wall of fire had barely taken shape when it was torn apart by the soul chi the white-haired elder swept out. A black soul claw shot straight at the Crimson Sun God King's chest so fast that no one could possibly react in time. Watch out. Ling Song Pavilion Master's flute note suddenly soared, and the sound wave transformed into a cyan light shield in front of the Crimson Sun God King. With a crack, the light shield shattered instantly. Lingsong Pavilion Master coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his jade flute fell to the ground. The situation had suddenly become critical. After burning his cultivation, the white-haired elder's strength soared, and even the combined efforts of the group could hardly withstand him. Although Venerable Jijuan activated his plant formation to entangle the elder's legs, it was instantly corroded into black ash by the soul qi. Lin Xingxuan's cloud mist entrapment array had just been laid when it was shattered by soul blades. Li Linger's flower lantern white light could suppress the soul qi, but it could not approach the white-haired elder at all. The power of a spirit transformation cultivator burning their cultivation had already surpassed the limits of what they could handle. Watching his companions fall one after another, Xiao Ming felt a surge of urgency and suddenly recalled the resonance between the Chaos Spirit Jade and the Primordial Stone. He immediately took out the two wondrous stones and poured spiritual power into them frenziedly. The stones instantly shone with interwoven gold and black radiance, echoing the pale golden glow of the Chaos Pearl in the distance. Everyone channel your spiritual power to me. The two stones can draw out the Chaos Pearl's power, perhaps enough to suppress his soul qi. Everyone immediately understood and converged their spiritual power toward Xiao Ming. The War-Crazy God King's golden spiritual power, the Crimson Sun God King's flame spiritual power, Lingsong Pavilion Master's Soundwave spiritual power, Venerable Jijuan's plant spiritual power, Lin Xingxuan's cyan spiritual power, and Li Linger's pure spiritual power. 6 different types of spiritual power converged before Xiao Ming, transformed by the two stones into a pillar of light infused with chaotic energy, shooting straight toward the Chaos Pearl. The moment the Chaos Pearl was struck by the pillar of light, its brilliance exploded. Countless strands of pale golden chaotic force radiated from the pearl and surged toward the white-haired elder like a tide. Where the white-haired elder's soul qi met the chaotic force, it faded like snow dissolving in the sun. The black body formed by his burning cultivation began to crack, emitting sizzling sounds of corrosion. No, this is impossible. How can chaotic force counter my soul arts? The white-haired elder howled in despair. He tried to retreat, but was trapped by the light barrier formed from chaotic force. The light barrier contracted, continually purifying his soul qi bit by bit, and with it his aura swiftly weakened. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ming fully merged his own chaotic force with the power of the two stones and the Chaos Pearl, condensing a light blade of 3 fused powers in his palm. He slashed it toward the glabella of the white-haired elder, the flaw in his burning cultivation and the core source of his soul qi. The light blade struck the white-haired elder's glabella with pinpoint precision. Black soul qi burst forth from his body in an instant, only to be forcibly pressed back inside by the chaotic force. The white-haired elder's body convulsed violently. His swollen form gradually dried up, and at last he turned into a heap of black ash, utterly dissipated within the chaotic force. With the white-haired elder's death, the surrounding chaotic qi gradually settled. The Chaos Pearl's light softened as it descended slowly into Xiao Ming's hand. The pearl felt warm in his hand. A stream of pure chaotic force flowed through his palm into his body, not only replenishing what he had consumed in battle, but also deepening his mastery over chaotic force. Finally, we've dealt with him. The War-Crazy God King leaned on his giant axe, breathing heavily. Though his wounds still seeped blood, the excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. That old bastard is finally dead. From now on, we'll never have to run from the soul-devouring sect. The Crimson Sun God King helped the injured Lingsong Pavilion Master up and handed him a healing pill. Thanks to Xiao Ming's idea. Without it, we might have all ended here today. Lingsong Pavilion Master swallowed the pill, his complexion gradually easing. This is the result of all of us working together. Besides, the Chaos Pearl's power is far beyond what we imagined. With it, our strength should reach another level. Meanwhile, Venerable Jijuan and Lin Xingxian checked the surroundings, and only after confirming there was no other danger did they breathe a sigh of relief. Li Linger ran over to Xiao Ming and looked at the Chaos Pearl in his hand with curiosity. Brother Xiao Ming, this pearl is so beautiful. What does it do? Xiao Ming raised the Chaos Pearl before everyone and explained with a smile. The Chaos Pearl can purify chaotic qi and help us comprehend chaotic force. And according to ancient texts, it has another function. It can open a portal to any realm. Whenever we want, we can go to a new realm. Really? Li Linger's eyes sparkled. Then can we go to the Falling Star realm next? I want to see what a meteor storm looks like. Everyone burst into laughter, and much of the weariness from the battle melted away. Lin Xingxian looked at the Chaos Pearl thoughtfully and said, actually, the meteor storms in the Falling Star realm hold considerable chaotic qi as well. With the Chaos Pearl's aid, we can not only cross the storm safely, but also absorb its chaotic qi to improve our strength. Xiao Ming nodded. Then let's head to the Falling Star realm. But before that, we should rest in the secret realm for a few days, use the Chaos Pearl to heal our wounds and strengthen ourselves. After all, the road ahead may bring new dangers. For the next 3 days, the group rested in peace in the core area of the Chaos Secret Realm. Xiao Ming suspended the Chaos Pearl at their center, and the pearl continuously emitted pure chaotic force, nourishing everyone's body. Under the restorative chaotic force, the war-crazy God King's wounds healed quickly, and his mid-nascent soul cultivation grew ever more stable, even showing faint signs of a breakthrough. The Crimson Sun God King's flame's spiritual power gained a trace of chaotic force, making it mightier, and his crimson sword blazed even more brilliantly. Lingsong Pavilion Master's Soundwave spiritual power merged with chaotic force, enabling his flute melody not only to attack, but also to release a shield of chaotic force, greatly enhancing his defenses. Venerable Jijuan's plant spiritual power nourished by chaotic force doubled in both growth speed and defensive power, and could even condense a plant clone within a short time. As for Lin Xuan, he successfully broke through to the mid-nascent soul stage with the aid of chaotic force, and the Cloud Mist sect's containment formation gained more chaotic aura, trapping enemies for longer. After Li Linger's pure spiritual power fused with chaotic Xiao Ming gained the most. Having already refined a great deal of chaotic Qi and now aided by the Chaos Pearl, he reached a new level of mastery over chaotic force. Not only could he freely perform short-range teleportation, but he could also infuse chaotic force into his spiritual power attacks, making their might far exceed that of cultivators of the same level. More importantly, he gained a deeper understanding of the Tao of lying flat, which was not about giving up effort, but rather about following one's own heart, while growing through the power of those around one, seeking opportunities amidst danger. That was the true essence of the Tao of lying flat. On the evening of the third day, the group finally recovered to their peak condition, and their strength had even improved considerably. Xiao Ming held the Chaos Pearl and infused it with spiritual power. The pearl shone with pale golden light and formed a portal before him. Beyond the gate was a starry sky, filled with meteors, exactly the direction of the Falling Star Realm. Are you all ready? We're setting out for the Falling Star Realm. Xiao Ming looked at his companions, his eyes full of anticipation. Ready. Everyone answered in unison, their eyes shimmering with excitement. Li Linger stepped into the portal first. The war-crazy God King, the Crimson Sun God King Lingsong, Pavilion Master Venerable Jijuan, and Lin Xingxian followed closely behind, and Xiao Ming entered last. As his figure vanished, the portal slowly closed. The core area of the Chaos Secret Realm returned to silence, once more leaving only a faint trace of chaotic Qi lingering in the air, as if telling the story of an adventure that had just ended. Meanwhile, in the starry sky of the Falling Star Realm, countless meteors streaked across the heavens, wrapped in blazing flames. A new journey was waiting for Xiao Ming and his companions to begin. They did not know what dangers the Falling Star Realm held, nor how many challenges the journey across countless realms would bring. But they knew that as long as they had each other, no matter how great the difficulty, they could overcome it together. When the light of the portal faded, everyone found themselves amidst the starry expanse of the meteorite star realm. Floating meteorite fragments drift beneath their feet, while in the distance, countless colossal meteors streak across the sky, trailing fierce flames. The dark red firelight tints the starry heavens in a scorching hue, and howling meteorite winds laden with jagged stones batter against their bodies, leaving stinging pain. So magnificent. Li Linger clutched tightly onto Xiao Ming's sleeve, her eyes brimming with awe yet tinged with nervousness. These meteorites look incredibly dangerous. What if one of them strikes us? Xiao Ming immediately raised the Chaos Pearl before the group. As spiritual energy coursed into it, the pearl emitted a pale golden barrier that enveloped everyone within its protective glow. Meteorite winds carrying jagged stones slammed against the barrier, only to rebound instantly, without leaving a single ripple. With the Chaos Pearl's protection, we need not worry for now. Lin Xingxian, where is the safe zone mentioned in the ancient texts? Lin Xingxian pulled out the ancient tome and quickly flipped through its pages by the meteorite's glow. According to the records, the safe zone in the meteorite star realm is the Meteorite Terrace. It is a stronghold left behind by ancient cultivators capable of withstanding meteorite storms. However, the Meteorite Terrace lies at the very center of the meteorite belt. We must traverse this belt to reach it. The War God King observed the roaring meteors swirling around them and rubbed his hands together with anticipation. Just some rocks, is that all? Watch me carve a path through them. He was about to charge forward wielding his massive axe, but the Crimson Sun God King intercepted him. Don't act rashly. The Crimson Sun God King pointed toward a distant meteorite dozens of zhang in diameter. Look at the flames burning on that meteor. Their temperature exceeds even my flame's spiritual energy. Moreover, spatial rifts lurk within the meteorite belt itself. If anyone were to be swept into one, the consequences would be dire. We must follow the Chaos Pearl's guidance and cannot force our way through blindly. Xiao Ming nodded, sensing the faint fluctuations emanating from the pearl. The Chaos Pearl can perceive safe paths. Stay close to me and do not separate. Following Xiao Ming's lead, the group carefully advanced across the floating meteorite fragments. The Chaos Pearl's barrier not only deflected the meteorite winds, but also provided advance warning of spatial rifts in the vicinity. Whenever a hidden rift was encountered, the barrier would ripple, with a faint crimson glow guiding the group to deter around the danger. After roughly half an hour of travel, the meteorites ahead suddenly grew densely concentrated. Colossal stones collided with one another, producing deafening thunderous roars as sparks erupted in every direction. Even more terrifying was the dark red meteorite storm rapidly coalescing in the distant starry sky. Countless meteorites were drawn upward by the storm, forming a colossal stone wall that bore down upon them like an unstoppable force. No good. It's a meteorite storm. Run. Lin Qingxuan's face pale with alarm. The power of this storm can tear apart the defenses of a transformation stage cultivator. We must reach the meteorite terrace before it overtakes us. Xiao Ming immediately increased his pace, the Chaos Pearl's barrier blazing with intensified radiance as it wrapped more tightly around the group. Harnessing the power of chaotic energy, he activated rapid teleportation, weaving through the meteorites and dodging massive stones hurtling toward them. The War God King and the Crimson Sun God King carved paths on either flank, their massive axe and long sword swinging in alternating arcs, splitting obstructing meteorites into fragments. Pavilion Master Ling Tsong drew forth his jade flute and played. The sound waves not only dispersed the surrounding debris, but also soothed everyone's nerves, allowing them to maintain their composure amidst the chaos. Venerable Ji Wan produced flower seeds from his sleeve and scattered them across the meteorites they passed. The seeds instantaneously sprouted into vines that anchored the floating fragments in place, clearing a temporary passage for the group. Though frightened, Li Linger did not become a burden. She channeled her spiritual energy into the rabbit lantern, and its white light interwove with the Chaos Pearl's barrier, further reinforcing their defense. Occasionally the light would illuminate small meteorites hidden in shadow, warning others to dodge them. The meteorite storm drew ever closer, its roaring winds nearly drowning out all other sounds. Colossal rocks skimmed past the barrier, and the searing heat caused the barrier to ripple faintly. Sweat beaded on Xiao Ming's forehead as he continuously expended chaotic energy to sustain the teleportation, his complexion gradually turning pale. Frequent teleportation drained spiritual energy tremendously. If this continued, he feared he would not be able to endure until reaching the meteorite terrace. Brother Xiao Ming, are you alright? Li Linger noticed his deteriorating condition and asked with deep concern. I'm fine, Xiao Ming managed a weak smile. Just hold on a little longer. We'll reach the meteorite terrace soon. At that very moment, a colossal stone platform suddenly materialized in the starry sky ahead. Forged entirely from black meteoric iron and inscribed with intricate array patterns, it was precisely the meteorite terrace they had been seeking. A pale blue protective barrier surrounded the platform, isolating it from the meteorite storm and appearing utterly secure. It's the meteorite terrace. We've arrived. Lin Qingxian shouted with excitement. Xiao Ming's heart leaped with joy, and summoning his last reserves of chaotic energy, he teleported the entire group to the barrier's edge. The barrier sensed the aura of the Chaos Pearl and automatically opened a gap, welcoming them inside. The moment they entered the barrier, the meteorite storm howled right behind them. Colossal meteors slammed against the barrier with thunderous booms, causing it to flicker violently, yet it never cracked. Staring at the sky-obscuring storm outside, everyone sighed in relief and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. That terrified me half to death. I really thought we'd be smashed into paste. Li Linger patted her chest, still trembling with lingering fear. Leaning against a meteoric iron pillar, the War God King wiped dust from his face. This meteorite star realm is far more dangerous than I imagined. Fortunately, we have the Chaos Pearl and the meteorite terrace, or we truly would have perished this time. Xiao Ming sat on the ground and circulated his spiritual energy to restore his depleted chaotic power. The Chaos Pearl rotated slowly in his palm, continuously releasing pure energy that nourished his body. Let us rest here for now. Once the storm passes, we will explore the meteorite terrace. Everyone nodded in agreement and found their own spots to rest. The meteorite terrace's barrier not only withstood the meteorite storm, but also absorbed the surrounding chaotic qi. The air was permeated with a faint but potent energy highly beneficial to cultivators. The Crimson Sun God King approached the edge of the terrace and examined the array patterns on the barrier. This formation is a defensive array from ancient times, far more exquisite than the ones we use today. If we can study it thoroughly, it will greatly aid our future defenses. Meanwhile, Pavilion Master Ling Tsong walked to the center of the terrace where a small stone altar stood. Inscribed upon its surface were patterns remarkably similar to those on the Chaos Spirit Jade. This appears to be a sacrificial altar. It may be connected to the power of chaos. Lin Qingxian pulled out the ancient text and consulted it against the layout of the meteorite terrace. According to the records, the meteorite terrace was not merely a safe haven, but also a research site where ancient cultivators studied the power of chaos. The The patterns on the altar can guide chaotic Qi and assist cultivators in breaking through to higher realms. Upon hearing about realm breakthroughs, the war god king perked up immediately. Really? Then I must try it. Perhaps I can break through to the late stage of nascent soul. For the following days, the group rested peacefully at the meteorite terrace. Xiao Ming utilized the altar's patterns and the power of the Chaos Pearl. Not only did he recover his depleted chaotic energy, but he also deepened his comprehension of spatial forces. The range and frequency of his teleportation both improved significantly. The war god king cultivated at the altar, absorbing the surrounding chaotic Qi. His mid-nascent soul cultivation grew increasingly stable, with faint signs of an impending breakthrough. The Crimson Sun God King and Pavilion Master Ling Tsong studied the terrace's defensive arrays together. With one specializing in flame attacks and the other in soundwave defenses, their combined efforts led them to comprehend a novel technique that seamlessly integrated offense and defense. Venerable Ji-Wan planted spirit herbs around the terrace that had adapted to the meteorite environment. These herbs not only served as early warnings for danger, but also absorbed chaotic Qi, providing the group with a continuous supply of energy. Li Linger made remarkable progress as well. Nourished by the chaotic Qi, her spiritual techniques grew increasingly pure. The white light from her lantern could not only purify yin and evil forces, but also condense into solid light swords, granting her a certain degree of offensive capability. Lin Qingxian consolidated his mid-nascent soul cultivation with the help of the terrace's chaotic Qi. The entrapment array of the Cloud Mist sect also absorbed a trace of chaotic energy, dramatically increasing its power. On the morning of the 5th day, the meteorite storm in the meteorite star realm finally subsided. The group packed their belongings and prepared to leave the terrace, continuing their exploration of the realm. Holding the Chaos Pearl, Xiao Ming sensed the surrounding chaotic Qi. The chaotic Qi in the meteorite star realm is even richer than that in the Chaos Secret realm. Moreover, I can sense a powerful energy fluctuation deep within. There may be new opportunities awaiting us. Then what are we waiting for? Let's move out. The War God King exclaimed, eagerly grabbing his massive axe and striding toward the terrace's exit. Everyone followed with smiles, heading deeper into the meteorite star realm. The meteorite fragments in the starry sky still floated about, but the earlier danger had vanished. Sunlight streamed through the gaps between the stones, forming columns of golden light, beautiful and magnificent. Xiao Ming glanced at his companions beside him, and then at the Chaos Pearl in his hand, a gentle smile gracing his lips. From the mortal realm to the Chaos Secret realm, and now to the meteorite star realm, every journey had been fraught with peril, yet filled with surprises. He did not know what lay ahead, but he knew that as long as his companions remained by his side, this effortless journey through the heavens would never lose its charm. Deep within the meteorite star realm, an ancient palace lay concealed behind colossal meteorites. Carved upon its grand doors were 4 ancient characters: the Chaos Divine Palace. The patterns adorning the doors were identical to those on the Chaos Spirit, Jade, the Primordial Stone, and the Chaos Pearl, as if waiting patiently for the fated one to arrive. In the starry sky of the Meteorfall realm, streams of chaos energy flowed gently with the group's footsteps. Xiao Ming walked at the forefront, holding the Chaos Pearl. The faint golden halo on the pearl's surface resonated with the surrounding chaos energy, subtly pulling toward a colossal meteorite ahead, the hidden location of the Chaos Divine Temple. As the group drew closer, the meteorite's peculiarity became apparent. It was pitch black throughout, yet its surface was covered with golden runes of the same origin as the Chaos Pearl. The patterns wound along the meteorite's surface and converged at a hidden stone door. The stone door stood about 10 zhang tall, carved with the 4 ancient characters, Chaos Divine Temple. A faint flow of chaos power ran through the calligraphy, clearly marking it as a relic of antiquity. Is this the Chaos Divine Temple? Li Linger looked up at the stone door, her eyes full of curiosity. She reached out to touch the runes on the door, but an invisible force repelled her hand. Etch. There's a barrier. Xiao Ming stepped forward, pressing the Chaos Pearl against the stone door. The pearl instantly resonated with the door's runes. Golden light spread along the patterns, causing the barrier to gradually turn translucent, revealing 3 parallel grooves, their shapes matching exactly the Chaos Spirit, Jade, the Hongming Stone, and the Chaos Pearl. It seems we must embed the 3 divine stones into the grooves to open the door. However, ancient temples usually set trials. They wouldn't let us enter so easily. Lin Qingxian stared at the grooves thoughtfully. As his words faded, the stone door suddenly trembled. 3 beams of light shot out from the grooves, forming 3 phantom figures before the group. The first phantom was a burly man holding a giant axe, radiating ferocious spiritual power, strikingly similar to the war maniac Divine King's aura. The second was a cultivator in a ritual robe with wood and herbs, spiritual power gathering at his fingertips, unmistakably stemming from the same origin as the Supreme Scroll Venerable's techniques. The third phantom clutched a jade flute, its crisp sound waves swirling around, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the Lingsong Pavilion Master's sonic arts. To enter the temple, you must first pass our 3 trials. Each trial corresponds to one person. Win and the door opens, or lose, and you remain here forever, barred from setting foot in the temple for all eternity. The three phantoms declared in unison, their voices ancient and commanding. The war-maniac divine king stared at the phantom that resembled his own aura, battle intent blazing in his eyes. Interesting. I accept this trial. This is my chance to see how powerful the ancient experts were. The Supreme Scroll Venerable and the Lingsong Pavilion Master also nodded and walked toward their respective phantoms. Xiao Ming attempted to step forward and help, but a phantom blocked him. Those not undergoing the trial may not interfere. This is a solitary trial for every cultivator. Each must face it alone. Xiao Ming had no choice but to halt, then urged the three, be careful. These phantoms are likely formidable. If you're not their match, withdraw immediately, and we'll think of another way. The three nodded in acknowledgement, each facing their phantom. The war-maniac divine king struck first, sweeping his giant axe to unleash a golden spiritual power, slash straight at the burly phantom. The phantom neither dodged nor retreated, raising its own axe to block. With a thunderous clang, the shockwave from the colliding spiritual power rattled the surrounding meteorite debris violently. The two figures instantly became locked in combat, axe shadows crossing as golden spiritual power exploded across the starry sky. A truly spectacular scene. Although the burly phantom possessed immense strength, its moves were rigid and repetitive. The war-maniac divine king struggled at first, but gradually discerned its pattern and began attacking proactively. He deliberately left an opening to lure the phantom into attacking, then just as its old force waned and new force had yet to arise, he swept his axe across, landing a golden slash on the phantom's waist. The phantom's body instantly turned more translucent. I'm not done yet. The war-maniac divine king fought with growing ferocity, his spiritual power erupting incessantly. A faint flame even ignited on his giant axe, a new technique forged by fusing the Qiyang divine king's fire spiritual power. At last a flame-wreathed spiritual slash cleaved into the phantom's head. With a muffled groan, the burly phantom dissolved completely. Meanwhile, the battle between the Supreme Scroll Venerable and the Cultivator Phantom had reached a fever pitch. The Cultivator Phantom manipulated countless vines surging toward the Supreme Scroll Venerable to entangle him. The vines dripped with deadly poison. Any touch would cause corrosion. The Supreme Scroll Venerable remained calm, producing flower seeds and scattering them before him. As he infused them with spiritual power, bane-breaking herb shot up rapidly. Not only did it block the vines' assault, but it also neutralized their deadly poison. Your urban wood arts still fall short. The Supreme Scroll Venerable sneered, forming a hand seal with his fingertips. The bane-breaking herb suddenly surged wild, transforming into a giant green python that lunged at the Cultivator Phantom. The Phantom tried to command the vines in defense, but the python bit through them in a single bite and slammed it hard against the stone door. Its body gradually dissolved. The final battle was between the Lingsong Pavilion Master and the Jade Flute Phantom. The sound waves blown from the Phantom's flute were exceedingly sharp, transforming into countless blades that shot toward the Lingsong Pavilion Master. The Lingsong Pavilion Master closed his eyes and let his fingertips glide lightly over the flute holes. A clear, melodious flute sound slowly rose. Rather than clashing head-on, he allowed his gentle sound waves to interweave with the opponent's piercing ones, creating a unique melody. As the melody advanced, the Phantom's sound waves were gradually suppressed. Seizing the opportunity, the Lingsong Pavilion Master abruptly raised the flute's pitch. The sound waves condensed into a cyan-light arrow shooting toward the jade flute in the Phantom's hand. With a crack, the Phantom's jade flute snapped, and its body dissolved accordingly. With all three Phantoms vanquished, the three grooves on the stone door blazed with radiant light. Xiao Ming immediately fitted the Chaos Spirit Jade, the Hongming Stone, and the Chaos Pearl into the grooves. The three divine stones locked in perfectly, and golden light spread along the runes. The stone door slowly opened, releasing a dense surge of chaos energy from within the temple, tinged with an ancient lingering aura. The group entered the temple and found themselves in a long corridor. The walls on both sides were carved with ancient murals, recording the origin of chaos power and the stories of how ancient cultivators cultivated with it and safeguarded the myriad realms of the heavens. So chaos power has such an ancient history. These ancient cultivators were truly formidable, guarding so many realms at once. Li Linger looked at the murals, her eyes filled with wonder. Xiao Ming nodded, studying the murals closely. It seems the Chaos Divine Temple not only holds opportunities, but also records the secrets of chaos power. Let's walk slowly. Perhaps we can gain some insights from these murals. The group advanced along the corridor, the mural content gradually becoming clearer. The final mural depicted an ancient cultivator infusing chaos power into three divine stones, then sending them to different realms, as if guarding some secret. At the end of the corridor lay a grand hall. In its center stood a raised platform upon which floated a golden ancient tome surrounded by dense chaos energy. It was the core treasure of the Chaos Divine Temple, the Chaos Scripture. That's the Chaos Scripture, Lin Qingxian exclaimed excitedly. According to ancient records, this book contains the cultivation methods of chaos power and the secret to opening the core passageways across the myriad realms. Just as the group moved forward to take the scripture, black runes suddenly lit up around the hall. Countless streams of black soul energy surged out from the runes, coalescing into a familiar figure. It was actually the white-haired elder who had previously been obliterated by the chaos power. Huh. Xiao Ming, you didn't expect this, did you? I'm not dead yet. The white-haired elder's form twisted within the soul energy, his voice eerily hoarse. I long ago attached a wisp of my soul sense to your chaos spirit jade just to wait for you to open the temple and obtain the chaos scripture for me. The group's expressions changed drastically. Xiao Ming immediately examined the chaos spirit jade and sure enough discovered a faint trace of soul energy hidden within a crack in the jade. You old bastard. You're impossible to shake. The war maniac Divine King roared, raising his giant axe to charge forward. Don't act rashly. Xiao Ming stopped him. He's merely a phantom formed from soul sense. No physical body, so ordinary attacks won't work. Supreme Scroll Venerable used Bane-breaking herb to purify his soul energy. The Supreme Scroll Venerable immediately took out flower seeds and infused them with spiritual power. The Bane-breaking herb grew swiftly, spreading toward the white-haired elder's phantom. However, the white-haired elder's phantom suddenly merged into the black runes, and countless soul energy streams shot out from them, hurtling toward the chaos scripture on the platform. If I can't have it, neither can you. I'll destroy the scripture so you'll never uncover the secrets of chaos power. Dream on. The Lingsong Pavilion Master immediately played his jade flute. The sound waves transformed into a cyan barrier blocking the soul energy attacks. The Qiyang Divine King and Lin Qingxian joined forces to set up a flame formation and a binding formation, sealing the runes to prevent more soul energy from pouring out. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ming used teleportation to appear on the platform, holding the Chaos Pearl before him. The pearl emitted a faint golden light resonating with the Chaos Scripture. The chaos energy surrounding the scripture surged instantly, forming a light shield that sealed off the soul energy outside. Simultaneously, the light shield released countless golden blades aimed at the black runes. Under the assault, the runes gradually dimmed. No, the white-haired elder's phantom let out a despairing shriek. His soul energy gradually dissipated under the purification of chaos power until he vanished completely. With the white-haired elder's complete destruction, the black runes lost their power and faded away. The group breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Ming took down the chaos scripture and opened it. Inside were densely packed golden characters, the cultivation methods of chaos power, along with a map of the core passageways across the myriad realms. Wonderful. With this scripture, we can not only enhance our strength, but also freely travel through the myriad realms. Li Linger said excitedly, her eyes full of anticipation. Xiao Ming looked at the scripture in his hand, then at his companions, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This journey of aimless wandering across the heavens has not only uncovered the secret of chaos power, but also earned us precious friendship. From here on, we can visit more realms, experience different lives, and seek out more joy. The others nodded in agreement, excitement gleaming in their eyes. They knew that with the Chaos Scripture and the Chaos Pearl, the journey ahead would be even more spectacular. In the Chaos Divine Temple of the Meteorfall Realm, golden light illuminated everyone's faces. A new adventure across the heavens awaited them to begin. The golden radiance of the Chaos Divine Hall gradually receded. Xiao Ming carefully tucked away the Chaos Codex, his fingertips tracing the warm breath of chaos upon the pages, and new resolution already taking shape in his mind. According to the Codex, the central passageways of the myriad realms can only be opened with chaos power. But before that, we might as well visit the Star Abyss realm first. He raised his head to look at the others, anticipation shimmering in his eyes. The Codex says the Star Abyss crystal, which can stabilize chaos power, lies hidden there. Moreover, the realm possesses a unique cultivation environment, perfect for us to consolidate our strength. Star Abyss realm. That sounds incredibly exciting. The war-crazed God King responded at once, spinning his giant axe in his palm. As long as there are fights to be had and strength to be gained, I'm happy to go anywhere. Li Linger hugged her rabbit-shaped flower lantern, her eyes sparkling. Does the Star Abyss realm have anything as delicious as the mortal world? I'm still craving those candied hawthorn sticks from the temple fair last time. Everyone was amused by her words. Lord Lingsong tucked away his jade flute and said gently, the Codex mentioned that although the Star Abyss realm is dominated by starry landscapes, there are also many cities where living beings gather. Perhaps it truly has what you crave. With the plan settled, Xiao Ming took out the Chaos Pearl. As he infused it with spiritual power, the pearl floated into midair, and a pale golden glow unfolded into a teleportation gate. Beyond the gate stretched a profound starry expanse, specks of starlight shimmering like shattered diamonds. The direction of the Star Abyss realm. One by one, the group stepped through the teleportation gate. After a fleeting spell of dizziness, they found themselves standing upon a vast, boundless star plain. Beneath their feet lay deep blue rocks that emitted a faint luminescence. Looking up, the sky held neither sun nor moon, only countless stars shining eternally. Even the air itself carried the crisp, cold essence of star power. Venerable Extreme Scroll crouched down and touched the rock with his fingertip, astonishment flashing through his eyes. The star power here can be absorbed directly. It's even purer than the spiritual energy of the Qinglan realm. The instant his voice faded, a patter of soft, hurried footsteps sounded from afar. Over a dozen figures draped in star-patterned beast hides and clutching bone staves emerged from behind the rocks. They were diminutive in stature, their skin a pale violet, and two translucent antennae rose from the crowns of their heads. They studied the group with curious yet wary eyes. Who are you? Why have you barged into the territory of our Star Spirit clan? The elder at the forefront raised his bone staff. The star crystal at its tip glinted faintly, and his voice carried a strange, resonant quaver. Lin Qingxian stepped forward and cupped his hands courteously. We are cultivators from other realms merely passing through. We wish to inquire about the Star Abyss Crystal. We harbor no ill intent toward your clan. At the word Star Abyss Crystal, the expressions of the Star Spirit people changed instantly. The elder's antennae trembled slightly. What do you seek with the Star Abyss Crystal? It is the sacred relic that guards our homeland. We could never hand it to outsiders. Seeing this, the war-crazed God King could not hold back and stepped forward. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Ming reached out and pulled him back. Xiao Ming gave the Star Spirit elder a gentle smile. Elder, you misunderstand. We have no intention of seizing the Star Abyss Crystal. We merely wish to borrow its power to stabilize the chaos energy we cultivate. We would not harm your clan in the slightest. And if there is any need, we would gladly help your clan resolve your difficulties as repayment. The Star Spirit elder fell silent for a moment, his antennae swaying softly, as though sensing Xiao Ming's aura. After a long pause, he finally spoke slowly. Recently, star-eating beasts have appeared near our homeland. They devour star power and ravage our dwellings. Many of our warriors have been wounded fighting them. If you can help us drive away the star-eating beasts, I will take you to see the Star Abyss Crystal. But you may only view it from a distance. You must not touch it. No problem. The war-crazed God King agreed at once. Aren't they just a few beasts? Leave them to me. The Star Spirit elder nodded and led the group toward the clan's homeland. Along the way, they passed numerous shattered rock structures, black claw marks scarred across the ground. Unmistakable traces left behind by the star-eating beasts. Li Linger looked at the ravaged homeland and murmured to Xiao Ming, these star-eating beasts are so hateful. They actually destroyed their home. Xiao Ming patted her head. That's exactly why we must help the Star Spirit clan drive them away. We'll find leads on the Star Abyss Crystal and save these innocent beings, two birds with one stone. Before long, they arrived at the Star Spirit clan settlement, a village built upon a colossal vein of star crystal. The houses, constructed from star crystal, were cast a soft, warm glow beneath the starlight. At the center of the village stood an altar above which hovered a blue crystal the size of a fist, the Star Abyss Crystal itself. Yet its radiance was noticeably dimmed. Clearly, the star-eating beasts had drained a considerable portion of its star power. Star-eating beasts usually appear at night. They fear intense light and attacks condensed from star power. The Star Spirit elder pointed to a canyon beyond the village. Their lair lies there. They hide deep within the canyon during the day and come out to hunt at night. Xiao Ming nodded and discussed the strategy with the others. War-crazed God King and Crimson Sun God King, you lead the frontal assault. Your power is fierce enough to overwhelm the star-eating beasts. Lord Lingsong, use your sound waves to disrupt their movements. Venerable Extreme Scroll set up a flora formation to trap them. Lin Qingxian and Li Linger provide support. Shield the Star Spirit people with star power and pure spiritual energy. As for me, I will search for the beast's weakness and strike when the moment is right. With their roles divided, they quietly awaited the descent of night. As the night deepened and the stars burned ever brighter, a low guttural roar suddenly erupted beyond the village. Over a dozen monsters, each as massive as a fierce tiger and sheathed in black scales, charged out of the canyon. The star-eating beasts. Their eyes blazed with a blood-red light, and black mist spewed from their jaws. Everywhere they passed, the star power upon the rocks was devoured in an instant, leaving the stone dull and lifeless. Attack! Xiao Ming bellowed, charging out at the lead. The war-crazed God King and Crimson Sun God King followed close behind, golden spiritual power and crimson flames intertwining as they struck at the star-eating beasts. The star-eating beasts had thick hides and sturdy flesh. The direct blow left only a shallow wound, which only drove them into greater frenzy. Brandishing their sharp claws, they lunged at the two warriors. Lord Lingsong immediately raised his jade flute and played. The clear, piercing sound waves transformed into invisible blades that stabbed into the ears of the star-eating beasts. The beasts let out agonized howls, and their movements visibly slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Venerable Extreme Scrolls scattered flower seeds across the ground. As spiritual power poured into them, countless thorn-covered vines burst from the earth, coiling around the beast's limbs and binding them fast. Lin Qingxian drew out formation banners and laid down a star power array. Pale blue star energy surged from the formation, condensing into arrows of light that shot toward the gaps between the beast's scales. Li Linger likewise channeled her spiritual power into the flower lantern. White light splintered into countless fine needles that, working in tandem with the star power arrows, relentlessly struck the beast's weak points. Xiao Ming, observing from the side, discovered that the scales on the beast's bellies were comparatively fragile, and that each time they spewed black mist there followed a brief pause. Seizing his chance, he used instantaneous movement to appear behind one of the star-eating beasts. Gathering spiritual power tempered with chaos energy in his palm, he slammed it hard against the beast's belly. With a wet, wrenching sound, the spiritual power punched through the scales. The star-eating beast let out a shrill, agonized screech as its colossal body crashed to the ground. Black blood spilled forth, and in moments all life faded from its eyes. Everyone strike their bellies. That's the weak spot. Xiao Ming shouted, charging toward the remaining star-eating beasts. The group immediately readjusted their aim and unleashed their attacks upon the beast's underbellies. The war-crazed God King's giant axe split open a star-eating beast's belly, and Crimson Sun God King's flames surged into the wound, incinerating the creature in an instant. Lord Lingsong's sound waves also locked onto the beast's bellies. Under the constant vibration, the abdominal scales of many star-eating beasts shattered into pieces. After half a shurchen of fierce combat, the final star-eating beast collapsed to the ground. The Star Spirit clansfolk erupted into cheers, cupping their hands in gratitude. Thank you, brave warriors, for driving away the star-eating beasts. We can finally live in peace. The Star Spirit elder approached, Xiao Ming, his eyes brimming with gratitude. You kept your word and saved our homeland. I am willing to let you approach the Star Abyss crystal, even to borrow its power to stabilize your chaos energy. But you must promise me do not harm the crystal and do not reveal its location to anyone else. Xiao Ming nodded in agreement. Elder, rest assured. We will never harm the Star Abyss crystal, and we will keep your clan's secret. The elder led the group to the altar. Bathed in the radiance of the stars, the Star Abyss crystal once again bloomed with a soft blue glow. Xiao Ming stepped before the crystal and produced the Chaos Pearl. In an instant, the crystal and the pearl resonated with each other. Blue and golden light interwove, and a surge of pure star power and chaos energy flowed through Xiao Ming's fingertips into his body. The turbulent chaos power that had plagued his cultivation was suddenly rendered calm and steady. So soothing. Xiao Ming could not help but sigh. He closed his eyes, devoting himself wholly to absorbing the power born of the crystal and the Chaos Pearl's resonance. The others also drew near the crystal, using its star power to fortify their cultivation bases. The war-crazed God King's spiritual power grew deeper and more profound. A thread of star power merged into Crimson Sun God King's flames. Lord Lingsong's sound waves took on the crisp clarity of starlight. Venerable Extreme Scroll's flora spiritual power became more unyielding. Lin Qingxuan's star power array surged with vastly greater might, and Li Linger's pure spiritual energy turned even more concentrated. At dawn the next day, having finally absorbed the crystal's power, the group expressed their gratitude to the Star Spirit Elder. The Elder smiled and waved his hand. You helped us so much. This is what you rightfully deserve. If you ever have the chance, you are welcome to visit the Star Abyss realm again. The group bade farewell to the Star Spirit clansfolk. Xiao Ming produced the Chaos Pearl, preparing to open a teleportation gate to the next realm. Li Linger gazed at the starry sky of the Star Abyss realm, reluctance glimmering in her eyes. The stars here are truly beautiful. If only we could stay a few more days. Xiao Ming smiled. We'll come back again someday. There are still countless fascinating realms across the myriad heavens waiting for us to explore. Who knows? Perhaps the next realm holds an even more splendid story. The light of the Chaos Pearl blazed once more, and the teleportation gate slowly opened. The group exchanged smiles and stepped through the gate, one after another, setting off toward the unknown. They did not know what the next destination would look like, nor what challenges awaited them. But they knew that as long as they had one another by their side, this laid-back journey through the myriad heavens would forever be filled with surprises and joy. When the light of the portal dissipated, thick white fog instantly enveloped everyone, a damp chill rushing toward them, with visibility less than 3 feet. Faint sounds of flowing water reached their ears, soft mud lay beneath their feet, and occasionally, they stepped on unfamiliar plant leaves and branches, clearly indicating they had entered a realm dominated by fog. Where are we? Why is it all fog? Li Linger instinctively tightened her grip on Xiao Ming's hand. The white light emanating from the flower lantern could only illuminate a yard ahead, while the fog further away remained as thick as ink. Xiao Ming retrieved the Chaos Pearl, its golden glow appearing particularly feeble within the fog, barely capable of sensing the spiritual energy fluctuations in their surroundings. The Chaos Pearl's detection is being interfered with by this fog. It appears the environment here is quite unusual. Lin Xingxuan, have you ever come across documentation of such a realm in your ancient texts? Lin Xingxian produced his classical compilation and rapidly flipped through its pages by the lantern's pale light, his brow progressively furrowing. Here it is. This must be the Mist Veil realm. Ancient records indicate it remains perpetually shrouded in soul-confusing mist capable of disturbing cultivators' mental state and conjuring illusions. Spatial instability within the realm makes navigation nearly impossible. Soul-confusing mist. War Fury Heavenly King frowned, channeling spiritual energy to establish a protective barrier around himself. No wonder I felt this unsettling unease. It's the mist playing tricks on my mind. The moment he finished speaking, the surrounding fog began to swirl, and a woman's singing drifted faintly through the air, soft and melodic, yet carrying an eerie enchantment that made one inexplicably drawn to follow it onward. Li Ling'er's gaze gradually clouded over as her steps faltered, her body swaying toward the source of the singing. Ling'er, don't listen. Xiao Ming immediately pressed down on her shoulders, channeling a thread of chaos power into her body. The cooling aura of the chaos power instantly dispelled the confusion clouding Li Ling'er's mind. She snapped back to awareness, her face draining of color. What terrifying song that was. I nearly lost control of myself. Lord Lingsong swiftly produced his jade flute, its clear tones piercing through the mist to clash against the eerie melody. The calming power within the flute's resonance spread through the sound waves, gradually stilling the restlessness in everyone's hearts, while the surrounding fog momentarily ceased its movement. This fog can create illusions through sound, Lord Lingsong instructed. Try not to listen to any strange noises around you. Follow the direction of my flute. Everyone nodded and closely followed behind Lord Lingsong, advancing along the path, guided by the flute's notes. Various phantoms occasionally emerged from the mist, once a bustling city, then familiar companions, and even figures cloaked in black robes from the soul-devouring sect, all attempting to lead the group astray. However, sustained by the flute music and the faint radiance of the Chaos Pearl, everyone maintained their clarity and resisted the illusions. After traveling for roughly an hour, the fog ahead suddenly thinned, revealing a dilapidated stone bridge. Beneath it flowed a black river with an ominous sheen and a faint metallic odor. Upon the bridge stood a familiar figure clad in purple Taoist robes with a jade pendant inscribed with the character Cloud at their waist. It was Shun Xingyao, another disciple of Yunmiao sect who had previously descended the mountain alongside Lin Xingxian for training. Xingyao, junior sister, what are you doing here? Lin Xingxian exclaimed with both surprise and delight, quickly stepping forward. Shun Xingyao turned around, her face pale, with visible anxiety in her eyes. Senior brother Lin, you've finally arrived. Senior brother, senior sister, and I came to the Mist Veil realm to find the heart-clearing grass, but we encountered the soul-confusing mist and got separated. I also ran into a group of black-robed figures wearing masks who stole our storage pouches and injured several senior disciples. Xiao Ming's heart tightened as he pressed further. What did those black-robed individuals look like? Did they mention where they were heading? They all wore silver masks with only their eyes visible, carrying a faint metallic scent on their person. They seemed to be heading toward the center of the Mist Veil realm. Shun Xingyao recalled pulling a tattered piece of fabric from her bosom. I tore this from one of the black-robed figures. There appears to be some distinctive pattern on it. Xiao Ming took the fabric fragment and observed a black serpent motif embroidered upon it, radiating a subtle energy entirely distinct from the soul essence of the soul-devouring sect. These aren't from the soul-devouring sect, he observed. There must be other factions operating in the Mist Veil realm. He passed the cloth to Lin Xingxian. Do you recognize this pattern? Lin Xingxian examined it closely before his expression grew grave. This is the insignia of the Shadow Snake Pavilion. The Shadow Snake Pavilion was notorious throughout the myriad realms as an assassin guild operating in secrecy and surviving through targeted killings and resource theft. Their presence here was unexpected. Regardless of which organization this is, no one dares harm our Yunmiao sect disciples and escape punishment. Shun Xingyao clenched her fists, fury evident in her gaze. Senior brother Lin, brother, Xiao Ming, could you help me locate my fellow sect members? I'm worried they might be in danger. Of course, Xiao Ming agreed. We're heading to the Mist Veil Realm Center anyway, so we can search for your companions along the way. Venerable Jijuan, can you use your plant-based powers to track their spiritual signatures? Venerable Jijuan scattered flower seeds across the stone bridge, and as spiritual energy infused into them, a pale green sprout slowly emerged, its leaves bending toward the Mist Veil Realm Center. I can detect their presence, though the fog ahead grows denser and Shadow Snake Pavilion members may be intercepting us. We need to proceed with caution. After discussing their approach, the group continued forward with Shun Xingyao. With Shun Xingyao's guidance, they evaded several Shadow Snake Pavilion traps, one releasing soul-confusing mist, another concealing poison needles in the ground. Without her early warnings, the group likely would have suffered consequences. Along their path, signs of combat appeared intermittently. Bloodstains and torn clothing littered the ground, suggesting cultivators had met their end here. Shen Qingyao's expression darkened as she observed the traces, her pace quickening. The temporary campsite is just ahead. I wonder if the senior disciples are still there. Piercing through the dense fog, they discovered a ruined encampment ahead. Tents lay, collapsed weapons and belongings strewn about, yet no people were in sight. Shen Qingyao called out anxiously in all directions, but received no answer, tears beginning to well in her eyes. Don't worry, Xiao Ming reassured her, examining the campsite traces carefully. They may have only temporarily departed. The blood is still fresh from a fight that occurred roughly half an hour ago, and the absence of bodies suggests your senior disciples have been taken by the Shadow Snake Pavilion. There is still hope. Suddenly the surrounding mist churned violently, as over a dozen silver-masked figures burst forth wielding black daggers in a coordinated assault. The leader stood tall, his dagger emitting an ominous blue glow clearly coated in potent poison. Shadow Snake Pavilion. Warfury Heavenly King roared, swinging his massive axe to unleash a golden spiritual energy slash straight at the leader. The masked figure reacted swiftly, sidestepping the attack and driving his poison blade toward Warfury Heavenly King's throat with lightning speed. Crimson Sun Heavenly King immediately parried with his crimson longsword, the clash sparking violently. These opponents move incredibly fast. Stay vigilant. Lord Lingsong's flute notes transformed into sharp energy, manifesting as countless verdant blades aimed at the remaining assailants. Venerable Jijuan channeled his plant-based power, summoning vines that erupted from the earth to entangle the intruders' legs and restrict their movement. Shen Qingyao drew her own sword and fought alongside Lin Qingxuan, their Yunyao sect techniques flowing with graceful precision. Working in seamless coordination, they quickly overpowered two of the attackers. Li Linger channeled her spiritual energy into the lantern, projecting a protective white barrier around the group's rear flank to guard against potential flanking maneuvers. Xiao Ming studied the leader's movements carefully, noting that despite their ferocity, there were clear openings. Each strike was followed by a brief moment of vulnerability. Seizing the moment, he activated instantaneous movement to appear behind the figure, then drove his palm forward, channeling chaos power directly into the man's back. The assassin was caught completely off guard, blood spraying from his mouth as the chaos power struck him, his mask cracking away to reveal a grotesque face beneath. His eyes wide with terror, he stared at. Chaos power. Who are you? Someone here to end your life. Xiao Ming scoffed, unleashing another surge of power that completely subdued the assassin. Witnessing their leader captured, the remaining fighters panicked, and one by one they were overpowered. Pressing the leader to the ground, Xiao Ming demanded, "Tell me, where did you take the Yunyao sect disciples, and why were you capturing them?" The man gritted his teeth in refusal, though dark blood began seeping from the corner of his mouth. Anticipating this, Xiao Ming gripped his jaw firmly to prevent the poison from taking effect. Don't entertain thoughts of suicide. Confess honestly, and I'll spare your life. Hide anything, and I have 100 ways to make your existence unbearable. The assassin's face drained of color as he hesitated before finally speaking. We were ordered to capture the Yunyao sect disciples. We're taking them to the Shadow Veil Palace at the center of the mist-hidden realm to hand them over to its master. I don't know the reason why, only that the palace master requires their spiritual energy to refine some kind of pill. Where exactly is the Shadow Veil Palace? Lin Qingxian pressed for details. It's located in the Mist Valley at the heart of the mist-hidden realm. The Shadow Snake Pavilion has established a massive formation there that ordinary people cannot penetrate, the assassin answered with a quivering voice. Satisfied he wasn't holding back, Xiao Ming rendered him unconscious and handed him to Shen Qingyao for custody. We're heading to the Mist Valley now to rescue your senior disciples. He looked at the group with unwavering determination. Though the Shadow Snake Pavilion's formation is formidable, we possess the Chaos Pearl and the Chaos Secret Text. We will break through and save them. Nodding in agreement, everyone followed Shen Qingyao toward the Mist Valley at the realm center. The fog thickened steadily, and the sinister aura in the air grew more pronounced, signaling that a new confrontation awaited them at the Shadow Veil Palace. Deep within Mist Valley, the silhouette of Shadow Hall flickered faintly in the dense fog. The entire hall was constructed from black stone, with countless serpent patterns carved into its roof. As the fog flowed, the patterns would emit an eerie blue glow, resonating with the soul-confusing mist surrounding it, and forming an invisible barrier. The hall's protective formation, the 10,000 Serpents Array. This is the place. Shen Qingyao pointed at the door of Shadow Hall, her voice urgent. I can sense the spiritual energy fluctuations of my senior brothers and sisters. They must be imprisoned inside. Xiao Ming took out the Chaos Pearl, gathering spiritual energy at his fingertips. The golden light on the pearl's surface pierced through the thick fog, illuminating the barrier of the 10,000 Serpents Array. The instant the golden light collided with the eerie blue patterns, the barrier flashed violently. Several dark serpent shadows burst forth from the serpentine designs, lunging toward the group. Careful, these are illusions from the formation. Once entangled, they'll drain your spiritual energy. Lin Qingxian immediately warned, drawing out formation flags to deploy the Yunyao restraint array. Cyan light patterns temporarily trapped the serpent shadows. Venerable Ji once seized the opportunity to scatter anti-evil grass seeds. With spiritual energy infused emerald blades of grass rapidly coiled around the barrier, their spirit light spreading along the serpent patterns. The barrier's glow gradually dimmed. This formation is sustained by yin and evil energy. The anti-evil grass can only suppress it temporarily. To completely shatter the formation, we must locate the formation core. Xiao Ming stared at the hall's roof, noticing the central serpent carving glowed brighter than the others, clearly marking the formation core. Lord Lingsong used sound waves to restrain the serpent shadows around the formation core. Divine King Qi Yang, your flames can burn away the yin and evil energy. Attack the core now. Lord Lingsong immediately played his jade flute. The clear melody transformed into countless cyan light arrows striking the serpent carvings on the roof. Serpent shadows surged forth to defend, but were driven back by the sonic vibrations. Divine King Qi Yang seized the moment, leaping into the air. His crimson longsword ignited with fierce flames, transforming into a fire dragon that rocketed straight toward the formation core. Boom! The fire dragon struck the serpent carving, and the black rock shattered instantly. The eerie blue light completely dissipated, and the barrier of the 10,000 serpents array collapsed with it. With its protective barrier destroyed, the great doors of Shadow Hall slowly creaked open. A thick stench of blood and sinister aura poured out from within. Charge! Divine King Zhan Kuang led the way, charging into the hall with his massive axe. The others followed closely behind. The interior was pitch black save for the faint blue glow emanating from serpent-shaped candle holders along the walls. This dim light revealed a central altar where 5 disciples of Yunyao sect were bound. Their faces were pale as spiritual energy was slowly drawn from them by a black formation etched into the altar, flowing into a serpent statue. Senior brothers and sisters. Shen Qinyao cried out, about to rush forward, but a dark figure intercepted her. Want to save them? Get past me first. The figure slowly turned around. He was a middle-aged man in black robes, wearing a half-silver serpent mask and wielding a serpent-shaped scepter, none other than the Hall Master of Shadow Serpent Pavilion, whose cultivation had reached the early stage of spirit transformation. The Hall Master swung his scepter, and countless black serpent shadows burst forth, lunging at the group. You've destroyed my great formation and ruined my plans. Not a single one of you leaves alive today. Divine King Zhan Kuang immediately raised his axe to defend his golden spiritual energy, cleaving through several serpent shadows. But he discovered the shadows would reform after being destroyed. There was no end to them. Why can't these serpent shadows be eliminated? They're formed from yin and evil energy. As long as the altar continues operating, the serpent shadows will keep coming. Lin Qingxian shouted, we must destroy the altar first and rescue the disciples. Xiao Ming nodded and said to Shen Qinyao and Li Ling, you go destroy the altar and save the Yunyao disciples. Leave the rest to us. The two nodded immediately, and while the others engaged, the Hall Master quietly slipped around to the altar. Shen Qinyao sliced through the chains binding her senior siblings with her longsword, while Li Linger channeled spiritual energy into a luminous lantern. White radiance bathed the disciples, easing their spiritual depletion. But at that moment, the Hall Master suddenly sensed their movements. With a sweep of his scepter, a black serpent shadow shot toward Li Ling. Watch out! Xiao Ming reacted, instantly teleporting to block the attack before Li Linger. Gathering chaotic energy in his palm, he struck down and shattered the serpent shadow. Seeing this, the Hall Master was consumed by rage. The serpent patterns on his scepter blazed with intensified light as countless serpent shadows merged into one massive black serpent that lunged toward Xiao Ming. Chaotic power break through. Xiao Ming raised the chaos pearl before him. It emitted a pale golden light that merged with his chaotic energy, forming a golden shield. The black serpent crashed against the light shield, letting out a mournful shriek as its body gradually dissolved under the purifying force of chaotic energy until it vanished completely. The Hall Master's expression shifted dramatically. He had never expected Xiao Ming to possess the means to counter his serpent shadow technique. You can actually control chaotic energy. Greed flashed in his eyes. If I absorb your chaotic power, I'll be able to break through to the mid-stage of spirit transformation. The Hall Master abandoned all restraint as yin and evil energy surged wildly around him. His black robes fluttered without wind, and the gem on his serpent scepter unleashed a dark pillar of light aimed straight at Xiao Ming's heart. Divine King Qi Yang and Lord Lingsong rushed to support immediately. Flames and sonic waves intertwined to block the light pillar's assault, but the impact still forced them to stagger backward several steps. Divine King Zhan Kuang seized the opportunity to circle behind the Hall Master, swinging his massive axe to deliver a golden spiritual energy slash across his back. The Hall Master cried out in pain and struck back with a serpent shadow that hit Divine King Zhan Kuang's shoulder. Black venom spread instantly, turning the king's face dark. Zhongquang. Xiao Ming panicked and unleashed his chaotic power instantly, his body surrounded by a pale golden glow as he teleported before the Hall Master and delivered a palm strike to his chest. Chaotic energy spread through the Hall Master's meridians, continuously purging the yin and evil forces within him. The Hall Master let out a blood-curdling scream as his body began convulsing violently. No, I cannot lose like this. Madness flashed in the Hall Master's eyes as he prepared to burn his own cultivation base to perish together with Xiao Ming. But just then a tremendous explosion echoed from the altar direction. Xin Xinyao and Li Linger had successfully destroyed it. The black formation completely failed, and the yin and evil energy within the Hall Master suddenly lost its source, his aura rapidly weakening. Xiao Ming seized the opportunity, channeling all the Chaos Pearl's power into his palm and striking the Hall Master between the eyebrows. With a sickening thud, chaotic energy pierced through his body as he slowly collapsed to the ground, his serpent scepter shattering alongside him. As the Hall Master died, the sinister aura within the hall gradually dissipated and the serpent candle holders on the walls dimmed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and gathered around the altar to check on the Yunyao disciples. Thank you all for rescuing us. We cannot repay such a great kindness, the leading Yunyao disciple said weakly, bowing to everyone. Shun Qingyao's eyes reddened as she hurriedly fed her senior siblings healing pills. It's all my fault. I failed to protect everyone. This isn't your fault. The Shadow Serpent Pavilion was too cunning. Her senior brother smiled and comforted her. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Otherwise, we would have truly been drained of all our spiritual energy. Everyone gathered their belongings and left Shadow Hall with the Yunyao disciples. As they exited Mist Valley, the thick fog in the mist-hidden realm began to dissipate. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the entire realm. I never thought destroying the altar in Shadow Hall would also clear the soul-confusing mist. Li Linger gazed at the scene before her, her eyes filled with delight. Xiao Ming nodded, holding the Chaos Pearl in deep thought. Perhaps the soul-confusing mist was originally connected to the Shadow Serpent Pavilion's yin and evil energy. Now that the Hall Master is dead, and that energy has dissipated, the mist-hidden realm has returned to normal. After discussing among themselves, the Yunyao disciples decided to return to their sect immediately and report the Shadow Serpent Pavilion incident. Before parting, Lin Qingxian bowed to Xiao Ming. Brother Xiao Ming, thank you for your help this time. If you ever need assistance in the future, Yunyao sect will surely support you wholeheartedly. You're too kind. We merely did what was necessary. Xiao Ming nodded with a smile. If we have the chance in the future, let's explore the myriad worlds together. Everyone bid farewell to the Yunyao disciples. Xiao Ming took out the Chaos Pearl, and as spiritual energy coursed through it, the pearl glowed with a pale golden light, forming a portal before them. Next, let's visit the spirit plant realm. He looked at everyone, his eyes full of anticipation. The secret manuscript says there are countless rare spiritual plants there. Venerable G1 will certainly appreciate it, and the pure spiritual energy of the spirit plant realm is ideal for our cultivation. The spirit plant realm. Wonderful. Venerable G1 exclaimed excitedly. I've long wanted to see the spiritual plants of all the myriad worlds. Perhaps we'll even find the legendary grass of immortality. Everyone nodded and stepped into the portal one by one. As their figures vanished, the portal gradually closed. Sunlight from the mist-hidden realm fell upon the ground, as though this battle had never taken place. And upon the land of the spirit plant realm, a scene full of vitality awaited them. Spiritual plants covered the mountains and valleys, swaying in the wind, while the air was filled with the rich fragrance of herbs and trees. A new adventure was about to begin. As the light of the teleportation portal faded, the dense fragrance of lush vegetation instantly enveloped the group. Before them stretched an endless spirit plant garden. Rainbow-hued spirit flowers swayed in the breeze, towering spirit trees pierced the clouds, and crystal-clear spirit fruits hung among the vines. Even the air carried a sweet freshness that nourished spiritual energy. This was the Lingji realm. Heavens! Is this the Lingji realm? It has even more spirit plants than the Hualing realm. Venerable Ji Wan's eyes burned with fervor. He hurried to a spirit plant blooming with golden flowers and studied it carefully. This is a golden vein flower. A legendary immortal herb said to improve alchemy success rate. I never thought I would see it here. Li Linger was also captivated by the scene before her and reached out to touch a pink spirit flower, but Xiao Ming gently stopped her. Don't touch it. Most spirit plants in the Lingji realm possess spiritual intelligence, who touching them carelessly may provoke an attack. The moment his words fell, the pink spirit flower suddenly shook and countless fine needles shot from its petals toward Li Ling. Venerable Ji1 reacted with lightning speed, pulling out a spirit leaf and holding it in front of Li Linger. The needles struck the leaf and instantly scattered into specks of spiritual light. This is a pink thorn flower. Although it is aggressive, its petals are excellent material for refining antidote pills, he explained with a smile, condensing a wisp of gentle wood attribute spiritual energy and slowly infusing it into the flower. Sensing the goodwill, the pink thorn flower gradually calmed its swaying petals and even brushed lightly against Venerable Ji Wan's fingertip as if showing friendliness. Seeing this, everyone wore astonished expressions. They had not expected the spirit plants of the Lingji realm to be so sentient. Spirit plants here can sense cultivators' auras. As long as there is no ill intent, they will not attack first. Walking forward, Venerable Ji Wan continued his explanation. Moreover, the spirit plants here nourish one another and form a unique ecosystem. We should try not to disturb this environment. The group followed Venerable Ji Wan along a small path through the spirit plants. Along the way, they came across many rare spirit plants. Venerable Ji Wan would stop from time to time to collect leaves or seeds from spirit herbs and carefully store them in his storage pouch, his face full of contentment. After roughly an hour, a lake veiled in white mist appeared ahead. On a small islet at its center grew a snow-white spirit herb with crystal dew condensing on its leaves and a faint spiritual light radiating from it. It was the undying herb Venerable Ji Wan had dreamed of. The undying herb. It really is the undying herb. Venerable Ji Wan's voice trembled with emotion. A celestial herb said to revive the dead and restore flesh from white bones. I never imagined it truly existed. Xiao Ming looked at the undying herb in the lake, his brows furrowed. The spiritual energy fluctuations around this lake are very strange, as if a formation is protecting it. Besides, since the undying herb is a celestial herb, a guardian beast is sure to be nearby. We must not rush in rashly. The moment the words left his mouth, the lake suddenly churned violently, and a colossal figure burst out of the water, an immense jade-green python. Its scales were covered with patterns of grass and trees, and a purple spirit flower grew on top of its head. It was none other than the spirit python guarding the undying herb. Roar! The spirit python let out a low, muffled roar and slammed its enormous tail toward the group, whipping up a fierce gust of wind. God King Zhan Kuang raised his giant axe, condensing golden spiritual energy into a shield that blocked the python's attack. This brute is incredibly strong. It must have grown so powerful by feeding on the spiritual energy of spirit plants for years. God King Qi Yang leapt into the air, his crimson longsword blazing with furious flames, and stabbed at the python's vital spot, just behind its head. The spirit python twisted its body nimbly, evading the attack, and spat a stream of green venom toward God King Qi Yang. Pavilion Master Ling Tsang immediately played his jade flute, and the sound waves transformed into a barrier that blocked the venom. Venerable Ji Wan watched the spirit python, a glint of understanding flashing through his eyes. This spirit python is the guardian beast of the Lingji realm. It feeds on the spiritual energy of spirit plants, and will not attack us as long as we do not harm the undying herb. We can try to communicate with it. Perhaps we can borrow the undying herb. He produced a treasured spirit plant core, an essence drawn from the 1,000-year-old spirit wood of the Hualing realm, which held tremendous allure for spirit plants and plant-type demon beasts. Venerable Ji Wan slowly held out the spirit plant core to the spirit python and said gently, "We mean no harm. We merely wish to borrow the undying herb. This spirit plant core is yours as a token of gratitude." The spirit python stared at the spirit plant core, a trace of longing flashing in its eyes, but it did not step forward immediately. Instead, it watched the group warily. Venerable Ji Wan waited patiently. The spirit plant core in his hand emitted a soft spiritual glow that gradually won over the python. After a moment, the python finally lowered its head, touched the core with the tip of its nose, and swallowed it. It then turned and swam toward the islet in the center of the lake, motioning for the group to follow. The group followed the spirit python onto the islet. Venerable Ji Wan walked cautiously up to the undying herb, and instead of picking it right away, took out a bottle of specially prepared nutrient solution from his storage pouch and gently sprinkled it on the roots. The undying herb needs careful tending. After harvesting, the roots must be left and nourished with nutrient solution so that it can grow again. He carefully plucked 3 leaves from the undying herb, then evenly sprinkled nutrient solution over the roots. New tender sprouts soon emerged from the roots, clearly showing that the herb had not been harmed. The spirit python watched all this, wagged its tail in satisfaction, and turned to swim back into the lake. Excellent. With the undying herb, even severe wounds can be healed quickly from now on. Venerable Ji Wan carefully put away the undying herb leaves, his face brimming with joy. As the group was about to leave, they suddenly felt violent fluctuations of spiritual energy in the distance, mixed with the shrill cries of spirit plants. Venerable Ji Wan's expression changed drastically. Something is wrong. Someone is destroying the spirit plants of the Lingji realm. The group immediately ran toward the source of the fluctuations and soon saw a scorched spirit plant garden. Dozens of cultivators in black armor were chopping down spirit trees and burning spirit flowers. Many spirit plants wilted in the flames, and the air was thick with the smell of burning. Who are you? Why are you destroying the spirit plants of the Lingji realm? Venerable Ji Wan shouted furiously, his eyes blazing with anger. The leading cultivator in black armor turned around with a contemptuous smile. We are from the Finchen sect. We came to the Lingji realm under the sect master's orders to collect spirit plants and refine pills. These spirit plants are nothing but grass and trees. What does it matter if they are destroyed? You dare destroy my spirit plants. I won't forgive you. Seething with anger, Venerable Qi condensed wood attribute spiritual energy in his hands. Countless vines burst out of the ground and snaked toward the black-armored cultivators. But the Finchen sect cultivators were already prepared. They produced flame artifacts and sprayed roaring flames, scorching the vines black. The leading cultivator sneered with such meager skill, how dare you try to stop us? Today we will not only destroy these spirit plants, we will kill every one of you too. Seeing this, God King Zhanquang immediately raised his huge axe and charged forward. You want to kill us? First ask my axe whether it agrees. A slash of golden spiritual energy tore toward the Finchen sect cultivators, sending several of them flying in an instant. Xiao Ming also brought out the chaos pearl at once. A pale golden light enveloped the group as he condensed primordial chaos power and shot it at the leading Finchen sect cultivator. The Lingji realm is a treasure for all, not a resource for you to plunder. Today we will make you pay for this. Everyone attacked at the same time. The spirit plants of the Lingji realm seemed to sense the group's goodwill and released spiritual energy of their own, joining in the assault on the Finchen sect cultivators. Pink spirit flowers shot out fine needles, golden spirit trees rained down spirit leaves, and vines wrapped around the limbs of the Finchen sect cultivators, forming a natural barrier. Under the combined attack of the group and the spirit plants, the Finchen sect cultivators gradually lost their advantage. Seeing that the situation had turned against him, the leading cultivator tried to flee, but Venerable Qi vines caught his ankle and slammed him heavily to the ground. Mercy! We will never dare to cause trouble in the Lingji realm again. The leading cultivator begged hastily. Venerable Qi snorted coldly. I can spare you, but you must compensate the Lingji realm for its losses and swear never to set foot in it again. The Finchen sect cultivators nodded and hurriedly agreed. After compensating with a large number of spirit crystals and spirit plant seeds, they fled the Lingji realm in disgrace. Looking at the spirit plant garden that had returned to calm, Venerable Qi let out a sigh of relief and began restoring the damaged spirit plants with spirit plant seeds and nutrient solution. Xiao Ming looked at the scene and said with a smile, the Lingji realm not only gave us the undying herb, but also let us experience the goodwill of spirit plants. This really is a wonderful place. Everyone nodded, their eyes full of approval. The sunlight of the Lingji realm bathed them in warmth and comfort, while a new insight quietly took root in every heart. Having repaired the spirit plant garden ravaged by fire, Venerable Qi still could not bear to leave. He crouched beside a freshly planted spirit herb, carefully nurturing its tender sprouts with spiritual energy. Xiao Ming watched his focused expression and shook his head with a smile. Venerable Qi, we still need to explore the deeper parts of the spirit plant realm. Rumor has it there lies a cleansing spring capable of purifying spiritual energy, beneficial for all our cultivation. Cleansing spring. Venerable Qi immediately rose to his feet, a new light igniting in his eyes. Then let us depart at once. There must surely be even more treasures in the core region of the spirit plant realm. The group continued along the narrow paths between the spirit plants. The deeper they ventured, the older the plants grew, and the richer the spiritual energy became. Along the way, the spirit plants possessed not only sentience, but also the ability to actively yield the path, and even use their branches and leaves to guide directions, clearly regarding the newcomers as friends. After roughly 2 hours of travel, the spirit plants ahead suddenly thinned out. A clear spring gushed forth from a rock face and gathered into a modest pool. The spiritual energy surrounding the pool was so dense it seemed ready to condense into mist, and the water shimmered with a faint blue glow. This was precisely the cleansing spring they sought. Such pure spiritual energy. Divine King Qi stepped to the pool's edge, dipped his fingers into the water, and his face broke into delight. This spring water can purify impurities within spiritual energy. If we cultivate here, breaking through to a new realm will become far easier. Everyone gathered around the pool. Some drank the spring water directly, while others sat cross-legged, channeling their spiritual energy to absorb its nourishing power. Li Linger took a sip and her eyes lit up. So sweet. It tastes even better than the nectar of the mortal realm. Xiao Ming also sat cross-legged and placed the chaos bead before him. The spiritual energy of the cleansing spring resonated with the power of the chaos bead, forming a pale blue barrier that enveloped Xiao Ming. Within it, the subtle impurities in his spiritual energy were slowly purified, and his chaos power grew ever more refined. He closed his eyes and felt the flow of spiritual energy within him. Suddenly, he gained a new comprehension of vitality. Though the spirit plants of the spirit plant realm lacked conscious thought, they could grow and protect their home purely through instinct. Was this not the most pristine expression of vitality itself? And perhaps the way of letting things be should also follow this vitality, without forcing or hastening, but growing steadily through nature. Just as everyone was immersed in their cultivation, a loud choral suddenly echoed from the distance. Xiao Ming opened his eyes and gazed toward the sound. Two cultivators were engaged in a heated dispute over a spirit plant wreathed in red flames, with several corpses scattered about. That's a flame spirit lotus. Lin Qingxuan's expression darkened. Ancient texts record that the flame spirit lotus can nurture a heavenly flame. Such a flame not only greatly increases the success rate of alchemy and artifact refining, but can also suppress yin and evil forces. It is an extraordinarily precious treasure. Divine King Zhan Kuang immediately rose to his feet, gripping his great axe. It seems they are killing one another over a heavenly flame. Let us go investigate. The group hurried forward and found a cultivator in red robes locked in fierce combat, with one in blue robes. The red-robed cultivator manipulated a ball of flame, hurling it at the blue-robed one, who countered with flowing water to deflect the assault. Meanwhile, the petals of the flame spirit lotus had begun to wither, but the heavenly flame at its center grew ever brighter, clearly on the verge of maturity. Stop it! Xiao Ming bellowed, chaos energy condensing around his body. You slaughter the innocent for a heavenly flame. Do you not fear heavenly retribution? The red-robed and blue-robed cultivators simultaneously halted their attack, regarding the newcomers warily. The red-robed one sneered. Who is this upstart to meddle in our affairs? This flame spirit lotus was discovered by us first, so the heavenly flame naturally belongs to us. Nonsense. We found it first, the blue-robed cultivator shot back. If you had not struck us down, the heavenly flame would already be ours. As the two prepared to clash once more, sect master Lingsong immediately drew breath to his jade flute. Sound waves formed a barrier separating them. The heavenly flame is a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth destined for those worthy of it, not a tool for you to fight over. You have already wounded and killed countless people. If you persist in your folly, do not blame us for showing no mercy. A cruel gleam flashed across the red-robed cultivator's eyes. He suddenly lunged toward the flame spirit lotus. The heavenly flame is mine. No one shall steal it from me. Concentrating flame's spiritual energy in his hand, he sought to pluck the lotus forcefully. Do not. The flame spirit lotus has not yet fully matured. Forceful plucking will cause the heavenly flame to dissipate. Venerable Jijuan cried out, stepping forward to stop him, but the blue-robed cultivator intercepted him. Do not think you can stop me. If he cannot have it, neither shall I. The blue-robed cultivator whipped his water into a barrage, shooting toward the red-robed man. Seeing this, Xiao Ming instantly deployed a spatial shift, appearing beside the flame spirit lotus and raising the chaos bead before him. The bead emitted a pale golden radiance that enveloped the lotus. The red-robed cultivator's flame spiritual energy slammed against the barrier and was instantly repelled. At the same time, the power of the chaos bead infused into the flame spirit lotus. The once withered petals miraculously revived, and the heavenly flame at the center grew steadily more stable. How dare you ruin my opportunity? Enraged beyond measure, the red-robed cultivator's flame spiritual energy surged violently as he charged at Xiao Ming. Divine King Zhan Kuang and Divine King Qi Yang immediately advanced, their golden and crimson spiritual energies intertwining to block the assault. The blue-robed cultivator, seeing the heavenly flame protected by Xiao Ming, grew desperate. His water transformed into countless arrows firing towards Xiao Ming. Sect Master Lingsong and Lin Xingxian swiftly intervened, their sound waves and Cyan's spiritual energy working in concert to deflect every arrow. Will you truly persist in your folly? Xiao Ming looked upon the two, his eyes filled with disappointment. Though the heavenly flame is precious, what use is it if you do not live to enjoy it? Moreover, your senseless slaughter will inevitably bring karmic retribution upon you. The red-robed and blue-robed cultivators exchanged glances, a flicker of hesitation passing between them. They looked at the corpses around them, then at the flame spirit lotus shielded by the chaos bead, and finally lowered their weapons. The red-robed cultivator sighed. So be it. The heavenly flame was never meant for us. We accept this fate. The blue-robed cultivator nodded. We thank you for your reminder, sir. We should not have lost our minds over a heavenly flame. With that, the two turned and departed from the area. The group exhaled in relief. Venerable Jijuan approached the flame spirit lotus and observed it closely. Fortunately, the power of the chaos bead preserved it. Without it, the lotus would have been destroyed. We need only wait for it to fully mature, and the heavenly flame will nurture itself naturally. For the following 3 days, everyone took turns guarding the flame spirit lotus while cultivating by the cleansing spring. Xiao Ming's chaos power grew increasingly refined under the purification of the cleansing spring, and the range and speed of his spatial shifts saw a significant improvement. Divine King Zhan Kuang's spiritual energy became ever more profound, leaving him but a step away from the late nascent soul stage. Divine King Qi Yang's flame spiritual energy absorbed a trace of heavenly flame, dramatically amplifying its power. Sect Master Lingsong's sound wave techniques grew more agile and fluid, granting him effortless control over their direction and intensity. Lin Xingxian and Li Linger likewise found their spiritual energy becoming ever purer their cultivation advancing steadily. On the morning of the third day, the flame spirit lotus finally reached full maturity. Its petals slowly unfurled, and the heavenly flame at its center transformed into a crimson streamer hovering in midair. The heavenly flame radiated a gentle warmth without any scorching pain, instead filling those nearby with a profound sense of comfort and vitality. The heavenly flame has matured. Venerable Jizhuan exclaimed with excitement. However, a heavenly flame bonds with its master through a drop of blood. It will only recognize one whose heart is pure and who bears destiny with fire. All eyes turned to divine King Qi. He excelled in flame's spiritual energy and possessed a righteous heart, making him the most fitting master for the heavenly flame. Qi did not decline. He extended a finger, drew a single drop of blood, and let it fall onto the heavenly flame. The instant his blood made contact, the flame transformed into a thread of crimson light and merged into his body. With his eyes closed, Qi sensed the power of the heavenly flame coursing through him, and a triumphant smile spread across his face. Wonderful. I can feel that my flame's spiritual energy has more than tripled in strength. Everyone congratulated divine King Qi, while Xiao Ming gazed upon the scene with deep satisfaction. The journey through the spirit plant realm had not only rewarded them with the immortality grass and a heavenly flame, but had also elevated every companion's cultivation significantly. He retrieved the chaos bead and said with a smile, "Our journey through the spirit plant realm has come to an end. Next, let us visit the thunder realm." The secret manual mentions that realm possesses thunder power capable of tempering the physique. It will bring great enhancement to both divine King Zhan Kuang and divine King Qi. The thunder realm. That sounds thrilling. Divine King Zhan Kuang said eagerly. I have long wanted to experience the sensation of tempering my body with thunder power. Everyone nodded in agreement and followed Xiao Ming as he stepped through the portal opened by the chaos bead. Sunlight from the spirit plant realm fell upon the place where they had vanished. The flame spirit lotus slowly closed its petals as if bidding them farewell. Meanwhile, within the skies of the thunder realm, purple lightning bolts churned and brewed among the clouds. A new challenge was about to begin. The portal dissolved amid thunderous rumbling, and barely had the group steadied themselves when a ferocious aura enveloped them all. Above them churned purple-black clouds within which bolts of lightning as thick as water barrels darted, like silver serpents crashing against the black rocks on the ground and sending dazzling sparks flying. This was the thunder realm, renowned for its terrifying thunderous power. What overwhelming thunderous power! Merely standing here makes my entire body tingle. Li Linger instinctively stepped behind Xiao Ming. The white radiance emitted by her lantern appeared notably feeble amidst the violent aura of thunder. Yet Warlord Zhan Kuang's eyes gleamed with excitement. He strode boldly toward an exposed rock formation, threw open his arms, and reveled in the surrounding thunderous energy. Thrilling. This is the kind of power that truly excites me. If I can absorb this thunderous energy to temper my physique, my strength will surely advance to a new level. Xiao Ming retrieved the chaos pearl, and a pale golden barrier enveloped the group, shielding them from most of the ferocious thunderous energy. The thunder of the thunder realm exists in three forms. The outermost layer produces mortal thunder, which is relatively weak and suitable for initial tempering. The middle layer generates spiritual thunder, capable of refining spiritual energy. At the core lies chaos thunder, the most powerful of the three. Even soul transformation cultivators dare not provoke it recklessly. Let us begin with the mortal thunder zone and proceed gradually. The group nodded and followed Xiao Ming toward the mortal thunder region. Though weaker in the mortal thunder zone, the lightning still carried immense destructive power. The ground was crisscrossed with deep gullies carved by strikes, and faint sparks crackled across the black rocks. Warlord Zhan Kuang was the first to step beyond the protective barrier, deliberately meeting an incoming bolt of mortal thunder head-on. Excellent, he declared, channeling his spiritual energy to shield his body as the strike landed upon him. With a thunderous boom, the lightning struck his shoulder. His frame shuddered, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, yet an exuberant grin spread across his face. Magnificent. This thunderous force truly can temper the flesh. I can feel my bones and sinews strengthening within. Divine King Qi also emerged from the barrier, channeling his anomaly fire onto his body to form a protective flame shield. When the mortal thunder struck the flame shield, the fire surged violently, but did not extinguish. Instead, a wisp of thunderous energy was absorbed by the anomaly fire, raising its temperature slightly. My anomaly fire can absorb thunderous power. This makes tempering far safer. Watching their condition, Xiao Ming nodded with relief and addressed the others. You should try as well. Regulate your spiritual energy carefully and retreat back into the barrier immediately if you cannot endure it. Master Lingsong withdrew a jade flute and played a gentle wave of sound that enveloped him. When the mortal thunder descended, the sound waves deftly redirected its power into the ground, leaving only a trace of faint current to temper his body. Lin Qingxian activated the cloud mist formation, dispersing the thunderous energy before absorbing it to avoid serious injury. Venerable Jijuan summoned resilient vines that wrapped around his body, using them to cushion the thunder's impact. Meanwhile, Li Linger, protected by Xiao Ming, carefully absorbed a wisp of weak, thunderous energy. Though the process was somewhat painful, it refined her spiritual power further. For the following days, everyone continued tempering their bodies within the mortal thunder zone. Warlord Zhang Kuang's physique strengthened the fastest. Ordinary mortal thunder could no longer harm him, and he could even grasp lightning bolts barehanded, absorbing them into his body. Divine King Qi Yang's anomaly fire had absorbed substantial thunderous energy, transforming into pale violet thunderfire with greatly enhanced power. The others also made progress, their spiritual energy and physiques tempered to varying degrees. Mortal thunder no longer satisfies me. Let us venture into the spiritual thunder zone. On the morning of the 5th day, Warlord Zhang Kuang proposed eagerly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The group arrived at the spiritual thunder zone, where bolts were twice as thick as mortal thunder and glowed pale blue, the air thick with ferocious energy. No sooner had Xiao Ming opened the barrier than a spiritual thunderbolt surged toward them. The chaos pearl flared brilliantly, deflecting the strike just in time. The power of spiritual thunder is indeed far greater. Everyone must be cautious, Xiao Ming warned before stepping outside, himself channeling chaos energy to shield his body. A bolt struck him, causing his entire frame to shudder as chaos energy surged wildly within. Yet he successfully absorbed a portion of its power. He could feel his internal chaos energy growing more ferocious, yet more refined under the thunder's tempering. Warlord Zhang Kuang and Divine King Qi Yang also emerged from the barrier to undergo the spiritual thunder's baptism. Despite his formidable physique, Zhang Kuang was driven back step by the strike's, blood constantly flowing from his mouth, yet he refused to yield. Qi Yang's thunder fire shield flickered under the assault, the anomaly fire and thunderous energy merging ever more intensely, making his power grow stronger with each passing moment. Master Lingsong, Lin Qingxuan, Venerable Jijuan, and Li Linger remained at the barrier's edge, carefully absorbing the spiritual thunder's power. Lingsong's sound wave techniques grew sharper under the thunder's influence. Qingxuan's formation incorporated thunderous energy, adding a paralyzing effect against enemies. Jijuan's vines became tougher after absorbing lightning and could emit faint electrical currents. Li Linger's pure spiritual energy merged with thunderous power, gaining the ability to purify evils. Just as everyone was immersed in their tempering, the clouds above churned violently. A violet thunderbolt tore through the layer and surged toward them. It was chaos thunder from the core region. Danger! It's chaos thunder. Retreat to the barrier immediately. Xiao Ming's expression darkened instantly as he channeled the chaos pearl to maximize its defenses. But the chaos thunder was too fast for anyone to react. Warlord Zhang Kuang roared and positioned himself before the group, drawing upon all his spiritual energy to protect them. With a deafening crash, the chaos thunder struck Warlord Zhang Kuang. His spiritual shield shattered instantly, and a deep gash tore open on his body, exposing bone. Blood poured from the wound as he fell heavily to the ground. Zhang Kuang, Xiao Ming shouted, rushing forward and pressing the chaos pearl against the warrior's chest. A pale golden glow emanated from the pearl as chaos energy continuously flooded into Zhang Kuang's body, healing his wounds. Just then, another thunderous roar echoed from the sky as more chaos thunderbolts descended upon them. Everyone gather your strength and defend together, Xiao Ming cried out, pouring chaos energy into the chaos pearl. The barrier expanded dramatically in response. Divine King Qi Yang's thunder fire, Master Lingsong's sound waves, Lin Qingxuan's formation, Venerable Jijuan's vines, and Li Linger's white light all surged into the barrier, simultaneously merging with the chaos pearl's power to form a radiant multicolored shield. Boom, boom. Countless chaos thunderbolts hammered against the shield, causing it to flicker violently on the verge of collapse. Their faces drained of color as spiritual energy rapidly depleted, yet none of them yielded. Watching his companions beside him, warmth flooded Xiao Ming's heart. He recalled the vitality he had comprehended in the spirit plant realm and the true meaning of the Leibum Dao. It was not about forging ahead alone, but walking hand in hand with partners, supporting one another through hardship. He took a deep breath, channeling all his chaos energy into the chaos pearl, while silently reciting the mantras from the chaos secret manual, guiding the shield's power to resonate with the chaos thunder. A miracle unfolded. As the mantras echoed, the shield's energy and the chaos thunder's power gradually merged. The once furious bolts softened with strands of thunderous energy flowing through the barrier and into everyone's bodies. What's happening? The chaos thunder's power has actually become gentle. Lin Qingxian exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Ming smiled and explained, the chaos secret manual states that chaos thunder is inherently a manifestation of chaos energy. By guiding its power, we can harness it for ourselves. Now we can use the chaos thunder's power to break through our current cultivation realms. Understanding dawned on everyone, and they relaxed their minds to absorb the chaos thunder's power. Under the combined effects of Chaos Thunder and the Chaos Pearl, Zhang Kuang's wounds healed rapidly, while his spiritual energy surged toward the late nascent soul stage. Qi Yang's Thunder Fire fully integrated the Chaos Thunder's power, transforming into deep violet Chaos Thunder Fire with strength far surpassing its former self. Master Lingsong, Lin Xingxuan, Venerable Jizhuan, and Li Ling'er also broke through their current realms with the Chaos Thunder's aid, their power increasing dramatically. As the final Chaos Thunderbolt's power was absorbed, the clouds gradually dispersed to reveal a clear sky. Everyone opened their eyes, feeling the surging strength within their bodies, their faces beaming with joy. Warlord Zhang Kuang rose to his feet and stretched, his joints cracking. Wonderful. I've broken through to the late nascent soul stage. Even if I encounter a soul transformation cultivator, I now have the confidence to fight. Divine King Qi Yang laughed and said, my Chaos Thunder Fire can counter most evil powers. Next time we face the soul-devouring sect, we'll have even greater assurance. Watching everyone's transformation, Xiao Ming felt deeply gratified. He retrieved the Chaos Pearl and smiled. Our tempering journey in the Thunder Realm has been highly successful. Next, let us visit the Deep Sea Realm. The secret manual mentions deep sea pearls there that can enhance divine sense, which would greatly aid our comprehension of higher-level powers. The Deep Sea Realm. That sounds fascinating, Li Ling'er said excitedly, her eyes shining with anticipation. Everyone nodded in agreement and followed Xiao Ming into the portal opened by the Chaos Pearl. Upon the Thunder Realm's ground, only the scars left by lightning strikes remained, as if narrating the thrilling tale of their tempering journey. Meanwhile, beneath the waters of the Deep Sea Realm, a mysterious scene awaited them. Colorful coral reefs, bioluminescent jellyfish, massive whales, and the deep sea pearls hidden within oceanic abysses. A new adventure was about to unfold. The light from the portal dissipated in the water, and everyone was instantly enveloped by the cool seawater. Before them lay a kaleidoscopic underwater world. Crimson coral reefs rose in dense thickets, bioluminescent jellyfish drifted lazily through the currents, and schools of multicolored fish darted among them. In the distance, a colossal whale glided gracefully, exhaling strings of glistening bubbles. This was the Deep Sea Realm. Wow, the seabed is so beautiful. Li Ling'er waved her arms excitedly, the luminous lantern releasing a soft white glow that attracted numerous small fish to gather around her. She reached out curiously to touch one, but the little fish deftly dodged away, leaving behind a trail of silvery water streaks. Xiao Ming took out the Chaos Pearl and infused it with spiritual energy, causing it to emit a pale golden barrier that repelled the surrounding seawater and created a transparent space where everyone could breathe freely underwater. The water pressure in the Deep Sea Realm is extremely strong. The deeper we go, the greater it becomes. Everyone must stay close to me and never leave the light barrier on your own. Venerable Jizhuan gazed at the surrounding underwater vegetation, his eyes filled with curiosity. These seabed plants look completely different from those in the spiritual plants realm. I wonder if they possess any special properties. He reached out to touch a strand of purple seaweed, but Xiao Ming stopped him. Be careful. Most deep sea plants are poisonous and potentially aggressive. As soon as Xiao Ming finished speaking, the purple seaweed suddenly writhed its fronds, shooting forth countless fine toxic barbs straight at the group. Fortunately, the Chaos Pearl's light barrier intercepted them in time. The toxic barbs struck the shield and instantly dissolved into a pool of violet liquid. The group followed Xiao Ming and swam deeper into the Deep Sea Realm. Along the way, they encountered many extraordinary deep-sea creatures. An octopus capable of spraying freezing mist, a sea turtle with a shell as hard as iron, and dolphins that emitted ultrasonic waves. Most of these creatures bore no ill intent. They simply circled the light barrier curiously before moving on. After approximately an hour of travel, a massive underwater canyon appeared ahead. Its bottom was shrouded in darkness, with a faint blue glow flickering faintly within. According to the secret records, the Deep Sea Pearl should be hidden in the blue light cave at the canyon's bottom, Xiao Ming said, pointing downward. However, powerful deep-sea creatures may be guarding it. We must proceed with caution. As soon as the group entered the canyon, they felt an overwhelmingly powerful aura rising from below. A moment later, a massive shadow shot up from the canyon floor, sending enormous water currents crashing toward them. It was a giant whale, dozens of zhang in length, its deep blue skin covered with glowing coral. This was the deep-sea giant whale, the guardian of the Deep-Sea Pearl. Roar! The whale let out a deafening bellow and swung its enormous tail toward the light barrier. War Rage Divine King immediately raised his giant axe, condensing golden spiritual energy into a protective shield that withstood the blow. This beast's power is tremendous, even stronger than the chaos thunder of the Thunder Realm. Crimson Sun Divine King leaped into the air, his crimson longsword igniting with chaotic thunder fire as he thrust it straight toward the whale's eye. The whale agilely twisted its massive body, evading the attack, and simultaneously spat forth a towering column of water toward the group. Pavilion Master Ling Song immediately played his jade flute, the resulting sound waves forming a barrier that held back the torrent. Observing the whale closely, Xiao Ming noticed that despite its overwhelming power, it showed no intent to actively attack. It was merely preventing them from approaching the canyon bottom. It seems to be only protecting the deep-sea pearl, with no hostile intentions, he said. He attempted to send a wisp of gentle, chaotic power toward the whale, conveying his goodwill. Sensing the chaotic power, the whale gradually slowed its movements, the wariness in its eyes beginning to fade. Seeing this, Xiao Ming continued to project his goodwill, and simultaneously condensed an image through his spiritual energy, showing the whale that they only wished to borrow the deep-sea pearl to strengthen their soul power, and would harm neither it nor the pearl. The whale remained silent for a moment, then slowly moved to the side, waving its tail toward the canyon bottom to signal that they could pass. The group breathed a sigh of relief and followed Xiao Ming toward the blue light cave. The cave was filled with glowing stalactites, and the blue radiance emanated from their surfaces. At the center of the cave, upon a stone pedestal, rested a fist-sized pearl, shimmering with a faint blue glow radiating pure soul power. This was the deep-sea pearl. "We've finally found the deep-sea pearl," Lin Qingxian exclaimed excitedly. "With this, our soul power will increase dramatically, and it will greatly assist us in cultivating chaotic power." Xiao Ming stepped forward and carefully lifted the deep-sea pearl. It was cool to the touch, and a stream of refined soul power flowed through his fingertips into his body, instantly clearing the fatigue from his spirit. He passed the pearl to the others, allowing them to take turns absorbing its soul power. After absorbing the soul power, War Rage Divine King found his thoughts growing remarkably clearer, and the bottlenecks he had encountered in his cultivation began to show signs of loosening. Crimson Sun Divine King's soul merged more seamlessly with his chaotic thunder fire, granting him greater precision in manipulating its flames. Pavilion Master Ling Song's sound wave techniques, combined with his soul power, could now directly affect his enemies' minds. Venerable Ji Wan's plant spiritual energy fused with his soul power, allowing him to communicate with flora far more swiftly. Lin Qingxuan's array mastery reached new heights under the pearl's blessing. And Li Linger's soul grew ever more pure, her lantern's white light gaining the ability to soothe and calm the mind. Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of their spiritual enhancement, a violent tremor suddenly echoed from outside the cave. Xiao Ming stepped out of the cave and discovered the guardian whale engaged in fierce combat with a massive octopus, a tentacled behemoth dozens of zhang long known as the inkfish, capable of spraying black ink laced with deadly poison. The whale's body was already stained black in several places, its wounds bleeding profusely. "No, the whale is in danger," Li Linger cried out and rushed to help without hesitation. Xiao Ming immediately stopped her. "Don't act impulsively. The inkfish's poison is extremely potent, and its tentacles are incredibly powerful. We need a strategy before we intervene." Venerable Ji Wan observed for a moment and said, "The inkfish's weakness lies in its eyes. If we can strike them, we can drive it back temporarily. Moreover, its ink is vulnerable to intense light. Li Linger's lantern may be able to counter it." After discussing the plan, the group immediately launched their assault on the inkfish. Li Linger channeled her spiritual energy into the lantern, and the white light surged brilliantly, illuminating the entire canyon. The inkfish shrieked in pain under the intense glare, its movements noticeably slowed. War Rage Divine King and Crimson Sun Divine King seized the opportunity and charged forward, their golden spiritual energy and chaotic thunder fire intertwining as they struck directly at the inkfish's eyes. The inkfish attempted to block with its tentacles, but Pavilion Master Ling Song's sound wave technique disrupted its coordination, slowing its defenses by a critical fraction. Thwack! The chaotic thunder fire struck the inkfish's eye. It let out a blood-curdling scream and fled into the depths of the deep-sea canyon, disappearing into the pitch-black water within moments. The guardian whale looked at the group, its eyes brimming with gratitude, and gave a respectful nod before turning and swimming back to the canyon floor. Returning to the blue light cave, Xiao Ming held the deep-sea pearl and smiled. "Our journey through the deep-sea realm has gone smoothly. Not only did we obtain the pearl, but we also helped the whale. Next, let's visit the starry sky realm. The secret records indicate it serves as the nexus of all heavenly realms, providing passage to any domain. Moreover, the starry sky realm contains star crystals capable of enhancing cultivation, which will be of great assistance as we break through to higher realms." "The starry sky realm. That sounds incredible," Li Linger exclaimed eagerly. "Can we see more stars there?" Everyone nodded in agreement and followed Xiao Ming as they stepped through the portal opened by the Chaos Pearl. The waters of the deep-sea realm gently flowed, and the blue light cave returned to tranquility as though no one had ever visited. And high above, in the starry expanse of the starry sky realm, countless celestial bodies flickered with radiant brilliance as a new adventure was about to unfold across that dazzling cosmos. As the shimmering portal dissipated amidst the resplendent starry sky, the group found themselves suspended upon a land formed of condensed starlight, Beneath their feet, the solidified luminescence felt solid as ground, while countless stars slowly revolved around them. In the distance, colorful star trails could be seen linking the realms of the myriad heavens. This place was the hub of all realms, the Starry Sky Realm. So this is the Starry Sky Realm. It's even more beautiful than the starry sky of the Meteor Realm. Li Linger reached out, wanting to touch a nearby star that radiated a gentle glow. The instant her fingertip brushed against the starlight, the star transformed into motes of light, dancing lightly in her palm, making her laugh in delight. Xiao Ming produced the Chaos Pearl. Within the starry sky, the pearl's radiance surged mightily, resonating with the surrounding stars. A faint golden star trail extended from the pearl, pointing toward a distant star field gleaming with purple light. According to the ancient records, the starry sky crystal is hidden within that purple crystal starfield, and it is also the key passage leading to the core realms of the heavens. The group advanced along the faint golden star trail. Along the way, they could see cultivators from other realms shuttling through the cosmos aboard starboats. Most seemed to be in a hurry, clearly traveling between realms to explore or trade. Supreme Lord Jijuan stared at a lavishly decorated starboat, his eyes filled with curiosity. I never imagined the Starry Sky Realm would have its own dedicated means of transport. If we had a starboat, too, traveling across realms would be far more convenient. If we get the chance, we can check out the trading market in the Starry Sky Realm. Perhaps we can find blueprints for a starboat, Xiao Ming said with a smile. His gaze was suddenly drawn to a familiar figure ahead, a cultivator wearing the purple robe of the Yunmiao sect, standing beside a starboat as if waiting for someone. Isn't that junior sister Qin Qingyao? Lin Xingxian also recognized her and quickly stepped forward. Junior sister Qingyao, why are you here? Seeing them, Qin Qingyao's eyes sparkled with joyful surprise. Senior brother Lin. Brother Xiao Ming. I never expected to meet you here. I was sent by the sect to the Starry Sky Realm's trading market to procure spiritual materials and to meet up with some fellow senior and junior disciples. She pointed to the starboat behind her and said with a smile, this is the starboat the sect gave me. If you're heading to the purple crystal starfield, we can travel together. It's much faster than walking. Wonderful. With a starboat, we can save a lot of time. War Madness Divine King declared, immediately boarding the vessel. The others followed Qin Qingyao onto the starboat. Inside, it was spacious and bright, equipped with cultivation chambers, resting quarters, and storage rooms, fully furnished throughout. Qin Qingyao activated the starboat, and it transformed into a streak of light, flying along the faint golden star trail toward the purple crystal starfield. Along the way, Qin Qingyao introduced the group to the Starry Sky Realm. The Starry Sky Realm is divided into the Trade Zone, the Star Trail Zone, and the Core Zone. The Trade Zone hosts cultivators from myriad heavens, exchanging spiritual materials, artifacts, and techniques. The Star Trail Zone serves as the passage connecting the various realms, and the Core Zone is the heart of the Starry Sky Realm. It is said that only cultivators who have reached the late stage of spirit transformation may enter. Then which zone is the purple crystal starfield in? Li Linger asked with curiosity. The purple crystal starfield lies between the Star Trail Zone and the Core Zone. Not only does it contain starry sky crystals, but there are also many ancient star formations left behind from antiquity. It is said they can help cultivators comprehend the power of space. After half an hour of flight, the starboat finally arrived at the purple crystal starfield. Here all the stars were a soft purple, and the ground was covered with glittering translucent purple crystals, the starry sky crystals themselves. The crystals radiated pure, refined star power. A single breath from them could be felt as a surge of rapid growth in spiritual energy. So many starry sky crystals. Supreme Lord Jijuan rushed excitedly to a massive crystal, carefully collecting the crystalline powder on its surface. This powder can refine pills that strengthen the soul. Its effect is even better than deep-sea pearls. The others also began gathering starry sky crystals, while Xiao Ming walked over to the largest crystal and placed the chaos pearl upon it. In an instant, the pearl and the crystal resonated with each other. Purple star power intertwined with golden chaos power, forming a beam of light that shot straight through the heavens. Xiao Ming closed his eyes, feeling the fusion of the two powers. Nourished by the star power, the chaotic energy within him grew even more agile, and his comprehension of spatial power deepened significantly. War Madness Divine King clasped the starry sky crystal in his hand, and star power surged through his palm into his body. The cultivation bottleneck at the late nascent soul stage finally began to loosen, and the spiritual power within him churned like surging tides. He immediately sat cross-legged and began circulating his technique to absorb the star power, a golden glow emanating from his body. Scarlet Sun Divine King also fused the starry sky crystal with his chaos thunderfire. A thread of star power merged into the flame, making it even more dazzling and greatly enhancing its destructive power. Lingsong Pavilion Master Lin Xingxuan Supreme, Lord Jijuan, and Li Linger each found their own places to sit and cultivate, using the power of the starry sky crystals to rapidly elevate their spiritual souls and spiritual energy. Watching them cultivate, Shen Qingyao smiled and said, "It seems you all share a deep affinity with the starry sky crystals. I'll stand guard here for you. Once you've broken through, we can go to the trade zone and see if there's anything you need." For the next 3 days, everyone cultivated in the purple crystal starfield. War Madness Divine King successfully broke through to the late nascent soul stage, reaching new heights in both physical strength and spiritual power. Scarlet Sun Divine King's Chaos Thunderfire fully merged with the star power, becoming the pale purple Stellar Thunderfire, capable of easily rending space itself. Lingsong Pavilion Master's sound wave technique, now infused with star power, could travel 1,000 miles through the starry sky, vastly increasing its attack range. Lin Qingxuan's formation mastery, strengthened by the star power, also advanced to a new level, allowing him to arrange star formations that contain spatial power. Supreme Lord Jijuan refined a star soul pill that could boost spiritual soul power and distributed it to everyone. Li Linger's pure spiritual energy combined with the star power, enabling her to unleash a star shield with greatly enhanced defensive capability. Xiao Ming, aided by the star power and the Chaos Pearl, also successfully broke through. On the evening of the 3rd day, the group finally concluded their cultivation and expressed their gratitude to Shen Qingyao. She waved her hand with a smile. "There's no need for thanks. Seeing you all make breakthroughs has made me truly happy. Now let's go to the trade zone. There are many fascinating things there, and perhaps we'll find the star boat blueprints you're looking for." The group followed Shen Qingyao aboard the star boat and flew toward the trade zone. The star boat left a trail of light across the starry sky, while the starry sky crystals in the purple crystal starfield continued to shimmer as if bidding them farewell. At the trade zone's market, countless stalls were selling rare treasures from myriad worlds, and a new adventure was about to unfold amidst the bustling, lively trading scene. The trading district of Shinkong Realm was bustling with activity. Countless stalls lined both sides of the star orbits, their vendors hailing from myriad realms throughout the heavens and earth. Some were spirit plant cultivators carrying bamboo baskets on their backs, others were artifact refining masters wielding magical instruments, and still others were formation experts hawking ancient texts. The cries of vendors interwove with fluctuations of spiritual energy, forming a unique spectacle known as the Starfield Market. "There are so many people here." Li Linger glanced curiously from side to side, her gaze drawn to a stall brimming with colorful glass beads. "Brother Xiao Ming, look at those beads. They're so beautiful. Do you think they might have some special use?" Xiao Ming followed her gaze and noticed that the glass beads harbored a faint stellar power. Smiling, he explained, "These are star-dazzling beads. They can store a small amount of stellar power and release it to ward off attacks when danger arises. They're considered quite common protective ornaments." Shen Qingyao approached a stall selling blueprints and picked up a yellowed scroll. "Look, this is the basic blueprint for a starship. Although it's not the most advanced design, it's more than enough for us to forge a starship capable of traversing mid to low tier realms." Everyone gathered around. The blueprint detailed the starship's structure, required materials, and refinement methods, with simple formation patterns included alongside. The vendor was an elderly man in a gray robe. Seeing the group's interest, he chuckled and said, "This scroll of the flowing cloud vessel blueprint has been handed down since antiquity. It can be forged using starlight crystals and meteoric iron. It travels 30% faster than ordinary starships, and all it costs is 50 mid-grade spirit crystals." Zhangquang Shenwang immediately produced his spirit crystals. 50 mid-grade spirit crystals, nothing. I'll take it. With a starship, we can go to any realm we wish from now on. We'll never have to rely on the Chaos Pearl and expend spiritual energy to open portals again. The elder accepted the spirit crystals, handed the blueprint to Zhangquang Shenwang, and additionally gifted a copy of the Starship Maintenance Manual. "Straightforward, young man. This manual will help you with the starship's daily upkeep. Consider it a bonus. This manual will help you resolve the starship's routine maintenance issues, a little extra gift." Everyone continued hunting for treasures in the trading district. Jiwan Zunjia found starvine seeds at a spirit plant stall, vines that grew rapidly and could wrap around the starship, not only reinforcing the hull, but also absorbing stellar power to replenish the vessel's energy. Qi Yangshan Wang located a piece of chaos meteoric iron in the artifact refining district. A starship forged with it could withstand attacks from nascent soul cultivators. Ling Tsongguju acquired a set of sonic wave formation flags. When deployed on the starship, they could warn of danger and disrupt enemies. Lin Qingxian purchased the chart of heavenly star trails, which mapped the locations and safe routes of hundreds of realms. Li Lingyer selected a spirit spring jade that could automatically purify water, providing a continuous supply of pure water once placed aboard the starship. After completing their purchases, everyone returned to the purple crystal star domain and found a flat stretch of stellar land to begin forging the flowing cloud vessel. Xiao Ming and Qiang Shenwang were responsible for crafting the hull, mixing chaos meteoric iron with starlight crystals. Under the tempering of stellar flames, the black meteoric iron gradually fused with the purple crystals, forming a framework that was both sturdy and lightweight. Ji Wanzun just scattered the starvine seeds around the hull and infused them with spiritual energy, causing the vines to grow rapidly and wrap around the frame, creating a green protective layer. Ling Song Guzhu and Lin Qingxian laid out formations within the hull with the sonic wave formation flags and star trail formation flags working in tandem to form a comprehensive defense and navigation system. Li Linger embedded the spirit spring jade into the water source area of the cabin, watching clear water flow steadily, her face filled with satisfaction. After 3 days and nights of hard work, a starship approximately 10 zhang long was finally completed. The starship gleamed in pale purple, its hull entwined with emerald starvins. The prow was carved with an eagle spreading its wings, while the stern was inlaid with 3 starlight crystals radiating a soft glow. It was their flowing cloud vessel. It's finally done. Zhangquang Shenwang excitedly leapt aboard, pacing back and forth inside the cabin. From now on, this is our mobile home. Shen Qingyao gazed at the flowing cloud vessel, admiration in her eyes. The starship you've forged is even more exquisite than those of our sect. It seems that from now on, when traveling between realms, you'll no longer need to rely on others. Xiao Ming walked to the prow, gripped the chaos pearl, and injected spiritual energy into the starship's core. The 3 starlight crystals instantly illuminated. The starship rose slowly into the sky, turning and accelerating with remarkable agility in the starry void, moving considerably faster than Shen Qingyao's sect starship. The flowing cloud vessel's performance exceeds our expectations. We can now go to any realm we desire. Everyone boarded the starship. Li Linger ran to the prow, watching the stars streak past at high speed, and shouted excitedly, "Where should we go next? How about the gourmet realm? I've heard there are countless delicious spiritual foods there." Zhangquang Shenwang immediately chimed in, "Great idea. Great idea. We've cultivated for so long. It's time to properly reward ourselves." Ling Song Guzhu shook his head with a smile. The gourmet realm is indeed pleasant, but according to the chart of heavenly star trails, the Tao comprehension realm is not far from here. Their Tao comprehension stones can assist cultivators in grasping the great Tao, which would greatly aid our breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. After a brief discussion, everyone decided to head to the Tao comprehension realm first. Xiao Ming adjusted the starship's direction and set course for the star trail leading to the Tao comprehension realm. The flowing cloud vessel left a pale purple streak across the starry sky as the surrounding stars slowly receded, as if seeing them off on their journey. Shen Qingyao stood on the deck, gazing at the receding Shinkong realm, and said to Lin Xingxuan, "Senior brother Lin, when you return from the Tao comprehension realm, please do visit Yumiao sect. Our sect will surely thank you properly for your past assistance." Lin Qingxian nodded. "Absolutely. If Yumiao sect ever needs anything in the future, we will do our best to help." The starship gradually accelerated, heading toward the Tao comprehension realm. Everyone stood on the deck, gazing at the brilliant starry sky, their eyes filled with anticipation. They knew the journey to the Tao comprehension realm might bring new challenges, but with the flowing cloud vessel and each other's companionship, no matter what difficulties arose, they would overcome them together. This journey of letting loose across the myriad heavens continued to write a new chapter, and a vaster world awaited their exploration. The Luyun boat traversed the star path for 3 days before finally arriving at the Wudao realm. Passing through a pale white barrier of the realm, the scenery before them instantly widened. The entire realm was covered by a sea of clouds, and above the clouds floated countless gray-white rocks, each emitting a faint aura of Tao. These were the Tao enlightenment stones, capable of aiding cultivators in comprehension. This was the core area of the Wudao realm, the Wudao terrace. Such a rich aura of the Tao. Merely standing here makes my spirit feel so clear and focused. Lin Qingxian couldn't help but marvel, his gaze drawn to a massive Tao enlightenment stone suspended at the heart of the cloud sea. That must be the primary Tao enlightenment stone. Its aura of the Tao is 10 times stronger than the others. If I can achieve enlightenment there, the gains will surely be immense. Xiao Ming guided the Luyun boat to land on a smaller stone. As soon as the group stepped off, they felt a gentle wave of Tao's aura flowing up from their feet into their bodies, and the confusions they'd encountered during cultivation began to clear. Li Linger sat upon the Tao enlightenment stone, cradling her rabbit lantern, her expression gradually growing ethereal as she slipped into a preliminary state of Tao comprehension. Everyone find your own stone and cultivate. Guard your mind carefully. In Tao comprehension, inner demons are most easily provoked. Xiao Ming advised, then soared toward the primary Tao enlightenment stone. The aura on the primary Tao enlightenment stone was indeed far stronger. The moment he sat down, countless images flashed through his mind. From the ordinary life in the mortal realm to life and death trials in the cultivation world to the adventures across the myriad heavens, scenes revolving like a lantern, ultimately settling on his comprehension of the Tao of letting be. He had previously believed that letting be meant following one's true nature without forcing anything. But now, nourished by the Tao's aura, he saw differently. Letting be was not about passive withdrawal from the world. It was about understanding the laws of oneself and the world, then growing in the most natural way. Never swept along by worldly pursuits, yet steadfastly holding fast to one's true heart while following its calls. This was his Tao, the Tao of ease. Just as Xiao Ming was on the verge of breaking through a bottleneck, a dark figure materialized in his mind, taking his form, wearing a mocking smile. Xiao Ming, do you truly believe you can become a god through mere letting be? It's nothing but self-deception. Look at those around you. Zhangquang pursues strength, Qi Yang yearns to grow powerful, yet you only seek ease. You'll be abandoned by them sooner or later. An inner demon. Xiao Ming immediately snapped back to clarity, knowing this was an inevitable trial during Tao comprehension. Rather than arguing with the demon, he circulated his chaotic energy, weaving his understanding of the Tao of ease into it, and spoke softly, "My ease is not the ease of idleness, but the ease of following the heart, without transgressing boundaries, of holding fast to one's true self, without losing the way." The strength Zhangquang pursues, the power Qi Yang seeks. They are both expressions of their true hearts. They do not conflict with my ease at all, or rather they can support one another. That is precisely why we walk this path together. As his words fell, the chaotic energy radiated a pale golden light. The inner demon let out a piercing scream before gradually dissipating. Xiao Ming's clarity deepened within, and the spiritual energy in his body began to surge, pushing toward the early stage of divine transformation. Meanwhile, the others were all facing their own trials of inner demons. In Zhangquang Divine King's mind, the inner demon took the form of a far stronger demonic beast, taunting him that he would never become the greatest. For Qi Yang Divine King, it appeared as a white-haired elder of the soul-devouring sect, tempting him with demonic arts to rapidly increase his power. Lingsong Pavilion Master's demon was his obsession with past failures, plunging him into self-doubt. Lin Qingxuan's demon was anxiety over his sect's responsibilities, making focus impossible. Jiwan Venerable's demon was an unhealthy fixation on spiritual plants, tempting him to use any means necessary. Li Linger's demon was the fear of danger itself, urging her to abandon the adventure and return to the safety of the mortal realm. Yet through unwavering faith in their true hearts and trust in one another, each overcame their inner demon. Zhangquang Divine King realized that the greatest did not mean invincible, but being able to protect one's companions. Qi Yang Divine King held fast to the righteous path, rejecting demonic arts. Lingsong Pavilion Master let go of the past and faced his failures. Lin Qingxian understood that responsibility and growth were not contradictions. Jiwan Venerable recognized that love for spiritual plants meant protection, not possession. Li Linger learned courage through fear, knowing that with companions by her side, there was nothing to fear. When the final inner demon dissipated, the aura of the Tao in the Wudao realm surged dramatically. 7 streams of light rose from the group, merging into a single pillar that shot straight into the clouds. Xiao Ming broke through first to the early stage of divine transformation, his chaotic energy growing far purer and allowing him to manipulate spatial forces with ease. Zhangquang Divine King and Qi Yang Divine King followed closely, also reaching the early stage of divine transformation with significantly enhanced power. Lingsong Pavilion Master Lin Qingxuan, Jiwan Venerable, and Li Linger did not break through to divine transformation, but they stabilized their late-stage nascent soul cultivation, standing merely one step away. We've broken through. Zhangquang Divine King rose excitedly, raising a fist as golden spiritual energy condensed around his body, far stronger than before. Qi Yang Divine King also smiled. I never imagined the Tao's aura in the Wudao realm would have such miraculous effects, not only breaking through our realms, but helping us see our true hearts clearly. Xiao Ming looked at the group, his eyes full of satisfaction. This is the blessing of the Wudao realm. It not only elevates our cultivation, but strengthens our resolve when facing inner demons. From now on, we can head to the food realm that Li Linger longs for and celebrate properly. Excellent. We can finally eat something delicious. Li Linger cheered, tugging at Xiao Ming's hand, eager to board the Luyun boat. The group laughed as they returned to the Luyun boat. Xiao Ming adjusted their star trajectory, flying toward the food realm. The Luyun boat left a pale violet trail through the cloud sea, while the Tao enlightenment stones of the Wudao realm continued to emanate their gentle aura, as if bearing witness to a group of cultivators pursuing their true natures, continuing their journey through the myriad heavens. Meanwhile, on the lands of the food realm, countless fragrant spiritual delicacies awaited them. The spirit rice cakes that enhanced spiritual power, the snow lotus soup that nourished the soul, and the dragon meat barbecue that forged the physical body. A delicious adventure was about to unfold in the bustling food city. As the Luyun boat passed through the boundary barrier of the gourmet realm, a rich aroma surged into the cabin. Sweet grain, savory meat, and fresh fruits and vegetables layered together, whetting the appetite irresistibly. So fragrant. I'm already drooling. Li Linger leaned against the railing, staring down with sparkling eyes. Below lay a colossal city. The fields around it were filled with spirit plants, and stalls selling spiritual delicacies lined the streets. Cultivators coming and going all held all manner of delicacies in their hands. This was Baiwei City, the most prosperous city in the gourmet realm. Xiao Ming guided the Luyun boat down to an open space outside the city. No sooner had they disembarked than a stall selling spirit rice cakes caught their attention. The stall owner was a plump, middle-aged cultivator. When he lifted the lid of his steamer, golden rice cakes appeared in the white steam, dotted with bits of red spirit fruit. Fellow cultivators, try our molten heart spirit rice cake. Made with 1,000-year spirit rice and fire spirit fruit, one bite can replenish your spiritual energy, and it's sweet without being cloying. The stall owner greeted them warmly. Li Linger immediately bought one and took a small, careful bite. The rice cake melted instantly on her tongue. The rich fragrance of rice carried the refreshing sweetness of fire spirit fruit, while a warm current of spiritual energy slid down her throat and into her body, making her narrow her eyes in bliss. So delicious. Brother Xiao Ming, you should try it too. Everyone began buying spiritual delicacies. Divine King Zhan Kuang gnawed with relish on a large piece of roast meat, while Divine King Qi Yang savored a steaming bowl of snow lotus soup. Pavilion Master Ling Cong and Lin Qingxian sat at a tea stall slowly enjoying heart-clearing spirit sprout tea. Venerable Ji Wan had a particular fondness for a plate of chilled dressed spirit vegetables. Xiao Ming also tried a piece of spirit rice cake and felt spiritual energy circulating gently through his body, his fatigue vanishing in an instant. I never imagined spiritual delicacies could have so many benefits. Not only do they taste wonderful, but they also replenish spiritual energy and clear the mind. Xiao Ming said with a smile, his gaze drawn to an imposing restaurant ahead, Baiwei Tower. A golden plaque hung at its entrance inscribed with 5 large characters, finest flavor of the myriad heavens. I've heard that Baiwei Tower is the finest restaurant in the gourmet realm, and it has many rare spiritual delicacies inside. Let's go try them. Li Linger took Xiao Ming's hand and hurried toward the restaurant. The group entered Baiwei Tower. The interior was lavishly decorated, and every table was set with exquisite spirit crystal tableware. A waiter came up to them warmly and led them to a private room on the 2nd floor. Fellow cultivators, our signature dishes include dragon marrow soup, phoenix spreads its wings, and chaos fried rice. They are all made from rare ingredients gathered from across the myriad heavens. Would you care to try them? We'll take all of them. Divine King Zhan Kuang waved his hand grandly. Bring us everything that's delicious. Soon one exquisite spiritual dish after another was served. Dragon marrow soup was simmered from the marrow of a flood dragon from the deep sea realm. The soup was milky white and gave off a rich, enticing aroma. Phoenix spreads its wings was made from the meat of a 7-colored spirit bird from the spirit plant realm. Crisp on the outside, tender within, and carrying the refreshing fragrance of spirit plants. Chaos fried rice incorporated chaos rice from the chaos secret realm, and every grain shimmered with a faint golden light, leaving a lingering fragrance in the mouth. The group savored the delicacies while chatting freely about their future plans, and the atmosphere grew lively and warm. Just then the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open, and several cultivators in black armor strode in. The leader wore an arrogant smirk. This room is claimed by the City Lord's mansion. Get out now. The City Lord's mansion. What arrogance? Divine King Zhan Kuang put down his chopsticks, anger flashing in his eyes. We reserved this room first. Why should we yield it to you? The lead cultivator sneered and released the pressure of the early spirit transformation stage. Because we are from the City Lord's mansion of Baiwei City. In this city, whatever the mansion says is law. If you know what's good for you, leave at once, or don't blame us for being rude. Xiao Ming frowned. He sensed a trace of sinister evil energy within the man's pressure, faintly reminiscent of the Yingxi Pavilion cultivators they had encountered before. He stood up, releasing his own early spirit transformation pressure to counter the man. Everything should follow reason. This room is first come, first served. Seizing it by force is simply unreasonable. The lead cultivator had not expected Xiao Ming to also be at the early spirit transformation stage. His expression changed slightly, yet he refused to back down. Since you reject the toast, you'll be forced to drink the forfeit. Get them. Throw them out. Several black-armored cultivators immediately charged at the group, long sabers flashing coldly in their hands. Divine King Zhan Kuang and Divine King Qi Yang immediately rose to meet the attack. Golden spiritual energy interwove with chaotic thunderfire, and in an instant the black-armored cultivators were driven back. Seeing this, the lead cultivator produced a black token from his storage pouch. The token blazed with black light, and a dark barrier enveloped the entire private room. Not good. This barrier blocks spiritual energy fluctuations. They intend to kill us and silence the matter. Lin Qingxuan's expression changed. He immediately set up the cloud mist trapping formation to hold off the black-armored cultivators' attacks. The lead cultivator's face twisted into a ferocious grin. Exactly. Since you dare to oppose the City Lord's mansion, don't even think about leaving Baiwei City alive. Our City Lord is refining the myriad heavens soul-devouring pill, and he needs the spiritual power and souls of cultivators like you as ingredients. The myriad heavens soul-devouring pill. To use cultivator's souls to refine pills. This is sheer madness. Pavilion Master Lingsong immediately played his jade flute. The sound waves transformed into invisible blades and shot toward the lead cultivator. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Ming's eyes. Channeling chaos power, he condensed a light blade in his palm and slashed it at the dark barrier. With a rending sound, the barrier split open and spiritual energy fluctuations from outside instantly flooded in. Seeing this, the lead cultivator's face changed dramatically. He tried to flee, but Divine King Zhan Kuang's great battle axe blocked his path. Trying to run. Not so fast. With a furious roar, Divine King Zhan Kuang slashed his golden spiritual energy into the lead cultivator. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed heavily to the ground. Seeing their leader captured, the other black-armored cultivators fell into disarray and tried to flee. But the group surrounded them and quickly subdued them. Xiao Ming walked up to the lead cultivator and demanded, "Where is your city lord? How far has the refining of the myriad heavens soul-devouring pill progressed?" The lead cultivator gritted his teeth and refused to speak. Divine King Zhan Kuang planted his foot on the man's chest, making him grimace in pain. "Speak now, or I'll cripple your cultivation on the spot." At last, fear took hold of the lead cultivator. He stammered, The city lord is refining the pill in an underground chamber beneath Baiwei City. The entrance is in the kitchen of Baiwei Tower." Xiao Ming nodded, knocked the lead cultivator unconscious, and handed him over to Lin Qingxian to guard. "Let's go to the underground chamber now. Stop the city lord from refining the myriad heavens soul-devouring pill and rescue the captured cultivators." Everyone nodded and headed toward the kitchen of Baiwei Tower. The kitchen was empty. In the floor was a hidden stone door inscribed with black runes, the entrance to the underground chamber. Xiao Ming infused the stone door with chaos power. The runes gradually dimmed, and the door slowly opened. A thick stench of blood and a wave of sinister, evil energy surged out from the chamber. The group descended the stairs. The chamber was filled with black pill furnaces, and before each furnace a cultivator was bound. Their spiritual power and souls were slowly being drawn into the furnaces, their faces pale as paper. At the center of the chamber, a cultivator in a red robe stood before an enormous pill furnace, his hands forming seals. Black light pulsed within the furnace. This was the city lord of Baiwei City. "Who are you? How dare you invade my secret chamber?" The city lord turned around, madness blazing in his eyes. "My myriad heavens soul-devouring pill is about to be completed. Once it is done, I will break through to the late spirit transformation stage and become the overlord of the myriad heavens." Xiao Ming looked at the bound cultivators, fury burning in his eyes. Refining pills with cultivators' souls, and still dreaming of becoming an overlord. "Today we will act for heavenly justice and stop you." The city lord laughed coldly and drew a black longsword from his storage pouch. Its blade radiated sinister, evil energy. "Just because of you lot, you want to stop me? Then you'll become the final batch of ingredients for my pill." With that, the city lord lunged at the group, the black longsword wreathed in fierce killing intent. A new battle unfolded in the underground chamber of Baiwei City. Their goal was not only to stop the city lord from refining his pill, but also to rescue the captured cultivators and restore peace to the gourmet realm. The black longsword came screeching through the air. Xiao Ming had already anticipated it. As he dodged to the side, he condensed the power of chaos in his palm and sent a blade of light straight at the city lord's throat. The city lord reacted swiftly. Flipping his wrist, he blocked the blade of light with his longsword, and black spiritual energy spread along the blade, actually corroding a crack into the chaos force. "I didn't expect you to know chaos power, but it's far too weak." The city lord's face was full of mockery. Black spiritual energy surged around him, the alchemy furnaces in the secret chamber trembled, and countless black chains burst out of the furnaces, snaking toward the group. "Everyone be careful. These chains can absorb spiritual energy," Lin Qingxian shouted. He pulled out formation flags and set up the Yunyao trapping formation. Azure light patterns blocked the chain's attack, but were slowly corroded by the black spiritual energy. Divine King Zhan Kuang charged forward with a giant axe, slashing at the chains with golden spiritual energy. With a loud clang, the chains were cut apart, but they quickly reformed from the alchemy furnaces. "These chains can't be killed off. We must destroy the furnaces first." Divine King Qiyong understood at once. Leaping into the air, his crimson longsword blazed with stellar thunderfire as he slashed at the nearest alchemy furnace. With a thunderous boom, the furnace was struck by thunderfire and burst apart. The cultivator bound inside, suddenly freed, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. "Save them!" Li Linger rushed forward with her flower lantern, and white light fell upon the cultivators, easing the drain of their spiritual energy. Venerable Jijuan meanwhile took out healing pills and distributed them to the rescued cultivators to help restore their strength. Seeing his furnaces destroyed, the city lord burned with rage. His black longsword struck again, the sinister force on the blade surging even stronger. "I want you all dead." He slashed at Divine King Qiyong with such speed that no one could react in time. Pavilion Master Lingsong immediately played his jade flute and the sound waves formed an azure barrier in front of divine King Qi. With a crack, the barrier shattered instantly. Pavilion Master Lingsong was shaken so badly that he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his jade flute fell to the ground. Lingsong, alarmed, Xiao Ming's heart tightened. Chaos power erupted in an instant. Pale golden light flared around him as he teleported behind the city lord and slammed a palm against the back of his heart. Chaos power spread along the city lord's meridians, endlessly purifying the sinister force within his body. The city lord let out a miserable scream, his body convulsing violently. No, my pills. The city lord's eyes flashed with madness as he attempted to detonate the remaining furnaces and take everyone down with him. He formed seals with both hands, the furnaces in the secret chamber lit up with black light, and the spiritual energy fluctuations grew increasingly violent. Don't let him detonate the furnaces, Xiao Ming shouted, raising the chaos pearl before him. The pearl emitted a pale golden barrier that enveloped the remaining furnaces. The barrier continued to contract, suppressing the furnace's wild aura. Divine King Zhangquang and Divine King Qiyang seized the opportunity to charge forward, their golden spiritual energy and stellar thunderfire intertwined as they struck at the city lord. Suppressed by chaos power, the city lord could not defend himself at all. He was quickly subdued by the two of them, pinned to the ground and unable to move. Stop right now, otherwise I'll cripple your cultivation immediately, Divine King Zhangquang roared, pressing his giant axe against the city lord's neck. The city lord looked at the furnaces suppressed under the barrier, then at the furious cultivators around him. Finally, he gave up resistance. His hands fell limp, and the black spiritual energy gradually dispersed. I've lost. Xiao Ming let out a relieved breath, put away the chaos pearl, and signaled everyone to destroy the remaining furnaces and rescue the cultivators trapped inside. Soon, all the furnaces in the secret chamber were destroyed, and the captured cultivators were rescued. Though physically weak, none of them were in mortal danger. Thank you, brave warriors, for rescuing us. The lead cultivator clasped his hands in salute to the group, gratitude shining in his eyes. This city lord captured over 100 cultivators to refine the Zhutian's soul-devouring pill. If not for you, we would all have become ingredients for his pills. Xiao Ming nodded and handed the city lord over to the cultivator's custody. Take him to the square in Baiwei City first, and let every cultivator know his crimes. We will follow shortly. The group followed the cultivators out of the underground secret chamber and arrived at the square in Baiwei City. A large number of cultivators had already gathered in the square. When they saw the bound city lord and the rescued cultivators, they angrily cursed and demanded severe punishment for the city lord. Before the gathered cultivators, the city lord's crimes were exposed one by one. His refinement of the Zhutian's soul-devouring pill and his cruelty toward cultivators incited public outrage. In the end, with the consent of all cultivators, the city lord's cultivation was abolished, and he was imprisoned in the dungeon of Baiwei City, never to set foot outside the dungeon for all eternity. With the city lord's matter resolved, Baiwei City returned to its former liveliness. To thank Xiao Ming and his companions, the cultivators held a grand banquet at Baiwei Tower. The tables were laden with rare spirit delicacies from the Meisher realm, and some cultivators even offered various spirit materials and cultivation arts as repayment. I truly didn't expect that we would not only save people, but also gain so many benefits, Li Linger said with a smile as she ate a spirit fruit, her face full of contentment. Venerable Jijuan also nodded with a smile. This is the result of everyone working together. Besides, we have grown stronger through battle, so it is getting two benefits at once. Xiao Ming looked at his companions, then at the lively square, and felt deeply gratified. From the Chaos Secret Realm to the Meisher Realm, they had gone through countless battles and gained treasured friendship and growth. He raised his wine cup and said to everyone, thank you all for your companionship and trust during this time. No matter what difficulties we encounter in the future, as long as we join forces, no problem is unsolvable. Everyone raised their cups one after another and drained them, their faces full of smiles. After the banquet, the group returned to the Luoyuan boat. Xiao Ming looked at the Zhutian star orbit chart in his hand and said with a smile, next let's go take a look at the Wanshou realm. The mystic tome says that there are many rare demon beasts there, and we can contract powerful beast companions, which will be very helpful for our future adventures. Wanshou realm. Wonderful. I've always wanted an adorable beast companion, Li Linger said excitedly, her eyes filled with anticipation. Everyone nodded and Xiao Ming piloted the Luoyuan boat toward the Wanshou realm. The Luoyuan boat left a trail of pale purple light across the starry sky. The cultivators of the Meisher realm stood in the square waving farewell until the Luoyuan boat disappeared beyond the horizon. Meanwhile, on the grasslands of the Wanshou realm, countless demon beasts were running freely. A snow-white spirit fox raised its head, as if sensing a distant aura with a hint of curiosity flashing through its eyes. A new adventure was about to unfold on this grassland brimming with life. As the Luoyuan Zhou crossed the boundary barrier of the Wanshou Jia, a cacophony of beastly roars erupted in their ears. Below lay an endless expanse of emerald grasslands where herds of antelope beasts galloped freely and flocks of brilliantly colored feathered birds circled in the sky. In the distant forests, the silhouettes of colossal beasts could be seen brimming with primitive and vibrant vitality. This is the Wanshou Jia. There are so many demonic beasts. Li Linger leaned against the ship's railing, her eyes wide with wonder. Her gaze was suddenly caught by a snow-white figure on the grassland. Brother Xiao Ming, look at that fox. So beautiful. The others followed her gaze and saw a pristine white spirit fox standing on a nearby mound. Its tail fluffed out like an umbrella, its ear tips adorned with pale pink fur, and most striking of all, its eyes were a rare purple, as if containing the light of countless stars. The spirit fox seemed to sense their attention, lifting its head to gaze at the Luyunzhou, with no trace of fear in its eyes, only a hint of curiosity. It's a star-eye spirit fox. Lin Qingxuan's eyes sparkled with surprise. Ancient texts record that the star-eye spirit fox possesses the ability to peer into one's heart and foresee danger. It is an extremely rare contracted beast, and it only bonds with a master of pure heart. Upon hearing the words contracted beast, Li Linger's eyes lit up instantly. Can I contract with it? Xiao Ming smiled and nodded. The star-eye spirit fox is highly spiritual. You may try to communicate with it, but do not use force. The Luyunzhou slowly descended onto the grassland. Li Linger cautiously stepped off the vessel and made her way toward the star-eye spirit fox. She did not release any spiritual power, merely extending her hand gently with a warm smile. Little fox, I mean no harm. I would like to be your friend. May I? The star-eye spirit fox tilted its head, its purple eyes fixed upon Li Linger for a moment, as if probing her inner thoughts. After a while it lightly bounded forward, landing before her, and nuzzled her palm with its head, emitting a soft whimper. It agreed. Li Linger joyfully gathered the spirit fox into her arms. The fox nestled obediently against her, its tail gently brushing her arm. Just then a hurried clamor of hooves echoed from afar across the grassland, accompanied by a deafening beastly roar. They looked up to see a herd of iron armor beasts, each the size of an elephant, charging toward them. Their skin was hard as iron, sharp horns protruded from their foreheads, and their eyes blazed with ferocity. Trouble. It's a herd of iron armor beasts. They must have taken us for intruders. War maniac God King immediately raised his giant axe, condensing golden spiritual energy around his body. Everyone prepare for battle. Red Sun God King leaped into the air, his crimson longsword igniting with star-forged thunderfire, and cleaved down upon the lead iron armor beast. With a ringing clang, the thunderfire struck the beast's hide, leaving only a superficial mark. Enraged, the iron armor beast charged its horn directly at Red Sun God King. Lord Lingsong Pavilion immediately played his jade flute, the sound waves transforming into invisible blades aimed at the iron armor beast's eyes, their weakest point. In pain, the iron armor beasts roared, their movements noticeably slowing. Xiao Ming channeled chaotic power, condensing a blade of light in his palm, and struck the flank of the beast herd, attempting to scatter them. But the iron armor beasts were far too numerous, surging forward like an endless tide that could not be wholly contained. This won't work. We must find their leader. Lin Qingxian called out, his eyes scanning the herd. He quickly spotted a black iron armor beast considerably larger than the rest, its horns bearing golden patterns, a clear sign of leadership. Venerable Ji-Wan, bind the leader with vines. Xiao Ming shouted. Ji-Wan instantly drew out star vine seeds, scattering them across the ground. Infused with spiritual power, emerald vines erupted from the earth, coiling toward the black iron armor beast. The black iron armor beast sensed the danger and attempted to evade, but it was locked onto by the star-eye spirit fox in Li Linger's arms. A beam of purple light flashed from the fox's eyes. The black iron armor beast suddenly froze, its ferocity dissolving into bewilderment. The star-eye spirit fox's mind control technique. The vines seized the opportunity, wrapping tightly around the beast's limbs and securing it. Xiao Ming seized the chance, teleporting before the iron armor beast and infusing a thread of chaotic power into its body, conveying a message of peaceful intent. Sensing goodwill, the black iron armor beast's confused gaze cleared, and it emitted a low roar toward the herd behind it. Hearing their leader's command, the charging iron armor beasts gradually halted, their ferocious aura dissipating. Slowly they turned and retreated into the depths of the grassland. Everyone exhaled in relief and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Li Linger hugged the star-eye spirit fox and smiled. Thanks to the little fox, or we would surely have faced a grueling battle with that herd. As if understanding her words, the star-eye spirit fox nuzzled her cheek and let out a pleased whimper. Venerable Ji-Wan approached the black iron armor beast, loosened the vines, and offered it a spirit fruit. The beast accepted the fruit, gave the group a nod, then turned and rejoining its herd, soon disappearing into the distant grassland. The demonic beasts of the Wanshou Jia, though powerful, are largely spiritual creatures. As long as we do not provoke them, they generally pose no hostility. Xiao Ming rose to his feet and brushed the dust from his clothes. Let us head to the Wanshou Valley next. The secret manual mentions that it holds many rare beast eggs, as well as beast soul crystals that can enhance the strength of contracted beasts. Beast soul crystals. That's wonderful. Then the little fox can grow even stronger. Li Linger said, excitedly cradling the Star-Eye Spirit Fox as she led the way toward the Wanshou Valley. The group followed with smiles the Luyunzhou, leaving a pale violet trail across the grassland. Sunlight bathed the plains of the Wanshou Jie, the gentle breeze swaying the green grass, and an adventure amidst demonic beasts awaited them within the valleys ahead. Wanshou Valley lay hidden among the mountains of the Wanshou realm, its entrance thick with spirit grass reaching over a person's height. Between the blades, small demon beasts darted back and forth, leaving trails of nimble movement in their wake. No sooner had the group stepped into the valley than a dense surge of beast energy washed over them, purer than anything on the open plains. This was indeed the core gathering ground of the demon beasts. Beast soul crystals are generally hidden near demon beast lairs, especially those of beasts over 100 years old. Such places have a far higher chance of containing them. Lin Xingxian consulted the star orbit map of the myriad heavens and pointed to a cave exuding white mist deep within the valley. That should be the lair of a mystic iron bear. They excel at refining beast souls, so soul crystals are very likely hidden inside. The group made their way toward the cave. Before they had drawn near, a deep and oppressive bear's roar echoed out, and a mystic iron bear spanning over 3 zhang in height emerged from its dwelling. Its body was sheathed in black scales, its claws gleaming with a metallic luster, and its eyes brimmed with vigilance, as though it regarded the group as invaders. Everyone be careful. The mystic iron bear's scales are harder than an iron armor beast's. Ordinary attacks will barely scratch it. Xiao Ming warned, simultaneously releasing a thread of gentle spiritual energy in an attempt to convey goodwill. The mystic iron bear paid it no mind. It let out a furious roar and swung its claws down upon the group. Battle Frenzy God King raised his great axe at once, condensing golden spiritual energy into a protective shield. With a thunderous clang, the shield shattered, and the recoil sent him stumbling backward several steps. What immense strength! A fierce battle spirit ignited in Battle Frenzy God King's eyes. He swept his great axe, sending a blade of golden spiritual energy cleaving toward the bear's claw. The spiritual slash struck the scales and left only a shallow gouge. Rather than being wounded, the mystic iron bear grew even more enraged, opening its maw to spray a wave of dark energy straight at the group. Crimson Sun God King leapt into the air, his crimson longsword igniting with star-forged thunderfire. The thunderfire collided with the energy wave in a violent explosion. Lingsong Pavilion Master seized the moment to play his jade flute, sending sound waves transforming into invisible blades that pierced toward the mystic iron bear's eyes. The mystic iron bear cried out in pain, its movements noticeably slowing. Suddenly, the star pupil spirit fox in Li Linger's arms leapt forward, a purple light flashing in its eyes. The fox's mind control technique took effect, and the bear froze completely. Xiao Ming seized the opportunity, teleporting behind the mystic iron bear. He channeled chaos power into its body while projecting a signal: "We only seek beast soul crystals. We mean no harm." The fury in the bear's eyes gradually faded. It rumbled once toward the cave entrance as though inviting them inside. Xiao Ming bowed his fists to the bear in thanks and led the group into the cave. The cave interior was spacious and dry. Beast bones were scattered across the floor, and sure enough, a few pale blue crystals glimmered in the corner. Exactly beast soul crystals. Wonderful. We finally found beast soul crystals. Li Linger eagerly picked one up and handed it to the star pupil spirit fox. The fox opened its mouth and swallowed it, a faint blue light enveloping its body as its aura noticeably strengthened. Scarcely had the group collected the beast soul crystals when they caught sight of a stone pedestal nearly half a person's height at the rear of the cave. Upon it rested a multicolored beast egg, its surface etched with golden patterns and radiating a faint pulse of spiritual energy. It was clearly no ordinary demon beast egg. Could this be a 7-colored divine phoenix egg? Lin Qingxuan's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Ancient texts record that the 7-colored divine phoenix is an ancient divine beast capable of nirvana and rebirth. I never imagined we would actually find its egg here. Zhizhuan Venerable picked up the egg with meticulous care, his eyes filled with awe. This egg's life force is incredibly vigorous. If we nurture it properly, there's a real chance it could hatch into a 7-colored divine phoenix. Just as the group prepared to leave the cave, an urgent beast roar came from beyond the valley, accompanied by the thundering hoofbeats of countless charging creatures. The mystic iron bear burst into the cave and rumbled at the group, its eyes full of urgency. Trouble. It's a beast tide. Xiao Ming's expression darkened. Something must have spooked the valley's demon beasts. Let's go investigate immediately. Following the mystic iron bear, the group charged out of the cave. Before them, the grasslands beyond the valley teemed with countless demon beasts stampeding toward Wanshou Valley. Iron armor beasts, crimson flame tigers, wind-chasing wolves, and even several enormous python dragons. They were clearly fleeing some greater threat. Soul-devouring ants. Lin Qingxian pointed toward the rear of the beast's hide. A dark rolling mass of ants was rapidly closing in. Each ant was the size of a fist, its body laced with faint spiritual wisps, the very creatures that devoured soul essence. Soul-devouring ants thrive in colonies. Once targeted by them, even a soul transformation stage cultivator would struggle to escape. Battle Frenzy God King raised his great axe at once. What's there to fear? They're just a swarm of bugs. Watch me cleave them to pieces. No, there are far too many soul-devouring ants. A direct fight would only get us surrounded. Xiao Ming stopped him and quickly issued commands. Crimson Sun God King used Starforged Thunderfire to build a firewall at the valley entrance and block the ants' advance. Lingsong Pavilion Master used sound waves to disrupt their movements. Jijuan Venerable deploy Starvine behind the firewall to strengthen our defenses. Lin Qingxuan set up a binding array to slow them down. Li Linger have the Fox use mind control on the lead ants. I'll handle Battle Frenzy God King's coordination to clear any ants that breach our lines. The group sprang into action at once. Crimson Sun God King leapt skyward, his crimson longsword blazing with fierce thunderfire as he erected a firewall dozens of zhang high at the valley entrance. Soul-devouring ants that charged into the firewall were instantly reduced to ashes, yet fresh waves kept surging forward, and the firewall's brilliance slowly dimmed. Lingsong Pavilion Master played his jade flute, sending sound waves that sliced through the ant swarm like countless invisible blades. The ants, disrupted by the sonic assault, moved in chaos, their pace toward the firewall noticeably slowing. Jijuan Venerable scattered starvine seeds behind the firewall and infused them with spiritual energy. Vines rapidly sprouted and interwove into a green barrier, intercepting any ants that breached the flames. Lin Qingxian activated his binding array cyan light patterns, ensnaring clusters of ants and freezing them in place. Meanwhile, the star pupil spirit fox in Li Linger's arms flashed purple, directing its mind control technique at the largest ant, the colony's leader. The leader ant froze, and the entire swarm descended into chaos as ants began tearing into one another. At the valley entrance, Xiao Ming and Battle Frenzy God King held the line, their chaos power and golden spiritual energy intertwining as they eliminated any ants that broke through the defenses. The mystic iron bear joined the fray as well, swiping its claws and crushing soul-devouring ants to fragments. After a grueling half-hour of fierce combat, the last of the soul-devouring ants was finally annihilated. The group collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their bodies marked with residue from the slaughtered ants. Thank goodness we coordinated so well, or we would have truly fallen to these ants this time, Li Linger said, clutching the star pupil spirit fox with lingering dread. Xiao Ming nodded and looked down at the 7-colored divine phoenix egg in his hand, smiling. This journey through the Wanshou realm has been incredibly rewarding. We've secured beast soul crystals and obtained a divine phoenix egg. Next, let's head to the Danlian realm. It's rich in rare refining materials, perfect for brewing the pills needed to incubate the egg. The Danlian realm. That's fantastic. I can brew several strength-enhancing pills as well. Jijuan Venerable exclaimed with excitement. The group all nodded in agreement and boarded the flowing cloud vessel alongside Xiao Ming. The flowing cloud vessel left a pale purple trail as it sailed through the starry sky. Beyond, the demon beasts of Wanshou Valley stood upon the grasslands watching their departure. And deep within the valleys of the Danlian realm, countless rare spirit herbs swayed in the wind. A new adventure centered around alchemy was about to begin. The Luyun boat sailed through the boundary barrier of the alchemy realm, and a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs assaulted their senses. Mountains were carpeted with spiritual herbs stretching their leaves under the sunlight, with 7-colored medicinal flowers dotting the emerald slopes. The very air swam with herb mist capable of nourishing spiritual power. This was the Yaoling Valley, renowned across all realms, and the most vital source of spiritual materials in the alchemy realm. Such a potent herbal fragrance. Merely breathing it in makes my spiritual energy stir with anticipation. Venerable Ji1 took a deep breath, his eyes ablaze with fervor, and hastened toward a spiritual herb bearing golden blossoms. This is the golden mark dragon bloodgrass, the core ingredient for refining the resurrection pill. I never imagined I would see a mature specimen here. Xiao Ming cradled the 7-colored divine phoenix egg, feeling the faint life force pulsing within, and spoke softly. According to the secret archives, hatching a divine phoenix egg requires the Nirvana divine pill. Its core ingredient, the Nirvana grass, grows near the Binghua Spring in Yaoling Valley. Let us find the spring first, and then gather the remaining auxiliary materials. The group followed Xiao Ming along a narrow path winding through the spiritual herbs. Along the way, an astonishing variety of spiritual materials came into view: the diamond fruit, which strengthens the physical body, the clear mind flower capable of purifying the divine consciousness, and the purple mist vine known to amplify spiritual power. Venerable Ji-Wan collected them as he walked, and his storage pouch quickly filled to capacity, his face radiant with satisfaction. After roughly an hour of travel, a valley wreathed in white mist emerged ahead. At its center lay a spring, its waters split into two halves, one radiating white, cold, the other roaring with crimson flame. This was the Binghua Spring. Beside the spring's vent grew a spiritual herb entirely blazing crimson, its leaves dusted with frost crystals. It was the nirvana grass they had come seeking. We found it. The nirvana grass. Li Linger exclaimed excitedly, lunging forward to pluck it, but Xiao Ming stayed her. Be careful. The temperature around the Binghua Spring is wildly unstable. Approaching too closely could freeze or burn you. Xiao Ming channeled his chaos power, forming a luminous barrier around his body. I will retrieve it. Wait here for me. He walked steadily toward the spring, the barrier shielding him as temperatures outside fluctuated violently between searing heat and biting cold, yet never breached the defenses of his chaos power. Reaching the nirvana grass, Xiao Ming gently uprooted the specimen and placed it into a specially crafted jade box, a temperature-stabilizing container he had purchased from the Star Sky Realm Trading District, designed to preserve the herb's vitality. Returning to the group, Venerable Ji-Wan immediately took the jade box and carefully examined the nirvana grass. Excellent. This specimen has reached sufficient maturity. It is perfect for refining the nirvana divine pill. Let us find a place to begin refining immediately. The group located a flat clearing in Yaoling Valley. Venerable Ji-Wan took out his alchemy furnace, placed the nirvana grass, golden mark dragon blood grass, clear mind flower, and other materials inside one by one, then ignited starfire. A flame forged from star sky crystals, stable and ideal for alchemy. As the flames roared, a rich herbal fragrance filled the air. The spiritual materials gradually melted into liquid, churning and rolling within the furnace. Venerable Ji-Wan focused entirely on controlling the flame temperature, beads of sweat beading on his forehead. Refining the nirvana divine pill was exceedingly difficult. The slightest misstep would bring disaster. Xiao Ming stood nearby, channeling his chaos power to inject a stream of pure spiritual energy into the furnace, helping to stabilize the volatile spiritual currents within. Lin Qingxian and Pavilion Master Lingsong set up formations around them to ward off external interference, while Divine King Zhan Kuang and Divine King Qiyang kept watch against approaching beast demons. Li Linger clutched her star pupil spirit fox, her gaze fixed anxiously on the furnace, hardly daring to breathe. Time ticked onward. The herbal liquid in the furnace gradually condensed into pills, emitting a faint golden radiance. A flicker of joy crossed Venerable Ji-Wan's eyes as he intensified the flames and silently recited the alchemy incantation. The pills are formed. Boom. The furnace lid was blasted open and 3 golden pills soared out, the nirvana divine pills. Their surfaces were etched with intricate golden patterns, radiating pure spiritual energy and vitality that brought a profound sense of peace to all who breathed their fragrance. It succeeded. We have refined the nirvana divine pills. Venerable Ji-Wan cried out in excitement, carefully catching each pill and sealing them in a jade vial. Xiao Ming took the vial, withdrew 1 nirvana divine pill, and gently placed it atop the 7-colored divine phoenix egg. The moment the pill touched the eggshell, it dissolved into a beam of golden light and absorbed within. The golden patterns on the egg's surface flared to life. The life force stirring within grew ever stronger, and a faint heartbeat could be heard. It's reacting. Li Linger called out in delight, her eyes locked on the egg. The group gathered around the egg, holding their breath. After approximately half an hour, the patterns on the eggshell suddenly cracked. A beam of golden light shot forth from the fissure, and a small bird no larger than a palm emerged. The newly hatched 7-colored divine phoenix, its body clad in shimmering 7-colored feathers and a crest of golden down atop its head. The divine phoenix opened its eyes and let out a crisp, melodious call. It fluttered its wings and landed on Li Linger's shoulder, nuzzling her cheek affectionately. How adorable. Li Linger gently stroked the divine phoenix's feathers, her face alight with joy. Venerable Ji-Wan smiled and said, the 7-colored divine phoenix has bonded with you. As its master grows stronger, so too will it. It will protect you and remain the most loyal companion. Everyone looked at Li Linger and the divine phoenix and broke into smiles. Xiao Ming stored the remaining nirvana divine pills and said, our journey through the alchemy realm has been highly successful. Not only have we refined the nirvana divine pills, but we have also hatched the 7-colored divine phoenix. Next, let us visit the artifact refining realm. There are many rare materials there, perfect for forging a more powerful set of magical artifacts for everyone. The artifact refining realm. Wonderful. My great axe truly needs reinforcement. Divine King Zhan Kuang exclaimed eagerly. The others nodded in agreement and boarded the Luyun boat alongside Xiao Ming. The Luyun boat left a pale purple trail across the starry expanse as it departed. The spiritual herbs of Yaoling Valley swayed in the wind, as if bidding them farewell. Meanwhile, within the volcanic ranges of the artifact refining realm, scorching magma churned endlessly, and countless precious ores gestated within the molten depths. An extraordinary adventure connected to artifact refinement was about to unfold. Within the volcanic ranges of the artifact refining realm, molten magma churned relentlessly, nurturing countless rare ores within its depths. An extraordinary adventure intertwined with artifact refining was on the verge of beginning. As the Luyun boat pierced through the domain barrier of the artifact refining realm, a scorching wave of heat instantly swept across them. Below lay an endless expanse of volcanic peaks where dark red magma churned within the craters, occasionally spurting golden sparks into the air. Metal or dust floated in the atmosphere, making every breath feel searing. This was the Ronghua domain, the most renowned artifact refining sanctuary across all heavens and worlds. So hot, hotter than the flames of a scarlet sun bear. Li Lingder subconsciously stepped behind Xiao Ming, while the seven-colored divine phoenix, perched on her shoulder, excitedly flapped its wings and flew toward the magma, clearly drawn to the intense heat. Qi Xinjiang walked to the ship's railing, feeling the fire attribute energy in the air, his eyes brimming with delight. The fire spiritual energy here is extraordinarily pure. If I can cultivate here, my starry sky thunder fire should definitely reach a new level. Xiao Ming took out the chaos pearl, which radiated intensely under the extreme heat, resonating with a volcano below that spewed golden magma. According to the secret text, the so-called Qi volcano conceals the most precious chaos-refined gold in the artifact refining realm. Artifacts forged from it can not only withstand attacks from soul transformation cultivators, but also integrate with the user's own spiritual energy, significantly amplifying their power. The group descended the Luyun boat at the foot of Qi volcano. As soon as they stepped off, they saw numerous cultivators dressed as artifact refiners surrounding the volcano, mining ores. Some used specially crafted flame artifacts to melt the magma, while others dug with sturdy or shovels, the scene bustling with activity. Are you fellow cultivators also here in search of artifact refining materials? An elderly refiner with white hair and beard noticed them and approached with a smile. Qi volcano has been erupting frequently lately, increasing the probability of chaos-refined gold appearing far more than usual. However, the magma's temperature is also far more dangerous, so one must be extremely cautious when mining. Ji Wanzuns immediately asked, Elder, may I ask where chaos-refined gold is usually found within the volcano? We wish to gather some for artifact refinement. The old refiner pointed to the rim of the volcanic crater. Most chaos-refined gold is hidden beneath the cooled layer of the magma. It must be excavated using a cold iron shovel, and one must infuse ice attribute energy while digging, otherwise it will be re-melted by the magma as soon as it's exposed. I happen to have extra cold iron shovels. If you need them, I can gift them to you. Thank you, Elder. Xiao Ming accepted the cold iron shovel and bowed respectfully to the old refiner. Following the old refiner, the group reached the edge of the volcanic crater. On the surface of the magma floated a blackened cooling layer, occasionally flickering with golden specks, the unmistakable trace of chaos-refined gold. Xiao Ming channeled his chaos power, condensing a wisp of ice attribute energy in his palm, and infused it into the cold iron shovel. Then he carefully began digging into the cooling layer. With a crisp cracking sound, the shovel sank into the layer, and a fist-sized golden ore was unearthed. Its surface shimmered with a faint golden luster, its texture extraordinarily hard, showing no sign of melting even in the extreme heat. It was indeed chaos-refined gold. Excellent. We got one. Zhanquang Xinjiang exclaimed excitedly, and mimicking Xiao Ming's technique, infused ice attribute energy to begin mining chaos-refined gold himself. Over the next half-day, the group worked in unison and gathered considerable quantities of chaos-refined gold along with other rare ores such as red flame copper and cold soul silver. Seeing their bountiful harvest, the old refiner smiled and said, not far ahead lies the artifact refining pavilion. It houses ready-made refining furnaces where you can craft your artifacts. Should you encounter any difficulties, the pavilion's refiners are happy to offer guidance. The group thanked the old refiner and carried their ores to the artifact refining pavilion. The pavilion was a massive structure built from black stone containing dozens of enormous refining furnaces with numerous refiners busy at work inside. The pavilion's manager, a middle-aged refiner, saw the chaos-refined gold in their hands and could not hide his astonishment. I never expected you to have gathered so much chaos-refined gold. You must have come well prepared. After Xiao Ming explained their purpose, the manager promptly assigned them the largest furnace. This is our finest heavenly fire divine furnace, driven by the flames from the volcano's core. Its temperature is sufficient to melt chaos-refined gold. Feel free to use it. The group immediately began refining their artifacts. Xiao Ming was responsible for forging Zhanquang Xinjiang's great axe. He placed the chaos-refined gold and red flame copper into the heavenly fire divine furnace, controlled the flame temperature with his chaos power, and melted the ores into liquid. Then, following Zhanquang Xinjiang's spiritual energy attributes, he carved power-enhancing runes onto the axe head. Qi Xinjiang forged his own longsword, blending chaos refined gold with cold soul silver and infusing it with his personal starry sky, thunderfire, causing thunderfire patterns to spread across the blade. When wielded, it would automatically unleash thunderfire attacks. Lingsong Gaiju refined a jade flute, reinforcing its body with chaos refined gold and carving soundwave amplifying runes around the finger holes, dramatically increasing the power of his sonic techniques. Lin Qingxian crafted a set of formation flags, embedding chaos refined gold into the flagpoles so they could withstand greater spiritual energy, making the formations he deployed far more stable. Ji Wanzun's refined a storage pouch, weaving the pouch's opening with chaos refined gold thread to significantly expand its capacity, while also blocking external spiritual fluctuations, preventing spirit materials from deteriorating. With Xiao Ming's assistance, Li Linger forged a collar for the seven-colored divine phoenix. The collar was woven from fine threads of chaos refined gold and inset with a deep-sea pearl capable of automatically releasing a protective shield to safeguard the divine phoenix. After 3 days and 3 nights of tireless work, everyone's artifacts were finally complete. Zhan Kuang Xinjiang's great axe had grown even more imposing, its golden runes gleaming as spiritual energy coursed through them. Qi Xinjiang's longsword shimmered with pale purple thunder fire, radiating a terrifying aura. Lingsong Gaju's jade flute glowed with a luminous whiteness, its runes faintly visible. Lin Qingshuan's formation flagpoles gleamed with golden light, their engraved patterns sharper than before. Ji Wanzun's storage pouch now held 3 times its original capacity. And Li Linger's collar rested upon the 7-colored divine phoenix's neck, the embedded pearl emitting a soft blue radiance. We've finished refining. Let's test the power of these artifacts. Zhan Kuang Xinjiang excitedly raised his great axe and swung it at a massive boulder outside the pavilion. Golden spiritual energy surged along the axe's blade, and with a thunderous crash the boulder split cleanly into the cut surface, smooth and precise. Qi Xinjiang likewise wielded his sword, sending a pillar of starry sky, thunder fire stretching dozens of zhang outward, reducing a distant rock formation to ashes. Lingsong Gaiju played his jade flute, and invisible sonic blades sliced a floating rock into fragments. Everyone gazed at their newly forged artifacts, their faces beaming with joy. Xiao Ming smiled and said, "Our journey to the artifact refining realm has been a great success. Everyone's strength has improved significantly. Next, let's head to the formation realm. There are numerous ancient formation ruins there that can help us deepen our understanding of formations and also assist us in finding ways to dismantle the soul-devouring sect's formation techniques." The formation realm. Wonderful. I've been wanting to improve my formation knowledge. Lin Qingxian exclaimed excitedly. The group nodded in agreement and followed Xiao Ming aboard the Luyun boat. The Luyun boat left a pale purple trail across the starry sky as the volcanoes of the artifact refining realm continued to erupt behind them, as if bearing witness to the growth of these cultivators. And deep within the ruins of the formation realm, countless ancient formation patterns were beginning to flicker to life, signaling that an adventure intertwined with formations was about to unfold. As the Luyun vessel entered the array realm, the scene before them transformed instantly. The entire domain was veiled in countless translucent array patterns, while luminous trails crisscrossed upon the ground, and suspended in the sky, floated formations of condensed array energy, known as array clouds. Even their breaths stirred the circulation of array power within their bodies. This was the Wanjin domain, the sacred land where arrays throughout the heavens were inherited and preserved. Such intense array aura. Merely standing here deepens my understanding of arrays. Lin Qingxian excitedly drew out the map of heavenly star trails. The array patterns upon its surface resonated with the luminous traces surrounding them, automatically projecting a detailed map of the Wanjin domain. According to the map, the core of the Wanjin domain is the ancient array sect ruins, where profound array manuscripts from antiquity lie hidden along with array core crystals capable of amplifying array power. The group followed the path, guided by the luminous traces, frequently encountering demonic beasts ensnared within arrays. Some trapped beneath transparent barriers, others lost in endless illusions, clearly having stumbled into formations beyond their ability to decipher. Observing a small deer demon trapped within one such formation, Li Linger could not help but say, "Shouldn't we help it?" Xiao Ming nodded, signaling Lin Qingxian to act. Lin Qingxian carefully examined the formation, imprisoning the fawn, quickly locating its core. Gathering spiritual energy at his fingertip, he gently touched the critical point, and the luminous barrier instantly dissolved. The fawn bowed its head in gratitude before bounding off into the forest. It seems that while the Wanjin domain teams with arrays, most followed discernible patterns. Once the core is identified, they can all be dismantled, Xiao Ming said with a smile, but his gaze suddenly fell upon a complex formation pattern ahead, a dual-colored array of gold and black surging with both spatial and slaughter energies. It was evidently a high-tier ancient formation, the spatial slaughter array. This is the spatial slaughter array. Once stepped into one is transported into a space rife with lethal formations from which escape is nearly impossible. Lin Qingxuan's expression grew grave as he studied the patterns intently. The true core lies hidden among the intersections, but of the 10 crossings 9 are decoys. Only one is genuine, and a single misstep will trigger the killing formation. Venerable Qi Quan studied the formation, then spoke suddenly. I can sense vitality lingering within these patterns. The true core should be at that intersection shimmering with a faint green radiance. He pointed to a junction where golden and black threads interwove, yet carried a trace of emerald light. Lin Qingxian hesitated, then retrieved a test spirit stone and tossed it toward the green glowing intersection. The spirit stone landed upon the pattern, causing the dual-colored formation to blaze, but no slaughter was triggered. Instead, a passage to the ruins materialized. It truly is the core. Venerable Qi Quan, we owe you our thanks. Having crossed the spatial slaughter array, the group finally arrived at the ancient array sect ruins. The ruins consisted of a colossal stone edifice flanked by 2 lion statues carved with intricate array patterns. The great doors were sealed by an elaborate 9-lock formation, requiring the unraveling of 9 smaller arrays before it could be opened. Everyone split up and tackle one each. I'll handle the first, the water ripple array. Brother Xiao Ming takes the second flame array. Battle Manic takes the third earth defense array. Lin Qingxian assigned tasks swiftly, and everyone sprang into action without delay. Xiao Ming approached the flame array, channeled his chaotic power, and condensed a stream of water element energy within his palm. With precise precision, he injected it into the array core, and the flames extinguished instantly. Warlord Zhang Kuang cleaved through the earth defense array with his giant axe, shattering its core with ease. Meanwhile, the 7-colored divine phoenix perched upon Li Ling'er's shoulder exhaled a ray of golden light that illuminated the hidden core of a dark array, aiding Pavilion Master Ling Song in unraveling it. After half an hour of concerted effort, all 9 minor arrays were broken, and the great doors slowly groaned open, releasing a wave of potent ancient energy. Within the ruins lay a vast hall. Upon a stone pedestal at its center rested a yellowed tome, the complete encyclopedia of 10,000 arrays from the ancient array sect. Scattered around the pedestal were numerous array core crystals. Excellent. We've finally found it. Lin Qingxian stepped forward, eagerly, carefully lifting the ancient manuscript. As the array patterns upon its pages made contact with his spiritual energy, they ignited with luminescence, as though welcoming a new master. The others began gathering the array core crystals, while Xiao Ming picked one up and merged it into his chaos pearl. The pearl blazed with radiance, resonating with the surrounding array patterns. A pale golden formation web extended from the pearl, enveloping the entire hall. Array core crystals amplify the power of formations. From now on, with their enhancement, any array we establish will see its strength at least doubled. Just as they prepared to depart, heavy footsteps echoed from outside the hall. A group of cultivators clad in black robes burst in, their leader sneering. I never expected treasures from the ancient array sect ruins to fall into the hands of mere juniors like yourselves. Hand over the tome and crystals immediately, or face our wrath. They're from the soul-devouring sect. Xiao Ming's expression darkened as he recognized their attire. How did they find this place? The lead soul-devouring cultivator sneered coldly. We've been tracking you for a long while, from the gourmet realm to the myriad beast realm, and onward through the alchemy and artifact refining realms. All along we waited for you to uncover the treasure before striking with everything at once. He gestured dismissively to those behind him. Seize them. Kill them all. The treasures are ours. Soul-devouring cultivators unleashed waves of soul energy surging toward the group like a dark tide. Warlord Zhang Kuang immediately raised his newly forged giant axe, swinging it with golden spiritual power that cleaved through the soul-devouring ranks. Runes upon the blade flickered, its power magnified several times over. Warlord Qi Yang's longsword erupted with stellar thunderfire, the arcane flames cascading along the blade and driving back several enemies in an instant. Lin Qingxian rapidly established a formation integrating the array core crystals into its structure. A golden luminous barrier encircled the group, while countless beams of light shot forth from within, raining down upon the soul-devouring cultivators. This is the myriad arrows array empowered by array core crystals. Let's see how you break it. Pavilion Master Ling Song blew upon his jade flute, its harmonic waves intertwining with the formation to create an invisible sonic killing array. Soul-devouring cultivators struck by the waves clutched their heads and screamed in agony. Venerable Qi Quan summoned star vines that coiled around his foes, binding their limbs and immobilizing them. Li Ling'er's 7-colored divine phoenix released a torrent of golden light that merged with the formation's power, generating a purifying force that dispersed the soul devourer's dark energy. Xiao Ming channeled his chaotic power, condensing a luminous blade within his palm, and slashed directly at the soul-devouring leader. The blade, infused with the purifying essence of chaos, cleaved through the opponent's soul energy defenses and struck his chest. Blood spewed from the leader's lips as he stared at Xiao Ming in utter disbelief. How is this possible? How have your strengths increased so dramatically? Because we have never ceased growing while you rely solely on plunder. Xiao Ming snarled, swinging another luminous blade that utterly defeated the soul-devouring patriarch. Upon witnessing their leader's downfall, the remaining soul-devouring cultivators lost all fighting spirit and attempted to flee. However, they were trapped within Lin Xingxuan's formation and soon subdued by the group. These soul-devouring sect scum are like ghosts that never fade. We encounter them no matter where we go, Warlord Zhang Kuang said, sheathing his axe with open disdain. Xiao Ming nodded and handed the Encyclopedia of 10,000 Arrays to Lin Xingxian. With this book and the array core crystals, we will be able to dismantle the soul-devouring sect's formations in due course. Next, let us journey to the advanced zone of the Wei Comprehension Realm, the Great Tao Cliff. There we may fathom higher principles and prepare for our breakthrough to the late divine transformation stage. The Great Tao Cliff. Excellent. I've been eager to deepen my comprehension of the path of freedom. Li Linger exclaimed with excitement. The group nodded in agreement and followed Xiao Ming out of the ancient array sect ruins, boarding the Luoyuan vessel. The Luoyuan vessel carved a pale violet streak across the starry cosmos. Behind them, the array patterns of the array realm continued to shimmer as though whispering tales of the ancient array sect's lost glory. And upon the precipice of the Great Tao Cliff, myriad runes of the Great Tao drifted upon the wind, signaling that a profound communion with destiny was about to begin. As the Luoyuan boat came to a stop above the Tao Cliff, the sight before them left everyone in awe. The entire cliff face was covered in pale golden Tao runes drifting languidly on the wind. At one moment, they transformed into mountains and rivers, at another into revolving constellations, as though enacting the grand laws of heaven and earth. Beneath the cliff stretched a boundless ocean of clouds. From deep within it came the thunderous resonance of the Great Tao, instilling reverence in anyone who drew near. Is this the Tao Cliff? The mere sight of these runes makes my Tao heart tremble. Lin Xingxian held the myriad formation codex in his hands. The formation patterns on the pages resonated with the Tao runes, and the tome turned on its own to the chapter recording the origin of the formation Tao. So the essence of formations also follows the laws of the Great Tao. Xiao Ming was the first to descend from the Luoyuan boat. The instant he stepped onto the Tao Cliff, a pale golden rune merged into his body of its own accord. He closed his eyes, and the memories of his past surfaced in his mind. From an unremarkable life in the mortal world, through life and death trials in the world of cultivation, to adventures across the myriad heavens and worlds. Every choice he had made, and every battle he had fought bore witness to his Tao of effortless freedom. Now reinforced by the Tao runes, he finally saw it clearly. Freedom is not doing whatever one pleases. Rather, it is remaining true to the original heart, while obeying the laws of the Great Tao undisturbed by external influences. That at last was the true meaning of the Tao of effortless freedom. As his enlightenment deepened, a pale golden glow radiated from Xiao Ming's body. The primordial chaos power within him fused with the Tao runes, steadily driving him toward a breakthrough into the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm. The war-crazed God King stood at the edge of the Tao Cliff, watching the Tao runes churn within the sea of clouds. Countless battle scenes surged through his mind, from his earliest pursuit of strength to later battles waged to protect his comrades. At last he understood true might does not mean crushing everything beneath one's feet, but being able to shield those one is determined to protect at the decisive moment. This was his Tao of protection. As his Tao heart grew firm, his spiritual power surged violently, drawing him ever nearer to the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm. Encircled by flame runes, the Crimson Sun God King perceived the true essence of the Tao of Thunderflame. Thunderflame is not merely a force of devastation, it is equally a force of purification, able to burn away evil while nurturing vitality. The stellar thunderflame within him merged with the Tao runes, growing more refined and vastly more formidable. Pavilion Master Lingsong sat on a rock, playing a jade flute. The sound waves wove together with the Tao runes, gradually forming an intangible Tao of sound. Sound waves can assault, yet they can also soothe the heart. They can transmit battle will, and they can proclaim the Great Tao. As his comprehension deepened, his sound wave art ascended to a new realm, allowing him to enact the laws of the Great Tao directly with sound. Strengthened by the Tao runes of formations, Lin Xingxian fully absorbed the essence of the myriad formation codex. He came to realize that the pinnacle of formations was formation merged with heaven and earth, to become one with the surrounding environment, leaving no visible trace, yet commanding boundless might. The formations he laid out now also carried the aura of Tao runes, becoming far more difficult to decipher. Embraced by the Flora runes, the ultimate scroll, Venerable grasped the truth of the Tao of plants. Plants are not bound to passive growth. They too can actively defend, nourish countless living beings, or transform into keen blades. The botanical spiritual power he commanded grew ever more nimble, instantly condensing into defenses and attacks of every shape. Li Linger sat beside Xiao Ming holding the seven-colored divine phoenix in her arms, while Dao runes gathered into a glowing barrier around her. She did not strive to comprehend it. She simply allowed her heart to follow the rhythms of the great Tao, and in that unintentional openness she awakened to the Tao of purity, keeping the original heart immaculate, unpolluted by evil, and shielding her companions with the purest spiritual power. That was her Tao. As her Tao heart stabilized, her spiritual power became even more pristine, and her bond with the seven-colored divine phoenix turned ever deeper. Just as everyone was immersed in enlightenment, the distant sea of clouds suddenly began to heave. Countless ribbons of black soul Qi shot out from the clouds, and in no time wove themselves into a black canopy that draped over the Dideo cliff. Dozens of soul-devouring sect cultivators emerged from the soul Qi, led by none other than the white-haired elder they had met in the Wuyin realm. Several cultivators at the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm flanked him, making it clear that they had come well prepared. I never imagined you would actually find enlightenment at the Dideo cliff. What fortune, the white-haired elder said with a sinister grin. But today that fortune has run dry. The sect lord has decreed that all of you be captured and taken back to the soul-devouring sect, where your souls will be drawn out and refined into this soul-devouring pill. You accursed wraiths, are you doomed to haunt us forever? The war-crazed god king let out a thunderous roar. Raising his massive battle axe and gathering golden spiritual power around him, he shouted, "We let you slip away last time. This time you will pay dearly." Xiao Ming opened his eyes and the pale golden light around him blazed up in an instant. The oppressive pressure of the mid-stage spirit transformation realm flooded the entire Dideo cliff. If you intend to capture us, you had better have the means to do it. He activated his primordial chaos power, condensing a colossal blade of light in his palm and cleaving it at the soul-devouring sect cultivators. Bearing the aura of Dao runes, the blade tore through the black soul Qi and drove straight toward the white-haired elder. The white-haired elder dared not be careless. He summoned a black soul artifact to block the blade, but the impact buffeted him backward several steps. The Crimson Sun God King, Pavilion Master Lingsong, and the others also snapped out of their meditations and cast their most powerful techniques at the soul-devouring sect cultivators. The seven-colored divine phoenix expelled a torrent of golden flames imbued with the purifying power of Tao runes, instantly burning back the soul Qi of several soul-devouring sect cultivators. Lin Xingxuan meanwhile had already set down a formation fusing the array crystal and Tao runes into the array. A golden myriad formation canopy protected everyone, while innumerable arrows of light shot out from the formation toward the enemy cultivators. This is the great Tao formation, I have comprehended. Let's see you break it. Although the soul-devouring sect cultivators were more numerous and had experts at the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm backing them, the vast power of the enlightened group, reinforced by the great Tao formation, quickly forced them onto the defensive. Seeing matters turn unfavorable, the white-haired elder attempted to release his soul Qi and detonate the surrounding space to drag everyone into annihilation, but Xiao Ming's primordial chaos power bound him fast, leaving him utterly immobile. Do you truly believe you can win like this? A flicker of madness crossed the white-haired elder's eyes. The sect lord has already set up the soul-devouring grand formation in the core domain of the myriad heavens. Soon it will swallow the entire myriad heavens and worlds. Even if you win today, you will still die in the days ahead. Xiao Ming let out a cold snort and struck the white-haired elder in the chest with his palm. The primordial chaos power instantly purified the soul Qi inside him. No matter what schemes your lord is plotting, we will stop him. The peace of the myriad heavens and worlds is not something that evil creatures like you can destroy. With the white-haired elder defeated, the other soul-devouring sect cultivators lost all will to fight and were soon subdued. Xiao Ming looked at the shattered black canopy, determination blazing in his eyes. It seems the true threat is the lord of the soul-devouring sect. We must reach the core domain of the myriad heavens at once and put an end to their scheme. Everyone nodded and followed Xiao Ming onto the Luoyuan boat. The Luoyuan boat circled once above the Dideo cliff, then shot off toward the core domain of the myriad heavens. The Tao runes upon the Dideo cliff continued to shimmer as if bestowing their blessing upon them. A battle that would decide the fate of the myriad heavens and worlds was about to unfold in the core domain of the myriad heavens. After traveling through the stellar paths for many days, the flowing cloud boat finally arrived at the core domain of the myriad heavens. Passing through a pale gold domain barrier, the scene before them instantly turned solemn. The entire domain was ringed by countless enormous star pillars, and pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed between them. In the distance, a colossal city suspended above a sea of clouds stood out strikingly. It was Jutian City, the hub of the core domain. Is this the core domain of the myriad heavens? The spiritual energy here is far richer than in any domain we have visited before. Li Linger took a deep breath, feeling the spiritual power within her body dancing with joy. The seven-colored divine phoenix on her shoulder also let out an excited cry, the feathers of its wings shining with golden light. Xiao Ming piloted the flowing cloud boat toward Jutian City, but the moment they drew close, two cultivators in silver armor blocked their path. Who goes there? Please produce your entry token for Jutian City, otherwise you may not enter. One of the cultivators declared, his tone grave and his eyes wary. We are cultivators from the lower realms, and we have come to stop the Shirhan sect's conspiracy. We are not enemies, Xiao Ming explained, releasing a wisp of pure chaos force to prove that he meant no harm. Feeling the purity of the chaos force, the cultivator's expression softened. So you are fellow Taoists who have come to oppose the Shirhan sect. Forgive my rudeness. Recently the Shirhan sect has been active in the core domain, so Jutian City has tightened its security. Please come with us to see the city lord. The group followed the cultivators into Jutian City. The buildings within were magnificent, and the cultivators passing through the streets mostly possessed formidable cultivation. At the very least, at the late nascent soul stage, spirit transformation cultivators could be seen everywhere. The city lord's mansion stood at the center of the city, a palace built from white jade. Inside, several cultivators in different robes were seated, evidently deliberating over important affairs. City lord, these fellow Taoists are cultivators from the lower realms, and they say they have come to stop the Shirhan sect's conspiracy. The cultivator bowed to the middle-aged cultivator sitting in the seat of honor and reported. The city lord was a cultivator at the late spirit transformation stage, radiating a gentle yet formidable aura. He looked at the newcomers and said with a smile, welcome fellow Taoists. We have also been investigating the Shirhan sect's movements lately. We learned that they have set up a soul-devouring grand formation within the core domain, intending to devour the spiritual power and souls of all the worlds, yet we have not found a way to break it. At the Dao Cliff we encountered a white-haired elder of the Shirhan sect. He said that the supreme master of the Shirhan sect is presiding over the soul-devouring grand formation. If it is not stopped soon, within a month the formation will be fully activated. Xiao Ming said, relating everything he knew. The Yunmiao sect master, who was seated nearby, suddenly spoke up. Fellow Taoists, our Yunmiao sect has also discovered traces of the Shirhan sect. They have placed the core formation eye of the grand formation in the Hunyuan abyss within the core domain. As long as we destroy that formation eye, we can temporarily prevent the grand formation from activating. Hunyuan abyss. Isn't that the most dangerous region in the core domain? Not only are there powerful soul beasts within, but it is also heavily guarded by the Shirhan sect. Destroying the formation eye won't be easy. A cultivator wearing the robes of the Liahua sect said, his face full of worry. Xiao Ming nodded. It is indeed not easy, but we have no choice. As long as we are united, we can surely destroy the formation eye and put an end to the Shirhan sect's conspiracy. The city lord rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping over the group. Fellow Taoist, Xiao Ming is absolutely right. For the peace of all the worlds, we must risk an attempt. I have decided to unite all the cultivators of Jutian City. Fellow Taoist, Xiao Ming will lead you to Hunyuan Abyss to destroy the formation eye, while the rest will defend the outer perimeter of Jutian City to prevent any sneak attacks by Shirhan sect cultivators. Everyone nodded in agreement and began to discuss the specific plan of action. The Yunmiao sect master handed the map of Hunyuan Abyss to Xiao Ming. There are 3 defensive lines within the abyss. The first is a horde of soul beasts, the second is the ordinary cultivators of the Shirhan sect, and the third is the core formation eye, personally guarded by the supreme master of the Shirhan sect. Our Yunmiao sect will send disciples to help you break through the first 2 defensive lines. As for the third line, we entrust it to all of you. The Liahua sect master also spoke. Our Liahua sect specializes in flame attacks which can counter the Shirhan sect's soul energy. I will send 10 spirit transformation stage cultivators to accompany you and lend you our aid. Cultivators from the other sects also expressed their willingness to help. Some offered rare elixirs and magical artifacts, while others dispatched elite disciples, filling the hall with fervor. Li Linger looked at the scene and smiled. I never expected so many cultivators to be willing to help us. It seems the Shirhan sect's conspiracy has no support. The war-crazed divine king nodded. As long as we are of one mind, even the supreme master of the Shirhan sect is nothing to fear. After the discussion, everyone began to prepare for departure. Xiao Ming gathered everyone together and said the journey to Hunyuan Abyss is fraught with danger. Everyone must be careful. Lin Xingxian will set up formations to cover our advance. Crimson Sun Divine King and the Liahua sect cultivators will use flames to suppress soul energy. The Lingsong Pavilion Master will disrupt the enemy with sound waves of Venerable Jijuan, will use the spiritual power of plants to trap the soul beasts. Li Linger and the 7-colored Divine Phoenix will purify soul energy and protect everyone. The war-crazed Divine King and I will break through the defensive lines and destroy the formation. Everyone nodded and checked their own magical artifacts and elixirs. The cultivators of the Yunmiao and Liahua sects had also assembled, waiting to set out. The city lord looked at the group, his eyes filled with anticipation. Fellow Taoists, the safety of all the worlds rests on you. We will wait in Jutian City for your good news. Xiao Ming nodded and led the group flying toward Hunyuan Abyss. The flowing cloud boat left a trail of pale violet light across the starry sky, while the cultivators of Jutian City stood on the city walls waving farewell with hope in their eyes. Deep within Hunyuan Abyss, black soul energy shrouded the entire region, and countless black formation patterns flickered across the ground. The supreme master of the Shurhun sect sat at the center of the formation, hands forming seals radiating a terrifying aura. A battle that would decide the fate of all the worlds was about to unfold in Hunyuan Abyss. The entrance to the soul abyss was shrouded in thick black soul qi, and the air reeked of a nauseating, decaying stench. The moment one drew near their spiritual soul would feel waves of piercing pain. Xiao Ming took out the chaos pearl, and a pale golden light barrier enveloped everyone, shielding them from the erosion of soul qi. Then he stepped into the soul abyss first. The moment they entered the soul abyss, the ground trembled violently, as countless hideous soul beasts burst forth from the darkness. Soul-devouring hounds wreathed in black flames, soul tentacle monsters with dozens of tentacles, and soul-devouring bats capable of consuming spirits. In dense numbers, the soul beasts surged forward like a tidal wave. Act according to plan. Xiao Ming shouted, pouring chaotic force into the chaos pearl. The light barrier instantly expanded, sending the leading soul beasts flying. Venerable Jijuan immediately produced star vine seeds. As he infused them with spiritual energy, emerald vines shot out of the ground, coiling around the soul beast's limbs like giant pythons and binding them tightly. At the same time, the cultivators of the Blazing Flame sect unleashed their flame spiritual energy. Crimson fire spread through the horde of soul beasts, searing them and eliciting miserable shrieks as their soul qi dissipated rapidly in the flames. The seven-colored divine phoenix on Li Ling'er's shoulder spat out golden flames imbued with purifying force, instantly burning back a huge swath of soul beasts and opening a path for the group. After an hour of fierce battle, the soul beasts were finally wiped out. Though the group was exhausted, they had suffered no casualties and quickly advanced toward the second defensive line. Passing through the soul beast territory, they saw ahead a fortress built of black rock, its walls packed with cultivators of the soul-devouring sect. At the lead stood a black-robed cultivator at the mid-stage spirit transformation realm, none other than the sect's Elder Black Fiend. If you wish to pass, you must first get through me. Elder Black Fiend sneered, raising his hand to signal the cultivators behind him to attack. Innumerable streams of black soul qi shot from their hands, descending upon the group like a rain of arrows. Lin Xingxian immediately laid down the Great Dao Array. The array eye crystals interwove with Great Dao runes to form a golden light shield that blocked the assault of soul qi. Pavilion Master Lingsong played a jade flute, and the sound waves morphed into invisible blades that shot toward the cultivators on the fortress. Many were struck, their souls damaged, and they tumbled from the walls. The blazing sun divine king leaped into the air. His crimson longsword erupted with star thunder flame, which spewed along the blade into a pillar of fire hundreds of feet long and slashed toward the fortress. With a thunderous crash, one corner of the fortress collapsed, leaving a gap. Seizing the moment, the war-crazed divine king charged forward. Wielding his giant axe, he unleashed golden spiritual energy slashes that swept forth like a gale, knocking back the cultivators blocking the breach. Xiao Ming followed close behind, condensing chaotic force into a blade of light that struck directly at Elder Black Fiend. The elder tried to defend, but the light blade cut him down instantly. His soul qi dispersed, and he crashed heavily to the ground. With their leader gone, the soul-devouring sect cultivators fell into chaos and were quickly routed. The group passed through the fortress and finally arrived at the core area of the soul abyss, the seat of the soul-devouring Grand Array's Array Eye. The core of the soul abyss was a vast circular plaza. At its center stood a black altar covered with blood-red array runes. The soul-devouring sect master sat at the heart of the array, radiating terrifying soul qi. His cultivation had actually reached the peak of the late spirit transformation stage. I never expected you to break through 2 lines of defense. Truly surprising. The soul-devouring sect master slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with icy killing intent. But this is where you will be buried. He formed hand seals, and the array runes on the altar instantly blazed to life. Countless waves of black soul qi burst from the runes and gathered into a colossal soul dragon that lunged at the group. Wherever the soul dragon passed, the air corroded with sizzling sounds. Everyone attacked together. Xiao Ming shouted, unleashing his chaotic force in an instant. A pale golden light radiated from his body as he collided with the soul dragon. The war-crazed divine king, the blazing sun divine king, and the others also unleashed their ultimate techniques. Golden spiritual energy, star thunderflame, blade-like sound waves, the Great Dao Array, verdant vines, and golden flames all struck at the soul dragon simultaneously. Rumble. Countless forces collided with the soul dragon, producing a deafening explosion. Struck by the assault, the soul dragon let out a miserable howl and began to disintegrate. Yet it quickly condensed again, clearly indestructible as long as the array remained. We must destroy the altar first, Xiao Ming shouted. Channeling his chaotic force, he teleported beside the altar and condensed a massive light blade in his palm, slashing it toward the altar. Seeing this, the soul-devouring sect master rose at once to block him. Black soul Qi condensed into a long sword that clashed with the light blade. Your opponent is me. The soul-devouring sect master sneered and thrust his soul Qi longsword at Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming did not dare to be careless. The chaos pearl floated before him, forming a light shield that blocked the longsword's attack. The two clashed instantly, chaotic force and soul Qi colliding continuously until the very space around them began to warp. The others seized the opportunity to attack the altar. The blazing flame sect cultivators released their most powerful flame spiritual energy, Ulin Xingxian, merged the array crystal into the formation, Pavilion Master Lingsong's Soundwave, Art Venerable Jijuan's Vines, and Li Linger, and the seven-colored Divine Phoenix's golden flames simultaneously fell upon the altar. The array runes on the altar began to flicker, and the blood-red glow gradually dimmed. Seeing that the altar was about to be destroyed, the soul-devouring sect master's eyes flashed with madness. He actually intended to burn his own cultivation and detonate the soul-devouring grand array. Even if I die, I'll drag you all down with me. Seeing this, Xiao Ming's heart tightened. His chaotic force exploded forth, radiant golden light flaring around him as he struck the soul-devouring sect master in the chest with his palm. Chaotic force spread through the soul-devouring sect master's meridians, continuously purifying the soul Qi and the burning cultivation within him. With a miserable scream, the sect master's body gradually lost its strength, and he crashed heavily to the ground. With the soul-devouring sect master's death, the array runes on the altar were extinguished completely, and the soul-devouring grand array collapsed. The black soul Qi in the soul abyss gradually dispersed, revealing a clear blue sky. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground and gasping for breath. Li Linger hugged the seven-colored divine phoenix, smiling. We won. We foiled the soul-devouring sect's conspiracy. Xiao Ming nodded, looking at his comrades and allies with immense gratification. From the chaos secret realm to the core domains of the myriad heavens, they had endured countless battles and gained precious friendship and growth. This journey through the heavens had not only broken through their cultivation limits, but also taught them the power of unity. We should go back now. Xiao Ming stood up and said with a smile, peace has been restored across the myriad heavens, and our laid-back journey should continue as well. All nodded and followed Xiao Ming toward Jutian City. Sunlight poured over them warm and bright, as a new adventure awaited them to unfold across the myriad heavens. The news of the battle at Soul Abyss shattered the tranquil sky above Jutian City like a bolt of lightning, spreading swiftly to every corner. When this earth-shaking revelation reached Jutian City, the entire metropolis seemed to ignite, erupting into fervent celebration in an instant. Cultivators abandoned their pursuits and flooded the streets, brandishing magical artifacts and sect banners with exhilaration. Victory chants rang out, and their cheers surged like relentless ocean tides, rising and falling in thunderous waves. This feverish elation seemed almost contagious, permeating even the very air with jubilation. As Xiao Ming and his companions finally returned to Jutian City, countless cultivators had already gathered at the city gates. The city lord had personally led the crowd and waited long in anticipation of their homecoming. The moment Xiao Ming and the others came into view, a thunderous roar of cheers erupted from the crowd, deafening in its intensity. With a warm smile, the city lord stepped forward to greet them, shaking hands with Xiao Ming and each member of his party in turn to express his welcome and congratulations. Meanwhile, golden petals drifted down like snowflakes from the heavens, cascading upon them and weaving a resplendent path of honor beneath their feet. Taoist brother Xiao Ming, esteemed heroes, you have delivered salvation to the myriad realms of the heavens. You are truly the rightful guardians of all. The city lord, his face radiant with joy, stepped forward and pressed his palms together in a deep gesture of reverence before the assembled crowd. His tone overflowed with profound admiration. Witnessing this, the other cultivators standing beside the city lord quickly followed suit, bowing deeply to Xiao Ming and his companions. Their eyes revealed not only gratitude, but also reverent awe for these heroes. After all, had it not been for Xiao Ming and his companions rising to the occasion and engaging in that harrowing battle against the soul-devouring sect, they would have long since become mere ingredients for pill refining, forever stripped of their freedom and lives. Li Linger cradled the rainbow divine phoenix in her arms and beheld the vibrant scene before her, her face blooming with radiant joy. She exclaimed happily, "So this is what it feels like to save the world. How magnificent!" As if sharing in Li Linger's delight, the rainbow divine phoenix fluttered its wings cheerfully and released a cascade of golden sparks from its beak. They erupted like spectacular fireworks, drawing gasps of wonder from the surrounding cultivators. As night fell, Jutian City blazed with illumination and teemed with activity. Within the grand hall of the city lord's estate, rare spiritual delicacies and fine wines from the myriad realms were laid out in abundance, their intoxicating fragrance stirring the appetite of all who smelled it. Cultivators from the Yunmiao sect, Liahua sect, and various other sects gathered together, raising their cups in unison to toast Xiao Ming and his companions and express their deep gratitude for their monumental contributions to the myriad realms. Venerable Jijuan was surrounded by a group of spiritual plant cultivators eagerly discussing techniques for nurturing spirit herbs. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxian exchanged insights on formation arts with Zhutian City's master array practitioner, occasionally drawing murmurs of admiration. Divine King Zhan Kuang and the Liahua sect cultivators engaged in a spirited drinking contest, eliciting peals of laughter from the onlookers. Xiao Ming held his wine cup by the grand hall's window, gazing out at the resplendent starry expanse. Divine King Qiyang approached him with a smile and remarked, "Who would have thought we actually foiled the soul-devouring sect's conspiracy? Looking back now, it feels almost like a dream. Indeed, it does resemble a dream. But together we turned that dream into reality." Xiao Ming turned to face Divine King Qiyang. "Where do you intend to go next?" Divine King Qiyang gazed at the starry heavens, his eyes brimming with yearning. "I wish to return to the Liahua sect and share our experiences across the myriad realms with the sect's disciples, so they too may understand how vast the world beyond truly is. Whenever the opportunity arises, I shall join you on adventures across even more realms." Xiao Ming nodded, his own plans taking shape within his heart. He wished to continue exploring the myriad realms alongside his companions, seeking new opportunities and witnessing the landscapes of different domains, truly embodying the essence of the path of freedom. After the celebration concluded, everyone returned aboard the Luyan boat. Xiao Ming looked at his companions beside him and smiled. The soul-devouring sect's conspiracy has been thwarted and peace has been restored to the myriad realms. Now our leisurely journey can resume. Where would you all like to go? I want to go to the spiritual plant realm. Venerable Jijuan replied immediately. Earlier I discovered seeds of numerous rare spirit herbs in the spiritual plant realm. Now is the perfect opportunity to return and cultivate them. Perhaps I can nurture even more powerful spirit plants. I want to visit the starry sky realm. Li Linger raised her hand eagerly. Last time I saw so many beautiful stars there, and I want to visit again. I also wish to collect some starlight pearls to present as gifts to my friends in the mortal realm. I want to go to the myriad beast realm. Divine King Zhan Kuang declared. There remain many powerful beast kings in the myriad beast realm, and I wish to challenge them once more to further strengthen my own cultivation. One by one, everyone voiced the domains they most wished to visit, their eyes alight with anticipation. Xiao Ming nodded with a smile. Excellent. We shall first travel to the spiritual plant realm to assist Venerable Jijuan in cultivating spirit herbs, and then proceed to the starry sky realm and the myriad beast realm. All your wishes shall be fulfilled. The Luyan boat slowly ascended into the heavens, heading toward the spiritual plant realm. Across the starry void, pale purple luminous trails streaked through the night sky, leaving behind a breathtaking spectacle. Li Linger leaned against the rail, gazing at the stars beyond the window, while the rainbow divine phoenix perched upon her shoulder emitted a clear melodious cry. On the deck, Divine Kings Zhan Kuang and Qi Yang sparred in martial arts, their golden spiritual energy intertwining with stellar lightning and cosmic fire, yet carrying not the slightest trace of killing intent. Pavilion Master Ling Song played a jade flute, its hauntingly beautiful notes echoing through the starry expanse. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxian pored over the complete compendium of 10,000 formations, occasionally sketching new formation patterns upon paper. Venerable Jijuan carefully tended to his spirit herb seeds, his eyes overflowing with anticipation. Xiao Ming sat at the bow, the chaos pearl resting in his palm, as he felt the presence of his companions around him, his heart steeped in profound serenity. He knew that new challenges awaited them on the journeys ahead, but as long as his companions stood by his side, no difficulty would prove insurmountable. This leisurely odyssey spanning the myriad realms would not conclude here, rather it would usher in an entirely new beginning. The Luyan boat continued its voyage through the starry void. In the direction of the spiritual plant realm, a verdant radiance pulsed softly, as though patiently awaiting their arrival. As soon as Luyan boat crossed the boundary barrier of Lingji realm, Jiwan Venerable rushed to the ship's railing, eager to get a closer look. But in the next instant his smile froze. The once lush spirit plant garden had withered entirely, the ground cracked open into countless deep gullies, a faint putrid stench permeated the air, and even the previously docile spirit plants had grown frenzied, with eerie black energy flickering among their branches and leaves. How could this happen? When we left Lingji realm was perfectly fine. Jiwan Venerable looked at the withered spirit grass with heartache, reaching out to touch it, only to be grabbed by Xiao Ming. Be careful. These spirit plants have been corrupted by evil energy. Xiao Ming channeled his chaos power, condensing a ray of golden light at his fingertips and gently pressing it against a withered spirit grass. The moment the golden light touched the spirit grass, a sizzling corrosion sound erupted. The black aura on the plant surged violently, transforming into a dark shadow that lunged straight at Jiwan Venerable. Qiang Divine King reacted with extraordinary speed, his crimson longsword igniting with star thunderfire. In one swift strike, he cleaved the shadow apart. This black aura closely resembles the soul energy of the Hunzong sect, yet carries an additional putrid stench. Could remnants of Hunzong still exist? Before his words had barely faded, a maniacal laugh echoed from afar. A dark figure emerged from the withered spirit plants, clad in the black robes of Hunzong sect, a hideous scar running across his face. It was none other than the Lord of Baiwei City, who had been captured in the underground chamber, but managed to escape amid the chaos. Dozens of black-robed cultivators accompanied him, each wielding dark artifacts wreathed in dense black aura. Who would have expected this? You thought that destroying the Hunzong formation would eliminate us entirely. The scarred city lord's eyes blazed with madness. Although our master has perished, we have inherited his legacy. As long as we use the rotting soul formation to corrupt the entire Lingji realm and cultivate rotting soul spirit plants, all the myriad realms will become our prey. He gestured dismissively toward his followers. Move. Turn them into nourishment for the rotting soul spirit plants. Dozens of black-robed cultivators simultaneously raised their artifacts, black light bursting forth and merging into the deep fissures on the ground. The previously withered spirit plants suddenly erupted into frenzied growth, their branches and leaves twisting into black vines that coiled toward the group. From the deep fissures on the ground, black liquid surged forth, teeming with innumerable dark shadows, the corrupted souls of the spirit plants. Everyone be careful. These vines and shadows carry rotting soul power. Once entangled, your spiritual sense will be slowly corroded. Xiao Ming shouted as he raised the chaos pearl before him, instantly deploying a pale golden barrier that deflected the assault of the vines and shadows. Jiwan Venerable's eyes blazed with fury. He produced a star vine seed, channeling pure wood spiritual energy into it. Emerald green star vines surged from the ground, wrapping around the black vines. The purifying power on the star vines continuously dispersed the black aura. The black vines let out piercing screams before gradually withering away. How dare you corrupt Lingji realm? I will never let you go. Zhangquang Divine King charged forward, wielding his massive axe, his golden spiritual energy slashes cutting through the air like a raging tempest, dispersing the incoming dark shadows with devastating force. As he closed in on the scarred city lord, a black protective barrier materialized before him. The shield was inscribed with rotting soul runes, and Zhangquang Divine King's golden slashes were slowly corroded upon impact. Your spiritual energy is useless against me. The scarred city lord sneered, launching a black beam from his artifact directly at Zhangquang Divine King. Qiang Divine King leaped forward, summoning Star Thunderfire to shield Zhangquang Divine King. The beam collided with the Thunderfire in a violent explosion, sending both combatants staggering backward. Lingsong Pavilion Master immediately played his jade flute, converting the sound waves into invisible blades that shot toward the black-robed cultivators. However, as the sonic blades drew near, the black aura surrounding the cultivators absorbed them completely. The sound waves were transformed into corrupted noise infused with rotting soul power, rebounding toward the group. This is bad. The sonic waves have been corrupted. Lin Qingshuan's expression shifted instantly. He immediately activated the Great Tao Formation, its core crystal emitting golden light that intercepted the rebounding corruption. These black auras can absorb and corrupt all manner of power. Direct confrontation won't work. We must destroy the formation's core node first. Xiao Ming surveyed the battlefield and quickly identified the node's location. 3 black-robed cultivators beside the scarred city lord were chanting spells around a black spirit plant. Thick concentrations of black aura radiated from its flower core. This was the core node of the rotting soul formation, the rotting soul flower. Jiwan Venerable used the star vines to restrain those 3 cultivators. Qiang Divine King, draw the scarred city lord's attention with your thunderfire. Xiao Ming issued rapid commands while channeling his chaos power, preparing to teleport beside the formation node. Jiwan Venerable immediately manipulated the star vines, which erupted from the ground like massive pythons and coiled around the 3 black-robed cultivators. Meanwhile, Qiang Divine King's star thunderfire surged upward, striking toward the scarred city lord and forcing him to turn and defend himself. Xiao Ming seized the opportunity, teleporting beside the rotting soul flower. Gathering pure chaos power in his palm, he delivered a devastating strike toward the flower. At that critical moment, the scarred city lord abruptly abandoned his defense against the thunderfire and lunged toward Xiao Ming, firing a black beam from his artifact aimed directly at Xiao Ming's heart. Xiao Ming, be careful! Li Linger cried out. The 7-colored divine phoenix perched on her shoulder unleashed a stream of golden flames, shielding Xiao Ming from behind. The black beam collided with the golden flames, which were instantly corrupted. The 7-colored divine phoenix was knocked backward, crashing to the ground, its feathers losing their brilliance. Little Phoenix. Li Linger rushed forward in distress, cradling the seven-colored divine phoenix, her eyes filled with fury. She channeled the pure spiritual energy within her body, a white light emanating from her palm, as she fired it toward the scarred city lord. This was the pure Dao power she had comprehended at the Great Dao Cliff, specifically designed to counter dark forces. The white light struck the scarred city lord, causing the dark energy covering his body to dissipate significantly as he let out a piercing scream. Xiao Ming seized the opening, striking the rotting soul flower with his palm. Chaos power surged into its core. The flower emitted a mournful wail before gradually withering away. The deep fissures on the ground and the black vines disappeared, and the putrid aura in the air gradually dissipated. Deprived of the formation node's power, the black-robed cultivators instantly lost their strength and were subdued by the group. The scarred city lord gazed at the withered, rotting soul flower with utter despair. Attempting to detonate his cultivation base to take everyone down with him, he found himself immobilized by Xiao Ming's chaos power. You've won. But one day the dark power will sweep through all the myriad realms again. The scarred city lord roared in defiance before being knocked unconscious by Zhanquang Divine King and imprisoned. Jiwan Venerable watched the spirit plants gradually regaining vitality and exhaled with relief. Fortunately, we destroyed the rotting soul formation in time. Otherwise Lingji realm would have been completely destroyed. Xiao Ming approached Li Linger and examined the injured seven-colored divine phoenix. Channeling a stream of chaos power into its body, he said, "Don't worry. The chaos power will purify the corrupt soul energy within it. It will recover soon." The seven-colored divine phoenix sensed the chaos power, slowly opened its eyes and let out a feeble cry before nuzzling affectionately against Xiao Ming's palm. As the group watched Lingji realm gradually regain its verdant hue, smiles spread across their faces. Xiao Ming held the chaos pearl and spoke. "It appears there are still many remnants of Hunzong's sect across the myriad realms. Moving forward, we must not only continue our exploration, but also eliminate these remaining forces so that true peace may be restored to all the myriad realms." The group nodded in agreement and boarded Luyun boat with Xiao Ming. The vessel circled once above Lingji realm before heading toward the starry sky realm. Sunlight bathed the revitalized spirit plants as a gentle breeze swayed their branches and leaves as if bidding them farewell. A new adventure awaited soon to unfold among the resplendent stars. When the Luyun boat entered the starry sky realm, the familiar, dazzling galaxy came into view once again. But as they approached the former trading district, everyone sensed something was wrong. The bustling starboats that used to shuttle back and forth had vanished. Stalls in the trading area lay crooked and toppled on the ground. The star trail patterns on the floor emanated an eerie black aura, and even the star energy in the air carried a hint of putrid stench. "What's going on? It was perfectly fine the last time we came." Li Linger said, her brow furrowed deeply as she cradled the seven-colored divine phoenix, which had just regained its vitality. The seven-colored divine phoenix also sensed the anomaly, its wings tensed, a wary glint flashing in its eyes. Xiao Ming channeled his chaos power, condensing a ray of golden light at his fingertips, and gently touched the star trail on the ground. The moment the golden light made contact with the black aura, a corrosive, sizzling sound echoed through the air. A dark shadow erupted from the star trail and lunged toward Li Ling. King Zhanquang reacted with incredible speed, swinging his giant axe. A blade of golden spiritual energy split the dark shadow apart. As the black aura dissipated, a corrupted star-shine pearl was revealed on the ground. "This is the work of the remnant forces of the soul-devouring sect. They are polluting the star trails of the starry sky realm." Lin Qingxian crouched down to examine the star trail patterns closely. The star trails are the meridians of the starry sky realm. Once completely polluted, the passages between all realms will be blocked. Just then a faint cry for help came from the distance. Following the sound, they discovered several Star Realm natives dressed in Starry Sky Realm attire, hidden in a corner of the trading district. They were covered in wounds, surrounded and attacked by several black-robed cultivators. The leader of the black-robed cultivators held a black staff, the skull at its top exuding thick black aura. This was indeed a soul-corrupting mage from the soul-devouring sect. "Hand over the star core. Otherwise don't blame us for being ruthless." The soul-corrupting mage sneered, waving his staff as several black soul chains shot toward the Star Realm natives. The Star Core. That is the core energy source of the Starry Sky Realm. Once it is seized, the entire Starry Sky Realm will collapse. Xiao Ming's expression darkened, and he immediately issued orders. "King Qiyang, use your Thunderfire to hold back the soul-corrupting mage. Sect leader Ling Tsong, use your sonic waves to cover the evacuation of the Star Realm natives. Everyone else follow me and eliminate the black-robed cultivators." King Qiyang leaped into the air, his crimson longsword igniting with stellar thunderfire. The thunderfire formed a pillar of flames that crashed down toward the soul-corrupting mage. The soul-corrupting mage had not anticipated a sudden ambush and hastily raised his staff to defend himself. The thunder fire struck the staff, and the skull at its tip let out a shrill scream, its black aura instantly dimming. Sect leader Ling Tsang seized the opportunity to play his jade flute. Sound waves formed a cyan barrier to protect the Star Realm natives behind them, while invisible sonic blades shot toward the black-robed cultivators. Several black-robed cultivators were struck by the sonic blades, their divine souls damaged, and their movements instantly slowed. Xiao Ming channeled his chaos power, instantly teleporting behind the black-robed cultivators, and with a sweep of the light blade in his palm eliminated 2 of them in a single strike. King Zhan Kuang and Venerable Ji1 also charged forward, their golden spiritual energy intertwining with emerald vines, and the black-robed cultivators were swiftly subdued. The soul-corrupting mage, realizing the tide had turned, attempted to detonate his staff to take everyone down with him, but he was trapped by the great Dao formation that Lin Qingxian had laid out. The formation's core crystal radiated golden light, continuously purging the black aura from within him. The soul-corrupting mage let out a piercing scream and collapsed heavily to the ground. "Thank you, heroes, for saving us." The elder of the Star Realm natives bowed to them with gratitude in his eyes. 3 days ago, the soul-devouring sect suddenly invaded the starry sky realm. They not only polluted the star trails, but also searched everywhere for the star core. "We've already lost many of our people. Where is the star core now?" Xiao Ming asked, a sense of unease stirring within him. The Star Realm elder sighed and pointed toward the Star Core Hall deep in the trading district. "We hid the Star Core in a secret chamber within the Star Core Hall, but that soul-corrupting mage mentioned their leader has already taken people there. It's likely." The group didn't waste time speaking further and immediately followed the elder toward the Star Core Hall. The Star Core Hall was a magnificent structure built from stellar crystal stones. Outside the hall, the star trails had been completely corrupted, black vines wrapping around the pillars, and the soul-corrupting power in the air was nearly suffocating. There's a strong evil energy fluctuation inside. At least 3 soul-devouring sect cultivators at the divine transformation stage. King Qiyang frowned, his longsword trembling slightly in his hand. Xiao Ming took a deep breath and raised the chaos pearl before him. "Everyone be careful. The enemies this time are stronger than any we've faced before." Venerable Ji1 used the star vines to clear the black aura outside the hall. Lin Qingxuan set up formations to prevent the enemies from escaping. "Everyone else charge in with me." Venerable Ji1 immediately controlled the star vine's emerald tendrils, surging like a tide, continuously devouring the black aura outside the hall. Lin Qingxian quickly established the great Dao formation golden formation patterns enclosing the Star Core Hall. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming led King Zhan Kuang, King Qiyang, and the others breaking through the hall's entrance and charging into the Star Core Hall. The sight inside the hall made everyone's pupils contract sharply. 3 black-robed cultivators were gathered around a crystal pedestal upon which sat a fist-sized pale blue crystal, the Star Core. The magical artifacts in their hands continuously released black aura, and the light on the Star Core's surface grew increasingly dim, as if it were about to extinguish at any moment. "You've come at just the right time. Once we absorb the Star Core's power, we'll be able to control all the star trails in the starry sky realm. Then the myriad worlds across all heavens will be within our grasp." The leader of the black-robed cultivators sneered coldly, his surrounding black aura surging dramatically as the pressure of a late-stage divine transformation expert enveloped the entire great hall. King Zhan Kuang roared in fury, raising his giant axe and charging toward the black-robed leader. The golden spiritual energy slash struck the black aura, but only left a shallow mark. With a casual wave of his hand, the black-robed leader sent a black soul blade that sent King Zhan Kuang recoiling. King Qiyang and sect leader Ling Tsang launched their attacks simultaneously, their stellar thunderfire and sonic blades intertwining, yet they still couldn't break through the black-robed leader's black aura defenses. Seeing this, Xiao Ming channeled all the chaos power within him, condensing a massive light blade in his palm. The blade carried the power of the great Dao runes as it slashed toward the black-robed leader. Chaos power. Interesting. A flash of greed crossed the black-robed leader's eyes as he attempted to absorb the blade's power. But to his shock, the light blade carried purifying energy that instantly shattered his black aura defenses and struck his chest. Blood erupted from the black-robed leader's mouth as he stared at Xiao Ming in utter disbelief. "How is this possible? Your chaos power is unexpectedly potent." Xiao Ming didn't give him time to recover, swinging the light blade once more to finish off the black-robed leader. Upon seeing their commander fall, the remaining 2 black-robed cultivators lost their fighting spirit and were quickly subdued by the group. The group rushed to the crystal pedestal. Xiao Ming channeled chaos power into the star core. A pale golden radiance slowly mended the damage, the dimness fading from the core's surface as it regained its azure glow. Outside the hall, the star trails gradually returned to normal under the star core's influence, the black vines withering away. The Star Realm elder gazed at the restored brilliance, tears of joy filling his eyes. "Excellent. The star core is saved. The starry sky realm is safe." Everyone exhaled in relief, collapsing to the ground as they caught their breath. Li Linger held the seven-colored divine phoenix and smiled. Thank goodness we arrived in time, or the starry sky realm would have been lost. Xiao Ming nodded, though a shadow of concern crossed his eyes. The remnants of the soul-devouring sect are more numerous and growing stronger than we imagined. Our journey ahead must involve not only exploring the myriad worlds, but also eradicating these remnants to restore true peace across all realms. Everyone nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with determination. Xiao Ming gazed at the chaos pearl in his hand and spoke softly. Next, let's head to the Wanshou realm. The Xiantai bears and iron-armored beast herds we encountered there may help us track down more of the soul-devouring sect's remnants. The Luyun boat slowly departed from the Starry Sky realm as the Star Realm natives stood on the plaza in the trading district waving farewell. The stars in the starry sky once again shone brilliantly, as if blessing their journey. A new adventure was about to unfold on the grasslands of the Wanshou realm. As the Cloudstream vessel descended onto the grasslands of the 10,000 Beast realm, the familiar scent of fresh grass rushed forth to meet them, yet from the distant forests came uneasy bestial roars that vaguely stirred their hearts. The seven-colored divine phoenix nestled in Li Linger's arms suddenly bristled its feathers, and the star-pupiled spirit fox also poked its head out from her sleeve, its violet eyes fixed on the distant forest filled with wariness. Something is wrong. The spirit beasts on the plain are far fewer than last time, and the aura from the mountains is eerily strange. Extreme Scroll Venerable crouched down, his fingertip brushing against the green grass as his brows knitted tightly. There is a faint decaying soul force within the grass, the same as what we encountered in the spirit plant realm and the starry sky realm. Xiao Ming was just about to channel his primordial chaos force to investigate when a heavy ponderous footstep suddenly echoed from afar. A colossal dark iron bear charged out from the mountain forest, precisely the same beast they had met in the 10,000 Beast Valley last time. Dried black blood stained its fur, and a deep bone-exposing wound split its left shoulder. It fled toward them in miserable desperation, chased by dozens of decayed soul beasts wreathed in billowing black qi. It's the dark iron bear. Li Linger cried out in shock. The seven-colored divine phoenix immediately flapped its wings and blasted forth a streak of golden flame, placing itself protectively before the bear. The fire seared the decayed soul beasts, their black qi dissolving away as they let out piercing shrieks, yet still they hurled themselves forward in mad frenzy. Everyone attack. Take down these decayed soul beasts first. At Xiao Ming's command, primordial chaos force coalesced into a blade of light that cut down 2 decayed soul beasts in an instant. War Madness Divine King swept his colossal axe across the horde, his golden spiritual power cleaving the decayed soul beasts asunder. Crimson Sun Divine King summoned his starfire and thunder, reducing the remnants to ashes. Seeing the crisis resolve, the dark iron bear let out a few low growls at the group, gratitude shining in its eyes, then turned and trudged toward the deep forest, glancing back from time to time as if urging them to follow. It must be trying to lead us to the spirit beast's settlement. Something important might be happening there, Lin Qingxian conjectured. Everyone immediately fell in step behind the dark iron bear. Passing through the dense mountain forest, a vast valley opened before them where hundreds of spirit beasts had gathered. Iron armor beast herds, blazing flame tigers, wind-chasing wolves, and even the deep-sea giant whale they had encountered before, somehow present here, likely due to a cross-realm migration. Most bore wounds, yet their eyes burned with steadfast resolve, clearly prepared to resist an invading enemy. At the center of the valley, a snow-white, moon-howling heaven wolf was growling low at the assembled beasts. A crescent-shaped mark on its brow radiated pure bestial power, marking it unmistakably as the leader of the spirit beasts. At the sight of the approaching group, the moon-howling heaven wolf flashed a trace of wariness but did not attack. The dark iron bear stepped forward and let out several low growls toward the wolf, as if explaining the newcomer's origins. The moon-howling heaven wolf fell silent for a moment, then gave the group a slight nod. Turning, it gestured toward a black cavern at the rear of the valley. Black qi ceaselessly surged from its mouth, and faint, agonized cries of spirit beasts could be heard from within. The people of the soul-devouring sect have turned this cavern into their stronghold. Not only have they captured our kin to refine into decayed soul beasts, but they also want to pollute the beast soul spring of the 10,000 Beast realm. The moon-howling heaven wolf suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice. The beast soul spring is the very heart of this realm. Once it is polluted, every spirit beast here will transform into a decayed soul beast. Xiao Ming's heart sank. He said at once, "We are willing to help you destroy that black nest and foil the soul-devouring sect's conspiracy. But we need your aid to fight against the decayed soul beasts and the soul-devouring sect cultivators." Hope flickered in the moon-howling heaven wolf's eyes as it let out a low howl toward the beasts. The iron armor beast herd stamped out thunderous hoofbeats, the blazing flame tigers breathed scorching fire, and the wind-chasing wolves bared their gleaming fangs. All clearly ready for battle. Good. Then we shall split into 2 forces. Xiao Ming swiftly devised the plan. I War Madness Divine King Crimson Sun Divine King, and the Moon Howling Heaven Wolf will lead the main force of spirit beasts in a frontal assault on the Black Nest. Lin Qingxuan Lingsong Pavilion Master Extreme Scroll Venerable and the Dark Iron Bear will set up formations to prevent any soul-devouring sect cultivator from escaping. Li Linger, along with the 7-colored Divine Phoenix and the star-pupiled Spirit Fox, will purify the polluted spirit beasts and protect the wounded. Everyone and the spirit beasts immediately set to work. Around the Black Nest, Lin Qingxian laid down a great Dao formation, fusing the formation eye crystal with the power of the beast's soul spring, weaving golden formation patterns together with the beast's own bestial force into an unbreakable barrier. Extreme Scroll Venerable manipulated his star vines, entangling the nest's entrance in layers upon layers, leaving only a single corridor for the assault. Holding the primordial chaos pearl, Xiao Ming charged into the Black Nest first. Inside the cavern was choked with black vines, and strung upon them were bound spirit beasts, their eyes filled with agony as their bestial power was drained ceaselessly away. Hearing the commotion, soul-devouring sect cultivators rushed out, gripping their magic artifacts. At their head stood a late soul transformation stage Decayed Soul High Priest, flanked by dozens of enhanced Decayed Soul beasts, each twice the size of any they had faced before. How dare you ruin our plans? Today you and these beasts alike shall become nourishment for our Decayed Soul beasts. The Decayed Soul High Priest sneered, sweeping his bone staff through the air as countless black soul chains shot toward the group. The Moon Howling Heaven Wolf sprang into the air, its crescent mark blazing as a silver-white blade of light split the soul chains apart. War Madness Divine King and Crimson Sun Divine King struck simultaneously, golden spiritual power and starfire thunder interweaving to slay several Decayed Soul beasts in an instant. Xiao Ming channeled his primordial chaos force, a light blade lancing straight at the High Priest, only to be intercepted by the beast shielding him. These Decayed Soul beasts have been infused with the power of the beast's soul spring. Ordinary attacks cannot kill them. The Moon Howling Heaven Wolf shouted, then blasted a torrent of silver-white flame at the beast's flame, interwoven with the power of beast souls. The Decayed Soul beasts screamed in agony as their black Qi gradually dispersed. Seeing this, Li Linger immediately ordered the 7-colored Divine Phoenix to spew golden flame and the star-pupiled Spirit Fox to unleash a violet purifying radiance. The two forces fused with the Moon Howling Heaven Wolf's silver fire, forming a tricolored purification barrier that engulfed the entire cavern. Within the barrier's glow, the Decayed Soul beasts' black Qi dispersed rapidly, and their reason slowly returned. The bound spirit beasts likewise broke free of the vines and joined the battle. Realizing the situation was turning dire, the Decayed Soul High Priest tried to detonate his bone staff and bring everyone down with him. But he was sealed in place by Lin Qingxuan's formation. The formation eye crystal blazed with golden light, ceaselessly purifying the decaying soul power within him. The Decayed Soul High Priest let out a blood-curdling shriek as his body gradually crumbled into ashes. As the High Priest perished, the black Qi within the nest gradually dissipated, and the beast's soul spring once again radiated pure bestial power, nourishing the wounded spirit beasts. Standing outside the cavern, the group and the spirit beasts gazed upon the reborn vigor of the 10,000 beast realm, smiles blooming on their faces. The Moon Howling Heaven Wolf bowed deeply to Xiao Ming. On behalf of all spirit beasts here, I thank you, heroes, for saving the 10,000 beast realm. From this day forth, the beasts of this realm shall be your allies, and whenever you have need of us, we shall answer without hesitation. Xiao Ming nodded, his heart filled with quiet satisfaction. From the spirit plant realm to the starry sky realm, and now to the 10,000 beast realm, they had not only wiped out the remnants of the soul-devouring sect, but also won precious allies. He looked at his companions and smiled. Next, let us go to the Great Dao Cliff in the Dao Enlightenment realm. The Dao runes there may help us locate the lair of the soul-devouring sect remnants and finish them off once and for all. Everyone nodded in agreement and followed Xiao Ming aboard the Cloudstream vessel. On the grassland below, the spirit beasts of the 10,000 beast realm let out low howls toward the departing vessel, as if bidding them a solemn farewell. The Cloudstream vessel traced a trail of pale violet light across the starry sky, and a final battle destined to decide the peace of the myriad realms was about to begin. When the flowing cloud boat once again docked at the Dao Cliff, the pale golden Dao runes still drifted in the wind, yet this time a faint trace of baleful energy lingered among them. The moment Xiao Ming set foot on the cliff, the Chaos Pearl trembled violently, and countless black lines emerged on its surface, resonating with the Dao runes to gradually outline a vague realm map. At its center was inscribed a realm name never seen before: the Soul Prison Realm. Is this the lair of the soul-devouring sect remnants? Lin Qingxian leaned in his fingers, tracing the lines on the Chaos Pearl, shock filling his eyes. The Dao runes can reflect the paths of all worlds. It seems the Soul Prison Realm is their last hiding place. Through their previously established spiritual bond, the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf also sensed the existence of the map. It growled at the group. The Soul Prison Realm is an ancient realm that imprisoned evil souls filled with soul qi, perfect for the soul-devouring sect to cultivate their dark arts. Unless we completely destroy that place, they will surely rise again. Xiao Ming clenched, the chaos pearl determination flashing in his eyes. Then we'll go to the Soul Prison Realm and eliminate the remnants of the soul-devouring sect once and for all. However, the Soul Prison Realm is extremely perilous. We need to consolidate our strength here at Dedeo Cliff and make thorough preparations. Over the next 3 days, everyone immersed themselves in enlightenment once again. With the combined support of the Chaos Pearl and the Tao runes, Xiao Ming's comprehension of the Tao of freedom deepened further. Freedom was not only about holding firmly to one's original heart, but also about staying clear-headed in crises and seeking vitality in desperate situations. His cultivation steadily approached the late spirit transformation stage, and his chaos force became even purer, able to easily purify dense evil soul power. Under the blessing of the Tao of guardianship, the war frenzy divine king broke through to a new realm of physical strength. A single spiritual power slash from his giant axe could split space. The Crimson Sun Divine King fused more Tao runes into his starry thunder fire, transforming it into a Tao rhyme thunder fire, capable of purifying evil souls. The Lingsong Pavilion Master's sound wave technique could directly shatter evil souls, so potent that even spirit transformation cultivators of the soul-devouring sect found it hard to resist. Lin Xingxuan, based on the map reflected by the Chaos Pearl, developed this soul-breaking array specifically to counter the formations of the Soul Prison Realm. The venerable Jijuan nurtured a soul-suppressing vine that could devour evil souls. Li Ling'er's Tao of purity merged with the nirvana fire of the seven-colored divine phoenix, forming a pure nirvana fire that could instantly purify vast hordes of evil souls. Once they were fully prepared, Xiao Ming used the Chaos Pearl to open a teleportation gate to the Soul Prison Realm. The moment they stepped into the realm, a suffocatingly dense stream of soul qi rushed toward them. The sky was shrouded in black mist that never dispersed, and the ground was littered with black bones. In the distance, a massive castle built of skulls loomed faintly. It was the soul-devouring sect's final stronghold, the Soul Prison Fortress. I never thought they'd build their lair in a place like this. Li Ling'er couldn't help frowning. The seven-colored divine phoenix immediately spread its wings and released golden flames, shielding everyone from the soul qi. The Howling Moon Celestial Wolf led the beasts from the Wanshou realm, who had come to support them, clearing the path ahead. The ironclad beast horde shattered the bones blocking their way, while crimson flame tigers spewed fire to burn away the soul qi, carving out a passage for the group. Soon they arrived before the Soul Prison Fortress. The castle's gate was tightly shut, covered with sinister soul runes that emitted a pressure that made one's heart tremble. There are at least 5 late spirit transformation cultivators from the soul-devouring sect inside, plus countless evil soul guards. Lin Xingxian channeled his spiritual power, the banner of the soul-breaking array glowing in his hand. I'll set up the soul-breaking array first to weaken their evil soul power, then we'll charge in while we have the chance. The banner pierced the ground and golden array patterns instantly spread, colliding with the soul runes on the castle with a hissing sound. The evil soul power on the runes rapidly dissipated, and the castle gate began to tremble violently, clearly unable to withstand the might of the soul-breaking array. Attack! At Xiao Ming's command, Chaos Force condensed into a blade of light and slashed toward the gate. The War Frenzy Divine King and the Crimson Sun Divine King attacked simultaneously, golden spiritual power intertwined with Tao Rhyme Thunderfire. With a thunderous boom, the gate was completely split open and countless evil souls surged out like a flood. The Lingsong Pavilion Master immediately played his jade flute, and the sound waves turned into invisible blades, instantly shattering a large swath of evil souls. The venerable Jijuan released the soul-suppressing vine, which shot out like a giant python, entangling and devouring evil souls. Li Ling'er and the seven-colored divine phoenix ignited the pure nirvana fire. Wherever the golden flames passed, all evil souls were utterly purified. The group fought their way into the Soul Prison Fortress, and soon encountered the final 5 leaders of the soul-devouring sect. All of them late spirit transformation cultivators, their bodies wreathed in dense evil soul power, the soul weapons in their hands radiating terrifying auras. Do you really think you can destroy our lair? The leader of this Soul Prison Sovereign sneered coldly. Forming hand seals with both hands, he caused countless soul chains to burst out from the walls of the Soul Prison Fortress, winding toward everyone. This is the Soul Prison Realm. We can command every evil soul here. You are doomed today. The Howling Moon Celestial Wolf leaped into the air, the crescent mark on his forehead blazing as a silver-white blade of light cleaved through the soul chains. Xiao Ming channeled Chaos Force, his light blade striking straight at the Soul Prison Sovereign, but it was intercepted by the 4 leaders at his side. The 2 sides clashed instantly. Chaos Force Tao Rhyme Thunder Fire Soundwave Blades and Evil Soul Power collided endlessly, causing the entire Soul Prison Fortress to tremble violently. Li Linger noticed a black altar behind the Soul Prison Sovereign upon which lay a black crystal, the Soul Prison Core, that could control evil souls. She immediately rushed toward the altar with the 7-colored Divine Phoenix and the Star-Eyed Spirit Fox. The Soul Prison Sovereign noticed her intention and tried to stop her, but was held back by the War Frenzy Divine King's giant axe, unable to break free. Destroy the core. Xiao Ming shouted as his chaos force surged, forcing back the 4 leaders to buy time for Li Linger. Li Linger poured pure spiritual power into the 7-colored Divine Phoenix. The Nirvana fire instantly swelled, transforming into a golden pillar of flame that shot toward the Soul Prison core. No, the Soul Prison Sovereign let out a desperate roar. He tried to detonate his own cultivation, but Xiao Ming's chaos force thoroughly purified him, and his body gradually turned to ashes. Seeing their sovereign dead and the core destroyed, the other 4 leaders lost all will to fight and were quickly subdued by the group. With the shattering of the Soul Prison core, the black mist of the Soul Prison realm gradually dissipated, and the evil soul power swiftly receded, revealing the true sky. Standing amid the ruins of the Soul Prison Fortress, they finally breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the realm return to clarity. The Howling Moon Celestial Wolf bowed to Xiao Ming. Thank you all. From now on, all worlds will never again have to fear the threat of the soul-devouring sect. Xiao Ming nodded, looking at his companions with a smile. We did it. The myriad worlds have finally regained true peace. Everyone boarded the flowing cloud boat and flew toward a familiar realm. Across the starry sky, a pale violet trail of light swept past, carrying their laughter and memories toward a new journey. Though this adventure across the worlds had come to an end, their tale of the 100-fold slacker's path to godhood would continue to write new chapters in an even broader world. After the Luyun boat departed from Hunyue realm, everyone finally let go of their long-held tension. Li Linger leaned over the railing, watching the stars streak past the window, and suddenly said softly, "Brother Xiao Ming, it's been so long since we returned to the mortal realm. I miss Granny Zhang and the kids back in town." His words made everyone pause for a moment. Xiao Ming looked at the nostalgia in the girl's eyes and nodded with a smile. "Then let's head back to the mortal realm first. It'll give everyone a chance to relax." Passing through the familiar realm barrier, the green hills and clear waters of the mortal realm came into view. But as they approached the town where they once stayed, everyone sensed a trace of unusual presence. A faint spiritual energy fluctuation emanating from the forest surrounding the town, carrying a familiar aura. "This is spiritual energy of Yunmiao sect." A flicker of confusion passed through Lin Qingshuan's eyes. Why would Yunmiao sect send someone to the mortal realm? The Luyun boat landed in a bamboo grove outside the town. As everyone stepped off, they saw several disciples in Yunmiao sect attire patrolling the forest, with Shun Qingyao leading them. The same person they had met earlier in the Starfield realm. Seeing Xiao Ming and his companions, her eyes lit up with surprise. She walked briskly forward. "Brother Xiao Ming. Senior brother Lin. You're finally back. Junior sister Qingyao, what brings you here?" Lin Qingshin asked. Shun Qingyao sighed, her expression grave. Since the destruction of the soul-devouring sect, the realm passages across the myriad realms have become more active. Many low-level demon beasts and rogue cultivators have accidentally entered the mortal realm. Our sect was ordered by All Heaven City to come here to protect this peace and prevent ordinary people from harm. Following Shun Qingyao into the town, they saw the streets still bustling. Granny Zhang was still selling steaming tofu pudding, and children were playing at the alley entrance, seemingly unaffected by external events. Seeing this scene, Li Linger's face broke into a long-awaited smile. She ran quickly toward Granny Zhang's stall. "Granny Zhang, I'm back," Li Linger called out excitedly, cradling the 7-colored Divine Phoenix. Granny Zhang looked up, her eyes filled with warmth. "Linger, you're finally back. Where have you been all these years? We've all missed you so much." Just as Li Linger was about to reply, a panicked shout echoed from afar. "Demon beast. A demon beast has broken into the town." Everyone's expressions changed, and they immediately ran toward the source of the voice. In the fields at the eastern end of the town, a massive green-marked beast was destroying crops. Its body was covered with green scales, and it spewed green venom from its mouth. Villagers fled in terror. "Everyone take cover." Divine King Zhan Kuang shouted, raising his giant axe and charging forward. A golden spiritual energy slash struck the green-marked beast. In pain, the beast roared and sprayed venom toward him. Divine King Qi Yang leaped into the air, using Dao Rhyme lightning fire to block the venom. The lightning fire seeped through the scales into the beast's body, causing it to shriek and its movements to slow instantly. Master Lingsong played his jade flute, and the sound waves formed invisible blades, piercing the beast's eyes. Venerable G1 released soul-suppressing vines which wrapped around the beast's limbs. Xiao Ming channeled chaos power, and with a wave of a light blade from his palm, he knocked the beast unconscious. Shun Qingyao stepped forward, immediately taking out a special magical artifact to seal the beast within. Thank you all for your help. This green-marked beast strayed into the mortal realm from a lower realm. We will return it to its original habitat. The villagers gathered around thanking everyone. Granny Zhang held out a bowl of tofu, putting to Li Ling. Linger, these friends of yours must be immortals, right? With you here we don't fear demon beasts anymore. Li Linger took the bowl smiling. Granny Zhang, they're all my companions. We'll visit often in the future. For the following days, everyone stayed in this tranquil town working together with Yunmiao sect disciples to clear out the demon beasts that had accidentally entered the mortal realm. Meanwhile, they didn't forget to teach the villagers some simple, yet practical self-defense methods to deal with potential future beast threats. Li Linger, accompanied by the 7-colored divine phoenix and the star-eye spirit fox, played with the town's children. Her lively laughter and radiant smile filled the entire town with joy. Divine King Zhan Kuang and Divine King Qi Yang were responsible for patrolling the forest, alert to any demon beasts that might approach the town. Their powerful strength and keen senses became a solid defense line for the town. Master Lingsong and Lin Qingxian utilized their expertise to help Yunmiao sect disciples reinforce the town's defensive arrays. They carefully inspected every formation node, adjusted the arrangement of runes, ensuring the array's power could be maximized. Venerable Ji1 busied himself in the town's fields sowing spirit herb seeds into the fertile soil. These spirit herb seeds contained powerful spiritual energy. Once sprouted, they would make the crops grow stronger and bring better harvests to the villagers. Finally, on the eve of their departure, the town held a lively banquet. Villagers brought out their best food and laid it on long tables to thank everyone for their help during this time. Xiao Ming stood among the crowd, quietly watching this heartwarming scene. His heart was filled with tranquility. This feeling was so beautiful. He realized this was the freedom he had always sought, not merely his own liberty but the peace and happiness of those around him. The next morning, everyone boarded the Luyan boat and waved goodbye to Shun Qingyao and the villagers. Granny Zhang stood at the town entrance calling out, "Linger, remember to come back often." Li Linger nodded vigorously, tears welling in her eyes. The Luyan boat slowly ascended, flying toward the direction of the myriad realms. Standing on the ground, Shen Qingyao watched the fading stream of light, her heart brimming with admiration. They not only saved the myriad realms, but also willingly guarded the mundane peace of the mortal realm. Such were true guardians. Sitting at the bow, Xiao Ming held the chaos pearl in his hand. Looking at his companions, he smiled and asked, "Where shall we go next?" "I want to visit the spirit plant realm to see how the spirit herbs I planted are growing." Venerable Ji once said, "I want to go to the starfield realm to collect more star-shining pearls." Li Linger raised her hand and spoke, "I want to go to the myriad beast realm and drink with Xian Tai Xiong and the others." Divine King Zhan Kuang shouted loudly. Everyone expressed their wishes, their eyes filled with anticipation. Xiao Ming nodded, maneuvering the Luyan boat toward the spirit plant realm. In the starry sky, a pale purple streak of light glided by, carrying their laughter and hopes for the future, continuing this leisurely journey across the heavens. They knew that as long as they were together, wherever they went would be the most beautiful scenery. As the flowing cloud boat hovered above the cultivation garden of the Lingji realm, Venerable Jijuan could barely contain his eagerness and leaped from the vessel. The starvine seedlings planted during their last departure had grown into emerald vines nearly half a person's height, adorned with pale purple blossoms swaying among the foliage. Yet a strange silver gleam tinged the edges of the petals, setting them apart from the surrounding spiritual flora. Why does this starvine glow with silver light? Venerable Jijuan crouched down, his fingertips lightly brushing the petals before he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. There's symbiotic spiritual energy trapped within. It appears bound to some unknown spiritual plant. The group gathered around to examine closely. Xiao Ming activated his chaos power to investigate, discovering that deep within the starvine's root system, silvery white threads were entwined, stretching through the soil toward the hidden secret realm deep within the cultivation garden. These threads carry a pure aura of life force, nothing like sinister energy. This could represent a new opportunity for the Lingji realm. Stepping into the secret realm, the sight before them made everyone's eyes light up. At the center grew an unprecedented spiritual plant, a trunk of pure white branches and leaves like transparent ice crystal crowned by a silver bud. The very ice crystal spirit tree that shared a symbiotic bond with the starvine. More remarkably, countless starvine roots intertwined with the spirit tree's roots beneath the soil, weaving together a vast symbiotic network that continuously exchanged spiritual energy between them. This is a symbiotic spiritual plant believed to have gone extinct since ancient times. Lin Qingxian unfolded the chart of the heavenly star trajectories, its depiction of the ice crystal spirit tree matching the one before them precisely. The ancient text recorded that the ice crystal spirit tree could concentrate the purest spiritual energy between heaven and earth, while the starvine transformed that energy into the vitality that nourishes all things. Their symbiosis would accelerate the growth of every spiritual plant in the entire region. Just as Venerable Jijuan moved closer to inspect, hurried footsteps echoed at the secret realm's entrance. A group of cultivators in green robes burst in, led by an elder gripping a wooden staff, his gaze sharp with suspicion. Who are you to dare trespass in the Lingji secret realm? We're cultivators here to nurture Starvine. The Starvine we planted in the cultivation garden previously has formed a symbiotic bond with the ice crystal spirit tree here. Xiao Ming explained, releasing a trace of pure chaos power simultaneously to demonstrate his lack of hostile intent. Feeling the gentle nature of the chaos power, the elder's expression softened. I am the forest guardian elder of the Lingji realm. This ice crystal spirit tree is a treasure we've protected for 1,000 years. 3 months ago it suddenly formed a symbiotic bond with external Starvine. We feared something might go wrong, never expecting it would be your cultivated Starvine. The words had barely left his lips when the secret realm quaked violently. The symbiotic network on the ground pulsed with crimson light, and the ice crystal spirit tree's leaves and branches began to wither. The Starvine too lost its former verdancy, taking on an eerie dark red hue. The elder's face turned pale. Disaster. It's the withersworm insects. They feed exclusively on the symbiotic spiritual energy of spiritual plants. Once parasitized, both the ice crystal spirit tree and the Starvine will wither and die. Following the elder's gesture, they saw countless black insects, each no larger than sesame seeds, crawling through the gaps in the symbiotic network. They relentlessly consumed the silvery white threads, and where the threads were severed, the plant's vitality drained away rapidly. Quick, use purifying power. Li Linger immediately commanded the Qi Huang to unleash pure nirvana fire. Golden flames rained down upon the symbiotic network, reducing the withersworm insects to ash in an instant. But the fire also scorched the Starvine's root system, causing Venerable Jijuan to wince with pain. We can't use fire. It'll damage the spiritual plants. Venerable Jijuan produced Zhenhuan Tung seeds and infused them with botanical spiritual energy. Emerald vines surged forth, rapidly wrapping around the symbiotic network. The soul-calming vine can absorb the withersworm insects while simultaneously nurturing the spirit plant's root systems. The Zhenhuan Tung proved effective immediately. As the black insects were drawn into its tendrils, the Starvine's roots gradually regained their vibrant green coloration. However, a sudden chorus of insect sounds echoed from deep within the secret realm. Countless withersworm insects erupted from the soil like a black tide, surging toward the symbiotic network, clearly being controlled by a far more powerful mother insect. The mother insect is at the spirit tree's roots. Xiao Ming channeled his chaos power, forming a gentle blade of light in his palm as he carefully excavated the soil surrounding the spirit tree. Deep below the soil, a fist-sized black mother insect clung to the spirit tree's main root, continuously laying eggs, while radiating dark aura that accelerated the reproduction of the withersworm insects. The forest guardian elder withdrew a Lingji Jixin and infused it with spiritual power, causing it to emit a pale green radiance that temporarily restrained the mother insect. The Lingji Jixin can only trap it for half an hour. We must find a way to subdue it immediately. Venerable Jijuan's eyes suddenly lit up. The ice crystal spirit tree's spiritual energy is profoundly cold, while the Starvine's is supremely gentle. Combining them could produce cold, supple spiritual energy, which might freeze the mother insect solid. He immediately directed the Starvine's roots to channel spiritual energy into the spirit tree's main root, and the forest guardian elder likewise mobilized his power to assist the tree in concentrating its cold energy. Silver-white threads intertwined with pale green spiritual energy, producing a stream of pale blue cold supple spiritual energy that surged along the spirit tree's main root toward the mother insect. The mother insect let out a piercing shriek as ice began forming across its body, quickly transforming into a black ice block from which all vitality had vanished. With the mother insect destroyed, the withersworm insects lost their vigor one by one, dropping lifelessly into the soil. The ice crystal spirit tree's branches and leaves regained their vibrancy, while the Starvine bloomed with even more vivid pale purple flowers. The symbiotic network shimmered with silver-white light, dispersing pure spiritual energy throughout the entire Lingji realm. The forest guardian elder bowed deeply before them. Thank you for saving this treasure of the Lingji realm. This ice crystal spirit tree is willing to form a symbiotic contract with you all. In the future, whenever you require spiritual plant energy, you may come here to draw from it at any time. Gazing at the revitalized Starvine, Venerable Jijuan's eyes sparkled with joy. I finally comprehend the true essence of the way of vegetation. Plants do not grow in isolation. Only through symbiosis can vitality flourish most vigorously. Just as we companions must support one another to journey further together. Xiao Ming likewise experienced a profound realization as his chaos power resonated with the symbiotic network's spiritual energy. His way of ease was not about solitary freedom. It was about coexisting with companions and the world itself, achieving true ease through mutual protection and assistance. The group remained in the Lingji realm for several days, assisting Venerable Jijuan in refining the symbiotic network. They also cultivated Lingrang grass capable of purifying the soil, presenting it as a gift to the cultivators of the Lingji realm. As they prepared to depart, the ice crystal spirit tree's buds slowly unfurled, sending silver-white petals drifting onto the flowing cloud boat like blessings bestowed upon them. Where to next? Asked Li Linger, cradling her Xingtong Linghu with curiosity. Xiao Ming gazed at the chaos pearl in his hand, which resonated with the stellar trajectories of the Xingkong realm. Let's head to the Xingkong realm. I promised you before that I'd collect the Xingyao pearl to give to our friends in the Fanjian realm. The flowing cloud boat ascended slowly into the sky, making its way toward the Xingkong realm. The spiritual plants of the Lingji realm flourished ever more luxuriantly under the nourishment of the symbiotic network, as if bidding them farewell. A new adventure connected to the stars was about to unfold in the brilliant celestial expanse. When the flowing cloud boat slowly sailed into the Xingkong realm, the scene before their eyes was breathtaking. It happened to be the star radiance period. Countless star radiance beads glowing with pale blue light broke away from the stars and scattered among the star tracks like a meteor shower, forming a dazzling band of light. Li Linger leaned over the ship's railing, her eyes wide, as if deeply captivated by the beautiful sight. She reached out her hands, wanting to catch the falling star radiance beads. In the instant her fingertips touched one star radiance bead, the bead seemed to possess a life of its own. It turned into a streak of blue light and landed gently in her palm. Wow, how beautiful! Li Linger cried out excitedly. She closely examined the star radiance bead in her hand, and found it even brighter than those she had seen before, radiating a charming luster. She carefully placed the star radiance bead into a brocade pouch, then continued reaching out to catch more beads. The seven-colored divine phoenix, also drawn by this magical scene, flapped its wings and darted merrily among the star tracks. It caught several star radiance beads with its beak, then flew to Li Linger and offered them to her. Li Linger took them happily and thanked the seven-colored divine phoenix. Xiao Ming, watching from the side, smiled. He deftly steered the flowing cloud boat and slowly approached a dense area of star tracks. There were even more star radiance beads here, some still embedded in broken star rocks and shining with brilliant light like gems in the night sky. The Venerable Jijuan took out a specially made jade box and carefully collected star radiance beads. Star radiance beads are not just ornaments. They can also be fused into magical instruments to enhance spiritual power. They will make perfect gifts for our friends in the Fanjian realm. The war-mad God King, however, was more interested in the star rocks. He broke off a piece of golden glowing star rock, weighed it in his hand, and said, "This stone is even harder than dark iron. Just right for reinforcing my giant axe." Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of collecting star radiance beads, the distant stars suddenly began to flash violently. A deep blue energy ripple rushed toward the flowing cloud boat. It was the star howl, the most dangerous phenomenon in the Xingkong realm. Wherever the energy ripple passed, star rocks shattered in an instant, and star tracks were twisted and deformed. Not good. It's a star howl. Activate the defense. Lin Qingshuan's face changed drastically. He instantly took out formation flags and set up the soul-breaking formation. The formation eye crystal released golden light, forming a light shield in front of the flowing cloud boat. What was astonishing was that the energy released by the star howl was far beyond what anyone had expected. The moment the light shield came into contact with the dreadful ripple, it was torn apart with countless dense cracks, as if the shield were as fragile as paper before the star howl. Facing such terrifying power, the Crimson Sun God King dared not be the slightest bit careless. He immediately activated the Tao-resonant thunderfire within him. A mass of crimson flame erupted from his body like a volcanic eruption and rapidly formed a blazing wall of fire outside the light shield. The wall of fire crashed against the star howl's ripple with an earth-shaking, ear-splitting roar, as if the entire world were about to be torn apart by that force. However, although the wall of fire weakened the ripple to some extent, it was clearly not enough to completely resist such a mighty power. As time passed, the wall of fire was gradually eroded by the ripple. Unable to withstand such tremendous impact, the flowing cloud boat began to shake violently. The star radiance beads on the boat had originally been placed securely, but under the violent shaking they quickly lost their balance and rolled across the deck like raindrops. Use the power of chaos and the great Tao runes. Xiao Ming shouted, raising the chaos pearl before him, while summoning the great Tao runes within his body. The pale gold chaos power intertwined with the great Tao runes, forming a two-layered barrier around the flowing cloud boat. The outer layer resisted the star howl's impact, while the inner layer stabilized the boat and kept everyone from being thrown off. Pavilion Master Ling Song played his jade flute. The sound waves no longer took an offensive form, but transformed into soft ripples that worked in harmony with the chaos barrier, deflecting the star howl's impact like water. Sound waves can guide the flow of energy, which reduces the burden on the barrier. Li Linger suddenly noticed that the star radiance bead in her palm was growing hot. Countless faint star patterns appeared on its surface, resonating with the surrounding star tracks. Brother Xiao Ming. The star radiance bead seems to be able to sense the star howl. She handed the star radiance bead to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming took it and immediately felt the star power contained within it. The bead could predict the trajectory of the star howl, just like a compass of the Shinkong realm. Everyone placed the star radiance beads at the edge of the barrier. Use their star power to guide the barrier away from the core of the star howl. Xiao Ming embedded the star radiance bead into the chaos barrier. The star patterns on the bead interwove with the barrier's runes, and the barrier immediately lit up with a pale blue glow. As if it had acquired life, it automatically moved toward the direction where the star howl was weaker. The war-mad God King and the venerable Jijuan guarded both sides of the ship's rail. Whenever broken star rocks approached, they shattered them with spiritual power. The Crimson Sun God King's Tao-resonant thunder fire spurted out from time to time, burning away the star dust entangled around the barrier and preventing it from being blocked. After a full hour of perseverance, the star howl finally gradually dissipated. Though the flowing cloud boat's barrier was covered with cracks, it had managed to protect everyone. Li Linger looked at the surviving star radiance bead in her palm and sighed with relief. Thanks to the star radiance beads, otherwise we would have been swept away by the star howl. Xiao Ming examined the chaos pearl and found that the runes on its surface had become clearer. This battle against the star howl gave him a new understanding of the Tao of freedom. True freedom is not doing as one pleases when the journey is smooth, but maintaining control in times of crisis, and using all available strength to resolve danger. Everyone gathered up the scattered star radiance beads and found they had gained more than expected. Although the star howl had been dangerous, it had also shaken loose rare star radiance beads hidden in the deep star tracks. These beads gleamed with purple light and contained 10 times the star power of ordinary star radiance beads. If we give these purple star radiance beads to our friends in the Fangian realm, they will be overjoyed. Li Linger carefully put the purple star radiance beads into a brocade pouch, her face full of expectation. Xiao Ming watched the distant starry sky gradually return to calm and said with a smile, "We have almost finished collecting star radiance beads. Next, let's go to the Wanshou realm. Dark Iron Bear and the others should still be waiting for us." The flowing cloud boat set off again, flying toward the Wanshou realm. In the starry sky, pale purple streams of light interwove with the blue radiance of the star radiance beads, leaving a beautiful trail behind. Everyone sat by the ship's railing, sharing amusing stories about collecting star radiance beads, and their laughter echoed through the starry sky. They knew that no matter how many crises might lie ahead, as long as they were together, they could overcome every hardship hand in hand and continue this laid-back journey across the heavens. As the Luyan boat soared over the grasslands of the myriad beast realm, they spotted wisps of cooking smoke rising from a distant valley. The Black Iron Bear was hoisting a massive meat-roasting rack, while the iron-armored beasts carried baskets brimming with spirit fruits on their backs. The Howling Moon Sky Wolf stood atop the hillside, letting out a prolonged, mournful howl toward the Luyan boat in the distance, clearly having awaited them for some time. "They still remember us," Li Linger exclaimed excitedly, clutching the 7-color divine phoenix as she leaped from the boat. The star pupil spirit fox darted out from her sleeve and scurried over to the Black Iron Bear, nuzzling its massive paw. The Black Iron Bear set down its roasting fork and clumsily offered a piece of golden broiled beast meat, its eyes brimming with a simple, sincere smile. In the center of the valley, a grand feast had already been arranged with spirit fruits, roasted meats, and spiritual wine laid out across the stone tables. The Howling Moon Sky Wolf fetched a jar of beast soul wine, brewed with the sacred waters of the beast soul spring. The instant the seal was broken, an intoxicating aroma of liquor blended with pure beast energy surged toward them. "This was brewed from the waters of the beast soul spring. It nourishes the soul. You must try it." The group sat together, savoring the delicious food, while the Howling Moon Sky Wolf recounted recent events in the myriad beast realm. Since the threat of the soul prison realm had been eliminated, the beasts of the myriad beast realm had returned to a tranquil existence. Many clans that had previously migrated gradually returned, and the grasslands once again blossomed with vitality. War Maniac God King raised his wine jar and clinked it against the Black Iron Bears, downing the beast soul wine in great gulps. "Refreshing. This brew is even stronger than the spirit wines of the myriad city. Next time I shall definitely bring more fine liquor to drink myself silly with you." The Black Iron Bear let out a deep, rumbling growl, clearly in wholehearted agreement. Just as everyone was immersed in the joyous atmosphere, urgent hoofbeats suddenly echoed from beyond the valley. A panicked iron-armored beast charged in, emitting anxious growls at the Howling Moon Sky Wolf, its eyes filled with terror. The Howling Moon Sky Wolf's expression darkened instantly. He rose to his feet without hesitation. Trouble at the Beast Soul Spring. The group followed the Howling Moon Sky Wolf toward the Beast Soul Spring. As they drew near, a shocking sight met their eyes. A group of cultivators clad in black armor surrounded the spring, their artifacts continuously draining the spring's beast energy. The pure essence within the water was rapidly dissipating, and the once crystal-clear waters had turned turbid and murky. The leading cultivator wielded a black spear, its shaft carved with unfamiliar runes that radiated an evil aura far more domineering than that of the soul-devouring sect. "Who are you? How dare you steal the beast energy of the beast's soul spring?" The howling moon sky wolf roared, the crescent mark on his forehead blazing to life. A silver-white blade of light shot toward the leading cultivator. The lead cultivator sneered and swept his spear, directing black evil energy to block the blade. At the moment of impact, all vegetation in the surroundings withered instantly. "We are the Black Armor Army, acting under the orders of the Realm Lord. We have come to collect thee of the myriad worlds. Stand aside or face the consequences." "Realm Lord? I have never heard of such a faction." Xiao Ming furrowed his brow and activated his chaotic power to scout the opponent's cultivation bases. The lead cultivator had reached the peak of the soul transformation stage, while the black armor soldiers around him were all at the mid-soul transformation stage. Their strength surpassed even the remnants of the soul-devouring sect they had encountered previously. The black armor soldiers ceased their boasting and raised their artifacts, launching an assault. Waves of black evil energy surged forward like a tidal flood, cracking the earth into deep chasms wherever it passed. The demon beasts felt their beast energy, suppressed, their faces contorted in agony. "Everyone be careful. This evil energy suppresses both beast energy and spiritual energy." Xiao Ming held the chaotic pearl before him, unleashing a pale golden protective barrier to deflect the oncoming assault. "War Maniac God King, Red Sun God King. You hold the front line. Lin Qingxuan Pavilion Masterling Song. Set up formation arrays to contain them. Venerable Ji Wanli Linger. Protect the beasts and purify the areas contaminated by evil energy." War Maniac God King and Red Sun God King charged forward immediately, their golden spiritual energy intertwining with Dao Rime lightning fire, colliding with the Black Armor Army's evil energy and triggering catastrophic explosions. Lin Qingxian swiftly deployed his soul-breaking formation, infusing the formation core crystal with the residual beast energy from the beast soul spring. Golden formation patterns encircled the black armor soldiers, continuously sapping their evil energy. Pavilion Master Lingsong played his jade flute, transforming sound waves into invisible blades that pierced the gaps in the black armor soldiers' armor, slowing their movements. Venerable G1 manipulated the soul-calming vines, their emerald green tendrils wrapping around the contaminated beasts and steadily purifying the evil energy within their bodies. Li Lingyer commanded the seven-color divine phoenix to exhale pure nirvana fire, which settled around the beast soul spring, forming a purification barrier that halted further corruption of the waters. Seeing his troops make no progress, the lead black armor commander's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He raised his spear and thrust it toward the beast soul spring. "If I cannot take the beast energy, I will destroy this spring entirely." The evil energy upon the spear surged dramatically, on the verge of piercing the spring's core. The howling moon sky wolf leaped suddenly, throwing his body between the spear and the spring. His silver-white fur was instantly dyed black by the evil energy, and he crashed heavily to the ground. Howling moon sky wolf. Alarmed Xiao Ming unleashed his chaotic power in an instant, teleporting behind the commander and swinging a palm blade of light straight for his heart. The commander reacted with incredible speed, spinning around to block with his spear. The light blade struck the shaft with a screeching metallic ring. At that very moment, the beast soul spring erupted with a silvery white radiance. The beast energy within the waters awakened and surged toward the black armor army. The beasts that had previously been purified sensed the call of the beast energy and released their own power in unison. Their energy intertwined with the spring's force, forming a colossal beast soul barrier that trapped the black armor army tightly within. "This is the myriad beast realm's world protecting power." The Elder of World Protection exclaimed in delight. The beast soul spring only awakens its protective power when the myriad beast realm faces utter destruction. The black armor commander, trapped within the beast soul barrier and increasingly suppressed by his evil energy, revealed a look of panic. Impossible. How could such a minor realm possess world-protecting power? He attempted to detonate his own cultivation base, but Xiao Ming's chaotic power thoroughly purified him, reducing his body to drifting ash. Stripped of their commander, the Black Armor Army instantly lost their will to fight and was quickly subdued by the group. Xiao Ming approached the howling moon sky wolf and infused his body with chaotic power to purify the corrupted evil energy within. Slowly opening his eyes, the wolf emitted a few low growls toward Xiao Ming, his gaze filled with gratitude. Nourished by the world-protecting power, the waters of the beast soul spring grew clear once more. Pure beast energy radiated across the entire myriad beast realm, reviving the withered vegetation. Standing beside the spring, the group and the beasts gazed upon the restored peace of the myriad beast realm, smiles gracing their faces. Xiao Ming gazed at the distant starry sky, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. The appearance of the Black Armor Army and the Realm Lord indicates that a new threat has emerged within the Myriad Worlds. We must inform the Myriad City as soon as possible and prepare accordingly. Everyone nodded in agreement and followed Xiao Ming aboard the Luyun boat. The beasts of the Myriad Beast Realms stood upon the grasslands, emitting low parting growls toward the departing vessel. The Luyun boat left a trail of pale purple luminescence across the starry expanse. A new crisis was quietly descending, and their leisurely journey was about to face its next formidable challenge. The Luyun boat cleaved through the star sea, leaving a long, graceful trail of pale violet radiance across the dark universe. Xiao Ming stood at the prow, a faint wisp of residual evil force curling around his fingertips, the lingering aura left by that Black Armor Army general. It was cold, sinister, and overbearing, utterly unlike the evil power of the soul-devouring sect, yet laden with a far denser sense of annihilation. This Realm Lord, what is his true origin? Lin Qingxuan, clad in a blue robe, walked over with a jade flute in hand, his brows faintly knitted. A general at the peak of the late spirit transformation stage, along with dozens of mid-stage spirit transformation cultivators. For such a force to appear out of nowhere, Zhutian City could not possibly have been unaware. A faint halo of thunderfire wreathed divine King Qi as he spoke in a deep voice. Perhaps they come from the outer heavens, even farther beyond. In recent years, the barriers between the myriad realms have loosened, and many hidden forces have been stirring in secret. This Realm Lord is surely plotting something of no small scale. Holding the newly awakened star-eyed spirit fox, Li Linger listened while the seven-colored divine phoenix preened its wings upon her shoulder and asked with concern, will the Wanshou realm be implicated once again? Xiaoya, Heavenly Wolf, and the others are still recovering. Don't worry. The protective power of the beast soul spring has already awakened. In the short term, the Black Armor Army won't dare come back rashly. Xiao Ming turned back, his gaze steady. But we must hasten to Zhutian City as quickly as possible. A threat like this is by no means something a single realm can withstand. The moment the words fell, the Luyun boat convulsed violently. The defensive light curtain over its hull blazed with pale golden light, and then a piercing clash of metal tore through the cabin. As if struck by a colossal hammer, the entire vessel plummeted toward the black domain below. What's going on? Divine King Zhanquang sprang to his feet, golden spiritual power swelling within him. Are we under attack? Pavilion Master Lingsong had already dashed into the control room. Seeing the dense mass of black warships outside the porthole, his expression turned grave. It's the Black Armor Army's fleet, at least 100 of them. They've set up the Black Domain star-locking formation. We're surrounded. Everyone rushed to the prow. There in the dark universe hung a multitude of pitch-black warships, their hulls carved with the same alien runes that had covered the Black Armor General's spear. The runes flickered with an ominous black glow, weaving into an immense web of darkness that held the Luyun boat fast at its center. The lead warship dwarfed all the others. At its rail stood a cultivator in black heavy armor, and a hideous ghost mask, his aura far more terrifying than that of the previous general at the peak of the late spirit transformation stage. Xiao Ming, hand over the Chaos Pearl, and I will spare your lives. The ghost-masked cultivator's voice grated like metal against stone, carrying a bone-piercing chill throughout the Star Sea. The Realm Lord has commanded any who carry the power of chaos within them must either submit or die. The Black Armor Army again. Venerable Ji, one whose wounds from Xiaoya, Heavenly Wolf, had only just been stabilized, let out a furious roar. He drove the soul-suppressing vines surging out of the cabin, emerald tendrils coiling toward the nearest Black Armor warship like giant dragons. Last time I didn't get my fill. Now's the perfect time to settle the score. A sharp light flashed in Xiao Ming's eyes. The Chaos Pearl shot out in an instant, its pale golden barrier expanding once more to encase the Luyun boat in airtight protection. Just as the soul-suppressing vine was about to touch the Black Armor warship, the runes on its hull suddenly burst with blinding light. Black evil force like razor-sharp blades severed the vines, and they turned to ash the instant they fell. This evil force is even stronger than before. Venerable Ji, one's expression changed. He had not expected the enemy to be so formidable. The ghost-masked cultivator sneered and swept his hand through the air. More than 100 Black Armor warships opened fire at once. Evil force shells came thundering at the Luyun boat like a torrential storm, each one radiating a destructive aura enough to gravely wound a spirit transformation cultivator with ease. Zhanquang Qiyang, frontal counterattack. Xiao Ming commanded in a low voice, pouring his chaos power into the Luyun boat's attack formation. The crystal cannon at the prow blazed to life with dazzling golden light. Lin Qingxuan Lingsong, reinforce the formations and cover the ship. Linger, purify those evil force shells with the Nirvana fire. Understood. All answered as one. Divine King Zhanquang and Divine King Qiyang vaulted out of the Luyun boat, golden spiritual power and Daorim thunder fire interweaving into an immense barrier that intercepted most of the shells. In the instant of collision, golden and black light exploded, kicking up a storm of star dust across the heavens. Lin Qingxian formed hand seals at lightning speed. The array patterns of the soul-shattering formation stretched beyond the Luyun boat and merged with Pavilion Master Lingsong's sonic power, taking shape as an invisible bulwark that shattered every evil force shell that slipped through. Li Linger sent the seven-colored divine phoenix soaring aloft. Golden nirvana fire cascaded down like a waterfall, washing over the evil force shells, purifying their evil power in an instant and reducing it to harmless energy that faded into the starry sky. Somewhat interesting. But relying on this alone, you're still not nearly enough. Impatience flickered in the ghost-masked cultivator's eyes. He drew the black great axe from his back, its surface covered in even more intricate runes that exuded a soul-chilling evil force. Black Armor Army, charge with me. Take the Chaos Pearl. At his command, the 100-odd black armor warships accelerated at once, charging at the Luyun boat. Sharp black ramming spikes jutted out from both sides of the ships, likewise engraved with runes, clearly meaning to ram the Luyun boat to pieces. Don't let them get close. Xiao Ming's eyes hardened. His chaos power erupted at full force as a colossal light blade condensed in his palm and hacked toward the leading giant warship. The light blade tore across the star sea, aimed straight at the ghost-masked cultivator with an aura that seemed to rend space itself. Unwilling to be outdone, the ghost-masked cultivator raised his black great axe, flooding it with evil force. The axe swelled several-fold in an instant and met the light blade head-on. With a thunderous clang, golden and black energies collided. A dreadful shockwave blasted outward, scouring the surrounding stardust clean away, and many small black armor warships caught in the blast directly fell apart. Great perfection of the spirit transformation stage. Xiao Ming's heart jolted. He had never imagined that this ghost-masked cultivator's cultivation would already have reached great perfection, the realm above the peak of the spirit transformation stage, even more troublesome than he had anticipated. Knocked back half a step by the shockwave, the ghost-masked cultivator's eyes flickered with surprise. I never expected you to withstand a blow from me. It seems the power of chaos truly lives up to its name. But do you honestly believe that's enough to defeat me? He suddenly roused the evil force within his body, and every rune on the black great axe flared up at once. The evil force coalesced into a colossal black evil dragon that surged toward Xiao Ming. Wherever the dragon passed, space itself was corroded into jagged black fissures. Chaos returns to one. Xiao Ming dared not be careless. The Chaos Pearl hovered above his head, pale golden chaos power streaming ceaselessly into his body. He pressed his palms together, then flung them apart with sudden force. A colossal vortex of chaos took shape before him, seizing the black evil dragon firmly in its grasp. The vortex spun on without cease, purifying and devouring the evil force on the dragon little by little. Impossible. How can your chaos power be so pure? Seeing this, the ghost-masked cultivator's expression finally changed. He had never expected Xiao Ming's strength to be so overwhelming that even his full-force blow could be dissolved. At that very moment, Divine King Zhangquang and Divine King Qiyang seized the opening and launched a ferocious assault on the black armor warships, flanking them on both sides. Divine King Zhangquang wielded a colossal hammer, each blow bearing the force of 1,000 Jun, and smashed straight through a black-armored warship. Divine King Qiyang's Tao-infused thunderfire spread like a wildfire, igniting several warships, their black hulls blazing fiercely in the thunderfire and crackling with harsh explosions. Lin Qingxian and Pavilion Master Lingsong were not idle either. The array patterns of the soul-breaking array coiled around the remaining black-armored warships, steadily weakening the evil power on board. Pavilion Master Lingsong's jade flute sound waves grew even sharper, like countless daggers piercing the warship's defenses and slaying the black armor army cultivators aboard. Li Linger commanded the seven-colored Divine Phoenix, and its nirvana fire struck the black-armored warships like golden meteors. The star-eyed Spirit Fox, relying on its extraordinary speed, darted among the ships, occasionally spitting a streak of silver foxfire to strike at the vitals of the black armor army cultivators. Venerable Jijuan's soul-suppressing vine struck out once more. Having learned from his previous failure, he now wrapped the vines with chaotic power, which easily broke through the warship's evil power defenses, coiling around and tearing apart one vessel after another. For a time, the battle tilted in their favor, but the ghost-faced cultivator quickly steadied himself. With a furious roar, the evil power in his body surged again. His black giant axe hacked toward the chaos vortex and forcibly split it in two. Black domain got annihilating array. He formed hand seals with both hands, and over 100 black-armored warships instantly shifted their formation, creating a massive black array. At its center, dense evil power emerged, condensing into a gigantic black orb covered with runes that radiated an aura of pure annihilation. No, this array can gather the evil power of all the warships. Its might is limitless, the realm-protecting elder cried out. He could feel the terrifying energy in the orb, enough to obliterate an entire star domain. Everyone defend with everything you've got. Xiao Ming's expression sank to the extreme. The Chaos Pearl's light surged again, and the pale golden protective screen expanded to its maximum. Zhangquang Qian, come back and help me. Lin Qingshuan used the soul-breaking array to interfere with the array's operation. Ling Song attacked the array's eye with sound waves. Divine King Zhangquang and Divine King Qiyang immediately retreated to the flowing cloud boat, and the three channeled their spiritual power together into the barrier, which instantly became even sturdier. Lin Qingshuan's soul-breaking array patterns surged toward the black domain, God-annihilating array like a tide, trying to disrupt its operation. Pavilion Master Lingsong's jade flute sound waves condensed into an invisible blade aimed straight at the orb at the center of the array. Yet the black domain God-annihilating array's power was far beyond imagination. The moment the soul-breaking array patterns touched it, they were devoured by the black, evil power. The soundwave blade of Pavilion Master Lingsong was also shattered by the evil force radiating from the orb. The black orb swelled larger and larger, its light growing ever more intense, clearly about to blast toward the flowing cloud boat. It seems we have no choice but to stake it all. Xiao Ming's eyes flashed with resolve. He abruptly fused the Chaos Pearl into his body, and dazzling golden light exploded from him as chaotic power churned wildly within. Linger, lend me the power of your Nirvana fire. Without any hesitation, Li Linger sent the seven-colored divine phoenix to Xiao Ming's side, and the golden Nirvana fire poured into him in an endless stream. Xiao Ming merged the chaotic power with the Nirvana fire, condensing a sphere of golden red energy in his hands. The sphere spun unceasingly, exuding a terrifying blend of destruction and vitality. Chaos Nirvana Slash. Xiao Ming leapt into the air, hurling the sphere toward the black orb. In flight, the golden red sphere transformed into a colossal blade of light, tearing through everything in its path, as it shot straight for the heart of the black domain God-annihilating array. Seeing this, the ghost-faced cultivator's face changed drastically. He frenziedly activated the array, and the black orb instantly blasted out, colliding with the Chaos Nirvana Slash. At that instant, the entire star sea seemed to stand still. Golden red and black energies intertwined and clashed in the void, and a terrifying shockwave erupted outward, shattering the surrounding black-armored warships. Even the flowing cloud boat rocked violently, as everyone aboard channeled their spiritual power to withstand the impact. When the light faded, all that remained in the starry sky were broken hulls and lingering ripples of energy. The black domain God-annihilating array had been completely destroyed, and most of the black-armored warships had collapsed. Only the lead giant warship was barely intact, but it too was riddled with holes and scars. The ghost-faced cultivator was soaked in blood, half of his ghost mask shattered, revealing a hideous face beneath. His aura was weak and sluggish. Clearly he had suffered severe injuries. You actually broke my black domain God-annihilating array. The ghost-faced cultivator stared at Xiao Ming in disbelief, his eyes full of terror and resentment. Xiao Ming fared no better. Forcibly fusing the chaotic power and the Nirvana fire had drained a vast amount of his spiritual energy, and a thread of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Still his gaze remained unyielding. Those who commit injustice will meet their own doom. There is no way your schemes will succeed. Don't rejoice too early. The ghost-faced cultivator sneered and took out a black token from his bosom, on which were engraved the words, Realm Lord. The Realm Lord's power is far beyond your imagination. The Black Armor Army is only the vanguard. Soon all the myriad worlds will become the Realm Lord's domain. He suddenly crushed the token, and it turned into a streak of black light that vanished into the starry sky. Then with a single leap he fled into the depths of the star sea. Trying to flee, Divine King Zhangquang roared and started to chase, but Xiao Ming stopped him. Don't go after him. He's badly wounded and cannot cause much trouble. Besides, we need to reach Zhutian City as soon as possible. Xiao Ming shook his head, circulating his spiritual energy once more to suppress his injuries. He said the Black Armor Army is only the vanguard, which means the Realm Lord's power is far more immense than we imagined. We must inform Zhutian City immediately and unite the strength of all worlds to face this crisis. Everyone nodded and returned to the flowing cloud boat. Pavilion Master Lingsong inspected the vessel and said in a deep voice, the vessel has sustained severe damage. Both the defensive and offensive arrays need repair, and it may take some time before we can continue. Perfect, we can use this time to rest and recover, Lin Qingxian said, beginning to arrange a simple protective formation to guard against any further ambush. The flowing cloud boat docked on a barren planet, and everyone took healing pills to restore their stamina. Xiao Ming sat at the bow, gazing at the distant starry sky, his heart shrouded in worry. The appearance of the Black Armor Army made him realize that this crisis was far more severe than the previous threat of the Huanyu realm. The mysterious power of the Realm Lord loomed like a shadow over the myriad worlds, and their slacking off journey had completely turned into a struggle for the survival of all worlds. A few days later, the flowing cloud boat was finally repaired, and everyone set off once more. The star sea stretched into the unknown, but every eye burned with determination. They knew a greater storm was coming, yet they would not flinch because behind them lay the safety of countless living beings and the peace of all the myriad worlds. The flowing cloud boat continued on its course toward Judion City, its faint purple halo glimmering in the starscape like a tiny spark in the darkness, frail yet bearing hope. And in the depths of the star sea an even more dreadful force was quietly brewing. A war that would engulf all the myriad worlds was already an arrow set on the string. The Luyan boat sped through the sea of stars, its pale purple radiance somewhat dimmed from the earlier fierce battle. Xiao Ming sat cross-legged at the center of the deck, chaotic energy circulating slowly within his body as it repaired the hidden wounds inflicted during his use of the chaotic nirvana strike. Lin Qingxian stood nearby, a jade flute held horizontally in his hands. His fingertips lightly traced the finger holes, sending melodious sound waves rippling outward, soothing the minds of all aboard, while keeping vigilant watch over the surrounding star region. 3 days' journey remain until we reach Judion City. Pavilion Master Ling Song emerged from the control chamber, his expression grave. But I cannot shake the feeling that the token crushed by that ghost-faced cultivator was no ordinary item. It may bring us far greater trouble. Before his words had fully echoed, the starry sky ahead of the Luyan boat violently twisted, as if an invisible hand had stirred it. Black fissures spread like spiderwebs across the void, and an aura far more chilling and overwhelming than the dark-armored army's evil energy surged forth from the rifts, instantly shrouding the entire star region. Trouble. It's a spatial rift. Elder Hujia's face contorted with alarm. And this rift was not formed naturally. It was forcibly torn open by someone. Xiao Ming's eyes snapped open. Chaotic energy erupted instantaneously, and a pale golden barrier enveloped the Luyan boat in a firm protective shell. Everyone stand ready. A powerful enemy approaches. From within the spatial rift, dark figures emerged one by one. Leading them was a man draped in white robes, his complexion ashen. Though he radiated no discernible aura whatsoever, every person present felt a terror rising from the depths of their very souls. Behind the man followed dozens of cultivators with distinct auras, each possessing cultivation at no less than the late stage of soul transformation. A few among them even matched the ghost-faced cultivator's power at the peak of soul transformation. Xiao Ming, it has been a long time. The white-robed man's voice was flat and emotionless, yet it penetrated every pair of ears with crystal clarity, as though whispering directly beside them. Xiao Ming's pupils contracted sharply as he fixed his gaze upon the white-robed man. Who are you? I have never seen you before. It is only natural that you do not remember me. The white-robed man's lips curled into a sinister smile. When you first obtained the Chaos Pearl and was refining it deep within the starry sea, you inadvertently shattered a wisp of my remaining soul. I have lain dormant for many years, all for this very moment, to reclaim what is mine. The Chaos Pearl was won through my own fortune. By what right do you speak of reclaiming it? Xiao Ming's heart grew heavy. The implications hidden in the man's words filled him with unease. Who exactly are you? Who I am is irrelevant. The white-robed man raised his hand, and the cultivators behind him immediately fanned out, forming a vast encirclement that surrounded and trapped the Luyan boat. What matters is that the Chaos Pearl must belong to me, and all of you must die. Insolent! Divine King Zhan Kuang roared in fury. His golden spiritual energy surged within him as he gripped his massive hammer and leaped forward, bringing it down upon the white-robed man. No matter who you are, if you dare block our path, taste my hammer first. The white-robed man's gaze remained cold and indifferent. Facing the full force of Zhan Kuang's strike, he merely raised his hand slightly. An invisible barrier formed in an instant. Zhan Kuang's hammer struck it with a thunderous clang, and his golden spiritual energy rebounded like a surging tide. Zhan Kuang groaned, his body sent flying backward as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Peak soul transformation, yet you amount to nothing before me. The white-robed man's tone dripped with disdain. It seems the cultivators of the myriad heavens and worlds have grown progressively weaker over the years. Seeing this, divine King Qi Yang's entire body erupted with roaring lightning fire infused with Tao resonance. Transforming into a streak of luminescent energy, he charged toward the white-robed man. Simultaneously, Lin Qingxian blew upon his jade flute, his sound waves crystallizing into thousands of razor-sharp blades. Pavilion Master Ling Tsong deployed a binding formation. Venerable Jizhuan manipulated the soul-suppressing vines, and Li Linger commanded the seven-colored divine phoenix to unleash its nirvana fire. All struck as one, their various attacks pouring upon the white-robed man and the cultivators surrounding him. The white-robed man's face remained utterly expressionless as he raised his hand once more. The invisible barrier expanded, intercepting every single attack. The soundwave blades collided with the barrier and dissolved instantly. The lightning fire fell upon it like a clay bowl entering the sea, vanishing without a trace. The soul-suppressing vines coiled around it, only to be severed in an instant by the barrier's formless force. The nirvana fire scorched against it, yet left not the slightest mark. How is this possible? Li Ling'er's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. What level of strength does he possess? Xiao Ming's heart grew heavy to its limits. He could sense that the aura emanating from the white-robed man far surpassed the soul transformation stage, reaching a realm beyond his comprehension. Could it be tribulation transcendence? The thought flashed through Xiao Ming's mind and sent a tremor through his entire body. Tribulation transcendence. That was a legendary realm, the great leap beyond soul transformation. Every cultivator who had attained it possessed the power to destroy worlds enough to roam the myriad heavens and realms as an unrivaled sovereign. It appears you are not entirely foolish. The white-robed man seemed to have read Xiao Ming's thoughts and spoke softly. Correct. I have reached the early stage of tribulation transcendence. Before me you are nothing but ants, fragile and helpless. So what if you've reached tribulation transcendence? Xiao Ming's eyes hardened with resolve. The chaos pearl flew from within his body, hovering above his head, as pale golden chaotic energy flowed continuously into him. If you want the chaos pearl, you will have to step over my corpse first. Stubborn to the end. The white-robed man's gaze turned cold, and he raised his hand, making a grasping motion toward Xiao Ming. A terrifying suction force erupted instantaneously. Cracks spiderwebbed across the Luyun boat's protective barrier in an instant. Xiao Ming felt as though his very body were being torn apart, and the chaos pearl began to tremble violently, as if being forcibly wrested from his grasp. Everyone attacked together and lend Xiao Ming your strength. Lin Qingxian shouted, channeling his spiritual energy into the soul-breaking formation. The formation's runes transformed into a golden streak of light, shooting toward the white-robed man. Pavilion Master Ling Song Divine, King Zhan Kuang Divine, King Qi Yang, and the others likewise gathered their spiritual energy into a colossal pillar of power which they unleashed upon the white-robed man. They knew that no single cultivator could hope to rival one at the tribulation transcendent stage. Only by joining forces did they stand any chance of survival. The white-robed man snorted coldly, paying their combined assault no mind whatsoever. The invisible barrier appeared once more, blocking both the energy pillar and the soul-breaking formation's assault. But at that very moment, a flash of resolve crossed Xiao Ming's eyes. He detonated every ounce of chaotic energy within his body and simultaneously awakened the primal power of the Chaos Pearl itself. Chaotic World Rend. Xiao Ming let out a thunderous roar, thrusting both hands violently toward the white-robed man. A colossal blade of chaotic light materialized in an instant. Upon its surface, space itself was continuously torn asunder, birthing countless black fissures. Bearing an aura of absolute devastation, it slashed down upon the white-robed man. This was the most devastating strike Xiao Ming could muster at present. A fusion of the Chaos Pearl's primordial essence and his own cultivated strength, driven even by the burning of his vital essence, all sacrificed for a single sliver of hope. At last the white-robed man's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that Xiao Ming could unleash such overwhelming power. Refusing to underestimate him, he unleashed the full might of his tribulation stage spiritual energy. His white robes billowed violently in the gale, and as his hands formed seals, a gigantic white light shield materialized before him. Clang! The chaotic light blade collided with the white shield, and a cataclysmic burst of energy erupted instantly. The entire star region shuddered violently. The spatial rifts widened endlessly, swallowing countless stardust into oblivion as everything was consumed by the void. The man in white robes grunted, forced back half a step by the impact, a trace of blood welling at the corner of his mouth. He stared at Xiao Ming, his eyes brimming with shock and fury. I never expected that a mere soul transformation cultivator like you could actually wound me. Xiao Ming was faring no better. Having burned his essence blood and detonated the chaotic power, his spiritual energy was completely depleted, his body feeling as though it were falling apart. Unbearable agony coursed through him as blood continuously welled from the corners of his mouth. Yet he maintained his fierce gaze fixed on the white-robed man, fear absent from his eyes. It seems I've been holding back too much. The white-robed man's eyes turned icy, his presence radiating terrifying pressure as tribulation stage spiritual energy surged around him like an ocean tide. Since you insist on seeking death, I shall grant your wish. He raised his hand toward Xiao Ming, and a pillar of white energy shot forth instantaneously. Upon the beam rested the colossal power of a tribulation stage cultivator, sufficient to utterly annihilate Xiao Ming. Just at that critical moment, a majestic voice thundered from the distant starry expanse, "Enough!" A golden streak tore through the sea of stars and materialized before the flowing cloud vessel, positioning itself between Xiao Ming and the incoming attack. As the golden light dissipated, a man clad in golden battle armor and wearing a golden war helmet appeared before them. The aura emanating from him rivaled that of the white-robed man in its ferocity. "The Lord of the Myriad Heavens City," the guardian elder called out in astonishment. The newcomer was indeed the Lord of the Myriad Heavens City, recognized across the myriad heavens and worlds as the supreme powerhouse, also at the early stage of tribulation transcendence. The white-robed man regarded Tian Hao with an icy gaze. Tian Hao, this is between Xiao Ming and me and concerns no one else. Leave now if you value your life, or I shall have no mercy. All matters within the myriad heavens are my concerns, Tian Hao declared with imperious authority. The Chaos Pearl is Xiao Ming's destined fortune. You seized it by force and sought to take his life. How could I simply stand aside? It appears a battle is unavoidable today. A cruel glint flashed across the white-robed man's eyes as his tribulation stage spiritual energy surged once more. Then let me see just how strong you truly are, Lord of the myriad heavens city. Before his words had even faded, the white-robed man launched himself into the air, surging toward Tian Hao. His white spiritual energy condensed into an enormous longsword, carrying the momentum to tear through space itself, striking directly at Tian Hao. Tian Hao's expression remained unchanged. He swept his hand forward and golden spiritual energy materialized into a colossal battle shield, blocking the white longsword's devastating strike. Simultaneously, he gripped the golden spear and charged forward, meeting his opponent head-on. The golden spear and white longsword collided with a deafening explosion that shook the heavens. The combat between tribulation stage cultivators was far more terrifying than anything witnessed among soul transformation cultivators. The two warriors clashed relentlessly amid the starry void, their white and golden spiritual energy colliding in endless fury. Space fissures widened incessantly as countless stardust particles were annihilated, and the entire stellar region trembled violently, as though on the verge of total collapse. Xiao Ming and the others watched the ferocious battle above their faces, etched with sheer astonishment. This was the power of tribulation stage cultivators, utterly terrifying beyond comprehension. We cannot remain idle either. Xiao Ming took a deep breath, suppressing the agony coursing through his body. While they are engaged, let us eliminate these cultivators surrounding us first, then find a way to assist the Lord. Everyone nodded and launched their attacks against the nearby cultivators. Previously suppressed by the white-robed man's overwhelming pressure, they had been unable to unleash their full strength. Now that he was occupied by Tian Hao, they could finally fight without restraint. War God Wang wielded his massive hammer like a tiger, descending the mountain, each strike carrying crushing force against the surrounding cultivators. Fire God Wang's Dao rhyme, thunder fire, raged endlessly, searing all in its path as cultivators screamed in torment. Lin Xingxuan's sonic blades relentlessly claimed lives, while Ling Tsang's trapping array rendered enemies immobile. Venerable Ji Wan's soul-suppressing vines entangled cultivators and purified their spiritual energy. Li Linger's seven-color divine phoenix spat forth nirvana flames, incinerating a soul transformation peak cultivator into ashes in an instant. Xiao Ming also strained to stay upright, slowly circulating the chaotic power within him, periodically releasing chaotic energy blades to slay the surrounding cultivators. Though his spiritual energy was depleted, the ruthless dominance of the chaotic power remained undiminished. Each beam of chaotic light could effortlessly dispatch a late-stage soul transformation cultivator. Although the surrounding cultivators were no weaklings, they were quickly overwhelmed by the combined assault of Xiao Ming and his companions. Cries of anguish echoed endlessly as cultivators fell one after another, their blood staining the starry void crimson. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Tian Hao and the white-robed man in the starry expanse had entered its most intense phase. Strike after strike flew between them, their attacks growing ever more ferocious. Golden and white spiritual energy intertwined to form a colossal energy storm that swept across the entire stellar region. The white-robed man gradually felt his strength waning. Tian Hao's power far exceeded his expectations. A hidden alarm stirred within him. He had never anticipated the Lord of the myriad heavens city to be this formidable. Seizing the Chaos Pearl today had become impossible. Tian Hao, I shall remember this day. A flicker of unwillingness crossed the white-robed man's eyes as he roared. Next time we meet, I will take your life. With that, he abandoned further combat. His body transformed into a streak of white light and fled through a spatial rift. The remaining cultivators nearby swiftly followed their leader into the dimensional rupture. Tian Hao made no pursuit. He stood in the starry void, watching the spatial rift slowly seal shut, then turned toward Xiao Ming and the others, a hint of gratification softening his features. You performed excellently. Thank you, my lord, for coming to our aid, Xiao Ming said, cupping his fists in gratitude. Without Tian Hao's timely arrival, they would likely have perished that day. No need for formalities. Tian Hao waved his hand dismissively. The emergence of the black armored army and that white-robed man poses a severe threat to the safety of the myriad heavens and worlds. I have come to inform you that the myriad heavens city has already summoned the powerful cultivators from every major faction, preparing to confront this crisis together. Who exactly is that white-robed man, and why does he insist on seizing the Chaos Pearl? Xiao Ming asked. His name is Xian Yi, a cultivator from the outer realms, Tian Hao replied. Tian Hao's expression grew grave. Legend holds that the Chaos Pearl contains the primordial power of the universe itself. Possessing it accelerates one's realm breakthroughs and may even grant the mythical state of eternal life. Xian Yi has been searching for the Chaos Pearl for ages, hoping to harness its power to break through to the later stage of tribulation transcendence. Everyone's hearts trembled upon hearing this. The Chaos Pearl was far more significant than they had imagined. No wonder Xian Yi was willing to risk everything to seize it. It seems this crisis runs far deeper than we ever conceived, Lin Qingxian remarked. Precisely, Tian Hao nodded. Xian Yi is merely the beginning. Behind him lie even more formidable forces. Furthermore, the faction led by that world lord continues to expand its influence. Before long, it will engulf the entire myriad heavens and worlds. We must prepare swiftly and unite the strength of all realms to withstand this cataclysm. Xiao Ming gazed toward the distant starry expanse, conviction hardening in his eyes. No matter how daunting the challenge, we shall spare no effort to defend the myriad heavens and worlds. Tian Hao nodded, a faint smile of satisfaction crossing his face. Excellent. Now return with me to the myriad heavens city. The powerful cultivators from every faction await, and a great war concerning the fate of all realms is about to commence. Everyone agreed and followed Tian Hao aboard the flowing cloud vessel. The vessel reactivated its pale purple luminescence, propelling it through the starry void toward the myriad heavens city. The star sea stretched endlessly, peril lurking at every turn. Xian Ye's escape and the expansion of the World Lord's faction only intensified the gravity of the crisis. Yet Xiao Ming and his companions felt no trace of fear in their hearts. They knew the road ahead would be treacherous, but as long as they stood united, they would surely surmount this trial and preserve the peace of the myriad heavens and worlds. The flowing cloud vessel left a trailing arc across the starry void, carrying hope toward the myriad heavens city. A great war that would shake the entirety of the myriad heavens and worlds was quietly drawing near. The Luoyuan boat tore through the starry sea, a pale purple radiance carving a straight trajectory through the darkness. Xiao Ming sat cross-legged in the secret chamber of the cabin, circulating his remaining chaos power to mend his meridians. Though the searing pain of burning essence blood still spread deep within his marrow, the Chaos Pearl within him emitted a warm radiance, slowly nourishing his depleted spiritual energy. The source power of the Chaos Pearl is indeed unfathomable. Xiao Ming turned his spiritual sense inward toward his dantian. There the Chaos Pearl floated at the center of his spiritual energy, sea with black and white qi swirling around it. With each rotation, wisps of source power spilled forth, repairing his damaged Dao foundation. He could clearly feel that after the life and death battle with Xian Yi's mastery over chaos power had deepened further, and the bottleneck of late soul transformation stage seemed to have subtly begun to loosen. Suddenly the Luoyuan boat shuddered violently. The intense shaking caused his blood and qi to churn within him, and his newly condensed spiritual energy scattered in an instant. He opened his eyes, a flash of wariness crossing his gaze, and in a blur of movement, he exited the secret chamber. On the deck, Tian Hao stood with a furrowed brow, gazing at the starry expanse ahead. His golden battle armor gleamed with a cold luster under the starlight. Lin Qingxuan, King Zhan Kuang, and the others had also gathered, their expressions grave as they stared at the starry region ahead that had suddenly begun to distort. Where an empty sea of stars had once stretched, dense black warships now appeared, lying in wait, like slumbering behemoths blocking the Luoyuan boat's path. It's the Realm Lord's fleet. Tian Hao's voice was icy golden, spiritual energy surging quietly around him. I didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. Upon the black warships hung a blood-red banner upon which was carved a ferocious character for realm, radiating an ominous aura that chilled the soul. Aboard the lead flagship, a man in a black robe stood suspended in midair, his countenance sinister. Thick black mist swirled around him, and his aura was no weaker than Xian Ye's. Mayor Tian, how long have we not met? The robed man's voice grated like metal scraping against stone. This commander has been awaiting your arrival here for quite some time, by order of the Realm Lord. General Heisha, do you dare obstruct Zhutian City's path? Are you not afraid of inviting the condemnation of all realms? Tian Hao gripped his golden spear, its tip pointed directly at the robed man. Golden spiritual energy blazed around him like a miniature sun, illuminating the surrounding starry void. General Heisha sneered. As black mist surged, countless soldiers clad in black battle armor soared from the warships, their blades gleaming with killing intent. The condemnation of all realms. Before long, the entirety of the myriad realms shall be, within His Excellency, the Realm Lord's grasp. When that day comes, it will be you foolish rebels who face annihilation. He raised his hand and barked, seize Xiao Ming and claim the Chaos Pearl. Kill all others without mercy. In an instant, countless black-armored soldiers surged toward the Luoyuan boat, like a tidal wave, their black spiritual energy weaving into a vast net that sealed off the entire airspace. Simultaneously, the surrounding black warships opened fire, launching beams of black energy that tore through space itself, striking toward the Luoyuan boat. Protect the Luoyuan boat. Pavilion Master Ling Song roared, his hands rapidly forming seals. Countless runes flew from his palms, coalescing into a massive barrier around the vessel. The black energy blast struck the barrier with ear-splitting thunder, causing it to tremble violently and ripple outward in concentric waves. These soldiers are not weak. Most are at the soul transformation stage, and many are near the peak of that realm. King Qi Yang gazed at the charging black-armored soldiers, a grim expression flashing across his eyes. Daorim thunderfire burned fiercely around him. It seems the Realm Lord's forces are even larger than we imagined. Enough talk, just kill them. King Zhanquang leaped from the Luoyuan boat, his massive hammer surging with spiritual energy until it expanded to dozens of zhang in size, then came crashing down into the ranks of black-armored soldiers. With a single blow, several soul transformation soldiers were instantly crushed into pulp, their black blood staining the starry sky crimson. Lin Qingxian flicked her slender fingers, sending sonic blade techniques as invisible weapons that pierced through the foreheads of successive soldiers. Venerable Ji Wan's soul-suppressing vines erupted in frenzied growth, entangling clusters of enemies and purging the evil spiritual energy within their bodies. Li Linger summoned a seven-colored divine phoenix, whose nirvana flames swept across the battlefield, melting the black battle armor to nothing while the soldiers let out shrill, agony-filled screams. Xiao Ming drew a deep breath, his chaos power cycling rapidly within his body. Though his spiritual energy had not fully recovered, the power of his chaos light blade remained astonishing. He grasped his condensed chaos long blade and leaped into the fray. With a sweeping slash, a wave of black blade Qi cut through the air, bisecting several late-stage soul transformation soldiers along its path, leaving them no chance to resist. Meanwhile, Tian Hao charged directly at General He Sha, his golden spear piercing the heavens. The spear tip brimmed with the terrifying power of the Tribulation Transcendence stage, striking straight for the general's vital point. Excellent. A vicious gleam flashed in General He Sha's eyes. As black mist surged, a massive black axe materialized in his grasp, its surface etched with bizarre runes that radiated an evil aura. He swung the axe to intercept, and the golden spear collided with the black axe, unleashing a devastating shockwave of energy that annihilated the surrounding starry void. Countless spatial rifts split open in an instant. Tian Hao, I am your opponent. General He Sha roared wildly, hacking with his massive axe. Black axe Qi poured down like a waterfall, each strike carrying the momentum to rend all asunder. Tian Hao's expression remained unchanged. His golden spear danced like the wind-layered spear shadows, blocking each incoming strike of black axe Qi. The two clashed fiercely in the starry void, golden and black spiritual energies colliding endlessly. Energy storms swept outward, engulfing the nearby black warships and soldiers, many perishing before they could even cry out, annihilated within the maelstrom. While slaughtering the charging black-armored soldiers, Xiao Ming kept a watchful eye on the battle between Tian Hao and General He Sha. He noticed that although General He Sha's cultivation was also at early tribulation transcendence, the black mist surrounding him harbored a sinister power capable of corroding spiritual energy. Though Tian Hao held the upper hand, achieving a swift victory would not be easy. This cannot continue. These soldiers are endless, and our spiritual energy will inevitably be exhausted. Xiao Ming's mind raced, his gaze falling upon the lead flagship. He could sense a powerful energy fluctuation emanating from the flagship's core. It must be the energy source for the entire fleet. Elder Lin Qingxuan, could you lend me your aid? Xiao Ming called out to her. Hearing this, Lin Qingxian paused her sonic blade attacks and looked toward Xiao Ming. Young friend Xiao Ming, what is your plan? That flagship is the core of the fleet. If we destroy it, the soldiers and warships will lose most of their power. Xiao Ming pointed toward the lead vessel. I will go destroy the flagship's core. I beg you, Elder, to hold back the surrounding soldiers for me. Very well. Lin Qingxian nodded. With a sweep of her jade-like hand, her sonic power intensified, sharply forming a massive sonic barrier that temporarily repelled the nearby soldiers. Go in peace. I will guard your rear. Xiao Ming offered a swift word of thanks, then unleashed his chaos power to its fullest. His figure transformed into a streak of black light, hurtling toward the flagship. Soldiers along the way swung their blades to intercept, but Xiao Ming's chaos long blade moved with terrifying ferocity. Wave after wave of black blade Qi swept across, and every soldier who dared to stand in his path was instantly slain. You seek death. Several cultivators at the peak of soul transformation aboard the flagship launched their attack upon seeing him. Their black spiritual energy surged violently as they joined forces, executing a powerful combined strike. A colossal black palm imprint descended toward Xiao Ming. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Ming's eyes. The chaos pearl suddenly flew out from his dantian and hovered above his head, black and white energies surging to form a shield of chaos. At the same time, he wielded the Chaos Blade and slashed out, unleashing a blade aura infused with the power of origin that collided with the black palm print. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the black palm print was split apart in an instant. Several cultivators at the great perfection of the spirit transformation stage turned pale, spat out blood, and were hurled backward. Xiao Ming did not pause. With a flicker of his form, he landed on the deck of the colossal warship. The deck was covered in eerie runes that emanated a malevolent aura, continuously supplying power to the warship. Xiao Ming could sense that the warship's core lay inside a black palace at the center of the deck. He charged straight toward the black palace, easily cutting down the guarding soldiers along the way who could not stop him. Soon he burst into the black palace. At its center, a black pearl hovered in midair, wreathed in dense black mist. It was the warship's energy core, the Realm Pearl. You will not destroy the Realm Pearl. A general clad in black battle armor, whose aura had reached the peak of the great perfection of the spirit transformation stage, blocked Xiao Ming's path, pointing his long blade at him. Leave your life behind, and perhaps I will grant you a quicker death. Xiao Ming wasted no words. He swung the Chaos Blade directly, its blade aura arching like a rainbow. The general's expression changed. He hurriedly raised his blade to block, but the moment it clashed with the Chaos Blade, it was split in two. The residual might of the blade aura did not diminish and slashed toward him. No! Fear flashed in the general's eyes as he tried to dodge, but it was too late. Struck by the blade aura, his body was sliced cleanly and half dead beyond any doubt. Having dealt with the general, Xiao Ming walked up to the Realm Pearl. Gazing at the black pearl radiating evil, a trace of resolve flickered in his eyes. He raised the Chaos Blade. Power of chaos and power of origin poured ceaselessly into the blade, which instantly swelled to several hundred feet in length. With world-destroying momentum, he slashed down at the Realm Pearl. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the Chaos Blade struck the Realm Pearl, covering its surface with dense cracks. Then the cracks spread rapidly until the pearl shattered completely. The moment the Realm Pearl shattered, the entire colossal warship began to shake violently. The runes on the deck lost their luster, the energy of the surrounding black warships weakened instantly, and the aura of the black armored soldiers also grew listless. This is bad. The Realm Pearl has been destroyed. General Haisha sensed the change in the warship, and his face drastically altered, a hint of retreat rising in his heart. He was no match for Tian Hao to begin with, and now that the fleet's energy had greatly diminished, continuing the fight would only bring loss. Haisha thinking of fleeing. Tian Hao saw through General Haisha's intention. His golden spear moved even faster, its tip aimed straight at the general's back. Leave your life behind. Startled General Haisha hurriedly turned to block, but he was a step too slow. The golden spear pierced through his shoulder, golden spiritual power surging into his body and ravaging his meridians. With a scream, General Haisha's black mist surged as he forcibly wrenched himself free of Tian Hao's spear. He turned into a streak of black light and fled into the distance. Tian Hao, Xiao Ming, just you wait. The Realm Lord will surely avenge me. Seeing this, the remaining black warships and soldiers scattered in all directions. Tian Hao did not give chase. Instead, he turned to look at the Luyun boat, a trace of gratification flashing in his eyes. After destroying the Realm Pearl, Xiao Ming also returned from the colossal warship to the Luyun boat. By now his spiritual power was nearly exhausted, his face pale, yet his eyes remained resolute. Excellent work, young friend Xiao Ming. Tian Hao praised him. Destroying the Realm Pearl not only crippled this fleet's combat strength, but also dealt a heavy blow to the Realm Lord's forces. It was the result of everyone's joint efforts. Xiao Ming waved his hand, activating the Chaos Pearl to recover his spiritual power. Lin Xingxian and the others gathered around, faces wearing smiles of having survived the ordeal. The battle just now had been intense, but in the end, they had won victory. However, at that very moment, the distant starry sky suddenly trembled violently. A terrifying aura far more dreadful than that of Xuanya or General Haisha came emanating from the depths of the Sea of Stars. This aura was evil and mighty, as if it could devour everything, filling everyone with heart-chilling fear. Tian Hao's face changed abruptly. He looked up toward the depths of the star, his eyes filled with solemnity. This is bad, it's the Realm Lord's aura. He has come in person. Everyone's hearts jolted. The smiles on their faces vanished in an instant, replaced by deep worry. The Realm Lord was a supreme powerhouse ruling over a vast force, his cultivation unfathomable, far beyond that of Xuanya and General Haisha. His personal arrival undoubtedly made this crisis even more severe. From the depths of the star, a black figure slowly emerged. Clad in a black imperial robe with a blurred face, he was shrouded in endless black mist within which countless wronged souls could be faintly heard wailing. He merely stood there quietly, yet exuded a suffocating pressure, as if the entire starry sky were under his control. Tian Hao, Xiao Ming, and all you ants of the myriad worlds. The Realm Lord's voice, like something out of the deepest hell, was cold and majestic, ringing across the starry sky. I intended to give you a chance to submit, but you knew not what was good for you. Destroying my fleet, and killing my men. Since that is the case, I shall have no choice but to erase every one of you and make the myriad worlds bow in total submission." He raised his hand and waved, sending boundless black mist surging toward the Luyan boat. Wherever the black mist passed, space itself was corroded and countless star motes were devoured. Tian Hao's expression was extremely solemn. Holding his golden spear, he said in a low voice to everyone, "This battle today concerns the survival of all worlds. We have no way back. Even if we die, let us die gloriously and protect the myriad worlds. We swear to defend the worlds unto death." Warmad, Divine King, and the others roared in unison. Spiritual power surged around them as they readied for battle. Xiao Ming looked at the black figure, feeling that terrifying aura. There was no fear in his eyes, instead blazing fighting spirit kindled within them. The chaos pearl within him spun madly, black and white energies surging to mend his body and heighten his power. "Realm Lord, if you wish to annihilate us and seize the chaos pearl, you are not qualified." Xiao Ming pointed the chaos blade at the Realm Lord, his voice firm. "Today we will join forces to slay you and return peace to the myriad worlds." Hearing this, the Realm Lord let out a cold, mocking laugh. "With just you lot, a bunch of ants, and you dare to boast of slaying me. Today I will show you what true power really is." Before his words even faded, the Realm Lord raised his hand and struck a palm at the Luyan boat. Endless black mist condensed into a gigantic black palm print, hurtling toward the boat with a momentum that devoured everything. Before the palm print even drew near, the barrier surrounding the Luyan boat had already begun to shatter inch by inch. The terrifying pressure made it hard for everyone to breathe. Everyone joined forces and defend. With a mighty shout, Tian Hao erupted with full golden spiritual power. His golden spear transformed into a golden dragon that charged at the black palm print. Lin Xingxuan, Warmad, Divine King, and the others also unleashed their most powerful attacks. Sonic blades, Tao rhythm, thunderfire, giant hammer strikes, soul-suppressing, vines, nirvana flames, and sealing formation runes. All these interwove into a colorful torrent of energy that collided with the black palm print. Boom! A world-shaking explosion resounded across the star sea. At the center of the collision between the black palm print and the energy torrent, space completely collapsed, forming a massive black hole that sucked in countless star motes. Tian Hao and the others turned pale, were sent flying backward, and spat out blood. The Realm Lord's strength was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. Yet they did not give up. One by one they steadied themselves, wiped the blood from their mouths, and gathered their spiritual power again, preparing for the next attack. Xiao Ming looked at the resolute eyes of everyone around him, and warmth surged in his heart. He knew that as long as they fought together, they would have a chance even against the strongest enemy. The chaos pearl spun rapidly above his head, black and white energies pouring continuously into his body. He could feel his cultivation rapidly rising. The bottleneck of the late spirit transformation stage shattered completely. At this very moment, he unexpectedly broke through to the great perfection of spirit transformation. Moreover, his mastery over the power of chaos had reached a new level. He could clearly sense the origin power of the surrounding sea of stars, and could even draw upon a sliver of that origin power to strengthen his attacks. "Realm Lord, I am your opponent." Xiao Ming leaped into the air. Chaos power and origin power intertwined within his body, and his form instantly swelled to several dozen zhang in size. Wielding the chaos longblade, he charged at the Realm Lord. The Realm Lord watched Xiao Ming charging toward him. A flicker of surprise passed through his eyes, then turned into disdain. "Spirit transformation, great perfection. Even if you've broken through, you're still an ant." He raised his hand and struck out another palm. The black palm print was even more massive and terrifying than before. Xiao Ming showed not the slightest fear. He swung the chaos longblade with all his strength, sending a blade aura infused with the origin of chaos and the origin of the sea of stars slashing toward the black palm print. This one strike gathered all of his power and all his determination to protect the myriad worlds. The blade aura collided with the black palm print, and this time it actually split a crack straight through the black palm print by sheer force. The Realm Lord's eyes flickered with stunned disbelief. He clearly had not expected Xiao Ming to erupt with such fearsome power. Seeing this, Tian Hao and the others found hope flickering in their eyes, and one after another unleashed their most powerful attacks against the Realm Lord. A golden divine dragon, soundwave blades, Tao resonance, thunderfire, a giant hammer, soul-suppressing, vine nirvana fire, and trapping formation runes. All those attacks wove together once more and blasted toward the Realm Lord. The Realm Lord's face darkened. The black mist around him swelled violently, forming a massive black shield that blocked every attack. But this time the shield shuddered intensely and dense cracks spread across it. "Impossible. How could ants like you possibly harm this lord?" The Realm Lord bellowed, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. He was the exalted Realm Lord, ruler of a vast domain with unfathomable cultivation. Never had he imagined that he would be driven to such a state by a group of ants in his eyes. Realm Lord, you have committed every kind of evil and butchered countless living beings across the myriad worlds. Today is your day of death. Tian Hao gripped his golden spear and charged forward once more. The spear brimmed with boundless battle intent, thrusting straight at the Realm Lord's vital point. Xiao Ming swung the Chaos Longblade again, sending wave after wave of blade aura infused with origin power against the black shield. Under their combined assault, the shield grew more and more cracked until it finally shattered completely. Oh, I refuse to accept this. The Realm Lord let out a furious, unwilling roar. His body was struck by countless attacks. The black mist dispersed, revealing his true face. An aged countenance covered in wrinkles, eyes filled with venom and resentment. His body began to crack apart inch by inch until he was utterly annihilated in the starry sky. Only wisps of evil aura remained, gradually purified by the origin power of the Sea of Stars. With the Realm Lord dead, the remaining remnants scattered and fled in every direction. For the time being, the crisis of the myriad heavens and worlds had been resolved. Xiao Ming and the others gazed at the place where the Realm Lord had been annihilated, weary yet gratified smiles on their faces. This battle had cost them a tremendous price, but in the end they had still won. Tian Hao walked over to Xiao Ming and patted him on the shoulder, his eyes full of admiration. Young friend Xiao Ming, you are truly a blessing to the myriad heavens and worlds. If not for you, we could hardly have defeated the Realm Lord today. City Lord flatters me. This is the result of everyone working together. Xiao Ming smiled faintly. By then his power was nearly exhausted. His body slowly returned to its normal size, and he sat cross-legged on the deck, beginning to circulate the Chaos Pearl to recover his strength. The flowing cloud boat set off again, heading toward Jutian City. The Sea of Stars stretched boundless before them, but this time the heaviness in everyone's hearts was gone, replaced by hope and resolve. Though the Realm Lord was dead, Xian Yi was still on the run, and the threat from the outer heavens had not been fully lifted. The crisis of the myriad heavens and worlds was not yet completely over. But they believed that as long as they stood together, as long as the faith in their hearts never died, they would surely overcome every enemy and safeguard the peace of the myriad heavens and worlds. The flowing cloud boat raced across the starry sky, leaving behind a long trail like a road of hope leading toward Jutian City and toward the future. When the flowing cloud boat entered the star domain of Jutian City, the entire starry sky erupted in excitement. Countless warships lined up in formation to welcome them, while five-colored spiritual light interwove into resplendent clouds across the sky. Powerhouses from every major force stood atop their ships. Seeing Tian Hao return with Xiao Ming and the others, they all saluted with clasped hands, and cheers shook the Sea of Stars. We welcome the City Lord on his triumphant return. Rejoice! The Lords have slain the Realm Lord and protected peace across all worlds. Tian Hao raised a hand to signal, and the cheering gradually quieted. He looked down at the dense fleet and crowds below. His eyes flickered with gratitude, which then gave way to solemnity. The Realm Lord may be dead, but the crisis is not over. Xian Yi has escaped with the remnants of the Outer Realm forces, and after this great war, the origin of the myriad worlds has begun to stir anomalously. We must remain vigilant. As soon as the words fell, the origin pillar at the center of Jutian City suddenly began to tremble violently. The brilliant golden light within it took on an eerie dark red tinge, and an indescribably oppressive aura spread out, weighing on the hearts of all cultivators across the entire star domain. Not good. Something has happened to the origin pillar. Tian Hao's expression changed drastically, and with a flicker of movement, he shot toward Jutian City. Seeing this, Xiao Ming and the others hurriedly followed. Jutian City was the heart of the myriad heavens and worlds. The origin pillar at its center connected the origin power of all worlds and sustained the stability of the entire myriad heavens and worlds. The sudden disturbance of the pillar undoubtedly meant that a greater crisis was brewing. The group landed on the plaza beneath the origin pillar. The protective formation around the pillar was already covered with cracks, and a dark red aura like venomous serpents seeped out from within the pillar. Wherever it passed, the jade floor began to blacken and crack. Elders from all major forces had already gathered there with panicked expressions as they circulated spiritual power to reinforce the formation, but it was to no avail. City Lord, the origin power inside the origin pillar is being corrupted. Our spiritual power cannot purify it. A white-haired elder said anxiously, spiritual power surging around him as he tried to stop the dark red aura from spreading. The moment his arm touched it, his skin began to fester. Xiao Ming approached the pillar with a deep frown. He could clearly sense that the dark red aura contained an extremely evil and overbearing power, one of the same origin as the aura on the Realm Lord, and Xian Yi, yet purer and even more terrifying. Moreover, this aura seemed to be ceaselessly devouring origin power to strengthen itself. This is the corrosive power of the outer chaos. Tian Hao's expression was grave, and the light on his golden war armor flared brightly. Legend says that in the outer chaos there exists a terrifying creature called the source-eroding demon. They feed on origin power and wherever they pass countless worlds collapse, and living beings are plunged into catastrophe. It seems that behind Xian Yi are not only cultivators of the outer heavens, but also the shadow of the source-eroding demon. Source-eroding demon. Xiao Ming's heart shuddered, for from the inherited memories of the Chaos Pearl, he had also seen records of the source-eroding demon. These creatures are born in the darkest corners of chaos. They have no physical form, feed on origin power, and possess extremely tenacious vitality. If they are allowed to take root in the origin of the myriad worlds, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, the origin light pillar violently burst apart. Countless wisps of dark red aura surged out like a flood. Cultivators in the plaza screamed in agony as they were sent flying backward. Many with weaker cultivation were directly corroded by the dark red aura and dissolved into pools of black water. Fall back! Tianhao roared. His golden spiritual power condensed into a colossal barrier blocking the spread of the dark red aura. But the barrier held for only an instant before cracks covered its surface. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of Tianhao's mouth. He was clearly under immense pressure. Meanwhile, the chaos pearl within Xiao Ming's body spun frantically, and black and white qi surged out to form a chaos shield around him. Gazing at the spreading dark red aura, determination flashed in Xiao Ming's eyes. City Lord, let me try. The chaos pearl contains the origin power of the universe. Perhaps it can purify this corrosive force. Before Tianhao could respond, Xiao Ming leapt up and flew toward the core of the origin light pillar. Sensing the chaos pearl's energy, the dark red aura turned even more violent, and countless dark red tentacles reached out to seize Xiao Ming, trying to devour him. Get out of my way! Xiao Ming roared. The chaos long blade condensed in his hand, and he slashed out. The blade qi woven from black and white qi instantly severed every dark red tentacle. He charged straight into the core of the origin light pillar. At the core, an enormous mass of dark red mist writhed ceaselessly, and within it countless tiny black shadows darted to and fro. This was the true form of the source-eroding demon. Chaos Pearl, show your might! Xiao Ming shouted. The chaos pearl above his head blazed with brilliant light, and black and white qi poured down like a waterfall sweeping toward the dark red mist. The chaos origin power collided with the source-eroding demon's corrosive power, producing a sizzling hiss. The dark red mist was continuously purified, letting out mournful shrieks. But there were simply too many source-eroding demons, and they were frantically devouring the origin power of the myriad worlds. The speed of purification lagged far behind the speed at which they multiplied. At this rate, it won't work. I must find the core of the source-eroding demons. Xiao Ming thought. Channeling his chaos power, he carefully sensed the interior of the dark red mist. Soon he detected a black pearl deep in the depths of the dark red mist, radiating an appallingly powerful corrosive aura. It was the core of the source-eroding demons, the source-eroding pearl. As long as he destroyed the source-eroding pearl, the source-eroding demons could be wiped out once and for all. Xiao Ming took a deep breath, activated his chaos power at full strength, and transformed into a streak of black light that pierced through layer after layer of dark red mist, charging at the source-eroding pearl. Along the way, source-eroding demons attacked him frenziedly, but all were kept out by the chaos shield. Just as Xiao Ming was about to touch the source-eroding pearl, a familiar figure suddenly appeared from within it, radiating an evil aura that shared the same origin as the source-eroding demons. Xianyi. Shock flickered in Xiao Ming's eyes, then turned into icy, killing intent. Xianyi's current appearance was completely different from before. Half of his body had been corroded by the dark red aura, his skin blackened, and his eyes blazed with madness. Xiao Ming, you didn't expect this, did you? Not only did I not die, I also inherited the source-eroding demon's legacy. The origin power of the myriad heavens and worlds will soon become nourishment for my breakthrough, and you will be the stepping stone on my road to success. Delusion! Xiao Ming roared. The chaos long blade swept out, sending blade qi straight at Xianyi. Xianyi sneered, raised his hand, and dark red aura condensed into a huge shield blocking the blade qi. At the same time, the source-eroding demons around him surged madly and attacked Xiao Ming. I am no longer the Xianyi of the past. With the source-eroding demons helping me, even Tianhao may not be my match, let alone you. Xiao Ming's expression did not change. The chaos pearl glowed even brighter, and the black and white qi could not only purify the source-eroding demons, but also resist their corrosion. Wielding the chaos long blade, he engaged Xianyi in fierce combat. Xianyi's cultivation base had already reached the early tribulation transcendent stage. Now empowered by the source-eroding demons, his strength soared. His dark red spiritual power carried corrosive force, and every attack sent waves of stabbing pain through Xiao Ming. But Xiao Ming was not the man he had once been. After breaking through to the peak of spirit transformation, his mastery over chaos power had become far more proficient, and with the Chaos Pearl's origin power, his strength was likewise greater than ever. The Chaos Long Blade danced, sending blade qi cutting in all directions, slaying the source-eroding demons around him, while clashing with Xianye's attacks. The two fought fiercely at the core of the origin light pillar. Dark red and black and white spiritual power intertwined endlessly, and the energy shockwaves made all of Zhutian City tremble violently. Below, Tian Hao and the others saw this and channeled their spiritual power to reinforce the protective formation while continuously purifying the overflowing dark red aura. Xiao Ming, do you think you can defeat me? A mad gleam flashed in Xianye's eyes. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of vital blood onto the source-eroding pearl. The pearl's light instantly surged and the dark red aura grew even denser. I sacrificed half my Tao foundation and merged with the source-eroding pearl. Now I am the sovereign of the source-eroding demons. His body began to change. Countless dark red tentacles extended from his body and connected with the surrounding source-eroding demons. His aura exploded, showing faint signs of a breakthrough to the mid-tribulation transcendent stage. Xiao Ming's heart sank. Xianye's strength had originally been on par with his, and now that it had skyrocketed, Xiao Ming felt tremendous pressure. Xianye's attacks grew fiercer. The dark red spiritual power thick with corrosive force hammered against Xiao Ming's chaos shield until fine cracks appeared on it. Chaos origin devour. Xiao Ming shouted. The chaos pearl suddenly erupted with blinding light. Black and white Qi formed a huge vortex that not only purified the source-eroding demons, but also actively devoured the surrounding dark red aura. The chaos pearl itself was born from the origin of the universe, so it could not only purify the source-eroding demon's corrosive power, but also convert it into its own energy. As the dark red aura was devoured, the chaos pearl blazed ever brighter, and Xiao Ming's aura rose swiftly. No. How can you devour source-eroding power? Disbelief flashed through Xianye's eyes. He had never thought that Xiao Ming's chaos pearl could be so heaven-defying. Xiao Ming ignored his shock. He swung the chaos long blade once more. This strike contained both the devoured source-eroding power and the chaos origin power, far exceeding any previous attack in might. The blade Qi struck Xianye's shoulder in an instant. Xianye screamed as his shoulder was cleanly sliced off. Dark red blood gushed from the wound and chaos power continuously purified it, leaving it utterly unable to heal. I'll kill you. Utterly maddened, Xianye lunged at Xiao Ming. The source-eroding pearl turned into a black streak of light and shot toward the center of Xiao Ming's brow. He wanted to die together with Xiao Ming, using the power of the source-eroding pearl to completely corrode Xiao Ming's Tao foundation. Determination flashed in Xiao Ming's eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The chaos pearl floated before his brow, black and white Qi forming a solid barrier. At the same time, he held the chaos long blade and slashed at the source-eroding pearl with all his might. Boom! The chaos long blade collided with the source-eroding pearl. Black and white Qi and dark red aura intertwined frantically, and cracks appeared on the pearl's surface where the blade Qi struck. But Xianye's power had also erupted to its limit. The source-eroding pearl forcibly broke through the chaos shield and stabbed toward Xiao Ming's brow. At that critical moment, the chaos pearl inside Xiao Ming flew out and collided with the source-eroding pearl. The two pearls spun violently in the air. Black and white Qi and dark red aura ceaselessly collided and devoured each other, producing deafening sounds. Oh, my source-eroding pearl! Xianye let out a miserable shriek. The source-eroding pearl was linked to his heart and mind. When it was damaged, he suffered a heavy blow. Blood gushed from his mouth without pause, and his body began to crack apart inch by inch. Xiao Ming fared no better. The shockwave from the collision between the chaos pearl and the source-eroding pearl churned his Qi, and blood damaged his meridians and drew blood from the corner of his mouth. But he gritted his teeth, channeled all his spiritual power, and drove the chaos pearl to purify and devour the source-eroding pearl with all his strength. Time passed second by second. The chaos pearl's black and white Qi grew ever stronger, while the source-eroding pearl's dark red aura weakened and its cracks multiplied. Finally, with a crisp cracking sound, the source-eroding pearl shattered completely. No! Xianye let out a desperate wail. As the Shi Yuan pearl shattered, his Tao foundation collapsed entirely. His body was instantly swallowed by the chaotic power and purified energy, reducing him to a pool of black water alongside the surrounding Air Yuan demons, all devoured and purified by the chaos pearl. With the Shi Yuan pearl destroyed, all Air Yuan demons lost their source of power and turned to flying ash. The dark red aura within the origin pillar was also completely purified by the chaos pearl. The pillar of light regained its resplendent golden radiance, even more dazzling than before. Origin power continuously radiated outward, nurturing the entire myriad worlds. Xiao Ming slowly descended onto the plaza, his face pale and his aura feeble. His spiritual energy had been completely depleted, and his meridians had suffered severe damage. But his gaze remained resolute. Watching the origin pillar return to normal, a trace of gratified smile appeared on his lips. Tian Hao hastened forward, producing a healing pill and offering it to Xiao Ming. Little friend Xiao Ming, you have earned great merit. Had it not been for you, the myriad worlds would likely have been devoured by the Air Yuan demons. Xiao Ming accepted the pill and swallowed it. Upon entering his mouth, it dissolved instantly, and a gentle energy surged into his body, repairing the damaged meridians. He returned the gesture with a respectful bow. Lord City Chief flatters me. This is what I ought to have done. The powerful figures from various factions also gathered around, expressing their gratitude and admiration toward Xiao Ming. Previously, they had harbored some contempt for Xiao Ming, a cultivation-level soul transformation cultivator. But after these two great battles, his strength and sense of responsibility had completely won over everyone. At that moment, the origin pillar suddenly illuminated once more. A golden phantom emerged from within the pillar of light. Though the figure was indistinct, it exuded an aura of profound majesty and ancient power, evoking deep reverence in everyone present. It is the projection of the will of the 10,000 worlds. Tian Hao's expression turned solemn, and he hastily bowed with both hands. I pay my respects to the will of the 10,000 worlds. Xiao Ming and the others followed suit, bowing respectfully toward the golden phantom. The will of the 10,000 worlds was the embodiment of the origin power of all existence, the supreme consciousness of the myriad worlds. It rarely appeared in the mortal realm. Its emergence now clearly indicated something of great importance. Xiao Ming, you have protected the myriad worlds and eradicated a great calamity, achieving merit beyond measure. The voice from the golden phantom resonated like a great temple bell, echoing across the entire plaza. The Chaos Pearl has chosen its master, and the origin returns to the heart. Today I confer upon you the title of Guardian of the 10,000 worlds. You shall wield the Chaos Pearl, oversee all realms, and suppress every force of evil. Scarcely had these words fallen when a torrent of golden origin power surged from the pillar and merged into Xiao Ming's body. Xiao Ming felt a warm current flood through him. His damaged meridians were instantly restored, and his spiritual energy recovered rapidly. Even his cultivation base began to tremble, with faint signs of breaking through to the void refinement stage. At the same time, his connection with the Chaos Pearl grew deeper. He could perceive the origin power of the myriad worlds with unprecedented clarity, and could even draw upon it to command the power of the entire cosmos. I am deeply grateful to the will of the 10,000 worlds. Xiao Ming said reverently, his heart filled with gratitude. The golden phantom nodded, then turned its gaze toward Tian Hao. Tian Hao, you shall govern the city of 10,000 heavens, unite the forces of all realms, and assist Xiao Ming in safeguarding the peace of the myriad worlds. This subject obeys the decree. Tian Hao responded with utmost respect. Soon after, the golden phantom gradually dissipated, and the origin pillar returned to its normal state, emitting a gentle golden glow that nourished the entire myriad worlds. Xiao Ming rose to his feet, sensing the surging power within his body and his profound connection to the origin of the myriad worlds. A deep sense of responsibility filled his heart. He knew that becoming the guardian of the 10,000 worlds meant bearing even greater responsibility. More challenges and crises awaited in the future, but he would never retreat. Tian Hao looked at Xiao Ming, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. Little friend Xiao Ming, know from now on I should address you as Guardian Xiao Ming. From this day forward, the safety of the myriad worlds rests upon your shoulders. Do not worry, Lord City Chief. I will spare no effort in protecting the myriad worlds, Xiao Ming replied with unwavering determination. Just then a cultivator came sprinting over, his expression panicked. Lord City Chief, Guardian Xiao Ming. Disturbances have been detected in the starry domain beyond our boundaries. A massive fleet of unidentified warships is approaching, and their aura is exceedingly evil. A chill ran through everyone. They had just resolved the crisis involving the Domain Lord and the Air Yuan demons, and now a new peril had emerged. Xiao Ming and Tian Hao exchanged glances, each seeing gravity reflected in the other's eyes. They knew well that peace in the myriad worlds was never permanent. A new challenge had already arrived. Issue the order to summon all warships from the myriad worlds and prepare for battle. Tian Hao declared in a deep voice, his golden battle armor blazing with brilliance as fighting spirit surged within him. I will go with you, Xiao Ming declared. The Chaos Pearl within him activated, swirling black and white energies encircling his body, radiating an aura of immense power and authority. Lin Xingxuan, the battle maniac divine king, and others also stepped forward with resolute expressions. We shall go as well. Everyone boarded the Luyun boat, setting course toward the starry domain beyond the boundaries. Standing on the deck, Xiao Ming gazed at the vast sea of stars ahead. There was no fear in his eyes, only steadfast conviction. The Chaos Pearl hovered above his head, radiating a warm luster connected to the origin of the myriad worlds. The Luyun boat had barely traveled 3,000 li beyond the stellar domain of the city of 10,000 heavens when the starry sea ahead was suddenly shrouded in a thick, dense black mist. The black mist churned like a boiling cauldron, with thousands of demonic wails piercing through the void. Even starlight was devoured, and a murderous aura far more ferocious than that of the Air Yuan demons washed over them, causing every cultivator on deck to feel their hair stand on end. It is the aura of the demon abyss. Tian Hao gripped his golden spear tightly, the tip humming with resonance. The demon abyss, where the ancient demonic cultivators are said to be imprisoned, it has broken its seals. Before his words had even finished, countless pitch-black warships burst forth from the black mist. Their hulls were covered in bone-like spikes, and their sails were stitched together from the skins of countless cultivators stained with dark red blood and reeking of a nauseating stench. The flagship leading the formation was particularly terrifying. Its prow was carved with a grotesque demonic visage, its eyes burning with ghostly green flames. 9 chains coiled around its body, each ending in a massive stellar beast skeleton. Every movement produced a grating metallic screech. Ants of the city of 10,000 heavens, and that young one wielding the Chaos Pearl. I have been waiting for you here for a long time. A hoarse voice like a cracked gong emanated from the demonic head on the flagship. Between surging black mists, a man in crimson robes and a bone crown floated in the air. His face was gaunt and withered, his eyes deeply sunken, and demonic flames roared around his body. His cultivation had already reached the late stage of tribulation transcendence, several times more terrifying than the Domain Lord and Xianyi before. Demon Abyss Lord Xiao Ming. Tian Hao's face underwent a dramatic change. Were you not sealed by the primordial gods in the deepest layer of the demon abyss? How could you possibly have broken free? Xiao Ming sneered. As demonic flames surged, 9 chains suddenly exploded in length and lashed toward the Luoyuan boat. The ancient gods have long turned to dust. That broken seal should also meet its end. Today this lord shall not only seize the Chaos Pearl, but also trample Zhutian City to ruins, turning the myriad worlds into a hunting ground for the demon abyss. The chains tore through space with devastating force, pulverizing stardust in their path. Pavilion Master Lingsong hastily activated the restrainment array runes. Countless runes interwove into a net attempting to block the chains. But the demonic flames upon the chains were highly corrosive. The rune net was instantly consumed, and the chain's momentum remained unimpeded, striking heavily against the Luoyuan boat's barrier. Crack! The barrier shattered on impact. The Luoyuan boat shook violently, and many cultivators lost their footing, falling to the ground. Divine King Zhangquang roared, wielding his massive hammer as he leaped skyward. The hammer expanded to 100 zhang in size before crashing down on the chains. Clang! The collision produced a deafening sound. Divine King Zhangquang was sent flying backward, blood streaming from his lips, while the chains merely paused slightly before continuing their assault toward the Luoyuan boat. Everyone joined forces to resist. Tian Hao shouted, unleashing his golden spiritual energy at full strength. His golden spear transformed into a golden dragon and charged toward Xiao Ming. Lin Xingxuan's sonic blades, Divine King Qiang's Tao-embodied lightning fire, Venerable Jijuan's soul-suppressing vines, and Li Linger's nirvana fire erupted simultaneously, weaving into a multicolored energy torrent that struck the chains and surrounding demonic vessels. Inside Xiao Ming's body, the Chaos Pearl spun furiously as black and white energies coiled around him. He could clearly sense that Xiao Ming's demonic power was extremely domineering, containing a force of primordial destruction more terrifying than the erosion power of the erosion source demon. Wielding the Chaos Long Blade, Xiao Ming leaped from the Luoyuan boat and struck downward. The blade, energy woven from black and white chi, slashed the chains, but only left a faint white mark. The power of the Chaos Pearl is somewhat interesting. A glint of greed flashed in Xiao Ming's eyes. Unfortunately, before this lord, it still falls short. He waved his hand, and demonic flames condensed into dozens of massive demon blades that slashed toward Xiao Ming and the others. Wherever the blades passed, space was scorched with pitch-black trails. Xiao Ming's expression turned grave. The Chaos Pearl's radiance surged, and black and white chi formed a massive protective shield that blocked the demon blades. However, the shield sizzled under the demonic flames, its surface marked with charred traces. Tian Hao and Xiao Ming engaged in fierce combat. Golden spear clashed against demonic flames, each collision unleashing heaven-rending, earth-crushing energy. Though Tian Hao had reached the peak of early tribulation transcendence, Xiao Ming was a demonic cultivator at the late stage, wielding unparalleled domineering power. Tian Hao quickly found himself on the back foot, his golden battle armor pocked with holes scorched by demonic flames, blood continuously leaking from the corners of his mouth. Tian Hao, with mere skill like this, you dare call yourself the strongest among all worlds? Xiao Ming sneered. Demonic flames surged as he struck Tian Hao's chest with one palm. Tian Hao screamed and was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the Luoyuan boat's deck as he spat a mouthful of blood. City Lord. Everyone gasped, their eyes filled with worry. Xiao Ming pressed his advantage. Demonic flames condensed into a colossal demonic palm that reached toward Tian Hao, intent on annihilating him completely. Just then Xiao Ming leaped upward. The Chaos Pearl hovered above his head, and black and white chi transformed into a long whip that wrapped around the demonic palm's wrist. Get away from me! Xiao Ming roared angrily. The demonic palm twisted forcefully, attempting to break free from the whip. But the black and white energies contained primordial power with extraordinary resilience. No matter how fiercely the demonic flames burned, they could not melt through it. Xiao Ming channeled all his spiritual energy and exerted tremendous force, diverting Song Ming's demonic palm. The palm grazed past the Luyun boat and pulverized a distant asteroid into dust. Boy, you're seeking death. Completely enraged, Song Ming's demonic flames surged wildly. The surrounding demonic vessels fired simultaneously, and countless black demonic fire shells rained down toward Xiao Ming and the Luyun boat. Young friend Xiao Ming, retreat quickly. Lin Qingxian and the others hastily activated their spiritual energy, reforming the barrier to block the demonic fire shells. But the shell's destructive power was immense. The barrier trembled violently, on the verge of shattering at any moment. Xiao Ming watched Song Ming engulfed in demonic flames and understood in his heart that to defeat him, he must unleash the Chaos Pearl's primordial power. However, the Chaos Pearl's primordial power was too domineering. If he fully activated it, his body might not be able to bear it, and his Tao foundation could even be damaged. The time has come for life and death. I have no choice but to proceed. A flash of resolve appeared in Xiao Ming's eyes. Spiritual energy within his body surged madly into the Chaos Pearl. Its radiance grew ever brighter, and the black and white energies coiled around him like two giant dragons. Chaos primordial origin, nirvana severing slash. Xiao Ming roared. He raised the Chaos long blade high. All the black and white energies flooded into the blade, which instantly expanded to hundreds of zhang in length. The blade body was covered with mysterious primordial runes emanating an apocalyptic aura. He leaped forward and slashed viciously toward Song Ming. Sensing the terrifying aura of the long blade, Song Ming's expression finally changed. Not daring to underestimate, he condensed demonic flames into a massive protective shield, while interweaving the 9 chains into a net to block in front of him. Boom! The Chaos long blade struck the demonic shield and chain net with a thunderous crash. The shield shattered instantly, and the chain net broke apart link by link. The residual power of the black and white Qi blade energy remained undiminished as it slashed toward Song Ming. Song Ming cried out and swiftly dodged to the side, but the blade energy still grazed his shoulder. His blood-colored long robe was instantly torn, revealing withered skin that was scorched by the primordial power, emitting billows of black smoke. "Ah, you actually managed to wound this lord." Song Ming let out a mournful, furious roar, his eyes filled with disbelief and overwhelming rage. As the Lord of the Demon Abyss, he had never encountered an opponent since breaking through the seal. To be wounded by a cultivator at the great perfection stage of soul transformation was an extreme humiliation. After delivering this strike, Xiao Ming's spiritual energy was completely exhausted. His face turned as pale as paper, severe pain coursed through his meridians, and the Chaos Pearl's radiance had dimmed considerably. He staggered backwards several steps, nearly falling into the starry void. "Xiao Ming." Li Linger hastily flew over and supported him. Nirvana fire surrounded his body, healing his injuries. Song Ming stabilized his figure and looked at Xiao Ming, his eyes filled with mad, killing intent. "Boy, this lord will tear you apart piece by piece, extract your spiritual soul, and torment you for eternity." Demonic power exploded furiously from his body. His figure expanded to 1,000 zhang, transforming into a colossal demonic statue. Demonic flames roared all around the statue, and the 9 chains resembled 9 demonic snakes, lashing wildly toward Xiao Ming and the others. Meanwhile, the surrounding demonic vessels launched a full-scale assault. Countless demonic cultivators flew from their warships, surging toward the Luyun boat like a tide. Tian Hao forced himself to stand despite his injuries, golden spiritual energy erupting once more. "Everyone, today we must fight to the death. For the myriad worlds, for our homeland, even if our bodies are crushed to dust, we shall never retreat. Fight to the death." Everyone roared in unison. Their spiritual energy surged violently, and they charged toward the demonic cultivators and the demonic statue. Divine King Zhangquang wielded his massive hammer, striking the demonic statue's knee. Spiritual energy surged upon the hammer, each blow carrying immense force. Divine King Qiang's Tao-embodied lightning fire transformed into a fire dragon, wrapping around the statue's arm and scorching the demonic flames. Lin Qingxuan's sonic blades targeted the demonic cultivators' spiritual souls, sending countless of them falling in agony. Pavilion Master Lingsong's restrainment array trapped large groups of demonic cultivators, rendering them immobile. Venerable Jizhuan's soul-suppressing vines grew furiously, wrapping around the statue's chains and purifying the demonic flames upon them. Li Linger's 7-colored divine phoenix breathed nirvana fire, scorching the advancing demonic cultivators while continuously healing Xiao Ming. Under the nourishment of the nirvana fire, Xiao Ming's spiritual energy gradually recovered to some extent. Gazing at the furious battle and the terrifying demonic colossus, he knew in his heart that relying on this group alone to defeat Xiao Ming and the Abyss Demon Army was almost impossible. He had to find a way to summon the primal power of the myriad realms. Only then would there be a flicker of hope. Seated cross-legged in the starry sky, he channeled the Chaos Pearl, striving to establish a connection with the primordial source of all worlds. The Chaos Pearl had always been bound to the primal source of the myriad realms. Under Xiao Ming's urging, streams of golden primal power converged from across the star sea, merging into his body. At the same time, an overwhelming surge of primal power came from the direction of Zhutian City. Clearly, the myriad realms linked formation that Tian Hao had laid down earlier had been activated. Boy, do you truly believe that summoning primal power will let you defeat me. Sensing the gathering of primal power, a flicker of disdain crossed Xiao Ming's eyes. My demonic energy is the bane of primal power. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of pitch-black demonic blood. In midair, the blood transformed into a colossal demonic cloud that swept toward the direction where the primal power was converging. Wherever the demonic cloud passed, the golden primal power was corrupted in an instant, turning as black as ink and losing its capacity to purify or attack. Xiao Ming's heart sank. He had never imagined that Xiao Ming's demonic energy could suppress primal power itself. Just then, the Chaos Pearl suddenly erupted with a dazzling radiance. The black and white energies swirled into a titanic vortex, drawing the corrupted primal power into its depths and rapidly purifying it. What? Astonishment flickered across Xiao Ming's eyes. He had not anticipated that the Chaos Pearl could purify primal power tainted by demonic energy. A surge of joy rose in Xiao Ming's heart. He hastily drove the Chaos Pearl, hastening the purification and absorption of primal power. With each surge of purified primal power absorbed, Xiao Ming's aura climbed at a dizzying pace. In the blink of an eye, the bottleneck of the soul transformation stage's grand perfection shattered. At this precipice of life and death, he had actually broken through to the void refinement stage. After breaking through to the void refinement stage, Xiao Ming wielded the chaos force with even greater ease, and the spiritual energy within him became immensely more vast. He rose to his feet, chaos longblade in hand, a sharp, killing intent flashing through his eyes. Xiao Ming, today, I shall show you the true might of primal power. He sprang into the air, the Chaos Pearl hovering above his head. The black and white energies interlaced with the purified primal power, condensing into a colossal pillar of light that blasted toward the demonic colossus that Xiao Ming had become. Xiao Ming's expression twisted in alarm. Not daring to be negligent, he exploded with full demonic flame. The demonic colossus pressed its palms together, condensing a massive barrier of demonic flame in an attempt to block the energy pillar. Boom! The energy pillar collided with the demonic flame barrier. Golden light intertwined with black and white instantly overwhelmed the pitch-black demonic flames. The demonic flame barrier fractured inch by inch. The energy pillar, its momentum undiminished, slammed heavily into the colossus's chest. A pained howl tore from the demonic colossus as a huge hole was blasted through its chest. Demonic flames poured out wildly, and its aura instantly withered. Xiao Ming flew out of the colossus, his face ashen black, demonic blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. Impossible. I am the Lord of the Abyss. How could I lose to a mere junior like you? Xiao Ming descended into utter madness. He unleashed his demonic energy without the slightest reservation, even beginning to burn his demonic soul in exchange for even greater might. His aura swelled once more, faintly hinting at a breakthrough to the peak of tribulation transcendence. Wielding a longsword forged from demonic flame, he hacked wildly at Xiao Ming. Every slash carrying the momentum to annihilate everything in its path. Xiao Ming's expression remained calm. The chaos longblade danced, black and white energies intertwining with primal power to form layer upon layer of unyielding defense, even as he ceaselessly launched counterattacks. The two clashed fiercely amid the stars. Golden, black, white, and somber demonic flames collided without pause, sending energy storms raging in every direction. Innumerable demonic warships and demon cultivators were swept into the tempest, annihilated in the blink of an eye. Seeing the turn of events, Tian Hao and the others also launched ferocious assaults. Seizing the opportunity while Xiao Ming was pinned by Xiao Ming, they cut down the surrounding demon cultivators and wrecked demonic warship after warship. Though vast in number, the Abyss Demon Army found its demon cultivators falling back in defeat. Empowered by the primal power of the myriad realms, Xiao Ming and his allies had all strengthened, and cries of agony rose one after another. The longer Xiao Ming fought, the more alarmed he grew. He realized that Xiao Ming's strength seemed inexhaustible. Every blow was steeped in overwhelming primal power. The power bought by burning his demonic soul was gradually running dry. Worse still, his demonic energy was being ceaselessly purified by the chaos force and primal power, while his demonic soul within consumed itself at an alarming rate. I refuse to accept this. I have yet to conquer the myriad realms. How can I die here? Xiao Ming let out a howl of despair and hurled himself at Xiao Ming, intent on dragging him into oblivion. Determination blazed in Xiao Ming's eyes. The Chaos Pearl's radiance reached its zenith as every trace of black-white energy and primal power poured into the Chaos Longblade. He leaped and slashed. A blade aura carrying both destruction and rebirth thundered toward Xiao Ming. This was Xiao Ming's mightiest strike, the embodiment of all his strength and belief. Wherever the blade aura passed, space collapsed into ruin, and demonic flames were purified in an instant. Before that dreadful aura, Xiao Ming's body was like paper cleaved effortlessly in two. No. Xiao Ming let out a harrowing cry as his body dissolved into a sea of demonic mist, his demonic soul utterly extinguished by the blade aura. With Xiao Ming's death, the surviving demon cultivators and warships lost their commander and fled in every direction. Yet Tian Hao and the others gave them no quarter. Pressing their advantage, they pursued, slaying every fleeing demon cultivator and destroying every demonic warship. An hour later, the demon cultivators and warships in the Star Sea were wiped out completely. The congealed black mist slowly dispersed, and starlight once again poured down upon the sea of stars. Xiao Ming descended slowly onto the deck of the flowing cloud boat, his face pale and his aura feeble. The rapid successive breakthroughs and the unleashing of his ultimate attack had placed an immense strain on his body. Many of his meridians were damaged, and even the Chaos Pearl's light had dimmed considerably. Guardian Xiao, you have worked hard. Tian Hao stepped forward and clasped his hands toward Xiao Ming, his eyes brimming with respect. Had it not been for Xiao Ming, they would likely have suffered total annihilation today. This is the fruit of everyone's joint efforts. Xiao Ming smiled lightly and activated the Chaos Pearl to begin repairing his damaged meridians. Lin Qingxian and the others gathered around, smiles of having survived calamity gracing their faces. The battle had been brutal, yet in the end they had won, repelling the Abyss Demon army and safeguarding the myriad realms. Just then a violent tremor suddenly arose from the depths of the Star Sea. A presence far more terrifying and ancient than Xiao Ming's slowly seeped outward. This presence carried boundless deathly stillness and the power of annihilation, stirring a dread that came from the very core of everyone's being, as if the entire universe were about to crumble. Tian Hao's expression changed drastically. He looked toward the depths of the Star Sea, disbelief flooding his eyes. This presence, it belongs to the Annihilation Demon God, the ancient demon god of legend born alongside the universe itself. How could he have awakened? Xiao Ming's heart likewise churned with violent shock. From the inherited memories of the Chaos Pearl, he knew that the Annihilation Demon God was an evil entity born at the dawn of the universe, delighting in destruction and annihilation. His power was unfathomable, far surpassing any known expert. In the primordial era, the gods had paid a catastrophic price to seal him at the edge of the universe. Never had they imagined that he would awaken. Deep in the Star Sea, a colossal shadow slowly took shape. It had no solid form, merely an endless mass of darkness in which countless stars could be faintly seen, perishing, radiating an aura that promised the ruin of all things. He simply hung there in silence, yet his presence delivered a suffocating pressure that brought the entire Star Sea to a standstill. After slumbering for 100 million years, I have finally awoken. The Annihilation Demon God's voice rumbled across the Star Sea like the collapse of the cosmos. The myriad realms remained dreadfully dull. Still, the aura of the Chaos Pearl has piqued this demon god's interest. His gaze locked onto the Chaos Pearl hovering above Xiao Ming's head. From within the darkness, a colossal black hand reached out, grasping toward Xiao Ming. Wherever the black hand passed, every shred of starlight was devoured, space fell into complete desolation, and even time seemed to grind to a halt. Xiao Ming, Tian Hao, and the others blanched. They felt an absolute suppression of power. Before the Annihilation Demon God, they were no more than ants utterly bereft of the strength to resist. Chaos Primal Source, erupt with all your might. Xiao Ming roared. The Chaos Pearl blazed to its absolute limit as the black-white energies and the primal power of the myriad realms merged into a colossal defensive barrier. Tian Hao and the rest also channeled their full spiritual energy into reinforcing the barrier. Yet this bulwark, agglomerating the strength of them all, was shredded like tissue paper in the face of the Annihilation Demon God's black hand. The black hand pressed onward toward Xiao Ming on the verge of seizing both him and the Chaos Pearl. At that moment, the Chaos Pearl suddenly burst forth with a blinding golden light. Within the light emerged countless primordial runes which intertwined into an ancient formation that repelled the black hand's assault. Oh, the primordial sealing formation. A trace of surprise colored the Annihilation Demon God's voice. I never expected the Chaos Pearl to harbor such a hidden ace. But with only this much power, you cannot hold back this demon god. The black hand struck out once more, causing the ancient formation to tremble violently as runes shattered one by one. Xiao Ming and the others were pale, their spiritual energy draining at a desperate pace, yet they could do nothing to halt the Black Hand's advance. It seems there is no choice but to use our final trump card. A flicker of resolve crossed Xiao Ming's eyes. He sensed the last thread of primal power within the Chaos Pearl, its very core. If he drew upon it, the Chaos Pearl would fall into a deep slumber, and his cultivation would regress drastically. Yet it was also the only means left to stop the Annihilation Demon God. Without an instant of hesitation, he channeled all the power within his body, guiding the core primal force of the Chaos Pearl. The Chaos Pearl immediately radiated a brilliance surpassing everything before it. A golden beam of primal power shot forth from the pearl, hurtling toward the Annihilation Demon God's Black Hand. Boom! The primal beam met the Black Hand with a deafening collision. The Annihilation Demon God's hand was repelled in an instant, and a muffled grunt echoed from the darkness. Clearly he had suffered no small impact. Quite interesting. A note of approval carried in the Annihilation Demon God's voice. But this is far from enough. This Demon God shall return. The Chaos Pearl and all the myriad realms will become my playthings. Before the words had even faded, the Annihilation Demon God's figure slowly dissolved into the depths of the star sea, and that terrifying presence gradually receded as well. Once the aura faded, Xiao Ming could no longer sustain himself. Darkness swallowed his vision, and he crumpled to the ground. The Chaos Pearl, its radiance dimmed, slowly sank into his dantian. The black and white Qi within him nearly ceased to circulate. Clearly its core origin power had been drained too greatly, and it had fallen into slumber. Guardian Xiao! Li Linger cried out, rushing forward. The Nirvana flame gently wrapped around Xiao Ming's body, but could only barely stabilize his fading aura. The crowd gathered around with grim expressions. Xiao Ming's cultivation had fallen to mid-stage spirit transformation, his meridians were broken in many places, and his breathing was as feeble as a candle flickering in the wind. With the Chaos Pearls slumbering, they had lost their greatest reliance. Tian Hao produced a 7-colored pill dense with origin force, and carefully placed it into Xiao Ming's mouth. This is the origin pill, a supreme treasure of all worlds. It can keep his vitality alive, but for a full recovery, he will need to be nourished by vast amounts of origin force. And more importantly, the Chaos Pearl must be awakened. At that moment, violent energy fluctuations suddenly came from the direction of Zhutian City. The golden light of the origin pillar began to dim rapidly, and the entire sea of stars trembled slightly, as if some terrifying existence was devouring the origin of all worlds. Not good. Something has happened to the origin core of Zhutian City. Tian Hao's expression changed drastically. He looked up and saw a massive black hole in the starry sky above Zhutian City, ceaselessly devouring the energy of the origin pillar. It is the contingency left behind by the Annihilation Demon God. Though he retreated, he left the seed of annihilation within the origin core. The group dared not delay. They hurriedly carried Xiao Ming aboard the flowing cloud boat and sped at full speed toward Zhutian City. Along the way, they could clearly sense the origin force of all worlds rapidly draining away. The cultivators in the starry sky grew listless. Many low-level cultivators deprived of origin nourishment even began to show signs that their Dao foundations were collapsing. When they returned to the origin plaza of Zhutian City, the sight before them made everyone's heart sink. The origin pillar had become dim and lusterless. At the origin core beneath the pillar, a mass of pitch-black mist was writhing endlessly. It was the seed of annihilation. Like a greedy beast, it devoured the origin force with reckless abandon. The protective formations around it had already been shattered completely. Several elders lay in pools of blood devoid of any breath. We must remove the seed of annihilation as soon as possible, or the origin of all worlds will be completely devoured before long. When that happens, the entire heavens and myriad worlds will collapse. Tian Hao gripped his golden spear as golden spiritual power surged around him. But the seed of annihilation contains the Annihilation Demon God's own origin force. It is extremely overbearing. With the slightest carelessness, we will be consumed by its backlash. Lin Xingxian flicked her jade-like finger, sending a soundwave blade experimentally toward the seed of annihilation. It was blocked by an invisible barrier, and the soundwave was annihilated in an instant. The seed's defenses are extremely solid, and it can absorb our attack power to strengthen itself. A direct attack won't work. The Dao Rhythm Thunderfire of Divine King Qiang, the soul-suppressing vine of Venerable Jijuan, and the trapping array runes of Pavilion Master Lingsong struck one after another, yet all were like stones thrown into the sea. Not only did they fail to harm the seed of annihilation, they made its aura even denser, and its devouring of origin force even faster. Nourished by the Nirvana flame, Xiao Ming forced his eyes open, his voice weak. The seed of annihilation takes annihilation as its essence. The Chaos Pearl can suppress it, but it must be awakened. He struggled to sit cross-legged and circulated the last remnants of spiritual power within him, trying to communicate with the slumbering Chaos Pearl in his dantian. But the Chaos Pearl showed no response. The black and white Qi remained stagnant. Clearly, without sufficient energy, it was impossible to awaken. I will help you. Tian Hao let out a thunderous shout, and the golden spiritual power around him poured ceaselessly into Xiao Ming's body. Everyone send your spiritual power to Guardian Xiao together. Through his body, let us awaken the Chaos Pearl. Lin Qingxian and the others nodded in unison. Each cycled their spiritual power and transformed it into streams of colored light that surged into Xiao Ming's body. The overwhelming spiritual power washed through Xiao Ming's meridians like a tidal wave. Though it brought waves of severe pain, it also rapidly repaired the damaged meridians. Xiao Ming gathered all the spiritual power into his dantian and drove the Chaos Pearl with all his might. Nourished by the endless influx of spiritual power, the Chaos Pearl finally trembled slightly, and a faint wisp of black and white qi slowly began to circulate. A little more. Xiao Ming rejoiced inwardly. Gritting his teeth, he persisted, guiding spiritual power ceaselessly into the Chaos Pearl. Just as the Chaos Pearl's light was about to shine again, the seed of annihilation at the origin core trembled violently. The pitch-black mist swelled and condensed into a colossal dark shadow that lunged at Xiao Ming and the others. The dark shadow radiated a terrifying aura of the same origin as the annihilation demon god, clearly an annihilation avatar bred from the seed of annihilation. Beware! With a cry of warning, Tian Hao charged forward with his golden spear, which transformed into a golden dragon rushing at the shadow. The shadow opened its enormous mouth and spat out a stream of pitch-black annihilation force, colliding with the golden dragon. The golden dragon was instantly eroded by the annihilation force. It let out a mournful cry and dissolved into specks of golden light. Tian Hao was blasted backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This annihilation avatar has actually reached the late tribulation stage. Tian Hao's expression was solemn. He had not expected the seed of annihilation to breed such a powerful avatar. Lin Qingxian and the others immediately struck out. Soundwave blades, Dao rhythm, thunderfire, the soul-suppressing vine, the nirvana flame, and trapping array runes erupted simultaneously, weaving into a five-colored energy barrier that blocked the shadow's attack. Yet the annihilation force was extremely corrosive. In an instant, countless holes were eaten through the energy barrier, leaving it teetering on the verge of collapse. Xiao Ming was anxious at heart. The Chaos Pearl had only just begun to show signs of awakening, and he needed more time. Watching his companions fighting fiercely and the shadow pressing ever closer, a gleam of resolve flashed through his eyes. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of essence blood. It landed on the Chaos Pearl, and the pearl's light blazed several times brighter in an instant. Chaos Pearl, wake up! Xiao Ming roared. The spiritual power and essence blood force within him erupted at the same time as he drove the Chaos Pearl with all his might. At last the Chaos Pearl was fully awakened. Dazzling black and white qi surged out from his dantian and swirled around Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming's aura rose rapidly. Although he had not yet returned to the void refinement stage, he reached the peak of late-stage spirit transformation, and his damaged meridians were swiftly mending. Chaos Origin, purify! Xiao Ming shouted. The Chaos Pearl floated above his head, and the black and white qi transformed into a colossal purification beam that blasted toward the shadow. Sensing the threat of the purification beam, a flash of fear appeared in the shadow's eyes. It wanted to dodge, but the beam was too fast and struck it in an instant. The black and white qi poured into the shadow like a tide, endlessly purifying its annihilation force. The shadow let out a miserable wail as its body dissolved within the purification beam. No, I cannot disappear like this. Madness flashed in the shadow's eyes. It abruptly charged toward the origin core, intending to fuse with the seed of annihilation and bring everything down in mutual destruction. Stop it! Tian Hao shouted, chasing after it with his golden spear in hand. Xiao Ming also leapt into the air. The chaos blade condensed in his hand, and with a single slash, a blade aura woven from black and white qi sliced into the shadow's hind leg. The shadow stumbled, and its speed slackened. Seizing the opportunity, Tian Hao caught up and thrust his golden spear through the shadow's chest. Golden spiritual power poured into the shadow's body, tearing it apart from within. Lin Qingxian and the others also launched attacks. Soundwave blades, Dao rhythm, thunderfire, and other techniques rained down on the shadow, hastening its destruction. Under the combined assault, the shadow's body gradually dissolved. In the end, it turned into a mass of pitch-black mist that was completely purified by the Chaos Pearl's beam. Having dealt with the Annihilation Avatar, the group did not pause for even a moment. They immediately surrounded the seed of annihilation at the origin core. Xiao Ming held the Chaos Blade, and the Chaos Pearl's black and white qi flowed ceaselessly into the blade. The blade's surface was soon covered with mysterious origin runes. Chaos Origin, annihilate! Xiao Ming shouted, leaping into the air and slashing fiercely at the seed of annihilation. The Chaos Blade carried world-destroying purification force as it struck the seed. The seed of annihilation let out a piercing wail. The pitch-black mist surged wildly, trying to resist the purification force, but everything was futile before the Chaos Origin. The black and white Qi kept flowing into the seed of annihilation, purifying its annihilation force. The seed shrank smaller and smaller, and its aura grew weaker and weaker. Just as the seed of annihilation was about to be completely purified, a terrifying pressure suddenly came from the depths of the sea of stars. The voice of the annihilation demon god echoed across the entire starry sky. You ants, do you truly think you can destroy this demon god seed of annihilation? How naive. An enormous black hand reached out from the depths of the sea of stars and grasped toward the origin core, trying to take away the seed of annihilation. Wherever the black hand passed, space was utterly annihilated, and even origin force was devoured in an instant. Tian Hao's expression drastically changed. Spear in hand, he charged at the black hand. Xiao Ming purified the seed of annihilation quickly. I'll hold it off. Lin Qingxian and the others also attacked with all their strength, trying to buy Xiao Ming time. But the Black Hand's power was far too terrifying. Their attacks were like scratching an itch through a boot, unable to inflict any harm on it at all. With a casual wave of the Black Hand, Tian Hao was sent flying and slammed heavily into the Origin Plaza, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Anxiety surged in Xiao Ming's heart. He slashed out again with the Chaos Blade, erupting with purification force, and struck toward the seed of annihilation. Empowered by the Black Hand's aura, however, the seed of annihilation began to fight back madly. The pitch-black mist swelled and coiled around the Chaos Blade, preventing the purification force from penetrating. Break! Xiao Ming roared. The spiritual power and Chaos Origin force within him exploded together. The Chaos Blade blazed with dazzling light, tore free from the black mist, and struck the seed of annihilation once more. This slash finally severed the seed of annihilation's connection to the annihilation demon god. The seed let out a desperate wail, was thoroughly purified by the Chaos Origin force, and turned into specks of starlight that merged into the origin core. Freed from the seed of annihilation's erosion, the golden origin force within the origin core surged once more, and the light of the origin pillar gradually regained its brilliance. No! From the depths of the sea of stars came the furious roar of the annihilation demon god. The Black Hand suddenly lurched toward Xiao Ming, intending to kill him. Xiao Ming's face changed drastically. Having just purified the seed of annihilation, his spiritual power was almost completely exhausted. He was in no position to withstand the Black Hand's attack. At this moment of extreme crisis, the origin pillar suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light. A golden origin barrier surged out from the pillar and blocked the Black Hand's attack. This is the power of the will of all worlds. A flash of surprise appeared in Tian Hao's eyes. He had not expected the will of all worlds to manifest once more. The golden origin barrier was covered in ancient runes, exuding a majestic and powerful aura. The Black Hand slammed into the barrier with a deafening boom. The barrier trembled violently, but never shattered. Will of all worlds, do you think such paltry power can stop this demon god? The annihilation demon god's voice seethed with rage and unwillingness. This demon god will return. The next time I come, it will be the moment when all the heavens and myriad worlds are utterly annihilated. Before the words had fully faded, the Black Hand slowly withdrew, and the terrifying pressure from the depths of the sea of stars gradually dispersed. The crisis had been temporarily resolved, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Ming could no longer hold on. His body went limp, and he collapsed. Li Linger hurried forward and helped him up the nirvana flame, gently wrapping around his body. Tian Hao walked over to Xiao Ming and looked at his pale face, his eyes filled with admiration. Guardian Xiao, you have saved all the heavens and myriad worlds once again. Xiao Ming smiled weakly. This is the result of everyone working together. At that moment, the origin pillar shone once more, and a golden figure appeared. The projection of the will of all worlds. Xiao Ming, you protected the origin, destroyed the evil seed, and achieved outstanding merit. The voice of the will of all worlds was like a colossal bell. I will bestow upon you the origin force to help restore your cultivation and steady your Tao foundation. A beam of golden origin force surged out from the pillar and merged into Xiao Ming's body. Xiao Ming felt a gentle, yet immense force flow into him. His damaged meridians were repaired in an instant, his spiritual power recovered rapidly, and his cultivation not only returned to the void refinement stage, but also showed faint signs of a breakthrough. Nourished by the origin force, the Chaos Pearl's light became even more radiant, and the black and white Qi circulated even more smoothly. At the same time, streams of origin force surged out from the pillar and flowed into Tian Hao and the others, healing their wounded bodies and elevating their cultivation. Reinforced by the origin force, the protective formation of Zhutian City was also rapidly restored, becoming even more unyielding than before. The golden figure slowly faded, and the origin pillar returned to normal, emitting a gentle golden glow that nourished all the heavens and myriad worlds. Feeling the nourishment of the origin force, cultivators across the starry sky broke into relieved smiles, and their auras recovered swiftly. Xiao Ming rose to his feet. Feeling the surging power within his body and an even closer bond with the origin of all worlds, his heart was filled with a sense of responsibility. He knew that although the annihilation demon god had temporarily withdrawn, it would surely return. The crisis looming over all the heavens and myriad worlds had not yet been completely lifted. Tianhao looked at Xiao Ming, his eyes full of expectation. Guardian Xiao, as long as you are here, all the heavens and myriad worlds will surely overcome the crises to come. I will, Xiao Ming said firmly. I will continue to strengthen myself and protect all the heavens and myriad worlds until the annihilation demon god is completely destroyed and true peace is restored to all worlds. Just then a cultivator came running over in a panic. City Lord, Guardian Xiao, news has come from the outer starry sky. A horde of demons from beyond the heavens is heading toward all the worlds, led by the 4 great guardians of the annihilation demon god, all of them at the late tribulation stage. Everyone was shaken. They had not expected the annihilation demon god to launch a counteroffensive so soon. 4 late tribulation stage guardians along with countless demons from beyond the heavens. This was undoubtedly an unprecedented calamity. Issue the order. Mobilize every power in all worlds, fortify the defenses, and prepare for battle, Tianhao said in a deep voice. His golden battle armor blazed with light, and his fighting spirit burned high. I will go with you, Xiao Ming declared. The chaos pearl within him churned black and white, qi swirling around him, his aura mighty and imposing. Lin Xingxuan, the war-mad divine king, and the others also stepped forward with resolute expressions. We're going to. They boarded the flowing cloud boat and headed toward the outer starry sky. Standing on the deck, Xiao Ming gazed at the boundless sea of stars ahead. There was not the slightest trace of fear in his eyes, only unwavering conviction. The chaos pearl floated above his head, radiating a gentle warm glow that connected him to the origin force of all the heavens and myriad worlds. He knew this battle would be unprecedentedly brutal, but he would not retreat. As long as the chaos pearl remained, as long as the powers of all worlds stood with him, and as long as the protective faith in his heart did not fade, he would surely conquer every enemy. The flowing cloud boat plowed through the sea of stars, golden origin force and black and white qi interweaving, leaving a dazzling trail across the starry sky. A new battle was about to erupt. A far mightier enemy had already closed in, but Xiao Ming and the cultivators of all the heavens and myriad worlds were ready. They would stand shoulder to shoulder, using their own blood and lives to guard this sea of stars and safeguard the peace of all the heavens and myriad worlds. This war of protection spanning the sea of stars had reached its most critical moment, and the final victory would surely belong to them. The streamcloud boat traveled to the Nether River star domain at the border of myriad worlds, where the murky river water shimmered with a deathly black-red hue. Countless cultivator skeletons floated on the surface, and a dense aura of bloodshed and annihilation intertwined, sending chills down one's spine. This was the first line of defense across all heavens and myriad worlds, yet it now lay in ruin. Several damaged warships drifted amid the Star River, bearing witness to a brutal battle that had already taken place. It seems the 4 great protectors have already arrived ahead of us, Tianhao remarked with a furrowed brow, his golden spear spinning slightly in his hand. The defenders of the Nether River defense line may already be. Before he could finish, the void on both banks of the Star River suddenly tore apart simultaneously. 4 colossal demonic silhouettes stepped forth, taking positions in the east, west, south, and north, completely surrounding the streamcloud boat. The eastern demonic figure was clad in cyan black scale armor and wielded a trident covered in barbs, surrounded by poisonous mist. With every breath, countless phantom venomous insects flew out of the haze. This was Poison Demon Erosion Bone, one of the 4 great protectors of the annihilation demon god. The southern demonic figure was towering and muscular, his bare upper body covered in ferocious demonic markings. He gripped a pair of massive mountain-splitting axes, radiating wild and unrestrained power. This was Strength Demon Mountain Toppler. The western demonic figure wore a gray robe, his face shrouded in shadow. In his hand he held a withered staff, surrounded by countless resentful soul phantoms that let out piercing wails. This was Soul Demon Soul Reaper. The northern demonic figure was cloaked entirely in black robes, his form ethereal and elusive. He carried no weapon, but the space around him kept twisting in a bizarre, eerie manner. This was Shadow Demon Phantom Knight. Each of the 4 great protectors emanated the aura of the late tribulation transcendent stage, and their energies were interlinked, forming a massive demonic formation that enveloped the streamcloud boat. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for the cultivators on deck to breathe. Xiao Ming, Tianhao, hand over the Chaos Pearl and surrender, and this demon will grant you a quick death. Poison Demon Erosion Bone's voice was as sharp and grating as a snake's hiss. Poison mist spread toward the streamcloud boat with his words, and wherever it passed, the Star River water churned with black foam and emitted a sizzling, corrosive sound. You lackeys of the annihilation demon god dare to speak such arrogance, roared War Madness Divine King. He leaped into the air with his giant hammer, which swelled to 100 zhang in size, and smashed down at Strength Demon Mountain Toppler with overwhelming force. He hated nothing more than arrogant demonic cultivators and only wanted to fight to the end. Strength Demon Mountain Toppler's eyes flashed with cruelty as he gripped his mountain-splitting axes and swung them toward the hammer. Ignorant ant, die for this demon. Clang! The giant hammer and the mountain-splitting axes collided, and a deafening boom resounded across the entire star domain. The violent shockwave stirred towering waves in the Star River, shattering countless skeletons into dust. War Madness Divine King was sent flying backward, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, while Strength Demon Mountain Toppler also retreated 3 steps. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, clearly not expecting War Madness Divine King's strength to be so formidable. Attack together! Tian Hao shouted. Gripping his golden spear, he charged at Poison Demon Erosion Bone. His golden spiritual energy transformed into a golden dragon that tore through the poison mist and struck straight at the poison demon's vital points. Lin Qingxuan Red Sun Divine King and the others also made their moves. Lin Qingxuan's sonic blades turned into invisible killing tools targeting Soul Demon Soul Reaper and his surrounding resentful soul phantoms. Red Sun Divine King's Daorime Thunderfire transformed into a fire dragon that coiled around Shadow Demon Phantom Knight, attempting to force out his true body. Extreme Scroll Venerable's soul-suppressing vines crazily spread toward the 4 great protectors, trying to entangle them. Lingsong Pavilion Master activated trapping formation runes, condensing a massive confinement formation around the 4 great protectors to restrict their movements. Li Linger's 7-colored Divine Phoenix spewed Nirvana fire, searing the surrounding poison mist and resentful souls. Inside Xiao Ming, the Chaos Pearl spun rapidly as black and white Qi coiled around his body. He could clearly sense that the 4 great protectors were all extremely powerful, and the demonic formation they jointly laid could amplify each other's strength. To defeat them, the formation had to be broken first. Everyone break the demonic formation first. Xiao Ming shouted to the group. Clenching the Chaos Long Blade, he leaped into the air and charged toward a node of the demonic formation. Breaking the formation? Not that easy. Shadow Demon Phantom Knight's voice echoed from within his black robe. Space twisted around him, and countless black shadow blades flew toward Xiao Ming. The shadow blades were incredibly fast, ghostly, and unpredictable. Xiao Ming's expression did not change. He spun the Chaos Long Blade, and black and white Qi formed a solid shield that blocked the shadow blade's assault. At the same time, he leaped up and slashed out a blade aura containing the power of primordial origin, striking toward the node of the demonic formation. Clang! The blade aura struck the formation node with a crisp sound. The demonic formation trembled violently, and a ripple of black energy spread outward. But the formation did not shatter. Clearly the powers of the 4 great protectors were interwoven, making it no easy task to break it. Seeing this, Poison Demon Erosion Bone swung his trident, sending a black poison spike shooting toward Xiao Ming. The spike contained violent toxins that could corrode even one's Dao foundation if it struck. Xiao Ming sidestepped to dodge, and the poison spike grazed past his shoulders, striking a damaged warship in the distance. The ship was instantly corroded into a pool of black water. His heart jolted. He had not expected the poison demon's toxins to be so terrifying. Tian Hao was locked in fierce combat with Poison Demon Erosion Bone. The golden spear and the trident clashed endlessly, and the poison mist was continuously dispersed by golden spiritual energy. Yet the poison demon produced toxins without end. Though Tian Hao held the upper hand, he dared not let his guard down, afraid of being touched by the venom. Strength Demon Mountain Toppler and War Madness Divine King fought in a deadlock. Both were power-type cultivators, and each collision unleashed energy that could annihilate the world. Peaks on both sides of the Star River continuously collapsed, and rubble tumbled into the river, sending up enormous splashes. Soul Demon Soul Reaper waved his staff, and countless resentful soul phantoms surged toward Lin Qingxian. These phantoms were filled with intense grudges, and could erode a cultivator's divine soul. Lin Qingxuan's sonic blades continually slew the resentful souls, but there were too many, and they could not be wiped out. Gradually she felt a stabbing pain in her divine soul, and her breath began to falter. Although Red Sun Divine King's Daorime Thunderfire restrained the Shadow Demon's dark power, the Shadow Demon's form was elusive and his speed extreme. He could easily evade the Thunderfire while launching sneak attacks that kept Red Sun Divine King on the defensive. Lingsong Pavilion Master's trapping formation could restrict the 4 great protectors' movements, but their power was overwhelming. The formation was constantly battered runes, shattering one after another on the verge of collapse at any moment. Although Extreme Scroll Venerable's soul-suppressing vines could entangle some low-ranked demonic cultivators, they were nearly useless against the 4 great protectors at the late Tribulation Transcendence stage. The vines were shattered by demonic power the moment they drew near. Li Linger's Nirvana Fire could purify resentful souls and poison mist, but her cultivation was relatively low. Facing the four great protectors, she could barely protect herself, and was unable to provide much support. Looking at the fierce battle around him, Xiao Ming knew deep down that if things continued this way, they would eventually be worn down by the four great protectors. They had to find a way to divide and conquer, slaying each protector one by one in order to break the demonic formation. City Lord Tian Hao, I'll hold off the poison demon and the shadow demon. You go help War Madness Divine King slay the strength demon. Xiao Ming shouted to Tian Hao. The chaos pearl in his body blazed with radiant light, and black and white qi transformed into two long whips that lashed toward poison demon Erosion Bone and shadow demon Phantom Knight, respectively. Tian Hao nodded upon hearing this. Good. He swept his golden spear, forcing poison demon Erosion Bone back, then leaped toward strength demon Mountain Toppler. Seeing this, poison demon Erosion Bone and shadow demon Phantom Knight both attacked Xiao Ming. The poison demon's trident carried venomous mist, and the shadow demon's blades moved like phantoms. Together their assault was devastating. Xiao Ming held the chaos long blade and responded with composure. The black and white whips continuously coiled and lashed out, repelling their attacks. At the same time, he channeled the power of chaos, constantly purifying the surrounding poison mist and shadow energy, preventing their attacks from unleashing their full might. After Tian Hao joined the battle, strength demon Mountain Toppler immediately felt enormous pressure. Tian Hao's golden spear was extremely fast, his spear technique exquisite, every strike aimed at vital points. Meanwhile, War Madness Divine King provided support from the side, his giant hammer raining down relentlessly, leaving the strength demon unable to defend on all fronts. Damn it. 2 against 1. Where's your honor? Strength demon Mountain Toppler roared, his demonic power erupting wildly. His form swelled to 1,000 zhang in height, and the mountain-splitting axes in his hands grew correspondingly huge as he hacked at Tian Hao and War Madness Divine King. With a demonic cultivator like you, there's no need for rules. Tian Hao shouted as his golden spiritual energy exploded at full force. The golden spear transformed into a colossal golden dragon that surged towards strength demon Mountain Toppler's chest. War Madness Divine King refused to be outdone. Spiritual energy surged over his giant hammer, condensing into a massive hammer phantom that smashed towards strength demon Mountain Toppler's head. Li Mo Bengshan's expression shifted violently. He hastily swung his mountain-splitting axe to block, but the overwhelming power of the golden dragon and the hammer shadow proved too great. His axe was knocked flying in an instant, and both attacks struck his body simultaneously. Oh! Li Mo Bengshan let out a piercing wail as the blows raked across his chest and skull. Demonic blood erupted from his wounds, his colossal form withering instantly back to its normal stature before crashing heavily into the Star River, sending enormous waves splashing. Tian Hao and Divine King Zhan Kuang spared him no respite, relentlessly pressing their assault. Golden spear thrusts and colossal hammer strikes rained upon Li Mo Bengshan's body until it gradually shattered, ultimately annihilating entirely within the Star River, leaving only wisps of demonic soul, completely purged by Tian Hao's golden spiritual energy. With Li Mo Bengshan slain, the power of the demonic formation noticeably weakened. Tian Hao and Divine King Zhan Kuang turned toward Han Mo Gaoan, where Lin Qingxian was barely holding on. His divine soul screamed in agony, his aura growing chaotic and unstable. Senior brother Lin Qingxian, we're here to aid you. Tian Hao bellowed, driving his golden spear straight at the demonic staff in Han Mo Gaoan's grasp. Upon seeing this, Han Mo Gaoan's expression darkened. He frantically waved his staff, unleashing countless phantom wraiths that surged toward Tian Hao and Divine King Zhan Kuang. Yet Tian Hao's golden spiritual energy and Divine King Zhan Kuang's colossal hammer proved unstoppable. The phantom wraiths were obliterated one after another, their attack entirely ineffective as an impediment. Receiving reinforcement, Lin Qingxian finally exhaled in relief. He immediately activated his spiritual energy to repair his damaged divine soul, and once again unleashed his sonic blade technique, striking toward Han Mo Gaoan. Trapped in a pincer attack from 3 directions, Han Mo Gaoan found himself in dire straits. His demonic staff was pierced by Tian Hao's golden spear, his phantom wraiths continuously annihilated, and the demonic power within his body draining rapidly. No, this demon refuses to yield. Han Mo Gaoan wailed with desperate fury, his demonic soul erupting wildly within as he sought to take everyone down with him. Suppress him. Tian Hao roared, his golden spiritual energy converging into a colossal seal that wrapped around Han Mo Gaoan like shackles of light. Divine King Zhan Kuang's colossal hammer and Lin Qingxian's sonic blades struck the seal simultaneously. Han Mo Gaoan's demonic soul was utterly crushed, and his body dissolved into drifting ash. With Han Mo Gaoan destroyed, the demonic formation shattered completely. The remaining Du Mo Shirgu and Ing Mo Huan Yi felt their aura plummet sharply. Watching their companions fall one by one, terror flickered in their eyes, and the desire to flee took root. "Want to leave? That won't be so simple." A ruthless killing intent flashed across Xiao Ming's eyes. His chaos great blade swept forward, sending twin streaks of black and white chi slashing toward the two demons. Tian Hao Divine King Zhan Quang Lin Xuan, and the rest surged forward, forming a pincer encirclement around the two fleeing demons. Realizing escape was impossible, Du Mo Shirgu and Ing Mo Huan Ye's eyes burned with madness. They ignited their demonic souls in a desperate bid for greater power, resolved to fight to the death. Du Mo Shirgu's venomous miasma grew denser and deadlier. The toxins coating his trident became terrifying enough to corrode the very fabric of space. Ing Mo Huan Ye's figure grew ever more ethereal, his shadow blades swifter still, now infused with annihilating power capable of shredding a cultivator's Dao foundation with ease. Yet the strength gained from burning their demonic souls proved woefully inadequate against the coordinated onslaught of the assembled warriors. Xiao Ming's chaos great blade continuously purified the poisonous fog and shadowy forces, while Tian Hao's golden spear divine, King Zhan Quang's colossal hammer, and Lin Xingxuan's sonic blades all rained down upon their foes. Du Mo Shirgu's scaled armor shattered under the onslaught. His body was cleaved in two by Xiao Ming's chaos great blade, demonic blood, and toxic miasma, both utterly purified. Ing Mo Huan Ye's black robe was torn to shreds, his form growing increasingly translucent under the combined assault of golden spiritual energy and sonic blades, until he finally dissipated into nothingness. With the four guardian demons vanquished, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and descended onto the deck of the floating cloud vessel. The battle had been fierce and harrowing, but they had prevailed successfully, holding the Ming River defensive line. Xiao Ming gazed upon the warship wreckage and cultivator bones drifting in the Star River, his expression gravely serious. Though the four guardian demons have been slain, Lord Jimia's army should not be far from here. We must repair the defenses as swiftly as possible and rally more cultivators to prepare for the battles ahead. Tian Hao nodded. Agreed. I've already sent word to Zhutian City requesting reinforcements and supplies to rebuild our defenses. I trust they will arrive shortly. Just then a violent tremor erupted from the far end of the Star River. A terrifying aura far more formidable than all four guardian demons combined surged from the deep Star Sea. This oppressive presence, laden with boundless annihilating power, caused the entire Ming River Star domain to quake mercilessly. The Star River reversed its flow, the starry sky itself began to collapse, and countless spatial rifts tore open across the heavens. It's Qi demon god. He has come in person. Tian Hao's face contorted with alarm. His golden battle armor blazed with radiant light, his fighting spirit surging. It seems the final confrontation begins sooner than expected. A heavy silence fell over the group as grim realization settled upon their faces. Qi demon god, an ancient primordial demon born alongside the cosmos itself, whose strength remained unfathomable. A single phantom hand of his had nearly annihilated them all before. Now that he had come personally, the severity of what lay ahead was all too clear. Xiao Ming's body pulsed as the chaos pearl spun furiously within him, twin streams of black and white chi swirling around his form. His eyes held no fear, only unwavering conviction. Brothers and sisters, though Qi demon god is mighty, we are not without the power to resist. If we join forces and draw upon the primordial essence of the 10,000 realms, we shall surely triumph and safeguard all existence. Indeed, we shall fight to our last breath. Divine King Zhan Quang roared, his colossal hammer raised high, his battle spirit reaching fever pitch. Lin Xingxuan Divine King Qi Yang Venerable Ji, Wan Lord Ling Tsang Li Ling and the firmly spiritual energy surged from every warrior as they prepared for the battle ahead. From the depths of the Star Sea, a towering silhouette slowly emerged. None other than Qi demon god himself. He remained a mass of endless darkness within which countless stars flickered and perished, radiating an aura of total destruction. He merely floated there in silence, yet an overwhelming, suffocating pressure emanated from him, as though the entire cosmos threatened to crumble. Wretched insects, I, your demon god, have arrived. Qi demon god's voice thundered like the collapse of worlds across the entire Ming River Star domain. You were fortunate enough to destroy my seed of annihilation and slay my four guardian demons. But now I shall personally harvest your lives, seize the Chaos Pearl, and plunge the 10,000 realms into eternal desolation. He raised his hand, and countless streams of pitch-black annihilating power erupted from the darkness, surging toward the floating cloud vessel and the Ming River defenses like a devastating tide. Wherever the annihilating power swept, space itself perished. The Star River evaporated, warship wreckage and cultivator bones were instantaneously obliterated, and not even light could escape its grasp. Full resistance. Tian Hao bellowed, gripping his golden spear, as his golden spiritual energy exploded outward, manifesting into a colossal barrier of radiant gold that intercepted the oncoming wave of annihilation. Xiao Ming also leaped into the air, the chaos pearl floating above his head. Black and white qi intertwined with the primordial essence of the 10,000 realms, forging a massive purification barrier that layered alongside the golden defense, together withstanding the onslaught of annihilating power. Lin Xingxuan, Divine King Zhan Kuang, and the others channeled their spiritual energy into the barriers as well. Yet the annihilating power was dreadfully formidable. The twin barriers vibrated violently, cracks spiderwebbing across their surfaces, threatening to shatter at any moment. Chaos Origin, unleash your full power. Xiao Ming roared. Both the chaos energy within him and the primordial essence of the 10,000 realms erupted simultaneously. The purification barrier blazed brilliantly, neutralizing a portion of the annihilating tide. Tian Hao spat a mouthful of vital blood, and the golden barrier flared with even greater brilliance, halting the remainder of the annihilating force. But the annihilating power was inexhaustible, relentless waves hammering against the defenses. Cracks multiplied across both barriers until they finally shattered completely. The residual annihilating force surged forward unimpeded. Divine King Zhan Kuang, Lin Xingxuan, and the others were struck directly. Their bodies corroded instantaneously, blood spewing from their lips as they were sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the deck with their auras severely diminished. Xiao Ming and Tian Hao were not spared. Xiao Ming's chaos shield shattered instantly, a pitch-black wound opened across his chest, the corrosive power gnawing relentlessly at his Dao foundation. Tian Hao's golden battle armor was pockmarked with countless holes, golden blood oozing from his lips as his breathing grew ragged. Insects are nothing but insects. Before me your resistance is futile. Contempt laced Qi Miet demon god's voice as a colossal black hand extended from the darkness, reaching toward Xiao Ming to seize the chaos pearl. Xiao Ming regarded the descending black hand, resolve hardening in his eyes. He understood that to defeat Qi Miet demon god, he must unleash the ultimate power of the chaos pearl, a power that demanded he sacrifice his Dao foundation and life force, merging completely with the pearl to unlock its full potential. Xiao Ming, no. Reading the determination in his eyes, Li Linger instantly grasped his intention. Tears welled in her eyes as she lunged toward him. Xiao Ming glanced back at Li Linger, then at Tian Hao and the others, and finally toward the 10,000 realms behind them. A faint, contented smile graced his lips. To protect all realms, it has been my honor. The rest is in your hands now. He leaped skyward, his Dao foundation and life force pouring wildly into the Chaos Pearl. The Chaos Pearl erupted in dazzling radiance. Twin dragons of black and white qi spiraled around Xiao Ming's form. His body gradually merged with the Chaos Pearl, transforming into a colossal pillar of chaos light that hurtled toward Qi Miet demon god's outstretched black hand. This pillar of chaos light contained the full might of the cosmos's primordial essence, coupled with Xiao Ming's life and Dao foundation power. Its destructive force was boundless, surpassing every attack launched thus far. Witnessing the approaching chaos pillar, Qi Miet demon god's eyes betrayed a flicker of surprise, and for the first time, genuine gravity. So you would willingly sacrifice yourself to merge with the Chaos Pearl. Impressive, but it will not be enough to slay me. His black hand unleashed its full power. Pitch-black annihilating force collided with the pillar of chaos light. Boom! The cataclysmic explosion shook the very cosmos. Radiance in gold, black, white, and jet black engulfed the entire star sea. Space collapsed entirely, birthing a colossal black hole. Countless stars were drawn into its maw, annihilated without a trace. Qi Miet demon god's black hand was struck by the chaos pillar and purified in an instant, half of it obliterated. A shrill wail echoed as the remnant hand withdrew slowly into the darkness. Qi Miet demon god's aura withered dramatically. He had been grievously wounded. Impossible. This demon has been injured by a mere insect. Enraged, Qi Miet demon god let out a furious roar, and countless black hands emerged from the darkness, grasping desperately toward the chaos pillar. But the chaos pillar had reached its zenith. Each black hand was instantly purified and annihilated. Qi Miet demon god's aura continued to wane, his dark form growing increasingly translucent. I refuse to accept this. This demon has not yet plunged the 10,000 realms into annihilation. A final despairing wail echoed as Qi Miet demon god's dark body disintegrated under the purifying might of the chaos pillar, vanishing completely into the star sea. With Qi Miet demon god utterly slain, the annihilating power pervading the Ming River star domain gradually dissipated. As the aura of the annihilation demon god dispersed completely, the chaotic pillar of light that pierced the sea of stars also began to dim. The silhouette of Xiao Ming, now one with the Chaos Pearl, gradually grew distinct at the center of the pillar. His aura was at its weakest. The backlash from offering up his Dao foundation had shattered every meridian in his body, leaving the black and white qi flickering like a candle in the wind. Xiao Ming. Li Linger broke through the crowd's attempts to stop her and flung herself beneath the pillar of light. Her nirvana fire transformed into a sky full of golden feathers, gently catching Xiao Ming as he drifted downward. Her voice trembled with tears. The moment her fingertips touched his ice-cold body, she could no longer hold back her grief. You can't be gone. We still have to guard the myriad worlds together. Xiao Ming struggled to open his eyes and pulled a weak smile at the corner of his mouth. Don't cry. The annihilation demon god is no more. The myriad worlds are safe. Before he could finish, darkness engulfed his vision, and he lost consciousness entirely. The chaotic power around him scattered, leaving only the chaos pearl in his dantian, with a faint glimmer barely sustaining his life. Tian Hao and the others gathered around, their faces heavy as they looked at Xiao Ming, who was on the verge of death. Though the chaos pearl remained, it had lost Xiao Ming's control and had been overdrawn by the sacrificial power. It could no longer mobilize any trace of its origin force. Having sacrificed his Tao foundation, Xiao Ming was now like a cripple. Unless they could find a way to reverse it, he might not survive. We must get him back to Zhutian City at once, and use the power of the origin pillar to keep him alive. Tian Hao made the decision without hesitation. He lifted Xiao Ming and vaulted back onto the flowing cloud boat. No one dared linger. The boat turned into a streak of light and raced toward Zhutian City. Yet the instant the flowing cloud boat entered the star domain of Zhutian City, the entire starry sky began to tremble violently. The origin pillar of light, which had regained its calm, unexpectedly blazed with blinding radiance once more. But this time its color was no longer golden. It had turned into an ominous gray-black laced with strands of dark red. It faintly resembled the aura of the origin-eroding demon's pollution, yet was even more bizarre and unfathomable. No, the origin pillar is acting up again. Pavilion Master Lingsong's face changed dramatically as he pointed at Zhutian City in the distance. Look, the city's protective formation is being corroded. Everyone followed his gaze and saw that Zhutian City's golden protective formation was already covered with gray-black patterns spreading like spiderwebs. The formation's radiance grew dimmer and dimmer. Countless cultivators fought desperately inside the formation, but they could not stop the patterns from spreading. At the summit of the origin pillar, a vague figure slowly emerged. Its body emanated a strange aura that belonged neither to the annihilation demon god nor to the origin-eroding demon. Cold, sinister, and unfathomable. What is that thing? The Crimson Sun Divine King asked, wariness flashing through his eyes as Tao Rhythm Thunderfire blazed around him. Its aura can erode both origin force and formation power at the same time. When the flowing cloud boat landed on Origin Plaza, the square was already in utter chaos. Cultivators from all major powers were locked in fierce battle with countless eerie gray-black shadows. These shadows had no physical form, drifting like mist. Wherever they passed, a cultivator's spiritual power was instantly devoured, their Tao foundations eroded, and they turned into soulless puppets. The Chaos Shades. Tian Hao's expression grew extremely grim. Legend says they are aggregates of negative energy born when chaos divided during the birth of the universe. They feed on the origin of chaos and specialize in eroding living beings' Tao foundations. I never imagined they actually existed. The vague figure atop the origin pillar slowly descended, revealing its true form. It was a man in a gray-black robe. His features were handsome, yet deathly pale, and his eyes were pitch black with no trace of light. Countless chaos shades revolved around him like stars surrounding the moon. He looked at Xiao Ming and Tian Hao's arms, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The host of the Chaos Pearl sacrificed his Tao foundation, yet did not die. How interesting. With him here, I can completely devour the origin force of the Chaos Pearl. Once I do, I will become the new Lord of Chaos. Who are you? Why do you seek to erode the origin of the myriad worlds? Tian Hao raised his golden spear and stood in front of Xiao Ming, his golden spiritual power surging. The annihilation demon god is already dead. If you know what is good for you, leave immediately, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Leave. The gray-robed man sneered, the chaos shades around him churning fiercely. The origin force of all the myriad worlds is nothing more than the remnants left behind when chaos divided. Now it is returning to its rightful owner. How can you speak of leaving? My name is Zhuochun, the origin incarnation of the chaos shades. Today I will not only devour the chaos pearl, but also turn all the myriad worlds into a polluted land of chaos. Before the last word faded, Zhuochun raised his hand and swept it forward. Countless chaos shades surged like a tidal wave toward the group. The shades were incredibly fast. As they passed, the jade floor instantly crumbled to ash. Cultivators screamed one after another as they were eroded, turning into puppets that turned their weapons against their former companions. Stop them! The war-mad Divine King bellowed. Leaping into the air with his colossal hammer, he swung it in a broad arc and smashed countless chaos shades apart. But they quickly gathered anew, impossible to exterminate. Lin Xingxuan's sonic blades, the Crimson Sun Divine King's Tao Rhythm Thunderfire, the Extreme Coil Venerable's soul-subduing vines, Pavilion Master Lingsong's binding formation runes, and Li Linger's nirvana fire erupted simultaneously, weaving into a dazzling 5-colored energy barrier that held back the charge of the Chaos Shades. But the Chaos Shades' corrosive power was overwhelming. The barrier was soon covered with gray-black patterns, its light steadily dimming. At this rate, we won't make it. The Chaos Shades can regenerate endlessly. We'll be ground down eventually. Lin Qingxian lightly flicked her jade finger. Sonic blades cut down the approaching shades as her face filled with urgency. We have to take out Zhuo Qin's true body first. Tianhao took a deep breath and looked down at Xiao Ming in his arms. Xiao Ming's Chaos Pearl is the only power that can restrain the Chaos Shades. But he is unconscious now with his Tao Foundation destroyed. He cannot activate it at all. Unless what? Li Linger demanded anxiously, while her nirvana fire continuously burned the Chaos Shades, closing in on Xiao Ming. Unless someone is willing to use his or her own Tao Foundation as a guide to awaken the Chaos Pearl's origin force and borrow the origin of the myriad worlds to temporarily seize control of the Chaos Pearl. Determination flashed in Tianhao's eyes. But the price is enormous. The one who channels with their Tao Foundation will suffer the backlash from both the Chaos Pearl and the origin of the myriad worlds. At best, their cultivation will be destroyed, at worst they will fall on the spot. I'll do it, Li Linger said without the slightest hesitation, her eyes burning with resolve. Xiao Ming did not hesitate to sacrifice his Tao Foundation for the myriad worlds. I am willing to give everything for him, and for the myriad worlds. Linger, no. Lin Qingxian hastened to stop her. Your cultivation hasn't reached the tribulation transcended stage. If you use your Tao Foundation as the guide, you won't be able to withstand the Chaos Pearl's backlash. It would be certain death. I possess the nirvana fire. I can be reborn from the flames. Maybe I can survive it. As she spoke, Li Linger's nirvana fire blazed even higher, forming a colossal 7-colored divine phoenix. City Lord, act now. Any later, and it'll be too late. Tianhao gazed into Li Linger's determined eyes and knew there was no other option. He could only nod. All right. I will protect you with the origin force of the myriad worlds and do my best to suppress the backlash. He gently laid Xiao Ming on the ground and swiftly wove hand seals. A thread of golden origin was forcibly torn from the gray-black light of the origin pillar and surged toward Li Ling. Li Linger soared into the air. The 7-colored divine phoenix let out a piercing cry as the nirvana fire and golden origin force intertwined and shot toward the Chaos Pearl in Xiao Ming's dantian. Chaos Pearl, wake up. Li Linger cried out sharply, unleashing the full force of her Tao Foundation without reserve, merging it into the nirvana fire and pouring it toward the Chaos Pearl. Sensing the nourishment of the Tao Foundation power and the nirvana fire, the Chaos Pearl's dim halo gradually brightened, and the black and white energies began to circulate slowly. But just then Zhuo Qin made his move without warning, sending a column of gray-black energy hurtling toward Li Linger. Foolish little girl who knows no bounds. How dare you covet the Chaos Pearl? You won't hurt Linger. Tianhao bellowed, charging forward with his golden spear. His golden spiritual power collided with the gray-black energy pillar, producing a deafening thunderclap. Tianhao was blasted backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but he stubbornly stood in Zhuo Qin's way, buying time for Li Ling. The war-mad God King Lin Xingxuan and the others also launched attacks at Zhuo Qin. Though their strikes could not inflict serious injury, they were enough to temporarily hold him back. Seizing the opportunity, Li Linger drove the power of her Tao Foundation and the nirvana fire with all her might. The Chaos Pearl's radiance grew ever more intense, and the black and white energies surged from Xiao Ming's dantian like 2 giant dragons swirling around Li Linger. Li Linger felt a mighty force surge into her body, accompanied by a heart-rending agony. Her Tao Foundation was being rapidly eroded by the Chaos Pearl. Although the nirvana fire was constantly mending it, the healing was far too slow to keep pace with the erosion. Hold on. Tianhao exulted at the Chaos Pearl's awakening, spurted out another mouthful of essence blood, and let his golden origin power surge. Xiao Ming, wake up. Linger is about to collapse. Perhaps it was Tianhao's shout, or perhaps he sensed Li Linger's peril. Xiao Ming's fingers twitched slightly, and his tightly closed eyes slowly opened. He looked at the swirling black and white energies, and at Li Linger's agonized face, shock and guilt flashing in his eyes. Linger, you. Xiao Ming, you're awake. Li Linger revealed a relieved smile, though the nirvana fire dimmed somewhat. Hurry. Take control of the Chaos Pearl, or we're all doomed. Xiao Ming didn't hesitate. The last of his chaotic power surged wildly toward the Chaos Pearl. He and the Pearl were already connected in spirit, and though his Tao Foundation was shattered, he could still command the Pearl's origin power. Sensing Xiao Ming's presence, the black and white energies instantly reversed direction and returned to encircle him. Chaos origin, purify. Xiao Ming bellowed, the Chaos Pearl hovering above his head, as the twin energies formed a colossal beam of purification that blasted toward Zhuo Qin. At the same time, he channeled a portion of his chaotic power into Li Linger's body to help mend her damaged Tao Foundation. Zhuoqin's expression changed drastically. He had not expected Xiao Ming to awaken despite his shattered Tao foundation, let alone command the Chaos Pearl's origin power. Daring not to be careless, he caused the turbid chaos shadows around him to churn madly, coalescing into a massive barrier of shadow to block the purifying beam. Crack! The purifying beam imbued with the Chaos Pearl's origin power and Xiao Ming's will split the shadow barrier in an instant with a massive fissure. The black and white energies surged through the crack, endlessly purifying the turbid chaos shadows. Zhuoqin let out a muffled groan, gray-black blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his aura instantly wilting. Impossible. Your Tao foundation is destroyed. How can you still unleash such overwhelming power? A flicker of disbelief passed through Zhuoqin's eyes. He simply could not understand how a cultivator without a Tao foundation could wield the origin power of the Chaos Pearl. A Tao foundation may be sacrificed, but the will to protect all realms will never be extinguished. A sharp, killing intent flashed in Xiao Ming's eyes as the Chaos Long Blade condensed once more, the black and white energies interweaving with the origin power of all worlds. Today let me completely purify this turbid chaos shadow of yours. He leaped into the air, the Chaos Long Blade carrying world-destroying purification power as it slashed toward Zhuoqin. Tian, how the war-mad God King Lin Qingxuan and the others also launched fierce assaults. Sonic blades, Tao rhythm, thunder and fire, a giant hammer, soul-pinning vines, nirvana fire, and trapping formation runes rained onto Zhuoqin, ceaselessly draining his power. Realizing the situation was lost, a hint of madness flashed in Zhuoqin's eyes. Even if I have to die, I'll take you all with me. Turbid chaos shadow self-destruct. The turbid chaos shadow within him surged wildly, intent on detonating and turning all of Zhutian City into turbid chaos wasteland. A resolute light flashed through Xiao Ming's eyes. The Chaos Pearl's radiance swelled, and the black and white energies formed a massive vortex that sucked Zhuoqin and all the turbid chaos shadows into it. Chaos Origin Seal. Xiao Ming shouted as the chaotic power within him and the origin power of all worlds erupted simultaneously, sealing the vortex. The self-destruct force of the turbid chaos shadows rammed against the vortex, but was firmly suppressed by the black and white energies and the origin power. In the end, it perished completely within the seal. Sealed at the vortex's center, Zhuoqin's body dissolved under the purifying force while he let out a miserable howl. No, I won't accept this. I am destined to become the Chaos Sovereign. But his struggles were all in vain. In the end, he was completely purified by the Chaos Origin's power, dissolving into wisps of gray-black energy that were devoured and absorbed by the Chaos Pearl. With Zhuoqin's destruction, all the turbid chaos shadows lost their source of power, turning to ashes one after another as the origin power of all worlds purified them. The city-protecting formation of Zhutian City gradually regained its golden light, and the Pillar of Origin radiated brilliantly, once more nourishing all the myriad realms. Xiao Ming landed slowly, the Chaos Pearl's glow fading as it returned to his dantian. He looked at Li Linger, whose aura was feeble beside him, and his eyes brimmed with guilt. Linger, I'm sorry. You've suffered so much. Li Linger smiled weakly. As long as you're safe, as long as the realms are safe, I don't mind the suffering. Though her Tao foundation was severely damaged, the nourishment of Xiao Ming's chaotic power and the nirvana fire ensured her life was not in danger. She had merely regressed considerably in cultivation. Tian Hao and the others gathered around, smiles of survivors on their faces. This battle had cost them dearly, but in the end they had won. The turbid chaos shadows were completely eradicated, and the myriad realms were protected. Xiao Ming gazed at the tranquil Zhutian City, and the star see a trace of gratification flashing across his eyes. The Annihilation Demon God and the turbid chaos shadows had been destroyed one after another. The crisis of the myriad realms was finally resolved for good. Although his Tao foundation was obliterated and his cultivation had plummeted, the protective conviction in his heart remained steadfast. At that moment, the Pillar of Origin suddenly blazed with dazzling golden light, and within it emerged a golden silhouette, the projection of the will of the myriad realms. Xiao Ming, Li Linger, you protected the realms in peril and slew the turbid chaos shadow, a deed that will echo through the ages. The will of the myriad realms spoke in a voice like a great bell. I grant you the Chaos Origin to reshape your Tao foundations and break through your shackles. Two golden beams of origin power surged from the light pillar, merging into Xiao Ming's and Li Linger's bodies respectively. Xiao Ming felt a gentle yet overwhelming flood of Chaos Origin power surge through him. His damaged Tao foundation not only restored its speed, but became even more solid than before. The chaotic power within him surged wildly, and his cultivation soared, recovering all the way to the void refinement stage, and then directly breaking through to the body integration stage. Li Linger's Tao foundation also mended swiftly, her nirvana fire blazing even more brilliantly. Her cultivation broke through to the peak of the spirit transformation stage, showing faint signs of advancing to void refinement. At the same time, streams of origin power flowed from the light pillar into Tian Hao and the others, elevating their cultivation. Tian Hao's cultivation broke through to the mid-tribulation transcendent stage. The war-mad god king Lin Qingxuan and the others also broke through their bottlenecks, their strength surging. Then the golden silhouette slowly faded while the pillar of origin returned to normal, radiating a gentle glow. The cultivators in the starry sky cheered, celebrating the hard-won victory. Xiao Ming and Li Linger exchanged a glance, seeing satisfaction and resolve in each other's eyes. They knew that this war of protection waged across the Star Sea had finally drawn to a perfect close. Though new challenges might yet arise in the future, as long as they stood side by side, and the cultivators of all realms worked in unison, they would surely overcome every hardship and guard this Star Sea, protecting the peace of the myriad realms. The flowing cloud boat rose once more and sailed toward the depths of the Star Sea. This time there were no hidden dangers, no life and death battles, only boundless hope and tranquility. Standing on the deck, Xiao Ming looked at his companions around him and the resplendent starry sky in the distance, a relieved smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chaos returns to unity, all realms rest in peace. This war of protection had not only safeguarded the myriad realms, but also taught him that true power does not come from the height of one's cultivation, but from the unyielding will to protect home and the unity among comrades. And that would become the most precious treasure on his path ahead.